After bankruptcy and divorce, my cheat program finally arrived. System prompt, detected that the host's bad luck value is full. Ultimate godly rich system installed successfully. Host, Chung Yuan age, 34 height, 179 weight, 214 pounds health, 59 intelligence, 119 strength, 78 wealth, minus 1.08 million talent abilities, none main task progress, 0% ding. Initial task distribution in progress. As a godly rich person, one must manage their own body shape well to fit their wealthy image. Will the host accept the weight loss task? Task reward, for every pound lost. Reward of 200,000 Huaxia coins. If the host reaches 160 pounds, there will be an additional surprise reward. I was stunned. 214 minus 160 multiplied by 200,000 is how much? It seems to be over 10 million. In other words, if I lose 5 or 6 pounds, I will have paid off all my debts. No! As I was dazed, the mechanical voice sounded again. Host, do you accept the weight loss mission? Countdown 5, 4, 3, Chung Yuan quickly shouted in his mind, I accept the weight loss mission. Mission accepted successfully. Mission duration is 2 years. If the host does not lose weight to 160 pounds within 2 years, responsible for adding 1 million my face turned green. I already owe a lot of debt. How can I live with another million in debt? At this moment, Lin Ruoyu is trying to divorce me. I was getting a little impatient, so I forcefully knocked on the table to bring my thoughts back. Are you going to sign or not? Otherwise, we'll go to court for a divorce. If I was a bit reluctant just now I can't wait to divorce Lin Ruoyu. Such a realistic and malicious woman. Roll as far as you can. Swipe, swipe, swipe. I signed my name on the divorce agreement. I signed happily, and a slight smile of relief appeared on Lin Ruoyu's face as she quickly signed her name with a pen. Finally, I can get rid of this useless fatso. Every time he lies on me, I feel disgusted. The characters have been signed. Why don't you leave quickly? Are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner at home? You want me to leave? I won't leave anything for you. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. What things of yours? Lin Ruoyu looked at me with a vigilant look. I pointed to the household appliances and furniture around me. These, including all the soft and hard decorations in the house, were all prepared by me before marriage, and they belonged to my premarital property. I didn't give Lin Ruoyu a chance to speak at all. I quickly walked to the bedroom, picked up the baseball bat hanging on the wall, and started smashing the furniture, household appliances, cabinets, tiles, and so on. Chang Yuan, are you crazy? Stop it now. Lin Ruoyu's face twisted with pain, quickly rushed up, trying to hold me. Unfortunately, with a light shake, I threw Lin Ruoyu away. I picked up a baseball bat and started smashing wildly. Soon, the bedroom was a mess from the smashing. Lin Ruoyu cannot stop me, so I can only take out my phone for help. Fei Ge, come in quickly. Chang Yuan has gone crazy and smashed everything in the house. At this time, Jean Pengfei, who was waiting downstairs, replied, I'm coming right away. The reason why Lin Ruoyu is so eager to divorce me is because she found Jean Pengfei, this diamond bachelor. Fei Ge, hurry and stop Chung Yuan. He's gone mad. Golden Pengfei strode into the living room, pointing at my nose and angrily reprimanding. Chang, stop it. This is illegal. Do you know that? I turned around, looking coldly at Golden Pengfei. I had long sensed that Lin Ruoyu had been acting strangely recently, leaving early and returning late every day, and dressing up extravagantly. Whenever I asked about charging, she always found excuses to avoid it. If she couldn't avoid it, she just perfunctorily dealt with it, lying there like a dead body. However, I had been unwilling to believe it, comforting and deceiving myself all along. Now it seems that a man's sixth sense is truly terrifyingly accurate. I know I'm asking knowingly, who are you again? What authority do you have to manage the affairs of our husband and wife? Husband and wife? Ha ha, you two are already divorced. Jean Pengfei looked at me smugly. As for my identity, I'm not afraid to tell you. I am Ru Yan's boyfriend. Rest assured, from now on, I will take good care of Lin Ruoyu. I was so angry that I was shaking all over. It was simply too much. It was an insult to my face. If you're a man, you can't bear it. I really want to beat this arrogant bastard to death with a stick, but I can't. I have a daughter. What will happen to her if I go to jail? Ding! A mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Trigger random mission, Revenge of the Tycoon, as a qualified tycoon. Grudges cannot be left overnight. They must be avenged on the spot. Mission content, beat Jean Pengfei. Mission reward, a reward of 10,000 yuan for hitting with a stick. Note 1, the host and Lin Ruoyu have not yet received their divorce certificate. The house is still the host's property, and Jean Pengfei invaded the host's property. The host is acting in self-defense. Note 2, Jean Pengfei has a family. Because the mistress was beaten, he dare not cause trouble, and will only choose to settle the matter peacefully. Chang Yuan was stunned. This system is awesome. It even took his concerns into consideration. Since that's the case, why hesitate? I take care of your mother. Should I also take care of your wife? I shouted angrily, picked up the stick and hit him, with a bang sound. His head was hit and a hot stream flowed down his forehead. Chang, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? I will make sure you rot in jail. Before he finished speaking, I swung the second stick. Each hit is worth 10,000. How can I not hit hard? Fortunately, Jin Pengfei was prepared this time, subconsciously raised his arm to protect his head. The blow struck the arm and suffered no fatal injury. However, the intense pain spread quickly, and he kept screaming in pain. Chang Yuan gained momentum and kicked Jin Pengfei to the ground. Swinging his stick and knocking, Jin Pengfei was beaten and kept screaming miserably, and was incapable of resisting at all. It wasn't until Chang Yuan had pretty much vented that Lin Ruoyu reacted. Fearing that Chang Yuan had killed and maimed her new love, she rushed forward desperately and used her body to protect Jin Pengfei. Chang Yuan, are you crazy? You stop it. Ah! Chang Yuan couldn't retract his hand and hit Lin Ruoyu's arm with a stick, causing her to let out a scream of pain. Chang Yuan didn't fight again. Panting heavily, he was just too fat. That burst of output just now, coupled with angrily smashing furniture and appliances just now, had drained his physical energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the randomized quest, Revenge of the God Ho. In the reward settlement, the host hit Jin Pengfei with a total of 12 bats, rewarding him with 120,000 Huaxia coins. Ding dong! Chang Yuan's cell phone rang and received a text message. Card number 2195 has a revenue, interbank transfer, of $120,000 and a balance of $122,148. Chang Yuan was ecstatic. The system is real. The money really came in. Chang Yuan immediately felt that his exhaustion was swept away and his body was filled with strength. Lin Ruoyu rubbed her bruised and swollen arm, raising her hand to point at Chang Yuan's nose and cursing. Chang Yuan, you asshole. Get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Feel free to call the police. Your affair with him will come out too. And I'm not the one who's going to lose face anyway. Lin Ruoyu opened her mouth and eventually swallowed her harsh words. Chang Yuan looked at Lin Ruoyu indifferently. What? You don't want to call the police? Today is a working day. The Civil Affairs Bureau is working. I have time in the afternoon. Let's hurry up and get the divorce license. Lin Ruoyu was furious. She's the one who's in a hurry to get a divorce. Okay? Chang Yuan, this asshole, even acted more urgent than her? Who the hell is he to do that? Leave. Of course we have to leave. Whoever doesn't leave is a grandson. Chapter 3 Big Brother. Please stay. Citizens Hall, Shernan District, Civil Affairs Window. Chang Yuan and Lin Ruoyu submitted the materials. The staff member looked up at the two men and asked lightly, why the divorce? Lin Ruoyu was worried that Chang Yuan would say something unpleasant and answered first, emotional discord. If it's just a bad relationship, you have a 1-month cooling off period for the divorce, and if you still insist on a divorce after a month, you can come back for it. Chang Yuan frowned, not realizing that there was still a 1-month divorce cooling off period. It seems that you can't lose weight for a month yet. Otherwise, money from the system is considered marital property. And that money just now. Grab it and go pay off the debt. Definitely not cheap. Lin Ruoyu. Lin Ruoyu was equally depressed. She had found such a high-quality receiver as Jin Pengfei with great difficulty and didn't want any accidents to occur. Lin Ruoyu suddenly rolled up her sleeves. Comrade, it's not just a bad relationship. He's also violent. Lin Ruoyu's arm was bruised, red and swollen. Very scary. And the staff's face changed. If there are still cases of domestic violence, you can get a divorce on the spot. MS. Lin, do you need me to help you call the police? Lin Ruoyu gently shook her head. I don't want anything more to do with him. Chang Yuan was speechless and rolled his eyes. How come he didn't realize that Lin Ruoyu was so shameless before getting married? However, in order to have a smooth divorce, Chang Yuan didn't bother to expose her. Soon after, divorce papers were filed for both of them. Chang Yuan put away the divorce certificate that had just arrived and exhaled a long breath. Finally jumping out of the fire pit that was Lin Ruoyu, Chang Yuan didn't bother to communicate with Lin Ruoyu anymore. He owed her a glance and walked out of the civic hall with a relaxed face. Lin Ruoyu didn't want to miss this opportunity to say that the tutorial was far away, and quickly stepped after him. Chang Yuan, if you still have some manly dignity, stop delivering any courier and find a decent job. Chang Yuan was exasperated and laughed. I don't steal. I don't rob. I earn my living with my strength. What's it got to do with you? Lin Ruoyu bristled with disdain. Chang Yuan, if it wasn't for the sake of the child's consideration, I wouldn't bother with you. If the child's classmates know that her father is a smelly delivery boy, will she not be able to hold her head up? Chung Yuan coldly swept Lin Ruoyu a glance. First of all, Lele isn't as vain as some people. And secondly, what makes you think that I'll be a courier for the rest of my life? Can I just rise again? Get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Che, like anyone loves to talk to you. Fei is here to pick me up. Squeak. In order to demonstrate to Chung Yuan, Jean Pengfei purposely drove the Mercedes-Benz over, rolled down the window and looked at Chung Yun with a provocative face. Unfortunately, his snotty appearance was not at all intimidating. Instead, Chang Yuan was amused. Ha ha ha, stinky, before going out trouble to look in the mirror. Long ugly is not terrible. Look ugly out of disgrace is not good. You, Jean Pengfei angry liver pain. But, he did not dare to get off the car to compare with Chung Yuan. After all, Chang Yuan more than 200 pounds of large body, is not a joke. Boom boom, the Mercedes sped off. Chang Yuan, on the other hand, walked towards his bun. It was used when the cafeteria was stocked, and the debtors didn't even bother to take it because it was so worn out. Now that we have the system, there's no need for delivery anymore. However, Chang Yuan felt that he should stand the last watch. At the very least, finish delivering the backlog of pieces for the day, and then find a leader to resign. Because of the delay of the divorce, he had been busy until after 7 p.m. When Chang Yuan's work was nearing its end. The last family lived in a high-end neighborhood with an elevator. Chung Yuan took the elevator to room 1302 on the 13th floor and knocked on the door with a relaxed mood. A short while later, the door opened. Opened the door is a beautiful young woman wearing a home dress. She is slender, pure vegan face at least 8 points. Absolutely can kill the Lin Ruoyu with makeup removed. Her skin was in great condition, hydrated and smooth. Unlike Lin Ruoyu, you can see clear acne marks after removing makeup. Chang Yuan and Lin Ruoyu Cold War has been more than a month without conjugal life. Suddenly saw this as if ripe peach young woman. Cannot help but heart a hot. Is that MS? In Jingjing? Yes. Here's your delivery. Please sign for it. Okay. Chung Yuan handed the express to the other party and reluctantly turned to leave. It's a shame he can't enjoy such a nice gun rack. A nice female voice suddenly came from behind her. Big brother, please stay. Chung Yuan's heart fluttered. Was this an encounter? Soon. Though, he calmed down, leaving aside the identity of the cafeteria owner. He was now a dead fat, greasy man, so how could such a superb young woman look at him? MS. Ian, what can I do for you? The water pipe in my house is broken and the sink won't go down. This is the water pipe I bought. Can you fix my water pipe? Chang Yuan smiled bitterly. MS. Ian, I'm sorry, I'm a courier, not a repairman. The beautiful young woman looked at Chung Yuan pitifully. Please, my husband is away on business and won't be able to come home for days, and I can't even wash my face without the sink going down. Hubby's on a business trip? Chung Yuan's heart was itching like a cat's claw scratching it. But, seeing Chung Yuan pushing and pushing, the beautiful young woman was a bit unhappy. Not helping me, are you? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you? Chang Yuan already had a system, so naturally he wasn't afraid of complaints. But as a divine hero with substance and poise, how could he refuse such a reasonable little request from a beautiful woman? Especially, this beauty's husband is still traveling for several days. Chang Yuan put on a scared face. MS. Ian, let's have a talk. I'll just fix it for you. Don't complain. A smile bloomed on the beautiful young woman's face. That's more like it. Brother, if you can help me fix the sink, I'll definitely thank you properly. Chung Yuan subconsciously swallowed his saliva, suddenly looking forward to it a bit. Do you need to change your slippers? The beautiful young woman glanced at Chung Yuan. The long is quite decent. Thick eyebrows and big eyes. Just fat. No need to change your slippers. There are shoe covers in the shoe closet. Okay. Chung Yuan put on his shoe covers and followed the beautiful young woman into the living room. The home is very well decorated. Very petty style. It seems that this beautiful young woman is still very tasteful and knows how to live. Chung Yuan suddenly froze when he saw the wedding photo hanging on the living room wall. I'll rub it in. It's true that Coincidence's mom opened the door to Coincidence. Coincidence has come home to roost. This beautiful young woman's husband turned out to be the Mercedes-Benz man he had just beaten up? Chung Yuan really didn't understand why that kid was cheating outside when he had such a superb wife at home. Is it because Lin Ruoyu is more flirtatious? Chung Yuan suddenly remembered what he had just said to the Mercedes-Benz man. Do you want me to take care of your wife for you too? Chapter 4, Adding Friends. Chung Yuan tried to suppress this evil thought and followed the beautiful young woman to the bathroom. The beautiful young woman bent down to open the cabinet door and pointed to the hose inside. Look, it's this hose. When he bent over, the slim-fitting pajama pants were taut, outlining a rounded curve and a deep slit. Chang Yuan only felt his brain heat up and almost spewed out a nosebleed. Obviously, her every move was so decent, but it almost seduced Chang Yuan's soul. Chang Yuan took a deep breath and tried to dispel the jumbled images inside his head, then looked carefully at the plumbing. Chang Yuan is the owner of the cafeteria, and the drainage system of the cafeteria is often broken, so he still knows a lot about the drainage system. Just as he judged, the pipe wasn't broken. It was too much hair tangled up there at the stopcock and blocking it. Chang Yuan removed the non-return valve and carefully cleaned the hair on it, then reinstalled the check valve and turned on the faucet. With a crash, the downspout opened up. Big brother, you're great. Is it convenient to add a WeChat? I'll be looking for you when the pipes at home break down. The beautiful young woman was so excited that she was like a pregnant teenager, clapping her little hands hard. She was completely unaware that her movements caused the pajamas to give a jiggle, shaking Chang Yuan so much that he couldn't take his eyes off of them. The water pipe isn't broken. It's just clogged on the stopcock side, and you'll have to clean out the hair that's tangled up in the stopcock on time. What do I know about that as a woman? Hurry up and add the microblogging. Chang Yuan was secretly happy in his heart, but he put on a reluctant look on his face. Okay, but I'm usually busy at my day job and only have time in the evenings. The beautiful young woman didn't realize that Chang Yuan's words were problematic and laughed. I have to work during the day as well as have time in the evening. Only then did Chang Yuan touch his cell phone and swipe the code to add the WeChat of the beautiful young woman. How do I make a note? Jingjing? The beautiful young woman laughed. Not Jingjing. My name is Xiaoli. I call Jingjing when I buy things from Jingdong, Taotao when I buy things from Taobao, and Weiwei from VIP shop so that I won't get the wrong platform when I return the goods. Chang Yuan gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. What a great idea. A glimmer of gloom flashed in Xiaoli's eyes. What was the use of being smart? That thing at home. It hadn't touched her in months. This big brother speaks so well and has such a strong body. He must. Oh, Xiaoli, what are you thinking? Didn't you always dislike fat people? Since the plumbing is fixed, I'm leaving. Xiaoli opened her mouth. But in the end, her sense of morality overcame her inner desires and she didn't say anything to stay. Chang Yuan was also more or less regretful, but he knew very well that he couldn't show such colorful haste. It would scare the other party. Anyway, WeChat has been added. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Leave a thorn in the couple's side first. When he walked to the living room, Chang Yuan deliberately glanced at the wedding photo, then paused. I think I've seen. When I was delivering at Summerhill this morning. Halfway through his words, Chang Yuan suddenly held them back, causing Xiaoli's heart to scratch like a cat's claw. Xiaoli pulled Chang Yuan's arm and stared into his eyes slightly nervously. Big brother, what did you say? You saw my husband at the summer palace? Chang Yuan hastily shook his head. I'm not sure. I don't think it's your husband. It just kind of looks like him. How could your husband be at the summer palace when he's away on a business trip? And this man you saw, did he drive? Driving a Mercedes-Benz with around. Don't get paranoid. It shouldn't be your husband. And driving a Mercedes? Xiaoli's face changed slightly. Her girlfriends have told her many times that when her husband comes home and doesn't eat, he's out there eating his fill. All the ammo he has, all consumed on those little goblins out there. Her husband hadn't touched her in 2 months. It's very counterintuitive. And then connecting it to what Chang Yuan said, Xiaoli just couldn't help herself. Big brother, get it straight. What else is around him? Chang Yuan had been a boss and knew how to hold a person's heart. If she had been told all, she would only have been angry. Whereas if she had been told half, she would have freaked out, magnified her suspicions indefinitely, and finally tended to madness. Chang Yuan waved his hand and said, I really have to go. My daughter is still waiting for me to go home. Under normal circumstances, Chang Yuan would finish his work by 4 in the afternoon and then pick up his daughter and take her home. And today, he could only beg for his sister-in-law. No, it should be former sister-in-law Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi is in her senior year of college and is currently out on an internship, sharing a room with her best girlfriend, Wang Ting. After going downstairs, Chang Yuan drove in the direction of Xinghua Kindergarten. He plans to rent a house near Xinghua Kindergarten to make it easier to pick up and drop off his daughter at kindergarten. Chang Yuan's luck was pretty good. Normally at this point, the agency would have long since gotten off work. Instead, he had no trouble finding an agency with the lights on. Chang Yuan had just parked his car when his cell phone suddenly rang. A WeChat video call from Lin Ruoshi. Chang Yuan got a little nervous. Ruoshi rarely made video calls to him. It couldn't be that something was wrong with Lele, could it? Chang Yuan hurriedly picked up the phone. A little girl with a pillboxed head popped up on the other end of the phone. The little girl has red lips and white teeth. Her eyes are big. Her nose is small. and her skin is very delicate. It is simply a scaled-down cartoon version of Chung Yuan. Seeing this familiar little face, Chung Yuan's day's labor was swept away. During the time after the bankruptcy, Chung Yuan had many extreme thoughts. If there was no Lele, the little pistachio, perhaps he'd have stood on the rooftop long ago. He's been able to hold on this long because of the strength his daughter has given him. That's why he'd rather not have a house than a daughter. Joy's grandmotherly voice came through. Dad, Auntie has already made dinner. When are you and Mom coming over? Chung Yuan's heart stuttered. Divorce is fine for adults, but for children, it's just cruel. A day's a day. Mom and Dad are working late, so Lele will eat with Auntie. Daddy lied. Daddy's not a good boy. Mommy doesn't want Joy. Buzz off. Chang Yuan's head exploded. Joy, don't talk nonsense. How could your mom not want you? Dad, don't lie to me. I've already taken the divorce papers written by Mom to my sister-in-law. Mom just doesn't want me anymore. Bad mommy. Lele doesn't want her either. Lele only wants daddy and sister-in-law. Swish. Chang Yuan's eyes reddened. His daughter knew how to make his heart ache. Lele, don't worry. Even without mommy, daddy will let you grow up happy and joyful. Lele nodded vigorously, her big happy eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Daddy, Joy has a great idea. Why don't you find me a stepmother? An auntie like that would be good. Chapter 5, You too. Who's cheating on me? Lele's words belonged to childish talk, but Chung Yuan was visibly frozen for a moment. Lin Ruoxi was completely different from her sister Lin Ruoyu. After his bankruptcy, there was no change in his attitude towards him, and even became a little more enthusiastic and attentive. Come over to visit Lele for 3 days. Chung Yuan could not control the appearance of Lin Ruoxi's pretty face in his mind. Lin Ruoxi is much better looking than Lin Ruoyu, and a purely vegan face can kill a made-up Lin Ruoyu. The kind of skin that is so tender you can squeeze water out of it. You can't find any signs of pimples or acne on your face. It's all full of collagen. I wonder who is so lucky to marry Lin Ruoxi in the future. Chung Yuan pretended to reprimand. Lele, you can't talk nonsense. Auntie is a sister-in-law. How can she be a mom to you? Lin Ruoxi next to Lele's eyes dimmed. She was born in the countryside and her family has always been very poor. It was only after Chung Yuan and Lin Ruoyu got married that the family situation improved somewhat. It was Chung Yuan who voted down her family's decision to let her go down to school to work in the farm, so she was able to go to high school, and ultimately to college. A life-changing experience. Otherwise, she would be just like those little ones in the village, unable to escape the fate of facing the yellow soil for the rest of her life. Lin Ruoxi had always treated Chung Yuan as her benefactor, as the light in her life, always looking up to him in silence and worshipping him. However, Chang Yuan was her brother-in-law, and Lin Ruoxi had always been careful to abide by her duty and keep her distance from Chung Yuan. She knew how much this face of hers could kill a man. Since middle school, the inside of her desk has been stuffed with love letters. But now my brother-in-law has divorced my sister-in-law. Why won't my brother-in-law consider her yet? Lin Ruoxi gathered her courage and said, Brother-in-law, the child can't be without a mother. Until you have a suitable match, I can be Lele's mother. This, Chang Yuan subconsciously swallowed. He couldn't answer this and could only change the topic. Lele, have you finished your homework? Let your sister-in-law give you some tutoring. Joy flattened her mouth unhappily. Bad daddy. I'm only in kindergarten. Where's the homework? So what did you learn in kindergarten today? Tell auntie about it. Humph. Ignore you. Bad daddy. Lele hung up the video call, and Chung Yuan was finally slightly relieved. Lin Ruoxi on the other end of the phone sighed leisurely. What a great opportunity that had just been. If only she'd put some more power into it, she might have taken her brother-in-law down. Unfortunately, her skin was still too thin. When can I get my brother-in-law? The white moon? In fact, from the first day Chung Yuan came to her door, Lin Ruoxi was a bit springy. It wasn't Lin Ruoxi's fault. At the time, the ones she came into contact with around her were all furry children who went to school together, and compared to Chung Yuan, who had come down from the city, they were really far from each other. Chung Yuan dispelled those chaotic thoughts inside his head and walked quickly into the agency. There were only 2 people left inside the agency, both girls. One of them, wearing delicate makeup and overalls of upscale fabrics, was sitting in front of a computer, crackling and typing. The other, wearing large black-rimmed glasses and overalls of very plain material, was cleaning. Chang Yuan has been a boss. Hit the eye a world can see. The first girl should be the backbone of the business or business elite. Hands should have a lot of listings. And the girl who cleaned up should be a receptionist or intern. Chang Yuan walked straight to the first girl and learned that her name was Lele through the work tag pinned to her chest. Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice, Beauty, I want to rent a room near the red, yellow and blue kindergarten. Are there any suitable properties? Lele slightly surprised to look up. Will soon be off work, did not expect to suddenly come to the business? However, when Lele got a good look at Chung Yuan's looks, the smile on her face quickly tightened. I'm sorry, there are no listings near the red, yellow and blue kindergarten for the time being. We're about to get off work. Why don't you come back tomorrow and take a look? Chang Yuan frowned, instantly realizing that he was being despised. Beauty. I'm in a hurry. Very sincere. Price is negotiable. Lele rolled her eyes in disbelief. Didn't you hear me? I'm about to get off work. You come back tomorrow. Chung Yuan was exasperated and laughed. You don't even want money delivered to your door? I'll wander around the surrounding neighborhoods myself. I don't believe I can't find small ads for rentals. Cut. Lele disdainfully rolled her eyes. A courier. What's the point of pretending? What she's pinching in her hands are all quality listings. How much can this courier earn in a month of hustle and bustle? Definitely not willing to pay that much. The girl in the back was called Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping quickly walked up and lowered her voice and asked, Sister Li, I remember that there are 2 listings around the red, yellow and blue kindergarten. Why did you say there are no listings? Lele looked at Zhang Ping with the posture of an old-timer. Ping Ping, the red-yellow-blue kindergarten is a famous noble kindergarten in the southern part of our city. More than 5,000 a month. That man is a courier. How can he afford to spend so much money on a kindergarten for his child? Then again, those 2 housing units near the red, yellow and blue kindergarten, both high-end neighborhoods. The small set of 2 has to be rented for more than 3,000 per month. Can he afford to part with that money? We don't need to waste our breath with him. If he still comes over tomorrow, I'll see if I can find him an old broken-down listing. Zhang Ping said hesitantly. Sister Li, when the manager gave us training, he said that no matter what kind of customers, they should be treated as God. I think. Lele waved her hand with an annoyed face, not bothering to talk nonsense with Zhang Ping. If you think that delivery guy from earlier was a quality customer, I'll let you have it. You chase it out. Okay, thanks Li. Zhang Ping gave a slight nod to Lele, then quickly chased after her, just in time to see Chung Yuan pull open the door of the van. Zhang Ping was slightly stunned. Could it be that Sister Li was really right? However, Zhang Ping did not retreat, but adhered to the words of the manager's training. The customer is God. Sir, please stay. I have 2 listings over here near the red, yellow and blue kindergarten. Chung Yuan could tell that Zhang Ping was a novice and was a bit nervous about talking, and with the intention of teasing her, he added a bit of difficulty to her. Just now your colleague said that there are no listings, and on your side you said that there are listings. You too, who is cheating me? Normally, this is the time to go along with the customer's words, disparage their own colleagues, and join the customer in a crusade against their own colleagues to gain more trust from the customer. However, Zhang Ping did not say anything bad about Lele. Sir, it's like this. Each of our property consultants has different listings in their hands, and Li really doesn't have any listings near the red, yellow, and blue kindergarten. While I just happen to have 2 sets here, it's just that price-wise, it's a bit expensive. Chapter 6 Renting a Room. Chung Yuanguo glanced at Zhang Ping, not expecting that this little girl, who was obviously an intern, had such a big pattern and, moreover, was so responsive. In the future, when he was rich, he could poach her to work here. Price-wise, I don't think about it. I just think about the environment and comfort, preferably turnkey. Chang Yuan spoke with too much confidence, and Zhang Ping was obviously a bit agitated. Since the price is acceptable to you sir, I can show you the property now. Lele finished recording the customer information for the day and carried her own handbag ready to go home from work. When he walked to the door, he happened to hear the conversation between Zhang Ping and Chung Yuan. Lele disdainfully skimmed her mouth. Ping Ping was so simple that she believed this courier's bull *******. Driving such a Thai van and blowing hard on being awesome in front of a little girl can be orgasmic? Ping Ping is destined to make a trip for nothing today. Because Zhang Ping did not speak bad words just now and helped her to round up the panic, Lele felt that she should remind her, lest Zhang Ping suffer. After all, it's not very safe for a lone man or woman to go house-sitting in the middle of the night. This was one of the reasons why Lele was reluctant to give Chung Yuan her services. Ping Ping, I suggest you contact the landlord first and make an appointment to see the room together. If this big brother does have the intention to rent the room, you can talk about it on the spot and sign the contract on the spot. Zhang Ping froze slightly, apparently not realizing what Lele meant. Sister Li, the landlord of this house in the Royal Garden is abroad. The landlord of the Oriental Schoolhouse lives in the development zone, and neither of them will be able to pass through tonight. Chung Yuan understood Lele's meaning in a second. This is to worry that something will happen to the little girl. Also, he does look a bit stumped right now, so close to having a criminal label on his head. If that's not convenient, It's fine to make an appointment with the landlord tomorrow to see the house. Zhang Ping waved her hand in a hurry. No need. These two landlords have fully entrusted the house to our chain. Now go directly over to see it. No problem on my end. Sir, these two houses, one suite 2 and one suite 3. Which one do you want to see first? Chang Yuan pondered for a moment. For him and Lele alone, suite 2 is enough. However, my sister-in-law often comes over to see the kids, so it's better to reserve a room for her. Chang Yuan would never admit that he had some thoughts about his sister-in-law, all for the sake of his child. Set of 3, I think. Okay, this one in set 3 is in the royal garden. Sir, if it's convenient for you to drop me off. Convenient. Chang Yuan helped Zhang Ping pull open the car door. Zhang Ping didn't hesitate to sit on the passenger side. Lele is speechless. This Zhang Ping is drilling money eyes, right? What a nice thing to do. Good intentions don't save deserving ghosts. I'm really too lazy to care about you. In the end, Lele couldn't get past herself, stomped her foot hard, fumbled with her cell phone, and sent a message to a male co-worker. Gao Bo. Ping Ping took a courier to the royal garden to look at that house with a monthly rent of 4,000. I'm worried that she's in danger, so go over and take a look. Gao Bo was Zhang Ping's suitor, and when he saw this message, he tensed up. How can a delivery guy rent a 4,000 a month house? Besides, a lone man and woman going to look at a house in the middle of the night must have bad intentions. Okay, I'll be right there. Chang Yuan drove very fast, and in less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the royal garden. Zhang Ping often bring customers over to see the house, and the security guard at the door is very familiar with the security guard after greeting the security guard to open the lever. Led by Zhang Ping, the two of them went straight to the 6th building. The royal garden was one of the first high-end neighborhoods in the southern part of the city, and even though it's more than a decade old, it still looks a bit more upscale than the surrounding neighborhoods. The parking spaces were filled with mostly BBA series, the least of which were mid-range cars like the Passat Mate and Tesla. Chang Yuan's minivan parked here was still rather eye-catching. However, Chang Yuan had no psychological burden at all. With the divine hero system in hand, you can become a multi-millionaire by losing weight. And, based on the experience just now, the system will also release temporary missions from time to time. What's a BBA? He's going to drive $1 million plus luxury car. Soon, the two arrived at 501. Zhang Ping took out the key to open the door and skillfully turned on the light switch. Chang Yuan couldn't help but see a light before his eyes. Nice big living room. The opening is a full 6 meters. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows with a pretty good view. The overall style is supposed to be Italian light and luxurious, and the whole home looks both atmospheric and understated. All the walls are plastered with a cream-colored wood finish that looks warm and upscale. The TV wall has a simple and airy look, and the TV should be 100 square feet at eye level. Yet, it hangs just right in such a large living room. The sofa is leather motorized and there are 2 rocking chairs. Behind the sofa was a coffee table built from a single large slab, behind which was a row of top-to-top bookcases. What satisfied Chang Yuan the most was that the washers and dryers were all higher-end brands, and it was much more convenient for him, a big man, to wash his clothes. Chang Yuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the greenery of the small garden below. His mood suddenly turned very good. On the way, Zhang Ping knew Chang Yuan's name. Seeing that Chang Yuan didn't say anything for half a day, she thought that Chang Yuan disliked that the living room was a bit too big. To be honest, when she first saw this living room, she also thought that it was a bit too big and a bit of a waste of space. I really don't know what rich people think. They just like this big flat with a big living room, or a small set of 2 cozy. Brother Chang, this living room is indeed a bit too big. If you don't think it's too suitable, I'll help you find a smaller living room later. Chang Yuan gently shook his head. I love the large living room. In fact, the living room is where I spend the most time in the house, except for bedtime. Chang Yuan was completely sincere when he said that he had considered buying a house when he was in a position to have a broad hand. While looking at houses, he took an immediate liking to the large living room at Merchants Park. Unfortunately, in the end, he chose to open one more cafeteria and ended up losing everything and going into debt. If you bought a merchant's house back then, you wouldn't be in such a mess. Zhang Ping's hanging heart was finally put down and she continued to show Chang Yuan around. Brother Chang, this house has whole house central air conditioning. All the furniture and appliances are big brands, and the toilets are all smart. After one round, Chang Yuan was also more satisfied with the children's room. It's a warm pink color that Joy should like. Chang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Zhang, I trouble you to bring me to see the house so late. Hard work. I'm renting this house. Take out the contract. Ga, Zhang Ping froze. What's going on? She didn't hear right, did she? Haven't negotiated the price yet. Just rent it? Chapter 7. I don't think he looks like a courier. Zhang Ping asked with a bitter smile. Brother Chang, won't you listen to the price before you rent it? Chang Yuan then realized that he hadn't heard the price yet. But did it matter? Lose a pound in $200,000. Soon he'll have money to buy a house. Does this rent matter? How much a month? Zhang Ping bit her lip. The rent of this house. There is a lot of flexibility. The base price given by the landlord was $4,000 a month. However, her co-workers would all quote a little more. Lele would even quote $5,000. After all, this is a really nice, not often seen quality home. It's still a key school district house, so there's no worries about renting it at all. This is the most promising list after Zhang Ping joined the company, and it is a list taken from Lele's hands, so he must give Lele a little commission. After synthesizing all the factors, Zhang Ping quoted the price. Brother Chang, this house is $4,200 a month. Only $4,200? Chang Yuan gave Zhang Ping a deep look. Xiao Zhang, you are a sincere person. I'll sign this contract. In the future, if you buy or rent a house or something, I'll still look for you. Zhang Ping's pretty face was slightly hot. She asked for an extra $200, a thank you fee for Lele. However, she didn't take a penny extra for herself. I will definitely not fail Brother Chang's trust. Without saying a word, Chang Yuan picked up a signing pen and signed his name with a swish. Zhang Ping also signed her name and stamped her official seal. Chang Yuan is very painful to transfer money to Zhang Ping. Deposit 1 and pay 3, a total of 16,018. Until the money arrived, Zhang Ping's whole body was still dizzy. Chang, give me the key. Can I change the door lock? Brother Chang, the homeowner's lock is imported from Germany. I suggest, just replace the lock cylinder. $200 will do. Good. As the two spoke, there was a click and the door to the room opened. A tall, thin young man wearing professional clothes and glasses rushed in, asking with a nervous face, Pinky, are you alright? Zhang Ping was stunned. Gao Bo, why are you here? Gao Bo looked Zhang Ping up and down and realized that her clothes were intact, which was a slight relief. Gao Bo didn't answer Zhang Ping's words, and as soon as he pulled Zhang Ping behind him, he looked at Chang Yuan with an unkind gaze. Sir, what are you doing bringing a little girl to see the house at night? We're not renting this house. Please leave. Chang Yuan just shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to respond. Behind her, Zhang Ping got a bit anxious and pushed Gao Bo hard, scolding, Gao Bo, what are you doing messing around with nothing? How can you talk like that? Hurry up and apologize to Big Brother Chang. Gobble commiserated. Who am I to apologize to him? He's a courier, looking at houses with you, a little girl, in the middle of the night, and looking at this kind of high-end neighborhood. He doesn't even genuinely want to rent an apartment. He is just unsettled. Ping Ping, you are too simple and too kind. Wow. Zhang Ping slapped the lease agreement onto Gao Bo. Who told you that Big Brother Chang didn't mean to rent the house? Brother Chang has already signed the contract and has already transferred the money. You must immediately apologize to Brother Chang right away. Otherwise, I'll go to the manager tomorrow to complain about you. Signed? And pay the rent? Gao Bo's entire body was dumbfounded. However, the lease agreement and transfer records cannot be faked. Even if he didn't believe it, he could only choose to believe it. Gao Bo was speechless. Now the delivery of courier so earn money? I can't believe you can afford to rent such a nice house. Gao Bo came to Chang Yuan with a crying face. Brother Chang, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. I hope you don't take offense to me. Chang Yuan had experienced great ups and downs and suffered countless blank stares. So how could he be general with a small agent? Gently waving his hand, he said, I understand if you don't know what you're talking about. You're also worried about Xiao Zhang's safety. Thank you Brother Chang for understanding. Gao Bo bowed deeply to Chang Yuan. If Gao Bo apologized to Chang Yuan just now, he was just forced to do so. Now he was being sincere. Chang Yuan turned his head to look at Zhang Ping and said in a harmonious voice, Xiao Zhang, in the future, try not to look at houses alone with strange men at night. It's best to bring a colleague along. On the sidelines, Gobble volunteered. Pinky, call me anytime you take clients to look at houses in the evening from now on. I'm sure I'll have time. Chang Yuan was speechless, not expecting to rent an apartment and be sprinkled with dog food. Gentlemen, I'm going to get a little bit of linens and bedding and some toiletries, so why don't you walk and talk? The two of them immediately blushed in shame and hurriedly offered their farewells. Chang Yuan drove away in his own minivan. Gao Bo couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Rich people are really good at playing these days. They like to cosplay. This Chang Big Brother is definitely not a courier. Zhang Ping did not say anything. Her heart was happy. No matter what Brother Chang is doing, her first commission is considered to be taken. Go Bo, I'm going back. See you tomorrow. I'll walk you. No need. Gao Bo cheekily sent Zhang Ping back, and on his way home, he received a call from Lele. Gao Bo, how is Zhang Ping? Didn't suffer, did she? It's okay, no loss. Lily was visibly relieved. Next time something like this happens, remember to give me a peace of mind. It made me worry until now. Okay, Lee, was that courier unsettled? Is it thanks to me that you went over there to take a look? Galbo was silent for several seconds before he smiled bitterly and said, Sister Lee, this time you guessed wrong. That brother Chang didn't have any misbehavior. Moreover, he signed the contract very painfully, and paid the deposit and 3 months' rent very painfully. Ha! Lily suspected that she had misheard him and looked incredulous. Galbo, don't joke with me. A courier, willing to rent a house with a monthly rent of $5,000? Not 5,000. Pim signed with him for 4,000 too. This, Lily's whole body was bad, depressed. Even the milk tea in her hand didn't smell good. Originally, this client came over to her on her own initiative, but she pushed it hard to Zhang Ping. If she had been the one to show this client the house, she would have offered at least a price of 5,000. Premium alone for these 4 months will be $4,000, plus commission. This single 5 or 6,000 Lily exploded in frustration. Damn, is courier delivery making so much money these days? It makes me want to go courier delivery too. Sister Lee, I don't think Brother Chang looks like a courier. He should be deliberately pretending to be poor. How can a courier eat so white and fat? Hearing this, Lily became even more depressed. Yeah, the delivery guy walks all day. How can he be so fat? Not only did she miss out on a 5,000 or 6,000 commission, but she also missed out on the opportunity to meet a rich man. Since Ping Ping is fine, I'm relieved that I'm not talking to you. After hanging up the phone, Lily sent a message to Zhang Ping. Ping Ping, send Brother Chang's rental information over. I'll register it on the system for you now and implement a commission for you. Chapter 8. Lose 1 pound of weight and get a reward of 200,000 yuan. Cheng Yuan went to the nearby supermarket and made some big purchases, purchasing all the basic necessities. Although the sheets and bedding left behind by the homeowner were clean, Cheng Yuan was a little bit of a clean freak and couldn't accept someone else's used bedding. After changing all the sheets and bedding, it was already 9:30 p.m. There was a ding and the cell phone rang. It's an application to add Microsoft. Even though the other party's avatar was heavily PD, Cheng Yuan recognized her. Isn't that the real estate agent named Lele? Cheng Yuan directly X'd out the friend request. What were you doing when I was looking for you? It's too late to know that old man has money. Cheng Yuan had been busy all day and hadn't even eaten dinner yet, and his hungry stomach suddenly began to croak. During the big purchase just now, Cheng Yuan noticed that the fast food restaurant across the neighborhood was open. Cheng Yuan went downstairs and went to a fast food restaurant, ready to have a good meal to treat himself and celebrate the divorce jumping out of the fire pit. After finding a good seat and sitting down, Cheng Yuan suddenly remembered that he still had a weight loss mission. Cheng Yuan snuffed out the idea of a big meal and ordered a corn, a tea egg, and a serving of mashed potatoes. Quality carbs plus quality protein. A great match for weight loss. Cheng Yuan is such a big physique. Ordering such a small amount of food is really a bit eye-catching. Plus it was that time of the day. Fast food restaurants were closing and there weren't many customers left. A couple of waitresses got together and whispered, "Look at that delivery guy. Such a big guy. Just ordered so many things. It seems that delivery is not making much money. General delivery courier walking more. Are thinner. How can he be so fat? A look is lazy all day. A day to send not a few single. No wonder the food are not willing to spend money." When the store manager heard the comments of a few waiters, his face sank and he scolded in a low voice. "Are you guys just being idle? Who told you that you can judge the customers?" A few waiters hurriedly shut their mouths, while the store manager twisted his head to look at Cheng Yuan. After seeing Cheng Yuan's face clearly, the store manager's face changed slightly. Her eyes instantly turned red, and crystalline teardrops kept swirling in her eyes. The store manager hesitated for a moment and took a curry chicken leg rice, came to Cheng Yuan and gently placed it on the table. Cheng Yuan was stunned. There were many empty seats next to him. Why was this person sitting opposite him? And the worst part is that this person is eating his favorite food, curry chicken leg rice. Isn't this an intentional gluttony? God knows. How much of a blast is a sizzling chicken drumstick for someone on a diet? Cheng Yuan raised his head and looked at the visitor with an unkind gaze, and after seeing the other party's looks clearly, the frost on his face instantly disappeared and was covered with a bright smile. Li Ying? What a coincidence. Li Ying is a Sichuan girl who dropped out of junior high school and followed her relatives to work on Qingdao. However, each of her jobs lasted less than 3 months. Because of her particularly delicate looks, fair skin and very watery, her bosses and leaders, without exception, had harassed her. It wasn't until after they arrived at Cheng Yuan's cafeteria that they were able to stand their ground. 3 years at a time. From being a waitress, he worked his way up to store manager. During these 3 years, Li Ying fell deeply in love with the sassy boss. However, she was introverted, and in the end, the boss was taken down by her good sister Lin Ruoyu. Since then, Li Ying buried her feelings for Chang Yuan deeply. Li Ying was the last employee Chang Yuan terminated. That day, Li Ying cried her eyes out and said that she didn't want to be paid to help Chang Yuan continue to watch the store. Li Ying looked at Chang Yuan in a daze and choked. "Boss." Chang Yuan hurriedly stopped her. "Li Ying, I'm not a boss anymore for a long time. I'm a deliveryman now." Li Ying couldn't hold back her tears and shook her head vigorously. "No, boss, you'll always be my boss. I believe that you will definitely have your day to rise again. As long as you give me the word, I won't frown on you." Chang Yuan laughed. "You're talking like a gangster." Li Ying broke into a smile and pushed the curry chicken leg rice in front of Chang Yuan. "Boss, delivery is weirdly tiring. You can't eat that bit. This is your favorite curry chicken leg rice. Count it as my treat." Chang Yuan raised his tiger face in feigned anger. "Li Ying, do you take me as someone who can't afford to eat?" "Not." Li Ying panicked and waved his hand, trying to explain. Chang Yuan laughed. "Don't be nervous, just teasing you. I'm on a diet. I've only been eating a little bit of quality carbs for dinner lately." "Losing weight?" "Ha!" Li Ying's eyes lit up, and she couldn't control the scene in her mind. The first time she met her boss, the owner at the time was not fat at all. Very well built, handsome and jaded. Li Ying even had a thought that if the previous bosses and leaders, half as handsome as Chang Yuan, it is not likely that she also from the store manager. "Today's turnover has been calculated, and I need you to come over and confirm it." Li Ying could only look at Chang Yuan with an apologetic gaze. "Boss, I'll go over there." When Li Ying finished confirming today's turnover, he realized that Chang Yuan had already left. Li Ying stared blankly at the seat Chang Yuan had just sat in for a long time. A waiter on the side whispered, "Store manager, that fat courier just now, is he your hometown?" Li Ying shook his head gently. "Not a homie, he's my boss." "Ha, boss? Store manager, you're kidding, right? How can a courier be your boss?" Li Ying lightly glanced at the waiter. "Once the boss, but also the future boss. I'm sure he will rise again. As long as he summons, I will definitely report over there without hesitation." "Ha, so, that fat." "No, your previous boss was nice to you earlier? It's not good for me. It's good for all the staff. If I leave, do you want to come over with me?" "Of course I'll go over with you." If it wasn't for the store manager's face, I'd have done enough with the boss's wife's mouth. Li Ying felt out her cell phone and pulled up Chang Yuan's chat window, wanting to send a message to Chang Yuan to show her feelings. However, after hesitating for a while, Li Ying finally put down his cell phone. It's better to say something nice than to do something beautiful. If the boss needs it, just show up. Chang Yuan returned to the newly rented house, took a shower, and quickly fell asleep. He slept uneasily, though, because he's a big eater, and just the little bit he ate for dinner wasn't enough for him to stuff his teeth with. By midnight, Chang Yuan was woken up by hunger. Chang Yuan got out of bed, dashed to the kitchen, and opened the refrigerator. It's empty inside. Chang Yuan then realized that he was in his new home and there was no food at all inside the refrigerator. Chang Yuan sat on the sofa with a crying face, his stomach rumbling, his body a little soft and panicky from hunger, and even broke out in a weak sweat. It's hard to go hungry. Just as Chang Yuan's will almost collapsed, he was ready to go out for a snack. There was a ding. The system's voice came. Task progress billing. After a day of hard work, the host successfully lost £1 and was rewarded 200,000 yuan. Ding dong. Chang Yuan's cell phone rang. Chang Yuan grabbed his cell phone and took a look. Card number 2195 has an income, interbank transfer, of $200, 000 and a balance of $305, 335. Seeing this message, Chang Yuan instantly felt filled with power, and his entire body became excited. Seems like starving isn't so bad anymore. Chapter 9, Where the hell did I lose? Chang Yuan opened his cell phone memo and pulled up the ledger. Marking it as a ledger is just a nice touch. It's really a record of debts owed. A whole $1,080,000. Among other things, there are more than $300,000 in online loans. At this time yesterday, these debts, weighing him down, almost suffocated him. And now, that no longer bothers me. There's not enough money on hand to pay off all the loans. So let's freshen up the online loans first. Pay off those online loans that are about to be overdue or are already overdue. Soon. Chang Yuan combed through, and currently there are 150,000 online loans that are about to be overdue, or have already been overdue. The good thing is that Chang Yuan's credit has been very good, and his attitude is also very good. The other party has given some time for grace, and has not yet been reported to the credit. Chang Yuan a meal operation, paid back 170,000, that 20,000 is the interest, as well as late fees for late payment. After paying off these online loans, Chang Yuan was all relaxed. As for the rest of the debt you owe, you either borrowed it from friends and family or there's no risk of it being overdue, so you might as well wait a little longer. It's not that bad anyway. With the stimulation of this $200,000, Chang Yuan no longer had any thoughts of having a midnight snack. Instead he felt comfortable with this feeling of being vaguely a bit hungry. Chang Yuan just lay on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. Chang Yuan woke up early, simply ate some breakfast, probably a 6-minute meal, and drove to his sister-in-law's rental house. Lin Ruoshi has a long commute and needs to get up very early to go to work, and at this point, the kindergarten hasn't opened yet, so she needs Chang Yuan to go pick up Lele from kindergarten. Lin Ruoshi had already packed up Lele and was standing playfully at the entrance to the neighborhood waiting. Seeing Chang Yuan's van from a distance, Lin Ruoshi's face showed a delighted look and kept waving towards Chang Yuan. Brother-in-law, this way. Squeaky. Chang Yuan parked the car. Lin Ruoshi pulled open the side door of the van, sent Lele on board, sat in the seat behind the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, and then got out of the car and closed the door. Chang Yuan turned his head and said, Ruoshi, it's always a trouble for you to take care of Lele. I'll send you to work. It just so happens that your unit isn't very far from the kindergarten. It's only 20 minutes away. Lin Ruoshi nodded painfully. Then please brother-in-law. Lin Ruoshi hesitated for a moment, and in the end, instead of pulling open the side door, she got on the passenger side. Joy squinted her big eyes happily. Yay! Joy and Daddy are sending Auntie to work together. If only Auntie was my mom. Amount. Lin Ruoshi immediately made a big red face. However, there was some intent within her. Chang Yuan and his sister are already divorced. Chang Yuan is now single and she is no longer her brother-in-law's sister-in-law. Most importantly, Chang Yuan was her first and only crush at the time of her first love. If she could marry Chang Yuan, she should be very happy. Chang Yuan, however, sighed quietly. He was a 34-year-old greasy old man with a baby, and Lin Ruoshi is in her youth. Has never been in love? Senior student of the law department of Qingdao High University. Intern of the famous law firm in Qingdao. The future of the future is unlimited. As of now, he and Lin Ruoshi don't match. Well, now that he had the divine hero system, he should soon have the wealth to match Lin Ruoshi's. However, Lin Ruoshi was the one he had watched grow up, and in his mind, he had always treated Lin Ruoshi as a junior, as a child. For a moment, it was impossible to turn the corner, probably harboring something on his mind. Chang Yuan was silent on the way, but Lele was excited. It was the first time she had ever given her sister-in-law a ride to work, and she chattered the whole way. Chang Yuan, on the other hand, was also attracted by the laughter of the two women, and from time to time, he used the rest of his eyes to aim at the co-pilot, stealing glances at Lin Ruoshi, who was smiling and flamboyant. The non-stop trembling clothes and the shirt buttons that were almost bursting made Chang Yuan realize that Lin Ruoshi had grown up and was close to maturity. No longer the little girl who followed him around on his ass. How about trying it with Ruoshi? It took a great deal of perseverance for Chang Yuan to suppress this thought. While waiting for the traffic light, there was a BMW 530 parked in the right lane, parallel to Chang Yuan's van. The BMW guy was a very trendy guy, wearing a burgundy blazer, his hair permed and textured, and a Breguet watch on his wrist. The red light was long, over 100 seconds. The BMW man looked around in boredom as he swiped his cell phone. A hint of undisguised disdain surfaced at the corners of his mouth as his gaze fell on the van. However, after he saw Lin Ruoshi sitting on the passenger side of the van, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Somewhat incredulously, he rubbed his eyes. Dest. He wasn't wrong. The passenger side of the van turned out to be filled with a foully beautiful woman. The BMW man looked at the BMW logo on the steering wheel, then looked at the broken bread next to him, and the whole thing went bad. The BMW man opened Jitterbug, took a picture of the broken van and the foully beautiful Lin Ruoshi, then took a picture of the logo on the steering wheel of the BMW, and casually edited a dynamic. What am I losing at? Chang Yuan and Lin Ruoshi didn't know that they had already been on someone else's Shake Shack, and likewise didn't know that they were about to be on fire. At 8:25, 5 minutes away from the clocking in time, Chang Yuan smoothly arrived at the Tiancheng law firm. Tiancheng law firm is the largest law firm in Qingdao at present, and in the whole of Xia. It can also be ranked in the top 10 ranks. Located in the most prosperous Hong Kong Middle Road in Qingdao, diagonally opposite to the city government, the office building of Forte Plaza. The whole 16 floors are subordinate to Tiancheng law firm. Those who enter and leave Fortian Plaza are all elites, with exquisite dress including makeup. Lin Ruoshi's image and temperament could fit in perfectly here. Chang Yuan's van, on the other hand, was a bit of an eyesore. Many passing white-collar workers looked at Chung Yuan's van with a strange look. Is the delivery of courier so voluminous? Is it so early in the morning to start delivering? Squeak! A Honda Accord was parked next to the van. The car came down with a beautiful woman wearing an OL uniform with exquisite makeup and a delicate figure. The beautiful woman swept the van with a disgusted gaze, deliberately avoided a few steps, and covered her nose with her hand, as if she got closer, she would be smoked by this van. Suddenly, the beauty stopped in her tracks as she saw Lin Ruoshi getting out of the van. A mocking look emerged on the beauty's face. Lin Ruoshi came to work in a broken bread? This beauty is called Hao Dang Tian, a colleague of Lin Ruoshi and a junior partner of Tiancheng law firm. Hao Sweetheart is very ambitious and wants to climb up to the director of the law firm and become the boss's wife of the firm. Or at the very least, let the director help her get promoted to a senior partner. However, Hao Sweetness gradually realized that the director seemed to be more interested in Lin Ruoshi, always intentionally or unintentionally hanging around next to Lin Ruoshi, giving Lin Ruoshi pointers on her work. This made Hao Sweetness very unhappy, often looking for trouble with Lin Ruoshi, explicitly and secretly yin and yang Lin Ruoshi. Now, having found a chance to mock and suppress Lin Ruoshi, how could Hao Sweetie let it go? Lin Ruoshi, why are you sitting in a broken bread? Is it embarrassing? Chapter 10, The Guilt of the Godhawk. Lin Ruoshi's face was cold. This Hao Tian. It was like digging up her family's ancestral tomb, looking for trouble every day. What's it to you what I write in? Hao Sweetie snorted coldly and said, it doesn't matter if you disgrace yourself. You've disgraced the face of Tiancheng law firm. Lin Ruoshi was unmoved. I don't steal. I don't rob. What's the shame in taking a van to work? Is there a rule in the Tiancheng law? No riding in a van to work? Tiancheng law firm of course did not have such a rule. Hao Sweetness no longer dwelled on this issue, turning her head to look at Chung Yuan sitting in the van, disdainfully skimming her lips. Lin Ruoshi, what kind of vision do you have? There are so many elite lawyers in the law firm chasing after you, and you're not even impressed. So you like this poor, fat, greasy guy? After saying that, Hao Tian was like a small hen that had won a fight, proudly holding her neck and walking towards the door of the office building in triumph. Lin Ruoshi was shivering with anger. It was fine for Hao Shengtian to target her, but Hao Shengtian couldn't look down on her brother-in-law. Her brother-in-law, the best man in her heart. It's her big hero, her eternal white moon. It was clear that Lin Ruoshi was furious, but she turned her head and looked at Chung Yuan with a comforting gaze. Brother-in-law, don't listen to Hao Sweetie's nonsense. She's always been so unqualified. She must have eaten xiang this morning for her mouth to be so stinky. Lin Ruoshi cared so much about his feelings. Cheng Yuan was touched and a little self-conscious. Regardless of Hao Xingtian's quality, it was indeed him who had disgraced Lin Ruoshi today. Some other day, he would help Lin Ruoshi get all her face and face back. There was a ding. The system's voice rang out. Cheng Yuan's eyes lit up. What a system to give. And what assignment was given? Trigger random quest, The Guilt of God's Magnificence. As a qualified godly man, how can you let your female companion be despised because of material things? Task, by Lin Ruoshi, a car that crushes Honda Accord. Time frame of the mandate, 1 week. Mission reward, 5 times cash back for completing the mission within the deadline. 1 day overdue for not completing the mission within the deadline increases the debt by 1 million. Cheng Yuan's head was as big as a bucket. Nima, is the dog system so dark that it's going back to liberation? It seems that weight loss must be taken seriously. Be sure to lose at least 3 pounds in 1 week. That way, he'd have the money to buy Lin Ruoshi a BBA series that could easily crush Hao Sweet's Honda Accord. I'll drop Lele off at kindergarten in a few minutes, and then I'll get a gym card. And this week, I'll eat and live at the gym. Chung Yuan raised his hand, habitually wanting to rub Lin Ruoshi's head. However, his big hand stopped in midair somewhat awkwardly. Lin Ruoshi was angry now, her chest heaving together. Chung Yuan had to face this problem head-on. Lin Ruoshi wasn't that dry little stick anymore. She was ripe for the picking now. Ruoshi, don't worry. How could brother-in-law be struck by an unqualified woman? Brother-in-law will definitely work hard to earn money and buy you a luxury car. Crush her Honda Accord. Lin Ruoshi thought that Chung Yuan was just trying to show off with his mouth to get back his face and nodded cooperatively. I believe brother-in-law. It can be done. I'm waiting for brother-in-law to buy me a car. Yell. I'm waiting for you to buy me a car. After seeing Lin Ruoshi enter Futai Mansion, Cheng Yuan drove straight to red, yellow and blue kindergarten. The red, yellow and blue kindergarten is relatively close to the Forte building, only 20 minutes away. While waiting for the traffic light, Cheng Yuan sent a text message to Lele's homeroom teacher, Ms. Huang. It's a little earlier today. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Is the kindergarten open? It's open. There are some kids having breakfast at the nursery. It opens at 8. Cheng Yuan was stunned. He could still have breakfast at the kindergarten? Ms. Huang, can Lele eat breakfast in kindergarten from now on? Yes, just make up the cost of breakfast. $30 a meal. 30 a meal? Red and yellow blue was worthy of being an expensive kindergarten. And having a breakfast is so expensive. But now, Chang Yuan's system is added. And surprisingly, he thinks it's quite cheap. Okay, I'll pay for the meal. And from now on Lele will eat at the kindergarten. Yes, just transfer the money directly by WeChat. After transferring the money, Chang Yuan was slightly relieved. It was really a bit difficult to let him, a big old man, make breakfast for Lele. It's not healthy to go out all day, and being able to eat at the nursery saves him a lot of work. 20 minutes later, Chang Yuan arrived at the red, yellow and blue kindergarten, because he had greeted them in advance. Mr. Huang stood at the entrance of the school early and waited. After seeing Chang Yuan's van, Ms. Huang didn't show her contempt. She knew that Chang Yuan was broke and was now a courier. Mr. Huang even admired Chang Yuan a bit for relying on this meager income from running couriers and insisting on sending his daughter to an aristocratic kindergarten. It is evident that this Mr. Chang is a good man who cares for his family and loves his daughter. Ms. Huang's name is Nana Huang, and she is the garden flower of the red, yellow and blue kindergarten. Many of the male parents fell in love with her at first sight, often messaging her at night about topics other than their children. Only Chang Yuan never sent her a message at night, and the only times he did, it was because of the child. Nana Huang had a pretty good impression of Chang Yuan. After Chang Yuan left, Nana Huang led Lele into the kindergarten and asked with interest, Lele, why are you so early today? Isn't your mom usually the one who comes to drop you off? Lele's gaze dimmed, and her beautiful big eyes were instantly covered in water. Mr. Huang, Lele doesn't have a mother. No more mommy? Joy's words were unclear, plus she shed a tear. Nana Huang took it for granted that Lele's mom should have had an accident or died of an illness. Huang Nana squatted down and very gently wiped away Lele's tears, then gently held Lele in her arms and softly consoled. Lele, you're a strong little girl. Don't be afraid. You still have your father, your teacher, and so many good friends in kindergarten. Happy hugged Nana Huang hard, feeling a strong sense of security. Teacher Huang, Auntie doesn't want to be Lele's mom. How about you be Lele's mom? Chang Yuan, who had already walked away, suddenly sneezed greatly. Who was chanting behind his back? If he knew that his precious daughter wanted garden flower to be his wife, he would have blushed in his old face. Lele is really a good daughter who is filial to her father. Nana Huang was made to cry and laugh by Lele, although she admired Chang Yuan for being a good and responsible man. However, she is very concerned about the eyes. Chang Yuan is very good looking, just too fat. She cannot accept fat people. Besides, she's currently trying to prepare for the civil service exams, and her ambition is to go into politics, so she doesn't have the heart for a relationship at all. However, in order not to upset Lele, Nana Huang told a kind lie. When Lele grows up, your teacher will be your mom, okay? Joy nodded vigorously. Okay, Mr. Huang. From now on, Lele is going to eat a lot of food, and grow up fast. Chapter 11. Are you following me? Half an hour later, Chang Yuan arrived at the Hilton Hotel. The Hilton Hotel, an old five-star hotel, was frequented by socialites as well as the working elite. Chang Yuan's van was out of place with the luxury cars inside the parking lot. However, his expression was frankly confident. Soon, he'll have his own luxury car, too. There's no need to be envious. He didn't come to the Hilton for a place to stay or to eat. He came to work out. On the ground and second floors of the Hilton, there is a gym with good reviews. Chang Yuan came over through the Hilton Gym's Shakeology promotional video. He chose the Hilton Gym because it was high-end enough to fit his status as a godly man. He definitely wasn't lusting after the face and body of those fitness stars. Among them, there are two fitness stars that Chang Yuan is more interested in. One is called Shin Man Man and the other is called Lu Shiqi. Both of them are of similar stature, with Shin Man Man's face value slightly inferior to Lu Shiqi's. However, Chang Yuan was a little more interested in Shin Manwan, because judging from the videos posted on the Shake Shack, Shin Manwan is Thai enough to let loose, and generally wears some rather revealing workout clothes. Lu Shiqi, on the other hand, is all dressed in more conservative workout clothes and has a lone, somewhat cold, ascetic face. Chang Yuan divorced yesterday to rent a room. Our busy dizzy forgot to give himself a few lines, wearing a courier's uniform towards the hotel lobby. He didn't think he had a problem. The customer was God. He could wear whatever he liked. The Hilton Hotel's doorman was of high quality and didn't belittle Chang Yuan just because he was a courier, bowing slightly to him. Welcome to the Hilton Hotel. Chang Yuan nodded slightly at him and walked faithfully into the hotel lobby. The lobby manager, as enthusiastic as the doorman, greeted him quickly and asked in a harmonious voice, "Sir, welcome to the Hilton. Are you staying or eating?" Cheng Yuan harmonized, "I'll work out." Fitness? The lobby manager was stunned, but he did not question it and raised his hand in the direction of the elevator and guided it vaguely. "Sir, the gym is on the first and second basement levels." Cheng Yuan nodded slightly to the lobby manager and walked faithfully towards the elevator room. Until this moment, Cheng Yuan was in a good mood and was satisfied with the service of the five-star hotel. Cheng Yuan quietly waited for the elevator in the elevator room. A discordant voice came from the side. "Cheng Yuan? You're really a piece of cowhide that can't be shaken off. How dare you follow me to the Hilton? We're already divorced. Please stay away from me." Cheng Yuan was stunned and subconsciously turned his head to look. Lin Ruoyu was holding Jing Pengfei's arm, looking at him with a disgusted expression. Cheng Yuan did not expect to come to the health of a body can run into his ex-wife. Especially did not expect is that his ex-wife just and he received a divorce certificate. Cannot wait to open the room with others. This broken shoe of hers is also great. With a bandage on her head. Not afraid of a brain hemorrhage? Could you please look in the mirror and where do you get your confidence? I'm here to work out. Fitness? Lin Ruoyu bristled with disdain. Cheng Yuan, it's not that I'm looking down on you. A stinky courier. You have money to work out at the Hilton gym? Do you know how much an annual card for the Hilton gym costs? $58.88 apiece? Can you make that on a month's salary? Cheng Yuan indifferently swept a glance at Lin Ruoyu. It's none of your business if it's enough or not. We got divorced a long time ago. Please don't talk to me when you run into each other in the future. It's a waste of breath. There was a ding and the elevator opened. Cheng Yuan walked into the elevator and couldn't wait to press the close button, not wanting to see more of Lin Ruoyu's mean face. Lin Ruoyu was so angry. This poor guy, he must have been stalking her and got caught but didn't admit it. She'd like to see if the poor guy could spare a gym card. Lin Ruoyu took out her cell phone and dialed Shen Manwan's number. Lin Ruoyu was the first member brought by Shen Manwan, when Lin Ruoyu followed Shen Manwan to do postpartum recovery training. Later, the two grew to be good friends. The phone was quickly connected, and Shen Manwan's very enthusiastic voice came. "Sister Ruoyu, what's the matter with calling me? You have time to come over and work out? I've just started. How can I be free? When I'm on my feet and have time to spare, I'll definitely buy lessons from you." So what did Sister Ruoyu want to see me about? Have a friend to introduce to me? Lin Ruoyu was very speechless. Just in Shen Manwan know when. How simple a girl this is only a few years has become so mercenary. No, Manwan. I just ran into my ex-husband in the hotel lobby, and the poor guy was blowing me off about being awesome and going down to the gym. You keep an eye on him for me. In a while, I have to humiliate him properly. That's the ex-husband who broke up the delivery service. Ha, right, okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. Gym lounge area on the negative floor. Shen Manwan hung up the phone, quickly walked towards the front desk, and said with a smile, "Lingling, I don't want to receive the next casual customer, so you can directly let him go to Lu Shiqi." "Ha? Why? Man, you have to think carefully. Our Hilton gym is relatively high-end. The price is not too affordable. The number of casual customers a day is limited. We have a good relationship, so I gave you the front of the queue. If I put you in the back, I might not be able to receive any casual customers today." Shen Manwan attached herself to Wan Ling's side and whispered, Ling, I just got the news that the next casual customer is a courier. Do you think he'll be willing to run a card?" A look of understanding appeared on Wan Ling's face. So Man is digging a hole for Lu Shiqi. Ha! It was an open secret inside the gym that Shen Manwan and Lu Shiqi had a conflict. There was a big client inside Shen Manwan's fish pond that had been with her for 2 years. During this period, the big customer to Shen Manwan spent nearly $200,000. Shen Manwan just eat a few times with him, at most pulling a small hand. And then it is the normal physical contact in the fitness class. The big client was gradually losing patience with being hung up on and just last month bought Shiki Lu's class. Normally, to avoid suspicion, fitness instructors don't usually pick up members from other co-workers. However, Lu Shiqi doesn't care about that. As long as someone buys a lesson, she teaches it. Of course, Lu Shiqi was even more ruthless than Shen Manwan, even going out to eat with the members. In fact, Wan Ling is also a little tired of Lu Shiqi. All day long a look of ice and jade, pretend to whom to see okay, Maven, don't worry, I'll make sure it's arranged properly, but it will require you to go and hide in the lounge for a while. Good. Shen Manwan gave an okay gesture and quickly approached the lounge, peering through the window of the lounge towards the outside. Soon, Cheng Yuan's rounded body appeared in her vision. Shen Manwan couldn't help but feel a wave of revulsion. Back then, when she first met Cheng Yuan, she envied Lin Ruoyu for finding a good husband. Now, it's really stomach-churning. No wonder Sister Ruoyu wants to divorce him. For a greasy male deadweight like that, she would have kicked it in the face if she were in her place. Chapter 12, Buying Classes. Wan Ling glanced vaguely in the direction of the lounge with the rest of her eyes. Man's intel was pretty accurate. This casual visitor was indeed a courier. Wan Ling was disdainful in her heart. However, she didn't show any traces of it, and a bright and incomparable smile filled her small face. Hello sir, are you a member of our Hilton gym? Chang Yuan gently shook his head. No, I came over to take a casual look. If it's suitable, I'll get a card. Yes, sir, just a moment. My colleague will show you around our store later. Is that okay? Could be. Chang Yuan gently nodded his head, then said quite frankly, I've swiped to your store's Jitterbug number. I wonder if Shin Manhwa is free. Man? Wan Ling could barely contain her emotions and rolled up her eyes. Please, my friend, take a look at your image quality and then weigh yourself. Is manhwa something you, a courier, can think about? There was a principal of a training organization who was trolled by manhwa for 2 whole years. It's better to save it for the likes of you. Of course, Wan Ling despised Chang Yuan in her heart, but she wouldn't show it on her face. Sir, Manhwa has a class right now. It's not very convenient. How about letting Shiki receive you? It's not convenient for Shin Man? Kind of a shame. That Lu Shichi was also good. After all, Lu Shichi was a bit prettier than Shin Manhwa purely in terms of face value. It's just that Lu Shichi is a bit cold, like an iceberg goddess. Not too touchy-feely. However, he was a customer, a god, so there was no reason for Lu Shichi to throw her face at him, right? Chang Yuan nodded. Yes. Wan Ling grabbed the walkie-talkie and tuned it to Lu Shiki's band. Shiki, we have a guest. Please come and show him around. Lu Shichi was stunned. Her reception order was rather backward, and she usually didn't get her turn until after 10 o'clock. Is it so early today? Looks like we have a lot of customers today. Without thinking much about it, Lu Shichi simply cleaned up and walked quickly to the front desk. Psyche, that's the gentleman. Please take it. Lu Shichi twisted her head to survey Chang Yuan. Seeing Chang Yuan wearing a courier uniform, her heart could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seems that today's billing is hopeless. However, Lu Shichi's professionalism was overpowering and she politely nodded to Chang Yuan. Hello sir, my name is Shiki Lu, Hilton's fitness instructor. Below, let me show you a brief tour of our gym. As Lu Shichi sized up Chang Yuan was also sizing her up. Lu Shichi is even more beautiful and stunning than she was on the video. She was wearing dark gray slim yoga training pants, her legs straight and long, her honeyed ass wrapped tightly. A slight flutter accompanied her walk. She was wearing an orange athletic training chambray on top. The chambray shirt was short and wrapped rather tightly around the top, so that you could barely see any whites or grooves. However, the bottom does reveal a belly that boasts a waistline. What amazed Chang Yuan the most was her long navel. It was practically sucking away Chang Yuan's soul. Her hair was coiled up for ease of movement, tied with a bright yellow band, and a few strands of bangs were pulled loose on either side of her cheeks in a youthful manner. Exquisite features, as if God carved out the general, pure face can easily kill the makeup Lin Ruoyu. Obviously, her face had a lifeless expression, but Chang Yuan's little heart was beating slightly. Isn't that what that girl looked like when she was in school and everyone loved her? At this moment, Chang Yuan's small inner regret disappeared and turned into an incomparable leap. Of course, Chang Yuan was still able to stay calm. After all, he had experienced great ups and downs, and his mind was stable. Yes, with pleasure. What is your name? Sir? Chang Yuan. Mr. Chang. Most of the functional areas of our gym are on the negative floor, which are the dynamic cycling area, yoga area, equipment area, combat area, etc. And the negative second floor is the swimming pool, which has a total of 3 pools of different sizes, with different depths and temperatures. Lu Shichi went straight to the point after leading Chang Yuan around. Mr. Chang, that's basically what's happening in our gym. I wonder if you're interested in becoming our member. Chang Yuan replied truthfully. Shichi, in fact, I came to the gym with the main purpose of losing weight. If you can help me lose weight, I'll get a card. Lu Shichi's eyes lit up. Originally she didn't have much hope. The reason why she patiently showed Chang Yuan around and explained to him was simply because of her professionalism. She really didn't expect that Chang Yuan would actually have the intention of running a card. If this were Shen Manhwa, she would have tried to coax Chang Yuan to get the gym card and get the commission in hand. As to whether Chang Yuan would be guided to lose weight later, it depended on whether Chang Yuan would buy her private lessons or not. However, Lu Shichi didn't do so, but replied truthfully. Mr. Chang, if you want me to help you lose weight, you need to buy my private lessons. If you don't buy the private lessons, you can only wait until I've finished taking the members who bought the lessons, and when I have time, I can find the time to guide you. Shang Yuan asked with a smile. If I buy private lessons, will I definitely succeed in losing weight? Lu Shiki still answered truthfully. Mr. Shang, losing weight is a matter of perseverance. I will develop a scientific training plan for you, and I will also provide you with scientific recipes. If you can seriously follow the training program I have set up and can eat fitness meals strictly according to the recipes I provide, you can definitely lose weight. If you can't hold out, then I'm afraid. Chang Yuan grinned. There's nothing else I'm good at as a person. I'm just resilient and persistent. My only concern is that it would require me to go hungry, and starving is not very pleasant. Lu Shiji looked at Chang Yuan confidently. Mr. Shang, don't worry, we are scientific weight loss. Absolutely not the kind of starvation thin. Lose weight at the same time. I will also help you shape up and build muscle. Chang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Good then. I'll buy your class. Lu Shiki was ecstatic. Just buy it? Haven't even asked the price of the private lessons yet. Lu Shichi reminded. Mr. Shang, I'm the fitness star of our store. My classes are more expensive. 500 a session. How much are you going to buy? 500 a section? That is indeed more expensive. However, as opposed to losing a pound and being rewarded with $200,000, that's a lot of money. It's nothing. The key thing is that there is no need to starve. That starvation last night was something I really didn't want to experience a second time. 500 a section is fine. You do the math and figure out roughly how much energy it will take to see significant results. Lu Shichi's pupils flickered slightly. She was eager to report more numbers because the more classes she had, the more her commission would be. However, Lu Shichi eventually quoted a very conservative figure. To walk through the entire training system, it would take about 20 lessons for a member with some basic training. I suggest that Mr. Chang buy 10 lessons to test it out first, and if there are noticeable results, then he can add 10 more lessons at that time. Chang Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, don't bother, just buy 20 lessons. Chapter 13, The Return of the Divine Magnificent. Buy 20 lessons straight away? That's $10,000. Add in the 5,888 card opening fee and you're very close to $100,000 in total sales for the month. There's a good chance that she'll overtake Shin Manhwa and become this month's sales champion. Come on, Lucy. Lu Shichi forced down her excitement and said in as calm a tone as possible, Mr. Shang, please follow me to the front desk to open the card. Chang Yuan nodded and followed Lu Shichi towards the front desk. The other side. After Lu Shichi took Chang Yuan away, Shin Manhwa came out of the lounge and went to the front desk. She wanted to witness with her own eyes Lu Shichi's lost look after working for nothing. Lu Shichi was brushing her jitterbugs when Wan Ling, who was on the side, nudged her arm. Sister Manguin, they're coming out. Shin Manhwa's eyes lit up and looked at Chang Yuan and Shin Manhwa not far away with interest. Ling Ling, do you think that courier big brother will open the card? Open the hell up. How much does he make a month? Our annual card is 5,888, so I guess we're scared to death. Shin Manhwa was secretly happy in her heart. However, she deliberately retorted. Ling Ling, words can't be said so absolutely. If he doesn't run a card, why did he come to our Hilton to waste his time? Wan Ling gently shook her head and said, Man, I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. This courier is an old colorful batch. He was attracted by our store's Jitterbug marketing number. His goal was clear. He was looking for you as soon as he came over. Being targeted by this kind of poor, greasy man. You'd better be careful. Shen Manhwa was a bit nervous. Back then, she and Chang Yuan had a one-sided relationship. I didn't expect that. After so many years, Chang Yuan was still secretly thinking about her? It does seem a little dangerous. Thanks for the reminder, Ling. I'll be careful. While the two women were talking, Lu Shichi and Chang Yuan walked to the front desk, and Shen Manhwa glanced at Chang Yuan with a wary gaze before looking at Lu Shichi with a teasing gaze. Shiki, I see you're still in a good mood. Is Mr. Chang going to open the card? Lu Shiki smiled slightly. Yes, Mr. Chang is planning to open an annual card. Ling Ling, please help with that. Ga, Shen Manhwa and Wan Ling froze, looking at Chang Yuan with an unbelievable expression. That's not what the script says. Shouldn't this courier brother, after having had his fill of eyes and hands, escape by delivering a courier? Is he really going to get an annual pass? Wan Ling was a little better, just a little surprised and amazed. Shen Manhwa, on the other hand, was not well throughout. According to Wan Ling, the courier brother was coming for him. She, on the other hand, had personally given up her prospective client to Shiki Lu. Shen Manhwa really couldn't accept the reality and asked in a deep voice, Mr. Shang, do you really want to open an annual card? Our Hilton's annual card is 5,888. Chang Yuan nodded calmly. Yes, I want to open the card. You're Shin Manhwa, right? I wanted to find you at first, but this front desk beauty said you were taking members and weren't available, so she recommended Lu Shiqi to me. Chang Yuan's words inflicted a 10,000 point blitz on Shin Manhwa, and Shin Manhwa was so distressed that she could barely breathe. Wan Ling could fool Chang Yuan, but she couldn't fool Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi probably understood what was going on. She was being used as a gun by Shin Manhwa, but she got lucky and Mr. Chang got a card and bought the class. Otherwise, Shin Manhwa would definitely laugh at her, since the other party was making underhanded moves. Lu Shiji was also not polite and mercilessly made up for it. Oh yeah, Mr. Chang didn't just want to open an annual card. He also bought 20 private lessons. 20 private lessons? That's $10,000. She and Shiki Lu are both star coaches, and the fee for leading a class is 50% of the class fee. That's $5,000 all of a sudden. When he thought about the fact that he had rushed up to give $5,000 to Lu Shiqi, Shin Manhwa was so angry that his liver hurt a little. Lu Shiqi swept Shin Manhwa a glance, then turned her head to Wan Ling. Ling, please draw up the annual card contract, as well as the contract for the 20 lesson hours, and send it to the rest area for us. Good. Lu Shiqi didn't even bother to look at Shin Manhwa and led Chang Yuan towards the rest area. Mr. Chang, something to drink? Cappuccino. Luscious hesitated. Mr. Chang, if you really want to lose weight properly, try not to drink high-calorie drinks like cappuccino. I suggest tea or lemonade. Lemonade it is then. Okay, Mr. Chang, wait a moment. Wan Ling was very efficient and came over with 2 contracts in no time. Shin Manhwa didn't know what kind of state of mind she was in and followed. Perhaps she had one less stubborn streak left in her. This dead fat greasy man, just blowing awesome. By class open card is to see the real That's $15,000 of real money. Chang Yuan briefly looked at the contract, did not find any problems, and painfully signed his name. Then calmly took out his cell phone and looked at Wan Ling. Where do I scan the code? Beautiful? Sir, this is our store's collection code. Chang Yuan swept the code very calmly. There was a drop, and a pleasant female voice came to the ears of several people. WeChat arrived at $15,888. Chang Yuan put away his cell phone, picked up the lemonade and took a shallow sip, as if, instead of spending over $15,000, I had just spent $1.50. Chang Yuan is definitely not purposely pretending in front of the girl. He is a high-end seafood buffet restaurant owner. Every day to buy tens of thousands of goods. Spend a $15,000. Truly nothing. However, this calmness and composure of his was different in the eyes of the 3 little girls. Why? They think this chubby delivery brother is kind of handsome? A little bit of big brother? Shin Manhwa's intestines were green with regret. If she had known that Chang Yuan was so powerful, she couldn't have said anything to give it to Lu Shiqi. What kind of information did Sister Ruoyu give you? Spending $15,000 on a casual basis without batting an eyelash. Is her ex-husband really broke? Even if she's really broke, there must be a small fortune that Sister Ruoyu doesn't know about. Chang Yuan's payment was so painful. Lu Shiqi's impression of him changed to be very good. It seemed that his chubby frame had gotten a little cuter. Other clients, trying to get them to buy some classes, have to keep pulling the strings. Even, some of them take advantage of the situation to move their hands. Since Mr. Chang was so painfully atmospheric, she couldn't be petty. Lu Shiqi graciously said, Ling, you fill up 24 lessons for Mr. Chang, and I'll personally gift Mr. Chang with 4 lessons. Okay, Shiqi-san. Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Lu Shiqi to gift him 4 lessons. This was $2,000. This little ninny is good. A familiar female voice dinged. As a godly man, you must conform to your own temperament. How can you take advantage of a girl? Trigger the random quest, God's magnificent return. Task, help Shiki Lu increase her commission to the highest level. Mission reward, 5 times the amount spent back. Duration of the mission, 24 hours. There is no penalty for mission failure. Chang Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Shiqi as if she was looking at a money tree. This girl is not bad. She's good looking and can pop gold coins. I must swipe a little more money on her in the future. Chapter 14. The motorcycle is so nice. While excited, Chang Yuan suddenly realized a problem. At present he did not know how Lu Shiqi's performance commission is upgraded. It was a bit abrupt to ask a question out of the blue, and there was a chance that Lu Shiqi might suspect his motives, then work out how to upshift by going sideways. Well, there's 24 hours anyway. Mr. Chang, are you going to start practicing today or tomorrow? It starts today. Lu Shiqi looked Chang Yuan's courier uniform up and down and said in a deliberate tone, Mr. Chang, I suggest you go and buy a sports suit. It's not very convenient for you to exercise in this one. Chang Yuan nodded. Any recommendations? Nike and Adi are both good. And if Mr. Chang supports domestic production. He can consider the likes of Li Ning and Anta. Okay, then I'll go get a whole set and start practicing tomorrow. Lu Shiqi hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Chang, I know a few sports brand agents. If you trust me, I'll ask them to send your sports equipment over as soon as possible, so you can go and play some billiards first, or go and ride a dynamic bike to warm up first. Chang Yuan didn't have much interest in playing billiards and said in a harmonious voice, then let's ride a motorized bicycle first. By the way, how much is the sports equipment? Anywhere from 500 a set to 5,000 a set, but, personally, I would suggest that there is no need for more than 2,000. Okay, let's have a set of 2,000 then. Friend me first and transfer you. Okay, brother Chang. Chang Yuan was so trusting, which made Lu Shiqi's heart warm up, and her address unconsciously changed. From Mr. Chang to brother Chang. His chubby body seemed to have become cute, not greasy at all, like what every girl longed to have, a chubby great white. After adding his friends, Chang Yuan transferred the money painfully and then followed Lu Shiqi to the dynamic cycling room. It's still relatively early, and there are only 3 or 2 big cats in the motion room. Seeing Lu Shiqi bring in a courier, all the members looked at Chang Yuan with curious gazes. What the hell is this courier? Next to Psyche, it's like Beauty and the Beast. In response, Chang Yuan acted frankly. Brother Chang, you've just started working out to lose weight. You don't have to push yourself too hard. Move around in your comfort zone first. Let me know in a bit when you've ridden until you're slightly sweaty. Good. Lu Shiji adjusted a more soothing piece of music, then arranged for Chang Yuan to be behind her while she straddled the lead seat. The rhythm was still stronger. Even though Lu Shiqi had switched to more soothing music, one can't help but follow the rhythm of the music. After pedaling for only 10 or so minutes, Chang Yuan was sweating slightly. Chang Yuan remembered Lu Shiqi's advice and looked up at Lu Shiqi, just about to open his mouth, but swallowed hard. This dynamic bike is just too good looking. Luscious has too good a body. Especially, Lu Shiqi accompanied the music and bent over from time to time. That perfect S-shaped curve is indescribably beautiful. One look at a non-squeaker. Chang Yuan felt like he was almost suffocating. Compared to Lu Shiqi, Lin Ruoyu's flat ass was impossible to look at. At this moment, Chang Yuan finally understood why the striped brother at the car show was looking so intently. It wasn't just Chang Yuan, but several other members were also looking straight at it. It was a feast for their eyes. Chang Yuan even forgot to talk to Lu Shiqi and just stared straight through, as if he could see through the sweatpants. Soon the 3 songs were over. For Luscious, it's just a warm-up. Chang Yuan, on the other hand, was already sweating profusely and his waist and legs were sore. Lu Shiqi finally realized that something was wrong, stopped the music, turned her head, and looked at Chang Yuan with an angry gaze. Brother Chang, didn't I tell you to talk to me after you were slightly sweating? Your whole body is already sweating through. Chang Yuan made nonsense in a serious manner. Exercise sweating feels too good, too comfortable. I forgot to tell you about it. Next time I will remember to tell you about it. Brother Chang, it's not advisable to exercise so much for your first time. It will build up lactic acid. Go to the yoga room. I'll help you relax. Good. Under the envious and jealous gazes of several other male members, Chang Yuan followed Lu Shiqi out of the dynamic cycling training room. Several male members looked at each other. Old Li, what's the situation? That courier old man bought Coach Lu's private lessons? Kind of. Or Coach Lu could have taken him to the yoga studio to relax? Are couriers so profitable now? I'd like to go for delivery too. Look at Coach Lu's attitude. This express old man bought a lot of lessons. Principal Zhuang bought 50 lessons and didn't even have this treatment. Lu Shiqi led Chang Yuan into the yoga room. It's still relatively early in the morning, and the yoga practicing fairies and young ladies are still getting their beauty sleep. The yoga room was empty. Lu Shiqi found her own piece of yoga mat and said in a harmonious voice, Brother Chang, lie down on it. I'll relax you. Chang Yuan obediently plopped down onto the yoga mat, and a fresh aroma reached his nose. The flavor, it was much more fragrant than Lin Ruoyu. Chang Yuan was almost mesmerized by the fragrance. Then Chang Yuan felt a soft little foot step on his calf, shaking rapidly. It's practically an electric mini motor and absolutely kills the effect of the fascia gun. Needless to say, Lu Shiqi's relaxation was very professional. Obviously all the movements were incomparably standard, but Chang Yuan almost stifled a grunt in comfort. Just as Chang Yuan was filled with enjoyment, the door to the yoga room was suddenly pushed open and a discordant voice rang out. Psyche, why are you in the yoga room? Isn't your yoga class on Sunday? Chang Yuan looked up and saw a man who was about 1.78 meters in height, with a slim figure and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face. As he spoke, he also deliberately wiggled his wrist, displaying the Rolex on his wrist. This person was exactly the principal Zhuan that those male members had just discussed, and the kaiju that Shin Manwen had been fishing for 2 years. Principal Zhuan's name is Zhuan Sudong, and he is the principal of a small software training institute with an annual income of almost $300,000. Chang Yuan is very knowledgeable about watches. After all, once he was also a high-income people, he bought a Rolex Green Water Ghost, but after the bankruptcy has offset the debt. Chang Yuan could tell at a glance that the other party was wearing a piece of Rolex Diary series, and it was a basic model. It retails for about $37,000. The feeling is like an Audi A8 owner seeing an Audi A3 owner. Obviously, Lu Shiqi also knew the table, and this action of the other party, instead of making her look high and mighty, she felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 15, I'll take over Shiqi's commission. A hint of well-hidden disgust flashed across Lu Shiqi's face. Principal Zhuang, isn't your class in the afternoon? I'm giving Big Brother Chang a lesson, so you can come back in the afternoon. How could Zhuang Sudong let his goddess be alone in a room with another man? He snorted and said, originally I had a meeting in the morning, but it was cancelled temporarily. So give me an extra class in the morning as well. I have a lot of classes anyway. Since Zhuang Sudong wanted to send money, Lu Shiqi had no reason to refuse. Principal Zhuang, I don't have a problem with you wanting to add classes, but Brother Chang bought a weight loss class. Do you want to lose weight too? Lose weight? The corners of Zhuang Sudong's mouth twitched slightly, and he was as thin as a skinny monkey, and he came to gain muscle. Cutting back on the chicken hair. Losing weight and gaining muscle don't conflict. It's just that the recipes are different. And it's all about practicing. Okay, then wait for a while. We'll practice together after I'm done relaxing for Big Brother Chang. During this process of talking to Lu Shiqi, Zhuang Sudong had been secretly observing Chang Yuan, and he couldn't figure out why Lu Shiqi was so enthusiastic about a courier. My friend, you look a little familiar. New member? Just opened the card today. Zhuang Sudong was very self-conscious and asked, friend, how many lessons did you buy? 20 knots. Only 20 verses? Zhuang Sudong's mind was immediately unbalanced. He bought a total of 50 sections, not to mention giving relaxation, not even pulling on the small hand. Friend, let's make a deal. After Shiqi finishes relaxing you in a while, you'll practice on your own according to the training program, and let Shiqi guide and instruct me first. Chang Yuan faintly swept a glance at Zhuang Sudong. On what grounds? Zhuang Sudong confidently said, you only bought 20 lessons. I bought 50 lessons. I have more classes. Not to catch up on the finish, you have this point of the class. When to go on all? Chang Yuan bristled. What's it got to do with me if you have a lot of classes? Of course, Chang Yuan wouldn't be so unleveled. Chang Yuan grinned. It's fine if I want me to let you charge the performance commission to the highest grade for sure Chi. I'll let you have today's class. Ahem. Zhuang Sudong almost choked. He had helped Shin Manwen flush out performance commissions before. Enough to spend more than 100,000. But Shin Manwen just accompanied him to eat a dinner. Wine is not a drop to drink. Eat and drink, turn around and go home. There is simply no next event. It was because of that incident that Zhuang Sudong turned to Lu Shiqi's side. How did he trip over the same rock twice? Zhuang Sudong said in a cold voice. Friend, it's an achievement to drive such harsh conditions? You're great, you give Shiqi to charge the performance commission to the top grade. Chang Yuan spread his hands. Just punch it. What's so hard about it? With a snort, Zhuang Sudong was amused. My friend, you're really lying on your back. Do you know how much the top end of Hilton's monthly performance commission is? $200,000 in monthly sales. Shiqi has less than 100,000 this month. The rest of that 100,000 or so, you make it up to her? Fine. I'll fill her in, but I have one request. Whenever I'm in class, please back off. Of course, the same condition is valid for you as well. If you fill in for Shiqi, I'll back off when you're in class from now on. You. Zhuang Sudong was almost choked to death by Chang Yuan, and almost said on impulse, I make up for it. I make up for this kind of words. The good thing was that his bank card balance calmed him down. I just upgraded a bunch of new computers last month, and I'm left with $30,000 on my bank card. You what you? Don't dare to gamble? You're wearing a Rolex and you think you're a big boss. You wouldn't even be able to take out $100,000, would you? Zhuang Sudong was squeezed into a corner by Chang Yuan and said stiffly, of course I can afford to take $100,000. I'll take Shurji's performance commission. After saying that, Zhuang Sudong pretended to receive a phone call. Hey, have you found the branch campus yet? How much? Only $5 million? Okay, I'll go over and take a look right away. Zhuang Sudong is worthy of being a little master of pretending. Even if you want to vanish, you have to play hard to get. Unfortunately for him, this pussyfooting around isn't mellow at all. Lu Shiqi rolled her eyes towards Zhuang Sudong's back without any good humor. Brother Chang, you're great. In a few words, you've squeezed out Zhuang Sudong. However, I'm a bit curious. On your first day of opening the card, how do you know that our performance commission is graded? Of course the system told me. Chang Yuan was talking nonsense in a serious manner. In fact, every industry is like this, and the commission of a salesgirl changes according to the performance. So you should be similar. You do the math. How much is left to rush to the top grade? I'll help you make up for it. Gah! Luscious froze. She had thought that the reason Chang Yuan had just said all that was just to squeeze Zhuang Sudong away. What does Chang Yuan mean by that? Are you really going to give her the ability to push her performance commission to the top of the line? Lu Shiqi moved her feet away as if she was electrocuted and looked at Chang Yuan, who was lying on the yoga mat, with a wary gaze. I thought Chang Yuan was different from others, but I didn't realize that he was just hiding it well. It seemed that Chang Yuan was just as greedy for her body as those smelly men. Lu Shiqi's tone turned a little colder, and her address changed back. Mr. Chang, you're going to help me punch the top end of my performance commission, and I appreciate it. But let's get one thing out of the way. During working hours, within the scope of my duties, I will wholeheartedly coach you to lose weight. Anything outside the scope of my duties, I'm sorry. Chang Yuan instantly understood what Lu Shiqi meant. This little ninny. This was giving him a precaution. Chang Yuan laughed. Shiqi, you're being paranoid. I just want to lose weight. Chang Yuan's gaze was clear, and Lu Shiqi's vigilance eased slightly. Brother Chang, I just did some serious math and I'm still 214 sessions short of the top grade performance commission. 214 lessons? Chang Yuan laughed. Chang Yuan carefully took stock of his bank card balance. After paying off the overdue loan and interest last night, I have a total of 130,000 left, and a little over 114,000 left after buying the class start card as well as the sports kit today. Divided by 500. It equals 228 verses. Chang Yuan's awesome boon waved his hand. 214 counting money is weirdly troublesome. I'll buy 220 sections. Section 220? Lu Shiqi's entire body went numb. How much is this? A whole $110,000. Even if Lu Shiqi wasn't a gold-digging girl, she was still a bit weak in the knees from Chang Yuan's smashing. You should know that the highest record of buying lessons ever in their gym was 130 lessons, which was what Zhuang Sudong had smashed out at that time when he was charging Shen Manwan's performance, and Chang Dai went straight to 220 knots, shaking off Zhuang Sudong by a large margin. Chang, big brother Chang, you're not kidding, right? Chang Yuan smiled faintly. That's all the classes. Are you kidding me? Go, take me to the front desk to swipe my card. The sudden happiness almost smashed Luscious out of her mind. She didn't know how to describe her current mood at all. At that time, she even laughed at Shen Manwan for following Zhuang Sudong out to dinner because of money. Now Lu Shiqi felt that if her Chang big brother made an invitation to dinner, she probably would have a hard time refusing. Chapter 16, Achieving Results. Normally, when Lin Ruoyu and Jean Pengfei came to the hotel, it must have been a heavenly thunderstorm, and they wouldn't call it quits without fighting until midnight. But today, I don't know why, Lin Ruoyu was not in the right state at all, causing Jean Pengfei to be a bit disinterested as well. With the shower, it was less than half an hour. Jean Pengfei has entered sage time. Normally, Lin Ruoyu wouldn't let Jean Pengfei off so easily. She has a great ability to harden her software to work with ease. However, right now, Lin Ruoyu was completely disinterested, and her heart felt like a cat's claw scratching it. So she touched her cell phone and called Shen Manwan. Shen Manwan was depressed and didn't answer Lin Ruoyu's call. This made Lin Ruoyu even more anxious. What's going on down there? Did Chang Yuan buy a card or not? In the end, Lin Ruoyu decided to go down to see for herself and eat the melon live. Fei, I'll go down and take a look at my ex-husband. That poor bastard. And see if he's opened a card for lessons or not. Jean Pengfei exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said with a disdainful face, how much money does he have? Don't you know it very well? After deducting the money for the child's kindergarten, after deducting the rent, there aren't many subs left. How can he have money to open a card and buy lessons? It's better without money. I like to see him embarrassed. I hope he doesn't go too fast. Fine, go ahead and watch. I'm not interested. Lin Ruoyu put on her clothes, went down to the negative floor through the elevator, and went straight to the front desk of the gym. Ha, Shen Man isn't busy? Why aren't you answering her calls? Lin Ruoyu stopped in front of Shen Manwan and questioned with slight displeasure. Manwan, why didn't you answer my call? What else could it be about? All because of your false information. The old lady missed an open card in 20 lessons. Of course, that can't be said. An apologetic smile appeared on Shen Manwan's face, and she opened her mouth to snub. Sister Ruoyu, my cell phone was charging and I didn't see your incoming call. How could I not answer your call? Lin Ruoyu's face slowed down a little. Maven, what's the deal with my ex-husband? Did he just go around and leave? Shen Manwan's expression turned complicated. Chang Yuan hasn't left yet. Still here? Lin Ruoyu was stunned and quickly realized what was going on. A look of contempt on her face. I remember your store has free trial classes for casual customers. That shameless guy, he's not rubbing off on the free trial classes, is he? Shen Manwan laughed bitterly. Sister Ruoyu, the free trial class was an activity when we first opened, and we don't have that kind of activity anymore. No more of that kind of activity? Lin Ruoyu frowned and asked. Since there's no free trial class, why is Chang Yuan still sticking around? Who's taking him on? What a temper. If it were me, I would have blown him out long ago. Shen Manwan sighed and said, Sister Ruoyu, it's Lu Shiqi who is hosting Chang Yuan. It's not that Lu Shiqi is good-tempered. Your ex-husband bought 20 private tutoring sessions and opened an annual card. He's working out with Lu Shiqi. 20 private lessons? And an annual pass? How is this possible? She knew exactly how much money Chang Yuan had. He's in debt. He has to support his daughter. He has to rent an apartment. How can he afford to buy classes and open a card? Man, you're not kidding me, right? Can Chang Yuan, that poor delivery boy, afford an annual card? How can he afford to buy a $10,000 course? It's not that I'm looking down on him. Selling him now wouldn't be worth $15,000. Shen Manwan spread her hands. I'm not sure about that. It could be that Lu Shiqi is so skillful that your ex-husband overdrew his credit card to please her? Or maybe he borrowed an online loan? Lin Ruoyu was speechless and bristled. This Chang Yuan, really hopeless. He had reached the point of exhaustion, but he still swollen his face to come to the gym to pick up girls? Fortunately, she was determined to divorce. Otherwise, she would have been dragged to death by Chang Yuan. While the two were talking, Lu Shiqi brought Chang Yuan over. Shen Manwan hurriedly shut her mouth. Whether Chang Yuan had overdrawn his credit card or borrowed an online loan, he was a customer. Lin Ruoyu, on the other hand, didn't care so much and quickly greeted him with a cold rebuke. Chang Yuan, how much do you make a month delivering couriers? Did you pay off your overdue online loan? How dare you still have the mood to come to the gym to pick up girls? If you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Lele, right? Chang Yuan rolled his eyes in a very breathless manner. Lin Ruoyu, it seems like you're the one who suggested that you don't want a child. How do you have the face to talk about children? We're divorced, and how much I make in a month has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way and don't interrupt my class shopping. Buying lessons? Lin Ruoyu, Shen Manwan and Wan Ling had a head full of questions. Didn't Chang Yuan buy 20 lessons? Why does he still need to buy lessons? Lu Shiqi raised her head slightly proudly. Girls are vain. At that time, when Zhuang Sudong helped Shen Manwan to rush her performance, Lu Shiqi acted disdainful and unconcerned. In fact, deep down, she was a bit envious. And today, she finally got to experience that. It's really awesome. Lu Shiqi cleared her throat and took on a breezy, very unconcerned tone. Ling, Brother Chang is going to help me punch up my performance. So please help him in the background to fill up another 220 lessons. Because she was so happy, Lu Shiqi even forgot to give Chang Yuan a few complimentary lessons. This fat guy. No, this Mr. Chang is going to punch up Lu Shiqi's performance? Fill up another 220 classes? Wan Ling and Shen Manwan subconsciously swallowed. What the hell is going on? Is this Mr. Chang really broke? Is he really delivering? Wan Ling quickly came back to her senses and carefully asked, Sister Shiqi, aren't you going to send Mr. Chang off for a few lessons? Lu Shiqi woke up like a dream. Send. Definitely send. Brother Chang has bought so many lessons. I'll send 30. Lin Ruoyu was simply speechless, and said in the tone of a person who had been there before, Shiqi, what are you giving away? Are you serious? We're old friends. Listen to my sister's advice. Don't fool around with Chang Yuan. He is now in debt. Even if he does come up with the money to help you punch your performance, that money is not coming from the right place. It is highly likely that he has borrowed from a black net loan, and there is a possibility that it may end up involving you. Black net lending? Chang Yuan was a bit sorry. How come I didn't think of this one sooner? Wouldn't it be a fortune if you just got a little more money through a shady online loan and instantly got a quintuple cash back? Lu Shiji faintly swept a glance at Lin Ruoyu. Sister Lin, Mr. Chang is an adult and can take responsibility for all his actions. I believe he won't borrow a black net loan. Chang Yuan grinned. Still Shiki knows me. So who? Give me the collection code and I'll transfer the money. With a drop, Chang Yuan swept the code. Soon came the familiar beep. WeChat arrives at 110,000 whole dollars. Chapter 17, I just heard a joke. At the same time, Chang Yuan's cell phone beep sounded. Chang Yuan touched his cell phone to take a look. and the corner of his mouth pulled out a satisfied arc. The system efficiency is just fast. 550,000 came in immediately. It seems like losing weight doesn't even smell that good anymore with this rate of money swiping. It's a pity that I didn't realize just now that I could also borrow a black internet loan. Otherwise, I would have been a millionaire and financially free with a direct overdraft of a few $1,000,000. As if hearing Chang Yuan's heartfelt voice, the system's voice rang out with a patch. The rebate is only valid for the assets owned by the host. The portion that is leveraged is not rebated. Chang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, not surprised or disappointed. If it was possible to get stuck with unlimited bugs, Earth's financial system was quickly played out by him. It does have to be slightly more restrictive. The three women were completely confused. How not to believe your eyes and ears? $1,100,000. Sweep it out without blinking? The point is, it's amazing that his bank card has such a high limit. Are they all unlimited? Lu Shiqi was simply going to be thrilled, and her impression score of Chang Yuan rubbed off wildly. Big Brother Chang was definitely the most refreshingly good big brother she had ever encountered. Brother Chang, just now my friend wrote, your sports set has arrived. In a moment you take a shower, change into the sports set and let's continue practicing. Good. Chang Yuan nodded and followed Lu Shiqi towards the elevator, owing even a glance at Lin Ruoyu. It wasn't until the two entered the elevator that the three women gradually came back to their senses. Wan Ling looked at Shin Manwan with a very complicated gaze. Sister Man, I'm not dreaming, am I? Mr. Chang bought a total of 240 private lessons? It seems like, not a dream. Sister Man, Mr. Chang came all the way here to see you. Yet, you pushed him to Lu Shiqi. Shen Manwan was practically crying with anger. Sister Ruoyu told me that his ex-husband went bankrupt and owed a bunch of debts, and now he relies on courier delivery to support his family. Wan Ling rolled her eyes breathlessly. Mr. Chang spent $120,000 without batting an eye. How could he be broke? How could he be in debt? Sister Ruoyu, you're not being tricked by him, are you? Lin Ruoyu shook her head decisively. Absolutely impossible. My divorce lawyer secretly investigated his finances and Chang Yuan is over $1 million in debt. There's also over $300,000 in online loans among them. Chang Yuan must be beating around the bush. Soon he'll come back and drop out of the class because he can't pay the black net loan. There will be jokes then. Ling, when Chang Yuan comes back to drop out of class, remember to give me a call or video me so I can see the action too. After saying that, Lin Ruoyu walked away proudly. Anyway, she didn't believe for a second that Chang Yuan was suddenly rich. Shen Manwan, however, always felt that something was a bit off, and asked hesitantly, Ling, do you think Mr. Chang borrowed a black net loan? Wan Ling had experience in borrowing online loans and said hesitantly, personally, I don't think Mr. Chang has borrowed a black online loan. Oh, how? Borrowing an online loan also requires paperwork. How can it be done so quickly? Then again, people's online lending companies aren't doing charity. They have to investigate your finances and make sure you're capable of repaying the loan. Shen Manwan's brain was so big that she suddenly tapped the table. Ling, do you think it's possible that Mr. Chang bought out Sister Ruoyu's divorce lawyer? Wan Ling's eyes lit up. Sister Man, you're practically Sherlock Holmes. There's only this one answer. It should be that Mr. Chang sensed that Lin Ruoyu was cheating on her, bought out her divorce lawyer, hid his assets, and smoothly divorced Lin Ruoyu. Wan Ling's affirmation made Shen Manwan more certain of her judgment. Her little heart beat wildly out of control. Sister Ruoyu, since you don't cherish your godly husband, let me do it for you. Shen Manwan was confident that she could snatch Chang Yuan from Lu Shiqi. After all, Chang Yuan had come for her in the beginning. As long as she moves a little bit. Hey, Chang Yuan did not know that he had already been missed by Shen Manwan, and after getting his own sports equipment, he went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into his sports equipment, and jogged after Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi adjusted Chang Yuan's speed to a very low 8's pace. She herself used a pace of 8, and while running, she taught Chang Yuan the essentials of running movements. Chang Yuan said that he had benefited a lot. So there were so many rules in running? Running in the right position is not only easier, but also, it doesn't hurt your knees. Still have to adjust my breathing. Seeing Chang Yuan gradually find the rhythm of running, Lu Shiqi began to adjust the pace upwards. The pace of 8 was similar to scratching an itch for her, and there was no workout effect at all. Soon after, Shiqi Lu's pace was cranked up to 5. For a fat guy like Chang Yuan, the 8 pace is also a bit of a challenge. After running for 7 or 8 minutes, his breathing started to get messed up, and even if he intentionally tried to adjust his breathing, he couldn't smooth it out. Chang Yuan knew that this was basically the true level of his physical fitness. Chang Yuan turned his head to look at Lu Shiqi, wanting to ask if it was possible to lower the pace a little more. However, After turning his head, Cheng Yuan's words could not be asked. Because Lu Shiqi's run was so beautiful. The swinging of the arms and legs is seamless and full of wonderful rhythm. That surplus small waist is simply a murderous knife. Cheng Yuan's mouth was watering as he watched. The body, which was originally a bit tired, was instantly energized as if it had suddenly been filled with gas. Instead of lowering his pace, Cheng Yuan, on impulse, raised his pace to 7. The other side, Zhuang Sudong, who borrowed the phone to disappear, is back. Wan Ling greeted her very warmly. After all, Zhuang Sudong was also considered a big customer. Shen Manwen hesitated for a moment and squeezed the same bright smile on her face. Even if Zhuang Sudong changed his fitness trainer, it is best not to offend if you can. What if Zhuang Sudong had hit a wall on Lu Shiqi's side and returned to her pond? Principal Zhuang, you're back? Zhuang Sudong had wanted to act a little more high and cold, acting like he didn't care about her, and walk straight past her to make her regret it. However, Zhuang Sudong suddenly remembered that Cheng Yuan had just blown it out of proportion and decided to go and point out Shen Manwen, and in the process stomp on Cheng Yuan to show off his own awesomeness. After all, in these 2 years, he had sporadically invested $200,000 in Shen Manwen. It's a little disheartening that the pay is disproportionate to the income. Man, I just heard a joke, and I was wondering if you'd be interested in hearing it? Chapter 18, What a Flowering Cow Dung. A joke? Girls are naturally gossipy. And Wan Ling and Shen Manwen's eyes sprouted large little stars. What joke? Principal Zhuang, tell us quickly. A hint of disdain surfaced at the corner of Zhuang Sudong's mouth. Just now, Shiqi brought a courier member, and that courier is awesome. Surprisingly, he bragged about being awesome and wanted to charge Shiqi's performance commission to the highest grade. Shiqi's performance this month is less than $100,000. How dare he, a courier, say such big words? Do you guys think it's funny? In Zhuang Sudong's mind, the two women would surely laugh their asses off and then take out the fact that he had given Shen Manwen a chance to punch up her performance as a way to pull the stump. However, what Zhuang Sudong did not expect was, instead of laughing, the two women looked at him with odd gazes. Wan Ling smiled bitterly. Principal Zhuang, the courier you mentioned, Mr. Chang, just bought 220 private lessons from Sister Shiqi, and Sister Shiqi's performance commission has rushed to the top grade. Ahem. Zhuang Sudong took out the huazi, lit the fire, inhaled hard, and was about to awesome boom spit a smoke circle, but he was choked by Wan Ling's words and coughed several times before he was soothed. Wan Ling, what did you say? That courier, how many classes did he buy? Section 220. Sudong Zhuang. Zhuang Sudong's face was a shade of green and white. He had thought that he could crush Cheng Yuan, that courier, into dregs. I didn't realize that the one being crushed would be him. The way he just told a joke, he looked like a clown. This time, here in Shen Manwen, he couldn't lift his head up at all. Shen Manwen knows very well how to pinpoint the psychology of a person like Zhuang Sudong who is a bit strong and loves to pretend. Principal Zhuang, it's just a mere courier. There's no need to take it to heart. Your social status is completely different. You're not even in the same class. It had to be said that Shen Manwen was really good at giving emotional value, and this was a very cool thing to say to Zhuang Sudong. Zhuang Sudong raised his head in a slightly reserved manner. Man, this is where I have to criticize you. We can't discriminate against any profession. We can't think someone is inferior just because they're a courier. Shen Manwen laughed. Look, it's still Principal Zhuang who has a high level of awareness. I have to learn a lot from Principal Zhuang. So, Principal Zhuang, it's almost the end of the month. Can you help your sister with her performance? We can't be outperformed by a courier. Zhuang Sudong's face changed slightly. Nima, it's a trap. Shen Manwen, this little, held him up so high. Wouldn't this fall kill him? Manvin, it's not that I don't want to punch your performance, but it's mainly because I have dozens of classes over here. My school will be expanding soon, and with all the mess, I'm afraid I'll have very little time to come over and work out in the future. So what? I'm going to go ahead and work out and try to get my classes out before the school expands. Zhuang Sudong pretended without any trace and slipped away busily. Unfortunately, he was obviously playing this pussy in a stiff, not very rounded way. Shen Manwen shrugged her shoulders and turned her head to look at Wan Ling. Ling, didn't you ask me before why I wouldn't want to get closer when Principal Zhuang is so powerful? You understand now? Wan Ling gave a thumbs up. Sister man, or you see people through. If it were me, at that time, when Principal Zhuang gave me a performance rush, I guessed that I would directly. Now it seems that Principal Zhuang is still not as good as Mr. Chang, the courier. Shen Manwen bristled with disdain. Ling, the truly rich, those are confident from the bottom of their hearts, and don't need external objects to show off their strength at all. Who would wear a Rolex to work out all day if they were truly rich? Is it heavy? Wan Ling was completely convinced. Sister Man, in the future, you'll have to teach me well, and you'll have to keep a good eye on those fish inside my pond. No problem. Running area. Lu Shiqi realized that something was wrong on Chang Yuan's side and hurriedly stopped her machine, looking at Chang Yuan with great anxiety. Brother Chang, why did you raise your pace to 7? Stop quickly. Chang Yuan smiled sarcastically and stopped the treadmill. Brother Chang, you work out with me. You have to strictly follow the training program I set up. If you're so uncooperative, how can I lead you in the future? Chang Yuan knew that he was in the wrong. He had just gotten high from watching Lu Shiqi, and he was looking all energetic. But that can't be said. Psyche, I saw how fast you were pacing, and I wanted to take on the challenge. Lu Shiqi patiently explained. Brother Chang, you can't fool around anymore. You've just started exercising, and your body can't take it if you come up with this much intensity. You're a good runner now. Your legs will be so sore and your body will be so tired when you get home tonight. Will you be able to come back to work out tomorrow? Chang Yuan hurriedly assured. I will definitely come over tomorrow. Please believe in my determination to lose weight. It's $200, 000 a pound to lose weight. Even if he was exhausted, he wouldn't stop losing weight. There's really nothing I can do for you, so I'll relax you a bit later. That's all for this morning. If you keep practicing, you probably won't be able to get up tomorrow. Okay, thanks Shiqi. This time, Lu Shiqi didn't take Chang Yuan to the yoga room because classes had already started inside the yoga room. Brother Chang, come with me to the physical therapy room. Good. There were 5 or 6 members in the physical therapy room massaging and relaxing each other. And when they saw Lu Shiqi and Chang Yuan walk in, all of them looked as if they had lost their lives. Rub. Iceberg goddess Lu Shiqi. Is this taken care of? She actually relaxes for men? And, still, a dead weight. What a flower in cow dung. However, after Chang Yuan changed his training clothes, the members could not judge his depth. Judging by the fact that he's so rounded, he should be quite powerful. Instead, no one dared to touch it. Lu Shiqi was worried that Chang Yuan was overtrained and relaxed very seriously and thoroughly. Stepping on Chang Yuan's thighs and calves was a jiggle. It made Chang Yuan turn around and relax the front of Chang Yuan's thighs. Chang Yuan didn't feel anything when he was lying on his back. After all, Lu Shiqi's feet had pantyhose on them, and he was also wearing his workout clothes, with 2 layers of fabric between them. After turning around, Chang Yuan's eyes instantly straightened. Luscious has too good a body. Combined with Lu Shiqi's cold and ascetic pretty face, it produced a strong and incomparable visual impact. It took a lot of perseverance for Chang Yuan not to drool. Psyche, where around here do fat loss meals better? Is it convenient to recommend one? Chapter 19, Touched by God's Hoe. Lu Shiqi said in a harmonious voice. Brother Chang, in fact, our Hilton Hotel's second-floor restaurant's fat-reducing meal is doing just fine. It's just that the price is a bit high. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. Price is not a concern, as long as the ingredients and flavor of the fat loss meal are okay. Luscious smiled back. Yeah, what was she worried about? Brother Chang casually spends more than 100,000 without batting an eyelid, and eating a 288 fat loss meal is nothing. The ingredients and flavors are absolutely fine, and the Hilton is a 5-star hotel after all. That'll do. Join us later. My treat. Lu Shiqi was not polite. Okay, then in a moment, Brother Chang will take a bath and change his clothes, and we will. Halfway through her words, Lu Shiqi suddenly realized something. It seems a bit out of place for Chang to be wearing a courier's uniform and eating at a Hilton restaurant today. Then again, that courier uniform of his was so sweaty that he wouldn't be comfortable in it. Lu Shiqi was a bit hesitant, but Chang Yuan didn't think there was any problem. What's wrong with wearing a courier's uniform? What? You 5-star hotels don't receive couriers? Soon, Lu Shiqi finished relaxing Chang Yuan, and Chang Yuan went to take a shower while Lu Shiqi dashed to the mall next door. Help Chang Yuan buy a dress. Not a top-notch big name, but definitely takes the cake. The set came to a total of $2,000 or so. The reason why Lu Shiqi helped Chang Yuan buy clothes was not because she liked him or to hang on to him. Chang Yuan had bought more than 200 lessons to help her earn face, and she didn't want Chang Yuan to lose face at the restaurant. Then again, Chang Yuan did not move his hands or his mouth at all during the training. It was only occasionally that he couldn't control his eyes and glanced at her a few times. Chang Yuan was the most gentlemanly of all the members Lu Shiqi took to buy lessons. If all the members were as good as Chang Yuan to lead, Lu Shiqi would burn high incense every day. Chang Yuan took a shower and changed into his courier uniform. But he didn't find Lu Shiqi. He didn't call Lu Shiqi because he guessed that Lu Shiqi should have gone to take a shower as well. It was normal for a girl to wait a little longer than them, as she washed more meticulously than the old men. I don't know how long I waited, but Chang Yuan's stomach began to growl. The good thing was that Lu Shiqi didn't make him wait much longer and quickly rushed over, smilingly placing a few shopping bags on the coffee table. Brother Chang, this is the clothes I bought for you. It's kind of a return gift for you buying me so many lessons. It's not a good brand, so don't mind. Chang Yuan naturally wouldn't mind, but instead was vaguely touched. He and Lin Ruoyu had been married for so many years, yet, Lin Ruoyu had never bought him a single piece of clothing, and Lu Shiqi, who was only the first day they met, and they weren't even in a relationship, bought him a line. This was the first time Chang Yuan had ever received a gift from a girl. There was a ding. A familiar beep sounded. As a qualified godly man, when you reap the rewards of being touched, you must show something. Trigger the randomized quest, touched by God's magnificence. Task, send a birthday gift that will make Shiqi Lu happy. Quest reward, a mobility scooter based on Lu Shiqi's happiness value. Duration of the mission, 16 hours. Mission penalty, for each day that the mission is overdue, the debt will increase by $1 million. Chang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Lu Shiqi was simply a little fairy from heaven. Surprisingly, it triggered another random quest. Chang Yuan wasn't worried at all that he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. He had more than $500,000 lying inside his bank card. Wouldn't it be easy plus simple to buy a birthday present for Lu Shiqi? The only hard part, he's just met Lu Shiqi and doesn't know her preferences yet. But aren't those the things girls like? Clothes, bags, jewelry, cosmetics. There's always something in here that Luscious likes. Shiqi, thank you. This is the first time I've received a gift from a girl. I'm very happy. Wait for me for a while. I'll go change. Chang Yuan carried his shopping bag to the changing room and quickly changed into the clothes and shoes that Lu Shiqi had picked out for him. Lu Shiqi had a good handle on her body shape, and the clothes she bought for Chang Yuan fit perfectly. Luscious has a very top-notch aesthetic and picks very stylish clothes. After changing into a casual suit and suit pants and leather shoes, Chang Yuan's image and temperament took a huge leap. It was still fat, but, without the greasy feeling, it was full of nobility. That slightly protruding belly is a total symbol of wealth. Chang Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, slightly lost in thought. After the bankruptcy, he almost forgot what he looked like when he was spirited, and now he looks a little fat, but quite handsome. Chang Yuan walked out of the locker room and found Lu Shiqi sitting on the bench in front of the locker room waiting for him. Lu Shiqi also changed into a formal dress, a cream-colored lady's small suit, a short skirt and black stockings and black leather shoes three-piece set. Although it was not a first-tier big brand, it looked very atmospheric and upscale on her body. Chang Yuan glanced at Lu Shiqi, quickly controlling his gaze and harmonizing. Shiqi, let's go. Lu Shiqi looked up, and the moment she saw Chang Yuan, she was actually slightly disoriented. Geez, how can the same person with a change of clothes change so much? Brother Chang is now glowing and full of confidence. A proper social elite. Who would dare to associate him now with the greasy fat man of the morning? It's a pity. It's a pity that Brother Chang is divorced. And, from what Wan Ling and the others said, Brother Chang has a daughter. Otherwise, such a quality Chang brother can really be considered. Chang Yuan waved his hand and said, Shiqi, what are you thinking about? Go. Ha, oh. Only then did Lu Shiqi realize that she was a bit lost in thought, and slightly embarrassed. She lowered her head, and at the base of her ears, a blush surfaced. Lu Shiqi, what are you thinking about? People don't chase after you. Mr. Ching, don't make a fool of yourself, okay? When the two of them passed by the front desk, Shen Manwen was waiting for Wan Ling at the front desk to have lunch with her. After seeing Chang Yuan, who was like a different person, Shen Manwen was even more certain of her judgment. The odds are that Lin Ruoyu was fooled by Mr. Chang. How is it possible for a broke courier to possess such strong self-confidence? How can he have such a strong sense of nobility? Mr. Chang is definitely a well-hidden godly man. Shen Manwen's bowels were green with regret. Damn Lin Ruoyu for giving her false information. Otherwise, how could she have missed out on Mr. Ching, a godly man? It's really a cheap shot at Lu Shiqi. Especially, seeing that the elevator didn't stop at the first floor and went directly to the second floor. Shen Manwen's whole body was bad with jealousy. Slapped the front desktop hard. Chapter 20. Shiqi followed Chang Yuan upstairs. On the side, Wan Ling was brushing Jitterbug and was startled by Shen Manwen. Sister Man, what's wrong with you? Who messed with you? In front of her best friend, Shen Manwen did not hide her anger at all. Who else could it be? It's still Lu Shiqi. That blue? Acting all day like she's so pure and innocent. You'd think she's really a chaste woman. I didn't expect Mr. Chang to smash her legs open with 200 lessons. Wan Ling was stunned. Ha? What the hell? You didn't see just now. That bimbo Lu Shiqi directly followed Mr. Chang to the second floor. Wan Ling was taken aback. If I remember correctly, this is the first time Lu Shiqi has dined with a member? Yes, I couldn't look at her before, but couldn't hack her. Now it seems. Ha, what a chaste martyr. Is that those members before did not open the price enough? Wan Ling laughed. I really didn't expect that Lu Shiqi is so noble on weekdays. I didn't realize that. She has such a low bottom line. And Sister Man looks open on weekdays. But instead, she is the fitness instructor with the highest bottom line in our store. Shen Manwen glanced at Wan Ling without refuting her words. However, Shen Manwen knew very well that the reason why she was able to keep her bottom line was not how high her ideology and morals were. It was just that the price those members gave was not high enough. Or rather, it's those members who are not as rich as she expects them to be. Shen Manwen knew very well that the only bargaining chip she had to marry into the family was this well-maintained virginity. She will only give her virginity to her true destiny. While the two were chatting happily, Zhuang Sudong leisurely walked over, and with the intention to stimulate Shen Manwen's mind, he looked at Wan Ling and asked, Ling Ling, are you free at noon? Let's have lunch together. If it was before seeing Chang Yuan and Lu Shiqi go upstairs, Zhuang Sudong doing this might have made Shen Manwen feel slightly uncomfortable in her heart. How can the fish in my mother's fish pond be out of control and just run into other people's fish ponds? But now, Shen Manwen wasn't upset at all, but instead looked at Zhuang Sudong with a teasing gaze. Principal Zhuang, your Shiqi followed someone else. Mr. Chang, upstairs. You still have the heart to eat lunch? Upstairs? Zhuang Sudong was stunned and subconsciously asked, what is Shiqi doing following that dead fat guy upstairs? Shen Manwen smiled faintly. Principal Zhuang, they're all adults. A man and a woman go upstairs. What do you think they'll go for? Under Shen Manwen's coaxing, Zhuang Sudong came to a conclusion that made him very unhappy. Lu Shiqi and Chang Yuan went to a room. Zhuang Sudong was so depressed that he almost committed suicide. Had I known that Lu Shiqi's leg was so easy to smash open, I shouldn't have smashed the money on Shen Manwen's body at that time. If he had smashed all of it on Lu Shiqi's body, there would have been almost 200 lessons. Then again, if he had been ruthless just now and overdrawn his credit card to help Lu Shiqi punch up her performance, the person who took Lu Shiqi to a room would have been him. He had given up such a good opportunity to that courier surnamed Chang. Zhuang Sudong's mind completely exploded. Without even greeting the two women, his face was incredibly gloomy as he walked towards the elevator room. Chang Yuan did not know how much he had traumatized Zhuang Sudong's mind. He was standing in the doorway of the restaurant, admiring the layout of the Hilton's second-floor dining room. As a high-end seafood buffet restaurant owner, he is almost demanding in terms of restaurant layout. Yet, he couldn't pick any faults. The entire second-floor hall was very atmospheric and well laid out, and the ingredients looked very fresh, making him very appetizing. Lu Xiaomeng, the manager on duty at the restaurant, had a good relationship with Lu Shiqi and greeted her very warmly. Psyche, the spot is reserved for you. Follow me. Lu Shiqi harmonized. Thank you, Sister Xiaomeng. Under Lu Xiaomeng's leadership, the two came to a quieter corner. Shiqi, what's the set menu for today? Naturally, Lu Shiqi wouldn't clamor for attention and said in a harmonious voice, Sister Xiaomeng, you help Brother Chang briefly introduce the fat reduction meal. Yang Xiaomeng twisted her head to seriously scrutinize Chang Yuan. Even though the man was not wearing a first-tier big brand, was a bit fat, and didn't wear a watch, however, his body faintly exuded the aura of a superior. Even the head of catering doesn't have his kind of swagger. This gentleman is definitely no ordinary man. Normally, when recommending dishes to the general public, Yang Xiaomeng would not recommend the finale, Chef Klaus. But now, Mr. Chang, the fat-reducing meals on our side are divided into 3 grades depending on the ingredients and the chef. 588, 1888 as well as 5888. Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It is indeed a little expensive. If it wasn't for the fact that there was more than $500,000 lying inside the bank card, and if it wasn't for the fact that a pound of weight loss could be credited with $200,000, perhaps, Chang Yuan would have turned around and left. Lu Shiqi on the side was obviously a bit nervous and hurriedly corrected herself. Sister Xiaomeng, don't we still have the 288 package? Why did you just ignore it? Yang Xiaomeng is very painful. Shiqi, sis, this is to help you test the strength of this Kaijun. Why do you jump out to expose me? Of course, Yang Xiaomeng couldn't say this. As the restaurant duty manager, Yang Xiaomeng's mind turned quickly. Shiqi, today it's Chef Klaus himself. So, all the dishes have been upgraded today. The lowest grade is really not available today. Lu Shiqi was depressed. If she had known this, she wouldn't have brought Brother Chang here. Brother Chang wouldn't have thought she was cooperating with Sister Xiaomeng and purposely ripping him off, right? Brother Chang, since there's no minimum grade fat loss package, let's go somewhere else. 588 is too extravagant. It's really not necessary. A few people were talking. Lin Ruoyu walked into the second floor restaurant on Jean Pengfei's arm. and happened to overhear the trio's conversation. Lin Ruoyu's eyes lit up. She was a longtime member of the Hilton Gym. She had heard of Chef Klaus's name more than once, and had never once tasted Chef Klaus's cooking. This opportunity must be seized today. Besides, it could also suppress Chang Yuan in the process. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Brother Fei, Chef Klaus used to be a 3-star Michelin chef and stormed into the finals of the World God of Cookery competition. On weekdays, he usually doesn't handle the knife himself, so if you want to eat his cuisine, you don't just have to have money, you also have to take your chances. Jean Pengfei subconsciously wanted to refuse. A room in a 5-star hotel had already cost him a lot of money. Anyway, it's done. There's no need to eat so well. However, when he took a good look at Lu Shiqi beside Cheng Yuan, he couldn't help but light up. This fat bastard is a lucky man. After divorcing Lin Ruoyu, he unexpectedly found a beautiful woman who was even more beautiful than Lin Ruoyu. No, such a classy beauty must be pried over. Alright, let's try Chef Klaus's handiwork then. Getting Jean Pengfei's approval, Lin Ruoyu was so excited that she quickly stepped forward and looked at Chang Yuan with a disdainful face. Chang Yuan, don't think that just because you wear a suit, you can blend into a 5-star hotel. I know exactly how much you weigh. Shiqi was right. You can't afford the 588 set meal at all, and you don't deserve it. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Chapter 21, surprisingly, I let this dead fat man pretend to be. Chang Yuan was speechless. This ex-wife of his was simply a ghost. How come you run into them everywhere you go? Before he could seize, Lu Shiqi, who was on the side, couldn't sit still first. Ms. Lin, when did I say that Brother Process couldn't afford a 588 set meal? I'm just saying that the 588 set meal is low in cost performance and there's no need to eat it. Lin Ruoyu rolled her eyes without any good humor. This Lu Shiqi, she's just an idiot. I'm doing this for your own good, so that you won't fall for it. You're good. You come up here and contradict my mother. Shiqi, I'm just reminding you that Chang Yuan is just a delivery deadbeat. All of his spending is either overdraft credit cards or black net loans. You'll be doomed if you follow him. He's cheating on your feelings. You can't fall for it. Lu Shiqi looked at Lin Ruoyu coldly. She had heard a lot of gossip about Lin Ruoyu, and she had a bad impression of Lin Ruoyu. Ms. Lin, I'm an adult. I have my own judgment on whether or not Brother Chang has cheated on my feelings. I don't need you to tell me what to do from the sidelines. Brother Chang, let's go. I also know of a small store that does a good job with fat loss meals. Chang Yuan's heart warmed when Lu Shiqi was so defensive. However, he now had more than $500,000 lying inside his bank card, so how could he tolerate Jean Pengfei's face-writing output? Shiqi, sit down. We're not going anywhere today. We're eating here. Chang Yuan spoke, and Lu Shiqi didn't defy his will and sat down obediently. After all, Chang Yuan had just spent 120,000 and eating a 588 didn't seem too much. Lin Ruoyu was also drunk. Why hadn't she realized before that Chang Yuan was so capable of pretending? Lin Ruoyu twisted her head and looked coldly at Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan, don't be a swollen face, okay? 588 package. 2 people is more than 1100. How many days do you have to deliver? You spent all your money on girls. What about Lele? Lin Ruoyu mentioned Lele once again. And Chang Yuan didn't spoil her anymore. Lin Ruoyu, you still have the face to mention Lele? When you threatened me with Lele to make me give up the house, you were not qualified to speak to me under the banner of thinking about Lele. You what you? We're divorced. I don't want to see your face again, so please get as far away as you can. Lin Ruoyu's face was red with anger. How could she have never imagined that the ex-husband who had been so obedient to her would say such words? Brother Fei, we'll sit next to each other. I'd like to see where this dead fat guy gets the money to eat a 588 set meal. Jean Pengfei patted Lin Ruoyu's arm, signaling her not to be angry, then shook his wrist, revealing his Lang watch. He bought this watch when he was traveling in Switzerland and it cost him $150,000 at the time. It's the perfect tool for Jean Pengfei to pretend. Jean Pengfei looked at Lu Shiji with a reserved gaze. Beauty, maybe you don't know him, he looks like he's dressed like a man, but he's actually a courier. A person of his status doesn't deserve to come to a 5-star hotel for dinner at all. You're not qualified to comment on whether or not Big Brother Chung deserves to eat at the Hilton. Please get out of the way. Don't delay our meal. The more Lu Shiqi refused, the more Jean Pengfei's heart itched. It's commonly known as being a. Jean Pengfei was so jealous that his body felt uncomfortable. By what right could Cheng Yuan have such a high-class beauty beside him? A beauty like that should be his. Jean Pengfei took a deep breath and tried to maintain his inscrutable image. Beauty. I often dine in 5-star hotels as well as some high-end private kitchens. And according to my understanding, the 588 set meal is definitely not Chef Klaus' personal handiwork. If you want to taste Chef Klaus's handiwork, you have to eat the 1888 set meal. Is this courier good brother of yours willing to treat you to a 1888 set meal? The 1,888 package? 2 is close to 4,000. Even if Big Brother Chang is rich, there's no need to be so extravagant. If you guys have money, go eat the 1888 set menu. What's it got to do with us? Please stay away. Thank you. Put. Lin Ruoyu smiled. She was now incredibly happy with her decision. If she hadn't gotten divorced and climbed up to Jean Pengfei, if she had continued to follow Chang Yuan, I guess she wouldn't have been able to eat the 1888 set meal until she died, right? Who's that? Didn't you hear what our brother Fei said? Give us 2 1888 set meals. After saying that, Lin Ruoyu even looked at Chang Yuan with a contemptuous gaze. Chang Yuan, aren't you trying to act rich? Why don't you order 2 1888 set meals as well? Don't spend 588 and not even taste Chef Klaus cooking. Chang Yuan couldn't help but gently shake his head. He came from a background of opening high-end cafeterias, and he knew the inner workings of the back kitchen more clearly than Jean Pengfei. Chang Yuan bristled. Lin Ruoyu, I don't know what you're so excited about. Do you think you can taste Chef Klaus' skills with the 1888 set menu? To tell you the truth, for the 1888 set menu, Chef Klaus will only try the dishes at most. Only the 5888 set menu is personally prepared by Chef Klaus. Lin Ruoyu disdainfully skimmed her mouth. Chang Yuan, you're a dead fat nerd who delivers couriers. Don't act like you know a lot about it. This is a 5-star hotel. It's not something people like you can just speculate on. Yang Xiaomeng, who was on the side, probably figured out the relationship between these people. I can't help but secretly marvel at how messy your circle is. This couple, they are really good at it. Divorced and still playing together. There's no one else either. Yang Xiaomeng was Lu Shiqi's friend, so she naturally had to be on Lu Shiqi's side. This lady, Mr. Chang wasn't wrong. Chef Klaus' status is incomparably honored, and the 1888 set meal isn't worthy of him personally taking the helm. However, Chef Klaus will be on the sidelines to supervise and guide, and will also try out the dishes. 5888 set meal. Chef Klaus will personally helm the spoon. This, Yang Xiaomeng's words caused Jean Pengfei and Lin Ruoyu's cheeks to burn for a while. Damn! I can't believe I let this fat bastard get loaded. Lu Shiqi was so happy that she made up for it viciously. MS. Lin, the kaiji you found is so powerful and wears a 100,000 plus langwatch, so he shouldn't be reluctant to treat you to a 5888 set meal, right? With these words, Lu Shiqi directly disliked Jean Pengfei. 5888 for 1, that's over 10,000 for 2. It wasn't that he couldn't get this money. The key, his target was Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi was obviously a bit of a disgrace. There was really no need to spend so much money on Lin Ruoyu. With this 10,000 or so, it's enough to get a young model airborne. Jean Pengfei continued to maintain his inscrutable stance, skimming his mouth in disdain. Beauty, you truly don't understand. Do you think that the 5888 set meal is all operated by Chef Klaus? Chef Klaus is only responsible for the last process. The front is operated by the second chef as well as the assistant chef. Not much different from 1888. Lu Shiqi didn't understand this and subconsciously turned her head to look at Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan said indifferently, if the chef takes on all the work, what's the point of having so many second chefs and helpers? It's just like your gym. If the owner takes on all the work, just fire all of you fitness instructors. Chapter 22. That's not fat. That's a good big brother. What Chang Yuan said was so graphic that it directly made Lu Shiqi laugh. So some people don't know what they're talking about? Laughing my ass off. Chang Yuan unceremoniously fell on his sword. Perhaps, it's not ignorance. It's pretending to understand, isn't it? Deliberately fooling some people who don't know anything. Saying that, Chang Yuan glanced at Lin Ruoyu if he had a point. That expression seemed to be saying, you are the one who is being fooled into not knowing anything. A look of realization dawned on Lu Shiqi's face. Oh, I see. So this gentleman just doesn't want to spend more money? That's why he acted like he understood so well and said so many grandiose reasons? Chang Yuan smiled without saying anything. It was clear that Chang Yuan hadn't said anything unpleasant and hadn't purposely looked at Jean Pengfei. Yet Jean Pengfei felt that his face had been swollen. He couldn't even maintain his deliberate image of a gentleman. And his voice changed tone a bit. Surname Chang, since you know so much and are so powerful, you should buy the 5888 package instead. It's hard to eat a 588. What are you pretending with me here? Chang Yuan didn't bother to argue with Jean Pengfei. Turned his head to Yang Xiaomeng and said indifferently, Manager Yang, please serve us 2 5888 fat reduction meals. Really? Jean Pengfei's entire body was bad. This fat ass, isn't he broke making deliveries? How can you afford to eat a 10,000 000 plus fat loss package? He's really trying hard to get a girl. Yang Xiaoming was also stunned. The reason why she had introduced the 5888 package was only with the purpose of helping Shirchi test Chang Yuan's strength, and to her surprise, Chang Yuan had actually placed an order. It seems that this fat guy that Shiki is looking for. No, this is not the fat guy. This is the good big brother. This good brother is very powerful, unlike the one next to him, wearing more than 100,000 yuan of watches, holding LV handbags, all the first-line brands, but when it comes to the real thing, but all kinds of reasons, but also to pretend. Just like those fake celebrities in those celebrity groups. They are just a fancy but useless pillows. Yes sir, just a moment. I'll personally go to the back kitchen and pass the food around for you. After saying that, Yang Xiaoming turned her head and looked at Jean Pengfei with a smile. This gentleman, do you still want the 1888 set menu you ordered? I can help pass the food along. Jean Pengfei's face went a shade of red and white. Just now, he defaulted to Lin Ruoyu's order of the 1888 set meal in order to pretend to be a bully in front of Chang Yuan and Lu Shiqi. Chang Yuan has already ordered 5,888, and he is still on 1888. Isn't that being rubbed on the ground by Chang Yuan? Just when Jean Pengfei didn't know how to get off the stage, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Jean Pengfei was ecstatic and felt out his cell phone to see that it was a sales call. Under normal circumstances, Jean Pengfei was very annoyed with this kind of sales call. And right now, he couldn't wait to hug the other party and kiss him hard. Hey, does Mr. Ryu have any plans? What? The $50 million order has been approved? Great. I'll be right there. Jean Pengfei hung up the phone with an awesome boom and turned his head to look at Lin Ruoyu. Ruoyu, Mr. Lu is looking for me. Let's come over for dinner some other time. Lin Ruoyu's expression turned a little less natural. She was very close to Jean Pengfei and could clearly see that Jean Pengfei's screen was marked with harassing calls. However, Lin Ruoyu didn't expose Jean Pengfei in public. Wouldn't that be slapping her own face? Okay, we'll come back some other time. Lin Ruoyu's mood became incomparably low. Thought that, today, with a bit of luck, he could taste the cooking of Chef Klaus. I didn't realize that her flyboy wouldn't be willing to pay out the $10,000 without resorting to using the phone shield. And her broke deliveryman ex-husband didn't hesitate to order both sets. However, Lin Ruoyu had no regrets. Up until now, Lin Ruoyu still thought that Chang Yuan was just beating his face against the wall, playing hard to get with a shady online loan or overdrawn credit card. Chang Yuan, don't think that ordering two 5,888 set meals is so great. When you can't pay off your blacknet loans and credit cards, you'll have something to cry about. Chang Yuan grinned. That has nothing to do with you either. Why don't you leave? Waiting for me to treat you to a 5888 set meal? Don't daydream. Grab your receiver and go talk about the $50 million list. Maybe after negotiating the order, I can treat you to a ribs and rice. Ribs and rice? Mr. Ching is too bad, isn't he? With a snort, Luscious laughed out unkindly. Jean Pengfei and Lin Ruoyu made a scene and could only brush their sleeves away. Chang Yuan and Lu Shiqi were finally quiet. Not long afterward, a reduced fat meal was served to both of them. Yang Xiaoming personally passed the food to the two men. The first course gave the two men a whole lot of confusion. What the hell? Are you sure this red meat is a fat loss meal? If you eat this, you'll gain 2 pounds. Lu Shiji hurriedly called out to Yang Xiaoming. Sister Xiaoming, is there a mistake? This is braised pork. Can you lose weight by eating this? Yang Xiaoming smiled slightly. Honey, surely there's no mistake. This plate of braised pork is made with tofu, high in protein and low in calories. It's definitely an excellent fat loss meal. Made of tofu? Cheng Yuan and Lu Shiqi looked at each other. Sister Xiaoming, you didn't lie to me? What's the point of lying to you? I wouldn't dare to trash Chef Klaus's signature. You'll know when you taste it, and if you taste it carefully, you can vaguely taste a bit of tofu flavor. Lu Shiqi turned her head to look at Chang Yuan. Brother Chang, let me try the dish for you first. If this is really made of tofu, you can eat it. If it's not made of tofu, don't eat it and wait for the next dish. Good. Lu Shiji caught a piece of braised pork and brought it to her mouth. One bite. Well, her mouth was so full of popcorn and flavor that it practically mesmerized her. It's almost more flavorful than real red meat. However, like Yang Xiaoming said, if you taste it carefully, you can vaguely taste a bit of tofu flavor. At first, the texture of the chewing was similar to that of real braised pork, but, by the end of the chewing, it was vaguely like chewing on bean skins. Luscious was sure as well as certain that the plate of braised pork was made of tofu. Chang Yuan was also fragrantly confused, but it's the eye fragrance that's confusing. Lu Shiqi's small mouth was perfectly curved and soft, and her eating was quite elegant. Chang Yuan subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water. Really want to taste this small mouth? At this moment, Chang Yuan finally understood what it meant to show off. Lu Shiqi was a bit embarrassed by Chang Yuan's look and pouted. Big brother Chang, try it. This plate of braised pork is really made with tofu. Chef Klaus is simply divine. Chang Yuan no longer hesitated. Besides, he had long been a bit hungry enough, tweaking and chewing like crazy. The aroma that was so rich that it almost made Chang Yuan bite his own tongue. As a former buffet restaurant owner, Chang Yuan had high requirements for ingredients and flavors. But, when faced with this plate of braised pork, he couldn't find a single fault. The two of them are having a good time. The second course came up and was aptly named Crystal Pork Sliders. Chang Yuan could tell at a glance that this was a platter made with king crab and Australopithecus sashimi. All that is taken is the meat from the tongs. These two plates of sashimi were very fresh and the knife work was amazing. It was sliced very thinly, almost translucent and crystal clear, making it very appetizing. Even as a high-end seafood buffet restaurant owner, Chang Yuan couldn't pick any faults and couldn't help his mouth. Chang Yuan chucked a piece and put it in his mouth. Incredibly sweet and fresh. Can't describe the texture enough. Definitely the best sashimi he's ever had. Bar none. Definitely going to easily crush the cafeteria he had at the time. Chang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. 5-star is 5-star. And expensive does have its reasons. Just for this knife work, Chef Klaus cooking is worth the price. As soon as the words fell, there was a ding, and the system's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 23, Lin Ruoyu and dogs not allowed inside. Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. Was the system so awesome? You can trigger a quest even by having a meal? Did you get this $10,000 or so back that you just spent? As a godly man, how can you appreciate someone else's property? Trigger the random quest, Appreciation of God's Magnificence. Quest, punch a 5,888 fat loss package for 1 month in a row at the Hilton restaurant. Mission reward, 60% of the shares of Hilton Hotel. The mission failed and liabilities increased by $100 million. Chang Yuan's heart puffed wildly. How could he not believe what he had personally heard? Before that it was all cashback. And so far it's only made a couple $100,000. The Hilton is a 5-star hotel with a total value of more than $1 billion. What's a 60% share? Chang Yuan said that his math wasn't very good and he was a bit unable to do the math. For ordinary people, continuous clocking a month 5,888 package is indeed a little difficult to top. After all, a month big more than 100,000 it. But for Chang Yuan, it's a matter of dropping a pound of flesh. Suddenly, Chang Yuan's occupational disease broke out, and he turned his head to look at the waiters who had gotten together in 2s and 3s to chat. After all, this is the restaurant of a 5-star hotel. There are not a lot of dining guests, and it is normal to be more relaxed. Chang Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong just now. Now after substituting for the owner, it was a bit hard to watch. It seemed that these waiters were too idle, and he would have to find something for them to do when he took up his post. For example, could the ingredients on the table be arranged in a more nice and delicate way? For example, could you be more prompt in helping guests clean up the trash on the table? For example, can you push the 5888 package a little more? He wasn't greedy for that amount of money. He was simply looking for more work for Chef Klaus. After all, it cost so much money to bring back. Then again, should we put a big sign in front of the restaurant? Lin Ruoyu and dogs are not allowed. No, that's a little offensive to the dog. This 5888 fat loss meal, Chang Yuan ate that. He had finally experienced what was the simple, unadulterated joy of a godly man. Lu Shiqi was more or less embarrassed. After all, it was because of her recommendation that Chang Yuan came to the second floor restaurant. If it wasn't for her, Chang Yuan wouldn't have broken the 10,000 or so. That's 20 lessons. Brother Chang, it's my fault for recommending the second floor restaurant to you today and making you break the bank. From now on, we won't come over. Just go eat at the food court across the street. Chang Yuan was even more satisfied with Lu Shiqi. This little girl, not at all a gold worshipper, not at all vain, knew to help him save money. Unfortunately, he had a system mission, so he really couldn't save this money. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. Psyche, you don't have to blame yourself. On the contrary, I think you recommended it very well. Otherwise, how could we taste Chef Klaus cooking? I've decided that from now on, the second floor dining room will be my regular cafeteria. After saying that, Chang Yuan waved towards Yang Xiaoming remotely. Manager Yang, come here for a moment. Yang Xiaoming hurriedly ran all the way to Chang Yuan. In the face of such a godly man, he must be given the highest level of treatment. Mr. Chang, what are your orders? Chang Yuan said indifferently. The 5888 fat loss package is not bad. Book me for a month first. First, book a month? Yang Xiaoming's entire body was dumbfounded. 5888 a day. How much is a month? Based on a 30-day month, it's over 176. 000. Yang Xiaoming thought that she had sufficiently overestimated Cheng Yuan's trench, but to her surprise, she still underestimated Cheng Yuan's strength. Okay, Mr. Chang, a small deposit is required from you. Cheng Yuan waved his hand indifferently. There's no need for a deposit. Just pay the full amount and give me the collection code. Yang Xiaoming's entire body went numb. On the side, Lu Shiji was also confused. The little mouth opened wide, looking at Cheng Yuan with an unbelievable face. Mr. Ching is too powerful, isn't he? Spending $170, 000 a month on food? A lot of ordinary people can't make $170, 000 a year without eating or drinking. At this moment, Lu Shiqi's persistence and principle seemed to have faltered for a drop, as if Cheng Yuan's body wasn't so fat anymore, just slightly strong. Then again, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with being a stepmother. Straight away I have a lovely daughter. Yang Xiaoming quickly came back to her senses and said in a harmonious voice, Mr. Chang, you booked a 1-month 5,888 package, so I'll erase the zero for you, and you can just pay $170, 000. Yang Xiaoming respectfully handed the collection code to Cheng Yuan. There was a drop. WeChat receives $170, 000 in full. This voice was too pleasant, and Yang Xiaoming's big, watery eyes stared straight at Cheng Yuan. In the presence of such a powerful godly man, the sisterhood's friendship was going to be untenable. Lu Shiqi's emotions were mixed, and several voices bubbled up inside her. Lu Shiqi, what are you still hesitating for? Isn't a good big brother of such high quality as Chang the best place for you? Lu Shiqi, you've always been clean and have resisted countless sugar-coated bombs. Are you going to fall without principle today? This is not unprincipled. People Chang big brother so gentleman. If wrong process big brother, where to find such a good big brother in the future? Lu Shiqi, haven't you always longed for love that runs in both directions? Do you love Cheng Yuan? Or do you love Cheng Yuan's money? Lu Shiqi's brain was buzzing. A mess. And for a while she couldn't sort out her own mind, so she could only suppress all these messy thoughts. Let's walk first. If Brother Chang could remain such a gentleman throughout an entire phase of training, and could successfully lose weight, what's wrong with trying? Psyche, do you have class this afternoon? Lu Shiqi suddenly panicked a little. What did Chang mean when he asked if she had any classes this afternoon? It's not going to be a room, is it? But she and Brother Chang only met on the first day. Isn't the progress a bit too fast? She'd like to observe it for a few more days. Lu Shiqi replied truthfully. At 2 in the afternoon, there's a yoga class, and at 4 in the afternoon, there's a muscle building and sculpting class. Cheng Yuan took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was just 12:30 now. If he was a little faster, he should still be in time. Shiqi, please accompany me to the mall. One of my client's daughter is having a birthday today. She's about the same age as you. I want to pick out a birthday gift for her. But I don't really know you girls. Lu Shiqi was stunned and almost blurted out. Such a coincidence. I happen to have a birthday today as well. However, Lu Shiqi was worried that Cheng Yuan would think that she was asking for a birthday present and swallowed this. Okay, we'll have to hurry up then. Don't delay my afternoon class. Chapter 24, The Rich Man's Bad Taste. Cheng Yuan nodded and asked with slight disappointment. So, Shiqi won't be able to guide me to lose weight this afternoon? Lu Shiqi said in a harmonious voice. Brother Chang, you've just started to lose weight. You shouldn't exercise too much, and it's not recommended that you continue to exercise in the afternoon. If you must be active, I suggest you go swimming or play billiards. Good. The two of them joked and laughed as they made their way downstairs to the parking lot, eventually stopping in front of Cheng Yuan's van. Luscious froze. What the hell? Brother Ching spent $300, 000 today. Why would he drive such a shabby van? In order to maintain the persona of a courier. Brother Chang is too serious, right? What a rich man's bad taste. Shiqi, the car is a bit beat up. Don't mind. Lu Shiqi laughed. Brother Chang, you're overly concerned. The car is just a transportation tool. It's fine if you can drive it. Cheng Yuan secretly sighed. Is this the power of money? If he hadn't consumed so much, would Lu Shiqi have this attitude? When I saw his van, I'm afraid I just dumped it. Cheng Yuan was very gentlemanly and helped Lu Shiqi open the passenger door. Lu Shiqi did not have any hesitation and decisively got on the car. To be honest, the van really wasn't classy and didn't fit in with the two men's temperament. However, instead of feeling embarrassed, Lu Shiqi felt a bit amused. It seemed like fun to be a part of Cheng's role-playing game. Lu Shiqi wasn't embarrassed, but Cheng Yuan was a bit embarrassed. After all, he wasn't wearing a courier uniform right now, and there was such a foul beauty sitting on the passenger side. Along the way, the turnaround rate is almost 100%, especially when waiting for a stoplight. A lot of people pointed. Say what you will. The good thing is, no one videotaped it and posted it online. 10 minutes later, the van drove into Hisense Plaza. Coincidentally, Chung Yuan stopped next to a BMW. Normally, the BMW driver didn't have much of a problem with the van. But when he saw Chung Yuan's license plate number clearly, he was instantly nonplussed. It's not, is it? This van again? The most infuriating thing was that the passenger side was replaced by a beautiful woman. No less beautiful than the last one. The BMW driver quickly photographed Lu Shiqi, who was getting out of the passenger side, and then habitually patted his car's logo and casually posted a dynamic. Where did I really lose? Second play. The BMW driver's Jitterbug number hasn't been marketed much. Previous entries have been in the single digit, 10 digit at best, range of likes. After the last video was released, the number of likes historically exceeded 3,000, and the number of fans rose by almost 10,000 overnight. This one video was just posted and the number of comments instantly skyrocketed by hundreds. It's all traffic brought in from the last video. Wah! I didn't realize that eating melon could be a serialized drama. Begging for this Big Brother courier's Jitterbug number microsignal cell phone number. I want to worship. This can't be a segment, right? How could a courier know so many extremely beautiful women? Shoot a hairline segment. These two videos do not have any traces of dribbling and editing. All in one shot, without any filming techniques. Absolutely pure vegetarian shooting. The great God has come to solve the case. This Nima, I believe in love again. Because the heat went up so fast, this video went into a much larger pool of traffic. The number of likes is spiking like crazy. Hisense Plaza is one of the most high-end shopping malls on Qingdao, with almost all the big luxury brands. Chung Yuan was familiar with quite a few brands, all of which Lin Ruoyu had been chanting in his ear all day before the divorce. Shiki, Hermes and Louis Vuitton. Which brand do you prefer? Lu Shiqi had mixed feelings. The daughters of Brother Cheng's clients are so lucky that they receive Hermes and Louis Vuitton as random gifts. Is this the class gap? When is she going to have a Hermes bag? Personally, I would prefer Hermes a little bit more because Hermes has more brand recognition and better creativity from the designers. Okay, then we'll check out Hermes. Under the guidance of the shopper, Chung Yuan and Lu Shiqi went straight to the Hermes boutique. There are times when it's such a coincidence. In front of the store, Chung Yuan and Lin Ruoyu Jean Pengfei met unexpectedly. After coming out of the Hilton, Jean Pengfei took Lin Ruoyu to eat mutton buns. In order to put on a full show, Jean Pengfei claimed that he wanted to buy a gift for General Manager Lu and brought Lin Ruoyu to Hisense Plaza. Jean Pengfei is planning to buy a luxury belt. Of course, it's not for Mr. Lu, it's for myself, so when the time comes, I'll just say that Mr. Lu won't accept it. Jean Pengfei knew exactly how to hold a fishing girl like Lin Ruoyu. Absolutely no money should be spent on them. However, it can be spent on them to make sure they are okay. This will allow these fishing girls to be fished into bucktails. It doesn't end up costing much. Dinner and a room at the most. There are times when the woman can be the one to pay for dinner and a room. Cheng Yuanpi put on a puzzled look and asked, "Ha, Mr. Jean, didn't you go to talk about a big $50 million project? How come you're free to stroll around the mall?" Jean Pengfei said calmly, "Talking about such a big project, surely you have to prepare a little gift for the other party. Even this does not understand. No wonder you are bankrupt. Can only send courier." Lin Ruoyu was even more nonchalant, looking at Chung Yuan with a look of disgust. "Chang Yuan, what are you still doing here? Why don't you get lost? You won't be able to learn from this anyway, and you won't be able to afford it even if you do." Chung Yuan was too lazy to fight with Lin Ruoyu, but Lu Shiqi, who was on the side, could not tolerate Lin Ruoyu humiliating Chung Yuan so much. "Ms. Lin, who are you to say that Brother Cheng doesn't understand? Brother Cheng came over to buy a gift for his client's daughter." "For a client's daughter?" Lin Ruoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Shiki, you've been tricked by Chung Yuan. He's bankrupt. Where did the client come from? And the client's daughter? It's such an obvious lie that you're the one who's so innocent to believe it. You're all divorced. It's normal that you don't know." Lu Shiqi rolled her eyes and didn't bother with Lin Ruoyu, leading Chung Yuan to walk quickly into the Hermes boutique. Originally, Jean Pengfei wanted to go to Prada to take a turn. After all, Prada is also a first-line brand. Price-wise, it is lower than Hermes. However, Chung Yuan and Lu Shiqi entered the Hermes boutique, so he naturally couldn't back out. He wanted to earn back all the face he had just lost. He just couldn't believe it. Just Lin Ruoyu's bankrupt ex-husband, relying on his overdraft credit card, really dared to spend at Hermes. Hermes can easily cost tens of thousands of dollars for a single bag, and Chung Yuan will definitely have a limit. Women's aesthetics are very similar. As soon as they entered the door, Lin Ruoyu and Lu Shiqi were caught by a pink-colored bag. The two women's eyes lit up, and they quickly stepped forward, speaking to the counter girl almost simultaneously. The pink bag, please. After saying that, the two women froze for a moment. Lin Ruoyu was the first to speak up. Shichi, I was the one who saw this bag first. It's more than $60,000. Chung Yuan definitely can't afford it, so you'd better not waste your time. What if it breaks for someone else? Lu Shichi's attitude was resolute. Whether Mr. Chen can afford it or not is not for you to comment on. It's the bag I saw first. I must see it first. Lin Ruoyu snorted coldly. Since we're at odds with each other, let this beautiful woman be the judge of who looked at the bag first. The teller's eyes are poisoned. Simply from the point of view of face value and temperament, Lin Ruoyu and Lu Shichi were completely incomparable. The bosses behind them, however, have completely reversed the situation. That fat guy was wearing a mid-range brand. His whole body added up to less than $3,000. How could he afford Hermes? The other gentleman was wearing a Lang watch and all the big names. That's the prospective client. The counter girl looked at Lin Ruoyu with a smile. Beauty, you were the one who saw this bag first. Do you need me to get it out for you? Chapter 25, It's dangerous to be a client of your broken shoes. Lin Ruoyu looked at Lu Shichi in triumph. Shichi, there's nothing to say now. Is there? Can I see it first? Lucius was very upset. Why? She had been working out for years, and her movements were much more agile and light than Lin Ruoyu's, and it was clear that she was half a body length ahead. This counter girl is clearly looking down on Big Brother Chang. Since this beauty doesn't want to serve us, we'll receive another one. After saying that, Lu Shichi waved at a counter girl not far away. Pretty girl, please come over here and serve us. This counter girl named Dong Wonwon walked up quickly and passed an apologetic look at Hong Shang. The latter didn't care at all. She didn't believe that this fat man would be willing to buy a 60,000 plus bag. How may I help you? Ma'am? Lu Shichi said faintly. When she's done trying out the bag, please try it out for me. Yes, ma'am. Chang Yuan, however, rejected this proposal from Lu Shichi. Shiki, let's not have a bag that someone else has touched, especially one that she, Lin Ruoyu, has touched. I think it's dirty. Lu Shichi glanced at the bag with slight regret. She really liked it, and thought that the daughters of Brother Chang's clients would also like it. This bag is indeed very good, but since Brother Chang minds, forget it. Let's go look at the other bags and I'll properly help Brother Chung pick one out. The counter sister named Wang Shan and Lin Ruoyu faintly and invisibly skimmed their mouths. Don't want the bag touched by anyone else? Good point. Actually, you can't get that much money, can you? What a load. Wang Shan, as a counter attendant and as a service person, naturally could not speak ill of her. However, Lin Ruoyu had no worries at all. Chang Yuan, I know very well how many kilograms you have. If you can't afford it, just say you can't afford it. Don't look for some inexplicable reasons. Chang Yuan didn't even bother arguing with Lin Ruoyu. Since you're so powerful, why don't you buy it? After saying that, Chang Yuan turned his head to look at Dong Wonwon. Beauty, is this bag still in stock? If there is, please take it for me. Yes, sir. Just a moment. Dong Wonwon walked quickly towards the storehouse. Lin Ruoyu was speechless. This Chang Yuan, too capable of pretending. How dare you look at bags at Hermes when you're in debt? That's over $60,000. Of course, she wasn't sure if Jean Pengfei would be willing to spend the $60,000 on her. Normally, she wouldn't make such a request, in case she made a fool of herself. But, she just loves this bag so much. Moreover, it just so happened that Jean Pengfei was going to give gifts to his so-called clients, plus Chang Yuan and Lu Shichi were beside him. Perhaps. Lin Ruoyu nodded her head haughtily. Pretty girl, please help me with my bag. Wang Shan carefully took the bag out and respectfully handed it to Lin Ruoyu. Ma'am, please try the bag. The mirror is over there. Lin Ruoyu forced down her inner excitement, carried her bag on her back and came to the mirror. Look left. Look right. Spin around and look again. I have to say, Hermes bags are expensive indeed, and they are really classy to carry on your back. Brother Fei, what do you think of this bag? Doesn't it match me? Jean Pengfei's face turned a little less natural. However, Chang Yuan and Lu Shichi were there, so he could only squeeze out a slightly forced smile. It's quite a match. Lin Ruoyu's pupils flickered slightly, and she said in a delicate voice, I also think that this bag matches me. But, I just bought a bag a few days ago, so I don't want this bag. However, Brother Fei can buy it and give it to your clients. Jean Pengfei's heart thumped. This Lin Ruoyu, the segment has seen a rise. Where does he get his clients? If this was bought back, the odds were that it would end up being cheaper for Lin Ruoyu. Jean Pengfei's mind also turned quickly. Ruoyu, what about this bag? It's really nice, but my client doesn't have a daughter, so it's not appropriate to give it to him. Lin Ruoyu had long guessed that Jean Pengfei would say this. Brother Fei, you can give it to your client's wife. The corners of Jean Pengfei's mouth twitched slightly. This Lin Ruoyu, it was really one ring after another. What can we do about this? Wang Shan on the side felt that there is a game. Suddenly a little excited. This bag is close to 70,000. According to the 3% commission, it is $2,000. It just so happens that she's got her eye on a $2,000 skincare product and will be picking it up tonight. Sir, do you need it wrapped up for you? What's wrong with you? Jean Pengfei's mind spun rapidly, finally allowing him to think of an excuse. Ruoyu, that client of mine's wife passed away after a long illness. This bag really doesn't fit. I'd better look at men's items. Put. Cheng Yuan and Lu Shiqi laughed out unkindly. Cheng Yuan said in a tone that was good for Lin Ruoyu. Lin Ruoyu, being a client of your broken shoes can be really dangerous. If you're not careful you'll have to die your wife. Sincerely hope that you won't encounter similar dangers in the future. Jean Pengfei was furious. Surname Chang, speak with respect. Who's a broken shoe? Cheng Yuan bristled. When Laozi and Lin Ruoyu were still divorced, certain dogs and men got together. Who are you calling broken shoes? Jean Pengfei's teeth itched with anger, wanting to rush up and swollen Cheng Yuan's foul mouth. However, his head was still a little sore to this day, and he didn't dare to make a move against Cheng Yuan at all. Surname Chang, if you dare to slander me again, do you believe I'll sue you for slander? Cheng Yuan bristled with disdain. Sue me all you want, and I hope that when you do, you'll notify the owner of Unit 1302, Building 5, Unit 1, Emerald Park in the meantime. Swish! Jean Pengfei's face turned pale as he looked at Cheng Yuan with a horrified expression. This asshole! He even found out his home address. It's a naked threat. He didn't want to be smothered on his doorstep. What he was more afraid of was that his affair with Lin Ruoyu would come out in the East. He owes his present position to the support of his daughter-in-law's mother's family. If his daughter-in-law divorces him, he will become worthless. Surname Chang. Jade Park is a high-end neighborhood. There's surveillance everywhere. I advise you to calm down. I don't want to talk to you. Ruoyu, let's go. Afraid that Cheng Yuan would tell him about having a wife and child, Jean Pengfei pulled Lin Ruoyu and turned to leave. However, Lin Ruoyu didn't want to go. If she missed this good opportunity, I'm afraid that in the future, she would have nothing to do with Hermes bags. Fei, why are you leaving? Aren't you going to pick out some men's stuff? Ha, right. Beauty, take us to the men's section. Wang Shan could only put down her bag with slight disappointment and led Jean Pengfei and Lin Ruoyu towards the men's section. Jean Pengfei quickly chose a belt worth more than $8,000. If it was normal, Wang Shan would have been happy. After all, she could take more than 200 points of commission. However, compared to the $2,000 in commission just now, $200 or so is a bit of a chicken feed. Jean Pengfei was worried about storm lightning and urged, Beauty, please hurry up and help me pack. I'm in a hurry. Okay. At that exact moment, Dong Wenwen jogged all the way over with the bag he took out of the inventory. Lin Ruoyu disdainfully skimmed her mouth. Beauty, there's no need to be so attentive. That fat guy is a poor fat courier. He can't afford a $60,000 bag. Chapter 26. Are you going to reject my heart? Dong Wenwen's heart sank. Ha, that chubby gentleman is a courier. Ha, you're going to work for nothing? However, she had better professionalism and didn't show it, nodding very politely to Lin Ruoyu before coming to Lu Shiqi. Ma'am, here's the bag. Try it on. Before Lu Shiqi could take the bag, Cheng Yuan, who was on the side, said indifferently, there's no need to try. This bag is very good. Wrap it up. Dong Wenwen was confused. Wang Shan and Lin Ruoyu were also confused. What the hell? So capricious? Wrap it up without even trying? Only Lu Shiqi was slightly disappointed. Originally she could have taken the opportunity to try the bag and carry the Hermes bag. Unfortunately, it was Lin Ruoyu's fault for being so showy just now, and losing her chance to try out the bag. Even if she can't afford a Hermes bag, it's good to try it out on her back. Dong Wenwen carefully asked, Sir, this bag is priced at $67,000. Are you sure you want to wrap it up? Sure as well as sure. Give me the payment code. Hey, good. Dong Wenwen nodded his head busily, then very attentively brought the payment code over and showed it to Cheng Yuan. The code was successfully scanned with a drop. WeChat arrived at $67,000 in full. Go to the account? The sudden surprise caused Dong Wenwen to have a burst of hot blood, his face flushed with excitement. The gaze that looked at Cheng Yuan was simply so delicate that it could drip water. Where is this fat courier? This Nima is properly a good big brother of the god Hoa. Cheng Yuan's chubby figure seemed to have become a little bit cuter. Dong Wenwen neatly helped Cheng Yuan wrap the bag and stuffed it in his hand, and incidentally, very skillfully stuffed a small note into Cheng Yuan's pocket. Sir, my name is Dong Wenwen. If you have any needs in the future, You can always find me. I'm always available. Unlike Dong Wonwon's excitement, Wang Shan was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. Well, this gentleman started out as her client. She's really gone off the deep end today. I can't believe that I was blinded by an exquisite poor and neglected this true godly man. She should have seen earlier that this gentleman was extraordinary. Lin Ruoyu's silver teeth almost gritted. Where did Cheng Yuan get so much money? Spent 125k at the gym, over 10k at the restaurant and now another 67k. It adds up to over 200,000 ya. Even if Cheng Yuan had overdrawn his credit card, he wouldn't have had such a high limit. With Cheng Yuan's credit and property status, how dare BlackNet loans lend him $200,000? Lin Ruoyu couldn't figure out what was going on and was a bit frantic. Cheng Yuan, you're crazy. You must be crazy. You owe over $1 million, and over $300,000 in online loans. I didn't expect that you would dare to borrow $200,000 in black online loans. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to pay back the money and get your limbs chopped off? Cheng Yuan glanced at Lin Ruoyu with a disgusted look. He was even a bit glad now, thanks to these 3 years of disaster. Otherwise, he would never be able to see through Lin Ruoyu's true colors, and I'm afraid that he would have to be deceived by Lin Ruoyu for the rest of his life. Lin Ruoyu, we're already divorced. As for where my money comes from and how much I spend, it has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Cheng Yuan twisted his head and handed the shopping bag to Lu Shiqi. Shiki, this bag, I bought it for your birthday. You mustn't excuse yourself. All 4 women were stunned. Isn't this brother going to give it to his client's daughter? How come you gave it to your female companion as soon as you turned your hand? Lin Ruoyu, in particular, was almost crazy with jealousy. Jean Pengfei didn't bother to buy her a bag and bought himself an $8,000 belt. Cheng Yuan, on the other hand, regardless of how he got his money in the first place, gave away bags close to $70,000 without batting an eye, simply by looking at the piece of whether or not you can afford to spend money on a woman. Jean Pengfei was crushed by Cheng Yuan. If only Cheng Yuan hadn't gone bankrupt. Lu Shiji looked at Cheng Yuan dumbfounded. A great sense of happiness wrapped her whole being. A surge of electricity quickly spread to all parts of the body, as if it had been opened up to the 2 veins of the caprices. The whole person was incomparably smooth. It was obvious that she wanted it. It was obvious that she was going crazy with happiness. But Lu Shiki could still barely contain her desire. She can't. Just because of some external thing. Screw the principle. Brother Chang was so sincere to her. And, being such a gentleman, he spent so much money on her without ever making any half-assed excessive demands. No way. No way. Calm down. Lu Shiki, you must be calm. You and Chang have just known each other for a day. Besides, Chang hasn't formally pursued you. It took a great deal of perseverance for Lu Shiqi to calm down. Brother Chang, no merit, no reward. This bag is too expensive. I can't accept it. Cheng Yuan said in a harmonious voice. Sure, Chi, remember what I said? You are the first girl to give me a gift, and I love this outfit you gave me. This bag is both your birthday gift and my thank you gift to you. A look of realization appeared on Dong Wonwon and Wang Shan's faces. So, the clothes on this fat, ahem, good big brother are from this beautiful woman? That's not too shabby. As a fairy, spending $3,000 on an outfit for a man is already very sincere. Okay, after all, how much do they get paid a month? Lu Shiqi was incredibly glad that she had bought a costume for Cheng Yuan. But, Brother Chang, I bought this one for you. It's less than $3,000. This bag is almost $70,000. Cheng Yuan laughed. Shiqi, a gift can't measure its value in terms of money. You have to measure its value in terms of your heart. The heart you gave me, I accept it. The thoughts I gave you, are you going to reject them? Dong Wonwon and Wang Shan were simply mad with envy. How come they can't find such a good big brother? Have the steps all ready for this beauty. In the future, we must learn from this beauty, but also have to give up to the good big brother investment. That's the way to be well rewarded. Cheng Yuan's words blocked all of Lu Shiqi's back roads. If she doesn't accept this bag, she is rejecting her good brother's intention. How can this be? Then I'll accept big brother Cheng's heart. Cheng Yuan grinned. That's right. If you don't take this bag, how can I finish the mission? There was a ding. The system's familiar voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing, touched by God's magnificence. Lu Shiqi's happiness value is being calculated. Calculation is complete. Mission reward has been issued. Please go to the Phaeton Force store in the southern district of the city to receive a Bachunaflow version of the Phaeton automobile. Phaeton? And it's the Bachelor Fowler version? Although Cheng Yuan doesn't know much about Phaeton, he knows cars. Went to see the Audi Founders Edition at the height of his powers. This particular version will cost at least $1 million. Or even, potentially, Closer to 2 million. Luscious is simply a God-given money-swiping bonanza. In the future, I must hug Lu Shiqi's long legs tightly. Chapter 27 Brother Chang bought me a birthday present. Shen Manwan and Wan Ling ate and drank their fill and returned to the gym together. The other receptionist, Nini Zhang, came up with a gossipy face. Sister Man, Ling Ling, I just got a big melon. Are you guys interested in hearing about it? The two women had a gossipy look on their faces. What big melon? Zhang Mimi said mysteriously. Just now a porter told me that he saw Lu Shiqi being taken out by a member. Cut. Shen Manwan and Wan Ling rolled their eyes with a speechless face. What kind of big melon is this? They already know. It was taken out by her new member, Shang, wasn't it? We've known about it for a long time. Ha, you guys already know. Ha, yeah, if there's nothing else, let's lie down for a while. I'm too sleepy. Nini Zhang hurriedly pulled the two women back. Don't be in a hurry, guys. Guess what kind of car this big brother who took Lu Shiqi out was driving? The two women looked at each other and began to take serious stock. Brother Chang just spent more than $120,000 in one breath, rubbing the stingy Principal Zhuang on the ground. That Chancellor Chong all drives Cadillacs. Brother Chang's car is certainly no less than a Cadillac. Shen Manwan's guess was quite conservative, that Chang big brother is more low-key. The car he drives should also be more low-key, right? I guess it's an Audi S6. Nini Zhang gently shook her head. No. Wan Ling then guessed. BMW 5 Series? Neither. That would be the Mercedes E-Class. Nini Zhang laughed. Be bold in your guesses. Don't be so subtle. Daring? Shen Manwan sucked in a breath of cool air. Big brother Chang wouldn't be driving a luxury car of over $1 million. Would he? A playful smile surfaced at the corner of Zhang Nini's mouth. Millions? Oh. Shen Manwan got a little anxious and reached out to tickle Zhang Nini's cackling nest. Nini, don't sell yourself short. What kind of car is Big Brother Chang driving? Zhang Nini was unprepared and accidentally hit the trick, laughing her ass off. Don't scratch. Sister Man, don't scratch. It's okay for me to say it. That nice big brother of Lu Shiqi's drives a van. The van? The two women froze, unable to believe what they were hearing with their own ears. Nini, don't tease us. Brother Chang spent close to 130,000 today, and with that amount of money, he could have bought a mobility scooter too. How come he's driving a van? Nini, when you say van, it wouldn't be a commercial vehicle, would it? Zhang Nini laughed bitterly. My good sister, how could I not distinguish between a van and a commercial vehicle? It's just a van, the kind used by couriers for delivery. Ha! The two women looked at each other. Shen Manwan's brain had the guts not to use it enough. What's the situation? Brother Chang is so powerful. How come he's driving a van? A look of contempt surfaced on Wan Ling's face. Sister Man, I think we both guessed wrong. That Chang guy doesn't have much strength. He's not role-playing anything. He's just an ordinary courier. But how can a courier spend nearly $130,000? Didn't Sister Ruayu say so? Her ex-husband is overdrawing his credit cards and black net loans. This, Shen Manwan shook her head with a bitter smile. Really, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She was already prepared to steal someone from Lu Shiqi, but she didn't expect that the one surnamed Chang was really a courier. It's no fun. Lu Shiqi must be feeling very complicated right now, right? 1,000 choices and she picked a courier? Ha ha ha. Now I'm curious to see what Lu Shiqi's mental shadow area is. The two women were chatting happily. Zhang Nini suddenly compared a silent gesture. The two women hurriedly quieted down and subconsciously turned their heads to see Lu Shiqi walking over with a shopping bag. Shen Manwan and Lu Shiqi didn't deal with each other and subconsciously wanted to flirt. However, her mouth fell open, but she couldn't say anything flirtatious. Her eyes dead set on the lagoon top of the shopping bag. A face of disbelief. Shiqi, did you just go to the mall? Lu Shiqi slightly reserved angled her head. Was worried about not knowing how to show their new bag. Shen Manwan really cooperate directly handed over the ladder. Yeah, a little stroll. Wan Ling and Nini Zhang also saw the lagoon top of the shopping bag and couldn't help but stare. Hermes, the two of them, as receptionists, would get up to $6,000 a month, counting the commission for opening cards. After deducting various expenses such as rent and food, what they have left cannot even afford to buy a pair of Hermes socks. After all, a pair of Hermes socks costs thousands. Shen Manwan can be slightly better. As the best performing star fitness consultant, the monthly income is basically more than 10,000. The best performance can rush to about 30,000. However, Hermes stuff is still beyond her reach. Her mom and dad bought her brother a 140 square foot house in a major school district, and the mortgage is close to $10,000 a month. Her brother is lazy all day and she has always been the one to help pay the mortgage. Add in expenses such as rent, nutrition, cosmetics, etc. And you basically don't have much money left over. It's better than 2 front desks limited. Therefore, Shen Manwen has always aspired to marry into a wealthy family and completely change the status quo of her family. Zhang Mimi very affectionately came forward, obviously saying bad things about Lu Shiqi behind her back just now. But now her little mouth was like it was smeared with honey. Sister Shiki, you're too good. How dare you go shopping in Hisense Plaza? And bought Hermes? I'm going to cry with envy. Lu Shiqi almost flew off the handle with pleasure, but tried to take on a humble look. What's so great about me? I'm just like you guys. I don't dare to go to Hisense Plaza. The things in there are dead expensive. Most of them start at 5 figures. It was Big Brother Chung who took me to shop at Hisense Plaza. And this is a birthday present from Big Brother Chang. Ha! The 3 women looked at each other. Doesn't that Chang guy drive a broken down van? What's with the Hermes birthday present for Lucy? Even overdrawing a credit card to borrow against a black internet loan has a limit, right? Wan Ling and Mimi Zhang were a little better. Just envious and jealous. After all, Chung Yuan originally had nothing to do with them. Shen Manwen's entire body was a bit bad. Jealous almost to the point of separating the walls of her mass. Let's not talk about whether the Chang has money or not. And whether he is a courier or not. The 125k performance is real ya. Hermes gifts are real ya. People are just running to her. These performances and gifts should be hers. She, on the other hand, gave these to Lu Shiqi herself. Shen Manwen was so hard that she almost choked, trying to maintain the smile on her face. Shiqi, Big Brother Chang is so kind to you. What kind of gift did he give you? Lu Shiqi took her bag out from inside the shopping bag with a big smile. Look, this is the bag that Brother Chang sent. Chapter 28, Measuring Value by Heart. That Chang gave you a Hermes bag? Hermes bags start at 30,000 for the cheapest. And this bag, obviously new this year, shouldn't be less than $50,000. Soon, Shen Manwen found the shopping invoice. 67,000. Shen Manwen was as if she had been struck by lightning, sitting in her chair and looking blankly at the shopping invoice. On the side, Wan Ling and Mimi Zhang came over, then couldn't help but widen their eyes and let out an exclamation of surprise. 67,000? Geez, Brother Chang is too generous, isn't he? He spent over $200,000 today. The corner of Lu Shiqi's mouth curled up slightly. What a rare sight. If you guys knew that Big Brother Chang also spent $180,000 on the second floor today, wouldn't you guys be scared to death? In this moment, the 3 women's hearts were shaken. Brother Chang spends over $200,000 a day. How can he be a courier? He must be role-playing or experiencing life. The van. It must be his prop. If you can't get it right, it's been converted from a sports car engine. This bag is so pretty and in a dreamy pink color. The Hermes powder is particularly high class, even for those who don't know the bag. The 3 women loved the bag and couldn't wait to snatch it from Lu Shiqi's hands. Lu Shiqi is generous. You guys can look at whatever you want. The more you like it, the happier sis will be. Especially Shen Manwen, who had been showing her superiority in front of herself all day long based on the fact that she was a sales champion. Now, feel free to be jealous. The 4 women were so focused on admiring the Hermes bag that they didn't notice that Zhuang Sudong leisurely walked over. 4 beauties. What are you looking at so seriously? Shen Manwen and Lu Shiqi glanced at Zhuang Sudong and didn't bother with him. As receptionists, Wan Ling and Mimi Zhang didn't dare offend Zhuang Sudong. Mimi Zhang replied with a smile. Principal Zhuang, we're looking at the birthday gift that Big Brother Chang bought for Sister Shiqi. A Hermes bag. Buzz off. Zhuang Sudong's head exploded. He suddenly remembered that Lu Shiqi had followed the dead fat guy to a room at noon. Zhuang Sudong's entire face twisted a bit in jealousy. Shiqi, I suggest you better be cautious. Don't be fooled. Why did I hear that Chang guy went bankrupt and is now a courier? And his ex-wife is a member of our place. Lu Shiqi shrugged her shoulders, not even bothering to retort. Wan Ling harmonized. Principal Zhuang, we've heard of what you're saying, but if Brother Chang is really broke and really a courier, where did he get the strength to spend more than 200,000? Sudong Zhuang, didn't his ex-wife say that? He is overdrawing his credit cards and black net loans. Shiqi, I suggest you go to Hisense Plaza, Hermes boutique to get it appraised. Maybe this bag is an A-goods. That Chang should be a veteran, specializing in scamming you young girls who are not yet experienced in the world. The 3 women looked at Zhuang Sudong with very odd gazes. This Principal Zhuang, he pretends to be so powerful all day long, but when it's time to see the real thing, he shrinks back. And now he still has the face to smear other people's Brother Chang? Zhang Mimi handed the shopping invoice to Zhuang Sudong. Principal Zhuang, it seems, probably, this bag was bought at the Hermes boutique in Hisense Plaza. The expressions on the 4 women's faces were calm, clearly not mocking Zhuang Sudong. but he felt his face burning, a face suffocating into a pig's liver color. If there had been a crack in the floor, he would have gotten in. I didn't expect that Chang to put in this kind of bloodshed in order to curry favor with Shichi. However, I still have to remind Shichi, gifts can't measure their value in terms of money, they have to measure their value in terms of heart. Poof. Lu Shichi couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Why is that so familiar? It seems like Big Brother Chang said the same thing just now. At that time, she thought Brother Chang was so manly and stylish. But how did the same words, coming out of Zhuang Sudong's mouth, change their flavor? Mr. Chang has put up real money, but you, Mr. Chong, are just a pie in the sky? I'm sorry, Principal Chong, but you'd better go to the kindergarten to fool the little girls. I have a yoga class in a little while, so excuse me. Lu Shichi put her bag back into the shopping bag, not even bothering to give Zhuang Sudong a second glance, and walked quickly towards the dressing room. The other side, Chung Yuan drove his minivan and drove into the Phaeton 4S store. Chung Yuan spotted a nice parking space and subconsciously tried to park over. However, what Chung Yuan did not expect was that a BMW 5 Series suddenly leaped over behind him, grabbing him to the front and diving headfirst into the parking space. Chang Yuan was startled and hurriedly slammed on the brakes, which prevented the danger of a crash. Chang Yuan rolled down the window and questioned slightly afterward. What's the rush? So many parking spaces. Whose fault is it if we crash? With a creak, the passenger side of the BMW got down to a girl dressed in a professional wraparound short skirt, dressed exquisitely. The girl came to Chung Yuan in large strides and loudly scolded. Where did the poor folk come from? What are you yelling about? How dare you come to a Phaeton 4S store with a broken bread? Do you know how much a Phaeton costs? The lowest match on the road has to be more than $800,000. Chung Yuan judged at a glance that the girl was either a secretary or a honey, and was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. It's none of your business if I know how much Phaeton costs. You guys almost hit my car just now. Call down the kid who was driving. The girl bristled with disdain. Who do you think you are? You can see our Mr. Pan whenever you want? We haven't hit it yet, have we? And even if we did, how much would this piece of bread be worth? Wow! Cheng Yuan pushed the door open and drilled out of the van. That huge physique, standing in front of the girl, was like a black cloud pressing down on her. Get out of the way. You have no business here. The girl's face changed in fear, no longer dare to put any harsh words. As if frightened bunny, quickly ran back to the BMW next to the driver's seat. A face of aggrieved look at the man inside the driver's seat. Mr. Pan, this bread driver is so fierce. You must. Before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Yuan peeled the girl to one side, then pulled on the car handle and pulled the door open in one go. As if grabbing a small chicken, he pulled out the middle-aged man sitting in the driver's seat. How do you drive? There are so many parking spaces and you don't stop. Can you have an orgasm by stealing my parking space? Do you know this is dangerous driving? Cheng Yuan looked so vicious that he was practically a thug in a suit. However, the middle-aged man was quite a character, obviously having seen the world, and did not wimp out at all, turning his head and shouting at the security guards not far away. This is the security measures of your Phaeton 4S store? Your customer was beaten up. Didn't you see it? Why don't you quickly blast this poor bastard out? A few security guards rushed forward at a quick pace, their eyes casually debating whose side they should be on. The security chief looked at Cheng Yuan with a serious face. Please let go of this gentleman and leave our Phaeton 4S store immediately. Chapter 29. I did come to pick up my car. Cheng Yuan's face sank. He's the one who drove dangerously, grabbed my parking space, and almost caused a car accident. So please get the situation straight. In fact, the security guards had seen what was going on. But, on the one hand, it's the poor bastards who drive vans. On the one hand, there are prospective customers who drive BMWs. Isn't it obvious who to help? Yensong said in a deep voice. We are well aware of the situation. We are protecting the prospective customers of our Phaeton 4S store. Please release this gentleman immediately. Otherwise, we will take the necessary means. Cheng Yuan questioned in a cold voice. I don't know if he's a prospective client, but how can you be sure? I'm not a client? The security guards couldn't help but laugh out loud. Damn, you stinking delivery guy. What are you pretending for? Please wash the delivery company logo off the van before you pretend. It's useless to wash away the courier company logo. Such a broken bread. Driving a taxi others think it's dirty. At most it can haul a load. After hauling for 100 years and not eating or drinking, you might be able to afford a base model Phaeton. Pan Mingyi took the opportunity to break free from Cheng Yuan's control, straightened his messy collar, and looked coldly at Cheng Yuan. Dead fatty, don't pretend. If you can afford a Phaeton, I'll wash my hair like a handstand for you. Cheng Yuan snorted coldly. I've memorized your words, and today you'll have this head washed. I hope you won't go back on your word later. Chang Yuan turned his head to look at Yen Song. I am very disappointed with your Phaeton 4S store's security staff and security measures. As a Phaeton owner, I will truthfully complain about your attitude. After saying that, Chang Yuan turned around and walked towards the foyer of the 4 store. Yen Song's face flashed a trace of panic. If this dead fat really go to complain, no matter if he is not blowing great, maybe he should be criticized. Yen Song hurriedly took a few quick steps and stopped Chang Yuan in his tracks. You are suspected of assaulting a customer of our 4 store. You are not welcome at our Phaeton 4 store. Please leave. Chang Yuan laughed. Are you sure you want the Phaeton owner to leave? The expression on Chang Yuan's face was too calm, and Yen Song suddenly had a bit of a heart attack. So he wouldn't kick the bucket today, right? Pan Mingyi's honey, Huang Yan, came up and said loudly, what are you afraid of? Let him in. I don't believe he's really the owner of the Phaeton. If he dares to complain about you, I can testify for you. It's him who's causing trouble. Yen Song was relieved. With this beautiful woman as a witness, he would not be criticized. Yen Song looked at Huang Yan with a grateful face. Thanks, beautiful. You are protecting us, and we should be thanking you. After saying that, a group of people followed Chang Yuan's footsteps and entered the hall of the 4S store, ready to watch Chang Yuan suffer on the spot. Welcome to the Phaeton 4S store. A beautiful saleswoman named Sun Xiao greeted her with a smile. Her eyes whirled around and she identified her target and greeted Pan Mingyi straight away. After all, Pan Mingyi was all decked out in designer labels and wore an Omega high-end series watch. What models of Phaeton have you learned about, sir? Pan Mingyi's eyes lit up. This beauty sales face and body far exceeded this little honey of his. If it was a normal situation, he would be enthusiastic to climb, even if not to buy a car, but also to add a micro-signal, and later to develop a good. But now, he was even more desperate to see Chang Yuan make a fool of himself. Pan Mingyi raised his hand and pointed at Chang Yuan. Beauty, you're mistaken. The target you're going to receive is him. A hint of well-hidden disappointment flashed under Sun Xiao's eyes. This gentleman wore no watch, carried no handbag, and had not a single luxury item on his person. His clothes, which looked good enough to the average person, were all designer labels in the eyes of the working class, not a well-known first-tier brand. However, her professionalism was good, and even though Chang Yuan didn't look like he could afford a Phaeton, she acted politely. Sir, it's a pleasure to serve you. How may I help you? Before Chang Yuan could reply, Huang Yan helpfully snatched the answer. This courier is here to pick up the car. Courier? Pick up the car? Sun Xiao froze for a moment. Was this beauty telling the truth? Or are you kidding? Chang Yuan swept a glance at the teasing Huang Yan and said indifferently. That's right. I did come to pick up the car. But Huang Yan. Pan Mingyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. This courier is a real poser. How dare you say you're here to pick up a car? Sun Xiao was stunned. This gentleman is dressed in a civilian brand and he has the strength to carry a car? Is this what she's looking at? The smile on Sun Xiao's face became even more intense, and his attitude became a bit more respectful. Sir, please show me your identification. Chang Yuan touched his ID card and handed it to Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao received the ID card with both hands, and then her little heart beat wildly uncontrollably. She had read today's bill of lading, and the chubby gentleman, to her surprise, was the owner of the venerable Bertruccio Flow version of the Phaeton. This is a top-of-the-line luxury car with over $2 million on the road. Owners who can afford to buy the Bertruccio version of the Phaeton are worth at least big millions, if not hundreds of millions. Sun Xiao bowed slightly to Chang Yuan. Mr. Chang, hello, my name is Sun Xiao, the star sales of Phaeton 4 store. I'm glad to serve you. Please go to the VIP room to rest for a moment. I will personally be responsible for handling the formalities related to the pickup of the car for you. Ga, Pan Ming and Huang Yan and Yen Song were dumbfounded. What the hell? Is this poor fat bastard really here to pick up the car? Pan Mingyi is a little better off, after all. He bit the bullet and replaced his BMW 5 Series, and can afford to be a distinguished Phaeton owner as well. Yen Song, however, did not have such a good heart. Scared little heart panicked, almost jumped to the mouth of the throat. The face is going green. Huang Yan's entire body was a bit misplaced. No, beautiful, you're not mistaken, are you? This courier really came to pick up the car? Sun Xiao indifferently glanced at Huang Yan. She could sort of see that these people should be in conflict with Mr. Chang. Ah, that's right, Mr. Chang really came to pick up the car. Huang Yan instantly wilted. She had just mocked a distinguished Phaeton owner. Even if this courier bought a base model Phaeton, it wasn't something someone like her could just offend. Chang Yuan was simply too lazy to have a general understanding with people like Huang Yan. After all, they were not at the same level. It was only Pan Mingyi that could make him slightly interested. Chang Yuan twisted his head to look at Pan Mingyi and asked with interest, I remember someone was going to perform a talent show just now? Pan Mingyi's face changed and he didn't take Chung Yuan's words at all, making up his mind to renege on the debt. Perform any talent? Don't fart around here. Don't think you're awesome just because you're a phaeton owner. Just like anyone who can't afford a phaeton. Yensong held back his fear, turned his head to look at Sun Xiao, and stammered. Sun Xiao, what model did this gentleman acquire? Sun Xiao answered truthfully, the Bakuna Flow version. Swish, Yensong's face turned pale. Geez, he was surprisingly offended by the owner of the venerable Pachuna Flow version of the phaeton. It's a $2 million wonder car. This is dead. Chapter 30, Washing Hair and Upside Down. Pan Mingyi's face also changed. No longer the calmness he had earlier. He's a phaeton enthusiast and knows the phaeton well. The Pachuna Flow version was a divine car that he could look forward to. He just had access to the circle of top tycoons. And this Mr. Shang was definitely the top group of tycoons in Qingdao. In this moment, Pan Mingyi wanted to die. You rich people, why are you pretending to be poor? Why do you drive a piece of van to buy a car? Pit the old man. Yensong no longer had any fluke. Came to Chung Yuan and slapped himself hard. Mr. Shang, it's because I have no eyes and have rushed you. Please give me another chance. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I can't live without this job. Sun Xiao's face changed. No wonder these security guards suddenly entered the foyer. So it turns out that Captain Yen had offended Mr. Shang. Captain Yen, what's going on? In front of the honored Pachuna Flow version of phaeton owners, Yensong did not dare to have any more luck, and will just happen everything and disclose. Just now Mr. Chang found the parking space first. This Mr. Pan. Sun Xiao's face was incredibly ugly as he bowed deeply to Chung Yuan. Mr. Shang, I sincerely apologize to you for Captain Yan's behavior. I will definitely report to the manager truthfully and deal with him seriously. Chung Yuan waved his hand. Miss Sun, this is not your problem. There is no need for you to apologize. As for how you deal with Captain Yen, it's an internal matter for your Phaeton 4 store. Sun Xiao let out a slight sigh of relief and turned her head to Pan Mingyi, saying in a deep voice, Mr. Pan, please apologize to Mr. Shang immediately. Otherwise, you are not welcome at our Phaeton 4 store. While Pan Mingyi knew what the Pachuna Flow version meant, Huang Yan had no idea at all. Huang Yan, in defense of Pan Mingyi, stretched her neck and said, just like who can't afford a Phaeton. Our Mr. Pan is also an honored Phaeton owner. What makes our Mr. Pan give him? Snap. Pan Mingyi heavily slapped Huang Yan and interrupted her. Pan Mingyi roared sternly, Huang Yan, what business do you have here? You shut up. Huang Yan was confused by Pan Mingyi. Mr. Pan, I am defending you. Why are you? Halfway through her sentence, Huang Yan suddenly choked. Because of her reliance, the awesome and bombastic big shot in her mind, her manager Pan Mingyi suddenly bowed deeply to Chung Yuan. Mr. Shang, it was me who drove dangerously just now. It was wrong of me to sincerely apologize to you. Please be able to forgive me. Chung Yuan looked at Pan Mingyi with incomparable indifference. It's okay for me to forgive you. There's only one way. Pan Mingyi smiled miserably and looked at Sun Xiao. MS. Sun, does your 4 store have any shampoo cream? There is. Please ask MS. Sun to bring me the shampoo and fetch me a basin of fresh water. No wash basin. Will mineral water do? Okay. Send me to the VIP lounge. Normally, if a customer wanted to rest in the VIP lounge, Sun Xiao would not refuse. However, Pan Mingyi obviously had a conflict with Chung Yuan. I'm sorry, the VIP lounge is only available to distinguished Phaeton owners. Pan Mingyi was choking all over his body. However, he didn't dare to voice any dissatisfaction. It's okay to drop me off at the door, right? Could be. Sun Xiao sent Chung Yuan to the VIP lounge, then helped Pan Mingyi find shampoo cream and mineral water. Pan Mingyi's physical fitness was not bad enough to be able to stand upside down against the walled corridor. Huang Yan, quick, squeeze some shampoo for me. Huang Yan was confused. Mr. Pan, why are you so mean to yourself? It's not like you can't afford a Phaeton. Why are you afraid of that fatso? What do you know? Mr. Shang bought the Pachuna Flow version, which landed at over $2 million. He's worth at least tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. Huang Yan, the whole person is not good. That dead fat courier. No, that fat big boss, even bought $2 million of cars? Huang Yan carefully looked at Chung Yuan inside the lounge through the floor-to-ceiling window, not daring to speak casually anymore, and quickly squeezed out shampoo cream for Pan Mingyi and applied it to his head. Soon, someone in the lounge noticed the little situation over here and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look everyone, there's someone out there washing their hair upside down. Ha, really washing your hair upside down? You're not filming a segment, are you? I don't see a cameraman. Did I lose the dare? I seem to recognize him. Isn't that Mr. Pan from Hisense Properties? Hisense Real Estate? The same Hisense land that developed the most luxurious Hisense Grand Gateway Villa area on our island of Qingdao? Yes. The crowd was watching and talking. Soon, Pan Mingyi's identity was revealed. Cheng Yuan raised his eyebrows. This guy is the manager of Hisense Real Estate? Hisense Grand Gateway Villa area. A super mansion he wouldn't have dared to imagine even at his peak. The king of the building inside, with a total property cost of $260 million. The cheapest duplex villa starts at $40 million. It is a ceiling-level villa area in Qingdao. I didn't realize that the manager of such a high-end real estate company would have to wash his hair upside down in front of him. Is this the simple, unadulterated joy of God's hoe? This is all thanks to Lu Shiqi. Ah, I must turn around and ruthlessly brush up on Lu Shiqi's tasks. Now it's a car. Can a house be far behind? Trying to paint a mansion out early, Pan Mingyi finished washing his hair, pushed open the door of the VIP lounge, and in the crowd's interested gazes, he came in front of Cheng Yuan and looked at him with a crying face. Mr. Shang, can you forgive me now? Cheng Yuan nodded calmly. Yes, thank you, Mr. Shang. Cheng Yuan waved his hand indifferently, as if he was blasting a fly. However, Pan Mingyi didn't dare to have an attack. He was just a butler for the rich and famous, watching over the mansions for them, and he knew very well how far he was from the real rich and famous. Pan Mingyi bowed slightly to Cheng Yuan before turning around and walking away. He didn't want to stay here any longer for a second. Unfortunately, some people don't want to have it their way. A car owner who knew Pan Mingyi asked with a smile. Mr. Pan, what's the situation? Playing dare with your friend? Pan Ming and Shia face hot. Hate to find a crack to drill in. Today this face is completely lost. All of the people here were dignitaries, and if he answered truthfully, his reputation would be stigmatized. Even, there is a possibility that it will reach the ears of the group's old boss and lose his current job. However, he didn't dare to go along with the other party and claim to be Cheng Yuan's friend, so he could only look at Cheng Yuan pitifully. Cheng Yuan's gaze was very cold. He knew very well that if he was just a broke courier, Pan Mingyi would never let him go. Surely he will be humiliated so hard that he will be stomped into the muck. Even if Pan Mingyi had been forced to wash his hair upside down as agreed, there was no need for him to help the other party to fulfill his lie. At best, he'll personally leave the day alone. Cheng Yuan said indifferently. I'm not too familiar with this Mr. Pan. Today is the first time we meet. Chapter 31, A Favor from a Godly Man. Pan Mingyi's heart thumped. It was over. Mr. Chang was not going to help him maintain his face. I'm going to lose my face today. Pan Mingyi kept praying in his heart that these car owners would not be so curious. Unfortunately, the more you fear something, the more it happens. This old man. Don't fool us. You don't know Mr. Pan well. Why did he perform the upside-down hair washing for you? You two must have a pretty ironic relationship. Cheng Yuan gently shook his head and replied truthfully. I really don't know Mr. Pan well. Speaking of which, we still have a little conflict. Minor conflict? Now the curiosity of all the owners was piqued. Older brother. What's the conflict between Mr. Pan and you? Just now, Mr. Pan grabbed my parking space and had the 4-store security guards blow me out. Luckily I came to pick up my car today. Otherwise, I'm afraid I've already been swept off my feet. Ha! Everyone's gazes turned a bit odd as they kept looking at Cheng Yuan and then at Pan Mingyi. All of us here are successful people. All of us are human beings. And we analyze a lot of things from the information available. One of the owners asked, what kind of car did you buy, old man? 3, 0 or 3, 6 displacement? The other owner bristled. To scare Mr. Pan like that, I think, it should be a 4, 2 displacement. At that exact moment, Sun Xiao finished the formalities and walked into the lounge, quickly coming in front of Cheng Yuan. Mr. Shang, your paperwork has been completed. Do you need me to accompany you to the DMV to get your license plate? Cheng Yuan had experience in buying license plates for cars and gently shook his head. No thanks. A look of regret appeared on Sun Xiao's face. Mr. Shang, if there's anything else you need, just tell me. Cheng Yuan suddenly turned his head to look at Sun Xiao. Ms. Sun Xiao, I really do need your help with something. Mr. Cheng, please command. Please get someone to take the car back to the Royal Parks for me. Sun Xiao was ecstatic. Now wouldn't she know Mr. Cheng's address? No need to find someone. I'll deliver it to you myself. Cheng Yuan hesitated. Ms. Sun, I'm worried that you're not used to driving my car. Mr. Shang, you can rest assured. I am a car sales. All kinds of manual gear automatic cars. Can drive. Thief 6. Just leave the car to me with confidence. That's fine. Cheng Yuan pulled out the key and handed it to Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao took the car keys. then was a bit confused. My day. This is the key for the Chanan Star van? It's amazing that Mr. Ching has this kind of bad taste. No wonder which Mr. Pan dared to take his parking space. While the two were talking, the owner of the car beside Chung Yuan turned his head to look at the formalities in Chung Yuan's hand, and then couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. Nest, Boss Chang bought the Pachuna Flow version. The Burkina Flow version? The owners in the audience collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. Most of them bought the 3.0 displacement and a few bought the 3.6. In their minds, it's already impressive to get a 4.2 displacement. After all, a 4.2 lands at over $1.6 million. The Pachuna Flow version is so far removed from them. Only a truly godly man would spend $2 million and buy a Volkswagen badge. They finally realized why Pan Mingyi was scared like this. In the awe of the car owners, Chang Yuan walked out of the lounge, took the temporary license plate, drove his new car, and went straight to the DMV. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon when Chang Yuan arrived at the DMV. Sun Xiao still followed, and as for the van, a male coworker was asked to come along. After all, that thing Sun Xiao really couldn't drive. Sun Xiao was familiar with the staff at the DMV, and with her assistance, the license plate was in hand in less than half an hour. In order to curry favor with Chang Yuan, Sun Xiao used her connections to help Chang Yuan pick a leopard number, Lu BCY 888. Chang Yuan was satisfied with the license plate number, mainly because of CY, which happened to be the first letter of Chang Yuan's pinyin, MS. Son, this license plate cost a lot of money, didn't it? It didn't cost anything, just used a little favor. Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice, debts of favors are the hardest to repay. Count me as owing you a favor. There was a ding. The system's voice suddenly rang out. As a qualified godly man, how can you owe someone a favor? Inspire a random quest, God's favor. Task, within 24 hours. Return Sun Xiao's favor. Quest reward, 1 property based on Sun Xiao's joy value. Mission penalty, failure to complete the mission within the deadline will increase the debt by $1 million for every day overdue. Chang Yuan was ecstatic. It was really a pillow delivered when he dozed off. I didn't realize that having Sun Xiao follow would have unexpected benefits. Sun Xiao was also excited that Mr. Chang acknowledged the favor, and there would be a reason to get in touch with Mr. Chang in the future. She must take this godly man step by step, even as a 3. She's super well behaved, and as long as the money's there, she'll definitely give her gold daddy the emperor's service. Just when Sun Xiao was joyfully thinking of beautiful things, a young man came over and looked at the license plate number in Chang Yuan's hand with a greedy face. My friend, you have a nice license plate number. I like it. Can I transfer it? I can give you $20,000. Chang Yuan gently shook his head. I'm sorry, this is a token of appreciation from a friend. I'm not selling it. The young man called Zhang Chao, driving a Land Rover Evoque. His car was parked next to Chang Yuan's car. Knowing that Chang Yuan is a Volkswagen owner, all the confidence to come over to buy the license plate number. My friend, isn't it a bit too high profile for you to drive a crappy Volkswagen with such a nice license plate number? You can't hold down that car, so you'd better sell it to me. If 20,000 isn't enough, I'll add on and give you 50,000. Is that okay? Chang Yuan smiled and shook his head, not refuting Zhang Chao. Sun Xiao, however, was a little hard of hearing. My brother Chang is driving a Phaeton Pachuna Flow version, which is over $2 million on the road. It can buy 5 Land Rover Evoques. Why can't it hold down such a license plate number? Then again, 3/8 in a row can sell for $200,000 or $300,000. You just offered $50,000. Is that good? Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Were 3/8 so valuable? That's a big favor he owes. I only have $300,000 left on my bank card, so it's not a good idea to return this favor. Zhang Chao was secretly staggered. So that's not a regular VW. Ha! Surprisingly, it's the legendary Phaeton. No wonder I just glanced at it and thought the interior was a bit over the top luxurious. However, Zhang Chao would not admit defeat. Beauty, the price you mentioned is Guangzhou Shenzhen, and it's from some years ago. Since those 3 years, such a license plate number isn't worth much anymore. Especially, since our Qingdao is only a quasi-first-class city. $50,000 is already a good price. Sun Xiao opened her mouth, but she couldn't retort, because Zhang Chao is right. On the one hand, the business environment on this side of Qingdao is not very strong. On the other hand, the economy really wasn't very good after those 3 years. The price of Panther license plates has gradually returned to rationality. It's already hard to sell at a high price. Chapter 32, All 3. Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice, little brother, no matter how much this license plate number is worth, no matter how much you offer, I will not sell it. This is a friend's intention, and intentions are priceless. If before knowing that Chang Yuan was a Phaeton owner, Zhang Chao would only think that Chang Yuan was pretending. And now, Zhang Chao gave a thumbs up. Big brother, it's still your realm that's high. I have to learn from you. The little episode passed quickly. Chang Yuan looked at his watch. It was almost 4 o'clock. He could only look at Sun Xiao with an apologetic gaze. Son, thank you for keeping me busy all afternoon. Logically, I should drop you off first, but my daughter is about to get out of school, so how about I pick up my daughter first, and then drop you off back at the Force store? Mr. Ching has a daughter? Sun Xiao was obviously a little disappointed. That's right. How can a successful man like Mr. Chang not be married? I wonder how Mr. Ching's relationship with his wife is? Is there any chance of her being an outsider? Brother Chang, we'll be getting off work in a little while, so if it's convenient for you, just drop me off at home after picking up my daughter. Convenient. Why don't we have dinner together later? Sun Xiao put on a somewhat apprehensive look and asked, Brother Chang, will sister-in-law mind if I eat alone with you? Chang Yuan shrugged in a self-deprecating manner. I'm divorced. Divorced? That would be great. Doesn't that mean she'll be right in the middle of the throne room? Sun Xiao put on an apologetic look. Brother Chang, I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. While the two were talking, the red, yellow and blue kindergarten arrived. Chang Yuan sent a message to pick up the child. And soon, Nana Huang personally walked out with Chang Lele. Seeing Chang Yuan change his car, Nana Huang was slightly stunned. However, when she saw Sun Xiao getting out of the car from the passenger side, the smile on her face instantly tightened and turned as gloomy as ink. Joy's dad is really good. Happy's mom just left and he can't wait to find Happy a stepmom? Thanks to her, she was worried about Lele's father today. A big man who still has to support his family and take care of his daughter. It's really too much. It seemed that she really didn't have to. She's living a good life, isn't she? Huang Nana handed Chang Lele over to Chang Yuan. Without a single desire to communicate, she turned around and headed back to the kindergarten. This made Chang Yuan a bit confused. What was wrong with Mr. Huang today? Used to communicate how the kids were doing in kindergarten. Are relatives coming today? So angry? Daddy, where is your van parked? Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice. Lele, Daddy didn't drive a van today. Daddy drove a small car today. The kind of small car your classmates talk about. Joy's eyes lit up. Is Daddy driving a little car? That's great. Tomorrow I'll tell them that I have a little car at home too. Chang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. It was all because he was broke and dragged his child into being ridiculed by his classmates. From now on, he was going to make Lele the happiest little princess in the world. Must live up to her name. Must always be happy. Lele, this is Auntie Sun Xiao. Auntie Sun Xiao helped Daddy get the license plate number Daddy likes. Is it okay if Daddy and Lele treat her to a meal? Sure. I want a seafood dinner. When Chang Yuan's high-end seafood buffet restaurant hadn't gone out of business, Chang Lele could have a seafood dinner every day. Since the cafeteria closed down, Chang Lele almost never ate seafood again. Is really a bit greedy. Good. We must let Lele have enough today. Chang Yuan opened Jitterbug and searched for seafood buffet. Then he was pleasantly surprised to find that a seafood buffet with a price tag of $2,000 had opened up in Qingdao. Son, can you eat seafood? I'm not squeamish. Okay, then we'll go for a crab feast. Good. At the beginning, Sun Xiao did not take the crab feast seriously. Crabs are just crabs. Because of the small days of drainage, seafood prices have dropped to the freezing point. The most expensive king crab is less than 200 a pound. It's a whole half cheaper, $1,000 to hold out for a crab feast. However, when they arrived at the Territorial Sea Mansion, Sun Xiao realized that she was young. Nima, single buffet 1888? And it takes a minimum of 2 people together to be that price. If you come alone, it's 388. Of course, there are 1588 and 1288 packages. However, there are restrictions on those packages, with the 1588 not being able to eat such a shrimp and the 1288 king crab limiting one person to 2 pounds. In order to conform to the air of a godly man, Chang Yuan naturally couldn't pick packages with restrictions and directly bought the 2 highest packages. Happy is less than 2 meters tall and can eat for free. Originally, Sun Xiao had made up her mind that she must eat in a ladylike manner, and definitely not destroy her image in front of Chang Yuan. But, the king crab was so good, I couldn't stop eating it. Lobsters as long as your forearm, one squeaky clean. At the end of sharing the results of the battle, Sun Xiao alone had eaten 2.5 king crabs, 3 lobsters, 1 slab crab, 6 setter prawns, and dozens of New Zealand crayfish and red devil shrimp. The little tummies from eating are bulging a bit slightly. Have to work very hard to get them back. Chang Yuan, in an effort to lose weight, settled for half a king crab and a regular-size lobster with Lele. The two of them. The other sashimi. Chung Yuan also tasted lightly. One of each to taste. Even. Chung Yuan took the time to contact Dongwonwon, the counter girl of the Hermes boutique. Xiao Dong, does Hermes have any new bags lately? Mr. Shang, Hermes released 3 new products this week. Dongwonwon sent the photos and prices. Chung Yuan has no research on bags and doesn't know much about women's eyes, so he asked very modestly, Xiao Dong, in your personal opinion, which one looks the best? Instead of pushing the most expensive bag directly, Dongwonwon expressed her true feelings. I like the 50,001 better. Chung Yuan hesitated for a moment. 50,000 this was indeed okay. However, it was related to the mission rewards. Then bring all 3. Oh, and by the way, send the pictures first. Chung Yuan transferred the money painfully and then sent a locator. Dongwonwon was simply crazy with excitement. Mr. Ching is just too bossy. Everyone else buys bags to compare and contrast, then cuts prices like crazy and asks for freebies. Look at Mr. Ching, he bought 3 in one go. Same as wholesale. Okay, Mr. Chang, send me an address and I'll send it to you right away. Chapter 33 Home Purchase Fund. The buffet, limited to 2 hours, was full and it was already 7 p.m. Sun Xiao touched her round and bulbous little tummy and was a little embarrassed. Brother Chang, I was busy and didn't eat at noon, so I ate a bit more. Chung Yuan laughed. I'm on a diet right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't have eaten enough of this for me to stuff my teeth. Sun Xiao's heart warmed up. Big Brother Chang was really so sweet, flirting with being a big eater in order to keep her from being embarrassed. Brother Chang, thank you for the great meal. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. MS. Son, I need a small favor from your side. Is that okay? Sun Xiao nodded her head without thinking. Even if Big Brother Chang asked her to help with certain needs, she wouldn't have any hesitation. Big Brother Chang and I are kindred spirits. Your business is my business. Chang Yuan brought out the same words. A client of mine's daughter, about your age, has a birthday coming up, and I'm going to give her a gift. I don't know you girls very well though. There are 3 packs over here. Would you mind picking them out for me? Sun Xiao nodded decisively. Yes, where is the bag? It'll be here in a minute, so you can look at the pictures first. Chang Yuan handed his cell phone to Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao was stunned. I'll rub it in. Hermes bag? Brother Ching gives his clients' daughters this kind of bag. If I become Brother Ching's concubine, can I get one too? Sun Xiao loved all 3 bags, and especially liked the price of all 3. In the end, she picked the bag that was in the middle of the price range. Brother Chang, this beige one is nice. It's a bit semi-mature with a small fragrance. It's the favorite of many unmarried girls. Okay. At that exact moment, Chang Yuan's cell phone rang and received a message. Mr. Chang, I've arrived at the territorial mansion, but I don't have a restaurant reservation and can't get into the parking lot. Please wait a moment. Good. Chang Yuan twisted his head to look at Lele. Joy, are you full? Lele patted her bulging little stomach. What a great meal. Shall we go home then? Okay, Dad. Chang Yuan brought the 2 women downstairs. Sun Xiao would love to ride in the passenger seat because the passenger is the hostess position. However, she was very understanding and knew her place. And after a moment's hesitation, she joined Joy and sat in the back. It's kind of nice to be able to get ahead of the game with the little princess. Under Sun Xiao's deliberate currying favor, she and Lele had a good conversation, and the car was filled with laughter. Chang Yuan drove to the parking lot and parked next to Dongwonwon. Chang Yuan rolled down the window and waved at Dongwonwon. MS. Dong, this way. Dongwonwon hurriedly came forward and respectfully handed 3 shopping bags to Chang Yuan. Mr. Chang, your bag is here. Chang Yuan nodded slightly. Many thanks. Dongwonwon waved his hands in succession, his face full of smiles. Mr. Chang, you take care of my business. I should be thanking you. After exchanging pleasantries, Dongwonwon left. Chang Yuan turned his head and asked, MS. Son, I forgot to ask you, where does your family live? I live in Haidmingting. Is it on my way, Brother Chang? If it's not on your way, just drop me off at subway line 2. Chang Yuan opened the navigation and looked at it. The Hyde residence was only less than 10 minutes away from the royal garden. It's okay, slightly off. I'll give you a ride. Half an hour later, Chang Yuan arrived at Hyde Famous Court. The security guards of Hyde residence had suffered a loss in Phaeton, and they could tell at a glance that Chang Yuan was not driving an ordinary Volkswagen, and they didn't dare to let Chang Yuan register at all, and they directly let him go. Under the command of Sun Xiao, Chang Yuan drove to the door of Unit 2 of Building 15. Even if she was no longer reluctant to part, Sun Xiao could only offer her farewell. Brother Chang, thank you for taking me home. Thank you for the great meal. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Chung Yuan laughed. I should thank MS. Sun for helping me pick such a good license plate number and give you a small gift. Saying that, Chung Yuan looked through the shopping bag and handed the beige-colored bag to Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao subconsciously took the shopping bag, opened it, and was immediately confused. What the hell? Isn't Mr. Ching going to give this bag to his client's daughter? Why did you give it to her in a heartbeat? That's over $70,000 worth of bags. She was already a little put out, but now she was even a little weak in the knees. If Lele wasn't still in the car, Sun Xiao would have made the invitation. Brother Chang, do you want to go up for a cup of coffee? My co-tenant roommate went back home and won't be back tonight. But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't get them out. Brother Chang, this bag is too expensive. I can't take it. Chung Yuan laughed. MS. Son, the license plate number you picked out for me is worth several $100,000. And I took it all. A mere $70,000 bag. If you don't accept it, you are looking down on me. Sun Xiao was flustered and kept waving her hands. No, I didn't look down on Brother Chang. It's just that license plate number was worth a bit of money some years ago, but there's not much of a market for it these days. When you meet someone you genuinely like, there's still a quote. Didn't that Land Rover guy offer $50,000 just now? Just don't worry and take it boldly. Only then did Sun Xiao nod hesitantly. Okay, I'll take it then. Thank you Brother Chang. Chung Yuan waved his hand, said goodbye to Sun Xiao and drove his car straight to the Imperial Garden. Chang Yuan had already called the property in the afternoon, entered the license plate number into the identification system, and drove into the neighborhood very smoothly. Cheng Lele found the neighborhood environment a bit unfamiliar and asked with a puzzled face, Dad, didn't you say you were going home? This is not our home. Chung Yuan sighed. Lock, Mom and Dad are divorced. Dad can't come home. Lock will live with Dad in a new home. Okay? Cheng Lele's mood turned a bit low, but soon, she perked up. Mommy doesn't want us anymore. And Joy doesn't want Mommy anymore. And Joy lives in a new home with Daddy. Cheng Yuan led Cheng Lele up the stairs via the elevator. At the door of the room, Cheng Yuan was nervous and a bit expectant, wondering if Lele would like her new home. With a click, Chung Yuan opened the door to his room and skillfully turned on the lights. The large, bright living room comes into view, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows and a very wide view overlooking the park at your feet. Yikes, the new home is so big. It's so beautiful. I love it. Cheng Lele let out an excited and incomparable shout, as if she were a joyful bunny, dashing into the living room and darting back and forth in the living room. Chung Yuan's hanging heart was finally put down. It looked like Lele liked the new home and should soon come out from the haze of his divorce with Lin Ruoyu. The only shame is that Joy loves this new home so much, but it's just a rental. He must buy Lele a real new home as soon as possible. There was a ding. The system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the random quest, God's magnificent favor. According to Sun Xiao's happy value, he was awarded a home purchase fund of 504,000 yuan. The home purchase fund can only be used to purchase a home. Dodo. Cheng Yuan received a message from the bank. Card number 2195 has an income, interbank transfer, of $504,000 and a balance of $546,178. Chapter 34, I'll take this house. Cheng Yuan was stunned. Why was it a home purchase fund? It's not a direct reward for the house? Before it was all about direct incentives for the car and just going straight to pick it up. And strangely enough, the purchase price has a zero and a hole. So why is it $5.04 million? After thinking for half a day and not coming up with an answer, the system did not give Chung Yuan an answer. So Chung Yuan simply did not want to. It's okay to give money, just so you can experience the joy of looking at and choosing a home. At that time, when he opened a high-end seafood buffet to make money, he had considered going for a flat. And now, that wish can be realized. Just as Chung Yuan was figuring out which property he was going to see tomorrow, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chung Yuan touched his cell phone to see that it was a call from Zhang Ping, the real estate agent. Cheng Yuan picked up the phone. Ping Zhang, what do you want to see me about? Zhang Ping's tone turned a bit apologetic. Mr. Chang, I'm very sorry. The house you are renting, the landlord suddenly wants to sell. In the next few days, someone may go to see the apartment. When is usually convenient for you? Cheng Yuan frowned. I'm convenient at night, but if the house is sold, where will I live? Don't worry, if the house is sold, your rent will be refunded as much as it is, and the $10,000 in liquidated damages the landlord will put on your card. I'll help you find another house again. Cheng Yuan rolled his eyes without any good reason. Is he the one who's worse off than that in rent and liquidated damages? Would Joy like it if we found a new house? Besides, he just moved and doesn't want to toss it at the moment. Ping Zhang, how much is the landlord planning to sell? Mr. Chang is an old client. I won't talk about the listing price. I will directly talk about the landlord's psychological expectations. The unit price of 36,000, the total price of 504 million. The landlord seems to be doing business with some problems, and urgently need 504 million turnover. Chang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence, his mom opened the door for coincidence and coincidence arrived home. This dog's system, the intention to give him the house as a reward is stated explicitly. What's with all the red tape? Zhang Ping, 5040000. I'll take this house. You notify the landlord that I'm free at any time and he can come over to sign the contract at any time. Gah, Zhang Ping's brain buzzed. Mr. Chang is too bossy. No bargaining. Just take it? Brother Chang, I'll contact the landlord and ask him to come and sign the contract as soon as possible. Good. Chang Yuan hung up the phone and became inwardly stabilized. Soon he was also a man with a house and a car. And, not just any house or car. In Qingdao, it's at least reached the level of the middle class. Even when it comes to the dating market, it's still a proper steal. Dodo. Chang Yuan's cell phone rang again. Chang Yuan touched his cell phone to see that it was his old mother Wu Xiuli's call. Chang Yuan instantly became a bit nervous. I haven't told my mom about the divorce yet, so don't let the cat out of the bag. Chang Yuan took a deep breath and tried to put on a calm face. Mom, what's the matter with calling me at night? There was a sudden roar from Rivera on the other end of the line. Chang Yuan, you little bastard. How long are you going to hide something as big as a divorce from me? Chang Yuan's face darkened. He was really afraid of what would come. Mom, how did you know? Did Lin Ruoyu tell you? It's not Lin Ruoyu. Today at noon, Ms. Lele called me and said that Lele missed me. It was Lele who told me. Chang Yuan. Mom, since you know, I won't hide it from you. I did divorce Lin Ruoyu. Don't try to persuade and make peace. There's absolutely no possibility of us getting back together. What Chang Yuan didn't expect was that his old mom not only didn't persuade him to make peace, but her tone had a kind of indescribable ease. Xiao Yuan, it's good that you left. At that time when you were talking to Lin Ruoyu, Mom didn't think highly of Lin Ruoyu. She just wasn't the type of person to live peacefully. I've been square dancing for the past few days and met an older sister whose daughter is 29 and has never been married. I saw that girl's picture. She's much better looking than Lin Ruoyu. I used a lot of effort to persuade the big sister to get her daughter's microsignal. You ask the girl. Have a good chat. Maybe it will be a success. Chang Yuan laughed bitterly. Mom's too eager, isn't she? He just got divorced and his mom is setting him up on blind dates? Mom, I just got divorced and I don't want to get into a relationship just yet. I want some quiet time. You can be quiet, but Lele can't live without Mom. Listen to Mom. Hurry up and find a date to help you take care of Lele. Otherwise, how can you have a career if you're a big old man who stays home all day to watch the kids? Chang Yuan knew he couldn't argue with his mom and could only reluctantly agree. Okay, I'll hang up first. In a while you send the other party's microsignal over. Soon, Wu Xiuli pushed the female microsignal over. Chang Yuan added the woman's WeChat and saw the woman's photo. This photo has obviously been retouched. The background of the photo is a very luxurious place. The angle of the shot. It is very good to highlight that LV bag on the table. Chang Yuan couldn't help but gently shake his head. Mom even said he had a bad eye. And Mom's eye wasn't much better. As you can see from this photo, the odds are that this girl is also a gold digger in vain. If her family's condition is really so good, her mom should be doing beauty treatments and spa with rich wives in her spare time. How can she dance with her own mom? Soon, the other party passed the verification. And the other party's WeChat name is Nishang. Just as Chang Yuan was thinking about the wording, the other party's avatar jumped up. Hello, my name is Sherry. Are you Auntie Wu's son? Sherry? Chang Yuan couldn't help but skim his lips. With an avatar like that and an English name, there's no doubt about the fake celebrity. However, Chang Yuan continued the process. Chang Yuan also thought of an English name. My name is CY. I'm a direct person, so I'll ask directly. What is Mr. CY's age, height and weight? I'll start by reporting mine. 29, 167, 103. I'm 34, 179. And my weight hasn't been weighed today. Yesterday it was 213. 213. There was a moment of apparent silence across the room. It was 10 seconds before the message continued. Mr. Sai, I heard you're divorced and have a daughter? Who is the daughter with? Daughter with me. There was another moment of silence across the room. I don't mind having a daughter, but I have a high demand for quality of life. Can I hire a nanny to watch my kids after marriage? Chang Yuan breathlessly rolled his eyes. The opposite side was quite anxious. It's not even a meeting yet. Thinking about the wedding? I wonder what mom told the opposite. MS. Sherry, isn't it too early to discuss this? Mr. Sigh. I came on a blind date with the sincerity of marriage. Not just for fun. That's why I chatted so deeply. Please don't take offense. Understood. Carry on. Mr. Sigh. I heard that you have 2 seafood buffet restaurants? You must be very busy during the week, right? Chang Yuan sighed quietly. He had been reporting his good news to his family and not his bad news, thus leading to the soups. But the good thing is, he'll be better soon, and there's no need to be honest with his family about the bankruptcy. However, with this blind date, it is better to make it clear. MS. Sherry, because of those 3 years, I'm broke, in debt, and 2 cafeterias are out of business. After bankruptcy, I've been delivering couriers to make ends meet. The house was given to my ex-wife in the divorce and I'm currently renting. I do have a Volkswagen brand car, though, that's the basics of me. This time, there was silence on the other side for a full half minute. Mr. Sigh. I told my mom to tell Auntie Wu that the 2 of us got along for a while, and then our personalities didn't fit, so I hope you'll cooperate. Okay. Chapter 35. Lok Lok's father is an absolute scum. Chang Yuan shrugged his shoulders and casually threw the phone on the sofa. His judgment was not wrong. This girl was definitely Lin Ruoyu number 2, or even, possibly, a strengthened version of Lin Ruoyu, and there was a high probability that she was an active member within those so-called celebrity groups. After this time of spreading joy, Chang Lele turned the entire home around. Only her room, which Chang Yuan purposely locked up in order to give her a surprise. Chang Lele was a little tired from running and came to Chang Yuan with a face full of excitement. Daddy, I love this new home so much. Are we really going to live here from now on? Sure. Joy. Want to see your room? Chang Lele nodded her little head vigorously. Want to see? Lele wants to see. Chang Yuan held Chang Lele's little hand and arrived at the door of the children's room, fished out the key, clicked it, and opened the door. The room was dark and Chang Lele did not react much. After Chang Yuan turned on the lights, Chang Lele let out an excited and incomparable cheer. Wow! My room is so pretty. It's pink. I love it. Chang Lele jumped onto her cot and kept rolling around. It took several minutes of commotion before Chang Lele quieted down. Daddy, I'm going to wash up for my nap. I want to sleep by myself. Good. Chang Lele talks a good game, but when it's really time to go to bed, she relies on Chang Yuan to tell her a bedtime story. After telling a bedtime story for a full hour, which made Chang Yuan himself a bit sleepy, Chang Lele fell into a deep sleep. Chang Yuan carefully helped Chang Lele cover the quilt, kissed her little pink face, and then tiptoed out of the children's room. Chang Yuan walked to his room and changed his pajamas. As he hung up his clothes, he fished out from inside his pocket the small note that Dong Wenwen had handed him. Chang Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. If he had known that this little ninny had this in mind, he should have called Ruoshi over to help him watch the child. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Chang Yuan was apoplectic and took a shower, laid down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. While half asleep, he vaguely heard the system's voice. Task progress billing. After a day of hard work, the host successfully lost 2 pounds and was rewarded 400,000 yuan. When Chang Yuan woke up, it was already dawn. Chang Yuan touched his cell phone in a daze and saw that it was now almost 7 o'clock. Chang Yuan subconsciously looked through his bank account. Sure enough, 400,000 was credited. The balance is now $5. 746,178. After deducting the $5.04 million purchase price, $700,000 remains. Chang Yuan's spirit was revitalized. This feeling of waking up every day with $100,000 and $200,000 of salary in his pocket was simply too good to be true. However, it was easier to lose weight in the beginning when he had a large weight base, and I guess it wasn't so easy when it came down to it. If you pay off the entire $700,000, you'll basically be clear of debt. Of course, Chang Yuan did not intend to pay off the debt immediately, but rather he planned to buy a mobility scooter for his sister-in-law first to complete her random tasks. It's not too late to pay off your debt after you get your rebate. Chang Yuan yawned and walked out of the bedroom to find that Lele had already gotten up and changed her clothes. Standing in front of the sink, awkwardly brushing her teeth. Lele is only 4 years old, less than 5 feet 1 inch, and needs to stand on her tiptoes to spit the mouthwash into the sink. Chang Yuan hurriedly found a small plastic stool. Joy, you step on the little stool and brush your teeth. Okay, thanks Dad. Joy, why don't you yell for Daddy when you get up? Daddy's sleeping soundly and Joy doesn't want to disturb him. Chang Yuan. Her daughter really knew how to make her heart ache. Chang Yuan dotingly rubbed Chang Lele's head and stood next to Chang Lele, washing up with her. I'm faster than Dad. I won. I'm number one. Chang Lele washed up and smiled with a happy face. Shang Yuan giggled along with him. How he wished his daughter could always be so carefree. If you want to remarry in the future, you must find someone who is compatible with Lele. And you must never let Lele suffer a single bit of wrongdoing. Or, do the wrong thing and follow Crow's example and just stop getting married. Dad, hurry up. We have to take my sister-in-law's mom to work. Chang Yuan froze slightly. He almost forgot that his new home was very close to Lin Ruoshi's rented house, just so he could pick up Lin Ruoshi on his way. Well then, go pick up your sister-in-law. Not long after, Chang Yuan received Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi didn't hesitate to sit on the passenger side and asked with interest, "Brother-in-law, whose car are you driving?" "Mine. Just bought it yesterday." Lin Ruoshi was stunned. "Brother-in-law, aren't you broke? Where did you get the money to buy a car?" Chang Yuan opened his mouth and flubbed it. "Ruoshi, I don't deliver anymore. My career has been on a small upswing lately." "Oh yeah, a little gift for you. Thank you for helping me with Lele these days." "Brother-in-law, what are you being polite to me for? I treat Lele like my own daughter. It's normal for me to bring her." When she spoke, Lin Ruoshi didn't give it much thought, and it was only after the words were spoken that she realized something was wrong. She treats Joy as her own daughter. What does she treat her brother-in-law as? Lin Ruoshi lowered her head in a bit of a panic, and a blush flew up to the base of her ears. Brother-in-law wouldn't find out her little mind. Would he? Chang Yuan didn't think in that direction and just smiled without saying anything. Soon, the red and yellow kindergarten arrived. Nana Wang is picking up her child in front of the kindergarten. Originally, she was all smiles, but, after seeing Chang Yuan's phaeton drive over, the smile on her face quickly tightened. Especially, when Nana Huang saw another beautiful woman come down from Chang Yuan's car, her face turned even uglier. Happy's dad is too much of a player, isn't he? One day at a time. It's so sad that Happy, so young, has to live in such a messy environment. Mr. Huang, Lele is in your hands, please. Huang Nana didn't even bother to respond, holding Chang Lele's little hand and walking into the kindergarten. Only after entering the classroom did Huang Nana's face regain its smile, rubbing Chang Lele's head, softly asking, "Lele, in the past 2 days, have you been having strange aunts as guests in your home?" Chang Lele shook her head and replied crisply, "No, there's only Daddy and Lele at home." Huang Nana gently pinched Chang Lele's little face in feigned anger. "Lele, children are not allowed to lie. That auntie just now didn't go to your house as a guest last night? That's not auntie, that's my sister-in-law, who didn't come to my house for a visit last night, and Daddy and Happy picked up auntie from work." Is that pretty girl Chang Yuan's sister-in-law? Was she mistaken? No, even if this beautiful woman today misunderstood, the one from yesterday wouldn't. Happy's dad is definitely a deadbeat scumbag. Chapter 36, My Ruoshi is afraid of hitting you. Chang Yuan once again came to the Forte Plaza office building. Compared to the last time, Chang Yuan's mindset was more confident. After all, he was driving a $2 million car, which was a rare occurrence even in the top CBD office area where the elite were gathered. Chang Yuan had just stopped his car and coincidentally realized that the familiar Honda Accord was parked right next to him. Chang Yuan couldn't help but gently shake his head. It's not an enemy that doesn't get together. Ran into that co-worker of Ruoshi's again. What was it called? I think it's called something sweet. How Sweetie got out of the car and surveyed the phaeton with interest. She didn't recognize the exact model. However, this time, How Sweetie didn't dislike Chang Yuan's car. After all, judging by the hubs on the phaeton's wheels, it shouldn't be a VW base model. Odds are that it's a new model from either Maiden or BYD. In How Sweetheart's mind, this phaeton's price was not much different from her Accord, and it was qualified to be parked next to her beloved car. However, when How Sweetness saw that it was Lin Ruoshi who got out of the car, the smile on her face instantly tightened and she looked at Lin Ruoshi with a teasing face. "Lin Ruoshi, why don't you let your poor brother-in-law give you a ride? It's a pity that you don't have a good eye for picking out a hot guy. Just a crappy Volkswagen? I thought you'd be looking for a BBA at least." Lin Ruoshi asked around yesterday and found out that How Tian had thoughts about the director, who had always taken care of her, and that's why she looked at her in a bad light. Since this conflict can't be resolved, it's a hard hi. How Sweetie, if you want to catch a kaiju, that's your business. Don't press it on other people's heads. Sorry to disappoint you, the one who gave me a ride today is still my brother-in-law. Sweet How twisted her head in the direction of the cab. Chang Yuan cooperated by rolling down the window and looking at her indifferently. How Sweetness couldn't help but frown. Was it really that poor courier from yesterday? Is that how you make your money? This courier can. It's amazing that you can afford a VW premium brand. However, How Sweetie wouldn't admit defeat. Even if your brother-in-law changed his car, it's just a broken Volkswagen. What's there to show off? One of my bags costs more than $20,000. 10 bags can buy him that car. While saying this, How Sweetie proudly showed off the LV bag she had just bought. Lin Ruwashi hadn't done much research on luxury goods, but she thought this new bag of Hao Tiantian's was really quite pretty. Lin Ruwashi hurriedly moved the shopping bag in her hand behind her back. She knew Hao Sweetie's character very well. Her brother-in-law kindly bought her a bag, and she didn't want her brother-in-law to be ridiculed and pulled down by Hao Sweetness. Unfortunately, there are times when the more you try to hide it, the more you can't hide it, and instead you draw attention to it. Originally, Hao Dangdang hadn't paid attention to the shopping bag in Lin Ruwashi's hand, but now, she had keenly noticed Lin Ruwashi's small movements. Lin Ruwashi, what are you hiding? You didn't just buy a new bag too, did you? Lin Ruwashi stiffened her mouth. I didn't hide anything. I didn't buy a bag. Lin Ruwashi wanted to muddle through, but Hao Tian didn't give her a chance. Lin Ruwashi, you're so covered up. You wouldn't have bought it from a stall and are too embarrassed to take it out, right? Lin Ruwashi was numb and didn't know how to answer. However, Cheng Yuan was not at all abashed and said with a teasing face, that who? In fact, my family Ruwashi is reluctant to take it out and show it off because she is kind and doesn't want to strike you. ACI bar. This poor, dead fat bastard, bought a crappy VW and loaded it up, huh? Sis still doesn't believe it today. Just with her Lin Ruwashi's bag, can she strike at sis? Saying that, Hao Sweetness walked forward and ripped out the shopping bag hidden behind Lin Ruwashi. Then, Hao Sweetness was suddenly dumbfounded. What the hell? I can't believe it's a Hermes logo? It's not scientific. Hao Sweetie raised her hand and grabbed the bag inside the shopping bag. And then, her voice was a little bit out of tune. Lin Ruwashi, you actually have the money to buy a Hermes bag? And it's still the latest model? Lin Ruwashi also froze. She hadn't studied bags, but with her ear to the ground, she knew more or less about the Hermes brand. It's the finest of luxuries. How dare my brother-in-law buy her such an expensive bag? She owed her brother-in-law more and more, and I'm afraid she'll never be able to pay him back in her lifetime. Can you only give yourself to me? Lin Ruwashi answered truthfully. I definitely can't afford a Hermes bag. It's a gift from my brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law delivered it? Just the fat courier? How Dongdong's brain buzzed. How she didn't want to believe Lin Ruwashi's words. Fake. This fat bastard must have bought you a fake. It's probably sent over from the Iwu commodity market. $200 at most. The words just fell. A small shopping ticket floated down with the wind. How Sweet subconsciously picked up the shopping ticket. And then the whole person is not good. This turned out to be a purchase invoice from the Hermes boutique at Hisense Plaza. This bag is surprisingly real. As soon as she thought that she had just taken the LV bag to show her superiority in front of Lin Ruwashi, Hao Dangtian felt her cheeks burning. And today this face was really lost to her grandmother's house. Originally, this LV bag was Hao Sweetheart's proudest thing. But now, Hao Sweetheart quietly moved the bag behind her. There is something about being afraid to compare. Sweet Hao was really struck. Good wow. Lin Ruwashi, you're even having an affair with your brother-in-law. Otherwise, how did your brother-in-law buy you such an expensive bag? Disgusting. After saying that, Hao Sweetness turned around and left. Cheng Yuan's face sank. If Hao Sweetness was just showing her superiority in material conditions, it was harmless. Big deal. What Hao Sweets has, he will give Lin Ruwashi all of them. And also, Hao Sweets must be crushed. However, Hao Sweetness had risen to the level of a personal attack, and he absolutely could not stand by and do nothing. He didn't want Hao Tian to throw dirty water on Lin Ruwashi inside the company. Cheng Yuan got out of the car, took a few quick steps, blocked Hao Sweet's path, and said coldly, take back what you just said, or else you'll definitely pay a painful price. Hao Sweetie naturally wouldn't be afraid of a courier and pointed at Cheng Yuan's nose and scolded. You stinking courier! What are you so arrogant about? Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of my way immediately. Cheng Yuan's face sank. He easily didn't hit women. But, this Hao Sweetness really owed it to him. Cheng Yuan raised his hand and clutched Hao Dangdan's fingers, gently twisting them. Hao Dangdan let out a miserable scream and her whole face twisted. Damn fatso. You're hurting me. You let go. Cheng Yuan snorted coldly. You have to be thankful that you're a female. Otherwise, your fingers would already be twisted off. Immediately retract what you just said and apologize to Ruwashi. Otherwise, I don't care if you're a female or not. How Sweetie's tears were coming out from the pain, but letting her apologize to Lin Ruwashi? Dreaming. Just then, a man in a suit ran over quickly and shouted at Cheng Yuan. Let go of Sweetie immediately. Otherwise I'll call the police. Chapter 37 Nyalu. Why are you so polite to a courier? Seeing this man in a suit, Lin Ruwashi was nervous and hurriedly came forward, whispering in Cheng Yuan's ear. Brother-in-law. This is our law firm's senior partner. Nya Yuan, lawyer Nya, let go of How Sweetie. I don't need her to apologize. Senior partner? Also known as Wakey's leader. Logically, Chang Yuan should give Nya Yuan a face. Unfortunately, Chang Yuan now has a strong bottom line. Even if Lin Ruoshi loses her job because of this, he will just support her. He, Chang Yuan's sister-in-law, absolutely cannot suffer from this bird's anger. Chang Yuan not only didn't let go of Hao Tian, but instead broke harder, which caused Hao Tian's tears to come out. Lawyer Nye, I'm Ruoshi's brother-in-law. My surname is Chang. You are the leader of Ruoshi and must uphold the legal rights of your employees. I demand that you order How Sweetie to apologize to Ruoshi in person. Also, you have to promise to restrain Sweet How and not allow Sweet How to talk nonsense inside the law firm. Otherwise, your law firm must bear the corresponding legal responsibility. Nya Yuan was so angry. Who the hell are you? Is this ordering me to do something? Do you think I'm your servant, and our law firm is liable? However, Chang Yuan's aura was too strong, and Nya Yuan couldn't feel Chang Yuan's steps for a while, so he didn't dare to seize. Mr. Chang, what's going on? How Dang just slandered me and Ruoshi with empty words. I don't care. Ruoshi's honor can't be smeared by anyone. Nya Yuan didn't listen to Chang Yuan's side of the story, turned his head to look at Hao Tian and asked in a deep voice, Hao Tian, what's going on? Did you really smear Lin Ruoshi's reputation? How Sweetness forced herself to endure the pain and raised her hand to point at Phaeton. I'm not smearing Lin Ruoshi. Her brother-in-law is a courier. He drives a broken Volkswagen, but he's willing to buy Lin Ruoshi a Hermes bag. I wouldn't believe it if they didn't have an affair. Nya Yuan headed to follow the direction of How Sweetie's finger and saw the Phaeton parked next to the Honda Accord. As a senior partner of the law firm, Nya Yuan's insights far exceeded Hao Tian's, and he instantly recognized that it was Phaeton. And it's not even the regular version. Nya Yuan's heart stuttered. Thanks to the steady hand just now. If this came up to indiscriminately side with How Sweet, is not it offended a god ho big brother? Anyone who can buy a Phaeton is a relatively low-profile godly man, and anyone who buys a large displacement Phaeton is a low-profile super godly man. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't really afford to mess with it. Nya Yuan's face sank. How Sweetness, as a lawyer, don't you know that you've violated Mr. Chang and Ruoshi's right to reputation? Apologize to Mr. Chang and Ruoshi immediately. Otherwise, I have the right to recommend your dismissal to the director. Fired? How Sweetheart's face changed drastically. Nya Yuan was a student brought up by the director, and had a great deal of say in front of the director, so if he made a recommendation for expulsion, the director would have to seriously consider it. Lin Ruoshi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that you and your brother-in-law were having an affair without evidence. Please forgive me. Lin Ruoshi didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she nodded slightly and said, okay, I accept your apology. Please don't target me in the future. Since How Sweetie had apologized, Chang Yuan let go of her with a cold snort. How sweet while wiping tears, while checking their already slightly red and swollen fingers, fortunately not broken. Otherwise, she and this surname Chang is not finished. Chang Yuan is too lazy to take care of How Sweets, too lazy to ask How Sweets for any commitment. After all, he doesn't believe in How Sweets at all. This kind of woman. Chang Yuan twisted his head to look at Nya Yuan. Lawyer Nya, I hope you can restrain Hao Tian, but if you let me hear any bad rumors about Ruoshi, I won't be polite. Yes, please don't worry. Mr. Chang, I will definitely restrain How Sweetie and will issue a gag order. Only then did Chang Yuan nod in satisfaction. Ruoshi, I'm going to leave now. If anyone goes back on their word, you can always tell me. Brother-in-law, I believe in Ni Lu's character, and with Ni Lu as a guarantor, there will be no problem. There was one thing Lin Ruoshi didn't say. In fact, she was still quite looking forward to a bit of rumors about her and her brother-in-law. That way, when she and her brother-in-law did get together later, it wouldn't seem out of place. Mr. Chang, is it convenient to leave a contact information? In the future, if there's anything about legal matters, feel free to communicate with me. Nya Yuan's attitude was okay, and Chang Yuan wasn't too far off from such a buddy slot. Okay, 185x times x times x times x times x. Same number on WeChat. Smoothly getting Chang Yuan's contact information. Nya Yuan was very excited and twisted his head to reprimand. How Sweetness, put your character away for me in the future. Don't make trouble outside all day. How Sweetie didn't dare to be stubborn at all. Nero criticized, I'll pay attention in the future. Although How Sweetie conceded, she couldn't figure out how. After entering the law firm, How Sweetness dove headfirst into Nya Yuan's office, looking at Nya Yuan with a puzzled expression. Nya Lu, why are you so polite to a courier? Nya Yuan rolled his eyes with a breathless expression. How Sweetie, Can you grow up a bit? Can you stop caring about cosmetics and bags all day long? Can you care more about luxury car models? That Mr. Shang drives a Phaeton. And it's a special version of the Phaeton. 2 million to start. How can he be a courier? Ha? That Chang guy drives a Phaeton? And a special edition? Sweet How was stunned. Lin Ruoshi's brother-in-law is such a powerful godly man? Soon enough, though, how Sweetness began to spit. These rich people of theirs are so full of bad taste. Why do you think you're so rich to drive a van for a courier? Aren't you screwing me? Nya Lu. I know. I definitely won't mess with Lin Ruoshi in the future. The other side. Chang Yuan was in a relaxed mood. He was very sure that his sister-in-law's leader had recognized Phaeton. That's why the attitude had changed so completely. This is the joy of the rich, all trouble, in the presence of money, is no longer trouble. Chang Yuan drove towards the Hilton. The Hilton gym was buzzing today, because it went crazy in the Hilton member group yesterday. There was a godly man who bought more than 200 private lessons from Lu Shiqi in one breath and, moreover, spent $170,000 in the restaurant on the second floor. Many of the celebrities hidden inside the member groups are stupid. At the front desk, a girl with exquisite makeup and a beautiful figure was chatting hotly with Nini Zhang. Sister Snow, how was your blind date yesterday? The girl's name was Zhu Shui, and she was a long-time member of the Hilton gym. However, she came over to work out a limited number of times each month. Zhu Shui rolled her eyes without a good look. Nini, I'm getting mad at you for mentioning this. What a waste of my time. My mom was scammed. The person claimed to be a high-end cafeteria owner, but when I added my best friend, I realized that he's been broke for a long time, and the cafeteria closed down, and now he's delivering, and a 200+ pound dead weight. How can someone like that have the nerve to go on a blind date with me? You don't even have to look at yourself. Chapter 38. That's not fat. That's her good brother. If it was before meeting process far, Zhang Mimi would have followed Zhu Shui's rhythm and crazily scolded the dead fat man. What a toad trying to eat a swan. However, now that Chang Yuan's chubby figure came to mind, Zhang Mimi felt a bit cute. Sister Snow, I do have a different point of view. In fact, being fatter is safer and more comfortable to hold. Zhu Shui rolled her eyes with a speechless face. This Zhang Mimi, is she out of her mind? However, Zhu Shui purposely came over to climb into a conversation with Nini Zhang, not wanting to fight with her, and was here to extract information. Mimi, let's not talk about such a spoiler. Let's talk about that godly man yesterday. Did he really charge over 200 lessons and spend another 180,000 in the second floor restaurant? As soon as Zhu Shui mentioned Chang Yuan, Zhang Mimi immediately became interested and her eyes lit up. Right, Sister Snow, coincidentally, that godly big brother is also a courier in disguise. And he's also chubby, just like your blind date. Zhu Shui laughed. Big brother Shin, how that's rich and noble. My blind date, that kind of dead fat pig. There's no comparison to Big Brother Shin Hao at all. Don't mention such a disgusting spoiler. Tell me about Big Brother Godly Ho. I'm interested. Okay. Big Brother Shin Hao came for Sister Man Man at first, but Sister Man Man pushed him hard for Sister Shiki. Big Brother Godho bought 240 private lessons in one go, spent 180,000 in the second floor restaurant, and bought Sister Shichi a Hermes bag. Roughly estimated, Brother Godho's spending yesterday was close to $400,000. Zhu Shui sucked in a breath of cold air. Brother Godhawk even bought Lu Shichi a Hermes bag? This. Zhu Shui was so envious that she was almost separating the walls of her mass. Nini, what's the name of this godly brother? Is he coming today? Brother Shinhao's name is Chang Yuan. He seems to be trying to lose weight lately, so he should come over for Shichi's weight loss class. As soon as the words fell, Nini Zhang suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the gym entrance with a smile on her face. Brother Chang, it's so early today. Sister Shiki hasn't come yet. Zhu Shui, who was on the side, got excited, her eyes glowing as she looked at the visitor. A bit chubby indeed, but not at all fat. Very rich and long and circumspect. Now that's not fat. That's her good brother. If this loses a few more pounds, won't it be a proper heavenly vegetable diamond bachelor? Zhu Shui was trembling with excitement. However, she acted very reserved and politely nodded slightly to Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan didn't recognize Zhu Shui, mainly because the photo she used for her avatar was really badly PD. The other party took the initiative to release their goodwill, and Chang Yuan also nodded slightly at Zhu Shui, which made Zhu Shui float. The good brother smiled at her yet. There's drama today. Nini, I'm going to go play some pool ping pong first, and when Psyche gets here, tell her to meet me in the lounge area. Good. Chang Yuan came to the leisure area and found a few people playing. The guy was very self-conscious and came up. Guys, why don't you join us? A member recognized him and hurriedly handed Chung Yuan the ping-pong paddle in his hand. Brother Chang, I happen to be a bit tired of playing. Why don't you play for a while? A few others were stunned. Oldly, do you know this old man? Why do I feel a bit familiar? You don't even recognize Brother Chang? It's the one that's been spreading like crazy in the members group. The nest is the one that took care of Shiki Lu? Yes. The gazes of a few people changed, and they all looked at Chung Yuan with a bad smile. Brother Chang, what's Shiki Lu like in private? Is she as cool as she is in the gym? Chung Yuan smiled slightly. You guess. Chung Yuan's such an ambiguous answer made the crowd believe even more that the rumors were true, and that this dead fat guy had really eaten the swan meat of Lu Shiqi. I think that it should be completely different from being at the gym. I've heard that a lot of women, who look high-strung on the surface, are actually flirty in private. Lu Shiqi must have a lot of tricks, right? It's normal for men to get together and YA a beautiful woman. Chung Yuan didn't get angry and just smiled slightly. Older brother, play ping pong first, and if you beat me, I'll tell you more about it. Really? Of course it's true. It's more true than I'm a geezer. Okay, let's make a deal. Half an hour later, the three people on the other side of the room lost with their faces blackened. Brother Chang, your level is too high, isn't it? Chung Yuan smiled faintly. Average. Took second place in the city when I was in school. As he spoke, a nice female voice came. Brother Chang, I'm sorry, there was a bit of a personal matter that delayed me a bit. The crowd subconsciously twisted their heads to look and couldn't help but see a light in their eyes. Today's Lu Shiqi, obviously much brighter than yesterday. No longer cold, the corners of her mouth slightly up. Seems to hold a touch of if not a smile. The change in Lu Shiqi made several male members more sure of their judgment. Chung Yuan had really eaten this Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Otherwise, how could she have changed so much? Chung Yuan harmonized. It's not yet time for the diet class. You're not late. I'm the one who came early. The smile on Lu Shiqi's face grew a little thicker. Big Brother Chang is really nice. Very good at thinking about others. Brother Chang, one of my old members is coming to the weight loss class today. Do you mind joining us? Chung Yuan harmonized. Don't mind. That's good. Brother Chang, let's start today with dynamic cycling. Good. Soon, the two arrived at the motorcycle room. Zhu Shui had changed into her training clothes and was already waiting at the door. Her training clothes were much sexier than Shiki Lu's. Much tighter, revealing a large portion of her pale skin. Even, all of them squeezed out deep grooves. Brother Chang, this is my old member, Zhu Shui. Sister Shui. And this is my new member from yesterday, Chung Yuan. Brother Chang. Zhu Shui's excited little heart poofed wildly and took the initiative to extend her little hand. Brother Chang, I haven't practiced for a long time. Please teach me more. Chung Yuan and Zhu Shui linked hands and said in a harmonious voice. I've just started practicing. You should teach me more. Brother Chang, Sister Shui. Then let's warm up first? The two men nodded. Lucius puts on a slightly slower tempo tune and takes the lead seat. Chung Yuan habitually sat on yesterday's bicycle, while Zhu Shui chose to sit beside Chung Yuan. When she got into the car, she deliberately sidestepped towards Chung Yuan, the neckline revealing a large area of tender white skin. Chung Yuan couldn't help but breathe in. Good man, this Ms. Chu is very material. However, even if her corset was tight, it still couldn't compare to the exaggerated curves of Lu Shiqi's honeyed ass. Of course, within the ordinary people, Zhu Shui's figure was already very top-notch. Chung Yuan felt that the boring dynamic cycling suddenly became interesting. One moment, he looked at Lu Shiqi in front of him, and a moment later, he looked at Zhu Shui on the side. It's definitely a view that other members can't see for the money. It was doubly wonderful and gave him an indescribable experience. I don't know if it's an illusion or not. Chung Yuan vaguely felt that every time he stole a glance at Zhu Shui, she would turn sideways to make it easier for him to look a little deeper. Chapter 39. Is this the simple, unadorned joy of the godly man? Soon, a dynamic cycling class was over. Chung Yuan watched. Ahem. No. Chung Yuan practiced and sweated. Zhu Shui snatched a step ahead and naturally handed Chung Yuan his own towel. Brother Chang, wipe your sweat. This. Chung Yuan froze for a moment. Zhu Shui feigned anger. What? Brother Chang dislikes my used towel? People's beautiful women have said so. Chung Yuan naturally couldn't be more pretentious and hurriedly took the towel and wiped the sweat from his face. A fresh and good-smelling aroma came to his nose, and Chung Yuan couldn't help but inhale deeply. It smells good. This Ms. Chu, she should be using a high-end perfume. Lu Shiqi couldn't help but frown. She knew Zhu Shui very well. This Shui sister of hers had a very high vision. Quite a few members of the gym have chased after her and ended up failing in their endeavors. However, she actually took the initiative to show her affection to Big Brother Chang. What is she trying to do here? Before anyone grabbed Chung Yuan, Lu Shiqi was still relatively calm and thought she would have to look again. Is Brother Ching deliberately building up his persona? Is he a good fit or not? Was she prepared to be a stepmother? But now, Lu Shiqi developed a very strong sense of crisis. If Brother Chang is snatched by Sister Shui, there's nothing for her to do. What else is she observing? Lucius took the unprecedented initiative. Brother Chang, you're thirsty, aren't you? My water bottle is filled with electrolyte water that promotes exercise. Have some. Saying that, Lu Shiqi handed Cheng Yuan her own water bottle. Cheng Yuan blinked a few times. That's Lucy's kettle. Wouldn't it be indirect kissing if you drank directly to it? Is this really good? Seeing Cheng Yuan's hesitation, Lu Shiqi took on a very unhappy look. Brother Chang, you don't mind Sister Shui's towel, but my kettle? Sad. No. How could I dislike Psyche? Cheng Yuan hurriedly waved his hand and took the kettle. Gobble, gobble. Cheng Yuan was really a bit thirsty and continuously filled 2 large mouthfuls. Well, this kettle smells so good. When he thought that Lu Shiqi often used this kettle to drink, Cheng Yuan subconsciously licked his lips. It seemed that the smell of Lu Shiqi still lingered on it. A couple of members on the sidelines had no eyes left. The whole envy thing is bad. Is this the simple, unadulterated joy of God's hoe? They tried their best to kneel down and couldn't get a single good look from the 2 goddesses. But the girls, they were actually fighting over this fat guy. This Meow Rich is really too good. Cheng Yuan returned the water bottle to Lu Shiqi. Thanks, Shiqi. Zhu Shui frowned slightly. Was Lu Shiji declaring war? Do you really think she's afraid? Zhu Shui took out a pack of paper towels from inside her accompanying gym bag, pulled out a piece, and stepped forward to naturally help Cheng Yuan wipe the water stains at the corners of his mouth. This action was more or less ambiguous, making Cheng Yuan a little embarrassed and slightly ducked back. However, Zhu Shui did not seem to realize that something was wrong at all and looked at Cheng Yuan with a smile. Brother Chang, I have a very good diet meal recipe over here. Let's add a WeChat and send it to you? Before Cheng Yuan could answer, Lu Shiqi, who was on the side, was the first to grab the answer. Sister Shui, Brother Chang has packaged a month's worth of weight loss meals in the second floor cafeteria, so I don't need you to worry about the weight loss recipes. Zhu Shui showed no weakness. Brother Chang is just having lunch at the second floor restaurant. There's still breakfast and dinner. Brother Chang, what do you think? Cheng Yuan nodded. He really needed reliable weight loss recipes, especially for dinner. Okay, then I'll take a look at Ms. Chu's recipe. Big Brother Chang, why are you calling me that? We're in the same trench to lose weight. We're comrades in arms. Just call me Xiao Shui from now on. Well then, Yuki. Cheng Yuan clearly felt Zhu Shui's enthusiasm, but he didn't refuse. Although Zhu Shui doesn't have Lu Shiqi's honey ass and her face value is slightly less than Lu Shiqi's, but her baby food factory is big enough and the people are warm and flirty enough. It should be easy enough to take. He hadn't tasted meat in a long time. It's not bad to be able to have a good time on Zhu Shui's side. Cheng Yuan touched his cell phone and pulled up the QR code. Zhu Shui hurriedly scanned the code against the QR code. There was a drop. Zhu Shui was dumbfounded. What's going on? How dare she have a close friend of Chang's? How could she not remember when she had added such a godly man? Zhu Shui clicked on the chat window with Cheng Yuan with a dumbfounded look on her face. Then her whole body was bad. This godhawk brother. Surprisingly, it was the blind date that mom dumped on her yesterday. And she was last night. Zhu Shui's brain buzzed as if she had been struck by lightning. Looking at the chat records between her and Cheng Yuan, Zhu Shui wanted to die. Mr. Chang, you know what? Originally, I met you with the intention of marrying you. Why are you pretending to be poor? Why test human nature? Don't you know that human nature is evil? Don't you know that human nature can't be tested? It's over. How can I face Chang now? Lu Shiqi, who was on the side, saw that Zhu Shui's face was a bit odd and came up to take a look, then froze. What the hell? Zhu Shui actually has a WeChat with Chengde? Wouldn't she be in danger then? But soon, Lu Shiqi's eyes lit up as she saw Zhu Shui's note to Cheng Yuan. Broke, fat, divorced, and with a baby, breaking the public. With a snort, Lu Shiqi couldn't help but laugh out loud, deliberately putting on an exaggerated tone. Sister Shui, you have Brother Chang's WeChat? Why is this note so long? It's quite interesting. Zhu Shui blushed, but she couldn't let Cheng Yuan see her note. Zhu Shui was just about to change the note when Cheng Yuan's head came over. After seeing clearly the note Zhu Shui had given himself, Cheng Yuan's face also turned brilliant. He finally realized that the passionate Zhu Shui in front of him was none other than the high-flying and unlikable celebrity Miss Sherry from last night. Cheng Yuan opened the chat window and sent a smiling emoticon over, then grinned at Zhu Shui. It's a small world. Ms. Sherry. Zhu Shui's embarrassed toes almost stubbed out the 3 rooms. His face instantly suffocated into a monkey's butt. reddening directly to the roots of his ears. If there had been a crack in the floor, she would have gotten in. So what? Chang, big brother, exercise is sweaty. I'll go and make up. Xu Shui couldn't face such an awkward situation and made an excuse to run away. Luscious, on the other hand, felt good and hurt. A gold-digging girl like you wants to steal Brother Chang from me? Brother Chang is mine. No one can take it away. Lu Shiji felt that it was necessary for her to sprinkle a pinch of salt on Xu Shui's wounds to comfort her properly. After all, Xu Shui was her member and had to give her enough care. Brother Chang, Sister Shui is a bit out of sorts. I'll go check on her. You go practice in the apparatus area first. I'll meet you in the apparatus area later. Chapter 40, I am Lin Ruoyu's ex-husband. Lu Shiqi chased her to the locker room but couldn't find Xu Shui, because instead of going to touch up her makeup, Xu Shui went to the front desk to get an idea from her best sister. Mimi, it's over. I'm really screwed this time. Sister Snow, what's going on? You speak slowly? Remember the blind date guy who spilled the beans to you this morning? Mimi Chang has a big brain. What happened to the blind date guy? He didn't come looking for you, did he? And then had an encounter with Big Brother Chang? Xu Shui shook her head bitterly. If that's the case, it's fine. With my acting skills, there's definitely a chance of redemption. What the hell? Hey, let's be straight with you. The blind date guy I'm spitting at you is none other than Big Brother Chang. Nini Zhang was stunned. Sister Snow, you're not going to tease me, are you? Didn't you say that the dead fat guy you went on a blind date with last night is broken on a delivery? Halfway through her words, Nini Zhang suddenly choked as she suddenly remembered. It seems that when Chang came to do the card, he was also wearing a courier's uniform. Sister Shui, show me what you said to Brother Chang last night. Xu Shui pulled up the chat logs and handed the phone to Nini Zhang with a lifeless face. Zhang Mimi looked at the chat log and couldn't help a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This, Sister Snow, you are offending Brother Chang to death. The worst part is that Chang even saw my note to him. Nini Zhang, Mimi, what do you think I should do? How would I know what to do? Sister Shui, you're opening up for a sky crash. It's all my mom's fault. Usually she introduces me to crooked people. Who knows? This time, she went overboard and introduced me to a godly man. Xu Shui now hated to find a piece of tofu and headbutt it to death. With today's chance encounter with Big Brother Chang, she had already left a better impression on him. At the very least, Brother Chang didn't mind using her towel and, moreover, was willing to add her WeChat. Originally, she had a great chance to get to the top, but it was all screwed up for her. Mimi, help me think of something. Zhang Mimi laughed bitterly. Sister Shui, since it's already like this, it won't get any worse anyway, so it's better to break it. Do whatever you need to do, and pretend that yesterday's incident doesn't exist. Or, you can tell Brother Chang that the one who went on a blind date with him yesterday was your brother, and that it was your brother playing a prank. Xu Shui's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I'll call my brother right now and tell him to make sure he sincerely apologizes to Big Brother Chang. After a pause, Xu Shui looked at Nini Zhan with a slightly embarrassed gaze. Nini, you're sharing a room with Lu Shiqi. Can you help me spy on the news? How far have Lu Shiqi and Chang Big Brother developed? Good. Chang Yuan went to the equipment area and started working out in earnest. Not far away, a woman in a Nike sports suit and wearing a white baseball cap surveyed Chang Yuan with a suspicious face. Why does that chubby gentleman look familiar? Why did it feel a bit like the delivery guy who had fixed her plumbing the other day? A membership to the Hilton gym costs over 5,000 a year. Are couriers that profitable these days? Yes, this woman was none other than Jin Pengfei's wife, Yin Xiaoli. Yin Xiaoli observed for a while, and the more she saw, the more she looked alike, and she couldn't help but come forward to say hello. Big brother, is that you? Chang Yuan twisted his head to look and couldn't help but see a light in his eyes. It was clear that Yin Xiaoli was not wearing a slim-fit sportswear, but the whole person looked very youthful, probably because she had just exercised. Her face was flushed and she looked great. Chang Yuan couldn't control an evil fire rising in his heart. Why should an asshole like Jin Pengfei have such a good wife? I wish I could give him a green hat. Yin Jingjing? No, MS. Yin Xiaoli? Chang Yuan said the right name, which made Yin Xiaoli happy. Yeah, it's me, Big Brother. I didn't realize you were a member of the Hilton gym too? Chang Yuan smiled and nodded. Yes, come over to lose weight. Yin Xiaoli looked Chang Yuan up and down, noticed that he had indeed lost a bit of weight compared to a few days ago, and his face was a bit more sharply defined, vaguely a little more handsome. Brother Chang, don't you need to make a delivery today? Chang Yuan smiled faintly. I've quit my job and am currently starting a business with a friend. Yin Xiaoli nodded approvingly. In fact, the last time I saw Brother Chang, I felt that Brother Chang was not an ordinary person. So let's wish Brother Chang success in his business in advance. Chang Yuan deeply looked at Yin Xiaoli. Look at the emotional value of people. How comfortable to give ah. It's a shame for such a good woman to follow Jean Pengfei. I'll take your word for it, since we've run into each other. Let's practice together? Yin Xiaoli said hesitantly. Brother Chang, we have plenty of time to practice. Do you remember what you told me the other day? You saw my husband at Summer Palace. You didn't make it clear at the time. Can you tell me more? Chang Yuan was secretly happy that the fish had taken the bait. The guy put on a somewhat embarrassed look. Maybe it's a mistake. I deliver and I see so many people a day. It's normal to see people who look more alike. The less Chang Yuan said, the more anxious Yin Xiaoli became. Brother Chang, to tell you the truth, in the past few days, I asked someone to investigate my husband's rooming information, and found that he's been rooming more than 100 times in a year. But the lawyer told me that it's not enough to just have the rooming information. You need to get definitive proof of cheating. Brother Chang, if you know anything, please do tell me. Is Yin Xiaoli already gathering evidence for a divorce? In that case, let's push a hand. I heard that Jean Pengfei has recruited a new female colleague named Lin Ruoyu, and he's been taking her out to talk business every day lately. Yin Xiaoli felt a chill in her heart and subconsciously retreated 2 steps, looking at Chang Yuan with a suspicious gaze. Brother Chang, you actually know so well? Even the name? What kind of person are you? What's the purpose of approaching me with great care? Chang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, indicating his innocence. Ms. Yin Xiaoli, seemingly, it was you who took the initiative to leave me to fix the plumbing, and it was also you who took the initiative to greet me today. How did it turn into me approaching you with every intention? Yin Xiaoli opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything to retort. Yeah, it seems like she's the one who initiates all the contact between her and Big Brother Chang. But, Chang Yuan sighed. In fact, he didn't want to tell others about those pussies. It's just that, we're all at the same end of the world. There's no harm in telling you. Reintroduce yourself. My name is Chang Yuan, Lin Ruoyu's ex-husband. Ex-husband? Yin Xiaoli had a look of realization on her face. Brother Chang, you found out about Jean Pengfei's Lin Ruoyu long ago. That's why you kindly reminded me that day when you were fixing my plumbing? Chapter 41 Brother's Prank. Chang Yuan nodded his head quite frankly. Although we don't know each other well, I trust my intuition that you're a good woman who shouldn't be fooled by a shameless bastard like Jean Pengfei. Yin Xiaoli bowed deeply to Chang Yuan. Thank you, Brother Chang. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I'd still be kept in the dark by Jean Pengfei. I finally understand now why he's been pushing back every time for the last 6 months. I thought he was stressed at work and his health was failing. I didn't realize that he had the ability to room out over 100 times. Ha 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 ha, I'm a complete and utter joke, said the man, teardrops running down his face uncontrollably. Chang Yuan fished out a pack of tissues and handed it over, taking advantage of Yin Xiaoli's current near-emotional collapse to ask in a very compelling tone. Xiaoli, have you ever thought about revenge? Retaliation? To be honest, Yin Xiaoli hadn't really thought about it. She grew up in a traditional family. Jean Pengfei was her first and only man. For the first time, someone had opened a whole new door for her. Brother Chang is right. Assholes like Jean Pengfei can go out and have a good time every day. What right does she have to stay at home and be a widow? Why should I keep my virginity for such an asshole? Since you're screwing around, before I get a divorce, I have to put a green hat on you too. As soon as the thought appeared, it was like grass growing and couldn't be controlled. A familiar figure came to her mind. But, she ruled it all out. In the end, Yin Xiaoli gave up, and she sadly realized that even if she wanted to take revenge, she couldn't find the right person. Her circle was clean, and every male friend she knew had a beautiful family, and she couldn't afford to break them up. In that case, what's the difference between her and Jean Pengfei and Lin Ruoyu? Brother Chang, I'm afraid. What Yin Xiaoli is trying to say is that I'm afraid I can't get my revenge. However, halfway through her words, Yin Xiaoli suddenly stopped and stared straight at Chang Yuan. Although Brother Chang is a bit fat and is still a courier, however, he is still quite circumspect looking. Most importantly, Chang suffered the same injury and is currently single. Wouldn't that be great to work with? Brother Chang, the downpipe of my wash basin isn't working well either. Can I trouble you to go and fix it for me? Chang Yuan's heart fluttered. The fish had taken the bait. Can we finally eat meat today? Chang Yuan was tempted to respond with a mouthful. Go, beautiful. I'm free right now. I can go and help you fix the plumbing right now. All the plumbing in your house. I can give you a good unclogging. However, Chang Yuan quickly calmed down. He's going to clock in at the second floor restaurant for a month. Chang Yuan acted like he didn't understand Yin Xiaoli's hint. Is this afternoon okay? The weight loss program isn't over yet. Yes, I'm available all day today. My husband is away on business. Halfway through her words, Yin Xiaoli lowered her head somewhat sheepishly. Oops, Yin Xiaoli, are you okay? Can't you be a little more reserved? Why do you say everything? Chung Yuan's excited little heart fluttered violently, almost coming to sensation, and hurriedly went to jerk the iron as a way to divert his attention. Lu Shiqi searched around and didn't find Zhu Shui, so she could only go back to the equipment area resentfully. Seeing another female member chatting hotly with Chung Yuan, Lu Shiqi got a little nervous and hurriedly walked forward. Brother Chang, next is the aerobics session. Why don't you come with me to the yoga room? It just so happens that the yoga room is empty right now. Good. Chang Yuan followed Lu Shiqi to the yoga room. And what Lu Shiqi didn't expect was that Yin Xiaoli also followed, got his yoga mat out and just practiced yoga like nobody's business. Lu Shiji hated her teeth. You've never seen a man before, have you? You're just going to rob my brother Ching? Lu Shiqi wanted to change places, but wouldn't that be a bit too obvious? Lu Shiqi could only hold her nose and endure it. Brother Chang, shall we begin? Good. Shiki Lu was definitely a certified fitness instructor and really started the class with unbelievable professionalism, and every move was standardized. However, Chung Yuan was a bit apoplectic and kept glancing at Yin Xiaoli, who was doing yoga with the rest of his eyes. Although Lu Shiqi's face value and figure exceeded Yin Xiaoli's, after all, she couldn't eat it, could she? Yin Xiaoli, on the other hand, gets to have a crack at it. Hey, with two beautiful women as companions. Chung Yuan was in great shape and surprisingly kept up with Lu Shiqi's movements throughout, though tired and out of breath by the end. But it's not easy enough. After all, he has such a large weight base. Lu Shiqi let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. Brother Chang, you really have perseverance. And through what I've learned about you in the past 2 days, I can be sure that you'll be able to lose weight successfully. I take your word for it. Brother Chang, you go to the restroom to rest for half an hour first, and we'll go for a run later. Good. Chang Yuan turned his head to greet Yin Xiaoli. Xiaoli, I'm going to rest for a while. Yin Xiaoli nodded. Okay, big brother Chang, I'll see you over at the treadmill in a while. Lu Shiqi's teeth itched with anger. This Yin Xiaoli was shameless. You have a husband. Why are you still thinking about Mr. Ching? However, Lu Shiqi couldn't have a seizure. On the one hand, Yin Xiaoli is a member of the Hilton Gym, and the customer is God. On the other hand, she didn't have an identity seizure. After all, Chang Yuan has never shown any intention of chasing her. It was cold in the original lounge. However, after Chang Yuan arrived at the lounge instantly became lively. Shen Manwen learned from Wan Ling's side that several demonic ES had come around Chang Yuan. Where's the heart for class? Very perfunctorily, he dealt with a couple of members, then couldn't wait to rush into the lounge, and Lu Shiqi grabbed to pour lemonade with Chang Yuan. In the end, it was Lu Shiqi who took advantage of the terrain and grabbed the win. However, Shen Manwen was not discouraged and was very enthusiastic and proactive in talking to Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan's target at the beginning was Shen Manwen, and he happily chatted with Shen Manwen. Of course, with Chang Yuan's emotional intelligence, he wouldn't leave the unsociable Lu Shiqi out in the cold. Chang Yuan had a pair of two, and surprisingly, the atmosphere of the chat was quite good. Soon, this delicate balance was broken. Zhu Shui, encouraged by Nini Zhang, summoned up the courage to come to the lounge and to Chang Yuan. Brother Chang, I have to explain to you. Yesterday it was my brother who played a prank and took my cell phone and pretended to be me on a blind date with you. I've already scolded my brother severely. I'll call my brother right now and ask him to apologize to you. The corner of Chang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He was really thunderstruck by Zhu Shui. Such a great explanation to come up with. There's no need to go to so much trouble. MS. Chu, I trust you. Zhu Shui flattened her mouth unhappily. Brother Chang, don't lie to me. If you really believe in me, why do you call me so distantly? You called me Little Snow just now. Chang Yuan was quite interested in Zhu Shui just now, and it was still good to use it to get off on. But now, he has a much better person to meet with. It's still more fun to be a chow thief. Then again, he had just been injured by Lin Ruoyu and didn't want to face a strengthened Lin Ruoyu again. Yuki, I really don't mind. Don't think too much. After all, I just got divorced, and for the time being I'm not interested in starting a new relationship, and I have no plans to remarry in the near future. So, your brother's prank is a relief to me instead. Chapter 42. Push Brother Chang's micro-signal to me. Chang Yuan had made it so clear that Zhu Shui couldn't continue to dwell on it and could only settle for the second best. Brother Chang, it doesn't matter if you don't want to talk to someone right now. I can wait. Let's start as friends first. And when you want to talk to someone, feel free to tell me. Good. Lu Shiqi and Shen Manwen on the side were speechless. Can this Zhu Shui have some face? Got a gym card. Don't see each other all year round. Once the store comes to the goddamned house, come in harder than anyone else. Just like you. You still want to seduce Mr. Ching? Dreaming. Brother Chang, I've also booked a diet meal for the second floor restaurant. See you at noon. Oh, I'm going to work out. Zhu Shue's appearance made Shen Manwen even more urgent, and she had to find an opportunity to get to know Chang Di in depth. However, Lu Shiji, this one, has been following so closely. Let's go steal the tower in the afternoon when Lu Shiqi is in yoga class. The half-hour break time soon arrived. Chang Yuan greeted Shen Manwen and together with Lu Shiqi, they went to the running area. Yin Xiaoli has been running for a while now. Her running style was not as standard as Lu Shiqi's, but it was light and feminine, showing off the softness of a woman's beauty to the fullest. Thinking that he would have to repair the plumbing in a while, Chang Yuan suddenly began to stand at attention. Chang Yuan was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Seeing Chang Yuan come over, Yin Xiaoli's face showed obvious joy as she turned off the machine and took the initiative to come over. Brother Chang, let's run together. Good. Lu Shiqi on the side was speechless. This Yin Xiaoli was much more difficult to deal with than Zhu Shue. Obviously every move looked elegant. Obviously it didn't look flirty at all. But she, a woman, was more or less heartbroken. Not to mention Big Brother Chang, a big old man, because he had to repair the water pipe in the afternoon. Chang Yuan didn't try to be brave this time and was running strictly at a pace of 8. Spare me the half-hour run and I'm sweating profusely. Lu Shiqi was as relaxed as ever, but Yin Xiaoli on the side was also exhausted. Her little face flushed and she kept gasping for breath. Don't mention how tempting it is. Brother Chang, your weight loss program is over, isn't it? Let's go for a meal later. Once again, Lucia stepped up to the plate and grabbed the answer. Sister Xiaoli, Brother Chang reserved a diet meal on the second floor. Yin Xiaoli laughed. That doesn't matter. I'll just go to the second floor and eat something randomly as well. Brother Chang, I'll go take a shower first and meet up in the lounge later. Good. Chang Yuan could sense that Lu Shiqi's expression was a bit off, and as a master of serving water, Chang Yuan naturally would not leave her out in the cold. Psyche, come up for lunch and have some together. It's on me. Thank you Brother Chang for your kind words. I'm meeting my girlfriends for lunch at noon. Another time then. Chang Yuan briefly took a shower and then waited in the lounge for a while. Normally, a woman's bath would usually be very slow, but Yin Xiaoli was very anxious to go home, and her bathing speed wasn't much slower than Chang Yuan's. After only making Chang Yuan wait for 5 minutes, he came to the restroom. Brother Chang, let's go. Chang Yuan nodded and led Yin Xiaoli towards the elevator hall. After going up to the second floor, Chang Yuan habitually looked around the restaurant. Then, his gaze froze. How could he forget? Zhu Shue had just said that she was going to eat at the second floor restaurant for lunch. This would definitely mess him up if Zhu Shue met up with Yin Xiaoli. It wasn't that he was afraid of being pestered by Zhu Shue. Anyway, this kind of thing, he, a big man, didn't lose out. The point was, he didn't want to be sabotaged the first time he became a chow thief. Chang Yuan asked in his mind. System, do I have to eat when I clock in for a mission at the second floor restaurant? There is no need to eat, only for the host to enter the second floor dining room. Chang Yuan stepped into the restaurant with one foot and asked, does it count as a successful punch card now? Count. A trace of a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Chang Yuan's mouth. This system was quite user-friendly. Chang Yuan turned his head to look at Yin Xiaoli. Xiaoli, how are your cooking skills? Yin Xiaoli was stunned and quickly realized something. Brother Chang is a courier. He shouldn't be able to afford the 288 diet package, right? Yin Xiaoli was very sweet and didn't reveal Chang Yuan's dilemma, saying with a smile, after I got married, I haven't gone out to work. When I have nothing to do, I either work out and do beauty treatments, or I study cooking, and my cooking is quite good. Does Brother Chang want to taste it? Please, Yin Xiaoli said in a very upbeat manner. It's true that eating outside is not as healthy as eating at home, so why don't we return our lunches and go to my home and I'll make it for you. Good. As the two turned to leave, Chang Yuan quietly sent a message to Yang Xiaoming. Manager Yang, pack up today's fat loss meal and give it to Shiqi. Lu Shiqi finished her shower, changed her clothes, and walked quickly to the elevator lobby, where her best friend was already waiting outside. Mimi Zhang suddenly stood up and waved at her. Shiqi-san, come here for a second. Lu Shiqi was stunned. Mimi, what is it? Sister Shiqi, this is the fat loss meal that Manager Yang personally sent over, saying that Brother Chang packed it for you. This, Lu Shiqi immediately felt her nose turn sour and almost shed tears. Is this a sign that Chang is going to start taking the initiative? It seemed that she still had a place in Big Brother Chang's heart. However, she misunderstood Chang and thought that he was moving on. Brother Chang had already taken the first step. Should she move forward? No, we must listen to Luna's advice later. Lu Shiqi picked up the packing box and walked quickly into the elevator. And soon, Lu Shiqi met her good girlfriend Suyu. Suyu saw Lu Shiqi carrying a packing box and carried it with an unhappy smile on it. Shiqi, didn't we agree that this meal is on me today? What do you mean by carrying a packing box? Are you looking down on me? Luscious shook her head gently. No, you, this is from Big Brother Chang. Suyu had a gossipy look on her face. Oh, looks like there's something going on. Shiki, which lucky guy got the heart of our no? One school beauty of Qin University? Lu Shiqi's expression turned complicated and she sighed quietly. Shiki, what's wrong? Can't say it in a sentence, say it in the car. Suyu is delicate looking, but drives a very dominant Tank 300. From the car Suyu drove, it was clear that she had a very straightforward nature. Come on, what's going on? Here's the deal. Lu Shiqi originally told everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Originally, I wanted to observe again to see if Cheng Big Brother was suitable, but, after such a delay, he was surrounded by 3 or 4 female goblins. Suyu was speechless and rolled her eyes. What else is there to observe? This Big Brother Chang must like you. Otherwise he would have bought you a Hermes bag on the first day you met him? But Chang is divorced and has a daughter. Suyu nodded Lu Shiqi's forehead without any good humor. Egu. Sister. You even picked it. With Brother Chang's condition, do you need to look after the child? You just wait to enjoy your happiness. If you don't want to be a stepmother, I can Come on. Push Brother Chang's micro signal to me. Lu Shiqi blankly glanced at Suyu without any good reason. Boring, don't mess with it. So I'll try to take a step forward? Sister, please be careful. The other female goblins have already taken 99 steps. Why are you still hesitating here? Okay, I got it. Chapter 43 The Neighbor with a Better Attitude. Chang Yuan and Yin Xiaoli walked out of the hotel door shoulder to shoulder. Yin Xiaoli fumbled for her cell phone and said in a harmonious voice, Brother Chang, wait a moment, I'll call a cab. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. There's no need to take a taxi. I'm driving. Yin Xiaoli was slightly hesitant. Brother Chang is a courier, and couriers usually drive vans. She didn't mind it herself. The point is, her house is in a high-end neighborhood, and if the neighbors see her coming back in a van, they're going to laugh at her. In the end, however, Yin Xiaoli nodded. Jokes are jokes. She wasn't going to continue living in Magnolia Mansion after the divorce anyway. Okay, then I'll trouble Brother Chang. Chang Yuan smiled faintly and led Yin Xiaoli towards his phaeton. The phaeton unlocked with a tick. Yin Xiaoli's eyes lit up. Ha! Brother Chang isn't driving a van, is he? The VW is also just the most basic of mobility vehicles. But, well, it's not as zippy as a van. Brother Chang, this car of yours looks very new. Have you recently replaced it? Picked up the car yesterday. It looks like Big Brother Chang has a great track record. Chang Yuan smiled without explaining. After all, he and Yin Xiaoli were just dewy-eyed lovers. After getting into the car, Yin Xiaoli froze once again. That's weird. Why do you feel the interior of Chang's Volkswagen is so luxurious? Yin Xiaoli even felt that Jean Pengfei's Mercedes E was not as luxurious as the interior of this Volkswagen. There is also a lot of space inside the car. Nothing like the Mercedes E. Should it be a BYD or a Maiden? Brother Chang, is BYD's interior so well done now? It's nothing less than a BBA. Chang Yuan didn't feel the need to pretend with Yin Xiaoli and changed the topic without a trace. It's not bad. By the way, Xiaoli, you have a good family. Living in a high-end neighborhood like Magnolia Mansion, how come you don't have a car? Yin Xiaoli laughed bitterly. The car is there, and the driver's license has been learned. However, I get nervous when I get on the road. Rather than taking a taxi to save my mind. Chang Yuan smiled. When I first learned to get my license, I was nervous about driving, so I got better after a few more times. Mainly because I have no one to practice with. Halfway through her words, Yin Xiaoli suddenly turned her head and looked at Chang Yuan with an expectant gaze. Brother Chang, if you're free, would it be convenient to accompany me to practice driving? Convenient. I'm a great driver, no matter what kind of condition the car is in. Yin Xiaoli glanced at Chang Yuan with a suspicious gaze, always feeling that Big Brother Chang was driving the car, but there was no proof. Okay, then we have a deal. Soon, the Magnolia Mansion arrived. Yin Xiaoli said in a harmonious voice. Brother Chang, wait a moment, the Yulan Mansion's access control is rather strict. I'll go down and register. Chang Yuan smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Just as Chang Yuan thought, the security guard had no intention of letting them register and directly opened the carrying bar. And, a salute in the direction of the driver's seat. That's going to make Yin Xiaoli a bit of a no-no. What's wrong with the security today? I remembered before. As long as you're not the owner of Magnolia Mansion, even if you're driving a BBA, you have to come down to register. That's actually not surprising at all. Yulan Mansion is a high-end neighborhood on Qingdao, and the security guards are all a little bit eye-catching, so they can definitely tell that this is not an ordinary Volkswagen, but a top-of-the-line luxury car phaeton, and as you can tell by the exhaust, it's big displacement. Faced with such a powerful top godly man, How dare the security guard let off the car to sign? Isn't that a bad idea? Soon, the car was parked in building 26, in the parking space in front of the first unit. Coincidentally, Ian Xiaoli's neighbor also happened to be coming home from work, and pulled into the parking space almost simultaneously with Chang Yuan. Ian Xiaoli's neighbor is named Zhang Na, a beauty store owner who drives a Porsche Cayenne, often showing superiority in front of Ian Xiaoli. Ian Xiaoli cursed, how could her luck be so bad? I ran into Zhang Na by chance. Zhang Na would have laughed at her if she had seen her riding home in a Volkswagen. Ian Xiaoli dawdled without getting out of the car, hoping to avoid Zhang Na. However, there are times when the more you try to hide the more you can't. After Zhang Na got out of the car, she faintly swept a glance at the Volkswagen. What kind of car has the nerve to park next to her Cayenne? But soon, Zhang Na found a blind spot. Holy, this turned out to be a 4.2 displacement Phaeton. And it's still a special edition. Landing starts at 2 million. Is any of the neighbors developed? Or, some neighbors guessed? None of that matters. Though, someone that powerful could definitely be a potential client for her. Zhang Na stopped and looked in the direction of the Phaeton with a smile, waiting for the people in the Phaeton to get out of the car. Chang Yuan spotted Zhang Na and asked with interest, Xiaoli, did you run into an acquaintance? Grab the car and say hello. A hint of well-hidden panic flashed across Ian Xiaoli's face, and she hurriedly denied it. A neighbor, not very familiar. How precise is Ching Yuan? Instantly figuring out why Ian Xiaoli reacted the way she did. It was the fear that this good neighbor was mocking his public. In fact, you don't have to. Judging by the expression on the good neighbor's face, he obviously saw that it was a Phaeton, and clearly wanted to make friends and climb the ladder. Chang Yuan got out of the car, came to the passenger side, and pulled open the door for Ian Xiaoli in a very gentlemanly manner. Xiaoli, get out of the car. Ian Xiaoli was depressed. Brother Chang, why are you being such a gentleman? You've opened the door for me, so I have no place to hide. That's all. Anyway, Zhang Na hadn't been laughing at her for more than a day or two, so she would just endure it and get over it. Ian Xiaoli stiffly got out of the car and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying as she greeted towards Zhang Na. Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. Ian Xiaoli was ready to be ridiculed and flirted with, but what she didn't expect was that Zhang Na's attitude was unprecedentedly good. The smile on his face was about to crease. Sister Xiaoli, you're too outgoing. We're neighbors. What's the point of calling you Mr. Zhang? Isn't that slapping me in the face? Just call me Nana. Ga? Ian Xiaoli was a little bit unable to do so by Zhang Na. A small voice called out, Nana? Zhang Na smiled even wider and grabbed Ian Xiaoli's small hand. Hey, Sister Xiaoli, who is this gentleman? Is it convenient to introduce me? Ian Xiaoli is more or less a bit flustered. After all, she is not divorced now. How should this be explained? If it gets to Jean Pengfei's ears, it'll be embarrassing. On the contrary, Chang Yuan was very calm and stood out with a smile. Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Chang Yuan, Xiaoli's cousin. Zhang Na fished out a business card and handed it to Chang Yuan with both hands. Hello Mr. Chang, this is my business card. If you have any questions about beauty and cosmetic surgery and weight loss, you can ask me. Chang Yuan accepted the business card and said harmoniously, okay, call back. Hey, good. After a few polite words, Zhang Na excused herself, and Ian Xiaoli didn't return to her senses until Zhang Na's back disappeared at the entrance of the building. Zhang Na has always been eye-catching. Why the attitude today? Why are you so polite to Brother Chang? That's weird. Chapter 44, Don't You Want Revenge? Seeing Ian Xiaoli dazed, Chang Yuan raised his hand and waved it in front of Ian Xiaoli. Xiaoli, what's wrong with you? Brother Chang, I'm wondering why Zhang Na is so polite to you when she's usually always above board and looks down on us neighbors. Of course it's because I'm a low-key godly man. Maybe because I'm better looking? Cut. Ian Xiaoli rolled her eyes in dismay, then took a serious look at Chang Yuan. It seems that today's big brother Chang is a bit thinner than the first time we met. The hair was carefully groomed and the clothes were good. If you exclude his chubby body, he does look a little handsome. Under Ian Xiaoli's leadership, Chang Yuan stepped into the house once again. Chang Yuan couldn't help but get a little excited. He had been a bit awestruck when he first met Ian Xiaoli, and had thought that he would never have anything to do with this Yukai again. I didn't realize that life could be so amazing. How many days has it been? And he ascended. In fact, Chang Yuan was eager to cut out all the red tape and directly rushed into the bedroom with Ian Xiaoli in his arms. Put your best foot forward to help Ian Xiaoli. However, Chang Yuan was worried about scaring Ian Xiaoli, so it was better to take it one step at a time. Ian Xiaoli was so nervous that she didn't even dare to look up at Chang Yuan. Her palms were sweating. Although she had fully prepared herself mentally, she was still nervous when it came down to it. After all, She had lived in a relatively conservative family since childhood and had received a traditional education. This kind of thing goes against what she's been taught. At that time, agreeing to Chang Yuan was just an impulse. Chang Yuan was worried about Yin Xiaoli's sudden change of heart and took the lead in breaking the silence. Xiaoli, where's the kitchen? Kitchen? Yin Xiaoli was stunned. And soon, she realized that she had pretext that the water pipe in the kitchen was broken and asked Chang Di to fix it. Over there. Then I'll go take a look. Chang Yuan came to the kitchen and pretended to check the water pipes. Naturally, he couldn't find any problems. However, Chang Yuan took on a serious look. There is a real problem with the water mains. It's silted up so badly that it has to be unblocked properly. While saying this, Chang Yuan also looked at Yin Xiaoli with an aggressive gaze. Yin Xiaoli's little heart fluttered violently. Blockage? Unclogging? Mr. Ching seems to be driving, but she has no proof. Chang Yuan's gaze was too hot, and Yin Xiaoli panicked and lowered her head, finding a lame excuse. Brother Chang, let me get you a glass of water. Yin Xiaoli found a cup and poured water from a thermostatic kettle. She was so nervous that her hand shook and spilled water on her hand. Because Jean Pengfei likes to drink hotter water, the thermostatic kettle is set at 60. 60-degree water is tolerable for a big old man with thick skin. However, Yin Xiaoli's skin was too delicate and was instantly scalded red. Ah! Yin Xiaoli let out a cry of pain and the cup in her hand fell to the ground. Chang Yuan hurriedly rushed out from the kitchen, looking at Yin Xiaoli with a nervous expression. Xiaoli, what's wrong? Yin Xiaoli sniffled. I accidentally burned my hand. Chang Yuan rushed forward and grabbed Yin Xiaoli's small hand, blowing on her very heartily. Better now? This atmosphere was just too ambiguous. Yin Xiaoli's little heart puffed and puffed, almost jumping out of her throat. Yin Xiaoli looked at Chang Yuan's side face in fascination. In Jean Pengfei's body, she had never experienced what it was to be pampered and heartbroken. And now, she finally experienced the feeling of being pampered and treated like a treasure. Yin Xiaoli suddenly felt inexplicably aggrieved. She had really lived in vain all these years. It's better. 60-degree water. It's fine. Brother Chang, let go of me. I'll sweep the glass slag on the floor. Your hands are so tender. I don't want you to get hurt. It's better if I sweep it. Saying that, Chang Yuan found a broom and very nimbly cleaned up the glass slag on the floor tiles. Brother Chang, drink water. Yin Xiaoli found a new cup and helped Chang Yuan pour a cup of water. When Chang Yuan received the cup, he pretended to be careless and spilled the water on himself. Yin Xiaoli didn't know that there was a trick, so she hurriedly fished out a paper towel and carefully wiped Chang Yuan. Brother Chang, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not holding the water steady. Chang Yuan, however, grabbed her wrist. It's okay, no need to rub it. Chang Yuan's big hand was like it had magic power, as if it could discharge electricity. Yin Xiaoli shuddered violently and somewhat embarrassedly tried to retract her hand. Chang Yuan, however, did not let go of his hand. Instead, he exerted force and pulled Yin Xiaoli into his arms in one go. Wow, it smells so good. So soft. It's much better than Lin Ruoyu. I really don't know if this Jean Pengfei is not a brain tease. There is such a superb wife at home, but still want to steal food outside. Since you've left your wife out in the cold, let brother take care of her for you. Although Yin Xiaoli had already done enough mental construction, when it really came to this, she still panicked. Or maybe she needed to step out of this, an excuse to get past this point inside herself. Chang big brother, you, don't be like this. Yin Xiaoli tried to break free from Chang Yuan's embrace. Unfortunately, her little bit of strength was as good as scratching an itch compared to Chang Yuan's large body frame. Chang Yuan has not been 4 months. It's so hard to have such a great opportunity. Moreover, it was still an opportunity for him to take revenge on Jean Pengfei as a chow thief, so how could he easily miss it? Chang Yuan not only didn't let go, but instead hugged him tighter. Chang Yuan's tone turned incomparably compelling. Xiaoli, don't you want revenge? Trying to get revenge, but Chang Yuan continued to compel. Xiaoli, why should good people like us be subjected to this kind of sulking? Why should we good people be bound by morality and decency? Why should those bad people be allowed to fool around? Are you willing to do that? Yin Xiaoli's delicate body trembled violently. Chang Yuan's words directly poked her heart. She certainly wasn't happy about it. That was why she had invited Chang Yuan to her home. Seeing that Yin Xiaoli's mental defenses had loosened, Chang Yuan chose to retreat in order to advance, suddenly letting go of Yin Xiaoli. Xiaoli, the hose has been fixed for you, and since you haven't figured it out yet, I'll go first. Chang Yuan turned around and left without any hesitation. Yin Xiaoli's heart suddenly clenched, as if she was about to lose something most important. Brother Chang, don't you go. I still have water pipes at home that haven't been repaired. Yin Xiaoli cried out and quickly rushed forward, hugging Chang Yuan's waist tightly from behind. Even through several layers of clothes, Chang Yuan felt the amazing elasticity. Where could Chang Yuan hold back? Turning violently, he picked Yin Xiaoli up by the waist and took large strides toward the bedroom. Xiaoli, don't worry. I'll make sure to fix all the plumbing in your house. All the way to the clear. Chapter 45, Wimpy and Fun-Loving. Needless to say, fixing plumbing is a very technical and physical job. Repair from bedroom to balcony. Repair from balcony to living room. Finally fixed to the couch. I don't know how Chang Yuan found the hose on the couch. Anyway, he fixed the plumbing while looking at the wedding picture hanging on the living room wall. Don't mention how energizing it is. An hour later, Yin Xiaoli stared blankly at the ceiling. It took a full 2 minutes to come back to his senses. Forgetting to hug Chang Yuan, he murmured in his ear, almost dreamily, "Brother Chang, I really lived in vain before." Chang Yuan grinned. "Don't praise me like that, I'll be proud." "Brother Chang, you're sweating. Go wash up?" Chang Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse and carried Yin Xiaoli into the bathroom. "Brother Chang, don't mess up ah." Chang Yuan grinned. "Xiaoli, the plumbing in the bathroom hasn't been repaired yet." "Don't." Unfortunately, Yin Xiaoli's protests were ineffective. Another half hour. Chang Yuan lit a cigarette. Yin Xiaoli was already almost paralyzed with exhaustion, and Chang Yuan, finally, was satisfied. After the two of them took a bath, Chang Yuan even patiently helped Yin Xiaoli blow out her hair, causing Yin Xiaoli to be very touched. Originally, she was only going to trample on herself once. After all, Chang Yuan is just a courier, not worthy of her, a rich white woman with a good family. But now, Yin Xiaoli's thoughts changed. Even if Brother Chang was an ordinary courier, she was willing to have further development with him. Mainly, Chang is too good, 10,000 times more powerful than Jin Pengfei. "Brother Chang, are you hungry? I'll cook for you." Chang Yuan didn't refuse. He was really hungry. For staples, good quality carbohydrates. And for dishes, high protein and crude fiber. Okay. Soon the radiant little cook had come up with a 3-course meal. "Brother Chang, how about you try my handiwork?" Yin Xiaoli's elbows were propped up on the dining table, her 2 small hands resting on her chin, her big beautiful eyes flickering. "That's too gentle, too virtuous, too available, isn't it?" Chang Yuan glanced at the wedding photo hanging on the wall and cursed in his heart, then smiled and tasted it. "Yummy, it's so delicious, I envy your husband." Yin Xiaoli's face instantly dimmed. "Brother Chang, when we're together, can we not mention that spoiler?" "Good." Yin Xiaoli instantly turned from cloudy to sunny. "Brother Chang, eat more if you like. I'll feed you." Chang Yuan was simply going to be thrilled. While enjoying Yin Xiaoli's feeding service, he glanced at the wedding photo on the wall from time to time. It's a sense of accomplishment. Don't even get me started. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. Yin Xiaoli's cell phone suddenly rang. Yin Xiaoli picked up her cell phone and looked at it, her face changing slightly. "Brother Chang, Jin Pengfei is back. The car has been driven into the garage." Chang Yuan was stunned. "How did you know?" "I secretly installed a small program inside Jin Pengfei's car that sends me a message as soon as I enter the parking lot and scan the code." Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to get the exact evidence of Jin Pengfei's rooming through this little program?" "Yes, there is some evidence so far." Chang Yuan grinned. "I didn't think that this little program had such a function." Yin Xiaoli was a little embarrassed. "Brother Chang, I'm about to divorce Jin Pengfei. You don't have a date, and the two of us being together is a normal male-female relationship. It's not cheating." Chang Yuan didn't retort. "After all, you're not divorced yet. It's not good if you're blocked by Jin Pengfei. I'd better go first." "Okay, Brother Chang, I'll call you when Jin Pengfei is on his next business trip." Chang Yuan made a gesture of calling, and without delay, went out very painfully. When he descended to the -2nd floor, Chang Yuan purposely waited a little longer, deliberately letting Jin Pengfei see himself. He concluded that Jin Pengfei would definitely not dare to come up to confront him. It had to be said that Chang Yuan had guessed correctly. Jin Pengfei is rookie, wimpy and fun-loving. After seeing Chang Yuan, not only did he not dare to go forward and humiliate him, but instead he very quickly unlocked the car door and purposely pressed his body very low, afraid that Chang Yuan would see him. Jin Pengfei is a nervous wreck right now. Chang Yuan, this fat bastard. Why did he come to their neighborhood? Is it coming for him? I have to complain to the property owner. The security guards are so inept. How can they put anything in there? Chang Yuan must be added to the blacklist. Chang Yuan was not allowed to enter their neighborhood. Otherwise, in case Chang Yuan got excited one day and stabbed him a few times, it would be too wrong. Chang Yuan noticed Jin Pengfei's small movements and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Goons, my life is more valuable than yours. I'll just play with your wife. I don't care about your little life." Chang Yuan just swaggered, walking past Jin Pengfei's Mercedes. It was only until Chang Yuan's figure disappeared around the corner that Jean Pengfei put his heart down a little. Panting heavily, his back wet, Jean Pengfei went upstairs and looked back several times with a sheepish face to make sure that no one was following him before he opened the door of his room in a swift manner. Until the door to the room was closed, Jean Pengfei was finally completely relieved. It was the first time Yin Xiaoli had done this kind of thing, so she couldn't help but feel a little weak. And when she saw that Jean Pengfei's expression wasn't quite right, she tried to restrain her nervousness and put on a very calm appearance. "Didn't you go on a business trip? Why are you suddenly back?" Jean Pengfei pulled a random excuse. "It was supposed to be a morning flight, but I left a document at home and changed it to the afternoon. That briefcase of mine." Halfway through his words, Jean Pengfei suddenly froze, because he felt that his wife looked especially good today. The small face was flushed and full of collagen, seemingly back to the way the two first met. Jean Pengfei couldn't help but breathe in and come to feel it. "Honey, you look beautiful today." Saying that, Jean Pengfei was about to move his hand. In Jean Pengfei's mind, his wife should be incredibly enthusiastic and very cooperative. After all, before that, every time he came home, his wife would tease him with everything she had in her sexy pajamas. However, what Jean Pengfei didn't expect was, Yin Xiaoli took 2 steps back with a disgusted look on her face and pinched her nose. "You smell like smoke. Go take a shower first." Jean Pengfei frowned. Today's wife is a bit strange. Before, at times like this, his wife would have been so eager to hug him that she wouldn't even let him take a shower and said, "Just love to smell the smoke on him." What's going on today? Chapter 46, sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. If it was a few days ago, Jean Pengfei would definitely feel spoiled and find a reason to leave and go find Lin Ruoyu. But now, Yin Xiaoli's chi was too good, and Jean Pengfei's excitement was so high that he actually endured it. "My wife is right. I do smell like smoke. I'll take a shower." Jean Pengfei rushed into the bathroom with gusto, took a quick shower, and then rushed out impatiently. "Honey, I'm done washing." What Jean Pengfei didn't expect was that Yin Xiaoli wasn't enthusiastic at all and just faintly answered, Oh. Jean Pengfei was dumbfounded. Hasn't his wife always been warm to him? Every time he comes home to bed, no matter how late, his wife is very active. What's going on today? "Honey, it's a nice day. Why don't we do something productive?" Yin Xiaoli turned her head and gave Jean Pengfei a cold look. Without comparison, there is no harm. After having Chang Yuan, she no longer has any half-interest in Jean Pengfei. All she has is disgust. However, the key evidence is not yet available and must be held back. Yin Xiaoli pounded her leg and said with a regretful face, "Hubby, I went to the gym this morning. I'm very tired now. Let me rest for a day, okay? Tomorrow I will definitely serve you well." Jean Pengfei couldn't help but frown, always feeling that there was something wrong with Yin Xiaoli today, but he had no proof. Being rejected one after another, Jean Pengfei's patience finally reached its limit. "Yin Xiaoli, I gave you a chance and you didn't use it. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Don't you ever beg me to touch you again." Jean Pengfei raised his wrist and looked at his watch. "I'm going on a business trip in a little while, and I'm not sure I'll be back tomorrow, so I'll try." Jean Pengfei went back to his bedroom and carried his briefcase without looking back. This briefcase was not filled with any documents, but a few pieces of A-goods jewelry to appease Lin Ruoyu. Yesterday he didn't bother to buy Lin Ruoyu a bag, and Lin Ruoyu was having a tantrum. Otherwise, Jean Pengfei wouldn't have gone home and wouldn't have wanted to touch Yin Xiaoli. Hilton Hotel, a premium suite. Lin Ruoyu was boredly brushing Jane, when suddenly, a video caught her eye. The name of the video was called, Where Do I Lose? Lin Ruoyu felt that the van in the video looked a bit familiar. Wasn't this the van that Chang Yuan used to deliver the courier? Then, the girl sitting in the van also looked a little familiar. Isn't that her sister? Why was Ruoshi in Chang Yuan's van? This silly girl, doesn't she know she's divorced Chang Yuan? We can't let this bastard Chang Yuan cheat Ruoshi. Lin Ruoyu hurriedly called Lin Ruoshi. The phone was quickly connected and Lin Ruoshi's very gentle voice came. "What can I do for you, sis?" "Ruoshi, I don't care what you're doing. Come out here for a second right now. Sis is looking for you on a very important matter, but I'm at work. Then I'll see you at your law firm for a little legal advice." Lin Ruoshi laughed chirpily. "Sis, I'm going to charge a consultation fee." "Oh, a beating. Ha!" 10 minutes later, Lin Ruoyu arrived at the Tiancheng law firm. The front desk was very courteous and welcoming. "Hello ma'am, do you have an appointment?" "I made an appointment with attorney Ruoshi Lin." "Ma'am, please wait in the lounge area for a moment. Lawyer Lin will be right over." Not long after, Lin Ruoshi came over and sat across from Lin Ruoyu, smoothly placing her bag on the coffee table. Lin Ruoyu obviously froze for a moment, staring straight at Lin Ruoshi's bag with an unbelievable expression. "Hermes' bag? I can't believe my sister can afford a Hermes bag, and it's a new model. She was very impressed with this bag when she was shopping at Hisense Plaza the other day. Besides the pink bag that was snatched by Chung Yuan, this was her favorite bag. Ruoshi, have you taken a lot of big orders lately? Surprisingly willing to buy the new Hermes bag. Lin Ruoshi's pupils flickered slightly, afraid of striking Lin Ruoyu, and did not tell the truth. What did you come to see me about, sis? Lin Ruoshi fumbled for her cell phone, pulled up that video she had swiped, put it on the coffee table, and pushed it in front of Lin Ruoshi. Ruoshi, explain what's going on. Why are you sitting in Chung Yuan's car? Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes without any good humor. Is there a problem with my brother-in-law driving me to work? There are problems. There's a big problem. I've divorced Chung Yuan. He's not your brother-in-law anymore. You can't ride in his car. Since my brother-in-law is divorced, he's single, and I'm single, so why can't I ride in my brother-in-law's car? Lin Ruoyu looked at Lin Ruoshi with a hateful gaze. Ruoshi, sis is doing this for your own good. Sis knows that you are grateful to Chung Yuan. However, he is now in debt and is unable to return to heaven. You have a bright future ahead of you. Why are you leaning on this useless fat pig? Lin Ruoshi's face turned serious. Sis, doesn't your conscience hurt when you say things like that? If it wasn't for brother-in-law, could you have a life today? If it wasn't for my brother-in-law, could our family have gotten out of poverty? If it weren't for my brother-in-law, would I have had the chance to get out of the countryside and go to college? It was brother-in-law who changed our family's fate. I don't blame you if you're not grateful, but you can't insult brother-in-law. That's the kind of talk I hope to hear for the first and last time. Lin Ruoyu was shivering with anger at Lin Ruoshi's words. You've gotten your wings, haven't you? Dare to talk to your sister like that? Am I telling the truth, right? Lin Ruoyu took a deep breath and tried to suppress her anger, saying as calmly as she could, Ruoshi, you're still young and haven't experienced the poisonous beatings of society. Sister is a person who has been there and won't harm you. Listen to my sister. You must stay far away from Chang. In his life, there is no hope of turning over again. Lin Ruoshi looked at her sister with pity. Her brother-in-law's career has taken on a second life, and not only did he replace his car, but he also bought her an $80,000 Hermes bag. Unfortunately, all of this has absolutely nothing to do with my sister anymore. Sis, what makes you so sure that your brother-in-law can't make a comeback? Lin Ruoyu said with a disdainful face. To tell you the truth, your brother-in-law is completely wasted. Overdrew his credit card to borrow a black net loan to pick up girls at the gym. He also bought a $50,000 Hermes bag for a fitness instructor. You're right to stay away from him. Lin Ruoyu was disappointed in her sister. Too snobbish, with nothing but money in her eyes. Sister, words don't mean anything, so don't you ever come back to the law firm to see me again. Lin Ruoshi was so stubborn that Lin Ruoyu was furious. Since Ruoshi's side doesn't make sense, she should find Chung Yuan to make it clear and stop pestering her sister. Lin Ruoyu huffed and called Chung Yuan. A mechanical female voice came from the cell phone receiver. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Lin Ruoyu was so angry. Chang Yuan, this asshole. This is for her to pull the cell phone number black? Chapter 47 Girlfriend's Regrets. On what grounds? What's that fatter's right to do? She hasn't blacked out his cell phone number yet. Soon. Lin Ruoyu calmed down. Chang Yuan had to pick up the child sooner or later, right? When he goes to pick up the kids, he's always stuck in traffic. Just then, Lin Ruoyu's cell phone rang. It was Jean Pengfei's call. Lin Ruoyu was holding a bellyful of anger with no place to vent it, and her attitude wasn't very friendly. I'm tired today, so hang up if you're okay. Ruoyu, my friend brought back a few pieces of jewelry for me from a foreign country. I'm going to give them to my client's daughter. Will you help me grow them? Lin Ruoyu's eyes lit up and her attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. Yeah, Fei, where are you? I just arrived at the broadcasting house and I'm still 10 minutes from the Hilton. So take a shower. Brother Fei, I'm over here at Forte Plaza. Come over and catch me. Good. On the other side, Chang Yuan is driving. The system's voice suddenly sounded. It has been detected that the host and Yin Xiaoli have had an intimate relationship. Yin Xiaoli's favorability towards the host has reached 90. The girlfriend module has been activated successfully. Name, Yin Xiaoli. Age, 28. Overall rating, 86. A woman with a comprehensive evaluation of 80 points or more, who has an intimate relationship with the host and has a favorability of 90 towards the host, may choose to transform into a girlfriend in the girlfriend module. Is Yin Xiaoli eligible to be transformed into a girlfriend? And is Yin Xiaoli transformed into girlfriend number 1? Chung Yuan was very satisfied with the process of fixing the plumbing just now, especially with the wedding photo hanging on the wall. How can you pass up a girlfriend like that? Chang Yuan chose yes without hesitation. Ding! Girlfriend no. One In Xiaoli has been successfully transformed, and according to her comprehensive evaluation, she will be rewarded with an exclusive spending fund of 60 million renminbi for girlfriend no. 1. Dest. $60 million? Chang Yuan was stunned and subconsciously stepped on the brakes, almost causing the car behind him to rear-end. Asterisk. Can you drive? If you hit my BMW, can your crappy VW afford to pay for it? A head poked out from the driver's seat in the back and shouted at Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan was in a super good mood right now, and was simply too lazy to talk to the other party, hitting a right turn and stopping directly on the side of the road. Quickly, he fumbled for his cell phone and checked his bank card balance. Then, Chang Yuan froze. That's weird. Previously the rewards given by the system had all arrived in seconds. What was wrong with today? Seemingly hearing Chang Yuan's doubts, the system took the initiative to come forward and explain. Girlfriend's exclusive spending fund has been issued, in the host's jacket pocket, with a password of 6 zeros. Do you want to change the initial password? Chang Yuan hurriedly felt for his jacket pocket and soon fished out a black card. Change initial password. 885,418. Initial password change complete. Can I tie this card to my cell phone? Could be. Chang Yuan gave an operation, and soon the binding was successful. Chang Yuan sent 2 red envelopes to In Xiaoli in the first place. 1,520. 1,314. In Xiaoli suddenly received Chang Yuan's red packet and was so surprised that she almost jumped up from the bed. How much does Mr. Chang make a day delivering goods? I can't believe she was willing to give her such a big red packet. On the contrary, Jean Pengfei, with him to ask for living expenses grinding stingy, she also often need to nibble the old man in order to maintain a decent life. Brother Chang, why did you send me such a big red packet? Of course it's a test to see if the girlfriend's exclusive spending fund is really there. If it's really $60 million. A text message alert came with a ding. Card with tail number 0001 has a charge of $520 and a balance of $59. 999. 480. Tail number 0001 card spends $1. 314. Chang Yuan was ecstatic. It's true. There's really $60 million in the card. Chang Yuan forced down his excitement and replied. Xiaoli, you've worked hard this afternoon. This is a little nutritional fee to buy some delicious food. In Xiaoli returned several emoticons. There's hugs, and love for you, and kisses. With a ding, the system's beep sounded again. Girlfriend number 1 random mission refresh. Girlfriend's regret. Girlfriend number 1 is regretting not getting to know her host sooner. As a qualified godsman, how can you make your girlfriend regret? Then make up for it by giving her a sweet date. Quest reward, 1 yellow skill card. 3 attribute points. Chang Yuan got excited. Finally starting to reward skills? And attribute points. Chang Yuan had played online games and knew how valuable attribute points were. If Jean Pengfei wasn't at home right now, he would hate to give In Xiaoli a sweet date right now. He could only wait for In Xiaoli to contact him. It was only after several minutes that Chang Yuan calmed down and drove back to the Hilton gym, and he was in the middle of changing his clothes when his cell phone suddenly rang. Chang Yuan touched his cell phone to see that it was his sister-in-law's call. A doting smile surfaced on Chang Yuan's face, as if his sister-in-law was right next to him. Ruoshi, what do you want to see me about? Brother-in-law, if my sister says anything to you, you mustn't care. I'm on your side in this matter of your divorce. I'll always support you. Chang Yuan laughed. Ruoshi, I've already blacked out all of your sister's contacts. Just don't worry. Lin Ruoshi laughed. Ha ha ha, I guess my sister just realized today that she's been blackballed. I bet she's freaking out right now. What did your sister tell you? She swiped Jitterbug and saw me riding in your van, and came over specifically to warn me to stay away from you and not get dragged down by you. I'm not that ratty with her. I'm sure my brother-in-law can make a comeback. Chang Yuan grinned. It's still Ruoshi who understands me. Let's not chat for now. I'm going to go on a diet. Okay, brother-in-law. Chang Yuan returned to the gym and found Lu Shiqi, who he clearly felt was a little more enthusiastic than the previous 2 days. Brother Chang, you've just started to lose weight. The amount of exercise in the morning is already fine, so I suggest you swim in the afternoon. Or play badminton, tennis or something. Swimming? Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. Is it okay if Lucci wears more conservative sportswear every day if she goes swimming? I'd love to go swimming. I'm just not a very good swimmer. Lu Shiji's small heart slightly beat up. Opportunity this has not come? However, she was introverted and passive, and when the words reached her throat, she couldn't get them out. Just when Lu Shiqi was very torn, a delicate voice came to her ears. Brother Chang, are you going swimming? It just so happens that I don't have classes this afternoon. I'll teach you how to swim. Chung Yuan twisted his head to see that Shen Manwen didn't know when she came over and was looking at him with a smile on her face. Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Shen Manwen's face value was similar to Yin Xiuli's. However, her body was better. So she thought. Her comprehensive evaluation should not be weaker than Yin Xiuli's. Has the potential to transform into a girlfriend. Of course, as a Duan Shui master, Chang Yuan would not ignore Lu Shiqi. Isn't it good for adults not to have multiple choice questions and take them all? Chang Yuan put on a somewhat difficult face. Maven, I'd love to take swimming lessons from you, but I didn't buy your lessons. Brother Chang, you didn't buy Shiki's swimming lessons either. That seems to be the idea. Why don't you two come over and try lessons together? If you teach well, I'll add a little more swimming lessons. Chapter 48 Brother Chang, help me up. It had to be said that Chang Yuan had chosen a very good entry point. Instead of sensing that something was wrong, the two women were hoisted into a good mood. The two women said in unison, okay, Big Brother Chang. Obviously, the two women are full of fireworks, but the performance is so close. Shiki, you'll have to give me a break in a bit. Don't be modest. Manwen, who doesn't know you're our Hilton's #1 mermaid? With anticipation, Chang Yuan went to the locker room, took a brief shower, and then changed into his equipment. A man's bathing suit is actually a pair of swim trunks, mainly a swim cap and goggles. When Chang Yuan arrived at the pool, the two women had not yet come out. Just as Chang Yuan was slightly disappointed, a slightly surprised voice came from inside the pool. Brother Chang, you came to swim too? Chang Yuan followed the voice and then froze. Ha, why is Zhu Shui swimming? It's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? But, Zhu Shui's figure is a bit topsy-turvy. The skin is white and kind of glowing all over. If there was another person, Chang Yuan would have been eager to get into the water and have a good chat with her about her ideals in life, or cut up her swimming skills. Unfortunately, Chang Yuan didn't have a good first impression of Zhu Shui. Zhu Shui, you haven't left yet? Mr. Ching hasn't left yet. How can I leave? Of course, Zhu Shui wouldn't say that. I've had a hard day off. I can't waste it. I have to make time to shape up and look good. Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Non-committal. Zhu Shui initiated the invitation. Brother Chang, my movements are not quite standardized. Come down quickly and teach me by hand. Zhu Shui's voice was too whiny. Plus, she was wearing a very sexy swimsuit accompanied by a beckoning motion. It's bobbing and bobbing underwater. It's this hazy beauty that is often the most appealing. Chang Yuan admits that he was intrigued, especially by the hands-on teaching. However, in the end, Chang Yuan did not go into the water. He still minded a bit. Why does such beauty exist in a gold-digging woman? It's really a bummer. I'm sorry, Yuki, I'm not much of a swimmer either, so I'd better wait for Psyche and Manwen to come over. Zhu Shui was remorseful. If God had given her a chance to go back to last night again, she would have left a perfect impression on Brother Chang. However, Zhu Shui was the type of character that would not turn back until she hit the south wall. Knowing that Chang Yuan had a very poor impression of her, she still launched her attack relentlessly. Brother Chang, I really didn't lie to you. Last night it was my little brother who took my cell phone and talked to you. I've already scolded him severely. Don't be angry with me, okay? Chang Yuan smiled faintly. Xiao Shui, don't think too much. I'm not angry. Zhu Shui flattened her mouth. You're not mad, how come you don't want to come down and teach me how to swim? I can't swim. I'm not very good at it either. We can both improve together. Zhu Shui had spoken to this point. Chang Yuan really didn't know how to refuse. The good thing was that Shen Manwen and Lu Shiqi walked over after changing into their swimsuits. Brother Chang, why don't you go into the water? Chang Yuan turned around and his heart almost missed a beat. It's so beautiful, isn't it? Those are definitely two mermaids. The only thing that was unfortunate was that Lu Shiqi was still wearing a bit of a conservative, one-piece kind of bathing suit. Shen Manwen was much bolder, actually wearing a bikini swimsuit. Chang Yuan even doubted that with this amount of fabric, could it be pocketed? The male members swimming in the pool were also stunned, and each one of them had that little look in their eyes, just like a striped brother, and they could hardly move away. Luscious clenched her small fists hard. For the first time, she kind of regretted why she hadn't bought two sexier bathing suits. She was almost being compared to this little Shen Manwen. Brother Chang looked at her twice, which took a total of only 4 seconds, and only glanced at Shen Manwen, but it took a full 5 seconds. In order to regain the initiative, Lu Shiqi took the lead. Brother Chang, go into the water. When you go into the water, don't test the waters, but go in with a bang, because the more you test, the colder it gets. Just like me. Wow. Lu Shiqi made a standard fish leap into the water. She was so stretched out that she almost looked like a mermaid. Obviously, her clothes were very conservative, but this moment was so beautiful that Chang Yuan simply couldn't move his eyes. Shen Manwen, who was on the side, was furious. She was just focusing on posing for the convenience of Big Brother Chang's eyes. I didn't expect to let Lu Shiqi steal such a big headline. And, of course, she'll fish into the water. But someone else had done it before her, and it didn't seem as advanced for her to do it again. Something has to be done. Shen Manwan's eyes rolled and she quickly thought of a good solution. Brother Chang, you go down first. Chang Yuan nodded. He wouldn't take a fish leap into the water, and came straight into the water with a tank. Wow! There was a big splash on the water. It stirred up very intense waves. After all, 200 pounds is a big body frame. Many female members who are not good at water were pushed by the waves and stumbled for a while, letting out a gasp of surprise. However, Zhu Shui keenly found a good opportunity to approach Chang Yuan, and hardened herself against the huge wave inspired by Chang Yuan's entry into the water and came to Chang Yuan's side, holding Chang Yuan's arm in a very intimate manner. It can be seen that Zhu Shui's claim that she is not good at water is a complete nonsense. Brother Chang, be careful, don't choke on the water. It had to be said that after establishing Chang Yuan's status as a godly man, Zhu Shui was really super well behaved and her service was super good, not at all stingy in squeezing Chang Yuan's arm. This amazing elasticity caused Chang Yuan's scalp to tingle. People Zhu Shui was completely kind. Moreover, he also took a big advantage. Chang Yuan naturally would not throw his face. Yuki, thank you. I'm fine. I can stand still. Lu Shiqi was stunned. Why was Zhu Shui also here? Obviously the one who assisted Brother Chang should be her. This is really good at catching chances. Shen Manwan on the shore also narrowed her eyes. This Zhu Shui was a formidable enemy. She definitely couldn't be allowed to steal Brother Chang. Must put some force into it. Brother Chang, help me up. Saying that, Shen Manwan put on an appearance of not daring to go into the water and being weak. Lu Shiqi and Zhu Shui couldn't help but roll their eyes at the same time. Can't Shen Man have some face? You're the champion swimmer in our Hilton gym. You need help to get into the water? The male members around the room were red with jealousy. Man, we can help you too. That dead fat guy already has 2 beautiful women with him, so don't go up there and join in the fun. Look at us. Unfortunately, all they could do was watch as that dead fat man stretched out his hand. Shen Manwan elegantly put her small hand on Chang Yuan's big hand, and just went down to the water with a trembling step. That amazing size. Almost disliking Chang Yuan's face. Chang Yuan's nosebleed almost came out. Is this the simple, unadorned joy of the rich? When descending the last step, Shen Manwan's feet slipped and suddenly stepped out of the air. Yikes! Shen Manwan let out a petulant grunt, and her fragrant body flung itself into Chang Yuan's arms. Chapter 49, My Cat Makes Coffee. Chang Yuan subconsciously hugged him. It's bouncy and soft. It also smells good. Chang Yuan's hands had no place to put them. Obviously the plumbing had been repaired this afternoon, but now it was instantly up and running. This shows how deadly Shen Manwan is. Shen Manwan's arms tightly hugged Chang Yuan's neck, and her entire body hung on Chang Yuan's body, pretending to be in a state of shock. Brother Chang, thanks for holding me up. Lu Shiqi and Zhu Shui on the side were about to die of anger. Their eyes were a little red. Shen Manwan is too shameless, isn't she? While Lu Shiqi was still slightly reserved, Zhu Shui couldn't hold back a little bit and grabbed Shen Manwan's arm, looking at her with a smile. Man, why are you so careless? I'll hold you up. With that, Zhu Shui exerted a force and ripped Shen Manwan off Chang Yuan's body. Sister Snow, I accidentally stepped out of the way just now, but it's okay now. I can do it myself. Taking advantage of the 2 women pinching each other, Lu Shiqi finally found the opportunity to come up to Chang Yuan. Brother Chang, our gym mainly teaches breaststroke. I'll teach you. You first take a breath and lie on the surface of the water. Good. Chang Yuan obediently sucked in his breath and lay down on the surface of the water. Lu Shiqi hesitated for a moment. Then her gaze turned incredibly determined as she reached out her small hand and held onto Chang Yuan's fleshy little belly. Well, not really a baby belly anymore. Obviously Lu Shiqi's expression looked a bit cold and her movements were moderate. Chang Yuan, however, his entire body stiffened. Lu Shiqi's small hand was like it was charged with electricity, and it seemed to hit Chang Yuan's soul. The impact caused at this moment was absolutely no less than Shen Manwan's throwback just now. Shen Manwan and Zhu Shui froze for a moment. How could they not expect that Lu Shiqi, who had always been incredibly high and cold, would be so proactive? The 2 women felt the powerful and incomparable pressure and looked at each other, instantly reaching a consensus and no longer arguing. Brother Chang, the swinging of the leg is to generate power like this. Let me teach you. Shen Manwan came up and naturally helped Chang Yuan adjust his leg movements. Zhu Shui, on the other hand, came next to Chang Yuan and tilted her head towards him. Brother Chang, when you change your breath, it's best to tilt your head to the left. The male members were envious almost to the point of separating their plasmic walls. Brother Chang, can you handle 3 beauties on your own? Can't you spare one for the boys? Chun Yuan said that his brother was in good health and the triple pleasure was just right. I have to say that Shin Manhwan is really flirty and professional. Plus there's luscious. It only took less than an hour for Chun Yuan, the school dregs, to happily learn the breaststroke. At this moment, Chang Yuan suddenly had a realization. When he went to school, he didn't learn. It wasn't him, it was the teacher who wasn't attractive enough. This is if Shin Manhwan and Lu Shiqi were to wear swimsuits to lectures, and every now and then give a handful of pointers. He wouldn't believe that there were any male students who had wandered off. Accompanied by Sammy, Chun Yuan successfully completed the first 25 meters. Chun Yuan was satisfied with his progress. Chun Yuan was a bit tired and looked at the three women with a smile. That's it for today. Thanks to the three beauties for teaching me breaststroke. Xu Shui humbly said. It's mainly due to Shi Qi and Man Man. I'm just making progress with Big Brother Chang. Lu Shiqi smiled. I should. Shin Manhwan asked in a delicate voice. Brother Chang, who do you think taught me and Shiqi better? All good. All good. Brother Chang, you've invited Shiqi to dinner several times. And I'm not asking you to buy my private lessons, so it's okay for you to treat me to a meal, right? Chun Yuan agreed in one breath. Let's do it tomorrow at noon. Invite the three of you, together on the second floor for a fat loss meal. Of course, if Yuki doesn't want to lose fat, she can have another set meal. Lu Shiqi was the most innocent and subconsciously nodded her head. Shen Manhwan and Zhu Shui's eyes were dribbling. They didn't want to have lunch with Big Brother Chang, they wanted to have dinner. After dinner, Mr. Chang must send them back. Why don't you invite Mr. Chang to your home? As for the reason, my cat makes coffee. Is that okay? Of course. In front of the other two women, they didn't show their thoughts and greeted Chun Yuan, heading to the changing room to change. Chun Yuan took a shower and changed his clothes. Then his cell phone rang. Chun Yuan picked up his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Shen Manhwan. Brother Chang, do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you for dinner. Dinner? Chang Yuan's eyes lit up as he received Shen Manhwan's signal. However, he did seem a bit overwhelmed today. A little too involved in fixing the plumbing at lunch. Ammunition depots are no longer stocked. Chang Yuan returned a message. Manhwan, I'm going to pick up the kids later. Shen Manhwan doesn't want to miss this great opportunity. Brother Chang, I love children the most. I'm especially good at coaxing them. I'm sure your daughter-in-law would love to have dinner with me. This, just when Chang Yuan didn't know how to respond, he received another message. It was sent by Zhu Shui. Brother Chang, I actually like children, especially little girls. I want to go with you to pick up Lele. Chang Yuan. Shen Manhwan said that she liked children, and Chang Yuan still believed it a little bit. But you, Zhu Shui, last night mouthed off about hiring a babysitter after the wedding. You don't want to take care of the kids. How come it's only been one day and it's turned 180 degrees? Chang Yuan returned a separate message to politely decline. Manhwan, Xiao Shui, my Lele is more recognizable. I'll go back and discuss this with Lele. If she agrees, then how about having dinner together? In Chang Yuan's mind, he had already refused so clearly that the two women would definitely back off. However, what he didn't expect was that he had really underestimated the determination and tenacity of the two women. When Chang Yuan walked to the front desk, Shen Manhwan and Zhu Shui had been waiting for quite a while. Brother Chang, you're out? Let's go. Let's go pick up Lele. Chang Yuan, two beautiful women. Hey, it's not that I'm not interested in you guys. Even if it was Zhu Shui, he was only disgusted with her reality, and he was still very appreciative of her body. But he's really out of his depth today. He doesn't want to leave an impression that he can't do it in front of the two women. Didn't we agree to ask Joy's opinion first? Zhu Shui subconsciously looked at Shin Manhwan. The reason she insisted on waiting here for Chang Yuan was because Mimi Zhang had overheard the conversation between Wan Ling and Shin Manhwan and related to her as is. Zhu Shui's psyche was instantly much more balanced. So Shen Manhwan was also rejected by Big Brother Chang. It seems that Chang is not just targeting her. Zhu Shui was a bit curious as to how exactly Shen Manhwan was going to break the ice. She hadn't come up with a good idea anyway. A wry smile surfaced at the corner of Shen Manhwan's mouth. Brother Chang, you described it verbally. There must be some deviation. It's better for me to go and meet Lele in person and ask Lele personally. Chapter 50. Brother Chang is a hidden godly man without a doubt. Zhu Shui looked deeply at Shen Manhwan. Originally thought that this little ninny was just as simple. Did not expect that her T-art segment was so much higher than her own. She'd have to work hard to do that. Brother Chang, Man is right. Your verbal description is not accurate and will affect Lele's judgment of us. We believe that Lele will definitely like us. The two women had already said this, so Chang Yuan had no more reasons to refuse. Anyway, with Lele as a shield, the two of them couldn't swallow him in front of Lele, could they? It's just too dangerous for boys to be out there alone. Okay. Chung Yuan took the two women out of the Hilton and went straight to his phaeton. Zhu Shue's pupils kept flickering. She wanted to see if Chung Yuan was driving a Volkswagen like he said on his blind date. If Chung Yuan lied, there's no reason to blame her, right? Unfortunately, to Zhu Shue's disappointment, Chung Yuan really parked next to a Volkswagen. There was a drop. Chang Yuan unlocked. Maven, Snow, get in the car. Shen Manwan, like Zhu Shui, is also more or less a little disappointed. According to reason it should not be Mr. Xing is so powerful. Why does he drive a Volkswagen? However, she had a high level of emotional intelligence and didn't show the slightest bit of it, getting on the bus quite naturally. Zhu Shui also got into the car, but at this time, the fire in her heart calmed down quite a bit, and she was a bit hesitant. Does Qing Yuan really have the power? That hesitation eased a little once we got into the car, because the phaeton's interior is so luxurious. The center console is suspiciously mahogany. There is also an LCD display in the back seat. There is also a lot of space inside the car. It's supposed to be a higher-end VW brand, and should be worth about $300,000. Zhu Shui felt out her cell phone, took a picture of the phaeton's interior, and turned her hand to send it to the group of celebrities. Chang Yuan's judgment was not wrong. Zhu Shui was really a celebrity in the group of celebrities, and she was the more active one. Sisters, help me see. What kind of car is this? A maiden or a Passat? At first, it was relatively quiet inside the group, because most of these celebrities are not into Volkswagens. There is only room in their eyes for BBA, and beyond. It wasn't until a girl named Ellie stepped forward that the group grew lively. Ellie was obviously a little excited, at Juzetsu, and typed several quick paragraphs. Sister Sherry, congratulations on landing ya. It's not a maiden or a Passat, it's a phaeton. The phaeton's most basic entry level is nearly $1 million on the road. The interior of this phaeton is all hand-beaten high-end mahogany. If you look into it, there should be temperature control and massage features on the seats. Those two LCD screens. You can watch any movie or television. As for exactly which model of phaeton it is, wait until you get out of the car and slap the ass for me. However, I personally feel that it doesn't look like a phaeton base model, because I've been in a phaeton base model once, and the interior is not as luxurious as this car. A girl who had been in a 4.2 displacement phaeton stood out. Sisters, I'm telling you responsibly that this is not the phaeton regular version. I've been in a 4.2 displacement phaeton and the interior is a far cry from this car. I think this is the special version of phaeton. It should be 200W plus on the road. 200W plus? This girl's words instantly ignited the entire group chat. Dest. Really? This is a special version of phaeton. Sister Sherry, this is taking off. I've found out. This should be the Pachuna Flow version of phaeton. It really costs 200W on the upper road. Sister Sherry, you are really developed. Sister Sherry, if you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Sister Sherry, when you take your seat, introduce this godly friend to the sisters. Chagrined, Zhu Shui wanted to give herself 100 mouths. If she had seized the opportunity on the day of the blind date, she would now be Chang Yuan's rightful mistress. Too bad. It's all screwed up by her. Since Brother Chang was really a godly man, she had to firmly grasp this opportunity and find a way to overcome it even if it was difficult. Zhu Shui was humble enough to send a message back. Sisters, Brother Chang and I just had a blind date last night. We haven't even gotten to the bottom of it yet. I'm going to go to dinner with Brother Chang in a while. I wonder if we can cultivate some feelings. The celebrity's eyes were a little red with envy. Sister Sherry, you've got a follow-up? I really envy you. According to your face value and body, isn't it easy to get Mr. Chang? Zhu Shui didn't reply to the message again, her eyes bubbling as she looked at Chung Yuan in front of her. At this moment, Chung Yuan's chubby figure turned out to be so smooth. Zhu Shui pretended to be offhand and asked, Brother Chang, this is the Paki Uniflow version of phaeton for you, right? Chung Yuan raised his eyebrows. Zhu Shui was able to recognize this car of his and, moreover, accurately named the version. It is evident that she has really worked hard to marry into the family. Even this out-of-the-way model is recognized. Yes. Hearing Chung Yuan admit it himself, Zhu Shui trembled with excitement. Brother Chang, you really are too low-key to spend over $2 million on a Volkswagen. If this were a person who likes to show off, mustn't you arrange a Maserati? Chung Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. Zhu Shui's words made him more receptive. But, alas, his first impression of Zhu Shui was so bad, no matter how she made up for it. Chung Yuan's heart was always a little lumpy. Shen Manwan on the side sucked in a breath of cool air. Geez. Brother Chang is driving a $2 million car? That's more in line with Chang's status. Brother Chang is a low-key godly man no doubt. Must take Brother Chang. Before long, the red, yellow and blue kindergarten arrived. Chang Yuan greeted Nana Huang in advance, and Nana Huang had already brought Lele out. Nana Huang saw Chang Yuan at a glance, mainly because he was too big. Then again, it's usually the mom or grandparents who pick up the kids. Those like Chang Yuan, whose father came to pick up the child, were considered a very small minority. Soon, Huang Nana realized that Chang Yuan was followed by two beautiful women. This made her even more speechless. Is Happy's dad completely letting himself go? How dare you come straight to a threesome? Poor Lok Lok. He has to bear so much at such a young age. I hope Lok Lok won't grow up crooked when he grows up in the future. Chang Yuan greeted him with a smile. Ms. Huang, how is Lele doing in kindergarten? Huang Nana just gave Chang Yuan a cold look, not even bothering to take care of him, turning her head to look at the parents of the children on the side. Orange mommy. Orange did very well today and memorized 2 old poems. Really? It's all because Mr. Huang taught me well. Chang Yuan couldn't help but frown. What was the situation with this Mr. Huang? Why are you so cold to him? Chang Yuan was well cultivated and didn't have a seizure. Zhu Shui, who was on the side, keenly found an opportunity to please Chang Yuan and decisively stood out. Mr. Huang, right? What's your attitude? Didn't you hear what Brother Chang said? Please correct your attitude. Chapter 51, Daddy Save Me. Huang Nana is so angry. I haven't said anything about you yet. You, a shoebreaker, still dare to jump out and look for abuse? Nana Huang wasn't used to Zhu Shui's temper at all. So here's the question. Beautiful lady, which child's parent are you? What gives you the right to question my attitude here? Zhu Shui was tempted to say that my mother was Lele's future stepmother. But, it certainly can't be said out loud. What do you care which child's parent I am? With your attitude, I seriously doubt you treat Lele differently. Joy decisively stood up for her teacher. This auntie, Teacher Huang is very good to me. Just like my sister-in-law is good to me. If only Teacher Huang could be Lele's mom. Nana Huang laughed more than bitterly. Lele's childish talk was not something she could blame. But let her marry Chang Yuan? Don't even think about it. Huang Nana rolled her eyes at Chang Yuan without any good humor and turned around. Huang Nana didn't refute Lele's words, which caused Qin Manwen and Zhu Shui to misunderstand. The two women were alert. They finally understood why Nana Huang was eye-to-eye and nose-to-nose with Big Brother Chang. So, she's hitting on Big Brother Chang too. Zhu Shui naturally wouldn't go against Lele and softly said, it's Auntie who misunderstood Mr. Huang. Lele, don't blame Auntie, okay? Joy nodded vigorously. Joy doesn't blame Auntie. Auntie was just defending Daddy. Zhu Shui was instantly enraptured. That wave of output just now was definitely worth it. And at the very least, it gained the little princess's initial favor. Chang Yuan rubbed Lele's little head and softly said, Lele, in the future, you can't just see a random sister or aunt and make them your mom. Joy flattened her mouth unhappily. But the kindergarten is having a parent-child activity next week. All the other kids have their dads with them. Lele doesn't have a mom. Saying that, Lele's little mouth flattened, and a mist of water emerged from her beautiful big eyes. This hurt Chang Yuan's heart. Damn Lin Ruoyu. It was all because of her fault, yet she made Lele endure things that she shouldn't have to endure at her age. Shen Manwen grew up in a divorced family. Her mom is remarried. Shen Manwen is very empathetic to what Lele is feeling right now. Shen Manwen squatted in front of Lele and looked at her eyes very sincerely. Joy, if you don't mind, Auntie can go to the parent-child activity next week. Zhu Shui, who was on the sidelines, was remorseful. She's a little slow to react. Surprisingly, I let Shen Manwen steal the show. Zhu Shui also squatted down and squeezed out a smile brighter than a dog's tail flower on her face. Both of our aunts are available to accompany you to the parent-child program. So happy, pick one. Lele looked at Shen Manwen, then at Zhu Shui, then gently shook her head. Zhu Shui and Shen Manwen's faces dimmed. Did Lele not like them? Lele looked at Zhu Shui in a milky voice and said, Auntie, you're an auntie. Then, Lele twisted her head to look at Shen Manwen. You're the older sister. Shen Manwen raised her head slightly proudly. She was indeed younger than Zhu Shui. And didn't rich people nowadays like young ones? The advantage over Zhu Shui is me. Lele asked in a milky voice. I'd really like Auntie and sister to accompany Lele to the parent-child activity. Is that okay? Zhu Shui and Shen Manwen obviously got a little excited and nodded their heads busily. Sure. Joy waved her little fist hard. Yay! It's so great. Now I can definitely make the big orange cry with envy. Chang Yuan cried and laughed. If Zhu Shui and Shen Manwen are really Lele's mother and sister, there is no excuse for going to parent-child activities together. The key to their identity cannot be said. Lele, you're not allowed to talk nonsense. I'll contact your mom later. If your mom doesn't want to, then go find your sister-in-law. Both aunts are very busy. How can they have time to accompany you to the parent-child activities? Oh, Joy hung her little head in some disappointment. The two girls were slightly disappointed, but they didn't say anything. They still knew the difference. Anyway, Lele's side of the favor had already been brushed. Chang Yuan is not worried about Lele at all. He knows Lele well and knows that she is a heartless nature. Emotions come and go quickly. Smiling, he diverted her attention. Joy, you just said that you did well in kindergarten. Did your teacher praise you? Joy was definitely distracted and nodded vigorously. Mr. Huang praised me, and gave me little stickers. While saying that, Lele was very conspicuous as she fished out a few small stickers from inside her pocket. Chang Yuan rubbed Lele's head. Lele is doing great. The two ants taught Daddy how to swim today, so Daddy and Lele will treat the two ants to dinner together. Is that okay? Joy shook her head vigorously. No, it's an ant. A sister. Well, an aunt and a sister. So would you like to join Daddy and treat your aunt and sister to a meal? Willing, and Joy wants a seafood dinner. Chang Yuan nodded and turned his head to ask, two beauties, do you have any contraindications for seafood? The two women hurriedly shook their heads. No, seafood is all high-quality protein, which is good for us to stay in shape. Taking advantage of the gap between the three people talking, Lele joyfully came to the front of the phaeton, examined the left and right for a while, and then took out the small stickers, and put all the small stickers on the phaeton's door. A parent of a student named Wang Haiyan recognized the car as a phaeton and was leaning on the front of the car to take a selfie. Of course, after the shoot, she's sure to upload it to her circle of friends and pair it with a bit of chicken soup text. It can be a small show of superiority. Suddenly, a tiny figure appears in the shot, applying a small sticker to the car door. This made Wang Haiyan nervous, and she hurriedly grabbed Lele's arm and loudly scolded. Who's hairy child? Where are your parents? Chang Lele had never seen such a scene before and cried with a wow of fear. Daddy! Daddy, help me! Suddenly hearing Lele's cries, Chang Yuan only felt a rush of hot blood going to his head, and his head exploded with a bang. Turning his head to see a female parent pulling on Chang Lele's arm, Chang Yuan's eyes erupted with fire and he rushed over with large strides. Let go of my Joy. Wang Haiyan recognized Chang Yuan and let go of Lele. A clear disdain surfaced on her face as she looked at Chang Yuan with an air of superiority. So this little girl is the daughter of your stinking courier? No wonder she's so unqualified. Chang Yuan didn't care about theorizing with Wang Haiyan. He hurriedly squatted down and hugged Lele, coaxing it gently and incomparably. Lele is good. It's okay. No one can bully you with Daddy here. Zhu Shui and Shen Manwen stepped forward and coldly questioned. Who are you to say that Lele has no quality? Please apologize to Lele immediately. Wang Haiyan indifferently glanced at the two women. What's this got to do with you guys? Why do you have to come up here? Didn't you see Lele put a sticker on the phaeton? Do you know how much the phaeton costs on the road? At least $1 million. Can her father, that stinking courier, afford to pay for it? Chapter 52. How come I didn't know that I have a wife like you? Stinky delivery guy? Zhu Shui and Shen Manwen couldn't help but roll their eyes. Big brother Chang really has a wicked sense of humor. Not only did they lie to the gym people, they lied to the parents of Lele's classmates as well. And that teacher just now. I think she also disliked him because of Chang Da's status as a so-called courier, right? Shen Man instantly found a counter-angle. What does it have to do with you if brother Chang can afford to pay for it? This your family car, ah? Wang Haiyan looked around and realized that no one was around, and stalked his neck and said, right, this is my car. My husband just picked up the car last week. Believe it or not I. Before the words were finished, Wang Haiyan suddenly choked. It was because Chang Yuan took out his car key and gently pressed it. There was a drop. Phaeton unlocked. Chang Yuan picked up Lele and coldly swept Wang Haiyan a glance. Why didn't I know that I had a wife like you? Wang Haiyan was choked by Chang Yuan's words, blushing like a monkey's ass, completely at a loss as to how to respond. If he didn't have to pick up his son, he would probably have covered his face and run away. Zhu Shui felt that it was really too much of a relief, and mocked without mercy. Dabbing at the photos is honestly dabbing. Dabbing at the photos while posing as someone else's big brother Chang's wife. There's really something about you. Shen Nanwen was very eagle-eyed and took the initiative to help Chang Yuan pull open the door behind the driver's side, and very thoughtfully helped Chang Lele get the child's seatbelt fastener. Chang Yuan's gaze towards Shen Manwen softened a bit, whether it was feigned or not. At least Manwen was patient with Lele. Zhu Shui secretly frowned. This Shen Manwen was really a formidable enemy. She was so focused on mocking Wang Haiyan for pleasing Chang Yuan that she forgot that the most important task today was to please the little princess. Normally, the co-pilot would be the one to show off the status of the hostess. But now, the two women coincidentally chose to sit in the back. The only way to get on better terms with the little princess is to sit in the back. In the end, it was Shen Manwen who grabbed the win. After all, she was a celebrity fitness trainer, and her athletic ability was not comparable to Zhu Shui, an athletic slag. Zhu Shui could only reluctantly get into the passenger seat. I don't know if Shen Manwen really likes kids, or if she's done her homework more adequately. Along the way, all kinds of little stories just didn't stop, making Happy laugh all the way. Zhu Shui couldn't intervene and could only focus on Cheng Yuan's side. Cheng Yuan was completely indifferent to Zhu Shui and casually dealt with 2 sentences, his eyes flickering to the car's rearview mirror from time to time. On the one hand, it was to appreciate Shen Manwen's stunning figure. On the other hand, he wanted to observe if Shen Manwen had put all her thoughts entirely on Lele. Soon, the territorial mansion arrived. On this journey, Shen Manwen's gaze had always fallen on Lele, not drifting around at all, which made Cheng Yuan very satisfied. Whether Shen Manwen was pretending or not, this performance, it was already very good. If Shen Manwen is pretending, can she pretend for the rest of her life? Is there a difference with the real thing? Seeing the price of the crab feast, Shen Manwen felt okay. After all, Cheng Yuan had spent 180,000 in the second-floor restaurant. Zhu Shui, however, almost dropped her jaw in shock. Is there even such an expensive restaurant on Gum Island? Zhu Shui hurriedly took a 9-shot series, highlighting the price list of the crab feast. Finished, and sent a circle of friends. Thank you for bringing me to the crab feast, Brother Chang. Zhu Shui's circle of friends inside. There are a lot of licking dog. Send this kind of circle of friends. She will lick dog collective blocking. What if these lickspittles get off the hook? Seeing Zhu Shui's small action, the corner of Cheng Yuan's mouth slightly upturned. Just this. Still want to pick him up? Soon a variety of seafood was on the table. Because Shen Manwen, Zhu Shui and Cheng Yuan all had to lose weight or stay in shape. The fighting strength of the 3 was average, and not as good as Sun Xiao alone. After eating and drinking, Cheng Yuan twisted his head with a smile and asked, Manwen, Xiao Shui, where do you live? I'll plan a route and send you guys home. The 2 women said in unison. Brother Chang, you can send Man, Sister Shui, home first. I'm not in a hurry. Cheng Yuan. The 2 women looked at each other, both finding the other a bit difficult to deal with. Shen Manwen was the first to break the silence. Brother Chang, why don't we go shopping first? Eliminate the food. Otherwise, your weight loss plan for today will fall through. Cheng Yuan touched his slightly full stomach and nodded hesitantly. Good thing too. Territorial Mansion was very close to Hisense Plaza. And 10 minutes later, the 4 of them arrived at Hisense Plaza. Cheng Yuan habitually wanted to go upstairs, because in his mind, the few luxury stores that girls preferred to shop in were on the 2nd floor. However, what he didn't expect was that Shen Manwen directly held Lele's little hand and rushed into the children's clothing area on the 1st floor. Lele, do you like this princess dress? You're so pretty. You'll definitely become a real princess after wearing it. I love it. Joy, do you like these shoes? Shen Manwen was quite doting on Lele, as if she really treated Lele as her own daughter. And in no time at all, she had picked out 3 sets of clothes and shoes for Lele. Zhu Shui, who was on the side, was not willing to lag behind and help Lele pick out 3 sets of clothes and shoes. Cheng Yuan gave the 2 women a heartfelt nod. Their aesthetics were all online, and they dressed Lele up very exquisitely, delicately and beautifully like a doll. Cheng Yuan was not willing to lag behind and also picked out a set of clothes and shoes for Lele. However, he was mercilessly disliked by Lele. Shen Manwen and Zhu Shui were more than laughing in a petulant manner. Big Brother Chang, it's better for us to pick out clothes and shoes for Lele. You're a big man. You're not sure about little girls' preferences. Cheng Yuan could only scratch his head and laugh bitterly. It seems that dads can't really do it with kids, especially if it's still a girl. This Shen Manwen is great. Just as Cheng Yuan was calculating whether he should step up his efforts to develop Shen Manwen into girlfriend number 2, a surprised voice suddenly came from the back. Manwen, is it really you? Shen Manwen looked back and visibly froze for a moment, and only after a few seconds did she recognize the identity of the person. Are you, Leap? Li Bo was ecstatic. I didn't realize that after 2 years of graduation, Man still remembers me. A gentle smile surfaced on Shen Manwen's face. It was a joy to run into a college alumnus. Li Bo, haven't seen you in 2 years. What have you been up to lately? Li Bo said humbly, blindly busy. I applied to a subsidiary of Penguin Group, and now I've made it to P5. Penguin Group's P5? That's a salary of $300,000 to $400,000 a year. That's pretty impressive for a young man who just graduated 2 years ago. Shen Manwen didn't mince words of praise. I didn't expect you to reach P5 so quickly. It seems that you are the best within our class. Zhu Shui also looked at Li Bo with an approving gaze. So young at P5, in another 5 to 10 years, rising to P6, will cross into the ranks of millions of annual salary. If it goes up again, it's a proper diamond in the rough. Of course, at this stage, Li Bo, compared to Big Brother Chang, there was still a big gap. Shen Manwan's words made Li Bo very cool. However, Li Bo acted modestly. I'm just fooling around. I can't compare to those rich kids. Man, you accompanied your sister's brother-in-law to go shopping? Chapter 53, I hope you won't be discouraged. Xu Shui really wants to hug Li Bo and kiss him. Young man, you are very eye-catching. You grab Shen Manwan and take her away. Don't get in the way of me and Brother Chang. Chang Yuan just shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain. Anyway, he didn't know Leap, so Leap could think what he liked. Shen Manwan, however, got a little nervous and hurriedly explained. Li Bo, Brother Chang is not my brother-in-law. He is my member and bought a fitness class from me. Brother Chang, Sister Shui, this is my college friend Li Bo. A few people were polite. Li Bo secretly left a heart and soul. Originally he thought, a dead fat man, but also with a daughter. And man is not at all in line with it. But now, Shen Manwan's attitude of caring so much made him feel some sense of threat. Li Bo twisted his head, looked at Chang Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze, and asked with a smile, Brother Chang is a member of Man? I wonder where you work. Chang Yuan answered truthfully, currently staying at home. Li Bo naturally wouldn't let Chang Yuan muddle through so easily. So what did you do before? Chang Yuan said quite frankly. He had delivered couriers for a while before. Delivery? The corners of Li Bo's mouth kept twitching. He had actually taken Chang Yuan as an imaginary enemy. It was really too much. Delivery is also quite good. Rely on their own labor to eat. No shame. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. Yes, no shame. Xu Shui tried to hold back her laughter, afraid that she would accidentally laugh out loud and ruin Chang Yuan's bad taste. Chang is so bad. Always liked to play poor. I'm really looking forward to what kind of face Lebo will have when he gets shown up in a little while. Li Bo lost interest in Chang Yuan and turned his head to look at Shen Manwan. Manwan, I just bought a new house that's close to the Hilton gym. Come sit at my place sometime. Shen Manwan raised an eyebrow. Hilton is the center of the city, and the surrounding housing prices are as low as 30,000 square meters, and Li Bo can buy a house, which is definitely considered a teenage talent. If there is no big brother Chang, it would be possible to put him in a pond and keep him there. Shen Manwan sincerely gave a thumbs up. Old classmate, you're awesome. In just 2 years, you can rely on your own ability to buy a house in Qingdao. Li Bo said humbly, I only made a down payment, 1,200,000 or so. I have to pay back more than $10,000 in mortgage every month. Xu Shui, who was on the side, was not stingy with her praise. Little Li, a lot of young college students like you only earn 3 or 4,000 a month, and even, there are quite a few who are nibbling on their old age. You've earned over $1 million in 2 years. That's already impressive. Chang Yuan also nodded. It's great. Li is definitely considered young and talented. Li Bo was very flattered in his heart. However, he would not let go of this good opportunity to step on Chang Yuan. After all, it is through comparison that his excellence can be fully demonstrated. Brother Chang, the house I bought is just less than 110 square feet. A small suite of 3. The house you bought should have a big floor plan, right? Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't signed the purchase contract yet. He was still a houseless family for the time being. Chang Yuan said harmoniously, Little Li, this is where you guessed wrong. I don't have any real estate for the time being. No real estate for a while? Shen Manwan raised an eyebrow. Why was she a bit unconvinced? Xu Shui is also a bit unconvinced. Chang brother driving a $2 million car. How can he not afford to buy a suite? Brother Chang, don't laugh. How can you not have a house? Snowy, it's true that I don't have a house. My house. When I got divorced, I gave it all to my ex-wife. Xu Shui and Shen Manwan's feelings were complicated. There was relief and a bit of heartache. I am glad that Brother Chang is so good to his ex-wife, and he should not treat them badly in the future. The heartache is that Chang's house. Won't it be their house in the future? Brother Chang went so far as to give their house to his ex-wife. The corners of Leap's mouth twitched again. Nima, this fat guy, he literally stepped on every minefield in Manman's path. Obese, divorced, with a baby, and the house is still gone. It really is. Getting all the negative buffs together, yeah. Li Bo even felt a little bit of heartache for Chang Yuan. If it were him, could he bear it after suffering so many trials and tribulations? Li Bo gently patted Chang Yuan's shoulder. Brother Chang, although your current situation isn't very optimistic, I hope you won't be discouraged and continue to fight. I don't expect you to reach the level I'm at now. Delivering couriers work hard and you can get $20,000 a month. That's $200,000 a year. After 5 years, you should be able to mortgage a small home. Li Bo's words amused the two women. This Li Bo, still comforting other people's big brother Chang. $200,000 a year? Brother Chang spent $400,000 a day yesterday. Almost a year's salary for you. Chang Yuan naturally wouldn't see eye to eye with this young man whose chi of forcing was only 3 segments. and said smilingly, right, right, right. Many entrepreneurs are late bloomers. I still have a chance. After saying that, Chang Yuan walked to the cash register. Beauty. I'll take these sets of children's clothes and these pairs of children's shoes. You do the math. Sir, these two beauties have already paid. Chang Yuan was stunned. This is Likun Plaza. Even children's clothing has to start at 4 figures. 3 outfits for one person plus shoes must be over $10,000. For these two women, this is definitely not a small number. This is the blood money. Chang Yuan looked at the two women with a smile. Manvin, Snowy, why are you guys paying? Give me the receipt code. I'll transfer the money to you. The two women shook their heads stubbornly. Shin Manwan laughed. Brother Chang, Lele and I are kindred spirits. What's the point of me buying Lele some gifts? Zhu Shui was not far behind. Brother Chang, I've dreamed of having a daughter as cute and beautiful as Lele, and I'm happy to be able to buy Lele some clothes. Chang Yuan didn't dwell on it. Anyway, he wasn't poor now, and there were plenty of opportunities to return the favor. Well then, I thank you all for joy. Li Bo on the side was very speechless. Manvin and this pretty sister are too kind, aren't they? He admitted that the little girl, Joy, was pretty and cute, but there's no need to buy her over $10,000 worth of clothes and shoes, right? Go to a regular class mall and buy a $1,080 dress that doesn't hit the mark? A courier's daughter doesn't need to wear tens of thousands of dollars of clothes. Then again, this fat ass is too thick-skinned, isn't he? If a pretty girl buys you a dress, do you really accept it? If a pretty girl says she won't take your money, you won't give it to her? Chang Yuan could feel the contempt in Li Bo's gaze. He didn't even bother to explain. Not a class player. There was no need for that. There was a ding. The system's voice rang out. As a qualified divine magnate, how can you be despised? Please make sure that the host upholds the dignity of the god Ho. Inspire a random quest, the dignity of God's magnificence. Task content, limited to 1 hour. Purchase a gift of not less than 100,000 RMB for Shin Manwan Zhu Shui. Mission reward, 5 times the value of the gift back. Failure of the mission. Every hour that passes, the debt increases by 1 million. Chapter 50. For the two of them had just packed up all the things they had been looking at. Chang Yuan glanced at Li Bo with pity. It really wasn't that he wanted to suppress the young man. The key system won't let it. Chang Yuan twisted his head and looked at Shin Manwan and Zhu Shui with a smile. Manvin, Snowy, we've bought enough children's clothes. Let's go to the adult counter on the 2nd floor. The two women nodded hurriedly. Okay. On the side, Li Bo keenly found the opportunity to pretend to be X, and said lightly, it just so happens that I'm going to buy a Hermes wallet, so let's go shopping at Hermes first? In response, Chang Yuan was non-committal. The two women didn't have a problem with it either, and were vaguely looking forward to it. Although they can't afford Hermes bags, it's good to look at them. Soon, the trio arrived at the Hermes boutique. Li Bo's eyes lit up. The Hermes guide was quite good looking. This guy deliberately brightened his own Omega watch, and then as if the peacock opened the screen, waiting for this beautiful shopper to come over to serve. Just as he thought, the pretty guide really greeted him very warmly. Li Bo took enough posture to hold his head slightly high, a reserved smile on his face. But soon, his smile froze, because this beautiful guide walked straight past him, came to Chang Yuan with a smile on her face, and greeted him very intimately. Brother Chang, you're here? What do you want to see today? This was completely unacceptable to Leap. That's the quality of the Hermes shoppers? Can't tell who the real customer is? That dead fat guy, all covered in civilian designer labels, and him, all covered in first-tier big-name brands, and wearing an Omega watch worth more than $50,000. This pretty shopper was Dong Wanwan, who naturally recognized the name brand on Li Bo and his watch. But in front of Brother Chang, everything was a floating cloud. People Chang has already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars from her. Chang Yuan smiled at Dong Wanwan. Take a look around. Okay, Brother Chang, if you need anything, feel free to call me. Li Bo's teeth were itching with anger. This little guide was really blind. At the expense of him thinking she was good looking. Ugh. Surprisingly, he was so warm to Chang Yuan, a poor courier, and ignored him. Li Bo's heart was secretly fierce. Small, you just kneel this dead fat. Later have you regret. Li Bo turned his head to look around and soon, his eyes lit up as he found a counter girl whose face value was not weaker than Dongwanwan's. Li Bo waved at this counter girl. Beauty, come over here for a moment. Unfortunately, the counter girl that Li Bo greeted was the same Wang Shan who looked away and went to greet Jean Pengfei last time. This time, Wang Shan naturally wouldn't make the same mistake. Wang Shan walked up quickly and nodded politely to Li Bo, then greeted Chang Yuan with a smile on her face. Hello Brother Chang. Lib almost blew up. What's with the two of them? Could it be that this fat was rich before he went bankrupt and frequented the Hermes boutique? Otherwise, how come all these counter girls know him? Li Bo had a stomach full of anger with no way to lash out at the counter sister, and could only turn his head and look at Chang Yuan with a smile on his face. Brother Chang, Hermes is a top luxury store. If you spend money here, you can't let the two beauties pay for it again. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. This is natural. Dong Wonwon politely looked at Shin Manwen and Zhu Shui. She knew very well that these two lucky people were the protagonists of the day. What are you looking at, ladies? Shin Manwen was more or less a little bit weak. After all, Brother Chang was Lu Shiqi's member, and her relationship with Brother Chang was not yet in place. Zhu Shui was even more vain. The first impression she left on Chang Yuan was very poor, but she didn't dare to give Chang Yuan the impression of worshipping gold. Zhu Shui throws a direct kick to Shin Manwen. Maven, what do you think we should look at? Shin Manwen's face darkened. This Zhu Shui, too sinister? She's not taking the blame for this. Shin Manwen quickly found a way to break the ice and said with a smile, let's stroll through the men's few areas first. Brother Chang needs to change his outfit. Zhu Shui was confused. This Shin Man, she's too cunning, isn't she? It was clearly a dead move with no solution, but she solved it, and it even won Big Brother Chang's favor. Why didn't she think of that? Zhu Shui hurriedly concurred. Right. Shop the men's area first, but how can one line be enough? It also needs to be paired with a men's handbag. The corner of Chang Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. The two girls were also too sweet, right? Is this the joy of the rich? Li Bo, who was on the side, was simply furious. What's going on? Obviously he's the main character. Why were the two counter sisters so uptight about kneeling to Chang Yuan? And Shin Manwen and Zhu Shui so currying favor with Chang Yuan? Isn't this fat ass broke and making deliveries to support his family? Li Bo made up his mind that he had to ruthlessly crush Chang Yuan in a while, and swollen Chang Yuan's face in front of the four girls. Unfortunately, to Li Bo's disappointment, Chang Yuan smiled and shook his head. There's no need to look in the men's section. Just go straight to the women's section. Chang Yuan is not at all fond of this kind of luxury brand. It is all speculated by the Western capital for the sake of the licking dog economy as well as the fairy economy of the dragon country. He's not going to be the leak. He only cares about cashback. The two women had no objections to this. However, Li Bo bristled with disdain. See, this Chang has a weak heart, right? Can't even be bothered to visit the men's section. What a disgrace, Li Bo very reservedly said. Brother Chang, then you first accompany Man and Sister Shui to browse the ladies' area. I'll go to the men's area first, buy a handbag, and then come back to join you in a while. If it was before they knew Chang Yuan, Shen Manwen and Zhu Shui would have definitely posted up. Leap can afford to spend money at Hermes and is definitely a qualified fish fry, and it's the bigger kind of fry. Unfortunately, with Chang Yuan Jade in front of him, the district is a handbag. Oh, both women were flat about it. Li Bo installed a lonely, very upset, secretly determined. A moment must buy a handbag over 10,000. Shocked off the jaws of the two women, Hong Shang greeted Chang Yuan before taking Li Bo to the men's section, and Dong Wonwon led the trio towards the ladies' section. Since Chang Yuan had already given his word, the two women no longer had any psychological burden and joyfully strolled around. Shen Manwen picked up a bag and compared it to herself a few times before turning her head and asking, Brother Chang, what do you think of this bag? Chang Yuan nodded and said, this bag goes well with you. Shen Manwen also felt that this bag matched her well, and it was completely no less than the one of Lu Shiqi. However, after seeing the price of this bag, Shen Manwen instantly wimped out. It's nifty. It's over $70,000. Can't afford it. Really can't. Zhu Shui picked up a bracelet, gestured back and forth a few times, turned her head, and asked joyfully, Brother Chang, what do you think of this bracelet? Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice, Xiao Shui, this blue bracelet can reflect the whiteness of your skin even more. It goes well with you. Zhu Shui really liked this bracelet. However, once she saw the price of more than $30,000, Zhu Shui immediately felt some meat pain. In the end, Zhu Shui still controlled her emotions and didn't die to buy the bracelet. The two women each tried on another set of clothes, then got a little disinterested. Hermes stuff is good, but it's also really expensive. Better not look at it before it hits your ego. Shen Manwen reluctantly put the clothes down and turned her head. Brother Chang, it's almost time to shop. I think Lele is a bit tired. Why don't we go back? Chang Yuan nodded and turned his head to order. 1-1. Pack up everything the two of them just looked at. Chapter 55. I'm not interested in luxury goods. Dong Wonwon glanced at the two women with envy and jealousy. Just now they had seen the whole set of celebrity equipment. Clothes and shoes and bags and jewelry. It's going to be over $100,000 for a set, if not closer to 200,000. Brother Ching packed it all without even looking at it? Okay. Dong Wonwon didn't doubt Chung Yuan's financial strength at all, and without hesitation, she took down all the items that the two women had just looked at, and came to the front desk for a quick accounting. Just then, Leap returned. Li Bo walked up with a smile, slightly reserved, and held out the handbag he had just bought. Man, this handbag of mine is okay, isn't it? It's only over $10,000. I think it's a good value for money. Shen Manwan's entire body was in a daze. Surprisingly, she didn't hear Li Bo's words. She was full of thoughts. What does it mean when Chang asked the counter girl to pack all the things she and Zhu Shui had seen? No way. Zhu Shui was similar to Shen Manwan, nervous and a little self-doubtful, very much looking forward to Chung Yuan packing up the things she's seen that are for her. But reason told her that it was impossible. On the night of the blind date, she had left such a bad impression on Big Brother Chang. How could Big Brother Chang buy her luxury goods, and buy so many at once? Shen Manwan didn't respond, which made Li Bo more or less unable to get down. Chang Yuan kindly stepped forward. He probably knew Li Bo's state of mind and said cooperatively, "Little Li, you really are a young talent. Surprisingly, you are willing to buy a handbag of over $10,000. When I was your age, I was still playing games at the internet cafe." Chang Yuan's words more or less balanced Li Bo. Li Bo once again turned his head to look at Shen Manwan and said in a deep voice, "Manwan, what are you thinking about?" Shen Manwan then came back to her senses. "Li Bo, you're back ah? Did you buy the handbag?" Lebo put on a look of utter disinterest. "Bought it on? It's only 10,000. Make do." In Li Bo's mind, Shen Manwan would definitely exclaim and marvel when she heard this price. However, what he didn't expect was Shen Manwan's flat reaction. "Well, pretty good." Shen Manwan's words almost choked Li Bo to death. "What do you mean, well, it's pretty good? That's a $10,000 handbag." Li Bo held back his displeasure and tried to squeeze out an extremely forced smile. "Manvin, that handbag over there is quite nice. It's kind of like a couple's model with this bag of mine. If you like it, I'll buy it for you." Chang Yuan was watching from the side. How dare Shen Manwan use the couple's model with Li Bo? Besides, that bag is just a basic model. It's only $10,000 or so. It's not even close to the one Brother Chang packed. Shen Manwan shook her head decisively. "No, I don't need a handbag." Zhu Shui on the side has long been tired of looking at Li Bo, smiling and pointing to the bag that Shen Manwan just looked at. "Li, actually Man likes that bag. Why don't you buy it for her?" Leap Awesome boomed. "As long as Manwan likes it." Halfway through his speech, Leap got a good look at the price tag on that bag. Nima, 70,000 plus. He's got all the money in his hand to buy a house, and he's still paying over $10,000 a month on the mortgage. $20,000 or $30,000. If you bite the bullet, you can get it out. He really can't come up with $70,000 right now. Li Bo's gaze is a bit evasive, not daring to meet Shen Manwan's eyes, fearing that if he impulsively overdraws his credit card, he is afraid that he will have to tighten his belt to live in the next few months. Using a trick that many men use, Lebo suddenly fumbled for the phone. "Hello? Mr. Wu, is there a market? How much is this wave of market?" Okay, I know. I'll fill my position later." After saying that, Li Bo twisted his head to put on an expression for the good of all of us and said, "A very powerful old boss told me that there is a market in the stock market in the past few days, and I've already got a full position. So if you guys have free money in your hands, you might as well all invest in it." Shen Manwan was slightly disappointed, but not surprised. Li Bo was just like those members who coveted her beauty, with a set of words and a set of pretenses. When it came time to get real, there were all sorts of excuses. Only Brother Chang is not at all ambiguous when it comes to getting real. Shen Manwan simply did not bother to take care of Li Bo, and Zhu Shui also had a cold smile. So familiar and so green said unfortunately, this kid doesn't even qualify for the fish pond anymore. Zhu Shui wilted and said, "Brother Chang should have some spare money on his side. Why don't you ask Brother Chang if he's interested?" Chung Yuan waved his hand repeatedly. "How can a retail investor play institutions and lobbyists? I don't play stocks unless the day I join a lobbyist or acquire an institution." Shen Manwan and Zhu Shui were stunned. Brother Chang is just awesome. Join the lobbyists at every turn and acquire organizations. No wonder sprinkles can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. On the side, Li Bo, however, rolled his eyes breathlessly. This fat ass is too much of a braggart, isn't he? And become a lobbyist? And acquiring organizations? You're broke. You're making deliveries. Your wife divorced you. What are you daydreaming about? Li Bo said with a smile on his face. Brother Chang is so powerful? Then you'll have to go to the men's section to spend a lot of money? Chung Yuan gently shook his head. "I'm not interested in luxury goods." Li Bo bristled with disdain. "Not interested? You can't afford it, can you?" However, Li Bo was still a bit cultured. and although he disdained it in his heart, he didn't say it on his mouth. Brother Chang is going to deliver a courier well. Wearing luxury goods is indeed a bit too flashy. As soon as the words fell, Dong Wunwen walked over and looked at Chung Yuan respectfully. Mr. Chang, the stuff is packed, a total of 423,000. You're my old customer. I'll erase the change for you. You just pay the 420,000. Are you scanning the code or swiping your card? In response, the two women were calm. However, Li Bo, who was on the side, was confused. 422,000? What the hell? What does this beauty mean? What made him even more confused was that Chung Yuan said indifferently, "Scan the code." Okay, Mr. Chang. Dong Wunwen respectfully placed the collection code in front of his chest, facing Chung Yuan. Chang Yuan touched his cell phone, and in the eyes of Li Bo, who had seen a ghost, there was a drop and the code was successfully scanned. A familiar female voice rang out. PayPal arrives at $420,000. Dong Wunwen was trembling with excitement. It's only been a few days? Brother Chang spent over $600,000 with her. That's $20,000 in commission. If this were any other customer, she would have been given all kinds of explicit hints. On the contrary, Mr. Chang has no idea about her at all. And it's no good even if she passes a small note. Li Bo was completely dumbfounded, looking at Chung Yuan with a stupefied face, his worldview destroyed to pieces. What the hell? Isn't this fat guy broke? Don't you rely on delivery to make ends meet? How can you afford to spend $420,000 in one go? The key is that he doesn't have a limit. Chang, Brother Chang, what did you buy? It cost $420,000? Chung Yuan grinned. Just a little gift for Man and Xia Shui. Chapter 56, Li Bo was completely convinced. Little gift? Li Bo's mouth was wide open, his brain buzzing. How could he not accept what was happening in front of him? Dreaming. He must be dreaming. Shen Manwen and Zhu Shui were also trembling with excitement. They did have a guess just now that these things could have been given to them. After all, these were the things they had just looked at favorably. However, when they really heard Chang Yuan's words, they still felt a bit unreal. Mr. Chang is so bossy, isn't he? Giving away $420,000 in gifts without batting an eye? Chung Yuan didn't care what the three people thought. As long as the two women received the gift, $2 million would arrive immediately. That being said, a big thank you goes out to Leap. If he hadn't jumped out to show his superiority, the system wouldn't have triggered the randomized mission. Chung Yuan twisted his head and instructed with a smile. 1-1. Please distinguish the gifts clearly. Don't send them to the wrong person. Don't worry, Mr. Chang, the gifts have been distinguished. Saying that, Dong Wunwen flew towards the cashier and carried the already packed gifts over. Two beauties. This is a small gift from Mr. Chang, please keep it. It was only at this point that the two women woke up as if from a dream. Zhu Shui wanted these gifts so badly that she went crazy with wanting them. However, in order to leave a good impression in front of Chung Yuan, Zhu Shui waved her hand repeatedly. It's too precious for me to take. Shen Manwen followed suit and waved her hand, saying in a half-joking tone, Brother Chang, no merit, no reward, such a precious gift. If I really accept it, I can only give my body in return. Pust. Shen Manwen's words were like a dagger, heavily piercing Li Bo's heart. He really wanted to say, isn't it just a little luxury? As for cheapening yourself by giving yourself to a fat divorced guy with a baby, I can buy you one too. However, when you think of your wallet, Leap then had a shortness of breath. It's the damn house. How much more free would he be otherwise? The good thing was that Chung Yuan didn't pick up on this comment from Shen Manwen and acted like he was very angry. It seems that you two are looking down on me. The two girls were shocked. How could Big Brother Chang look so handsome even when he was angry? It's just like a living, breathing, domineering president. They love it. The two women hurriedly waved their hands. Brother Chang, how could we look down on you? Chang Yuan snorted coldly. I have accepted all the clothes and shoes you guys bought for Lele, but you guys don't accept the gifts I bought for you guys. Isn't this looking down on me? The two women shook their heads in a hurry. No, Brother Chang, we definitely didn't look down on you. The little gifts we gave were only $10,000 or so dollars. These gifts of yours, $200,000 for one person. It's just too expensive. Chung Yuan's face sank. Gifts are weighted with thought and never with money. Take it if you consider me a friend, and don't take it if you don't. Seeing that Chung Yuan was really a bit angry, the two women forced down their inner surprise. Brother Chang, don't be angry. We'll accept your feelings. The two women joyfully accepted the gift. If it was not in front of Chung Yuan, They would have been so excited that they would have taken it out and played with it. There was a ding. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing God's Magnificent Pride. 2 million rewards have arrived. Buzz. Chung Yuan's cell phone vibrated. Chung Yuan touched his cell phone to take a look, and his bank card was indeed credited with 2 million. With the previous balance, it's close to $10 million. Is it far from a small goal? Li Bo looked at the shopping bags in the hands of the two women and then looked at his own handbag, feeling bad about the whole thing. That's over $200. 000 in luxury goods. This $10, 000 plus handbag of his compares to these. When he thought about how he had just been like a peacock with an open screen, frantically showing his superiority in front of Chung Yuan, Li Bo felt his face burning. If there was a crack in the ground, he'd be in it. The handbag that had made him so proud just a moment ago now felt so ironic. Leap quietly pinned his handbag behind his back. Joy was a child after all, not much interested in shopping at the mall, and was already rubbing her eyes. Daddy cuddles. Joy is a little sleepy. Chang Yuan picked Lele up and said in a harmonious voice, "It's getting late. Let's go back?" "Okay." The two women nodded like chickens pounding rice. Because the group purchased too many things, Dong Wonwen was kind enough to find a shopping cart and personally pushed it all the way to the underground parking lot. Li Bo didn't have much heart to continue strolling, and followed the group very silently. He was now completely out of any climbing mood. He finally understood why the two women and the two counter-sisters were kneeling so much to Chung Yuan. This fat man should have some strength. He wondered what kind of car someone so powerful drove. Soon, the group pulled up next to a Volkswagen. There was a drop. Chung Yuan unlocked it, then opened the trunk of the Volkswagen. Chung Yuan put Lele in the back seat of the car while the three girls attentively put the shopping bags in the trunk. Leap was a little confused. What's the situation? This fat guy is so powerful. How come he drives a broken Volkswagen? This allowed Li Bo to more or less regain a sense of superiority. Leap pulled out his car keys and pressed them. There was a drop. Not far away, the headlights of a sporty, big-badged Mercedes E came on. Li Bo shook the car keys in his hand and launched an invitation to Shin Manhwan. "Manhwan, where do you live? I'll give you a ride. Take my car back." In response, Chang Yuan just shrugged his shoulders, not caring. Xu Shui secretly gave Li Bo a nod in her heart. "Little Li, you did a good job. Grab Shin Manhwan, this little vixen to get rid of. Chang that is my law." Unfortunately, Shin Manhwan balked. "I'd rather take Chang's car." Undeterred, Li Bo continued to persuade. Man, this is the Mercedes-Benz sport model I have, so I can let you experience what a pushback is. Are you sure you want to ride in Brother Chang's Volkswagen?" "Pushback?" Shen Manhwan smiled and waved at Li Bo. "Leap, look at the displacement of this Volkswagen." "How much more displacement?" 2.0. At most. Leap came up to take a look and choked. "Nima, what's with the 4.2 displacement? This Volkswagen still has a 4.2 displacement?" Shen Manhwan kindly helped popularize Li Bo. "This isn't just any Volkswagen. It's the Birchner Flow version of the Phaeton." Leap didn't understand what the Birchner Flow version of the Phaeton was, but he did know that there were special models for many brands of cars, like Mercedes Maybach, like Audi's Horch Founders Edition, priced well above its peers. It is a model of luxury. The Phaeton base model is $1 million on the road. The special version, at least 2 million. Convinced, Li Bo was completely convinced. If Chung Yuan had bought a high-end model from BBA, Li Bo might not have been so awe-inspiring, but it turned out that Chung Yuan had bought such a low-profile Phaeton. Only a true godly man, one who doesn't need to decorate his identity with a luxury car, would spend $2 million and buy a Volkswagen badge. Chapter 57. I'm lucky to have met you. Li Bo instantly felt that his sporty Mercedes E didn't smell good anymore, and somewhat awkwardly put the car keys in his hand back into his pocket, until Phaeton was far away. Li Botsai pulled open the car door and sat in the driver's seat of the Mercedes with some skepticism. It seemed that he was far from being complacent with this bit of achievement and needed to keep working hard. Chung Yuan planned the route and sent the two women home in turn. He was a willing driver of a specialized car. After all, the two women had just earned him $2 million. As soon as Zhu Shui came home, she couldn't wait to change into her new robe and clicked it in the mirror. In each photo, the Hermes logo is highlighted. Then, a 9-panel photo was posted. Finally, skillfully matched with the accompanying text. "I've received Brother Chang's thoughts, and I like it a lot." Of course, Zhu Shui still left herself a way out. She shielded all those fish she kept in the pond. After all, the day of the blind date, she left Chung Yuan with a bad impression, and she wasn't sure that she could take Chung Yuan. Spare a thought. This circle of friends of Zhu Shui almost blew up the camp. Countless people sent messages. "Lazy Rhinecat, wow. Sister Snow, you're all dressed up in Hermes? Are you climbing up the ranks of the gods? Extremely beautiful thing, oh my god. Sister Shui, you've landed on your feet. Congratulations in advance for marrying into a rich family. Woman, higher point, these are the latest Hermes models. The average lickspittle can't afford them. This one has to be over $200,000, right? N temptation. Stubble sinus N, Sister Shui. Don't forget Sister Ra after you get on your feet. Cheng big brother have any friends gathering occasion? Must bring Sister Ra. Zhu Shui's little face was red with excitement. She finally got to experience what it was like for those sisters who had disembarked and were bragging about it in the group. It's really great. Zhu Shui replied one by one. The general idea is this. I'm just lucky to have bumped into Brother Chang. You guys have a chance too. So make sure you don't get discouraged. Shen Manwen had Zhu Shui's best friend and quickly saw the circle of friends that Zhu Shui had sent. She wasn't far behind. However, Shen Manwen was a little more subtle than Zhu Shui, and didn't send out the 9-pointed grid, nor did she wear the gifts to show them off, but just quietly placed them on the table. Shen Manwen only posted 2 photos. One of them was her fitness photo, and on the background of the photo was Chung Yuan's back. The other one is the gift on the table. Shen Manwen is dead set on recognizing Chung Yuan. Not only the fish in the fish pond are not shielded, even the relatives at home are not shielded. Her accompanying text is much more aggressive than Juju's. I'm lucky to have met you. Once Shen Manwen's circle of friends was sent out, it was instantly met with a series of bombings. Brother, sis, are you in love? Is that the guy in the back? Does he look fat? Does he have money? Second cousin, man, are you in love? What does your boyfriend do? When will you bring him home? High school classmate Yangjin, heartbroken. Our number 1 schoolgirl is in love. Manling, oh my god. Sister man, you really nailed Brother Chang? He even bought you so many gifts? Lu Shichi won't be furious when she sees it? Luscious did see the 2 circle of friends, but didn't gasp. She just felt that her best friend Suyu was really right. The other little vixens had already stepped out of the 99 meters. She couldn't stay put anymore. She had to try to break through. Otherwise, Chang would really be robbed. Hilton Hotel. Because he was so irritated by Yin Xiaoli, Jean Pingfei ate a small blue tablet, draining all of his physical energy, and lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed. Lin Ruoyu, on the other hand, was so hyper that she couldn't sleep, because Jean Pingfei gave her a Hermes bag and a Hermes necklace. This excited Yin Xiaoli to no end. Lin Ruoyu took 9 photos and posted a 9-panel grid of Zhu Shui's same style, which purposely highlighted the Hermes logo. The accompanying text is below. It's a good thing we're divorced or we'd never carry Hermes in our lives. Similarly, Lin Ruoyu's circle of friends exploded. At first, most people were envious. Sis, it's still you. Divorce when you say divorce. Really saw. It's the right thing to do. Sister, the walls do not even obey uncle to obey you. You have an excellent eye for picking men. Ruoyu, what you said makes me want to get a divorce too. This no good one in my family. Hey. Within moments, though, different voices began to emerge. This Hermes bag, why does it look a little weird? At first, Lin Ruoyu directly ignored these different voices. She thought that these people were just jealous. However, when Mimi zhang at Lin Ruoyu, she finally sensed that something was wrong. Mimi Zhan was very subtle. Sister Ruoyu, take a look at Sister Manwen's circle of friends. Your bag and her bag are wrapped up in a car. And then again, do you have any close friends of Zhu Shui? Your necklace also. Lin Ruoyu hurriedly looked up Shen Manwen's circle of friends and saw the picture that Shen Manwen had posted. And then, her eyes were dead set on the bag on Shen Manwen's desk. There are some things that can't be seen without comparison. One comparison and the highs and lows are immediately apparent. At first glance, the 2 bags are almost identical. However, if you look closely at the details, you will find that this bag of Shen Manwen's is much more delicate than hers. The detailing is very silky. And this bag of hers has quite a few flaws in the detailing. Lin Ruoyu flipped through Zhu Shui's friend circle again. And then, the whole person was bad. The necklace also crashed. And, the bump was even worse than the bag. The package is not yet visible as a difference on a cursory look. You have to scrutinize the details. However, the necklace is too big of a gap. It's just like Kuei and Li. Whether it's the materials or the workmanship, the difference is too great. Even someone who didn't know any better could tell at a glance that this one of hers was a fake while the one of Zhu Shui's was real. Lin Ruoyu's face flushed red with anger, turning her head to look viciously at Jean Pengfei, who was lying on the bed, huffing and puffing. This asshole. He's trying to fool her with some fakes. Thanks to her, she had just been grateful and used all her strength to serve him. It even went all the way to the back door. If there was a pair of scissors in front of her, Lin Ruoyu didn't have the chance to get angry and cut Jean Pengfei's head off. To make sure of her judgment, Lin Ruoyu rummaged through Jean Pengfei's bag and didn't find the shopping ticket. Lin Ruoyu did not die. Carefully unlocked with Jean Pengfei's fingerprint and opened Jean Pengfei's WeChat. Then, Lin Ruoyu discovered Jean Pengfei's big secret. This asshole. Surprisingly married. But lied to him about being single. Sleeping with her for so long for nothing. Lin Ruoyu's face turned green with anger. And she really wanted to shake Jean Pengfei. However, Lin Ruoyu held back. Be cool until you find the next receiver. Then, Lin Ruoyu saw content that made her even more furious. Iwu Commodity City, brother. To how many levels of high imitation? S level 10, 000. A level 2, 000. B level 500. B grade is fine. The picture was sent to you. Okay, brother, transfer the money. Chapter 58. I think it's better if you don't pry into it. Lin Ruoyu was simply furious. This damned Jean Pengfei, who couldn't even spare the S-grade high imitation, even bought the lowest end B-grade high imitation to put her off. If it is S-class high imitation, non-professionals simply cannot see the gap. She doesn't have to lose this face. Lin Ruoyu confirmed that her item was a fake, and it was a lowest end fake, and hurriedly deleted the friend circle she had just sent. It took a great deal of perseverance to hold back the thought of clicking Jean Pengfei. However, the more she thought about it, the more angry she got. How could she not sleep? Walked to the balcony, a face of envy to watch Shin Manwan and Zhu Shueisho out of the circle of friends. Suddenly, Lin Ruoyu realized something. Who is this brother Chung who gave Zhu Shui a gift? Also, who was the godly man Shin Manwan met? Could it be that the Hilton Gym has recently come back to the gods? This Shin Manwan, she even ate alone and didn't tell her when she came to the gods' ho. What a plastic sisterhood. Lin Ruoyu remembered that Wan Ling and Shin Manwan had a good relationship, and exasperatedly called Wan Ling. The call was quickly answered. Sister Ruoyu, what can I do for you? Ling Ling, you and Man Man are very close. I'd like to find out from you. Has Man Man come to any godly members recently? No. Ling Ling, don't hoodwink me. If Man Man doesn't have a divine hero membership, who bought these things for her circle of friends? Wan Ling's tone suddenly turned a bit odd. Sister Ruoyu, I think it's better if you don't pry. Ling Ling, I know you're close to Man Man, but with all the gifts Man Man got, what benefits did you get? If I can take this divine hero member, I'll bring you a small sample or a companion gift when he buys me something. Wan Ling laughed bitterly. Sister Ruoyu, you're overthinking it. I'm simply thinking about you. It's a gift that Brother Chang bought for Sister Man Man. You've just divorced Brother Chang. You definitely can't handle Brother Chang, and it's futile to tell you. Gah, Chang Yuan, that poor fat bastard, bought a gift for Shin Manwan? That's not possible. Even if he dared to overdraw his credit cards and take out a black internet loan, he couldn't possibly come up with that kind of money. The black network loan is not a charity. To see if you can afford to pay the debt. Wan Ling, you're not kidding, right? I know very well what Cheng Yuan's strength is. He now relies on courier delivery to make ends meet. He owes a bunch of debts and black net loans. These gifts from Man, at least $200,000, right? How could he possibly take out $200,000? Since she had already said it, Wan Ling wasn't afraid to hit Lin Ruoyu. Sister Ruoyu, it's not just $200,000. Those gifts from Zhu Shui were also from Big Brother Chang. Big Brother Chang spent over $400,000 yesterday. Together with the day before yesterday, Big Brother Chang has spent over $800,000. Chang Yuan spent over $800,000. Lin Ruoyu's brain buzzed. How could she not believe her ears? Impossible. Impossible. How can Chang Yuan come up with so much money? If he had so much money, why would I divorce him? Wan Ling's tone turned even more odd. Sister Ruoyu, is it possible that Big Brother Chang set you up? Or maybe it's Big Brother Chang testing you? The result? A setup? Testing? Lin Ruoyu froze for a moment. Chang Yuan's finances were all under her control. How could she set a trap for her? Did Chang Yuan win the double color ball? Or, does he have any hidden possessions? Okay, I know. Thank you, Ling Ling. Lin Ruoyu hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she remembered that her sister knew Chang Yuan well, so she should know something, right? Lin Ruoyu hurriedly called Lin Ruoshi. The phone rang several times before connecting, and Lin Ruoshi's somewhat impatient voice came. Sis, if you're calling me to keep me away from my brother-in-law, then hang up. There's no way I'm staying away from my brother-in-law. No. Ruoshi, I remember you said that Hermes bag of yours was bought for you by Chang Yuan, right? Yeah. What's up? Where did he get the money? Do you know? Lin Ruoshi was alert. Why are you asking this? What does brother-in-law's money have to do with you? Aren't you already divorced from your brother-in-law? Lin Ruoyu opened her mouth and flubbed it. I'm not hitting Cheng Yuan for money. I'm worried about Lele. I'm worried that Lele will suffer after Chung Yuan, so I want to find out about Chung Yuan's financial situation. Lin Ruoyu mentioned Lele, and Lin Ruoshi's hardened heart instantly softened. Sis, it's still good to know that you have a bit of conscience and know that you feel sorry for your own daughter. Don't worry about it. Brother-in-law's finances are in good shape now. He seems to have started a business with a few friends, earned some more money, rented a very nice house, and replaced a car. Chang Yuan changed his car? What kind of car? BBA series? No, it's a Volkswagen. Don't know the exact make. Volkswagen. Ha? Lin Ruoyu frowned. It shouldn't be. Based on Chang Yuan's demonstrated spending power, he shouldn't buy a broken Volkswagen. At least a BBA series, or even a Porsche to start with would be right. It's just a matter of blocking Chung Yuan in front of the kindergarten tomorrow. Won't we know what kind of car he drives? Okay, I know. Talk to you later. Lin Ruoyu posted a question in her group of girlfriends. Sisters, which is the most expensive Volkswagen model? How much? Most of Lin Ruoyu's girlfriends, who mostly played together when they were in the township, had limited insight. At first, the girlfriends didn't have much interest in the question. In their minds, Volkswagens top out at $300,000. Until a girlfriend searched the internet, and then opened the door to a new world. Ruoyu, I just searched online. The most expensive Volkswagen is called the Phaeton. The base model costs $1 million on the road. The high-end model is over $2 million. Lin Ruoyu instantly became excited. The most basic model costs $1 million? If Chung Yuan drove a Phaeton, wouldn't he have made a fortune? Lin Ruoyu couldn't wait to type. Nuan, how can you tell if a Volkswagen is a Phaeton? Let me search. I did. And you can tell most intuitively from the interior and displacement. The Phaeton has a premium mahogany interior and a minimum displacement of 3.0 to start. An ordinary Volkswagen. The top end is just 2.0. Good. Chang Yuan went home, put Lele to bed, then took a comfortable bath. Then in one breath, cleared all the debts. The account balance became 9 million bubbles. This feeling of being debt-free is just awesome. Chung Yuan really wanted to find someone to celebrate. However, Chang Yuan was a bit worried about Lele. I don't know why. Chang Yuan's cell phone suddenly vibrated like crazy. Chung Yuan picked up the phone and took a look. Why are so many girls friending him? Someone maliciously hung out his microsignal? It must be Lin Ruoyu's doing. Chung Yuan thoughtlessly rejected the girl's friend applications, then tuned it to refuse anyone to add friends, and slept prettily. Chapter 59. This is not a deadweight. This is her cutest husband. This night, Chung Yuan slept quite well. After waking up, Chung Yuan realized that his account had another 400,000 yuan. Evidently, he managed to lose another 2 pounds yesterday. This feeling of waking up with money in your pocket is great. Chung Yuan got up and found that Lele had already gotten up and was brushing her teeth in front of the sink. Chung Yuan also came over and brushed her teeth with Lele. Lele looks especially like Chung Yuan, almost carved out of the same mold, which is why Lin Ruoyu doesn't like Lele. Looks nothing like her. The two figures in the mirror were so harmonious. The only thing I regret is the lack of a hostess next to it. For some reason, Chung Yuan's face suddenly surfaced in his mind as Lin Ruoshi. If Lin Ruoshi stood next to Lele, it would be very harmonious. By the way, he had the task of buying a car for Ruoshi. Now that you have a lot of money in your pocket, you can definitely crush that house sweetie easily. After washing up, Lele looked at Chung Yuan with anticipation. Daddy, how about not going to kindergarten for breakfast this morning? The kindergarten breakfast is not good, and I don't like egg yolks. How could Chung Yuan refuse the little angel's request? Just in time to complete the Hilton punchline on the way. That way, when something comes up at lunch, you can just leave and there's no need to go over and punch in. Okay, Daddy will take you to eat a big meal. Okay? However, Lele has to promise Daddy not to eat too much. Okay, Dad. Lele chose a new set of clothes and followed Chung Yuan out the door. 10 minutes later, Chung Yuan arrived at the Hilton and took Lele straight to the second-floor restaurant. Yang Xiaomeng, the head of the catering department, brightened up and greeted him very enthusiastically. Mr. Chang, is this your daughter? So pretty, so cute, almost like a doll. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. Yes, this is my daughter Lele. Lele, call Auntie. Hello Auntie. Yang Xiaomeng's heart was about to be adorned. Then, she was even more puzzled. Why would Lin Ruoyu give up such a powerful husband? How could she give up this lovely daughter? Is she crazy? Supervisor Yang, what package do you recommend for breakfast? Mr. Chang, you have booked the 5888 monthly package. You are a VIP user of our Hilton restaurant. You can enjoy breakfast at the Hilton for free. Enjoy your meal. Are all breakfasts allowed? Is there a limit? There are no restrictions. Thank you, Supervisor Yang. Although Yang Xiaoming said it as a matter of course, Cheng Yuan was certain that Yang Xiaoming must have used her supervisory authority. Then again, she was perfectly capable of collecting the money and pocketing it for herself, and he wasn't too far behind anyway. Yang Xiaoming, on the other hand, did not do so, which made Cheng Yuan recognize her character and professional qualities. In a month's time, when he became the owner of the Hilton, Yang Xiaoming could well be groomed as a core team. Yang Xiaoming didn't know at the moment how much the goodwill she released would bring her in the future. Yang Xiaoming was very attentive and brought Cheng Yuan to the window with the best view, then patiently helped Cheng Yuan recommend the meal. Cheng Yuan let out a heartfelt exclamation. Supervisor Yang, your service is so good. I'll definitely give you a favorable review. Yang Xiaoming was more or less embarrassed. Actually, it's not like she serves everyone so well. She's actually kind of interested in being Joy's stepmother. After eating and drinking, Cheng Yuan took Lele out of the restaurant. Cheng Yuan squatted down and looked at Lele with a smile. Lele, do you like today's breakfast? I love it so much. Breakfast was so good today. There's still a lot of variety. Can we eat here again in the future? Cheng Yuan grinned. You can eat here later for the rest of your life if you want. Yay! Daddy's great. Numa. Lele perfumed Cheng Yuan with a mouthful, and Cheng Yuan joyfully hugged his daughter and walked out of the Hilton. 10 minutes later, Cheng Yuan arrived at the red, yellow and blue kindergarten. Just after getting out of the car, Cheng Yuan suddenly frowned. Why is Lin Ruoyu in front of the kindergarten? She's not here to rob Joy, is she? Cheng Yuan couldn't help but get a little nervous and clutched Lele's small hand hard. Lele also spotted Lin Ruoyu. A look of surprise appeared on her face as she rushed towards Lin Ruoyu and shouted, Mommy! Mom! Are you here to see Lele? A hint of well-hidden dislike flashed through Lin Ruoyu's eyes. All because of giving birth to this money loser? She was nearly out of shape and had stretch marks on her stomach. It took countless high-end skincare products to make the stretch marks fade. Lin Ruoyu squeezed out a false and incomparable smile on her face, quickly stepping forward and looking at Lele with a doting gaze. Yes, Joy. Mommy missed you and came to see you. Cheng Yuan naturally didn't believe Lin Ruoyu's bull *******. If Lin Ruoyu really wanted Lele, why would she come to see Lele in the morning? You should come to see Lele at night. In the evening, you can pick up Happy and take him for a bit. Lele was too young to think about it so much, and was so happy that she almost cried and kept bouncing in place. Mommy came to see Joy and Joy was happy. Lele subconsciously wanted to break free from Cheng Yuan's hand, and suddenly found that Cheng Yuan's face was not quite right, and Lele realized that Mom and Dad had divorced. The smile on Lele's face tightened up a lot, and she asked in a small voice, Daddy, Lele kind of misses Mommy. Let Mommy hug her, okay? Cheng Yuan's heart trembled, and he finally sighed quietly and let go of his hand. Regardless of whether Lin Ruoyu had conspired or not, Lele was after all her own daughter. A tiger's poison doesn't eat its children. Lin Ruoyu won't harm Lele, right? Lele was so happy that she jumped into Lin Ruoyu's arms and kept rubbing her little face against Lin Ruoyu's cheeks, almost smudging her makeup. Lin Ruoyu tried to suppress her dislike and put on an affectionate face as she hugged Lele around Phaeton. When she turned to the rear of the car, Lin Ruoyu pretended to be happy and hugged Lele in a circle. In fact, her attention wasn't on Happy at all, but rather watching the displacement numbers on the rear of the car. 4-2L. After seeing this number, Lin Ruoyu almost jumped high in excitement. The little heart was beating so frantically that it almost jumped out of his throat. Cheng Yuan, this fat ass, has the money to buy a Phaeton. And, it's not even a Phaeton base model. No, Cheng Yuan is not a dead fat guy. He is obviously her most handsome and cute husband. She'd already made a point of searching last night, and the 4-2 displacement Phaeton had a minimum of $1.8 million on the road. However, she had clearly asked her lawyer to investigate process Far's financial situation. Where did he get the money? But that doesn't matter anymore. After confirming that Cheng Yuan really had money, Lin Ruoyu only had one thought left now. That's remarrying Cheng Yuan. With her advantage of giving Cheng Yuan such a lovely daughter as Lele, all other little vixens would have to move back a little. Chapter 60, We're divorced. I'm rich. What's your hurry? Huang Nana received Cheng Yuan's message, and although she was very unimpressed with Cheng Yuan, she still came out to pick up Lele in person. After all, it was Cheng Yuan who was the slag. Joy, however, was so cute and well-behaved that her heart ached. If only she could be as cute and well-behaved as Lele when she had a child in the future. As soon as she went out, Nana Huang saw a beautiful woman holding Lele, and the expression on Nana Huang's face was instantly cold as ice. Happy's dad really can't stay idle. How many days has it been? How many women has he changed? But soon, the expression on Huang Nana's face slightly slowed down as she recognized that the one holding Lele was not some messy woman. It was Lele's mother. Lin Ruoyu. Nana Huang had a head full of questions. When Lele said she didn't have a mom anymore, she thought, Lele's mom had an accident. Isn't mommy Lok fine? Huang Nana quickly stepped forward and said in a harmonious voice, Lele mom, long time no see yeah, Mr. Huang, long time no see. Huang Nana couldn't restrain her doubts and asked hesitantly, Lele's mom. Lele said a few days ago that she doesn't have a mom anymore. What's going on? Lin Ruoyu replied frankly, my husband and I divorced, and Lele was awarded to my husband. Hearing this, Nana Huang's face revealed a look of so, and the words she had been holding back for days came out of her mouth. Lele's mom, it's good for you to leave. Scum like Lele's dad doesn't deserve love and family. In Nana Huang's mind, Lin Ruoyu would definitely spit on Chang Yuan with her, pouring out her bitterness. However, what Nana Huang did not expect was that Lin Ruoyu's attitude suddenly turned incomparably cold. Mr. Huang, this is our family matter. We don't need you, an outsider, to interfere. My husband is not a scum. He's a good man with commitment, drive and motivation. We'll remarry soon. Chang Yuan's scalp was numb with fear. What the hell was a remarriage? Why doesn't he know anything? Nana Huang almost choked to death. Lele's mom, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. In the past few days since your divorce, Lele's father has changed 3 or 4 female companions. How can you not be a scum? Nana Huang's words made Lin Ruoyu even more nervous. Shame on those little vixens. She had just divorced Chang Yuan and they couldn't wait to pester her. Mr. Huang, you're mistaken. Those girls around my husband are my sister, and the fitness consultant. Don't believe me? Ask Lele if there are any other women spending the night at the house. Nana Huang twisted her head to look at Lele and asked in a harmonious voice. Lele, how many people have been in your house these past few nights? It's just me and Dad. What about the aunt who came with your dad to pick you up? Daddy and Joy sent them home. Nana Huang was silent. Could it really be that she misunderstood? Since it was my misunderstanding, I apologize to you and sincerely wish that you will remarry soon and give Lele a complete family. Lin Ruoyu was satisfied with Nana Huang's words and put Lele down, rubbing her head admonishingly. Happy, listen to Mr. Huang in kindergarten. Do you hear me? Okay, Mom. Nana Huang led Lele away. Chang Yuan didn't bother with Lin Ruoyu and turned his head to pull open the car door. What Chang Yuan did not expect was that Lin Ruoyu rightfully pulled open the passenger door and sat on it. Chang Yuan's face sank. Lin Ruoyu, what the hell are you doing? I'm busy, please get off the bus right now. Lin Ruoyu didn't answer Chang Yuan's words and surveyed the phaeton's interior with interest. The more she looked at it, the more advanced she felt. It's also a really high-end mahogany wood finish. Also, the seat has a thermostat and an automatic adjustment feature that just adjusts to her most comfortable position. Honey, when did you buy the phaeton? Lin Ruoyu, we're already divorced. I can't afford to be your husband. Please get off the car or I'll call the police. Lin Ruoyu was very thick-skinned and used her own pampering techniques. Hubby, in fact, Jean Pengfei and I don't have anything. I really know it's wrong. For the sake of the child, give me another chance, okay? Don't worry, I will definitely serve you father and daughter well. It had to be said that Lin Ruoyu knew Chang Yuan's character very well, eating softness but not hardness. Unfortunately, during this time of bankruptcy, Lin Ruoyu hurt him too much. What little love there was between husband and wife was destroyed long ago. Lin Ruoyu, we're already divorced. Please get along. If you continue to pester, the last of your decency is gone. Hubby, I really know I'm wrong. How on earth can you forgive me? As long as you are willing to remarry, let me do whatever I want. While saying this, Lin Ruoyu reached out to touch Chang Yuan's pants waistband. Chang Yuan's face sank, and he slapped Lin Ruoyu's hand away, then got out of the car, pulled open the passenger door, and pulled Lin Ruoyu's arm to pull her out. Lin Ruoyu, we're divorced. I'm rich. What's your hurry? I'm warning you very solemnly that we're long over. Completely over. I don't want to have any more contact with you. Please don't pester me anymore. Thank you. Lin Ruoyu regretted wanting to kill herself. However, what she regretted was not the coldness she had shown to Chang Yuan after he went bankrupt. Rather, he regretted that he hadn't discovered Chang Yuan's hidden assets earlier. Lin Ruoyu knew that continuing to pester like this would only backfire. Okay, I won't pester you anymore. But, husband, think about what Ms. Huang just said. Lele needs her real mom and a complete family. Chang Yuan gave Lin Ruoyu a cold look, started the car and sped away. He did not want to stay with Lin Ruoyu for a second. Even, in order to avoid Lin Ruoyu, Chang Yuan had begun to consider changing Lele's kindergarten. However, we have to wait for Lele to finish school and ask Lele's opinion. After the phaeton walked away, Lin Ruoyu fumbled for her cell phone and called her divorce attorney. The phone was quickly connected. and Nyo Shiguang's gentle voice came. Ms. Lin, can I help you with any legal matters? Lin Ruoyu chopped her head off and questioned. Lawyer Nyo, I'm very disappointed in your work. How did you investigate my ex-husband's asset status? Why did he spend over $3 million in 2 days? Ga? Nyo Shiguang froze for a moment. It shouldn't be. I've gone through special channels to check all your ex-husband's property status as well as his credit clearly. He's really bankrupt, facing the risk of losing his credit, with only a few $1,000s left in his bank account, and more than $1 million in debt. Are you being paid by my ex-husband? Where are your professional ethics? Do you believe I will expose you, so that you can never be a lawyer again? Nyo Shiguang hurriedly explained. Ms. Lin, don't be impulsive for a moment. If I had really been bribed by your ex-husband, I wouldn't even be answering your call right now. I also have a head full of questions right now. According to my investigation, your ex-husband is completely wasted. In this life, he can only fight at the lowest level of society and can never turn over a new leaf. Lin Ruoyu's face slowed down a bit. If you had investigated my ex-husband's hidden assets earlier, I wouldn't have divorced him. All of this is your responsibility. I don't care what you think of. You must help me remarry my ex-husband. Otherwise, I'm not done with you. Chapter 61, The motorcycle room is full. Nyo Shiguang was speechless. What does it matter to me if you remarry or not? I'm a divorce lawyer, not a remarriage lawyer. However, Lin Ruoyu is angry. This is something that Nyo Shiguang dares not say. If Lin Ruoyu really makes a scene, a bite that he received money from his ex-husband, his reputation will be stigmatized. Nyo Shiguang hurriedly gave advice. Ms. Lin, you and your ex-husband have a daughter, and your daughter is the best bridge between you. Then again, you try to wear as many clothes as possible from when you first met. The you from that time is the most perfect you in his mind. Okay, I'll try. Along the way, Chang Yuan was in a very unpleasant mood. However, after arriving at the Hilton gym, Chang Yuan's bad mood instantly disappeared. He could clearly feel that the girls were even more enthusiastic about him, even more so than yesterday. Even Nini Zhang took the initiative to rush forward and take over his gym bag. Brother Chang, why are you so late today? Sister Shichi has been waiting for you for a while. Chang Yuan obviously didn't want to talk about Lin Ruoyu and said lightly. I just ran into a very spoiled person. Wan Ling didn't grab the chance to help Chang Yuan carry the bag, so she could only hate it in her heart. Then quietly sent a message to Shin Manwan. Sister Man, Brother Chang is here. Okay, thanks Ling Ling. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Shin Manwan casually dealt with a few members for a few sentences, turned around and went to the dynamic cycling area. She had long since figured out Chang Yuan's fitness routine. First riding a dynamic bicycle for half an hour, then resting for a while, then jogging for half an hour, then resting for a while, and finally practicing the equipment. What Shin Manwan didn't expect was that the dynamic cycling room was full today. All of them are warblers. One more than the other was dressed in revealing clothes. One of them even purposely held out their chests, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't see them. Shin Manwan came to Lu Shichi and asked with a frown, why are there so many people today? Lu Shichi blankly glanced at Shin Manwan without any good humor. What else could it be about? It's not because of the friend circle you and Zhu Shui sent last night? You're really good at attracting butterflies for Chang. Of course, she couldn't say that. Wouldn't that offend these female members who had bought weight loss classes from her? Lushki was pretending to be confused. I don't know what's going on. After 8 o'clock last night, these sisters suddenly started chatting privately with me, saying they wanted to buy my weight loss classes. Last night, a whole 300,000 weight loss classes were sold. A $300,000 weight loss class? God, didn't that run her into the ground? Wait, 8 o'clock last night? A look of realization appeared on Shin Manwan's face. Careless, shouldn't have followed Zhu Suk and sent that friend circle. Zhu Shui was only a member of the Hilton and had limited friends inside the Hilton, and she was the star fitness instructor at the Hilton gym. Almost all of the members have added friends, so it was she who personally recruited these she-wolves. This whole thing. Shen Manwan was chagrined when Chang Yuan walked into the dynamic cycling room. The motorcycle room instantly blew up. All the female members were pushing forward, surrounding Chang Yuan. No matter if they knew Chang Yuan or not, they greeted Chang Yuan with incomparable enthusiasm. Brother Chang, you're here? Brother Chang, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Brother Chang, I heard that you ride a bicycle very well. Teach me later. The girls were so enthusiastic that they instead squeezed the two fitness trainers, Lu Shichi and Shen Manwan. In the back, the two looked at each other and laughed bitterly. This your sister? These female members have never seen a man? Chang Yuan was like falling into a daughter's country. Looking left and right, he couldn't get enough. What's going on today? How come there are so many good sisters? In the end, It was Lu Shiqi who took control of the situation as she put on her headset and shouted, "Be quiet. Find your own bikes and don't disturb Brother Chang's weight loss program." The women then quieted down and found their respective bikes. Some of the more daring ones kept throwing winks towards Chang Yuan, and, from time to time, they also dented their bodies on the bicycle. Lu Shiqi and Shen Manwen looked at each other and quickly reached a consensus. These female goblins must be worn out, or else the lesson won't work today. Lu Shiqi directly picked a fast-paced song, and then together with Shen Manwen, they quickly brought the tempo up, pedaling the bike with enthusiasm. The two men's plan worked. In no time at all, a large majority of the female members exited the moving bike room. After all, most of them, they didn't necessarily come to the gym once a month, and the reason why they were so enthusiastic was because of Chang Yuan, the super godly man. Chang Yuan didn't ride to the rhythm of the music because Lu Shiqi had sent him a message in advance to ride slowly. Half an hour later, the music subsided. Even Lu Shiqi and Shin Manwen, the two fitness stars, were slightly out of breath. The other female members, one panting more than the other, were all sweating profusely. Only a few female members who knew how to sneak around were only sweating slightly. Lu Shiqi looked at the remaining female members with a smile. "Sisters, just now was just a simple warm-up. Let's run a 10 kilometers below. It's not necessary to run fast. Just be able to run within 6 minutes of the pace." A 6-minute pace? This is going to kill them. "Shiqi, let's rest for a while." Most of the female members opted out. They just really couldn't stick it out. Only a handful of female members who had been keeping fit for a long time followed. The world was finally much quieter this time. An hour later, the 10 kilometers run was done and the few remaining female members were worn out. Chang Yuan is okay because he's only run 5 kilometers and, well, it's an 8-minute pace. This was what Lu Shiqi had communicated to him in advance. From this, it could be seen that Lu Shiqi, simple as she was still quite smart. The crisis of the female members was resolved with a breeze, and no one was offended. "Brother Chang, there's someone in class in the yoga room. Why don't we go to the physical therapy room and relax you?" "Good." Shen Manwen naturally followed. Lu Shiqi really couldn't help herself and questioned, Man, why do you keep following me? It's not like you're my member. And if I remember correctly, you have classes in the morning, right?" Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He also felt a bit strange. Shen Manwen, this little nymph, obviously had a class. Why did she keep following him? Shen Manwen wasn't nervous at all. She had already thought of a countermeasure. "Big Brother Chang has been so kind to me and bought me so many precious gifts. I have to do something for Big Brother Chang or else I'll feel uneasy in my heart." Lu Shiqi questioned. "Brother Chang bought my weight loss class, so I can naturally lead Brother Chang well. Could it be that, in your mind, I am not a qualified fitness instructor?" Shen Manwen wasn't angry at all and said in a harmonious voice, "Shiqi, you've misunderstood. Since Brother Chang bought your weight loss class, naturally I won't tell you what to do. I just want to help Brother Chang record the weight loss process." Chapter 62, The Prestige of the Divine Magnificent. Documenting weight loss? Luscious frowned slightly. There was no way she could argue with this one, as it was outside the scope of her weight loss class. Chang Yuan asked with interest, Man, why do you think that I need to record the weight loss process?" Shen Manwen smiled slightly. "Brother Chang, don't you think that successfully losing weight is a very meaningful process? If you record it, you'll be able to look back at any time after you've lost weight. Then again, Big Brother Chang has a certain amount of traffic right now, so if he opens up a Jitterbug short video account, maybe it will catch fire. It might help Big Brother Chang's career as well." Chang Yuan was stunned. He had a Shake Shack short video account before, often live streaming the rolls of seafood buffet for sale. Doing the event is the strongest, and at the height of popularity, there can be 200 people inside the live room. What kind of traffic is this? Chang Yuan laughed bitterly. "Shiqi, you're exaggerating. How could I have any traffic?" Lu Shiji looked at Chang Yuan very seriously. "Brother Chang, don't you know? You're already on fire on Jitterbug, known as Brother Express." Chang Yuan had a head full of question marks. What courier brother? Lu Shiqi opened Shake and searched for courier brother. Soon, Lu Shiji searched for 2 videos about Chang Yuan. "Brother Yuan, look at these 2 videos. They're casual videos taken by a passerby when he happened to meet you." Chang Yuan opened the video and saw the name of the video. Where exactly did I lose? Chang Yuan had to admit that this video blogger knew about traffic. But wasn't this on his way to drop his sister-in-law off at work? Then, Chang Yuan froze. This video has over 30,000 likes. When he opened the cafeteria, he posted a video and threw in 100 shakes plus to mix in a couple dozen likes. This video actually has 30,000 likes? Chang Yuan nodded to open the comment. Then his face went black. The Waterboys have a big brain. There's talk that he and the BMW guy are in cahoots, shooting segments. There's also talk of his van being converted with a sports car engine. There were also people who used PS to pee off the glass, revealing Lin Ruwashi's fairy-like appearance. The good thing was that because of the angle, his face was blocked by Lin Ruwashi and didn't reveal a single bit. Otherwise, he'd probably have been fleshed out. Then Chang Yuan opened the second video and was even more stunned. I'm Ed. The second video had a surprisingly high number of over 100,000 likes. He was the one who was filmed when he took Lu Shiqi to Hisense Plaza for shopping. The name of the video is directly titled, Where the Hell Did I Lose the Second Round? Chang Yuan quickly analyzed that the reason why this video exploded wasn't just because of the addition of the first video. His van was parked inside a group of luxury cars. It was just too solid. His round figure, standing next to the slender and moving Lu Shiqi, was simply a real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. No wonder it gets so much traffic. Lu Shiqi also came up and looked at the two explosive videos with a surprised face. Brother Chang, you're really on fire. Chang Yuan smiled bitterly. It's all because of my sister-in-law and you. Shen Manwen struck the iron while the iron was hot. Brother Chang, while you have the traffic and the heat now, you open a new number called, I Am the Courier Brother, and then record your weight loss life. It will surely burst into flames. Chang Yuan couldn't help but be a bit impressed. Back in the day, before his cafeteria went out of business, he spent his days meditating on how he could get his Shake Shack account up and running, although he doesn't need to make money from his Shakeology account anymore. It was, after all, his dream before. The mere matter of accomplishing his dream had been worth his while. Life, isn't it about doing something meaningful? As if sensing Chang Yuan's inner thoughts, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Detecting that the host already has a certain fan base, the prestige module opens smoothly. As a qualified godly hero, he must have a strong enough social influence. He must become a popular idol, and he must lead the fashion trend. Trigger the prestige main quest, the prestige of God's magnificent mission, stage 1 mission. Within 1 month, within the entire platform, the host's fan base reaches 1 million. Reward for the task, $100 per follower and $10 per like received for each entry. The liability increases by $1 million for each day overdue. Note, it is not allowed to borrow the name of the takeaway brother. It will lower the host's compulsion as a godly man. The corners of Chang Yuan's mouth kept twitching. This dog system was too dark, right? If he picks up Courier Brothers traffic, wouldn't it be easy plus simple to rush to 1 million followers? If you don't borrow the Courier Brothers traffic, it's definitely a challenge to go from 0 to 1 million followers in 1 month. But soon, Chang Yuan realized the problem. $100 a fan. 1 million fans is a small goal. Spend a small goal. Hard Smash also smashed 1 million fans off. The system is giving him benefits. What is he nervous about? Chang Yuan smiled at Shen Manwen and gently shook his head. I don't take traffic from takeaway brothers. Ha! A trace of well-hidden loss flashed in Shen Manwen's eyes. If Cheng Big Brother didn't get this Jitterbug number, she wouldn't have a reason to get close to Cheng Big Brother, and her plan would be a complete fiasco. However, as a good sister who was knowledgeable and understanding, Shen Manwen naturally would not question Cheng Yuan's decision. It's me who didn't think it through well. With a status like Cheng's, he shouldn't want to show his face and be judged by his water friends all day long. Cheng Yuan gave Shen Manwen a heartfelt nod. Look at Man. He's so considerate of others. How good are you at giving people a leg up? Many female members are still secretly saying that People Man is green tea. This is not green tea. This is definitely a warm-hearted good sister. Cheng Yuan smiled faintly and followed Shen Manwen's words. Manwen is right. I really don't want to show my face. However, a short video to record my life can be filmed. I won't show my face, that's all. Cheng Yuan's reluctance to show his face was not because he was afraid of becoming famous, but because he was worried that if he became famous, it would affect Lele. He hoped that Lele could have a clean, simple, carefree childhood. When Lele grew up a bit, at the right point in time, he would consider showing his face. But that's all an afterthought. Shen Manwen was ecstatic. It doesn't matter if Cheng Yuan shows his face or not, even if the short video account doesn't catch fire. All she wanted was a chance to get close to Cheng Yuan. Helping Cheng Yuan with his video number is a great opportunity. Shen Manwen laughed. It's still Big Brother Cheng who has a solution. There's no problem at all with not showing my face. I have a lot of options for shooting video segments without showing my face. Cheng Yuan's eyes lit up. Shen Manwen was really a sweet and good sister. Really thought of everything for him. Oh, so Manwen, tell me, what are some of your programs? Chapter 63, Exclusive Photographer. Shen Manwen had long ago done a strategy and didn't have any stage fright at all. Big Brother Chang is so powerful that he can make challenge-type segments. The kind where he hides his identity and picks up random beautiful women on the street. Cheng Yuan's eyes lit up. It's really easy to fire up these street challenge types. rather try. However, it would have to wait until Lin Ruoyu was completely resolved before getting it. What if Lin Ruoyu pops up out of nowhere while he's in the middle of a challenge? Everything will be ruined. That's a good idea. What else? And then there's the sharing life category. Brother Chang doesn't need any planning. Just a real record of his day will do. I believe many netizens want to know what the life of a godly man is like. Chang Yuan's pupils flickered slightly. Currently, he wasn't really a godly hero yet. However, it was not a bad idea, and it could be used as an alternative when he became a real godly man later on. Any more? There. Eating broadcasts are also particularly fan-absorbing. Of course, Brother Chang doesn't need to be that kind of appetizer king food broadcast. He only needs to be a high-end food broadcast, going to a different high-end restaurant or private chef every day. I believe that the heat will soon be fired up. Lu Shiqi, who was on the side, decisively stepped forward to retort. Man, don't come up with such a bad idea. Brother Chang is on a diet right now. How can he be an eater? I know this is just an alternative. When Chang Big Brother lose weight successfully can take this route. There are several 10 million fans big anchors, just from the food broadcast on the start. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. Maven's suggestions are all good, so I'll start with the diet. Get used to it first. I'm not very good at editing videos. Though, Shen Manwen was ecstatic that Big Brother Chang had agreed, and it complimented her. Brother Chang, I can edit videos. Let me be your exclusive photographer. That's, not very convenient, is it? If I remember correctly, Manwen had quite a few private lessons, didn't she? I can postpone all my private lessons or just transfer them out. What's that little private lesson compared to documenting my life for Brother Chang? Shin Manwen has said to this point. If you do not agree, you are not giving face to the good sister. Chang Yuan reluctantly nodded. If it's not too much trouble for Manwen, then help me with it? Shin Manwen laughed. No trouble at all. Originally I was also in charge of our Hilton Gym's marketing number. And to be a photographer for Big Brother Chang is just a matter of passing by. Chang Yuan laughed. In the future, whoever dares to say that man is green tea, he will definitely be anxious with whoever. To break it down, Manwen was also his good sister. Lu Shiqi on the side was simply furious. This Shin Manwen, she's really trying her best to hook up with Big Brother Chang. How can you even want to transfer your private lessons? It seemed that after all, she had been slow to act, and Chengda was really in danger of being snatched away. No, we can't let this green tea keep attacking. Brother Chang, let's relax you first. Chang Yuan nodded and cooperatively plopped down on the yoga mat. Lu Shiqi took off her shoes and stepped on Chang Yuan's leg belly, relaxing expertly. Shen Manwen naturally wouldn't let go of this good opportunity and came up with a smile. Brother Chang, I'll also relax you, so that you can experience different relaxation techniques. A few of the male members on the sidelines were almost autistic with envy. This damn fat guy. This is the two golden flowers of their gym all at once. This is too good to be true, isn't it? Is this the joy of the rich? When Lu Shiqi relaxed Chang Yuan before, she used her feet the entire time. However, now, Lu Shiqi felt a huge threat and actually made a huge breakthrough. Brother Chang, I'll relax your shoulders and back. Saying that, Lu Shiqi sat on Chang Yuan's backside, reaching out her small hand and rubbing the back of Chang Yuan's shoulders with force. The technique, obviously practiced. Of course, Chang Yuan's attention was not on his hands. Luscious has a wonderful, elastic body. The two women fighting, greatly cheap Chang Yuan, enough to account for half an hour. Cough, enough to relax for half an hour. The two women are a little tired. The relaxation session only ended. Brother Chang, is your body still sore now? It's not sore or painful. I feel energized and I can practice for another 2 hours. Brother Chang, it's almost time, so let's start practicing the instruments? Good. Lu Shiqi brought Chang Yuan to the equipment area and concentrated on practicing the equipment. Shen Manwen, on the other hand, stepped aside and carefully recorded Chang Yuan's workout. Of course, she wouldn't give her love rival a chance to appear in the camera with Big Brother Chang, deliberately squeezing Lu Shiqi out of the shot. When you can't really squeeze it out, you just record the back. Even, Shen Manwen was considering that when editing in a while, it would be best to edit out all of these backs as well. After a set of equipment shots, Lu Shiqi put down the camera and joined the equipment workout brigade. I have to say, this little cha-cha is really something. Deliberately picking the angle that Chang Yuan's gaze reached, he stretched his body to his heart's content and concave his shape. Shen Manwen has always taken the sexy route. Wearing clothes, right, you have to say she do. The key position is not exposed at all. But for you to say she didn't show it is absolute nonsense. Just enough to capture a scale that allows you to see a little. But, not all. It made Chang Yuan's heart feel like a cat's claw scratching. Obviously. I've already done one set of the workout and I still feel hot and full of energy. The male members on the sidelines followed Chung Yuan to feast their eyes, and each of them looked very exuberant. The slugger who normally carries up to 300 in a deep squat added up to 400 in one breath. The slugger who normally can only push up 200 on the bench press was pushing up 250. The only pity is that Shin Manhwan, the master of serving water, is not smooth at all in serving water today, and has not managed to get all the rain at all. Her attention, always on some fat guy, clapped and marveled from time to time. Brother Chang, your movements are so standard. Yes, that's it, great hair. Wow, Brother Chang, you've added power again. On the side, Lu Shiqi's face darkened. This is my diet class, okay? Why don't you teach Shin Man? Zhuang Sudong, who hadn't shown up for a few days, finally showed up. He had just gotten a group order and his wallet was bulging. Today, he had to go for broke and take down at least one of Lu Shiqi or Shin Manhwan. After some inquiries, he learned that Shin Manhwan and Lu Shiqi were both in the equipment area, and this guy came over in a hurry. However, the sight before him was very upsetting. How dare this fat bastard take over two girls at the same time? Isn't he afraid that he can't chew too much? Zhuang Sudong came together in front of Shin Manhwan and made an invitation with a smile. Manhwan, when we ate at Haishin Plaza at noon, we saw that Prada came out with a new bag. Are you interested in going over to take a look? Chapter 64. What a vexing problem. Zhuang Sudong definitely intends to make blood money this time. Within 100,000, he must take Shin Manhwan. However, what he didn't expect was that Shin Manhwan didn't seem to be interested in Prada at all. I'm sorry, Principal Zhuang. I have an appointment at noon. Ha, what about the night? Got a date for the evening, too? Shin Manhwan's refusal made Zhuang Sudong very upset, and Zhuang Sudong huffed and puffed and went to the lounge to spit on a few of his old friends. This Shin Manhwan, what's the point of pretending? I'm not even going to buy her Prada. Watch me take Lu Shiqi out this afternoon. Get mad at this little Shin Manhwan. Several friends looked at Zhuang Sudong with odd gazes. Principal Zhuang, I'm afraid you can't take anyone out. Why? Look at Shin Manhwan's circle of friends. Zhuang Sudong hurriedly took out his cell phone and checked Shin Manhwan's circle of friends. And then, his whole body was bad. Holy, that fat ass. He bought a full set of Hermes for Shin Manhwan? This Hilton gym can't play with this fat ass. From a novice village, it instantly elevated to a boss base. After Chung Yuan finished practicing the equipment, Lu Shiqi took him to the physical therapy room to relax as usual. What made Lu Shiqi strange was that Shin Manhwan didn't follow him. As luck would have it, there was no one in the physical therapy room. Lu Shiqi finally gained a short period of two-person world with Chung Yuan. When there was Shin Manhwan around, Lu Shiqi broke through, but now that only she and Chang Yuan were left, she was a bit unable to let go instead. In the end, Lu Shiqi still sat hard on Chung Yuan's backside. Brother Chang, I'll press your shoulders. Okay. Chung Yuan grinned. Man's kind of good sister he certainly liked. Sure Chi's kind of shy sister. He also liked who the hell is it? What a vexing problem. Shin Manhwan broke the awkwardness by bursting into the physical therapy room with gusto. Brother Chang, your fitness video clip is ready. Do you want to take a look? Chung Yuan's eyes lit up. Shiki, you're almost relaxed. Take a break. Oh, well. Luscious stood up with a chagrined look on her face, disappointed in her performance. Lu Shiqi, you've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. Chang Yuan got up, took Shin Manhwan's cell phone, and looked at it carefully. Manhwan, you've done a great job shooting it. It has a blockbuster feel to it. I'll take you as my royal cameraman. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. I'll buy you 200 private lessons later. Shin Manhwan put on an unhappy face. Brother Chang, in your mind, am I helping you get the video just to figure out your private lesson? What I want is you as a person. I simply like making videos. I'm already happy that Brother Chang can model for me. Chung Yuan laughed. Look, people good sister, this expression. Emotional value is pulled right up to full. Good. Then I won't mention the private lessons. That's right. Chang Yuan and Shin Manhwan were chatting so passionately. Lu Shiqi couldn't help but feel a little lost. She was disappointed in herself. Why can't she take the initiative like Shin Manhwan? Why does she have to be so shy? What right does she have to snatch Brother Chang like this? Brother Chang, today's lesson is over. I'm going to eat first. Remember to let me know if you're going to have swimming lessons this afternoon. Chang Yuan could see that Lu Shiqi was a bit lost, and said in a harmonious voice, Shiqi, don't go out to eat. Let's go to the second floor restaurant to eat together at noon. Of course Lu Shiqi was willing to eat with Chung Yuan, but the second floor restaurant was too expensive. Starting at a minimum of 288, the genus cannot afford to accompany. Chang Yuan waved his hand in a very domineering manner. Shiki, stop it. It's such a happy decision. You've worked so hard to teach me how to lose weight. Isn't it only natural for me to treat you to a fat loss meal? I'll order a month's worth of fat loss meals for you too. Swish. Lu Shiqi's eyes reddened. Thought Chang was going to be robbed. I didn't realize that she still had a certain place in Big Brother Chang's heart. Thank you, Brother Chang. Lu Shiqi didn't refuse. After all, the Hermes that Chung Yuan bought for Shin Manwan and Zhu Shui was at least $200,000 to start with. So what's the point of ordering a fat loss meal for her? Shin Manwan wanted to say, brother, I also want to eat a fat loss meal. Of course, being a good sister, you can't say it so bluntly. Brother Chang, lunch is also part of documenting life. Let me go document your lunch. Chung Yuan raised an eyebrow. Look at other people's man. This is the right way to open a good sister. Sentence didn't dabble. Yet, Sentence wasn't far from dabbling. Okay, let's put something together then. Soon, the three of them arrived at the second-floor restaurant, and Yang Xiaoming greeted them enthusiastically. Mr. Chang, your fat loss meal is ready. You can enjoy it any time. Cheng Yuan smiled faintly. Supervisor Yang, there's no rush for my fat loss meals. First order a month's worth of fat loss meals for Shi Qi and Man in the same package as me. Yang Xiaoming only felt a rush of hot blood to her head, and her head was about to explode. Worry. Brother Chang is simply trenchant. That's over $300,000. Lu Shiqi and Shin Manwan were also startled. They had thought that Chung Yuan had set them a 588 would be good. 1888 is a bit high. I did not expect that Chung Yuan directly set them 5,888. This, as a good sister, it's important to be subtle at times like these. Shin Manwan hesitated. Chang, big brother. Chung Yuan interrupted Shin Manwan's words and said in a deep voice, Manwan, I accepted your kindness in editing the video for me. Are you going to reject my kindness in inviting you to dinner? No, of course not, refused. Lu Shiqi, who was on the side, hesitated. Brother Chang, I didn't make a video for you. How come you didn't? You weren't the one teaching me weight loss training? Everything presented inside my video is because of you. Shiqi Lu. Fat-reducing meals were soon on the table. Shin Manwan was really very dedicated, concentrating on capturing Chung Yuan savoring the food. However, most of them did not show her face, and the few that did, she would edit out and keep for her own enjoyment. After Chung Yuan ate and drank his fill, Shin Manwan had not yet moved her chopsticks and joyfully showed the video that had just been edited to Chung Yuan. Brother Chang, how do you see the shot? Feel free to mention anything you're not satisfied with. I'll go back and revise it. Where could Chung Yuan, a half-wit, see the problem? Besides, he hadn't expected himself to be much of a fire. He believed in his money power, smashing tens of millions of dollars. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to smash 1 million fans. Mangwin, you did a great job. I'm very happy with it. Send me the video and I'll post it tonight. Chapter 65. Your brother-in-law is already bankrupt. What's the point of pretending to be a godly man with me? Shin Manwan hurriedly passed the video to Chung Yuan, who nodded in satisfaction. I have some things to do this afternoon, so I won't be taking swimming lessons, so you guys get busy. The two girls nodded obediently. Chung Yuan said goodbye to the two women and turned around to walk out of the Hilton Hotel. This was the first time that Chung Yuan didn't spend more than $300,000 because of the mission. However, Cheng Yuan was not distressed at all. It didn't feel like it wasn't worth it. What's wrong with him consuming a little when they have two good sisters who give him so much emotional value? In fact, what men ask for is not much at all. When they are tired after a day's work, all they need is a hug and a warm greeting to bring a man back to full blood. Pay for you willingly. Instead of doing nothing, asking for what you want and only counting the man's faults. Then again, these two good sisters are happy, and the video must have gotten very uptight for him. When the time comes, he'll be able to drop less money when he does, compared to the money saved. This 300,000 or so is nothing. Cheng Yuan walked out of the Hilton Hotel and dialed Lin Ruoshi's number. Ruoshi, are you free this afternoon? I'm free. What's up? Do you need me to help pick up Joy? No, there's something I need to see you about. Lin Ruoshi laughed. Brother-in-law, if I don't pick up Lele, I'm going to follow up with a client this afternoon. I haven't billed yet this month. I won't let you work for nothing this afternoon, and will pay you for your consultation. Lin Ruoshi snapped. Brother-in-law, do you think I'm the kind of woman who drills into money? What's this talk about consulting fees? It's a deal then. I'll pick you up later. Well, Tinsheng Law Firm. How Dang Dang had spent the past 2 days being careful, afraid that Lin Ruoshi's brother-in-law would find the director of the law firm and find her in trouble. Of course, Sweet Hao didn't sit around and wait. He asked several friends to inquire about Chung Yuan's reality. Dodo, how Sweetie got a phone call. Sugar, the person you asked me to check on has found out. All the information has been sent to your email. Thanks, Lee. After hanging up the phone, How Sweetie opened the mailbox at the first opportunity. Ha! This dead fat guy named Chang is really Lin Ruwashi's brother-in-law. How Sweetie continued to look down, then suddenly froze. What the hell? This Chung Yuan has gone bankrupt? Over $1 million in foreign debt? Depends on delivery to make ends meet. So where did his phaeton come from? Is it rented for Lin Ruwashi's support? That must be it. After arriving at such a judgment, How Sweetheart's hanging heart completely relaxed. What turned out to be a full-blown rage that surged upward in a frenzy. Lin Ruwashi, this little, how dare she play her like this? How Sweetness was not a character that could keep her composure, and came to Lin Ruwashi with an exasperated huff, knocking hard on her desk. Lin Ruwashi, you're so tactful. Lin Ruwashi was stunned. Ever since Nia Lu helped her out, How Dang Dang had been pretending to be a shrinking violet for the past 2 days, and the world was finally quiet. What's wrong with Sweet How today? I don't understand what you mean. Just make it clear. Pretend. Still pretending for me here. Is your brother-in-law's seafood buffet restaurant bankrupt? So what if it is? What's it got to do with you? Sweet How smiled. Ha ha ha, a bankrupt poor bastard. What kind of godly man is he pretending to be here with me? Lin Ruwashi said in a cold voice. How dang dang. My brother-in-law is indeed broke, but he has never pretended to be a godly man in front of you. You don't snap on my brother-in-law's head. Lin Ruwashi's words made How Tian confirm her judgment even more. That phaeton was definitely rented. Just as How Tian was about to expose Lin Ruwashi's ugly face, her cell phone rang. How Sweetie pulled out her cell phone and took a look. An excited smile appeared on her face. If you take advantage of it, you might have a chance to move up to mid-level partner. How Sweetie gave Lin Ruwashi a count your luck look and very attentively answered the phone. Superintendent Zhang, what instructions are you looking for me for? How Lu, I want to buy a car and I need you to look at the purchase contract for me for any legal loopholes. How Sweetness raised her eyebrows, instantly understanding this Director Shang's intentions. It was intended as a show of strength in her presence. By the way, it just so happened that she had a need for it. It's not certain who plays who. The two hit it off. Okay, Director Zhang, where do I find you? I'll be in the Forte Plaza parking lot. Okay, I'll be right down. How Sweetheart glared viciously at Lin Ruwashi. When she was promoted to mid-level partner, she had to talk to the director and get Lin Ruwashi to work for her as an assistant. When the time comes, hey. Shortly after How Tian went downstairs, Lin Ruwashi received a text message from Chung Yuan. Ruwashi, I'm here, come down. Lin Ruwashi hurriedly packed up her workstation and went downstairs as if she were a happy little swallow. Whenever she is alone with her brother-in-law, she is very happy. If she hadn't been a little kid back then, she would have had to fight her sister for her brother-in-law high and low. Lin Ruwashi sat on the co-pilot, her big eyes flickering as she looked at Chung Yuan. What is it that you want from me, brother-in-law? Chung Yuan grinned. Keep it a secret for now. You'll find out later. Humph. Brother-in-law is bad and plays mysterious. Chung Yuan started the car and asked while driving. Ruwashi, if I want to change my car, what brand do you think is better? Lin Ruwashi smiled bitterly. Brother-in-law, I don't know much about cars. You're asking the wrong person to ask me. So what brand of car do you prefer? Or rather, what brand of car do you girls prefer? Lin Ruwashi blinked a few times. In the university dormitory, she often heard her roommate discuss that the so-called BBA is not even considered a luxury car. The real luxury car, you have to Porsche to start. One of their roommates, a girl, drove a Porsche Carmen and made her other sisters envious. Lin Ruwashi also thought that the Carmen was quite good looking. Those housemates of mine are aiming for a Porsche. Porsche? Chung Yuan raised an eyebrow. He also bought a Porsche when he wasn't broke, but that's in the books now. 10 minutes later, Chang Yuan arrived at the Porsche 4's store. The salesman at the Porsche 4's store had a good eye and could tell right away that it was a phaeton that had come in, not a regular VW. A sales representative named Huang Tao came up with a very sharp eye and pulled open the car door for Chung Yuan with a smile on his face. Hello sir, my name is Huang Tao, glad to be of service. Chung Yuan got out of the car and nodded calmly. Thank you. The smirk on sales' face intensified. Sir, what's your name? I wonder what model you are looking at. SUV or coupe? Surname Chang, look at them all. Okay, Mr. Chang, this way please. Lin Ruwashi followed behind Chung Yuan and asked cautiously. Brother-in-law, aren't you broke? Where did you get the money to buy a Porsche? Chapter 66, Who gave you the courage? Chung Yuan smiled faintly. Didn't I tell you? I've been making progress in my business lately and earning some money, so don't worry about looking at it boldly. Oh, soon. The group entered the showroom. Lin Ruwashi looked at this one and then that one, thinking that either one looked good, especially some of the coupes, with their streamlined bodies, are just beautiful. However, Lin Ruoshi was most interested in come on. After all, she heard her sisters talk about it every day. Lin Ruoshi asked with interest. Handsome, where is come on? Take me to see it. Huang Tao didn't move directly, but looked at Chang Yuan with an inquiring gaze. Because the Carmen is a low-end model that Porsche got out to capture the market with the BBA, it's also jokingly referred to by some as a pseudo-luxury car. This gentleman drives a Pachuna Flow version of the Phaeton, and it's over $2 million on the road. How is it possible to buy this pseudo-luxury car? However, what Huang Tao did not expect was that Chang Yuan gave Lin Ruoshi a very doting look and said with a smile, Little Huang, what are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what Ruoshi said? Take us to see come on first. Okay, Mr. Chang. Just then, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind. I thought who's watching Carmen? So it's Lin Ruoshi and your bankrupt brother-in-law? If you don't have money, don't come to a Porsche 4 store to embarrass yourself. Lin Ruoshi turned her head to take a look, and a depressed and incomparable expression appeared on her face. How can you come across how Tian when you come to see a car with your brother-in-law? What a bummer. Sweet how. What does it matter to you if we come to the Porsche 4S store or not? And what car we look at? Of course it has something to do with me. If you drive a pseudo-luxury car like a Carmen to work, will you disgrace our Tiancheng law firm? You. Lin Ruoshi's pretty face was red with anger, but she didn't know how to retort. Chang Yuan laughed. That's a lot better than some people's Honda Accords. A Cayman is a pseudo-luxury car, but it costs $500,000 to $600,000. How much does your Honda Accord cost? I don't know where you get the courage to look down on come on. Do you really think real life is like Shake Shack? Ferrari per capita? You. This time, it was how Sweetie's turn to blush with anger. Yeah, her Honda Accord is only $200,000. So why should she look down on a $500,000 to $600,000 Carmen? In order to save face, how Sweetie suddenly took her male companion's arm and said confidently, You want to know what makes me look down on Cayman? Just on the basis that my boyfriend is going to help me buy a Cayenne. How Don Don's male companion was called Zhang Lei, the legal director of the Kindeo. As a legal director of a listed company, Zhang Lei earns nearly $1 million a year, and buying a Cayenne is not much of a challenge for him. However, in Zhang Lei's mind, how Sweetie is not worth the money. It's not like it's encrusted with diamonds. Instead, this little girl across the street could be worth the price. Seeing that Zhang Lei's face did not look right, how Sweetness gently pinched his arm and squeezed out a hint of pleading on her face. That expression seemed to say, Director Zhang, as long as you accompany me in this play, you can do whatever you want. All of them were foxes of 1,000 years. Zhang Lei instantly understood how Sweetie's intentions. If it's just an act, it doesn't matter. Anyway, when he signs later, he has to sign his own name. If how Sweetie was really true to her word and thankful to be in place to serve him well. In the future, it is not impossible to lend the car to how Sweetness to drive for 2 days to support the scene. Sugar, what color Cayenne do you like? How Sweetie said coyly. Brother Zhang, I prefer black. Black is atmospheric. Okay, then we'll check out the black ones. How Sweetie looked at Chang Yuan and Lin Ruoshi with a gaze full of superiority. We've gone to see the Cayenne. Poor bastards like you can just look at the Cayman, and I guess you can only have a good time. Lin Ruoshi didn't argue with how Sweetie and frowned deeply. If how Tian drove a Cayenne, she would definitely be more arrogant in the future, and her life in the law firm would be even worse. Chang Yuan saw Lin Ruoshi's worry and said with a smile, Ruoshi, not to mention, how Dongdong's so-called boyfriend bought how Dang a Cayenne or not. Even if he did buy her a Cayenne, you don't have to be afraid, because I will buy you a better car. Lin Ruoshi smiled bitterly. Brother-in-law, don't comfort me, let's go back. The cheapest Carmen costs $500,000 or $600,000. This place is not suitable for me. If I really want to buy a car, I'm still suited for a $30,000 to $40,000 kind of small electric. Chang Yuan smiled and turned his head to look at Huang Tao. Yellow, does your store have any concept cars? Huang Tao's little heart fluttered wildly. This gentleman is really a godly man. Ask for the concept car as soon as it comes up. Mr. Chang, if you want the concept car, I'll have to call the headquarters for an application, and I should be able to transfer it over to you within a month. A month? That's a little late. Then we won't be able to finish the task of buying my sister-in-law a car. 1 month is a bit long, so help me recommend a mobility scooter first. Which mobility scooter do you think will match my family's Ruoshi's temperament? Huang Tao blinked his small eyes, his brain spinning rapidly, constantly analyzing the deep meaning contained in Chang Yuan's words. After hesitating for several seconds, Huang Tao carefully replied, How about 718? Chang Yuan rolled his eyes without any good humor. Huang, I have to criticize you. My Ruwashi is so worthless? This time Huang Tao completely understood. I see. Mr. Shang, Miss Lin, please follow me. This time, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Ruwashi on the side of a brain fog. Huang Tao understand what? She doesn't understand a thing. Soon, Huang Tao led Chang Yuan and Lin Ruwashi to the very center of the exhibition hall. A purple coupe was presented to the two. This coupe was so beautiful that Lin Ruwashi couldn't take her eyes off of it at all. No matter if it was the streamlined body or the cold and honorable purple color. It was all so dazzling, as if it was the rightful king inside the entire showroom. Chang Yuan was also very happy with the Porsche, which fit Ruwashi's temperament. Of course, what Chang Yuan was more satisfied with was its price. With 5 times the cash back in hand, he's a true multimillionaire. Huang Tao said harmoniously. Mr. Shang, Miss Lin, this Porsche 911 GT3 RS is one of the best cars in our 4S store. The transmission is a 7-speed dual-clutch, DCT. The maximum torque is 460. The maximum power is. Lin Ruwashi didn't quite understand what the data Huang Tao was talking about represented, but it didn't stop her from thinking the car was awesome. This car must have cost a fortune. I wonder what kind of person would be able to drive this car. Just when Lin Ruwashi was a bit frustrated, that annoying voice once again entered her ears. Lin Ruwashi, what's wrong with you? You and your bankrupt brother-in-law can't even look at a Cayman, and you have the nerve to come see a Porsche 911? Fish Liang? Chapter 67. Let's go straight to the top. Lin Ruwashi was simply furious. This house sweetie, it's like a ghost is still there. How come she's everywhere you go? How sweetie, legs and eyes grow on our own bodies. We can look at whatever we like. What does it have to do with you? How dang bristled in disdain. Lin Ruwashi, do you and your poor brother-in-law know what kind of car this is? This is a 911 GT3 RS. Over $3 million on the road. Look at such a top-class luxury car. You're not afraid of blinding your eyes. $3 million on the road? Lin Ruwashi was stunned. This Mr. Huang, why did he bring them to see such an expensive car? Although Lin Ruwashi was a bit weak, she wasn't going to admit defeat to Hao Tian. How sweetie, don't act like you're so great, just like you can afford this car? Again, you can't afford it. Why should Dawa laugh at Erwa? How sweetie looked at Lin Ruwashi with a smug expression. It's true that I can't afford a 911 GT3 RS, but my honey bought me the Cayenne. It's close to $1 million on the road. How am I not qualified to look down on you? If you have the ability, let your brother-in-law buy a Cayenne for me? Lin Ruwashi wasn't the type of character that wanted to save face and twisted her head to hold Chang Yuan's arm. Brother-in-law, let's go. We don't need to pay attention to her. Chang Yuan, however, would not let Lin Ruwashi suffer this kind of aggravation. We're not going anywhere. Isn't it just a Cayenne? What's so arrogant about it? Today's star is destined to be Ruwashi. Ha! Lin Ruwashi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Brother-in-law was very stable before. Why is he so fussy today? Even if it's to support her, there's no need to do something beyond her ability. How Sweetness on the side directly laughed out loud. Pretend. Surname Chang, you're quite capable of pretending. You're obviously a bankrupt poor bastard. And you still dare to talk big here. Oh, I see. Black and red is also red, right? Chang Yuan raised his hand to point at the 911 GT3 RS and asked indifferently, if I buy it today, what will you do? If you really buy this 911 GT3 RS today, I'll strip naked and run naked around the Porsche 4S store today. That's what you said. So just wait until you run around naked. I hope you won't cheat. With a snort, Sweet Hao laughed even harder, barely able to straighten her back. Ha ha ha, surname Chang, don't blow the power, okay? So who? Huang Tao, right? Grab this poor bastard and blow him out. He's already broke and is now delivering couriers to make ends meet. He doesn't have the money to buy a Porsche. He's just here to cause trouble. Huang Tao personally received Chang Yuan and trusted Chang Yuan's strength. So how could he blow Chang Yuan out because of 1 or 2 words from Hao Sweets? This lady, Mr. Chang, is my valued VIP client. I hope you'll be careful with your words and not make personal attacks on Mr. Chang. Hao Sweetie rolled her eyes big time without any good reason. Huang Tao, were you tricked by that phaeton of his? That's what he rented to support Lin Ruwashi. This little man, look at this cheap name brand he's wearing. Does it add up to $3,000? He doesn't even have a watch, and he still has the nerve to come out and act like a big spender? Huang Tao subconsciously glanced at Chang Yuan. The clothes Chang Yuan was wearing were indeed not first-tier big brands, and he indeed did not wear a watch. But so what? Even if Chang Yuan just came over to take a look, that was still his customer. As a qualified car salesman, you must maintain your customers. This lady, I don't care what Mr. Shang is wearing, whether he's wearing a watch or not, whether his phaeton is bought or borrowed. Since he's here at our Porsche 4S store, he's my customer. I have to defend his legal rights and interests. Please don't say anything disrespectful to Mr. Shang again. How sweet this angry The surnamed Huang sales also too do not give face, right? Can't you tell the difference? Who is the real customer? Huang Tao. I hope you don't regret for what you just said. Originally, I was planning to buy a Kayan on your side, but now it seems that it's better to forget about it. Huang Tao naturally wouldn't believe how Xingtian's bull because the one responsible for receiving Hao Shengtian was his colleague Li Xiao. Even if Hao Sweets buys a car, it's on Li Zhao's side, and it doesn't have a dime's worth of relationship with him. This lady, it's your right and freedom to buy a car from whoever you want. However, please don't disturb my customers looking at cars. Thank you. You. Hao Sweetie was furious. However, Chang Yuan has a high opinion of Huang Tao. These days, stepping on the high and low to see a lot. Rarely like Huang Tao so principled and righteous people. Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice, Xiao Huang, there is no need to get angry because of some inexplicable people. Go and draw up a contract. I'll take this 911 GT3 RS. Oh, okay. Huang Tao subconsciously answered before realizing what was going on, looking at Chang Yuan with a shocked face and stuttering a bit in his speech. Shang, Mr. Shang, I didn't hear you wrong, right? You just said that this 911 GT3 RSU, you want it? Yes, you heard right. Go draw up a contract. With a gurgle, Huang Tao subconsciously swallowed. The sudden happiness nearly knocked him unconscious. Yes, I'll draw up a contract. Hao Sweetie was practically bursting with laughter. Huang, you don't really believe that this poor guy can afford a 911 GT3 RS, do you? You're really going to draw up a contract? This 911 GT3 RS is a bit of a struggle even for my dear. Huang Tao didn't even bother to take care of Hao Sweetie. Based on his eye for people, he believed that he definitely wouldn't be wrong. Although Mr. Chang was dressed in average clothes and didn't wear a watch, the kind of confidence he had from the bottom of his heart was definitely not something a broke poor bastard could put on. Mr. Chang, Miss Lin, please come with me to the lounge optional. Chang Yuan waved his hand in a very calm manner. There's no need for an option. Just give me the highest match. Top of the line? Huang Tao's little heart poofed wildly. The 911 GT3 RS is the highest model, but it costs $4 million. And the commission on the options piece far exceeds the commission on the car purchase. If it's really the top of the line, he'll get $100,000 in commission for the optional piece alone. Add in the commission for the whole car, and you're looking at over $200,000 in total commission for this order. Mr. Chang is practically his bread and butter. Okay, Mr. Chang, you go to the lounge and wait for a moment. I'll go get you the relevant procedures and draw up the contract. Good. Huang Tao sent Cheng Yuan and Lin Ruoxi to the lounge and left in a hurry. Hao Sweetie, however, was furious and upset, and shook Zhang Lei's arm uncontrollably. Brother Zhang, why don't you say something for others? Quickly let those two poor bastards get angry. Zhang Lei smiled very confidently. In a moment, we will also go to the lounge to sign the contract. And by then, won't it be clear whether they are Li Kuei or Li Ghost? A smile instantly bloomed on Hao Sweetie's face. Good. In a moment, I'm going to let Lin Ruoxi know who the real protagonist is today. Brother Zhang, quickly give Lu Xiao a band call and tell her to send it to the lounge after she draws up the contract. Chapter 68, Tonight's star is destined to be me. Zhang Lei nodded, took out his cell phone, and called Lu Xiao. Xiao Lu, let's go to the lounge for a rest first, and draw up a contract and send it to the lounge. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Lei hung up the phone and gave an okay sign to Hao Sweets. How sweet happy bad. Intimate hold Zhang Lei's arm. Mr. Zhang is the power. See in Mr. Zhang to help him crush Lin Ruoxi's sake, otherwise tonight. Cheng Yuan lazily sat on the sofa in the lounge. In a moment his sister-in-law signed the contract. He paid the purchase price of the car, and immediately 5 times the cash back. He's a real multimillionaire. This white and tender thigh of my sister-in-law must be hugged tightly and more money swiped on her. Lin Ruoxi, however, was a bit nervous. She really couldn't figure out why her brother-in-law was blowing that kind of awesome. Why did you stay in the lounge? That's a $3 million 911 GT3 RS, and it's still the top of the line. How can my brother-in-law afford it? Lin Ruoxi sat beside Cheng Yuan with a sad face and whispered in his ear. Brother-in-law, while Huang Tao hasn't finished drafting the contract, why don't we go first? Coincidentally, Hao Sweetie and Zhang Lei entered the restroom just in time to hear Lin Ruoxi's words. Sweet Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, Lin Ruoxi, what do you mean? Feeling weak? Planning to run away? Still a bit of self-awareness. People like you don't deserve to come to a Porsche 4 store. There were a few groups of customers in the lounge, and when they heard Hao Sweetie's words, they looked over with gossipy gazes. Lin Ruwashi's pretty face turned red. She really didn't want to lose face in front of so many people. However, her brother-in-law was like a king who had eaten his weight and was determined to do so, and she had to cooperate unconditionally. How sweetie, is the Porsche 4 store run by your family? Whether we are qualified or not, we don't need you to judge. A sinister smile surfaced on how Sweetie's face as she twisted her head to look around. Lin Ruwashi, even though you're being tough now, let's see how you'll still be tough when the purchase contract is brought over later. One of the customers, who had a few encounters with Zhang Lei, asked with a smile, Mr. Zhang, what's going on here? Zhang Lei shrugged. During the muzzle period, that fat guy's cafeteria closed down, went completely bankrupt, owed a bunch of debts, and is currently relying on courier deliveries to make ends meet. He just had the audacity to buy a 911 GT3 RS, and it's still the top of the line. 911 GT3 RS? Or is it the highest trim level? The whole lounge was instantly quiet. This was a godly car that they, the Porsche owners, could only dream of. It's going to be over $4 million for top end on the road. Running on the road. Absolutely no less than Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Bentley and other such top luxury cars too. Even if this fat guy's cafeteria hadn't gone out of business, he couldn't afford it. Normally, even if Cheng Yuan couldn't afford a 911 GT3 RS, the owners wouldn't give him a hard time. After all, they didn't know either side well enough to warrant offending one. However, Lin Ruwashi beside Cheng Yuan was so beautiful that several car owners were dumbfounded and looked at Lin Ruwashi with fire in their eyes. The owner of the car, who had a few encounters with Zhang Lei, was called Yang Guangxiong, who took the lead and stood out, lecturing Cheng Yuan in a condescending manner. My friend, don't just come out and pick up girls if you don't have the strength. Is it fun to draw big cakes for girls all day long? After the purchase contract is brought over, are you going to hide in your urine or your cell phone? After Yang Guangxiong stepped forward, a few more car owners stepped forward. Beauty, with such a good condition as yours, there's really no need to be with a broke fat guy, as long as you nod your head. Several good brothers over here are willing to help you buy a Porsche. Fatty, do you know how much the 911 GT3 RS tops out at? A whole $4 million. Many people don't earn $4 million in their entire lives. As he spoke, the lounge door pushed open, and a good-looking sales representative with a gentle smile on her face walked in, holding a car purchase contract in her hand. Mr. Zhang, your car purchase contract has been prepared. Please review it. Zhang Lei smiled faintly at the other party and said in a harmonious voice, Lu Xiao, it's been hard on you. Lu Xiao handed the contract to Zhang Lei and smiled politely at him. It's not hard work, it's all we should do. Zhang Lei is the legal director, very cautious about the terms of the contract, took over the car purchase contract, article by article, sentence by sentence. Read it carefully. A few owners next to the car came up and saw that the purchase price was more than $1,300,000, and they all compared their thumbs. Mr. Zhang, it's too trenchant. The option even cost more than $300,000. This configuration of yours is no weaker than the Cayenne 4.0 version. Zhang Lei smiled slightly. The version of Cayenne 4.0 belongs to the IQ tax. It takes more than 200 to get on the road. With this money, I might as well buy a Trident. Yes, the Cayenne 4.0 is completely unnecessary. With that money, you could get a moderately equipped 911. And of course, a Maserati would be a good choice. The vast majority of owners buy the base model Cayenne, or Panamera, and hold Zhang Lei in high regard. There are only a few high-end model owners sitting pretty. This starry-eye feeling made How Sweetie feel so good. How Sweetie looked at Cheng Yuan with a provocative gaze. Fatty, didn't you just say that tonight's star is destined to be Lin Ruwashi? Why do I feel that I'm the one who deserves to be the star tonight? Cheng Yuan grinned. Can you keep your focus steady? The one who laughs last is the winner. Besides, that Mr. Zhang is buying a car. What are you excited about? It's hard to believe that he can still make you sign the contract? How Sweetheart's face changed slightly. She knew very well that with her relationship with Zhang Lei would never buy her a car. However, so many car owners were watching. If she conceded, she would definitely become a laughingstock. How Sweetie kicked off her high heels, and her little feet in stockings, stepping on Zhang Lei's leather shoes, kept going up, making Zhang Lei's heart hot. How Sweets whispered in Zhang Lei's ear, Brother Zhang, if you help Sweets with this, Sweets will definitely thank you properly. Zhang Lei made a look like he was very protective of his woman, and as soon as he took How Sweet into his arms, he said with a powerful boom, Isn't it just a Cayenne? This is supposed to be bought for Sweetie. Naturally Sweetie signed the contract. Zhang Lei said something powerful with his mouth, but he secretly passed a look to How Sweetie. Brother can cooperate with you and give you face to sign the contract. However, you must figure out whose name will be signed on the contract later. If you sign your name wrongly, brother won't pay. And then, it's you who will be humiliated. Sweet Hao returned an understanding look. All she wanted was just a face. As long as she borrowed the Cayenne a few times from Mr. Zhang in the future and drove it, who would dare to question that this Cayenne wasn't hers? Seeing that Hao Sweets had received his signal, Zhang Lei handed the contract to Hao Sweets. Sugar. Signed the contract. Chapter 69. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the Honorable Porsche 911 GT3 RS. In the limelight, Hao Sweetie proudly signed Zhang Lei's name, and then quickly closed the contract to avoid the truth of the signature being revealed. Hao Sweetness looked at Chung Yuan and Lin Ruoshi with a smug smile. Fatty, I signed the purchase contract for the car. What else do you have to say? Chung Yuan didn't have perspective eyes and couldn't see the name on the purchase contract. He was only slightly surprised, not expecting that someone would be willing to spend so much money for a commodity like Hao Sweetie. However, even so, the one who was suppressed was still Hao Sweetness. The higher she jumped, the more she lost her face. Chang Yuan said lightly, I still say that the star of the night is destined to be my family Ruoshi. Put. Hao Sweetness couldn't help but laugh out loud once again. I'm really drunk. Dead fatso. You're a comedian invited by monkeys, aren't you? You've reached this situation. But you're still talking big here? You really won't turn back until you reach the south wall. The crowd of onlookers kept shaking their heads in disbelief for Lin Ruoshi. What were they close to? Why aren't they surrounded by such high-end beautiful women? Just then, the door of the lounge was pushed open again, and Huang Tao quickly came to Chung Yuan, respectfully handing the car purchase contract to Chung Yuan. Mr. Chang, your car purchase contract has been drawn up, because you purchased the top-of-the-line 911 GT3 RS. I've applied with the manager to give you 10 free maintenance rolls. Please review the contract carefully. Chang Yuan nodded indifferently, then handed the contract to Lin Ruoshi. Ruoshi, sign it. The scene stunned all the car owners. Even those few high-end model owners were shocked. One of them bought a high-end Primera and one bought a high-end 718. Both cars are about the same price, about 160, on the road. They have a strong sense of superiority when it comes to the regular Cayenne. However, in front of the 911 GT3 RS, they don't feel superior at all. For a while, the wind changed. This Mr. Chang is serious? A $4 million top-of-the-line luxury car. Just give it away? Now I finally understand why Mr. Chang is surrounded by such outstanding beauties. So he's so hard. Mr. Chang, I'm in international trade. Is it convenient to add a friend? The fact that the owners of the cars were kneeling so much to Chung Yuan made Hao Sweetie very unhappy. Bosses, don't let this fat guy fool you. His cafeteria has closed down. He's in debt. He's already bankrupt. And getting Lin Ruoshi to sign is just a swollen face. He can't afford the purchase price of the car at all. For a while, the lounge quieted down as everyone looked at Chung Yuan with scrutinizing eyes. If Chung Yuan could afford the purchase price, it was indeed worth kneeling on their knees in case there was a chance of cooperation in the future. However, they wouldn't even look at Chung Yuan if he was really a bankrupt poor bastard. Lin Ruoshi's palms were sweating a little, and her toes nearly gouged the soles of her shoes out of the 3 rooms. She really wanted to pull Chung Yuan and run away, but she was worried that she would hurt her brother-in-law's pride. Chang Yuan, however, was calm and slowly felt out his bank card and handed it to Huang Tao. Yellow, swipe your card, password 6 zeros. Huang Tao hurriedly took out the POS machine, and with a drop, the card was successfully swiped. Huang Tao's hanging heart completely put down. He really did not look away. Mr. Chang really is very powerful big boss. Huang Tao bowed deeply to Chung Yuan. Congratulations, Mr. Chang, on becoming the owner of the prestigious Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Do we need to prepare a grand car pickup ceremony for you? Wow! The entire lounge instantly exploded. It really swiped the card successfully. This fatty. No, this Mr. Chang is really powerful. For a while, everyone's hearts were eager to get on good terms with Chung Yuan, in case they could find opportunities for cooperation in the future. Hao Sweetie's brain buzzed with disbelief. What's going on? Why can this fat guy come up with $4 million? What makes her feel even worse is that this dead fat guy is really letting Lin Ruoshi sign. She just saw that the car purchase contract is really signed in Lin Ruoshi's name, and on her side, she signed Zhang Lei's name. Chung Yuan waved his hand indifferently. Xiao Huang, you're mistaken. My Ruoshi is the Porsche 911 GT3 RS owner. Yes, it was an oversight on my part. Huang Tao turned his head and nodded to Lin Ruoshi with a smile on his face. Ms. Lin, congratulations on becoming the owner of the prestigious Porsche 911 GT3 RS. Do you need our 4 store to prepare a grand car pickup ceremony for you? Until now, Lin Ruoshi's little head was still confused. What the hell? Just swipe the card? That's over $4 million. Even if my brother-in-law's business has taken off recently, it's impossible for him to earn more than $4 million in such a short period of time, right? Even if brother-in-law has the money, shouldn't he expand? How can you buy her such a nice car? Lin Ruoshi was touched and self-condemned, and her gaze towards Chang Yuan was as gentle as spring water, which could simply melt Chang Yuan. Brother-in-law, this car is too expensive. I can't take it. This $4 million, you'd better keep it for business. Brother-in-law? The owners in the lounge got a little excited. This beautiful little beauty, is this fat guy's sister-in-law? Here's their chance. And, most valuable of all, this sister-in-law is too simple and too kind, isn't she? If it was one of those gold-digging women, they would have been eager to have a car-picking ceremony and then couldn't wait to show it off to their friends. Thank you, good brother, for mentioning my Porsche. Yet, she was in denial, and it's not lusting, it's really refusing. For a while, all the car owners' gazes were focused on Lin Ruoshi's body, and even Zhang Lei took a few quiet glances. How Sweetness couldn't bear this loss and fall, almost breaking her defenses. It's not real. Fake. This is all fake. Surname Huang, you must have colluded with this fat ass. Huang Tao's face sank as he coldly rebuked. Miss Hao, Mr. Chang is a VIP customer of our Porsche 4 store. If you dare to speak ill of her again, I will have the security guards invite you out. How Sweetheart's angry little face turned white and coldly looked at Huang Tao. This is the service attitude of your Porsche 4 store? I am the owner of the Honorable Cayenne. Are you really going to blow me? The owner? Out. Lu Xiao had already taken the scene of How Sweetie signing just now as a joke and sent it to the sales group. Huang Tao has long seen that How Sweetie signed Zhang Lei, so naturally he will not spoil her temper. Since Miss Hao claims to be the owner of the Porsche, please flash your signature on the purchase contract and pay for the car and I will apologize to Miss Hao in public. This, Sweet Hao choked. This damn Huang Tao. What a pot to piss in. She wouldn't dare to show the purchase contract. Wouldn't she be exposed? How Sweetie put on an angry look. Surname Huang, are you questioning the honorable owner of the Cayenne? Believe it or not, I will file a complaint against you. Chapter 70. Miss Hao just signed Mr. Zhang's name. Lin Ruoshi's pupils flickered slightly. As a colleague of Hao Dangshan, Lin Ruoshi knew her character very well. If it was really her name that was signed on the purchase contract, she would have already slapped the purchase contract in Huang Tao's face. However, Sweet Hao, could it be that there was a problem with the signature on the purchase contract? Since she had a chance to strike back at How Sweetness, Lin Ruoshi decisively questioned it. How Sweetie, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid to show the car purchase contract? If you have the ability to be like me, show the car purchase contract. Saying that, Lin Ruoshi directly lit up the purchase contract and showed the signature to the surrounding onlookers. Lin Ruoshi was so complete that she directly disliked Hao Dangshan to the wall. A hint of well-hidden panic flashed in How Sweetie's eyes, but she quickly calmed down. There has to be a way to get through this. Definitely couldn't let Lin Ruoshi trample her underfoot. Lin Ruoshi, why are you so arrogant? You're just having an affair with your brother-in-law, right? Otherwise, why would he buy you a 911 GT3 RS? Can't you have some face? You. Lin Ruoshi's face was a shade of green and white with anger. Although she was devoted to her brother-in-law, he had always abided by the laws of propriety and had never transgressed them, and she could not tolerate anyone slandering her brother-in-law. But, for a moment, she didn't know how to prove it. After all, if she was in a different place, she would have felt that her brother-in-law had something to do with her. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi was speechless, How Sweetie's spirit was lifted. Standing on the moral high ground, he verbally attacked Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi, nothing to say, right? A shoebreaker, or robbed your own sister's man. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant here? After saying that, How Sweetness twisted her head to look at the surrounding crowd. Bosses, now do you see Lin Ruoshi's ugly face clearly? Unfortunately, there are no simple Porsche owners, and the more colorful Hao Sheng Tian was, the more the crowd felt something was wrong. Then again, even if this Mr. Chang did have something with his sister-in-law, so what? Isn't a sister-in-law for a brother-in-law? If they had such a nice sister-in-law, they'd pamper them too. The car owners who had just licked Zhang Lei had turned their heads and shelled. MS. How? Whoever questions who cites evidence, you're not qualified to ask Miss Lin to prove her innocence. What evidence do you have to prove that Mr. Chang and Miss Lin are engaged in shoebreaking? If you don't have evidence, then it's slander. It's slander. It's an offense. You must apologize to Mr. Chang and Miss Lin. How Sweet choked. Mouth hardened, this still use what evidence? Think with your toes and know. If not for the two of them, that dead fat, that surname Chang, why buy Lin Ruoshi a $4 million car? The owners shook their heads and sneered. No evidence is conjecture. It's empty talk. Well, let's not talk about whether Mr. Chang and Ms. Lin have anything to do? Let's talk about your car purchase contract first. Ms. Lin has already shown the contract. What do you say? You don't dare to show it? How sweet face reddened. If the light of the purchase contract, her face will be completely torn down. Chung Yuan originally did not want to have a general understanding with people like how sweetness. After all, it is not a grade. But she has provoked them repeatedly and is now discrediting her sister-in-law. You think you can get away with it just because you don't dare to show the contract? Who's that? Lu Xiao, right? Who's named it how sweetie just signed? Lu Xiao's face stiffened. By all rights, she should maintain her client's privacy. However, Cheng Yuan was a super godly man who had the ability to buy a $4 million top-of-the-line 911 GT3 RS. She simply could not afford to offend. Lu Xiao glanced at Hao Tian with an apologetic gaze and respectfully said, Mr. Shang, Miss Hao just signed General Manager Zhang's name. Put. Lin Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holy, is there such a thing as a magic trick? That's all. And how sweetie still dares to yell in front of her. However, Lin Ruoxi's nature was relatively mild and she didn't say anything vicious. She just lightly glanced at Hao Tian. The surrounding bosses naturally wouldn't take the initiative to come forward and steal Lin Ruoxi's thunder, but they're holding it in hard. It was obvious that no one was mocking Hao Tian, but Hao Tian felt like her cheeks were burning, as if they were on fire. It seemed that the gazes of the crowd turned into sharp blades, cutting off her cheeks, bit by bit. Wow! How Sweetness cried out, no longer had the face to continue to stay in the lounge, and fled as if she were a falling dog. Zhang Lei's heart was wowed. He knew very well what kind of strength the godly hero who casually gave away $4 million was. He was pretty sure that if he didn't handle this well, the odds were that he was going to be out of luck. Zhang Lei didn't go after Hao Tian, but came to Cheng Yuan and bowed to Cheng Yuan and Lin Ruoxi respectively. Very sincerely, he looked at the two men. Mr. Shang, Miss Lin, it's how sweetie who has eyes but no pearls and has rushed you. I also spoke out against you guys because of her guidance, so please be generous to Mr. Shang, Miss Lin, and don't be general with me. No one felt that Zhang Lei had lost face. Instead, he secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. Take it or leave it. That's pure manhood. Cheng Yuan was in a good mood. Characters that used to be awesome and bombastic and made him unattainable now bowed their heads in front of him. In fact, as of now, there was nothing he could do to take Zhang Lei. After all, buying a car for Lin Ruoxi had cost him almost all of his fortune. There's no way he can touch that $5 million plus purchase price. Of course, Cheng Yuan wouldn't show it and acted calmly. I don't really care. As long as my family, Ruoxi, can forgive you, this will be over. Zhang Lei looked at Lin Ruoxi in a very barefaced manner. Miss Lin, today this matter is all our fault. How can I be forgiven? Please draw a line. In Zhang Lei's mind, Lin Ruoxi would definitely take the opportunity to propose that he sign the legal agent of the on her side. However, what Zhang Lei did not expect was, Lin Ruoxi let him off easily. After all, Zhang Lei was the legal director of and was a very important big client of Tiancheng law firm. Superintendent Zhang, a little misunderstanding. It's good to talk it out. Zhang Lei took a deep look at Lin Ruoxi, the same as a young female lawyer. Why is the gap between how sweetie and Ms. Lin so big? Look at the culmination of people. It's no wonder that it was seen by a godly man like Mr. Shang. Miss Lin, count me as owing you a favor. No matter when you need me. Just give me a word and I'll definitely help out. This was considered to be a very clear indication of what was implied, and Lin Ruoxi heard Zhang Lei's meaning. However, Lin Ruoxi didn't take the liberty of making a decision, but looked at Cheng Yuan with an inquiring gaze. After all, she was just an intern, and with a big client like she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat it. Cheng Yuan looked at Lin Ruoxi with an encouraging gaze. Ruoxi, be confident. You will definitely become the best lawyer. Superintendent Zhang definitely picked up a great deal when he was able to sign you. Lin Ruoxi took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Lei with a firm gaze. Director Zhang, I believe I have the ability to do all the legal services for Chapter 71, Test Drive Scare. Zhang Lei nodded his head busily. What Mr. Chang said is true. It's an honor for the group and an honor for me to be able to sign here with lawyer Lin. After a few simple pleasantries, Cheng Yuan and Lin Ruoxi left the lounge. Huang Tao followed suit, asking with a pleasing face, Ms. Lin, do you want to take a test drive? Lin Ruoxi was expectant and a little nervous, turning her head to look at Cheng Yuan with an inquiring gaze. Brother-in-law, is it okay? Cheng Yuan grinned. The car is yours. If you say it's okay, it's okay. Lin Ruoxi laughed bitterly. But after I took the driver's license, I've never driven a car in the past 2 years. There's a first time for all of them, so don't be nervous. Just think of it as a practice car for driving school and I'll practice with you. The corner of Huang Tao's mouth on the side twitched slightly. Mr. Xing is too good and too bossy. A top-of-the-line luxury car of more than $4 million was used to give practice to his sister-in-law. I'm really not afraid of my sister-in-law hanging up and rubbing it in. Lin Ruoshi was still a bit embarrassed. But this car is too expensive. Chang Yuan said indifferently. A car is a transportation tool, bought to be good to drive. Lin Ruoshi was convinced. So, then I'll try? Aha. Brother-in-law, will you press the car for me? I'm nervous. Chang Yuan nodded without thinking. Okay, I'll press the car for you. You can first drive a few laps in the Porsche 4S store's test drive site, then go out and run on the social roads. Okay, brother-in-law. After getting into the car, Chang Yuan suddenly regretted a little. When Lin Ruoshi started, she stepped on it slightly too hard, and the car leapt out violently. A strong and incomparable feeling of pushing back came, and Chang Yuan was scared out of his wits. Lin Ruoshi's side was even more nervous. Her brain went blank, and her little face turned a little white with fear. Hands clutched the steering wheel in a death grip, feet stepping heavier. Chang Yuan's quick eyes and hands flew upward to pull the handbrake, and there came an ear-splitting sound of brakes. There was a slight shudder and signs of loss of control. However, the car was effectively slowed down. Chang Yuan's scalp was numb with nervousness. However, he didn't dare to speak out loud. Instead, he said in as gentle a tone as possible, Ruoshi, don't be nervous. When you step on the gas pedal, relax a little bit. First lift your foot up, then hitch it to the gas pedal and slowly step on it. Chang Yuan's voice was too warm, instantly soothing Lin Ruoshi's nervousness, and Lin Ruoshi hurriedly lifted her feet. The car stopped shaking and it gradually slowed down. Chang Yuan put the handbrake down and said in a harmonious voice, now you can gently step on the gas pedal, adding power little by little, just like the kind of carefulness you used to hold Lele when she was first born. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath. Her taut legs gradually relaxed, and gently stepped on the gas, carefully stepping on the gas for a drop. The car slowly increased in speed and that amazing pushback disappeared. A look of surprise appeared on Lin Ruoshi's face. Brother-in-law, I did it. I really did it. The acceleration is smooth now. Chang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. When you brake and turn the wheel, do the same thing, turn slowly and don't move too much. Good. Lin Ruoshi once again took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Lightly stepping on the gas, lightly stepping on the brakes, and gently turning the steering wheel. Lin Ruoshi made rapid progress, and after 2 turns, the operation gradually became skillful. Lin Ruoshi's self-confidence skyrocketed. Brother-in-law, I am now operating smoothly, and have found the feeling I had when I was learning to drive at the driving school. Can I go on the social road now? Chang Yuan shook his head with a smile based on his driving experience. Not yet. You turn around 2 more times. Good. Lin Ruoshi was obedient and took 2 more laps around the Porsche 4S store's test track, clearly picking up some speed before driving out of the test track and onto the social road. Anyone who has ever driven a car knows that driving on a driving school site and driving on social roads are 2 completely different things. The difficulty factor is not in the same league, because there will be a lot of unexpected situations on the social roads. There will be people suddenly changing lanes to don't you, and there will be pedestrians or motorized vehicles crossing the road. The scariest part is some of the grandparents who drive tricycles. They don't look at the road at all. They take turns when they want to, and it takes a certain amount of driving experience to anticipate these dangers. After entering the social path, Lin Ruoshi was obviously a bit nervous, because most of the cars on the social roads drive fast. She drives slow. The good thing was that she drove a Porsche 911, and the drivers on the road were still relatively tolerant of her. After all, no one wanted to mess with a limo driver. As we walked, an Audi in front of us on the right suddenly began to slow down. Chang Yuan was a veteran driver and instantly judged the danger. However, Lin Ruoshi was a novice and wasn't sure what this situation meant and continued to drive forward. Chang Yuan hurriedly reminded, Ruoshi, slow down. Lin Ruoshi was stunned. Why slow down? There is no car in front. Halfway through her words, Lin Ruoshi suddenly jumped in shock and couldn't help but let out a shriek. From the blind spot of the right front view, a motorized vehicle suddenly leaped out. If she had maintained that speed, she would have definitely crashed. Lin Ruoshi's entire body was confused in fear, subconsciously trying to hit the brakes. However, she was so nervous that she accidentally used the gas as a brake. Instead of slowing down, the car was accelerating rapidly. Eyes were about to hit the electric car. Lin Ruoshi's pretty face turned white with fear. In the nick of time, Lin Ruoshi, who didn't want to hit anyone, exploded her amazing potential and frantically hit the steering wheel to the left. The good thing is that there are no cars on the left side as well as in front of the left side right now. Otherwise, it would definitely create a chain of crashes. Whoosh! The car cut through a purple residue, passing in front of the electric car and heading straight for the stone pier in the middle of the road. If this crashes, the car will be scrapped, not to mention the probability that both people will be injured. At the critical moment, Chang Yuan violently pulled the handbrake up, not caring if it would scare Lin Ruoshi. He shouted, "Ruoshi, feet up!" Chang Yuan's yelling woke Lin Ruoshi up. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly lifted her foot. The car came down fast, but, still rocking, it crashed toward the stone piers. Chang Yuan grabbed Lin Ruoshi's small hand and violently yanked the steering wheel. Squeaky. The car drifted through the corner and returned to its normal straight-ahead lane. Until this moment, Lin Ruoshi's entire body was still confused. Her hands clutched the steering wheel in death, almost crying in fear. "Sister-in-law, I thought I was going to die just now. That electric car came out of nowhere. It almost scared me to death. If I accidentally hit them, I'll blame myself for the rest of my life." Chang Yuan put down the handbrake and softly comforted. "Ruoshi, don't panic. You drive normally first." Lin Ruoshi nodded vigorously. However, it was obvious that she drove a bit slower than earlier. Seeing Lin Ruoshi gradually smoothing out, Chang Yuan then urged, "Ruoshi, if the car in front of you suddenly brakes, then there is an unexpected situation. Just follow the brakes as well. Definitely won't make a mistake." Lin Ruoshi was stunned and quickly realized the problem. Just now the car in front of the right suddenly braked because of this electric car. It was my carelessness. It's not carelessness, it's just inexperience. Once you've driven it a few more times and have experience. Lin Ruoshi twisted her head to look at Chang Yuan. Her brother-in-law was too good to her. She almost crashed her $4 million car, but her brother-in-law didn't blame her at all. Instead he comforted her. Such a good brother-in-law. Sister can't grasp it, so it's better to leave it to her. Chapter 72 Cashback arrives. Multi-millionaire. Because of the accident just now, Lin Ruoshi more or less had a bit of psychological shadow. Did not dare to drive more. Around the 4S store ran a circle and returned to the 4S store test drive site. After stopping the car, Lin Ruoshi was still a bit stunned. Breathing heavily, her small hands kept patting her chest. Chang Yuan got out of the car, walked to the driver's seat, pulled open the door, and softly comforted. "Ruoshi, it's safe now, don't be afraid." Lin Ruoshi was like a child in danger who had found a parent, and without thinking, she jumped into Chang Yuan's arms, calling out, "Brother-in-law, I thought we were going to die. I thought I'd never see my brother-in-law again." Chang Yuan stiffened. Lin Ruoshi is too well developed. It was amazingly soft, squeezing him almost breathless. He didn't know where to put his hands. In the end, Chang Yuan carefully placed his hand on Lin Ruoshi's pink back and gently patted it. "Meow. When did my sister-in-law become so seductive? What brand of perfume does she wear? Smells too good, doesn't it?" It simply killed Lin Ruoyu 10,000 times over. Chang Yuan continued to comfort. "Ruoshi, with me here, you definitely won't be in trouble." Lin Ruoshi choked. "Brother-in-law, why don't I stop driving? I might be the legendary road killer." Chang Yuan laughed. "Ruoshi, you are not a road killer. First time driving her like this. When I first drove, I cut off 5 times in 3 days. You didn't even cut off. Much better than me." Lin Ruoshi was stunned and raised her head, looking at Chang Yuan with teary eyes. "Brother-in-law, you were cutting so much?" Lin Ruoshi's delicate little appearance simply melted Chang Yuan's heart. Chang Yuan let go of Lin Ruoshi and wiped her tears with a doting face. "Yes, better find me an old car to practice on first then. I'm worried about cutting up the new one." Chang Yuan gently shook his head. "Ruoshi, I don't recommend that you practice with an old car because every car has a different brake and throttle looseness that needs to be broken in. Even if you practice with an old car, you still need to brake in the new one. So that's how it is." "Ha, what about the cuts?" Chang Yuan snubbed. "Just now Xiao Huan gave away 10 free warranties, so don't worry and drive boldly." Well then, of course, encouragement being encouragement, Chang Yuan was still cautious. Chang Yuan turned his head to Huang Tao and handed him the phaeton keys. "Xiao Huang, please help me take the car to the red, yellow and blue kindergarten. Just put the key to the doorman. I'm going to pick up my child in a while." "Okay, Mr. Chang." Chang Yuan turned his head to Lin Ruoshi. "Ruoshi, let's drive home. I'll drive the more complicated roads, and you practice on the simpler ones." "Okay, brother-in-law." The ride home was uneventful. Lin Ruoshi drove at a slower speed, and by the time she returned to Lin Ruoshi's rental house, it was already an hour later. Lin Ruoshi rented an old neighborhood, and when such a luxury car was suddenly driven in, countless people cast envious gazes. Lin Ruoshi wasn't a gold-digging personality, but she was still rather excited to reap the envious gazes of so many people. "Brother-in-law, Tingting isn't off work yet. Why don't you come up and sit down? I'll make you some small pastries to eat." Chang Yuan would have loved to go up and sit down, After all, his sister-in-law was now so well developed and smelled so good. But he couldn't. He had to pick up Joy. Chung Yuan looked at his watch. It was almost time to pick up Lele. Some other time. Joy is well out of school. Brother-in-law, let me walk you over to pick up Lele. Chung Yuan didn't feel comfortable with Lin Ruoshi driving home by herself and shook his head with a smile. Better not. The roads around red, yellow and blue are very complicated. Your side of the road is not very complicated. You can go to the suburb side to practice. Okay, brother-in-law. 10 minutes later, Chang Yuan arrived at the red, yellow and blue kindergarten. With a ding, the system's alert tone sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing Guilt of the Divine Magnificent. Upon testing, the host spent a total of $4.16 million on the purchase of the car. Based on the 5x rebate principle, $29 million has arrived. Buzz. Chang Yuan received a message. Chung Yuan felt out his cell phone and took a look. Card number 2195 has an income, interbank transfer, of $20,900,000 and a balance of $25,943,586. Chung Yuan forced to hold back his excitement. This money comes too easily. Always feel a little unreal. The guy twisted his thigh hard. It hurts. It's not a dream. He literally became a multimillionaire. So, is a small goal far away? Chung Yuan got the car keys from the doorman and picked up Lele. Huang Nana's attitude had slightly changed for the better today, patiently exchanging a couple sentences with Chung Yuan. However, it was limited to Happy's behavior in kindergarten, a businesslike manner. In this regard, Chung Yuan had long been accustomed to it, and even somewhat begged for it. He had been having a bit too many rotten peach blossoms lately, and he was a bit tired of dealing with them. It's still cuter to be a girl with a sense of proportion. Like a mess. Wong. Joy, what do you want to eat today? Is a seafood dinner okay? Seafood dinner? Chang Yuan pondered for a while. If it was just the two of them having a seafood dinner, wouldn't it be a bit monotonous? There are times when it's just like that. Just when you've dozed off, the pillow hands itself over. Dodo. Chang Yuan's cell phone rang and received a message. It was sent by Yin Xiaoli. Brother Chang, my husband has gone on a business trip and won't be able to come home for 3 or 4 days. Do you have time to come over and fix the water pipes? Chung Yuan's heart was hot. He was very interested in the job of fixing the water pipes. Especially, like to fix the plumbing from the living room couch. Why don't you leave Joy with your sister-in-law for one night? But soon, Chang Yuan ruled this idea out. Remembering that the system had given him a random quest for Yin Xiaoli's girlfriend's regret. Make up for it by giving her a sweet and wonderful dating experience. Chung Yuan suppressed the urgency of fixing the water pipe and called Yin Xiaoli. The phone answered in seconds, and Yin Xiaoli's wintry voice came through. Brother Chang, when are you coming over? Do you like black silk or white silk when you fix the plumbing? Chung Yuan's heart was hot. He wanted to say, adult men don't do choice questions. I want both black and white. Xiaoli, there's plenty of time to fix the plumbing. How about coming out for dinner and then shopping, talking, or watching a movie? Chapter 73. Yin Xiaoli on the other end of the phone was silent for a full 10 seconds, and she suddenly felt aggrieved. The eyes instantly reddened. The small hand forcefully covered the small mouth, and the crystalline teardrops kept swirling in the eye sockets. Married to Jean Pengfei for 7 years, Jean Pengfei never took her out shopping. On the contrary, Brother Chang, this is just after fixing her plumbing once, and we're taking her out shopping. The reason why Yin Xiaoli had found Chung Yuan, the courier, was purely for the sake of indulgence, and then again, to disgust Jean Pengfei. When the divorce was finalized, she would draw a line with Chung Yuan as well and start her life anew. Be a sophisticated single woman. Yin Xiaoli had thought that so many years of unsatisfactory married life has long worn away her extravagant hope for love, has long blocked the door of the heart. But now, her heart was beating wildly. Yin Xiaoli was surprised to find that she still had the ability to love someone. She seemed to have fallen madly in love with Chung Yuan as a courier. Yin Xiaoli had been silent for too long. Chang Yuan couldn't understand what was in her heart, and said in a harmonious voice, Xiaoli, if you don't want to come out, forget it, then I'll go over there directly to fix the plumbing? No, Brother Chang, I'm willing to go out. Wait for me. I'll change my clothes. Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice, Xiaoli, I'll take Lele, and you can also take Xiaobao. Great surprise filled Yin Xiaoli's chest. Brother Chang is introducing her to his daughter? Is this an official acknowledgement of who she is? For some reason, Yin Xiaoli was slightly trembling with nervousness, seemingly, more so than when she first met the male parent back then. Chang, Big Brother Chang, Lele won't dislike me, right? Chung Yuan laughed. Xiaoli, don't worry, Lele is very easy to get along with. Chang Yuan opened the speakerphone and turned his head to look at Lele, who was at the side. Lele, it's okay to have a big meal with a pretty aunt in a while, isn't it? Joy clapped her little hands hard. Yes, yes, Joy loves to have a big meal with her pretty auntie. Yin Xiaoli on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then I'll have my mom send Bo back to me. Okay, just down the road. I'll catch you guys. Chang Yuan drove to Yin Xiaoli's house. When he was almost there, Chang Yuan sent a message to Yin Xiaoli. When Chang Yuan arrived, Yin Xiaoli had already led her son downstairs. Seeing Xiao Bao from a distance, Lele shouted excitedly, "It's Bao! It's Bao!" Chang Yuan was stunned. Lele, you know Xiao Bao? Yes, Xiao Bao is from the next door Form 2 class. Often runs to our class to find Shang to play with. So do you like Bo? Bao was very polite and shared quite a few snacks with me, as well as some jewelry and a small gold bar. Jewelry? And little gold bars? It should be some kid's toy, right? Or a pastry in the shape of a jewelry bar, right? Chang Yuan got out of the car and walked towards Yin Xiaoli and Xiao Bao with a smile. Yin Xiaoli was very enthusiastic about him, but Chang Yuan could clearly see that Xiao Bao seemed to be a bit resistant to him, and his gaze seemed to be a bit evasive. The tiny body hid behind Yin Xiaoli, hugging Yin Xiaoli's leg with force, carefully poking her head out and looking at Chang Yuan with a wary gaze. Mommy, why are we going out to eat with this uncle? Little Treasure doesn't like to eat with strange uncles. Xiao Bao, uncle has a lovely daughter at home, and the four of us will eat together. Pa doesn't want to eat with girls. Pa has a favorite girl. Pust. Yin Xiaoli laughed at Xiao Bao's words. This asshole kid, really following Jean Pengfei doesn't learn. This is still in kindergarten. And he has a favorite girl? No wonder the family was missing several pieces of jewelry and a small gold bar. This is Bo, isn't it? So cute. Chang Yuan smiled and reached out, touching Xiao Bao's head. Xiao Bao ducked back and looked at Chang Yuan with a wary face. Bad Uncle Dan, don't touch Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao doesn't want to be with you. In the middle of his words, Xiao Bao suddenly choked because Lele, who was following behind Chang Yuan, suddenly poked his head out and poked his tongue out and made a face at Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao's eyes instantly lit up and she greeted him with a face full of excitement. Joy, why are you with this bad uncle? Lele got a little upset. My dad is not a bad uncle. My dad is a good man. Ha, is this Uncle Locke's dad? That's bad. Wouldn't he have offended his future father-in-law? An embarrassed look appeared on Xiao Bao's face, and the vigilance in his eyes completely disappeared, turning his head and looking at Chang Yuan with a pleasing face. Uncle. No. Father-in-law. Little Treasure likes you very much, and Little Treasure enjoys eating with you. Father-in-law? Chang Yuan was choked and looked at this serious little kid with a speechless face. Xiao Bao, you can't call your father-in-law. Lele is still young and will only marry when she grows up. Little Treasure didn't panic at all, very calmly carrying her little hand backwards, just like a little adult. Father-in-law, I didn't scream. I've paid the bride price. When Lele grows up, she must marry me. Ga, a dowry? He doesn't know anything. Yin Xiaoli, who was on the side, suddenly thought of something and gently knocked Xiao Bao's brain. Little, you gave Joy Mom's jewelry and the little gold bar? Xiao Bao spat out her tongue and made a face at Yin Xiaoli. Mom, I did give your jewelry, and the gold bars, to your future daughter-in-law. Yin Xiaoli breathlessly rolled her eyes. At that time, she thought that it was Jean Pengfei who had taken her jewelry and given it to the vixen outside, because she did notice her jewelry. Lin Ruoyu had worn it publicly several times. It turned out that the stuff wasn't from Jean Pengfei, but his precious son. Chang Yuan also froze for a moment. Since he had gone bankrupt, he had never given Lin Ruoyu any more jewelry. At one point in time, Lin Ruoyu added 5 or 6 pieces of jewelry herself, and also hid a small gold bar in her house. Turns out it was all earned by my daughter. Chang Yuan scratched his head in some embarrassment. Joy never told me about this, so I'll return the jewelry and the gold bar later. Yin Xiaoli laughed. Since it was given to her daughter-in-law, how could she ask for it back? Chang Yuan took a serious look at Xiao Bao, who was almost carved out of the same mold as Yin Xiaoli, with no trace of Jean Pengfei's face. Chang Yuan's face slowed down a little. Even so, he would not easily betroth his daughter. After all, my daughter is still young. It's okay to joke around. No one has the right to interfere in his daughter's marriage. It's up to her. Chang Yuan said half-jokingly. Xiao Bao is so young that he can give a bride price. Don't I have to show it too? Yin Xiaoli laughed gaily. Brother Chang, you don't need to think much. I'll be satisfied if you contribute more when repairing the water pipes in a while. Chang Yuan laughed. Yin Xiaoli was asking him to pay for her flesh? He's definitely very willing. And he will definitely double his efforts. Fixing all the plumbing to be very smooth is the only way to go. However, Yin Xiaoli has a $60 million girlfriend exclusive spending fund. so it's not worth spending. The bride price given by Bao must be doubled. No, returned 100-fold. Chapter 74, Pocket Money. Chung Yuan added a baby seatbelt holder to the seatbelt in the back seat and greeted him with a smile. Lele, Xiao Bao, get in the car. Normally, kids would have grabbed the car. However, Xiao Bao was particularly gentlemanly, and like a little adult, he raised his hand to help Lele against the doorframe. Joy, get in the car. Chang Yuan and Yin Xiaoli couldn't help themselves. Lele was so small, could she reach the frame of the car? This little treasure. I don't know where I learned it. It's kind of fun. Little treasure didn't seem to mind being a licking dog at all, and very attentively helped Lele fasten the seatbelt retainer, and then sat next to Lele as if he were a small adult. Yin Xiaoli raised her hand to her forehead. It's over. It's over. Little treasure has the potential to be a licking dog at such a young age. He will definitely be a rakier in the future. Chung Yuan subconsciously wanted to retort that this was not being afraid of his wife. This was loving her. However, soon, Chang Yuan realized his problem. This little guy has only just earned his ticket to the finalists, and it's still early days before he's on board, and we'll have to see how he does later on. It also depends on whether Joy likes him or not. The thought of Lele marrying someone in the future gave Chung Yuan an inexplicable irritation. Chung Yuan didn't take Yin Xiaoli's words and said with a smile, Xiaoli, get in the car. Good. This wasn't Yin Xiaoli's first time in a phaeton, but she was nonetheless attracted by the luxurious interior inside the phaeton. Brother Chang, this car of yours should be a Volkswagen top of the line, right? The interior is so luxurious. Chung Yuan smiled slightly and answered truthfully. Inside a Volkswagen, it is indeed considered a relatively high configuration. Two big and two little ones walking and talking. Soon, it arrived at Chung Yuan's usual place to eat these days, the crab feast at the Territorial Sea Mansion. This is the most high-end seafood buffet restaurant in Qingdao that Chung Yuan knows so far. It's more high-end than the cafeteria he had at the time, and the one he had only had Boron Smooth Eats. Here you can enjoy a wide variety of high-end seafood ingredients such as king crab, pine leaf crab, porcupine aurora, bluefin tuna, and other big bellies. 10 minutes later, arrived at the Territorial Mansion without incident. Chung Yuan drove familiarly to the underground parking lot, park in the parking space reserved for crab feasts, guided by the staff. Lele was also a regular customer of the crab feast, and familiarly led the crowd into the elevator. Soon the elevator went up to the 10th floor. Mr. Chang, welcome to the crab feast. The boss's wife led the staff in a very grand welcoming ceremony for Chung Yuan. In this regard, Chang Yuan was a bit surprised. Yin Xiaoli, however, was a bit strange. Brother Chang was a courier. Why would the people from the crab feast be so familiar with him? When Yin Xiaoli saw the price list standing on the cash register, the expression on her face became even more odd. Oh, my god. This crab feast, the lowest set meal costs 650 a head? The highest single package at $3.99 a head? Why would Brother Chang, a courier, afford such an expensive buffet? Lele was obviously more familiar with the boss's wife, and asked in a milky voice, Auntie Boss's wife, is today still the same box as last time? Yes, it's been saved for Joy. Auntie Boss, you're so nice. Under the guidance of the boss's wife, the group arrived at a window box. A table full of food had been served inside. Half a steamed king crab, half a garlic king crab and 2 typhoon shelter lobsters, and a sashimi platter. The 2 kids cheered and pounced on it, taking big bites out of it. Yin Xiaoli, whose family was affluent and had seen some of the world, knew the approximate price of these ingredients and couldn't help but be a little shocked. It seems that Brother Chang is also sincere to her. Otherwise, why would he spend half a month's salary just to treat her to dinner? These ingredients, which would cost 2 or 3,000 to go out and buy on your own, would be at least double that in a restaurant. Mr. Chang, this lady, enjoy your meal, and feel free to add more when you're done. Chung Yuan nodded and the boss's wife retreated. Yin Xiaoli asked hesitantly, Brother Chang, how much of the set menu did you order? The $23.99 one, but it's still a pretty good deal with Lele and Bao free and only having to pay for the 2 of us. Is it a good deal? A meal is close to $5,000, most of a month's salary. Where's the sense in that? Brother Chang, actually you don't need to treat me to such high-end ingredients. I'm not that delicate. I can eat at roadside stalls. What about Lele if you spend your money so recklessly? Chung Yuan grinned. Xiaoli, if you're heartbroken that I'm spending money, why don't you pay for this order today? Yin Xiaoli was instantly dumbfounded. As far as Jean Pengfei gives her the 3 melons and 2 dates every month, not even enough to buy cosmetics, she is relying on nibbling to maintain a decent life. To put it mildly, she really doesn't have as much money in her pocket as a courier. Yin Xiaoli didn't puff up her face and smiled bitterly. Brother Chang, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. Jean Pengfei's salary is all spent on those vixens outside. My bank card is cleaner than my face. I don't believe it unless you send me your bank card and I'll check it. Brother Chang, I don't have to lie to you. With that, Yin Xiuli sent the card number to Cheng Yuan. Cheng Yuan gave an operation on his cell phone. With a ding, Yin Xiuli received a message. Yin Xiuli felt out her cell phone and was shocked. Cheng Yuan December 5, 1752. Transferred and deposited 52 renminbi. 000 to your tail number 7654 savings card account. With a current balance of 54,816 renminbi. Construction bank. In fact, Cheng Yuan wanted to directly transfer 2 million, however, he was afraid of scaring Yin Xiuli. Finally thinking about it, Cheng Yuan decided that he would first give Yin Xiuli some pocket money. The money is a girlfriend-only spending fund anyway. Spare a thought. Yin Xiuli was stunned. Barf. The cell phone in Yin Xiuli's hand almost fell on the table as she looked at Cheng Yuan with an unbelievable face. She had a hard time asking Jean Pengfei for pocket money every month. It takes days of hard work to grind out a 5 or 6K each time. As for Cheng Yuan, she never asked for money, but Cheng Yuan gave her 52,000 in one breath. You know, Jean Pengfei's annual salary of hundreds of thousands, and Cheng Yuan, a courier, working hard, is only about 100,000 a year. This 52,000 could be Cheng Yuan's entire fortune. And now, Cheng Yuan had transferred it all to her in one breath. Yin Xiuli was touched and her eyes turned a little red, teardrops swirling in her eyes. Brother Chang, I really can't. How can you give me so much money? Xiaoli, you don't have a psychological burden. Xiaobao gave Lele so many treasures. Children don't know better. I'm a parent. How can I not know better? Speaking of which, it's still me taking advantage. Now that gold is so expensive. Just that one gold bar. It's more than $50,000. You can rest assured and boldly accept it. Chapter 75 Yin Xiuli's Happiness. When Cheng Yuan said so, Yin Xiuli did not refuse. On the one hand, Xiaobao really gave away the gold bar. That gold bar is worth more than 70,000 yuan, and collecting 50,000 yuan really isn't much. On the other hand, she is really short of money right now. Immediately want to divorce with Jean Pengfei. If Jean Pengfei trick not to give money, this $50,000, but also can help her through the difficult times. Good. In that case, I'll accept Big Brother Chang's thoughts. When we repair the water pipes tonight, I will definitely assist Brother Chang with all my might. Cheng Yuan raised his eyebrows. Was this going to be on full auto mode tonight? Last time, Yin Xiuli was more or less unable to let go. It seems that tonight can unlock more codes. Yin Xiuli didn't have a need to lose weight, and the seafood meal was quite enjoyable. She ate 2 king crabs, 2 bourbons, and countless assorted high-end sashimi all by herself. Cheng Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaoli, you're so good at eating. You can go and become a food broadcaster. I guess that what's his name half full is at your level. Yin Xiuli wasn't embarrassed at all and threw a wink at Cheng Yuan very delicately. Eat more to have the energy to assist Brother Chang in repairing the water pipes. Cheng Yuan's eyes lit up. Repairing water pipes is indeed a physical job. On the side, Little Treasure suddenly looked up and asked with a curious face, Mommy, where in our house is the water pipe broken? Little Treasure can help Mommy fix it too. Ahem. Yin Xiuli almost choked. Cheng Yuan laughed. Xiaobao, you're still a child. When you grow up, you'll be able to fix the plumbing. Oh, then Little Treasure has to grow up fast. Lele, in the future, if the pipes in your house are broken, just let me know and I'll go and fix them for you. Pust. Cheng Yuan almost sprayed rice. This little bastard, he wants to eat a fart. His daughter doesn't need a plumbing repair. The 4 of them joked and laughed as they ate, and the meal was quite enjoyable. Lele is a snacker, eating her little tummy bulging, and Xiaobao on the side is not much better. Yin Xiuli suddenly turned a bit sentimental. All this time, she didn't know what happiness was, but today, she understood. Isn't what we have now happiness? It would be so nice if her husband was Chang Dai, and Lele and Xiaobao were both her children. How happy she must be. An impulsive thought suddenly flashed through Yin Xiuli's mind. If Brother Chang was willing, after the divorce, she could make a pair with him and partner up. Even if you live in poverty, at least you are rich in spirit. There was company every night. No more being alone and needing to use your hands. Bao patted his round and bulging stomach with a contented look on his face. I'm so full. Mom, can we come over for crab feasts more often from now on? The corner of Yin Xiuli's mouth twitched slightly. This stuff was so expensive that eating it regularly was impossible. Little Treasure. In the future, if you want to eat it, tell Mommy. Mommy will buy it home and make it for you to eat. Yes, Mommy cooks well. To the side, Joy's eyes lit up. Auntie, Can Daddy and I go and dabble in the food? Dad can bring the ingredients. Of course, Auntie is more than welcome to have Joy as a guest in her home. There is one thing Yin Xiaoli did not say. In fact, Auntie would like to be your stepmother. Chang Yuan smiled and suggested, Xiaoli, why don't you go shopping? The children have eaten too much and will accumulate food if they don't move around. Okay, then we'll go slinky. The family of four stepped into the elevator after a warm welcome from the crab feast staff. After the elevator went down, the two doormen had expressions of envy and jealousy on their faces. Mr. Chang is really good with women. Every time he comes, he changes a beautiful woman. I didn't realize that Mr. Chang's tastes are still quite unique. Young girls like it and young women don't let it go. He has the potential to be a chow thief. What do you know? A young man doesn't know that a young woman is good, and mistakes a young girl for a treasure. Hey, the boss's wife. This young woman is also quite good, and every time, she is so enthusiastic about Mr. Chang. You say, Shu, keep your voice down. Don't let the boss's wife hear you. You don't want to do it? Chang Yuan didn't know that he had been upgraded to a chow thief. If he did, he would have given the two doormen a nod. You guys are such good readers. Chang Yuan drove and familiarly led the three to Hisense Plaza. If it is a normal situation, Yin Xiaoli simply do not dare to stroll Hisense Plaza. On her pocket that 3 melons and 2 dates, casually buy some skin care products clean. But now, with Chang Yuan's $52,000 at the bottom, Yin Xiaoli was slightly more confident. Brother Chang, let's go shopping in the children's area first? Buy some clothes for the two kids. Chang Yuan took a look at Yin Xiaoli, who was almost purely vegan, and probably guessed that her skincare cosmetics should be stretched to the limit. Lele just bought 5 or 6 sets of clothes the other day, so we don't need them for a while, but it's a good idea to buy a few for Bo. Yin Xiaoli was slightly relieved. Not for a while on Bo's side. I just bought him 2 outfits the other day, so let's go shopping in the men's section? Chang Yuan gently shook his head. Shopping is for you ladies. Go check out skincare or makeup. Yin Xiaoli gave Chang Yuan a deep look. Chang is too meticulous to see that she didn't put on much makeup. In these 2 months, Jean Pengfei gave her less and less living expenses. Plus, she was a little embarrassed to keep nibbling at her old age and asking for money from her parents. She did run a little low on makeup. Yin Xiaoli didn't die trying to save face and said frankly, I really need to replenish my stock of skincare and cosmetics, so I'll go shopping in the ladies' makeup and skincare area. Soon, the group arrived at the ladies' section. Yin Xiaoli shopped familiarly. The more petty women are senior skincare and makeup experts. The same goes for Yin Xiaoli, who knows a variety of skincare cosmetic brands like the back of her hand. Soon, Yin Xiaoli arrived at the aquamarine mystery counter and walked in confidently. The mystery of the sea blue is Yin Xiaoli used. The more high-end brands, these 2 months poorer, has not been over to replenish the stock. The stock has been seriously exhausted. Urgently need to restock. Cabinet sister Wang Chuanxiang recognized Yin Xiaoli and came up with a smile on her face. Sister Xiaoli, I haven't seen you for a while. I thought you changed brands. Yin Xiaoli naturally wouldn't admit that she was broke, and stroked her hair and said, recently, I did change a few skincare brands, but I feel that none of them are as comfortable to use as Aquamarine Mystery. Has Aquamarine Mystery launched any new products recently? Wang Chuanxiang busily replied. Our Aquamarine Mystery has recently launched a new product, Aquamarine Mystery Premium Intensive Revitalizing Serum, using the formula of the Supreme Legend, claiming to have the ability to heal time. A bottle only costs $23,000. Hearing that it could heal time, Yin Xiaoli was still quite interested, but once you hear the price, sorry to interrupt, for a total of $50,000, she can buy 2 bottles. Of course, Yin Xiaoli wouldn't say she couldn't afford it, but said faintly, my skin is rather sensitive. If I use new products rashly, I might hurt my skin, so I'd better use the previous skin care set. As soon as the words left his mouth, a discordant voice came from behind. It's so refreshing to say that you can't afford it. Beauty, that Aquamarine Enigma Premium Intensive Revitalizing Serum. Give me 2 bottles. Chapter 76, give me a 2-year supply. Yin Xiaoli almost choked and broke her defenses. Subconsciously turning her head and following the source of the voice, she saw a woman who made her eyes almost spit fire. Lin Ruoyu. Jean Pengfei kept a vixen outside. Brother Chang's ex-wife. It took a great deal of perseverance for Yin Xiaoli to resist the urge to rush up and claw Lin Ruoyu's face off. Make sure you hold off until the divorce is finalized. Mustn't let Jean Pengfei perceive the traces. Yin Xiaoli pretended to look like she didn't recognize Lin Ruoyu and countered with an angry grunt. Who are you? You're so rich. Why did you only buy 2 bottles? Why don't you stock up for a whole year? A whole year? If you use 1 bottle a month, you'd have to stock up on 12? She can't afford to take more than $200,000. Last night, Lin Ruoyu took the Yiwu Commodity City's purchase order and made a good mess with Jean Pengfei. In order to appease Lin Ruoyu, Jean Pengfei transferred $60,000 to her. That's why Lin Ruoyu had the money to buy Aquamarine Premium Intensive Revitalizing Serum. Of course, Lin Ruoyu wouldn't reveal that he didn't have enough money and looked at Yin Shelley with a teasing gaze. The heart was cool. Lin Ruoyu had recognized Yin Shelley a long time ago, which was why she jumped out to scoff. Your husband's money is all spent on my mom. You yellow face don't know that, do you? Ha 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 ha. Everyone else is laughing at me, but you, who can't even afford a bottle, have the nerve to laugh at me. Standing and talking doesn't hurt. If you have the ability, you'll be able to stock up for a year and show me. You're afraid you can't even afford a bottle, right? It was only until then that Chung Yuan noticed this side, and then he froze. What a life! How come he runs into this ex-wife of his everywhere? Lele also discovered Lin Ruoyu, and with some surprise wanted to call out to her mom. However, Lele was worried that Chung Yuan would be unhappy and didn't rush over. Then again, her mom was bullying this Auntie Xiaoli who was so nice to her and making her feel a little embarrassed. Little Treasure can't stand to see his mom being bullied and decisively stands up for herself. Bad auntie. No bullying my mom. My dad is so rich, he could buy the whole of Aquamarine Riddle. Put. Lin Ruoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jean Pengfei, what strength she knows very well. Jean Pengfei bank card inside only 600,000 left. And all this money, destined to spend on her. Lin Ruoyu deliberately twisted her head to look in Chung Yuan's direction. Since your father is so rich, you guys are. Instead. Halfway through her words, Lin Ruoyu suddenly choked. It was not until then that she realized that the one following Yin Shelley was her ex-husband, Chang Yuan. Lin Ruoyu suddenly turned agitated. Chang Yuan, why are you following this woman? What is your relationship with this woman? Chung Yuan coldly glanced at Lin Ruoyu and didn't even bother with her. Lin Ruoyu, it looks like we're already divorced. In what capacity are you questioning me? I'll follow whoever I want. Yin Shelley pretended to know Lin Ruoyu's identity just now and said with an exaggerated face, Brother Chang, is this the cheating ex-wife you were talking about? At a glance, she's a vixen. A vixen. Bah! You! Lin Ruoyu's face was red with anger, but she didn't dare to speak loudly to Yin Shelley, in case her affair with Jean Pengfei leaked out, and her remarriage with Chang Yuan was completely hopeless. Don't you slander me. I'm faithful to my husband. After saying that, Lin Ruoyu turned her head and put on a very gentle gaze towards Lele. Joy, tell mommy why daddy is with this aunt? Lele tilted her little head. Her simple little brain kind of couldn't quite figure out the twists and turns here. Lele replied according to her own understanding. Xiao Bao is Lele's classmate, and those jewelry and small gold bars that Lele took home were all given by Xiao Bao. Dad knew about this and brought Lele along and invited Little Treasure and his mom to dinner. Ha! The expression on Lin Ruoyu's face turned brilliant. The gaze toward Yin Shelley was complicated. There was teasing, amusement, and a little sympathy. This woman is so pathetic. The two men around her are spending money on her Lin Ruoyu. It's really laughable. Lin Ruoyu put on a look that said so. Hubby, I misunderstood you. It turns out that this woman is just Lele's classmate's mom. I knew you wouldn't have anything to do with another woman. Chang Yuan was given goosebumps by Lin Ruoyu. I'm sorry, we've been divorced for a long time, so please leave me alone. Thank you. After saying that, Chang Yuan turned his head to look at counter sister Wang Chuanxiang. Beauty, what's the shelf life of Aquamarine Enigma Premium Intensive Revitalizing Serum? Sir, the shelf life is 2 years. Then stock me up for 2 years. A 2-year supply? Wang Chuanxiang instantly became excited and asked in a trembling voice. This gentleman, a bottle of Aquamarine Puzzle Premium Intensive Revitalizing Serum is 20,000. According to the calculation of a bottle a month, 2 years worth of goods is 480,000. Chang Yuan nodded calmly. I know the price. Then again, lipsticks, hydrating moisturizers, isolation creams, foundation creams, eye creams, makeup and whatnot. All of them give me 2 years worth of goods. All of them have to be the latest models. This, Wang Chuanxiang completely confused. This big brother so powerful no wonder his ex-wife is dying to get remarried. Yin Shelley and Lin Ruoyu both got a little excited. However, what was different was that Yin Shelley was worrying that Chung Yuan was just a courier. Was he pretending to be a little too big? How embarrassing would it be if the card doesn't come out later? Lin Ruoyu, on the other hand, was calculating that Chung Yuan was so powerful that after buying cosmetics, he would have to lead him high and low to visit the Hermes boutique. Hey, soon, Wang Chuanxiang finished packing the whole set of cosmetics. Sir, the whole set of skincare cosmetics and makeup has been prepared. A total of $680,524. I can make the decision to save the change for you. And also prepare a small sample of accompanying gifts. Are you swiping your card or transferring money? Chang Yuan very calmly touched the card that was exclusive to Yin Xiaoli. Seeing Chang Yuan playing for real, Yin Xiaoli hurriedly stopped him. She has to think about her life after being with Chang Yuan. Brother Chang, you just got divorced. Keep this money. Start a business or save up to buy a house. There's really no need to buy so many useless cosmetics. Lin Ruoyu, who was on the side, hurriedly jumped out and pushed Yin Xiaoli away. You're just Lele's classmates, Mom. What does it have to do with you if my husband buys me something? Get lost and go aside. Don't disturb our family of three. Yin Xiaoli wasn't a wimp at all and coldly locked eyes with Lin Ruoyu. I'm sorry, MS. Lin, Brother Chang just said that you guys got divorced a long time ago. You don't have the qualifications or status to talk to me like that. Chang Yuan stood beside Yin Xiaoli without hesitation. Xiaoli is right. Lin Ruoyu, we got divorced a long time ago. Let's be at peace with each other. Please don't ever show up in my face, dear. After saying that, Chang Yuan didn't even bother to take care of Lin Ruoyu, pulling out Yin Xiaoli's girlfriend's exclusive spending fun card and readily handing it to Wang Chuanxiang. Swipe your card. Pretty lady. Chapter 77, I'll marry you after the divorce. This time, Yin Xiaoli didn't stop it, perhaps to gamble with Lin Ruoyu, or perhaps to make her identity clear. There was a drop. The swipe worked. Wang Chuanxiang respectfully returned the bank card to Chang Yuan. Mr. Chang, the quantity of items you want is too large. Our store can provide free delivery service. Please give me an address. That's over $600,000. Just swipe the card? Lin Ruoyu and Yin Xiaoli were both shocked. Lin Ruoyu no longer had any doubts. Her husband really has a lot of hidden, unbeknownst to her, possessions. She's really too impulsive. If she could have put up with it for one more week, the money, all of it, would have been hers. Lin Ruoyu rushed forward and tried to squeeze out a well-behaved and understanding look, gently shaking Chang Yuan's arm. Hubby, I know I'm wrong. Don't blame me, okay? When they were first married, Lin Ruoyu's pampering techniques were unbeatable. Every time Chang Yuan would fulfill the small requests made by Lin Ruoyu once again exerted her pampering technique, causing Chang Yuan to be in a trance, seemingly, back to the time when she was just married and happy. It's a shame. It's all a lie. It was all performed by Lin Ruoyu. Chang Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was surprised that he had been deceived by Lin Ruoyu, this white lotus flower, for so long and so bitterly. Chang Yuan flicked his arm, shaking Lin Ruoyu away, then raised his hand to point at Yin Xiaoli and said in a harmonious voice, Xiao Wang, you're asking the wrong person. All these things are Xiaoli's. You should ask for Xiaoli's home address. Swish! Yin Xiaoli's eyes reddened, even though she had already guessed. When she really heard Chang Yuan personally say that all these things were bought for her, Yin Xiaoli was still moved and wanted to cry. Brother Chang is really too good to her. There has never been a person who has been so kind to her. Meow. Even if she followed Brother Chang to eat chaff in the future, she would still admit it. Yin Xiaoli held back her excitement and reported her home address. My home address is. Lin Ruoyu on the side completely broke her defense. Hubby, how can you buy such expensive things for this? She's just Lele's classmate's mom. Chang Yuan laughed. If not for Xiaoli, could it be for you? Yeah, even if we're divorced, I'm still Lele's mom. For Lele's sake, you should give it to me too. Chang Yuan twisted his head to look at Lele. Lele, do you think these cosmetics and skincare products should go to mommy or Auntie Xiaoli? Lin Ruoyu hurriedly squeezed out a gentle and incomparable expression and looked at Lele with a doting gaze. Unfortunately, Joyce Trippy, Xiaobao gave me quite a bit of jewelry and a small gold bar, all of which were taken away by mom. And these cosmetics and skincare products are a thank you gift from Dad and Lele to Xiaobao and Aunt Xiaoli. Lin Ruoyu was simply going to explode with anger. Joy the little money loser. So young, and the elbows are starting to turn out. Luckily, she had left this little money loser with Chang Yuan. Otherwise, sooner or later, she would lose all her family money. Yin Xiaoli, who was on the side, nonchalantly made up for it. Lin Ruoyu, right? You disliked Chang's bankruptcy and decisively divorced him. Now that he's rich, why are you excited? You. The surrounding shopkeepers and customers revealed a look of dawning realization and pointed at Lin Ruoyu. Just now I thought this woman was pathetic, dumped by her godly husband, but it turns out the one who filed for divorce is her. Serves her right. This kind of woman who dislikes the poor and loves the rich is doomed to no good end. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Divorced? Found out that her husband is rich. Want to ask for remarriage? Simply a dream. If it was a normal person, being exposed as ugly in public, Lin Ruoyu should have fled. However, Chang Yuan's recent display of financial power was too strong. Lin Ruoyu really couldn't let go. Honey, what will it take for you to forgive me? Chung Yuan stared at Lin Ruoyu's eyes, and the more he looked, the more disgusted he felt. Koyon. Koyon? Lin Ruoyu was stunned. What did this mean? Yin Xiaoli, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Ruoyu, don't you understand this? My big brother Chang told you to get lost. Lin Ruoyu was furious and twisted her head to dislike her. Yin Xiaoli, don't be complacent. You mind your own business first. Your husband. Halfway through her words, Lin Ruoyu suddenly held her tongue. She didn't want to admit that she and Jean Pengfei really had something going on. She was now bent on remarrying Chung Yuan. Yin Xiaoli pretended to be a little nervous and asked, "What's wrong with my husband? You know my husband? How could I possibly know your husband?" Lin Ruoyu was worried about revealing herself. She turned around and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, Lin Ruoyu turned back to Chung Yuan, "Husband, think about it. In order to give Lele a complete family, remarriage is the best choice." As Lin Ruoyu left, Yin Xiaoli asked somewhat nervously, "Brother Chang, you won't really remarry her, right?" Chung Yuan looked at Lele and asked in a harmonious voice, "Lele, do you want Dad and Mom to remarry or not?" Lele tilted her head and gave an answer that Chung Yuan didn't expect. Mommy is a bad mommy. She didn't even hug Lele just now. She only knows how to ask Daddy for things. It's better for Daddy to treat Lele. When Daddy is happy, Lele is happy. Chung Yuan squatted down and hugged Lele, holding her tightly. Joy is just so understanding. Knowing how to do it made his heart ache a little. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would make up for Lele's lack of motherly love twice over. Chung Yuan let go of Lele and twisted his head to look at Yin Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, it's a bummer to run into Lin Ruoyu, isn't it? I remember that the best way for you women to vent your emotions is to go on a shopping spree. Let's go. Go buy you a bag and a few more outfits." Saying that, Chung Yuan pulled Yin Xiaoli out of the aquamarine mystery counter and went straight to the Hermes counter. The 2 little ones held hands and smiled as they followed their mom and dad. If it was an ordinary gold-digging woman, she would have jumped up and down happily. And when she came across this kind of ingrate, she had to be ruthlessly slaughtered. Yin Xiaoli had already made up her mind to live with Chung Yuan after the divorce, and hurriedly pulled Chung Yuan back. "Brother Chang, you've already spent too much money. It's better to keep some money. In the future, Lele will have to spend money on tutorial classes, interest classes, and college. Then again, you can't be single for the rest of your life, right? You need to prepare a house for your second marriage, and that all requires money." Chung Yuan looked at Yin Xiaoli with a smile. "Money earned is spent. Lele is still small. Earn again later is. As for the second marriage? Who would want to marry me if I am so divorced with a baby?" Yin Xiaoli blurted out. "Brother Chang, I'm willing to marry you after the divorce." Chapter 78, I won't recognize my godfather. Only after saying that did Yin Xiaoli realize that something was wrong. "Geez, Yin Xiaoli, are you crazy? How can you say such a thing? Can't you be a little more reserved?" Chung Yuan also froze. He just wanted to swish tasks and money on Yin Xiaoli, but he didn't expect that Yin Xiaoli would figure him out as a person. Marriage is impossible to get married. However, it was fine to support Yin Xiaoli. After all, there's still $60 million in spending money. Cheng Yuan smiled sarcastically. "Xiaoli, you can't joke about this." Yin Xiaoli's expression turned very serious. "Brother Chang, I'm not joking. I'll divorce Jean Pengfei early tomorrow morning. You come to the Civil Affairs Bureau and wait for me. Get the divorce certificate, and I'll tear the certificate with you right away. You don't have a house now. Just live in my house with Lele. If you don't mind, I can sell the house, and then we'll buy a bigger house together. I'm willing to go out to work and pay the mortgage with you. Divorce tomorrow?" Cheng Yuan was more or less a little regretful. If we lose the label of Jean Pengfei's wife, will his interest in Yin Xiaoli decrease? Soon enough, though, that little regret disappeared and was all transformed into emotion. There is so much disparity between people. Lin Ruoyu didn't hesitate to kick him out after she realized he was broke. And Yin Xiaoli was so considerate of him, so considerate of their future. Although Cheng Yuan would not marry Yin Xiaoli, he had no qualms about keeping her. After all, there's still $60 million in the spending fund. Cheng Yuan felt out his cell phone and directly transferred $5.2 million to Yin Xiaoli. Ding dong. A familiar text message beep sounded. Yin Xiaoli subconsciously touched her cell phone, then was directly shocked. Cheng Yuan December 5, 1903, transferred and deposited 5 renminbi, 200,000 to your tail number 7654 savings card account with a current balance of 5 renminbi, 254,816. Construction Bank. Yin Xiaoli's voice was shaking a little. "Chang, brother Chang, how did you transfer so much to me?" Cheng Yuan grinned. "Showdown. No more pretending. I'm actually a super godly man. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for me. Since I've been married to Lin Ruoyu for all these years, I've been experiencing the life of an ordinary person. And I was planning to confess everything to Lin Ruoyu during this year's New Year's Eve. Unfortunately, she doesn't have that chance anymore. Yin Xiaoli's brain buzzed and the corners of her mouth kept twitching. Everything Cheng Yuan said was too metaphysical. However, the balance in the bank card is so real. Yin Xiaoli twisted her head to look at Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, hold out your arm. Xiao Bao obediently stretched out his arm, and Yin Xiaoli pinched it hard. Wow! Bao cried out. Mom, why are you pinching me? It hurts so much. Ooh-hoo. Swish. Yin Xiaoli broke down in tears and hugged Xiao Bao hard, crying and laughing. I'm sorry, Mom was too hard. It's true. It's all true. Happy. The smile on Yin Xiaoli's face gradually froze. If Cheng's brother is a courier, her marrying him after the divorce is a downward spiral, and it's very possible for the two to get together. However, Brother Cheng is a hidden super god. Would look at her as a divorced woman with a baby? Yin Xiaoli looked at Cheng Yuan with tearful eyes. Brother Cheng, I was wrong. I was so wrong. I shouldn't have had the luxury of marrying you. Please don't dislike me. Don't leave me. As long as there's a place for me by your side, I'll be satisfied. Yin Xiaoli was so understanding. Cheng Yuan naturally wouldn't be so heartless. Besides, the last time he had a pretty good experience fixing the plumbing. He'd like to do it a few more times. Cheng Yuan smiled and wiped away the teardrops at the corner of Yin Xiaoli's eyes. Xiaoli, in your mind, am I that desperate? After a pause, Cheng Yuan turned his head to Lele and asked in a harmonious voice. Lele, are you willing to recognize Auntie Xiaoli as your godmother? Joy's eyes lit up. Willing. I'm willing. Godmother is also a mom. I'll have a mom from now on. After saying that, Lele looked up at Yin Xiaoli and shouted in a milky voice. Godmother. Yin Xiaoli was very emotional and broke down in tears again, hugging Lele hard. Hey, Lele is good. Lele, don't worry. Godmother will definitely love you as her own daughter from now on. Cheng Yuan twisted his head to look at Xiao Bao and suddenly developed a small sense of mischief. If Jean Pengfei's son calls him dad, I think it can be quite funny. It's better to make Jean Pengfei misunderstand that Xiao Bao is his seed. Hey. Cheng Yuan looked at Xiao Bao with a bad smile like a bad uncle. Xiao Bao, Lele recognized your mom as her godmother. How about you recognize me as your godfather? Yin Xiaoli's eyes lit up. If Xiao Bao recognized his godfather, there would no longer be any separation between her and Cheng Yuan. She hurriedly urged. Xiao Bao, quickly call your godfather. What Yin Xiaoli and Cheng Yuan didn't expect was that Xiao Bao balked. Don't. I'm not recognizing my godfather. This made Cheng Yuan more or less embarrassed. This little bastard actually disliked him? Why? Bao doesn't like me? Pa shook his head again. No, Xiao Bao likes Uncle Chang very much. However, Uncle Chang is Xiao Bao's future father-in-law. Xiao Bao doesn't want to recognize his godfather. Put. Cheng Yuan almost spurted blood. This little bastard is really thinking about his precious daughter. Thud. Cheng Yuan gently knocked Xiao Bao on the head. Little guy, it's still a bit early for you to recognize your father-in-law. Let's see how you behave when you grow up. Call godfather first. Oh, godfather. Only then did Cheng Yuan grin, rubbing little treasure's head in satisfaction. Good son. Godfather will go buy you some meeting gifts. What do you like? Yin Xiaoli hurriedly stopped it. Brother Chang, don't spoil the kids so much. Let's go shopping in the men's section. You bought me so many things and gave me so much pocket money. I have to show it. Cheng Yuan was stunned and asked in his mind. System, if Yin Xiaoli buys me something with the exclusive fund I gave her for her girlfriend, is it considered a violation? It is not a violation as long as the female willingly buys something for the host and the host has not made any hints or coercion. Cheng Yuan's eyes lit up. I didn't realize there was a way to open a girlfriend-only fund. Of course, as a godly man with a pattern, Cheng Yuan had not been so underhanded as to gouge Yin Xiaoli for this bit of exclusive fund. Xiaoli, you don't have to buy me anything. I don't lack anything. However, Yin Xiaoli's attitude was firm. No way. Brother Chang, if you don't let me buy you something, you're looking down on me. With that, Yin Xiaoli forcefully dragged Cheng Yuan towards the men's area. Soon, Yin Xiaoli found her target and pulled Cheng Yuan into the Rolex counter. Cheng Yuan laughed bitterly. Xiaoli, there's really no need for this. I have no need for a watch. Yin Xiaoli shook her head very stubbornly. Brother Chang, as a successful man, you must have a good watch to set off your status. In this way, you will encounter a lot less trouble. Chapter 79. I'm just willing to spend money on Brother Chang. You bite me? This. Cheng Yuan hesitated for a moment, as if Xiaoli had a point. If there was a decent watch, I guess many people would not dare to provoke him easily anymore. Okay, then I thank Xiaoli. Yin Xiaoli laughed. Brother Yuan, I should be thanking you for letting me see Jean. Early, Shelley glanced at her son and, in the end, did not say that name. It made me see his ugly face early on and gave me the courage to start a whole new life. Before Chang Yuan's cafeteria closed down, he bought a piece of green water ghost, and he was still satisfied with the green water ghost. Chang Yuan went straight to the water ghost series counter. The lady at the Rolex counter greeted her with a smile. Ma'am, sir, welcome to Rolex. I'm Ronnie Chang, happy to serve you. Chang Yuan nodded slightly at Zhang Rongrong, then he froze for a moment. Not far from the side stood an old acquaintance, Hilton Gym's VIP customer, Principal Zhuang, who bought over 100 private lessons. Chang Yuan greeted with a smile. Principal Zhuang. What a coincidence. Zhuang Sudong subconsciously turned around and couldn't help but light up after seeing Chang Yuan, deliberately showing off the green buffalo that he had just acquired. Mr. Chang, you come to look at watches too? I just got a green water ghost here, and it feels pretty good. Chang Yuan naturally wouldn't be vain. After all, before the cafeteria went out of business, he had worn a green water ghost. This is the green aqua ghost, right? It's one of the more classic Rolex watches that holds its value better. Zhuang Sudong said slightly reservedly. The green ghost is more suitable for us middle-aged successful people no matter the shape or price. Mr. Chang also get a piece? Chang Yuan complied with the advice and turned his head to look at Xiaoli. Xiaoli, the aqua ghost series is just fine. Buy me a piece? Xiaoli shook her head decisively. No, it's a bit too rustic, both in price and color. Gah, what the hell? This Chang buys a watch and has to ask the woman next to him? Is it possible that Chang was adopted by this woman? He's really out of luck. This rich is quite tasty. He'd like to be adopted by such a rich woman, too. Of course, even if he was interested in Xiaoli, Zhuang Sudong would not allow Xiaoli to defame his beloved green water ghost. After all, this piece of green water ghost was something he had hesitated for a long time before he forced himself to endure the flesh pain to acquire it. Zhuang Sudong's face showed displeased color. Sullenly said, this lady, the green water ghost price of 150,000 in the Rolex inside, is also regarded as the middle and high-grade watch, is a very classic watch. Where the dirt? Xiaoli was too lazy to argue with Zhuang Sudong. Fine, as long as you don't think it's earthy, as long as you're happy. After saying that, Xiaoli looked at Zhang Rongrong with a smile. Recommend me a gold watch. A gold watch? Zhang Rongrong's eyes lit up. The cheapest gold watch costs $80,000. That seems like a lot of money. For gold watches, ma'am, it's mainly the logotype and weekly calendar series. What price? Logbook gold watches from $80,000. Weekly calendar series from $220,000. And, Zhang Rongrong hesitated. What else? And green Goldie 116508. Xiaoli said under her breath. Forget the journal series, take out the weekly calendar series and the green Goldie and take a look. On the side, Zhuang Sudong's eyes reddened with envy. What's with this? Solid hammer. Chang Yuan had really been adopted, and all the money he spent inside the Hilton Gym was given by this woman. Zhuang Sudong felt that he had to come forward and expose Chang Yuan's ugly face. We can't let this rich woman continue to spend money on Chang Yuan and let him pretend to be a pussy at the Hilton Gym. This lady, the green Goldie 116508, is a Rolex top-of-the-line gold watch. It's got to be over $500,000. Are you sure you want to spend so much money for this Chang? $500,000? Chang Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. This price was indeed a bit high. However, Xiaoli was a straight shooter. Don't bother with the weekly calendar series. Just look at this green Goldie. Yes, ma'am. Zhang Rongrong carefully took green Goldie 116508 out. The same green dial. However, the green Goldie is many times more luxurious than the green buffalo. Even people who know absolutely nothing about watches can see the elegance of the green Goldie. In front of the green Jindi, the green water ghost is indeed a little bit of dirt, and Zhuang Sudong is a little afraid to extend the neck of his hand. Xiaoli's eyes flashed with a gorgeous and incomparable light, and she took a glance at the green Goldie, picking it up and comparing it to Chang Yuan's wrist. Brother Chang, this green Goldie matches your temperament. Chang Yuan nodded his head quite frankly. It's quite a match. Just a bit expensive. Not expensive. Not expensive at all. Wrong. Swipe your card. With that, Xiaoli pulled out her bank card. On the side, Zhuang Sudong was envious, almost separating the walls of his mass. Excessive. It's too much. What makes Chang Yuan, this fat bastard, get the favor of such a quality rich woman? This lady, you can't buy Chang Yuan a watch. Xiaoli, who was in the Hilton member group and had heard of Zhuang Sudong's great name, was not at all fond of him and said in a slightly detached manner, what does it have to do with you if I buy a watch for my big brother Chang or not? You, Principal Zhuang, are not my husband. Zhuang Sudong hurriedly explained. This lady, perhaps you don't know. Chung Yuan took the money you gave him and spent like crazy at the Hilton gym, buying gifts for the fitness trainer like crazy. I just couldn't watch it anymore and had to expose his ugly face. It was only then that In Xioli suddenly realized, as an afterthought, that the big brother Chung who had been so hot in the member group recently was her big brother Chang. This gave In Xioli a strong sense of crisis. Whether it was Lu Shiqi or Shin Manwen, they were both younger and prettier than her. She, on the other hand, had the only advantage of being close to the water, and then having common encounters and enemies with big brother Chang. Okay, I know what you said about me. Are you done? After saying that, In Xioli no longer cared about Zhuang Sudong and shoved the card to Zhang Rongrong. Swipe your card. What are you waiting for? Ha? Oh, Zhang Rongrong was a bit confused, and Zhuang Sudong was even more confused. Why is this rich woman reacting like this? Shouldn't they just give Chung Yuan dozens of big mouths without saying a word, then stop his card and kick him in the ass, and he can take advantage of it? That's not what the script says. This lady, I've made it very clear that this Chang is taking the money you gave her to pick up girls, and you still want to spend money on him. Ha? In Xiaoli nodded rightfully. Yeah, I'm just willing to spend money on big brother Chang. You biting me? Sudong Zhuang. In Xiaoli lazily ignored Zhuang Sudong and personally helped Chung Yuan put on the green jindi and couldn't help but nod her head in satisfaction. Brother Chang, I told you, a watch as rustic as the green aqua ghost doesn't match you, or the green goldie matches your temperament. Chapter 80 is simply an almighty old baby. If it was an ordinary person, Chung Yuan wouldn't even bother to strike, but Zhuang Sudong was barely considered to be on the same level as him. Of course, it was before he got his $20 million cashback. Chang Yuan suddenly developed a small bad taste and purposely moved the green jindi to Zhuang Sudong's wrist, placing it on top of the green water ghost and shaking it a bit. Xiaoli, I don't think the green water ghost is corny either. Put. Zhuang Sudong almost spurted blood. Straight up broken defense. As if stung by a bee, he flew and pinned his arm behind his back. Surname Chang, don't be complacent. I have already filmed everything that happened just now. Even if this rich woman is blind and willing to buy you a watch, there's no way you can continue to flaunt the Hilton gym. Zhuang Sudong huffed and puffed. In this regard, Chang Yuan did not care at all. It just so happened that there were a bit too many rotten peach blossoms right now, and it was quite good for someone to help him sort it out. In Xiaoli, however, got a little worried. If it was because of her that she caused Brother Chang's confidant to misunderstand him, her sin would be great. Brother Chang, don't worry. I'll explain it in the member group and won't let the sisters misunderstand you. Chung Yuan's heart was hot. If In Xiaoli hadn't been divorced, he would have embraced her into his arms without hesitation. Look at people Xiaoli. How understanding and considerate of others. This would have been Lin Ruoyu. Forget it. Xiaoli, there's no need to explain. If you change your opinion of me just because of a few words from someone else, there's no need to have a deep relationship with such a person. Well then, Brother Chang, I'll listen to you. Zhang Rongrong on the side couldn't help but roll her eyes greatly in her heart. This fatty was so interesting. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. It's clearly a soft touch, but soft food is hard. And let this rich sister coax it. Why? Could it be that he has a particularly large capitalization? Zhang Rongrong's gaze kept moving down from Chung Yuan's face. Ha? I don't see it at all. Just as Zhang Rongrong was confused, Chung Yuan turned his head and faintly asked, Beauty, what are the classic models of ladies' watches? Zhang Rongrong was stunned, not knowing what Chung Yuan meant, and subconsciously replied, There are several classic models. I just don't know what Mr. needs. Chang Yuan pouted towards In Xiaoli. Pick one that matches Xiaoli's temperament. Zhang Rongrong's heart became more and more disdainful. This fat man is so shameless, spending other beautiful sisters' money and still taking it for granted. However, Zhang Rongrong wouldn't show it and squeezed a bright smile on her face. Sir, I recommend the lady's special customized Ditener, currently priced at 100,000 euros. After saying that, Zhang Rongrong stared straight at Chung Yuan, with an expression that seemed to say, Don't spend your beautiful sister's money if you have the ability. Can you afford 100,000 euros? At first, when she heard that it was 100,000, In Xiaoli was still relatively relaxed, but once she heard that it was euros, In Xiaoli immediately felt a bit of flesh pain. She didn't feel like buying a watch for Chung Yuan, but she had to buy it for herself. Brother Chang, I'm a housewife. There's no need for me to wear such a nice watch. Let's not. Chang Yuan, however, gently shook his head. Xiaoli, you're about to get divorced. You're about to be on your own, and you need to have a watch to act as a front. In Xiaoli was silent. Yeah, she was about to get divorced and would soon no longer be a canary in a captive home. She had to grow up fast. Good. I'll buy it. But I have to see if it fits the eye first. Zhang Rongrong suppressed her inner ecstasy and carefully took out the treasure of the store. The special customized model of Ladies Ditto. MS. In. This gentleman. The special customized version of the Ladies Daitan. A total of 100 were produced. And currently in Qingdao. This is the only one. The body is an 18K yellow gold case and the dial shows a leopard pattern. On the dial. Set with 8 diamonds. The bezel is set with 36 cognac baguette yellow sapphires and the case sides are set with 48 diamonds. The wild leopard print and ornate stones are extremely luxurious and full of character. Yin Xiaoli has been a good girl since she was a child. And after she got married, she was also a peaceful housewife. But, in fact, she has always had a rebellious wild gene embedded in her bones. Otherwise, it would not have learned that after her husband cheated on her, she was slightly tempted by Chang Yuan. Yin Xiaoli took an immediate liking to the watch. This watch is very much to my eye. I'll take it. Yin Xiaoli pulled out her bank card. Chang Yuan, however, pressed down on her small hand and looked at her in a very domineering manner. Xiaoli, you bought me a watch. It's only right that I buy you one too. You're not allowed to refuse. Saying that, Chang Yuan touched Yin Xiaoli's exclusive spending card and handed it to Zhang Rongrong. Zhang Rongrong was completely confused. What's going on? This fat guy wants to pay? Wasn't he the little, no, old white boy this pretty sister had adopted? What the hell is going on here? Zhang Rongrong received the bank card handed over by Zhou Yuan with a question mark on her head. There was a drop. The swipe was successful. Zhang Rongrong stared blankly at the bank card in her hand, and her whole body was bad. Chang, Mr. Chang, here's your card. Yin Xiaoli was touched and didn't know what to say. Brother Chang had transferred so much money to her and had wanted to return the favor by buying a watch for Brother Chang. However, Chang returned her a more expensive and better watch. Jean Pengfei isn't even a maggot compared to Big Brother Chang. Brother Chang, you just transferred so much pocket money to me and bought me a watch. You're too good to me. I can't pay you back in my life for how good you've been to me. Not caring that she was not yet divorced. Not caring that her 2 children were still on the sidelines. Yin Xiaoli took the initiative to hug Chang Yuan and wailed in his arms. Yin Xiaoli's movements were so bold that Lele and Xiaobao froze for a moment, and the 2 children subconsciously glanced at each other. Their tiny little minds were a bit confused as to why mom, godmother, suddenly hugged godfather, daddy. However, both children had been indoctrinated with some notion that such things were shy. Bao suddenly covered Lele's eyes, then closed his own. Happy, mommy and godfather are shy. Let's not look. Right, godmother and daddy shy. Yin Xiaoli then remembered that the child was watching from the side, and somewhat embarrassedly let go of Chang Yuan. Yin Xiaoli's words stunned Zhang Rongrong. This Nima. So this pretty sister is the one who's being kept? This fat guy, where's the old white guy? It's almost like a universal old baby. Although the euro is now slightly devalued, €1 can also be exchanged for $7.65. 100. 000 is $765,000. This old baby can come up with so much money at the drop of a hat. For some reason, Zhang Rongrong suddenly felt that Chang Yuan's fat face had become handsome and affectionate. Chang Yuan realized that Zhang Rongrong was a bit out of sorts and turned his head to command. Xiao Zhang, what are you doing? Wrap up the watch quickly. Chapter 81, Good for Weight Loss. For some reason, Zhang Rongrong's little heart was like a deer in headlights. A veiled glance at Yin Xiaoli made her feel like she wasn't anywhere near as bad. And, she hadn't been married and hadn't given birth to a baby yet. Since this woman who was soon to be divorced with a baby can get Mr. Chang's favor, why shouldn't she? Okay, Mr. Chang. Wait a moment. Zhang Rongrong quickly packed the 2 watches. In the process, while no one was paying attention to her, a small note was written quickly. MS. Yin, this is your watch. Mr. Chang, this is your watch. When handing over the watch, Zhang Rongrong slipped the small note into Chang Yuan's pocket without a trace. After walking out of the Rolex boutique, Chang Yuan led Yin Xiaoli straight into the Hermes boutique. A battle dress for Yin Xiaoli. Using the same rhetoric as earlier, you're about to get divorced. You're about to be on your own, and you have to have a battle dress to hold on to. Another big couple $100,000 spent. Yin Xiaoli was already numb. She felt that she owed Chang Yuan more and more, and she couldn't pay it back in this lifetime. Brother Chang doesn't have a son yet. Why don't she give Brother Chang a son too? The 2 of them carried large bags and walked out of Hisense Plaza under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people. Chang Yuan didn't go back to his own home, nor did he go to Yin Xiaoli's home, but went straight to Lin Ruwashi's rental house. The 2 kids have limited energy, and after shopping so late, they were long exhausted and fell into a deep sleep in the car. Soon, Yin Xiaoli realized something was wrong. Brother Chang, you don't seem to be on the way to my house? Chang Yuan laughed. I'll put Lele at my sister-in-law's place first. Xiaoli had a look on her face that turned out to be true. It would indeed be a bit inconvenient to bring Lele to her house. Then after dropping off Lele, send Xiaobao to his grandma's house as well later. Chang Yuan decisively refused. It's so late. Let's not disturb the old man's rest. Besides, doesn't Xiaobao have his own room? In fact, this guy wasn't the one who was worried about disturbing the old man's rest. Rather, Xiaoli will soon be divorced, and the aura of a human wife will soon disappear. Stack all the buffs while Xiaoli was still divorced. Xiaobao is kind of a not-so-small buff too. Xiaoli didn't know Chang Yuan's bad intentions and obediently nodded her head. I'll listen to Brother Chang. After a pause, Xiaoli whispered, Brother Chang, did you notice Zhang Rongrong's small movements just now? Chang Yuan was stunned. What little action? Feel your pockets when you get home later. It looks to me like she slipped a little note into your pocket. Chang Yuan laughed bitterly. Was this the little annoyance of the rich? This isn't the first time I've gotten a little note. Chang Yuan drove while he fished out the small note from his pocket, not even bothering to read the content on it, and directly kneaded it into a small ball. Rolling down the window, he casually tossed the small ball of paper out. It is reasonable to say that this kind of car window throwing is very unqualified behavior, is very much discouraged. However, Xiaoli inexplicably felt that this action was handsome, just for Brother Chang's pain in the ass. He must be served to understand tonight. Not long after, Lin Ruwashi's rental house arrived. Chang Yuan carried Lele upstairs and knocked on the door. Lin Ruwashi opened the door and playfully greeted Chang Yuan. Lin Ruwashi was wearing a rather loose nightgown, but it couldn't cover up an amazingly good figure. Chang Yuan looked at his heart and hurriedly handed the sleeping Lele to Lin Ruwashi. Ruwashi, I have to work an extra shift in the evening. Lele can only work hard for you. Lin Ruwashi didn't think much about it and softly nodded her head. Brother-in-law, just leave Joy to me. I'll pick up Joy in the morning. How's your car practice going? Lin Ruwashi laughed bitterly. After practicing for several hours in the suburbs, the oil is almost finished. I didn't expect that the luxury car consumes oil so fast. I can't afford to keep it. A little bit. Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It was his oversight. The Porsche 911 GT3 RS displacement was comparable to that of a top-of-the-line sports car, and its fuel consumption was indeed very high, so with Lin Ruwashi's meager income, it was indeed a little bit unaffordable to keep it. Chang Yuan wanted to transfer some money to Lin Ruwashi. However, according to his understanding of Lin Ruwashi, he would definitely not accept his money. Even if you take it, you'll return it. I'll talk to Yellow tomorrow and ask him to give away a few more gas cards. Can you really deliver? It should be fine. After all, we bought the top of the line. That's great. Stimulated by his sister-in-law, Chang Yuan was as fit as a fiddle when he went downstairs. After getting into the car speeds up. It took less than 10 minutes to arrive at Xiaoli's house. Xiaoli was even more urgent than Chang Yuan, and after settling down Xiaobao, she directly pounced on him. The entire person was hanging onto Chang Yuan's body, kissing him frantically. Chang Yuan was also in a hurry, holding the young woman's plump and delicate body with force, and knocking on the teeth in a very domineering manner. With a push of his arm, he picked her up straight away, striding towards the living room couch, heavily pressing Xiaoli onto the couch. Chang Yuan especially likes this copy of the living room, especially while fixing the plumbing and looking at wedding photos. The sense of ambience is enhanced by 200%. Xiaoli, however, suddenly pressed against Chang Yuan's chest and whispered, Brother Chang, after shopping for most of the day, I haven't washed yet. Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. The bathroom copy is also worth exploring properly. Chang Yuan fiercely exerted his strength and directly picked up Xiaoli, quickly walking towards the bathroom. Xiaoli realized what Chang Yuan was thinking and instantly became a bit flustered. Brother Chang, don't be like this. Wash them separately. Unfortunately, how could Chang Yuan miss such a good opportunity? Badly, he pushed open the bathroom door. The two of them washed for a good hour before they stepped out of the shower wrapped in towels. Chang Yuan was clearly already holding his back a bit, but he still pulled Xiaoli to the living room sofa with great interest. Xiaoli, however, was a bit apprehensive. It's not good to be in the living room, right? In case you wake your son up, how will you explain when you see it? Big Brother Chang, it's better to go to the bedroom today. It's not good to let Xiaobao see it. Seeing Xiaoli's insistence, Chang Yuan slightly regretted and could only follow Xiaoli into the bedroom. Then Chang Yuan discovered a new continent. On the bedroom wall, the same wedding photo hangs. It's not regrettable. Hey, another hour passed. Chang Yuan lit a cigarette, and the contented little young woman nestled in his arms as if she were a cat. There was a ding. A familiar beep sounded. Task progress billing. The host successfully lost £4 and was rewarded $800. $000. Dodo. I got a message on my cell phone that $800,000 had arrived. The corner of Chang Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. Today even lost 4 pounds at once? Is fixing the plumbing even good for weight loss? This hose could use more work in the future. Chapter 82 3 Attribute Points. Chang Yuan wrapped his arms around Yin Xiaoli and went into a daze. This sleep was quite sweet. Chang Yuan was woken up by the system beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing Girlfriend's Regret. Gain 1 yellow skill card and 3 attribute points. Do you use the skill card? Chang Yuan hesitantly asked. Are the skill cards temporary skills or permanent skills? Permanent skills. Chang Yuan put down his heart. Use. Chang Yuan felt a surge of heat emerge from his chest, soaring up and merging into his mind. Images suddenly flashed through his mind. Since the age of 3, he has been obsessed with chess, for almost 30 years now. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Grandmaster level Go skill. Do you want to use the attribute points? How do attribute points work? Please ask the host to open the system panel. Chang Yuan hurriedly opened the system panel. Host, Chang Yuan. Age, 34. Height, 179 plus. Weight, 207 pounds. Health, 65 plus. Intelligence, 119 plus. Force, 80 plus. Wealth, $260. 235. 86. Natural ability, none. Progress of the main mission, 0%. Changes in weight are normal. But how did health and force change as well? However, Chang Yuan didn't look deeper and put his attention on the plus and behind the numbers. System. A number followed by the plus sign is an increase and a number followed by the sign is a decrease? Yes, host. Chang Yuan began to use the method of elimination. The first thing to be ruled out was weight. He could lose a few pounds every day. There was really no need to waste such precious attribute points. At 179, you can add a little bit to that. After all, 180 is the standard height of a male god. Health is a bit low. He has to make sure he's healthy now that he's so rich. He could add a bit. Intelligence can also be considered. It seems that after reaching 120, you are considered to be in the smart category. If you use force, forget it. What kind of a godly man goes out and fights all day? Doesn't it smell good to hire a couple of bodyguards? With that, Chang Yuan weighed his options. Ended up adding all 3 attribute points to health. Content overhauled due to unavoidable factors. Chang Yuan only felt a heat all over his body, especially at his dantian. A shocking and incomparable heat flow erupted. It's full of power. Chang Yuan laughed badly and rolled over once. An hour later, Chang Yuan lit a cigarette. Dodo. Yin Xiaoli's cell phone suddenly rang. Yin Xiaoli touched it and her face changed. Brother Chang, get up quickly. Jin Pengfei is back. Chang Yuan was startled and dressed quickly. Soon, Chang Yuan calmed down. Jin Pengfei, that goon. Even if he really blocked him, what could he do? Chang Yuan slowly and methodically put on his clothes and kissed Yin Xiaoli's cheek before he leisurely walked out of the house. After descending from the elevator to the underground parking lot, Chang Yuan didn't return to his car at the first opportunity, but instead acted as if he was looking for something or someone. Back and forth, he cruised through the underground parking lot. Jin Pengfei's eyes are very sharp, and at a glance, he discovered Chang Yuan hanging around the door of his own unit, and his frightened heart and lungs almost jumped out of his throat. This asshole. This is to get back at him. Moving. Have to move. Jin Pengfei hurriedly lowered his head and took advantage of the fact that Chang Yuan didn't notice him and drove the car to the parking space in front of the door of the next unit, and went up to the first floor through the door of the next unit. Walked out the door of the flat to the door of his own flat. Didn't even dare to take the elevator. Took the stairs all the way back home. Looking around, Jin Pengfei didn't find Chang Yuan's figure and opened the door quickly. Once inside, Jin Pengfei froze once again. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his wife's state had changed for the better. The little face was flushed and so delicate that it could practically squeeze out water. It just so happened that because of the matter of the obligatory imitations, he had eaten a bellyful of anger on Lin Ruoyu's side. So let's find a little warmth in his wife. Jin Pengfei quickly stepped in front of Yin Xiaoli and looked at her with a fiery gaze. Honey, it's still early. Let's go rest for a while. Yin Xiaoli coldly swept a glance at Jin Pengfei. I'm a little tired. Some other time. Jin Pengfei was a little upset. Honey, you didn't used to be like this. Every time I came home, you've changed lately. I've even taken the initiative to mention it twice. You've been putting it off. Are you seeing someone else? Yin Xiaoli was furious. This asshole. It's obvious he's got someone else on the outside. And you have the nerve to backpedal. I'm home all day with the kids. You're out having a fling every day. How dare you say I have someone outside? Do you have a conscience? Tell me in your own conscience. How many times have you rejected me? I can't count them. Can I? I've only rejected you twice. Okay? This Jean Pengfei is a bit unreasonable. Okay, I misspoke. I wronged you, okay? How can you forgive me? How do you think I can forgive you? How long has it been since you gave me alimony? Yin Xiaoli's strategy succeeded. And once she mentioned money, Jean Pengfei instantly lost interest. Money. Is money all you women know how to do? Lin Ruoyu was like this. And so was Yin Xiaoli. It's so boring. Doesn't he, Jean Pengfei, deserve pure love? Chapter 83, Yin Xiaoli's divorce. The two Xiaobaos were woken up and pushed the door open, looking at Yin Xiaoli in a daze. Mom, what are you and Dad arguing about in the morning? Yin Xiaoli, worried that Xiaobao had spoken out of turn, hugged Xiaobao and bawled her eyes out. Jean Pengfei, you heartless thing. Little treasure is still at home. How dare you miss me that much? Woo. The cloud of doubt in Jean Pengfei's heart instantly dissipated. He was the one who thought too much. Bo is still at home. Even if Yin Xiaoli was bold, she wouldn't dare to steal in front of Xiaobao. It seems that she rejected herself because she had just used her hand. Jean Pengfei's tone softened. I'm going to go squint for a bit while you prepare a little breakfast for me. I'll be traveling in a bit. 9 o'clock sharp flight. After saying that, Jean Pengfei went into the bedroom and opened the window to get some air. Yin Xiaoli's eyes flashed a trace of determination. Cannot be delayed any longer? Just now it is too dangerous. If let Jean Pengfei catch her handle, there is no way to let Jean Pengfei net out of the house. After breakfast, Yin Xiaoli took Xiaobao out. Bao, if mommy and daddy get a divorce, will you blame mommy? Pa shook his head vigorously. I don't blame mom at all. Mom should have divorced dad a long time ago. Once I saw daddy kissing a strange aunt in the car. Daddy is bad, getting drunk and hitting mommy. So are you with dad or mom? I'm definitely with mom. Good boys. Having received Xiaobao's support, Yin Xiaoli's attitude became even more resolute. After dropping little treasure off at the kindergarten, Yin Xiaoli found her divorce attorney and took him straight back home. Jean Pengfei woke up hungry and pushed open the door yelling, Wife, is the meal ready? Quickly present it to me. Then, Jean Pengfei froze. That's strange. Why is my wife sitting on the couch and not moving? Also, who is this guy in a suit next to her? Honey, who is he? A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Yin Xiaoli's mouth. Jean Pengfei, let me introduce to you. This is my divorce lawyer, Huang Binghui Huang. Divorce lawyer? Jean Pengfei had a head full of question marks. What's going on here? Hello Mr. Jean, MS. Yin has given me full authority over the divorce. And this is our client's claim. After saying that, Huang Binghui pulled out a divorce agreement and placed it in front of Jean Pengfei. Jean Pengfei looked at Yin Xiaoli with a gloomy face. Wife, are you playing with me for real? Since she had already come this far, Yin Xiaoli simply stopped pretending. Jean Pengfei, don't call me wife. I'm disgusted. Grab the divorce papers and sign them, so we can still save face for each other. Jean Pengfei coldly grabbed the divorce agreement and directly gave him a smile. Custody, real estate, stocks, all the savings all for you? Leaving me only one car? Still not giving me visitation rights? Yin Xiaoli, why don't you go to heaven? Snort. Jean Pengfei tore the divorce agreement to shreds. Huang Binghui wasn't annoyed at all, fumbling for his cell phone and pulling up a video file. Mr. Kim, I advise you to calm down and look at these videos before making your own decision. If you don't want these videos to get out on the internet and to your company, what should be done? You understand. Jean Pengfei took the cell phone with a suspicious face. Then his face changed drastically. Yin Xiaoli, this person, has long started to collect information about him? No wonder he hasn't been allowed to touch it lately. Damn it! Jean Pengfei's pupils kept flickering, wanting to smash the phone to pieces and destroy all the evidence. Huang Binghui saw his intentions and said with a smile, that cell phone is a basic model I bought for forensics. It's not worth much. The evidence has long been deposited on my cloud disk. If smashing the phone will make you happier, then by all means. The veins on Jean Pengfei's brain were bulging. He was practically furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. In the end, Jean Pengfei sat on his butt on the sofa as if he was a deflated leather ball. Done. All those years of fighting for the family fortune, all gone. However, the priority now was to keep his job, and as long as he had a job, he could turn it around. Xiaoli, we are husband and wife. Even if we can't go on, I hope we can end peacefully. The deposit, the house, the children, I can give you. Only one thing, the visitation rights can't be cancelled for me. This is my bottom line. Yin Xiaoli nodded hesitantly. Then you will be allowed to visit your child once a week. However, you may not take the child home privately. Jean Pengfei was slightly relieved. He didn't have to visit the child, but he wanted to see how much Yin Xiaoli resented him through this. Yin Xiaoli's reaction gave him a little hope. Xiaoli, I can sign, but you have to make him delete all the evidence in front of me. If these videos leak out, we'll be fish out of water. Yin Xiaoli has a great life and doesn't want to die with Jean Pengfei. Of course, she wouldn't be intimidated by Jean Pengfei. Alright, Jean Pengfei, after so many years of marriage, I still don't know what kind of person you are. Now give you a knife. Do you dare? Don't worry about it. After the divorce, I would hate for the two of us to never be involved. I promise you, as long as you sign the papers, all the videos will be deleted in front of you. Good. I'll sign. Swish swish swish. Jean Pengfei signed his name to the divorce agreement. Yin Xiaoli let out a slight sigh of relief. However, she still didn't completely put her heart into her stomach. She can't wait to get her divorce papers now. Jean Pengfei, the Civil Affairs Bureau is now at work. We're going to get the divorce license out right now. However, the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau will usually give us a 1-month cooling off period for the divorce. And I don't want to cool off. I'll tell them that you're guilty of domestic violence. So please cooperate. What makes you say I have domestic abuse? It's fine if I don't say you're a domestic abuser. Then say you're a cheater? Take your pick. Domestic violence won't work. Just say we've been separated for over 6 months. Okay? If separation is not good for more than 6 months, then domestic violence. Good. The other side. Chang Yuan picked up Lele and headed straight to the Hilton. He was going to hit the restaurant for a bit and fix Lele's breakfast on the way. In fact, Chang Yuan wanted to bring Lin Ruoxi along, but Lin Ruoxi insisted on driving herself to work, insisting that her driving skills had improved a lot. Chang Yuan looked at the 911 kilometers and realized that his sister-in-law had indeed run a lot last night, and was slightly relieved. Lin Ruoxi arrived at Futai Plaza all the way without any danger, and parked her car in the closest position to the elevator entrance with great generosity. Coincidentally, Hao Sugar's Honda Accord drove over, saw an empty parking space next to 911, and hurriedly drove over. While backing up the car, he saw Lin Ruoxi in the rearview mirror pull open the door and walk down. How Sweetie's whole body was bad. Nima, too much luck. Ha? Why did you run into Lin Ruoxi? If it had been someone else's 911, How Sweetie would have definitely parked next to it and looked for a chance to get acquainted. But it was Lin Ruoxi. How Sweetie stepped on the gas, as if she were a lost dog, and drove far away, even turning a corner before stopping the car. Chapter 84, I Am the Rich Woman. Lin Ruoxi almost couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Hao Xingtian's little action. So How Sweetie knows shame too. The feeling was such a relief. It's all a credit to my brother-in-law. She couldn't repay her brother-in-law for giving her such a nice car, so she had no choice but to return the favor. Going from sister-in-law to daughter-in-law seems like a good option. Chang Yuan ate and drank enough, sent Lele to the kindergarten, and then returned to the Hilton and went to the gym. Chang Yuan vaguely felt that the atmosphere inside the gym was a bit odd. When the two receptionist girls saw him, they subconsciously lowered their heads, completely lacking the enthusiasm of the previous days. Chang Yuan walked over to the bar and faintly asked, Mimi, is Shiki here yet? Zhang Mimi glanced at Chang Yuan's wrist with a complicated gaze. Principal Zhuang really didn't lie. Big brother Chang was really wearing a green Rolex gold watch. Nini Zhang said in a very formulaic manner. Coming. Sister Shichi is over at the dynamic cycling room. Okay, thanks. The two women whispered as Chang Yuan walked away. I really didn't expect that big brother Chang would be an old white man who was being kept. That sisterine is so powerful that she casually bought him a $500,000 watch. Sisterine's so powerful out of my expectations. Her aesthetics even more out of my expectations. Our gym so many handsome muscular male trainers. How she chose a fat ah? In vain I thought brother Chang was a godly man. I've been so attentive to him in the past few days, but I didn't realize that he's an old man who's being kept. It's disgusting. Lu Shiqi and Shin Manwan had also seen the evidence that Zhuang Sudong had posted inside the member group. Lu Shiqi is not at all believe these so-called evidence of Huang Sudong. Cheng big brother spend money kind of don't care about the strength. Absolutely not like a person who was adopted. Shen Manwan didn't believe Zhuang Sudong's words either. Because, she asked her sisters about Yin Xiaoli's family. Her husband is a listed company in the middle level, and his annual salary is just a few $100,000. How can you possibly spend so much money on Fargo? On the contrary, she would believe it if it was Fargo who had adopted Yin Xiaoli. Those few members who were delayed by Shin Manwan's course came over and looked at Shin Manwan with a hateful gaze. Man, look at you. You're looking at the wrong person, aren't you? Postponing our class for such a bagged player. Are you losing money? Man. Don't say anything. Hurry back and give us lessons. The mansion is not that easy to get into. Man. I told you a long time ago not to be fooled by that fat guy. But you just don't believe me. Man. I suggest you hurry up and get rid of all the bags and whatnot that fat guy bought you, in case he turns around and asks you for them. For a while, there was a lot of talk. Shen Manwan looked at the group indifferently. I trust brother Yuan. I'll admit it even if I'm cheated by him. If you have a problem, go complain about me. Or, just go ahead and withdraw my class. I don't have a problem with that. After saying that, Shen Manwen turned around in a huff and left. Soon, Shen Manwen arrived at the dynamic cycling room. Yesterday there was a lot of activity in the spinning room, but the door was closed. It's only Lu Shiki alone. Shen Manwen's pupils flickered for a moment, deliberately putting on an expression of watching a good show. Shiki, why are you still here? Didn't you see the video Principal Zhuang posted in the group? Big Brother Chang is being adopted. What does it matter if Big Brother Chang is adopted or not? He bought my lessons and I gave him lessons. It's as simple as that. Shen Manwen breathlessly rolled her eyes. This Lu Shiqi, really a dead brain, can't hear the deep meaning inside her words? Shiki, why don't you transfer Brother Chang's class to me? Don't let Brother Chang ruin your reputation. Anyway, my reputation was ruined a long time ago. I don't care. Luscious is just straight, not stupid. The more Shen Manwen was like this, the more she was convinced of her judgment. People like Zhuang Sudong can't be trusted to talk. Big Brother Chang will never be underwritten. Otherwise, with the shrewdness of this little vixen, Shen Manwen, she would definitely draw a line with Big Brother Chang in the first place. The two of them were pulling at it when Chang Yuan changed into his exercise clothes and slowly walked into the dynamic cycling room. Ha! It's so quiet today, isn't it? Just the two of you? Lu Shiqi and Shen Manwen instantly blossomed into bright and incomparable smiles. Brother Chang, you're here. We've been waiting for you for a while. Chang Yuan asked with interest. Why do you feel that today's atmosphere is strange? How come there's no one in the dynamic cycling room? A beaten male voice suddenly came from behind. What else could it be because of? It must be because of the video I posted inside the member group. Surname Chang, your ugly face has been exposed by me. There won't be any more female members to hold your feet. Chang Yuan turned around and saw Zhuang Sudong looking at him with a beat-up smile and a cheap look. Behind Zhuang Sudong, there were two male members who looked a bit lewd. These two did not mock Chang Yuan, but instead looked at him expectantly. Brother Chang, do you accept disciples? The two of us also want to find a rich woman to adopt. Before Chang Yuan could speak, Lu Shiqi and Shen Manwen rushed out as if they were two lionesses. What are you guys babbling about? How could Big Brother Chang be adopted? Zhuang Sudong, you're not allowed to smear Big Brother Chang. Otherwise, I'll pull you into our Hilton Gym's blacklist. Zhuang Sudong was furious. Lu Shiqi, are you really going to do this to me for an adopted boy? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you? That's your right. On the side, Shen Manwen also stood out. Zhuang Sudong, if you dare to smear my Big Brother Chang again, I'll immediately withdraw all your classes. Never take your classes again. Zhuang Sudong almost laughed in anger. This Shen Manwen, really interesting, he bought the class that will. A mouthful of a brother called. Do not mention how intimate. Now you want to drop out of a class? Haven't heard of any fitness instructor scaring members by dropping classes. After all, it's all money. Chang Yuan was satisfied with both women's performance and said with a smile, let's go to class. We don't need to take care of those annoying guys. Well, Big Brother Chang, let's start with the dynamic cycling. Your physical fitness has gotten a little better over the past few days, so let's pick up the pace a little bit today. Is that okay? Could be. Zhuang Sudong was furious. He was surprisingly ignored by the three. How can this be tolerated? One of the lapdogs came out with a bad idea with a bad smile on his face. Headmaster Shuang, since they chose to go cold turkey, let's heat it up for them. Call all the members up here and visit this bag dead weight together. Zhuang Sudong's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Come on, let's go regiment people. In the meantime, Yin Xiaoli finally got her divorce papers as she wanted. Yin Xiaoli was trembling with excitement and pulled out her cell phone, wanting to tell Chang Yuan the good news. Then she suddenly realized that the Hilton Gym membership group had exploded and the chat figure had reached 999 plus. Yin Xiaoli clicked on it and was furious. Damn Zhuang Sudong, how dare you smear her Chang brother so much? Originally, she wasn't too keen on exposing her relationship with Chang Yuan, but now, she couldn't care less. Yin Xiaoli pulled up the photos taken last night and sent them directly inside the member group. I'm the rich woman who adopted Big Brother Chang, as Principal Zhuang said. Thank you for the gift that Big Brother Chang bought me. I like it very much. Chapter 85, the real monkeys are actually them. Needless to say, Zhuang Sudong still has a bit of a calling in the Hilton Gym. After all, before Chang Yuan, he was Hilton Gym's explicitly one divine hero. With a greeting from Zhuang Sudong, close to half of the members came to the dynamic cycling room to observe the legendary first godly man who had been adopted. Once again, the spinning room was packed to the rafters. However, unlike before, everyone's gaze towards Chang Yuan was a bit teasing, and there were no more chasing voices. I told you the dead fat guy doesn't have any semblance of a godly spirit, right? Now that the case is solved, I didn't realize that he was a contestant who was adopted by a rich woman. What a laugh. Taking money from a rich woman to act like a pussy at the gym. Now you've been exposed, right? I've looked for acquaintances to inquire about this Mr. Chang's old background, and he's been brilliant before, but in those 3 years, his cafeteria closed down, and he's currently delivering couriers to support his family. A few days ago, when I heard that Lin Ruoyu divorced him, I still felt sorry for Lin Ruoyu, but now it seems that it's good to leave. The members were talking harder and harder. Chang Yuan didn't care, but Lu Shiqi and Shin Manwen couldn't endure a little bit. Lu Shiqi directly turned the volume to the maximum and handed Chang Yuan a pair of earplugs. That deafening music shook away some of the members. However, Lu Shiqi still somewhat underestimated the determination of these members to see what was going on. Froze until the end of the song. Lu Shiqi had no recourse, but Shin Manwen would not spoil these members. Anyway, she recognized Brother Chang, and one day, she would take Brother Chang and become his woman. At that point, I guess I won't be able to continue working as a fitness instructor. After all, what kind of posh wife is a fitness instructor? Even a canary raised by a godly man can't always show his face like this, can he? What's all this noise? If you're dabbling in class, you should be a bit more aware of dabbling in class. So be quiet. Otherwise, don't blame me for blowing you all out. Shin Manwen suddenly became so spirited that it subdued most of the members. After all, Shin Manwen was a Hilton star fitness instructor, and offending her would not be a good idea in the Hilton gym in the future. However, Shen Manwen could not suppress Zhuang Sudong. Zhuang Sudong and the gym supervisor had a strong relationship and often drank together, took baths together, and went up to the 3rd floor together. Shen Manwen, do you think we're scared? What do you mean by dabbling in your class? Do you have a cycling class today? You're also dabbling in other people's Shichi's weight loss class. You still have the face to scream here? You. Shen Manwen was choked. She was indeed dabbling in class. A bit of a misnomer. To the side, Lu Shichi stepped forward. Man didn't dabble in the class. She's Brother Chang's personal photographer. And I, Lu Shichi, refuse to let anyone dabble in the class. It's no problem if you want to follow me for weight loss lessons. Please go and make up the lesson fee. Oh yeah, selling private lessons on my side is 10 lessons to start. This, paying back the class fee for 10 classes just to eat a melon? Isn't that pure? The members smirked and exited the motorcycle room. Seeing that, his own maneuvers were about to be dissolved by Shen Manwen and Lu Shichi, Zhuang Sudong couldn't sit still and said loudly, "Friends, even if we don't dabble in the class, we can still watch the fun outside. Could it be that the entire gym is owned by him, Lu Shichi and Shen Manwen?" The crowd had a bad smile on their faces. Yes, the kinetic bicycle room was separated by transparent glass, and looking at it from the outside was like looking at monkeys in a zoo. Seems more interesting. For a moment, the crowd's feet stopped and they gathered around the kinetic bicycle room to see what was going on. It didn't matter to Shin Manwen and Lu Shichi. They were already star fitness trainers and had members surrounding them every day. However, the two women were worried that Chang Yuan would be a bit unable to withstand it. Lu Shichi said harmoniously, "Brother Chang, if you mind, I can pull the curtain." Chang Yuan shrugged. They can watch it if they want to. They must not realize when they treat others as monkeys that the real monkeys are actually them. The two girls glanced at each other. Brother Chang's heart was too strong. There was no need for them to worry at all. Front desk. Wan Ling suddenly looked at Mimi Zhang with great excitement. "Mimi, you'll watch the front desk by yourself. I'll go to the dynamic cycling room to check out the hustle and bustle." "What's the buzz?" "Watching monkeys. Right now. Half of our gym members are in the spinning room watching the monkeys. I'll go watch it first and come back later to replace you." Although Mimi Zhang was a bit disappointed in Chang Yuan, however, Mimi Zhang did not have the idea of falling on her sword and said with some lack of interest, "Fine. You go ahead. You can just watch it yourself. There's no need to change me." "Good." Zhang Mimi was a little bored as she picked up her cell phone and looked through the member groups. Just then, Yin Xiaoli sent a few messages. Tentatively, Mimi Zhang stood up, a face of shock. "Oh, my goodness. Brother Chang has bought so many gifts for Sister Yin? It's $1 million. That's almost $800,000 just for a watch. How can this be Sister Yin's adopted Brother Chang? It's Sister Yin that Brother Chang has adopted, isn't it? No, Yin is married with a child. What's going on?" Although Zhang Mimi was a bit puzzled, what she understood was that Chang Yuan was a true divine magnificent without a doubt, and now she had a chance to defend the Godhawk. Zhang Mimi couldn't even care about the front desk, and darted forward, quickly overtaking Wan Ling. "Mimi, didn't we agree that you would watch the bleachers? What are you going to do?" "Wait for me." Wan Ling hurriedly caught up with Mimi Zhang. Soon, the two women arrived at the door of the dynamic cycling room. While Wan Ling subconsciously joined the army of people watching the monkeys, Nini Zhang forcefully rushed through the crowd and stormed into the motorcycle room, grabbing the microphone. What are you looking at? What's the matter with you? Disperse. Otherwise, one of you will be counted. You'll all be blacklisted. How dare you offend Brother Chang? Don't you want to be a gangster? Gah! The members were confused. Totally don't know what Nini Zhang is up to. Isn't she usually very well behaved and understanding? Doesn't she always smile at everyone? What's wrong with you? Wan Ling was completely confused. What's up with the boobs? Offending so many members for a packaged player. Is she crazy? Wan Ling, who was very close to Nini Zhang, hurriedly rushed into the dynamic cycling room and kept shaking her head at her, whispering, Nini, are you crazy? If so many members complain about you together, the supervisor will probably fire you. Chang Yuan also looked at Nini Zhang with interest, wondering why she was being so. When he passed by the front desk just now, this little girl was clearly a bit disappointed in him. However, this little girl didn't say anything unpleasant. Nini Zhang gave Wan Ling a reassuring look. Ling Ling, don't worry, they definitely wouldn't dare to complain about me. Wan Ling was practically dying of anxiety. Yet, she was at a complete loss as to what to do. If her best sister was fired, would she have to stay here? Just as Wan Ling was in a state of sixes and sevens, the members outside exploded. Nest, you guys, look at this. Something big is happening in the member group. Chapter 86, Principal Zhuang. Stop acting. The members hurriedly pulled out their cell phones and saw the messaging Shelley had sent to the group. And then, everyone was a bit bad. In order to worry about certain people not recognizing her customized ditone, Shelley had thoughtfully posted the small shopping ticket as well. All the members all looked dumbfounded. Naya, why is this customized lady's Daytona so expensive? How come I've never heard of it before? Old Zhang, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. The Daytona is normally a men's model, and the women's model was only produced in 100. It's no exaggeration to say that in the entire Qingdao Island, it's this unique. I go so it's a customized limited edition God watch? No wonder it's so expensive. And a whole set of Hermes. Brother Chang is too luxurious, right? He spent millions of dollars on this MS. How can she be taken care of? Can someone calculate how much money Brother Chang has spent in the past few days? Just the ones we know about, the ones we can count, are close to 2 million, and some we haven't seen. Our gang is ridiculous. How dare we treat a godly man like Big Brother Chang like a monkey? So it turns out that we are the real monkeys. This is bad. We've offended Brother Chang. This super godly man. It's all Principal Zhuang's fault for misleading us. Headmaster Zhuang, didn't you say that Brother Chang is an old white man who's been adopted? Can someone who was being adopted have such strength? Zhuang Sudan's entire body was bad. No way. That's not true. This Chang guy, he even spent over $1 million on that rich woman. No. He even spent over $1 million on that MS. What kind of strength does he have to dare to spend so wildly? Must be worth at least $100 million? Such a big boss, casually moving his finger, can crush him to death. A large cold sweat oozed from Zhuang Sudong's head. Not wanting to be a sitting duck, he pushed away the members who were verbally abusing him and rushed to Chang Yuan, bowing deeply to him. Brother Chang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you. Please let me go like a fart. Everyone quieted down and looked at Chang Yuan nervously, not knowing how Chang Yuan would judge. Chang Yuan grinned. Principal Zhuang, stop acting. Gah, stop acting? What do you mean? Zhuang Sudong looked at Chang Yuan with a confused expression. The members were also confused. Chang Yuan smiled and patted Zhuang Sudong's shoulder, saying in a harmonious voice, President Zhuang, there are too many female members in the dynamic cycling room these days, causing me a lot of distress. Thanks to your cooperation, you helped me comb through those female members, and now it seems that only Shichi Manwan and Mimi are my real friends. The male members were a little better. The female members' faces changed. This damn Zhuang Sudong. So it's a double act with Brother Chang to trick them out of the game. Thanks to the fact that they trusted Zhuang Sudong so much, they followed him over to watch the monkey show. This time, they were completely out of the game, and there was no more chance to get close to Brother Chang, the super godly man. Nini Zhang was so happy. Thanks to the fact that she was only a little disappointed just now, she didn't speak out against Chang Yuan, or else she would have completely lost this opportunity as well. What are you still doing here? Not humiliating enough? All of them are people with status and position. Good enough for you? The members, one by one, covered their faces in shame and dispersed hurriedly. There's only one person swimming against the current. That would be the late arrival of Juju. Xu Shui had received quite a few invitations from her celebrity group sisters in the past few days, and she had socialized until late almost every night, passing on lessons on how to pick up a super goddess. Last night was the same. drinking until 2 a.m., so I got up a little late. Brother Chang, there's me. I'm your good friend too. Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew that Zhu Shui was a gold-digging woman. However, Zhu Shui's face and body are good in all aspects. Chang Yuan didn't exclude meeting up with a quality gold-digging girl like her. However, he definitely wouldn't invest a single bit of emotion in Zhu Shui. Of course, there's a caveat to all of this. Zhu Shui can get stuck on the system's criteria for determining a girlfriend. In that case, Chang Yuan would be happy to be an emotionless money-swiping machine and swipe a few quests on Zhu Shui's body. Chang Yuan looked at Zhu Shui with a smile. Oh, Snowy, you say you're my good friend, but where were you when I was being mobbed and ridiculed? How can I trust you when you only showed up after Shelly helped me write my name? Zhu Shui hurriedly explained. Brother Chang, I got up late today. I've just arrived here. I didn't join the crowd that surrounded you. Instead, I've excused and explained for you many times in the group. However, no one believed my words. Saying that, Zhu Shui opened the member group and rummaged through her chats, handing her phone to Chang Yuan. Last night, Zhu Shui played with her cell phone for a while before going to bed, and saw that someone was denigrating Chang Yuan in the group, and casually retorted a couple of sentences. The 2 lines of her rebuttal were quickly drowned out without making the slightest wave. These 2 words, however, brought about a reversal in her destiny. A reversal of fortune. Chang Yuan looked at what Zhu Shui had said, then looked at the time and returned the phone to Zhu Shui with a smile. Well then, add one more. Yuki is my best friend too. Zhu Shui's pink face was flushed with excitement. She was incredibly glad that last night, through a few moments of drunkenness, she had said a couple of words to help Chang Yuan exculpate himself. She had finally slightly reversed the impression in Cheng's inner mind. Right now, her only enemies were Lu Shiqi and Shin Manhwan. As for Mimi Zhang, she was directly ignored. Just a small receptionist. Lu Shiqi and Shin Manhwan also looked through the member groups, saw the message sent by Yin Xiaoli. Shen Manhwan, this little green. No, this good sister directly went weak in the legs. The gaze that looked at Chang Yuan almost melted him. She really wasn't wrong. Her big brother Chang really was a real godly man, and it was the very top-notch kind. She wasn't seeking to marry brother Chang now, and she was satisfied to be a foreign room for him. Even a young woman like Yin Xiaoli, brother Chang can buy a gift of over $1 million. She's still intact, and Chang bought her at least $10 million in gifts. The garage will definitely be taken care of for her. If Chang Yuan had heard Shen Manhwan's heartfelt words, he would have smiled and told her, Manhwan, you're underestimating yourself too much, aren't you? Even Yin Xiaoli has a $60 million girlfriend fund. You're at least over $100 million, right? Lu Shiqi didn't go weak in the knees, but all those so-called insistents within her heart were thrown to the winds. Brother Chang was so bold and, being such a gentleman, never took advantage of her. Such a good man. If you miss this village, you won't have this store. Have to work on that a bit. Chapter 87 Blood Loss Shikinga. Lu Shiqi squeezed out a sweet smile. Brother Chang, now that there are no more of those annoying people, let's continue with the weight loss class, shall we? Good. Chang Yuan felt very cozy even though there were fewer demonic ES to keep him company, because the 3 women in front of them were almost the ceiling of the Hilton gym. Half an hour later, the dynamic cycling program ended. Chang Yuan looked all over. Not. Chang Yuan practiced all over hot. There were no classes in the yoga studio today, so the 4 of them went to the yoga studio. The 3 women were relaxing Chang Yuan together, not to mention how much they enjoyed it. Shen Manhwan moved the fastest and grabbed the best position, sitting on Chang Yuan's backside with one buttock, gently helping Chang Yuan press and rub his shoulders and back. Brother Chang, did you send the video you shot yesterday? How was the effect? Amount. Chang Yuan was slightly embarrassed. He was so busy fixing the plumbing last night that he forgot all about the Jitterbug number. So what? Got a little busy last night with an extra shift. Then send out the video after Brother Chang has finished relaxing. Good. 10 minutes later, Chang Yuan sat up with a relaxed body and did not mince words of praise. Psyche, Maven, and Snow, you guys are very professional at relaxing. I'm not sore at all anymore. Before the 2 women could respond, Shin Manhwan grabbed the lead and said, Brother Chang, grab the video. Good. Shin Manhwan hand-in-hand tutorials for how to get the video, how to edit the text, but also at a lot of fitness and weight loss or something super talk. Chang Yuan casually threw in $10,000 of shake plus for a little fun. The 3 women who made it kind of won't. If their gym's public number was so crazy about money, their fans would have broken 100,000 long ago. Why would they have to work so hard to sell a class? In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. Chang Yuan's weight loss course is all finished. After a simple shower, Chang Yuan came to the rest area. Normally, girls shower much slower than boys, but the three girls were already waiting in the rest area. As you can see, they simply rinse off and don't even get to do skincare. Thanks to three great friends who took me on a diet and helped me relax. I'll buy you a big lunch at noon. Chang Yuan led the three women into the second-floor restaurant under the envious gazes of many members. Yang Xiaoming greeted him very warmly. Mr. Chang, your fat loss meal is ready. And so are mans and shikis. This one? Chang Yuan nodded slightly. Xiao Shue's diet meal will come for a month as well. Okay. The 5888 fat loss meal is indescribably luxurious. And the three women are eating with their mouths full of oil. However, they are not worried about growing meat. After eating and drinking her fill, Lu Shiqi asked with slight anticipation, Big Brother Chang, are we going swimming this afternoon? Shen Manwan and Zhu Shui raised their heads at the same time. If Brother Chang went swimming in the afternoon, they must be in high spirits. Chang Yuan was rather interested in swimming. However, Zhang Ping had just sent him a message that the landlord would come over at 2 p.m. and he had to go sign the purchase contract. No swimming this afternoon. Something came up. Lu Shiqi was slightly disappointed. Shen Manwan asked with a smile, Brother Chang, what's your business this afternoon? Is it convenient to talk about it? What's so inconvenient about it? Go buy a second-hand house this afternoon, so that it's convenient for your daughter to go to kindergarten. Shen Manwan's eyes lit up. Is it convenient to bring me along? I'll film your daily life. I'm sure the water friends should be quite interested in the house bought by the divine hero. Chang Yuan hesitated and gently shook his head. It's better not to. This house. It's where my daughter lives for school. I don't want my daughter's life to be disturbed. A disappointed expression appeared on Shen Manwan's face. Brother Chang, it's because I didn't think things through well. I really shouldn't have disturbed Lele's life. Chang Yuan harmonized. The next time you take possession of the house, you can go and shoot it instead. Shen Manwan regained her composure. Yes. After a pause, Shen Manwan asked with interest, Brother Chang, you just bought 10,000 Shake Plus. How many fans did you gain in total? How many likes did it gain? Chang Yuan hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened Shake and checked the background information. Then Chang Yuan closed himself up. $10,000 of real money was dropped. And after a few hours of skewed traffic, it gained a total of over 60,000 views. However, the number of likes was a paltry 36 and the number of followers only went up by 29. A follower is $100 and a like is $10. That's a total of $3,260 in rebates. The total investment was $10,000. And so far, it's still over $6,000 in the red. Of course, the 10,000 Shake Plus traffic tilt isn't quite over yet. But as anyone who has played Shake Plus knows, just for the first few hours, the traffic goes up fast. And the further back you go, the lower the traffic gets. Unless the quality of the work is very good and the finish is exceptionally high, the traffic pool will gradually expand. And judging by the numbers right now, the amount of finished broadcasts is pretty dismal. It's only gone up a total of 29 followers. Shen Manwan had a look of self-blame on her face. Brother Chang, it's all my fault for bad video editing. Next video, I'll make sure to edit it properly for you. Chang Yuan gently shook his head. Man, it's not you. Maybe it's because I don't show my face. Or maybe it's because people don't like to see fat geeks. Ha ha ha. Shen Manwan hurriedly retorted. Chang Big Brother is not a fat house. Chang Big Brother is just slightly strong. Chang Big Brother this body. Boyfriend power. Very secure. Chang Yuan laughed. Look, how good is the other man at giving emotional value? Saying that God forbid Manwan is a good sister too. Definitely not some green tea whore. Zhu Shui was more direct. It's only when a man has a bit of meat on his stomach that he looks mature. And any meat on his stomach, that's a symbol of wealth. Brother Chang with this figure. He looks like a mature and stable successful man. Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. If not for the blind date scene, Chang Yuan would have thought that Zhu Shui was also a good sister. Unfortunately, there are times when one wrong step leads to another. Chang Yuan looked at his watch. It's getting late. I'm going to get busy. 3 good friends. See you tomorrow. Chang Yuan drove his phaeton and went straight to Chain Home second hand. Lily greeted him very warmly. Mr. Chang, you're here so early? The landlord hasn't come over yet. You can come to the lounge to rest for a while first. While saying that, Lily deliberately pushed up her chest to show off her good figure. Unfortunately, Chang Yuan was disappointed by Lily's behavior when he came to see the house for the first time. And he knew what Lily meant. Maybe if this big list goes her way, Chang Yuan might have been hungry when he first got divorced, fixed the plumbing all night last night, and worked one impromptu overtime shift this morning. Chang Yuan was still in sage time, and very coldly and ruthlessly rejected Lili. Excuse me, Ms. Li, my real estate consultant is Ping Zheng. Chapter 88, The God's Houses of Real Estate. Chang Yuan left Lele behind and quickly walked to Zhang Ping, saying in a harmonious voice, "Zhang Ping, busy?" Zhang Ping looked up and saw Chang Yuan, a look of surprise on her face. "Mr. Chang, you came so quickly? The landlord just told me that her family is in a hurry and only accepts cash or transfers, not bank mortgages. Is that acceptable on your end?" Chang Yuan smiled faintly. "No problem, Mr. Chang, please have some water." Zhang Ping poured a cup of water for Chang Yuan and then proceeded to get busy. On the contrary, Lele, who was obviously unmotivated to work, twisted her head from time to time to look up. Chang Yuan didn't feel that he was being ignored. Instead, he gave a nod to Zhang Ping's dedication. This little girl has such a serious work ethic. She deserves her success. After about 10 minutes of waiting, the landlord finally came. It was a middle-aged beautiful woman who was dressed in a fashionable manner, wearing a long black dress with a snow-white sable over her shoulders. The hair is permed with the hairstyle of the big sister inside the Rampage, carrying a LV bag in her hand, and it looks like a rich wife with good conditions. This big sister's name is Zhang Wenqi and she is the owner of Qingdao Wenxin Clothing Factory. "Sister Zhang, you're here." Mr. Chang has been waiting for a while. Zhang Wenqi looked at Chang Yuan with interest. She recognized the watch on Chang Yuan's wrist at a glance. "Mr. Chang is so young and so powerful, if I'm not mistaken, you're wearing a Rolex green Goldie?" Chang Yuan smiled faintly. "Sister Zhang has good eyesight." Zhang Wenqi sighed. "Some years ago, when business was good, I bought my husband a piece of green Jindi, because in those years, foreign trade orders were drastically reduced. My husband's green Goldie has been pawned and taken to pay workers' wages. I hope to sell the house. Will be the most difficult period of time to survive." Chang Yuan stood in awe of Zhang Wenqi. This Ms. Zhang and her husband are really two very committed entrepreneurs. "I'd rather sell my house and pawn my watch than pay my workers." Back then, he also settled all the workers' wages before declaring bankruptcy. "Sister Zhang, people are doing what God is doing. Entrepreneurs like you who are so responsible will surely be able to tide over the difficulties smoothly." Zhang Wenqi sighed. "Thanks to Chang's good advice, I hope we can get through this difficult time. Otherwise, what will happen to those employees in our factory who have been with me for decades?" While the two were talking, Zhang Ping drew up the contract and handed it to the two. "Sister Zhang, Brother Chang, take a look at the contract, and if there are no problems, sign it." Chang Yuan character is very cautious. For the contract and so on, quite rigorous. Word by word read up. Encountered their own not quite sure, but also consult Lin Ruoshi. It took half an hour before Chang Yuan finished reading the contract. Chang Yuan asked with a trying attitude, "Sister Zhang, the contract is no problem. I can pay the full amount today. It is the price." Zhang Wenqi was very generous with his pat on the back. "Chang is an open person. To my temper, if you can pay the full amount today, I can wipe out the change for you. Just give me 5 million, and I'll cover the deed tax for you." Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Sister Zhang was really short of money. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to erase 40,000 in one breath. Houses in general are bearish right now, but prices are still firm in key school districts in key cities, and even slightly higher in certain key school districts. Sister Zhang is cool. Chang Yuan signed it painfully, and as for the various formalities, it was left to Zhang Ping. Saved a lot because it was fully paid for. In one afternoon, Zhang Ping finished all the procedures and took Chang Yuan to the housing authority to receive the real estate license. Until this moment, only then did Chang Yuan feel settled. He is finally no longer a floater in the city. He finally has a property that is entirely his own, and Lele has a cozy home. Just as Chang Yuan's heart was pounding, a familiar system beep rang out with a ding. Detects that the host is feeling happy and excited because he has acquired a property. How can you be so satisfied with a small set of 3 when you are a top god? Only a top-level large flat, or a king-of-the-floor villa, would be worthy of the host's godly status. Activate random quest, God's Manners Real Estate. Task, rent out the house in the royal garden within today's deadline. Quest reward, a real estate gift bag. Failure of the mission, recovery of the ownership of the Royal Parks property and an increase in debt of $10 million. Chang Yuan's face smiled slightly. The dog system is too doggy. You want him to spit out the money that's in his pocket? Dreaming. Isn't it just a rental? What's so hard about it? There are times when it's such a coincidence that Chang Yuan was just figuring out how to rent an apartment. His cell phone suddenly rang, and it was Lin Ruoshi calling. "Brother-in-law, are you free now?" Chang Yuan got a little nervous. "Free? What's wrong? Did you cut it off? Where is it? I'll be right there." No, brother-in-law, can't you expect anything good from me?" Chang Yuan was slightly relieved. "So what are you looking for me for? Dinner? Brother-in-law, didn't you rent a house the other day? Is your real estate consultant reliable? Can you recommend it to me? This landlord of mine's son has suddenly returned to his home country and won't renew our lease next month. Chang Yuan laughed. It seems he misunderstood the dog. No, he misunderstood the system dad. System dad is clearly giving away real estate gift packages for nothing. I just happen to know of a rental property on my side of the street, right near Joy's kindergarten. 10 minutes or so of your commute to work. Great. Do you have a key? Is it convenient to show us around? There's a key. I'll send you the address in a moment. I'll go pick up Lele first. You just come straight over. Okay, brother-in-law. Chang Yuan picked up Lele and rushed home at the first opportunity. At first Joy was a little upset. She wanted to go to a seafood dinner. However, when she saw her sister-in-law downstairs, Lele was so happy that her big eyes narrowed into a crescent moon and she directly jumped into Lin Ruwashi's arms. Sis mom, Joy misses you. Lin Ruwashi's live-in best friend's eyes flashed with a hint of gossip. What unimaginably powerful content had she heard? Is Ruwashi upgrading from sister-in-law to mom? No wonder her brother-in-law bought her a Porsche. No, now it's her husband. Chang Yuan entered the password, opened the door of the unit and made an invitation with a smile. Ruwashi, Ting Ting, come in. Soon, the group arrived at 501 by elevator. Up until now, Lin Ruwashi and Wang Ting's expressions were still relatively calm. However, when Chang Yuan opened the door to the room and turned on the lights, he instantly flashed the titanium alloy dogs. No, beautiful eyes of the two women. That's a bit too luxurious, isn't it? This living room is too big, isn't it? This is the legendary big flat. The two of them, fresh out of school as interns, wouldn't dare to hope for such a luxurious flat. Chapter 89, Successfully Completing the God's Mansion's Real Estate Quest. Lin Ruwashi twisted her head and looked at Chang Yuan with a bitter smile. Brother-in-law, you're fooling us, right? With the financial strength of the two of us, how can we afford to rent such a nice house? Wang Ting loved the house, but she was well aware of their situation. Ruwashi is a little better, although it is only a trainee lawyer, but at least there are 5,000 a month. She, on the other hand, is just a clerk and an intern, with a monthly salary of only 3,000. Probably won't even cover the rent on this house. Brother Chang, we're just two people. We don't need to live in such a big, luxurious house. Find us a small suite too, or a one-bedroom will do. We can both sleep in the same bed. Chang Yuan grinned. Are you guys worried about the expensive rent? Lin Ruwashi nodded. Yes, this house. The location is so good, but also the key school district housing. The rent at least 4,000 to start, or even to 5,000. My monthly salary is only 5,000. Rent this house. I and Ting Ting drink the northwest wind. Chang Yuan asked in a harmonious voice. Ruwashi, how much was the house you rented before? The house we rented before was 2,500 a month. So I'm asking my brother-in-law to help us find one under 3,000. Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice. I talked to the landlord. The rent for this house is 2,000 a month. 2,000 a month? Lin Ruwashi and Wang Ting looked at each other. How is that possible? Brother-in-law, you're not teasing us, are you? Why are you kidding? The rent contract is all done. Chang Yuan handed Lin Ruwashi the lease contract that he had prepared long ago. Lin Ruwashi took the contract in bewilderment, her brain buzzing. How can I not believe this is real? The pupils of Wang Ting on the side flickered slightly as she thought of something and glanced at Lin Ruwashi with an envious gaze. This house was definitely rented by Big Brother Chang for Ruwashi, and as for the 2,000 in rent, it was determined by Big Brother Chang, who was worried about Ruwashi's refusal. Really $2,000? What does this landlord figure? Chang Yuan opened his mouth and flubbed it. The landlord just wants someone to watch the house for him. Even after some big bosses emigrate abroad, their domestic villas are given to nannies, and if there's no one to take care of them, the house will soon be deserted. Lin Ruwashi blinked her big beautiful eyes a few times. It seemed she had actually swiped this type of jitterbug. Thank you, brother-in-law, for helping us rent such a nice house. Wang Ting, who was smiling on the side, tugged on Lin Ruwashi's arm and said with gusto, Ruwashi, let's go pick out a room. Okay. The two women were the first to walk into the larger, sunny master bedroom, and then, Lin Ruwashi froze. Strange, what's with all the men's stuff? Why do these clothes hanging on the hanger look so familiar? Looks like it belongs to your brother-in-law? To the side, Wang Ting's face showed a look of determination. Ruwashi, this should be the house that Brother Chang rented, or bought. Lin Ruwashi shook her head hesitantly. Maybe, just bumping into each other to check out the other rooms. Soon, the two women arrived at the other sunny bedroom and found Joy playing with toys on the floating window. Inside the room were all Lele's clothes and toys. This time, Shen Manwen no longer doubted Wang Ting's words. It seems This house is indeed occupied by my brother-in-law. Wang Ting nodded. Otherwise, how could the rent be so cheap for such a good house? To make sure of the two's judgment, Lin Ruoshi twisted her head to look at Lele. Joy, is this your room? Yes, sister-in-law's mom. Joy, since when have you lived in this room? The day after mom and dad got divorced. Lin Ruoshi was suddenly a bit hesitant. She herself had no problem sharing a room with her brother-in-law Lele. But, Wang Ting sighed. Tina, if you mind sharing a room with my brother-in-law, happy, I can go out with you and find a new house. Wang Ting shook her head in a hurry. Don't mind. How could I mind? This house is so nice. If it wasn't for brother-in-law, we wouldn't be able to afford to rent it. But, there are 3 rooms in this house. One for brother-in-law and one for Lele, so we can only stay in the same room when we come. What does that have to do with anything? The living room can be shared. In fact, the place where you spend the most time at home is the living room. The bedroom is just for sleeping. What? Ruoshi, don't you want to sleep with me? Lin Ruoshi hurriedly waved her hand. No. Wang Ting laughed evilly. What's that? You're not trying to sneak process Big Brother's room in the middle of the night, are you? Oops, what are you babbling about? You dead ninny. Lin Ruoshi disobediently went to tickle Wang Ting's cackling nest, and the 2 women laughed into a frenzy. Lele also found it amusing and rushed forward to help her sister-in-law, beating Wang Ting to a standstill. After fooling around for a while, Lin Ruoshi twisted her head to look at Lele. Although Lele was still young, she still wanted to respect Lele's opinion. Lele, would you be happy if Auntie Xiao and your Auntie Wang Ting lived with you? Joy's eyes lit up. Really? Auntie Wang Ting, my sister-in-law, lives with Lele? Lele is so happy. Since Lele didn't have an opinion, Lin Ruoshi bit her lip. Tina, so we rent? Rent it. What's the hesitation here? There was one thing Wang Ting didn't say. Ruoshi, if you're in the way of etiquette and face, and don't want anything to happen with Chang, I can A man this good can't fall into the pockets of those little vixens out there. The 2 women walked out of the room, holding Lele's little hand, and went to the living room. Brother-in-law, Ting and I have discussed it. We've rented this house and Lele is willing to live with us. We can help you look after Lele in the future. Chang Yuan grinned. Ruoshi, Lele and I won't be staying for long. When the new house is decorated, Lele and I will move out. For now, do I still have to commission you guys to share a room? Or, Ruoshi will go and sleep with Lele, and Ting will be fine to share a room by herself. Joy's big happy eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Great. I want to sleep with my sister-in-law. Lin Ruoshi's eyes lit up. This was a good choice. It's fine for her to sleep with Wang Ting now, but what if Wang Ting has a boyfriend in the future? Wouldn't that be inconvenient? She has no problem with that when she sleeps with Joy. Wang Ting's pupils flickered for a while, her excited little heart fluttering. Mr. Cheng has other properties. Such a hoity-toity good big brother. She had to take hold of it. It just so happened that Big Brother Cheng let her stay in a separate room, so it would be much easier to sneak into Big Brother Cheng's room in the middle of the night. Soon, several people came to a consensus. Lin Ruoshi and Wang Ting signed their names on the rental agreement. Chang Yuan had a relaxed look on his face. The task given by the system was completed so quickly. Lin Ruoshi painfully transferred $2,000 to Chang Yuan as the first month's rent. There was a ding. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the God's Magnificent Estate quest. The real estate gift packages have arrived. Are they checking in? Chapter 90, The Great Harvest. What's the hesitation here? Checking in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 set of residence at No. 8, Liang Road on Qingdao Island, 2 sets of front houses along the street, and 10 parking spaces. Please go to the sales office tomorrow to check the receipt. Chang Yuan was stunned. What do you mean 10 parking spaces? Is he so bad at driving that he can only park sideways? But it doesn't matter. Importantly, No. 8, Liang Road, is the most expensive and top-quality neighborhood on Qingdao. Even if he wasn't broke and at his peak, he wouldn't dare hope, because the prices here start at $100,000 a square foot. The most expensive king of the building is an exaggerated $150,000 per square foot. Even if there's a slight pullback now, it's still $140,000 flat. Even the smallest floor plan would have to be 309 square feet. Not something he could even consider. As for those 400 square feet and 600 square foot supermansions, it was even less for him to consider. I wonder which house type the system rewards. However, even 309 flat is pretty awesome to blow up. After all, that's $30 million to start with. Chang Yuan was in a good mood and looked at the 2 women with a smile. You guys haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's go. Go out and eat something random? Before the 2 girls could answer, Lele was the first to snatch the answer. Daddy, I want to eat a seafood dinner. Chang Yuan knocked Lele's little head and said in a harmonious voice. Lele, it's easy to get gout from eating seafood all day long, so feel free to eat something today. Oh, Joy lowered her head in slight disappointment. Wang Ting, who was on the side, laughed. Brother Chang, you helped us rent such a good, cheap house. You should have Ruwashi and I treat you to dinner. You mustn't steal it from us. Chang Yuan laughed. Alright, I'll listen to your arrangements. Wang Ting proposed. Brother Chang, Ruwashi and I have limited wages. How about treating you to a seafood buffet? Collective Fresh Bay is quite good. Ruwashi and I have been there a few times. Before Chang Yuan could reply, Lin Ruwashi balked. No, my brother-in-law is on a diet and can't eat buffet. Chambers Hill Seafood Bazaar then. This one is a la carte and charged based on the plate. This time Lin Ruwashi didn't retort. Chambers Hill then. His ingredients are quite fresh. Chang Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. This Wang Ting was quite good at pleasing Lele. Chang Yuan opened the navigation and drove the three women straight to Qianbei Mountain. The other side. Hilton Hotel. Jean Pengfei was finally comfortable and lit a cigarette. Ruoyu, has your house been organized yet? Lin Ruoyu rolled her eyes without any good humor. How can I afford to organize? Chang Yuan smashed the house to pieces. All the hard and soft furnishings have to be reorganized. Didn't I give you $100,000 yesterday? How can 100,000 be enough? You need at least 300,000. Jean Pengfei frowned. $300,000 was indeed a bit much, but it wasn't such a thing to always stay in a hotel like this. If you can't, ask for some from home. Ruoyu, it's not a good idea to always live in a hotel like this. I can ask my family for another $200,000, so hurry up and pack up the house. What's the rush? I'm divorced, so I have to have a place to stay. Right? Divorce? Lin Ruoyu was stunned. If it was before she learned that Chang Yuan had money, she would have jumped high with excitement. Finally getting over it. Finally getting over Jean Pengfei's divorce, and she could finally get to the top. But now, Lin Ruoyu didn't feel anything at all. She was now full of thoughts about how to remarry Chang Yuan. Oh, you're divorced? Which house did you get? It's all given to Yin Xiaoli, or she won't agree to a divorce. A little more cash split would be fine, and a little more on the renovation budget? Jean Pengfei almost choked to death. So what? The cash is all for Yin Xiaoli too. In order to put Lin Ruoyu at ease, Jean Pengfei continued. Ruoyu, don't worry about our future life. I'm going to get a promotion and a raise soon. I'll earn $500,000 a year, and after saving up for 5 or 6 years, I'll be able to buy a house. Please believe me, I will definitely create a favorable living condition for you. Lin Ruoyu rolled her eyes without any good humor. Jean Pengfei, this idiot, is this a clean break? Originally, seeing as he still had a few bucks, he begrudgingly played with him. Now, oh, Jean Pengfei, do you think I'm a 20-year-old girl who will go with you just by drawing a big picture? I'm already almost 30. If I let you drag me around for another 5 or 6 years, I'll be old and gray. Who am I to follow you through 5 or 6 years of misery? Since you love your ex-wife so much that you gave your ex-wife the house and money, go live with your ex-wife. Don't ever come back to me again. Lin Ruoyu walked with determination. Until this point, Jean Pengfei did not realize how good Yin Xiaoli was. Jean Pengfei took out his cell phone and called Yin Xiaoli. He only had one thought now, and that was to remarry Yin Xiaoli. He had already made up his mind that he would treat his wife well with all his heart as long as he could successfully remarry. Definitely not screwing around. Unfortunately, a cold female voice came from inside the phone receiver. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Swish, Jean Pengfei's face turned pale. His wife? No, his ex-wife had already blacked him out. At the same time, Chang Yuan's cell phone rang. Chang Yuan took a look at the call from Lin Ruoyu and hung up with a disgusted face. Lin Ruoyu was persistent and hit 5 or 6 in a row. Chang Yuan was annoyed and picked up the phone. Lin Ruoyu, it's very late now. Don't bother me if there's nothing wrong. Honey, I miss Joy. Where do you guys live? I'll go over to you guys now. Chang Yuan now regretted not taking back Lin Ruoyu's visitation rights during the divorce. With Lele in the middle, it was impossible for him and Lin Ruoyu to completely sever ties. Name a number. How much to get your visitation rights back? Lin Ruoyu's heart was so hot that she almost said an ideal number. It took a lot of perseverance to control the urge. Chang Yuan, in your mind, am I a woman who can give up her bottom line for money? Lele is my own flesh and blood. I can't give up Lele's visitation rights for any amount of money. Chang Yuan of course did not believe that Lin Ruoyu loved Lele so much. After the divorce, she only came to see Lele once. Moreover, that time, she also had evil intentions. I'm busy, don't call me again and don't make me blackball you. Chang Yuan directly hung up the phone. Lin Ruoyu really didn't call again. Anyway, Chang Yuan had to pick up and drop off Lele every day. By then, Chang Yuan couldn't even hide. While the three women were wildly showing off the seafood buffet, Chang Yuan didn't have much heart and looked through his shakeology backstage. Another dozen or so followers and dozens of likes have been added. The number of losses was reduced to 4,000. However, the growth rate of back-end traffic has come to a halt. This means that the traffic tilt brought about by the $10,000 shake plus is pretty much over. This made Chang Yuan slightly more serious. He had thought that the quest, God's magnificent prestige, was the system giving him money for nothing. Just throw in some random shake plus. I didn't realize that it was a bit difficult. Chapter 91, yesterday's video was a disaster. After eating and drinking, Chang Yuan drove the three girls home. With Lin Ruoxi around, there was no need for Chang Yuan to put Lele to sleep, so Chang Yuan was finally able to have a peaceful sleep. In the middle of the night, in a daze, I don't know if it was an illusion, Chang Yuan vaguely felt as if the door to his room had rung a few times. However, he was too sleepy to get up and check. Anyway, the door to the room was unlocked. The night was silent, and Chang Yuan got up early in the morning. Another $400,000 in the bank card. Looks like I lost 2 pounds yesterday. Chang Yuan leaned on the bed with a yawn, touched his cell phone, and slowly opened Jitterbug. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, not a single fan went up all night. Just 2 likes. The first video, a blowout loss of $4,000. It seems that one has to keep a good handle on the video content. Just thinking about relying on kryptonite won't do it. Chang Yuan scrolled through the pitifully few comments with a lack of interest. Why don't you show your face? Are you too ugly to look at? Jesus Christ. The system pushed a fat pig on me. What kind of person has the courage to record a video these days? Although the blogger doesn't show her face and is a bit chubby, the gym looks pretty advanced. Especially, that fitness instructor in front. Although she doesn't show her face. Just this honey ass. I'm good. Not to mention, the fitness instructor of this gym is really quite good. I'm afraid this old man is not here to lose weight. He's here to see a beautiful woman. Isn't he? Blogger, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't shoot yourself in the future. Just shoot all the beautiful women. That's sure to be a hit. Chang Yuan directly pulled the blackout of the few people who had scolded him, not spoiling them at all. With this kind of maneuver, the number of fans plummeted 7 or 8. However, there are a couple of suggestions given by Waterman that are worth considering. When we shoot the video in the future, can't we let Lu Shiqi and Shen Manwen show their faces more? I don't know if they're happy about it, though. Ask in the morning when you go on a diet. Chang Yuan simply washed up and yawned as he walked out of the room. He found that a steaming hot meal had already been prepared on the dining table, and Wang Ting, wearing an apron, stood in front of the table and playfully greeted Chang Yuan. Brother Chang, come and eat. Chang Yuan smiled at Wang Ting and walked over quickly, smilingly praising, Ting Ting's cooking can be good. You can smell the aroma of the rice from far away. It's okay, it's good that Brother Chang likes it. I don't know if it was an illusion. Chang Yuan always felt that Wang Ting's gaze seemed to be a bit evasive, as if she had done something vain. On the other side, Lin Ruoxi and Lele washed up, helped Lele get dressed, and held Lele's little hand as they walked to the dining table. Wow, Tina, I've lived with you for most of the year and I didn't even know you had this craft? Wang Ting laughed. You're not my boyfriend. I'm sure I'm not that diligent. This is not to thank Brother Chang. Chang Yuan laughed. Ting Ting, actually there's no need to go through so much trouble. I booked the meal at the Hilton. In the future you guys can go with me to the Hilton to have breakfast together. Otherwise it'll be a waste. Wang Ting was suddenly excited. Hilton, that is a 5-star hotel. Can she follow Brother Chang to eat at 5-star hotels in the future? Brother Chang, can I do the same? Sure. It had to be said that Wang Ting's cooking skills were not bad, but unfortunately, Chang Yuan did not have the heart for it. Otherwise it would be a good choice to keep such a small cook at home. After eating and drinking, Chang Yuan said goodbye to the 2 girls and drove Lele to school, and Lin Ruoxi drove Wang Ting, heading to the subway station. Wang Ting and Lin Ruoxi work in different places, one in the south of the city and the other in the north of the city, so they can only take the subway. Mr. Huang's attitude towards Chang Yuan was slightly better. However, it was still a bit lovey-dovey. Chang Yuan didn't mind this, as long as Mr. Huang was good to Lele. Chang Yuan came to the Hilton gym and once again enjoyed the treatment of a star. Unfortunately, after yesterday's incident, he had long since seen the faces of these female members and didn't give a damn. Just smiled at Mimi Zhang and greeted her. Once again, the motion cycle room was packed. Last night, Shiki Lu's diet class sold out. After all, even the divorced Yin Xiaoli with a baby, Chang Yuan was willing to spend more than $1 million on her, and they thought to themselves that they would definitely not be worse than Yin Xiaoli. Unfortunately, their hopes were doomed. Before yesterday, when they threw winks or intentionally stretched their bodies, Chang Yuan was still interested in taking a look, and even, there was an undisguised lust in his eyes. But now, even if they tried their best, Chang Yuan's gaze did not fall on them for a second. All the time, they were drifting around on Lu Shiqi and Shen Manwen. Oh yeah, and add another Juju to the list after that. Jasusi is late again and again and again. She's also been making a lot of money lately, and has already started classes inside the celebrity group. The training fee is 5,888 per person, and last night, surprisingly, more than 20 celebrities paid. You can see how eager these celebrities are to get ashore. After the training, Xu Shui drank with the celebrities until after 3 o'clock, wishing the celebrities well in advance for their disembarkation. During the intermission, Chang Yuan received a call from his mom. "Ah Yuan, how are you getting along with Xu Shui? I heard Sister Lu say that her daughter Xu Shui is very satisfied with you. What does your side think of Xu Shui?" Chang Yuan glanced at Xu Shui, walked to the corner of the lounge, and lowered his voice. "Mom, what do you know about her daughter? Aren't you afraid that you'll send away Lin Ruoyu and get home another Lin Ruoyu plus? Ha? That Xu Shui is also a gold-digging woman? That's no way to marry her. So Mom, in the future, you don't have to worry about my affairs. Currently on my side, I already have a few targets that I can develop. I plan to get along first and try it out. How suitable. Then bring it back to you to check it out. Good. Mom won't introduce you in the future, so I'll give Sister Lu's side a rebuff? Wouldn't that ruin the relationship between Mom and Aunt Lu? Just shrug it off and say it's a young person's matter. Just let them young people decide for themselves. Okay, got it." Chang Yuan hung up the phone and walked over to the three women, looking at them with a smile. That video puff yesterday was pretty bad. The three women's hearts thumped. Is Big Brother Chang going to be upset? What to do? Shen Manwen, in particular, was so scared that her little heart almost jumped out of her throat. Shen Manwen didn't look for any reason and decisively admitted her mistake. "Brother Chang, it's because I didn't edit the video well enough. And then again, it's probably because I didn't position the audience group accurately." Chang Yuan smiled and shook his head. Man, it's not your fault. It's my own problem. Who has nothing to do and wants to watch a fat guy working out? If the three of you can make a proper appearance inside my video, it should increase the exposure quite a bit. Chapter 92, the video exploded. Xu Shui was the first to state her position. "Brother Chang, I'm more than willing to work for you as a model and an actress, as long as you don't mind." Chang Yuan nodded at Xu Shui. However, he still hoped most that Lu Shiqi and Shen Manwen would agree. After all, Lu Shiqi's honeyed ass was definitely the favorite of the old colorful batch. Then again, Shen Manwen was very liberal, wearing that was quite open, and could definitely make those old colorful batches lick their screens. "Psyche, Maven, is it convenient for you two to be on camera? Feel free to say how much it costs." Shen Manwen snatched the first reply. "Brother Chang, are you scolding us? You take care of us and treat us so well. How can we talk to you about money? Isn't that right, Shiqi?" Lu Shiqi gently nodded her head. This was the first time that she and Shen Manwen had reached a consensus. "Brother Chang, Man and I often appear on the gym's public website for free. How can the two of us ask you for money? The big deal is to clip 2 copies and send them out in one piece." Chang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Sure, Qi and Manwen are really his good sisters. Shen Manwen suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Shiqi and Xu Shui with a smile. "Psyche, Sister Snow, I won't be able to make an appearance if I'm the only photographer by myself. If it wasn't in front of Chang Yuan, Lu Shiqi and Xu Shui would definitely not bother with her." Unfortunately, Chang Yuan was watching from the sidelines, and Xu Shui grabbed the first statement. "The three of us can just take turns being the photographer. Or, get Mimi to be the photographer. She shoots well. Good thing too." Lu Shiqi called Zhang Mimi over with a phone call and briefly explained the situation. And Zhang Mimi was so happy to hear that she was working for Chang Yuan as a photographer that she almost took off in place and busily agreed. With that, the video shooting team took initial shape. Directed, post-produced and second actress, Shen Man. Coach and first actress, Shiqi Lu. Male no. 1, Chang Yuan. Third actress, Xu Shui. Photographer lighting technician logistics, Nini Zhang. It was said that men and women were not tired when they worked together. Chang Yuan was not tired at all now. And when he played with the instruments, he was all energized and couldn't use it up. The main reason was that Shen Manwen had put on a particularly sexy robe and kept stretching her body in front of her. Even Luscious had put on a particularly tight pair of leggings to show off her honeyed ass in front of him. Xu Shui was even more ruthless, directly exposing her white belly, revealing her long navel. Even Zhang Mimi, a girl, was a bit hot to watch, not to mention Chang Yuan. Many male members took advantage with Chang Yuan and feasted their eyes while frantically displaying their masculinity. Various plus powers. 2 of them almost blinked. Chang Yuan, the male lead, instead becomes a sidekick, with especially few scenes. It was not Zhang Mimi's fault. It was mainly because the three girls had such a great sense of camera work and were so good at catching the eyeballs that she, as a girl, was mesmerized and dazed. After the whole weight loss process, Nini Zhang realized that something was wrong. Brother Chang, I seem to have given you a bit less footage. Why don't you practice 2 more sets of instruments? Lu Shiqi, who was on the side, decisively rejected the proposal. No, Brother Chang's training volume must strictly follow the standards I set. Today's footage is a bit low. You can properly edit some of yesterday's footage. Chang Yuan said smilingly, it doesn't matter if I have fewer lenses. Even, I can create a feeling that I'm watching the 3 beauties work out from my perspective. In that case, it's more gimmicky and topical. Shen Nanwen felt that Chang Yuan had a point. Okay, I'll edit it and try it. The 3 women got together and chattered about it for half a day. And eventually, the finished video came out. Shen Nanwen sent the video to Chang Yuan and looked at him with anticipation. Brother Chang, take a look at the video we edited. If it doesn't work, I'll revise it. Chang Yuan opened the video and took a look. And his mouth went a little dry. It's nifty. This video just scratches the itchy flesh of all the old colorful critics out there. I'm sure this video will blow up. I'm sending it out now. Chang Yuan gave an operation and edited the text. Lao Chang diet the next day. Yesterday there are a few water friends to mention the suggestion is particularly good. Really should look at more beautiful women. Slippery eyeballs. Like yesterday, Chang Yuan invested another 10,000 in Shake Plus to test the waters. Chang Yuan touched his hungry stomach and said with a smile, for beauties, it's been a hard day's work. Make arrangements for a working meal. Chang Yuan took the 4 women to the second-floor restaurant. Yang Xiaoming greeted her enthusiastically. She had learned to snatch the answer. Mr. Chang, need to get Nini a working meal too? On your tab as well? Chang Yuan gently shook his head and felt out his bank card. No need to go through all that trouble. Just get Nini a monthly subscription too. Okay, Mr. Chang. Yang Xiaoming looked at Chang Yuan with a gaze that could practically charm water out of his eyes, itching to swallow Chang Yuan in one gulp. The 4 women beside him were also shocked. A fat loss meal is 5,888 a meal. A big 100,000 or so a month. Swiped out with a blink of an eye? Mr. Chang is really too bossy, isn't he? The 4 of them secretly resolved to take down Big Brother Chang. I don't dare to think of Changda's main palace maiden. But it's okay to be a maiden. In order to leave a good impression on Chang Yuan, the 4 women ate in a ladylike manner, one more than the other. On the contrary, Chang Yuan didn't care about image and bam, it was a show-off. He was really hungry, and he had just played with the instruments with the 3 girls and accidentally practiced a bit too much. Suddenly, Lu Shiqi let out a gasp. Her pink face flushed with excitement. Exploded. Brother Chang, today's video has exploded. Look at it. Saying that, Lu Shiqi handed her cell phone to Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan subconsciously took a look and instantly became excited. It's only been an hour, and there are already over 600 likes, and the cashback from the likes alone is close to paying for itself. Add rising powders to the mix, and is this video finally going to see repeat money? Chang Yuan hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the Jitterbug backstage, and was suddenly excited. Awesome! It's only been an hour and a whole 300 fans up. That means that for this video, he's already made $26,000 in blood. So, he can go crazy with the money, yeah. It seems that the money spent on inviting the cast members to dinner will soon be earned back, ah. Chang Yuan raised his hand and threw in another 100,000 shaking plus. This scene directly stunned the 4 women. Brother Chang is just too bossy. This video is just a small blast, not a big one. And, there's no link to the bandwagon. $111,000 in one breath for just a few fans? The world of the rich can't understand it. However, this strengthened the determination of the 4 to follow Chang Yuan and help him make videos properly. Even if it was impossible for each of them to become Big Brother Chang's mistress, when Big Brother Chang's number really made it, would Big Brother Chang treat them, his employees, badly? Chapter 93, I don't ask for much in the way of a place to live. With $100,000 in real money, the video traffic growth rate doubled. The likes reached over 10,000 in one meal. By virtue of the likes alone, the $100,000 invested in Shake Plus paid for itself. Chang Yuan opened the backstage of Jitterbug, and the number of fans rose to more than 1,000. This means that the video has bled $100,000 so far, and this, it's just the beginning. Subsequently, he will continue to add more Shake Plus depending on the profitability, until this video can't generate revenue and there's no way to woolgather the system. Chang Yuan checked the message with interest. Sure enough, most of the message boards are old color batches. Chang Lao Di is a fellow traveler. Look at this angle. Look at this seam. TSK. I go ah. This gym is really high-end. This honey butt. This if you sit down. Chang old brother is a know how to traffic. Attention. Send more. I love to see this kind of video color JPG. The honey ass is good. But that one that looks like a is also good. I'll take both. Old Chang understands me. He knows I like to look at my waist. Look at this little waist. This belly button. It's unbeatable. At Chang. Post the address of the gym. I'm going to meet my 3 wives. Chang Yuan almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thanks to that old colorful waterbender who had reminded him. Sure enough, rubbing is the traffic code. Chang Yuan raised his hand and threw in $1 million of shaking plus. Anyway, a solid deal. The 3 women on the side had been completely dumbfounded. Geez, brother Chang is too bossy, isn't he? Playing a random video and dropping over $1 million straight up? The point is that he doesn't carry the goods either. Just to get some fans. Is this the unpretentious entertainment of the godly man? Chang Yuan naturally would not tell the 3 girls that he was playing like this, and it was a sure thing. Or else the little cutie. Only then is this whole. After eating and drinking, Chang Yuan rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. This feeling of being able to eat and lose weight was too good. So, it's better to go to a professional to lose weight girl, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter if it's professional or not. The point is to have a girl. Hey, Lu Shiqi overcame her mental barrier and bought a swimsuit that was a bit sexier last night. Intending to wear it for Chang Yuan to see, looking at Chang Yuan with slight anticipation. Brother Chang, going swimming this afternoon? Chang Yuan smiled and shook his head. Next time, I'm going to close on a room this afternoon. The light in Lu Shiqi's eyes tightened a bit, and it was hard to hide her disappointment. Zhu Shui was also slightly regretful. Shen Manhwan, however, suddenly became excited and looked at Chang Yuan blearily. Big brother Chang, do your words yesterday still count? What's the word? Brother Chang said yesterday that if he buys another house, he can make a repossession video. The water friends should be more interested in Godly Ho's mansion. Or even, later on, it can be made into a Godly Ho's daily life series. Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Seems to make some sense. That by Bing, too, often eats podcasts in his mansion, often shows the daily routine of a godly man, and then has tens of millions of fans. If he can get that many fans, that's billions of manies. Chang Yuan was very interested in Shen Manhwan's proposal. However, he put on an appearance of being a bit embarrassed. Maven, it won't keep you from your private lessons, will it? Shen Manhwan hurriedly shook her head. It won't be. Brother Chang, just don't worry. I've already postponed all the private lessons for a month. During this month, I'm your exclusive photographer-editor. Chang Yuan laughed. You're still the director. Then Big Brother Chang is saying yes? Just don't keep Manhwan from her work. No delay. No delay at all. It's a very meaningful thing for me to be able to go into the front line and learn about Brother Chang's daily life. It can open up my eyes and teach me a lot. I have to thank Brother Chang for giving me this opportunity. The corner of Chang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Look, how does the good sister of others talk? Certain lower-head women learn well. Are lords not willing to spend money on women? Is the key your emotional value in place? Well, that would be a problem for Manhwan. Lu Shiqi and Zhu Shui looked at each other in dismay. This Shen Manhwan was too good at it, right? Why can't they catch a break like this? Why can't they say such shameless things? It's a good thing Shen Manhwan was the previous champion. This broken mouth can make the dead look alive. How much alone time would she have to have with Big Brother Chang if she really made a fire out of the daily series of God's Ho? However, they were in no position to refuse, and could only be envious and jealous. Shen Manhwan was worried that Chang Yuan would change his mind and said very attentively, Brother Chang, I'll go take a shower and change my clothes. Let's gather in the rest area. Good. Normally, women were slow to take a bath and change clothes, but Shen Manhwan was quite fast, surprisingly a drop faster than Chang Yuan. When Chang Yuan came to the rest area, he found Shen Manhwan applying makeup. Then Chang Yuan couldn't help but see a light before his eyes. This little T. No, this good sister works out on weekdays in very sexy workout clothes. But now, surprisingly, he was in a rare decent mood, wearing a small lady's suit, a small skirt, and a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black silk underneath. In this outfit, you can't tell it's a fitness instructor at all. It's clearly a petite little secretary. It's the kind of thing where you have a secretary to do something and nothing to do. Brother Chang, do I fit in this? It fits. It fits so well. Chang Yuan was busy nodding his head. Back then he had always envied those big bosses who brought their secretaries to eat at his cafeteria. Now, he also had a secretary. And, moreover, a more high-end secretary than those of the big bosses. Under the envious and jealous gazes of many female members, Chang Yuan led Shen Manhwan out of the gym. After getting into the car, Shen Manwen pretended to ask carelessly. Brother Chang, where are we going to collect the house? Chung Yuan didn't hide it and replied lightly. No. 8, Liang Road. No. 8, Liang Road? Shen Manwen only felt a rush of hot blood to her head, trembling with excitement. The strength of the homeowner can be judged by the house. The houses inside No. 8, Liang Road. The cheapest are more than $30 million. The most expensive king of the building, to hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if Brother Chang bought the smallest unit, it's still quite an awesome blow-up. Moreover, there is a high probability that Chang's brother is not buying the smallest household. After all, just now, he had directly smashed out $11 million in order to increase his powder. The worth is at least over $100 million. And, odds are, it's not as simple as just over $100 million. It could be $1 billion or even $10 billion. Otherwise, it would never have been so ho-hum. Brother Chang, No. 8, Liang Road is the most luxurious neighborhood on Qingdao. There's no one. It's really too luxurious for you to be able to afford a house on No. 8, Liang Road. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. I don't ask for much in the way of a place to live. Just enough to get by. Not too demanding. Just live with it. Shen Manwen already didn't know what to say. Was the gap between her and Divine Heroes levels that big? Chapter 94, thank you for the check. Chang Yuan was talking pretentiously, but he was actually looking forward to it inwardly. After all, No. 8, Liang Road was a top-class mansion that he didn't dare to wish for even at his peak. Soon, the Liang Road No. 8 sales office arrived. The European-style sales office is very atmospheric. There are a number of luxury cars parked in the parking spaces in front of the entrance. Of course, Chung Yuan's phaeton was no slouch among these luxury cars. Chung Yuan parked his car and got out very calmly. He was very satisfied with the surroundings and architecture. However, in order to create the introverted and deep character of God Ho in front of his good sister, his face was ancient and his eyes were not slanted. On the contrary, our good sister Shen Manwen is not so calm. Previously, she had learned about Liang Road 8 from the internet and the group, and when she really came, she found that it was completely different from what was said on the internet and in the group. Nope, can't say it's completely different. Let's just say that words can't express the luxury and atmosphere of No. 8, Liang Road. The houses inside No. 8, Liang Road have an overall Gothic architectural style. Extraordinarily luxurious atmosphere. Shen Manwen was even a bit vain. Was she qualified to enter such a high-end place with such a status? Shen Manwen was like a little secretary, obediently following behind Chung Yuan and walking into the sales hall. The floor height of the sales hall is at least 5 or 6 meters. Extremely luxurious, and can easily kill the lobby of the Hilton Hotel. This made Shen Manwen even more nervous and followed behind Chung Yuan step by step, fearing that she would show her cowardice and disgrace Chung Yuan. Sir, ma'am, I'm Fong Xiao, the property consultant of No. 8, Liang Road. Do you have an appointment? Chung Yuan glanced at Fong Xiao with interest before twisting his head to look at Shen Manwen. Manwen seems to have clashed with this real estate counselor named Fong Xiao. Shen Manwen was so embarrassed that she almost gouged her heels out of the 3-room apartment. If I had known it would clash, she would have worn a sporty style. Chang Yuan said indifferently. There is no appointment. Fong Xiao's eyes lit up. Although this gentleman was dressed in ordinary clothes, however, he was wearing a Rolex of more than $500,000 on his wrist, so he should be a very powerful customer. This way, sir. I wonder which house type you're more interested in. Before Chang Yuan could reply, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Maven, is that you? Chang Yuan subconsciously looked back and saw a well-dressed, good-looking young man, slightly agitated, walking over quickly. Chang Yuan turned his head to look at Shen Manwen. Manwen, your friend? Shen Manwen looked at this youth with a suspicious gaze, vaguely feeling a bit familiar. However, she racked her brain and couldn't think of where she had seen the other party. You are? A self-deprecating smile flashed across the youth's face. It's normal that Manwen doesn't remember me. Back then, you were the school beauty of the second middle school in E County, while I was just a very ordinary boy, and even, back then, I didn't have the courage to confess my love to you, and I only dared to peek at you in the dark. Shen Manwen's pupils contracted slightly, vaguely remembering. Back then, there was a boy in the class that had been peeking at her, and every time she looked over, the boy would panic and turn his head away in an uncontrollable panic. The face of the shy boy in his mind and the face of the youth in front of him gradually merged. Shen Manwen was surprised. Wu Kuan, is that you? You've changed so much from when you were in school. I remember you were very introverted and didn't talk much in class. I didn't expect. You've developed so well? Surprisingly, you came to No. 8, Liang Road to look at the house? I didn't realize Manwen remembered my name. Wu Kuan lit up the Patek Philippe on his wrist and said haughtily. Luckily, I learned programming in college and developed a small software, which has now gotten a round of financing, and my goal is to go public in 3 years. Chang Yuan, after all, had done business and probably understood some of the situation. Series A rounds, which typically don't exceed $100 million. The money is to be spent on company expansion and operations, and a large share belongs to the shareholders. If it gets to Wu Koan, it'll be $30 million. Even with his current stature, he could easily hang Wu Koan, let alone in the future. Shen Manwen didn't know much about this, and felt that what Wu Koan said was particularly lofty. Old school. You're amazing. You've changed too much. You're definitely the best in our batch of classmates. This was a heartfelt admiration from Shen Manwen. If she didn't already have Chang Yuan as a target, she would definitely stick it on. Wu Koan was complimented by Shen Manwen and raised his head in a slightly reserved manner. Manwen, I remember you were going to be an art student. You should be working in a theater company or as a dance teacher. Why are you selling your house here? Shen Manwen opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't explain. After all, being a fitness instructor is no better than selling a house. The little dirt kid she couldn't look at back then was now an unattainable existence for her. Chang Yuan gently shook his head. This young man, obviously the emotional intelligence is not too high. Look, obviously like Manwen, but said Manwen a little embarrassed. Not bad for a straight IT steel guy studying software. Wu Kuan obviously did not feel Shen Manwen's embarrassment, and said with a good sense of self, Manwen, you come and follow me. First work for me as a secretary. After familiarizing yourself with the company's business, slowly move to a management position. I can even give you a portion of dry shares. If there was no Chang Yuan, Shen Manwen would have definitely agreed without thinking. She had long since seen that Wu Kuan was wearing a Patek Philippe worth more than $300,000 on his hand, and that he was wearing a high-end customized suit. Definitely has the power. A very promising prospect at the very least. Plus, Wu Kuan liked her when she was in school, and the liking at that time was the purest and the best. There is a high probability that Wu Kuan is nice to her. However, there were no ifs in this world, and she had already recognized Chang Yuan. Don't want to be trifling. Wu Kuan, thank you for your kind words. I can't promise you that. I'm now Chang's exclusive photographer. Only at this point did Wu Kuan look squarely at Chang Yuan beside Shen Manwen. In fact, he had noticed Chang Yuan a long time ago, only, he had never put him in his mind. In his mind, Chang Yuan was just a dead fat man in a raggedy outfit, not half related to Shen Manwen. Maven, you're not selling a house here? Shen Manwen gently shook her head. No, I work as a fitness instructor at the Hilton Gym. Chang Big Brother. So, I am now Chang Big Brother's exclusive photographer. Shen Manwen briefly introduced her relationship with Chang Yuan. Wu Kuan nodded his head to show that he understood, then fished out a checkbook, swished and signed his name, tore it off, and handed it to Chang Yuan. Mr. Chang, right? This is $100,000. It's considered to be the liquidated damages that I'll pay to you on behalf of Man. From now on, Manwen is no longer your exclusive photographer. Shen Manwen's face changed drastically. How could she not expect that Wu Kuan would be so furtive? Brother Chang wouldn't be angry, right? Chang Yuan naturally wouldn't be angry and took the check with a smile. So what? There's actually no contractual binding between me and Manwen, but thanks for the check. Chapter 95 I choose to be Chang's personal photographer. Wu Kuan's face stiffened. Damn it, why didn't he ask carefully? $100,000 for nothing on this fat. In fact, Wu Kuan would like to ask for the check back. But, Shen Manwen is watching from the sidelines. How can such words not be said? Wu Kuan pretended to be quite unconcerned. Thanks to Mr. Chang for helping me take care of Man before. Since I'm back, I'll take care of Man from now on. As for the $100,000, consider it as Mr. Chang's hard-earned money for taking care of Man. In response, Chang Yuan was unimpressed and just shrugged his shoulders. But the system couldn't take the excitement. There was a ding. A familiar beep sounded. As a qualified super godly man, how could he accept charity from others? Inspire the randomized quest, God's magnificent alms. Task content, within 1 week of the deadline. Give alms to Mankuan Technology at least 200 million RMB of B-round financing. Become the major shareholder of Mankuan Technology. Quest reward, 1 orange skill card, 5 attribute points. The mission failed and the debt increased by $200 million. Mancunian Technology? Looks like this kid really likes Man. Well, that's not the point. The point is, this dog system, it's getting more and more doggy. He's only got $20 million. Where is he going to get $200 million in 1 week? Chang Yuan asked tentatively in his mind. System, won't you send a little investment fund? Reporting to the host, there is no investment fund for this quest. As a qualified super divine hero, The host shouldn't be agonizing over a mere $200 million. A measly 200 million? That's easy for the dog system to say. Chang Yuan quickly calmed down because the system had recently given several missions that seemed difficult to him. But in the end, they all proved that the system was giving away money for nothing. Perhaps the 200 million would be easy to get. Chang Yuan was slow to speak. Shen Manwen thought he was angry and hurriedly said softly, "Brother Chang, Wu Kuan is just wishful thinking. Don't be angry. I choose to continue to be your exclusive photographer." Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Shen Manwen's choice was a bit out of his expectation. In the eyes of ordinary people, regardless of appearance or potential, it was Wu Kuan who hung on to him. Instead, Shen Manwen firmly chose him. At this moment, Chang Yuan no longer had any hesitation. Girlfriend number 2. Not man. Wu Kuan was depressed. Since he had become famous, countless women had pounced on him. However, he had always remembered the good old days of school, and had always cleaned up his act. Finally meeting his dream girl Shen Manwen again. Originally thought that with his position today, as long as he hooked his finger, Shen Manwen would fall into his embrace. However, he could never have imagined that Shen Manwen would choose a dead fat man. It was unacceptable to him. However, he couldn't have a seizure. After all, it wasn't like Shen Manwen had agreed to be his girlfriend. Wu Kuan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He wanted to prove to Shen Manwen that he was Shen Manwen's Prince Charming. Originally, Wu Kuan just came over to look at the house in advance, intending to come over to buy the house after cashing out the B-round financing or C-round financing. After all, it's only a round of financing now, and the money that comes to him is just over $30 million, which can at most buy a 309 floor plan. But now, Wu Kuan couldn't wait. He was going to show off his strong financial power now. Trample this dead fat man hard under his feet. Let Shen Manwen know who is the one for her. Wu Kuan turned his head toward Feng Xiao and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Feng Xiao, right? Find me a house with a good location and light." Feng Xiao hesitantly glanced at Chang Yuan. "Mr. Wu, I'm Mr. Chang's property consultant. Otherwise, let my colleague." Wu Kuan looked Chang Yuan up and down, skimmed his lips and said, "There is no need for that. Just this poor man like him. Even $100,000 are so important. It is not a quality customer at all. I guess it is just to come over to have a good time. Quickly recommend the house to me." This, Feng Xiao was in a bit of a dilemma. The other Mr. Chang was carrying a $500,000 Rolex, an absolute quality customer. However, Wu Kuan was also a quality customer, and she didn't want to miss it. It's a real pain in the ass. Chang Yuan stood out smilingly. "Miss Feng, there is no need to be embarrassed. Since we are all acquaintances, let's just pretend that we came together and are all your customers. You just receive Mr. Wu first." Feng Xiao was ecstatic and hurriedly bowed to Chang Yuan. "Thank you, Mr. Chang." Feng Xiao turned his head to look at Wu Kuan. "Mr. Wu, our Liang Road 8, all the houses' location and lighting are very careful. The overall layout of the district looked for the most professional garden master planning, and looked for the industry's famous feng shui master to see the feng shui. We have a total of 309, for 26 and 666 house types in Liang Road 8. I don't know which house type you prefer. Of course the old man likes 666, but old man's wallet won't allow it, and I can't afford 666 until after the B-round." Of course, Wu Kuan will not show his timidity, and said lightly, "At present, I live alone. The house is too big to feel lonely, and the hygiene is not good to clean. Let's look at the 309 first. Okay, Mr. Wu, this is the floor plan of 309. You take a look at it first." At the moment the floor plan of 309, there are still 5 sets left. "Does Mr. Wu want to go to see the model room?" Wu Kuan turned his head and extended an invitation to Shen Manwen. "Manwen, do you want to go see the model room?" Shen Manwen twisted her head to look at Chang Yuan with an inquiring gaze. Chang Yuan looked at his watch and said lightly, "There's still plenty of time, so it's fine to take a look." Only then did Shen Manwen say with a smile, "Then take a look?" Wu Kuan's steel teeth almost gritted in anger. Why is Manwen so knee-deep in this fat? Hadn't Manwen realized by now that he was the one with the potential, that he was the Prince Charming? Wu Kuan took a deep breath and tried to suppress his depressed aura. Manwen will definitely change his mind after he sees the model home in a while. Wu Kuan twisted his head and faintly ordered, "Take us to see the model house." "Okay, Mr. Wu." Feng Xiao made a phone call and a Mercedes-Benz business pulled up in front of the sales office. The doors are electric and open automatically. Feng Xiao was very attentive and placed her hand against the car door. "Several people, please get in." Wu Kuan turned his head to look at Shen Manwen, but Shen Manwen looked at Chang Yuan with a smile. "Brother Chang, get in the car?" Saying that, Shin Manwen did not care about Wu Kuan's feelings at all and took Chung Yuan's arm and sat in the seat behind the driver. This made Wu Kuan's teeth itch. He's the one who bought the house. This dead fat guy named Chang is just coming over for a good time. Why is Manwen so knee-jerk? Is Maven's brain kicked in by a donkey? Shen Manwen is naturally not kicked by a donkey. People, Chang Big Brother is here to take over the house. The least is a 309 house. And even, there may be 426 and 666. Even if Big Brother Chang is 309, just based on Big Brother Chang's spending these days recently, playing a Jitterbug is throwing more than 1 million Jitterbugs. Plus, Big Brother Chang is so willing to spend money on women. Any way you look at it, you should go with Chung De. Who knows if Wu Kuan is suddenly rich and can't be bothered to spend money on women. Chapter 96, Mr. Chang is here to take over the house. Wu Kuan could only forcefully suppress his anger and huffed as he sat on the passenger side. The good thing is that the distance is very close and it took less than 5 minutes for the Mercedes-Benz business to arrive at the model home. In order to take into account the emotions of Wu Kuan, Fang Xiao very attentive to him to pull open the passenger door. Wu Kuan inner depression of the breath is finally smooth over a little. There was a drop. Fang Xiao opened the coated door, and an unusually ornate foyer came into view. Take a left and there is the huge living room. This living room was even bigger than the living room of the Imperial Garden, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that encompassed 180 degrees. With an incomparably wide view, you can clearly see the coastline not far away. This was Shin Manwen's first time visiting such a luxurious mansion, and she couldn't help but let out a gasp. Even, not caring about pleasing Chung Yuan, with a light step, she came to the floor-to-ceiling window, stroked the cool floor-to-ceiling window, and stared blankly at the seaside not far away in a daze. Wasn't this the dream room of her unattainable dreams? How happy it would be to live inside this house. In this moment, her inner persistence almost wavered. The good thing was that soon, Shen Manwen calmed down. Chang Big Brother in just a few days consumed a few million. Play a Jitterbug have smashed more than 1 million jitter plus. Even Yin Xiaoli, the kind of divorcee with a baby, was given a gift of more than $1 million by Brother Chang. If this is with Big Brother Chang will definitely not treat her badly. On Wu Kuan's side, she will certainly not be treated poorly emotionally. However, he is in the early stages of starting his own business, and he is definitely not as financially generous as Chung De, and most of the funds are going to be used to start the business, so very little can really be implemented on her, right? For the time being, it's definitely going to be Brother Chang. Of course, if Wu Kuan had already successfully gone public and become a super rich man worth tens of billions of dollars, that would be something to consider. However, no one is sure whether Wu Kuan can successfully go public. She dares not bet, and does not want to bet. Wu Kuan came to Shin Manwen's side, overlooking the city at his feet, as well as the coastline not far away, and his heart was incomparably surging. At this moment, he finally understood why those rich people like to buy mansions and large flat floors. It feels so good to be in control. This 309 is just the beginning. When he cashes out his Series C, he's going to take the largest 666 units. As for this 309, let mom and dad come and stay, and it will be easier for him and Manwen to watch the kids. It was just so happily decided. Manwen, like the house? If you like it, I'll buy it. Sure, like it. There isn't a woman out there who doesn't love this big flat. However, Chang Yuan is there. Shen Manwen replied haughtily, the house is very good. It's not important whether I like it or not. What's important is, whether you like it yourself. Wu Kuan said in a very pretentious manner. This house is good everywhere, but there are more rooms. 5 rooms are not very well arranged. How about a master bedroom, a children's room, a guest bedroom, and then a check room and a gaming room? It just so happens that we both have a functional room each. Shen Manwen's blood surged at the scene depicted by Wu Kuan, and she almost responded with a fever in her heart. The good thing is that Shen Manwen quickly calmed down. Chang Big Brother is watching from the sidelines. Reserved? Shen Manwen, you must be reserved. Wu Kuan, you can really joke. The check room is for your future wife. What does it have to do with me? Wu Kuan looked at Shin Manwen with a burning gaze. Maven, if you nod your head, you are the mistress of this house. Poof, poof. Shin Manwen's little heart beat frantically. Speak from the heart. If he hadn't met Chung Yuan, Wu Kuan really would have been a good choice. There's nothing to say about the external appearance or the potential for growth. Definitely a diamond in the rough. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. It took Shin Manwen a great deal of perseverance to get the words of refusal out. Wu Kuan, some things are about first come first served. If I hadn't run into Brother Chang, I would have agreed to you without hesitation. But there are no ifs in this world. I'm sorry. Shin Manwen's words made Wu Kuan completely break his defense. Man, I've waited for you for so many years. For you, I turned down countless starlets and celebrities. For you, I was even willing to spend $30 million on a mansion. What's so great about this fatso named Chang? He can afford a $30 million mansion? Shen Manwan's face was solemn, and she said in a deep voice, Wu Kuan, I appreciate everything you've done for me, but you can't just randomly pull a stump on Brother Chang, who came over to repossess the house, and he can definitely afford to buy this house. This fat guy named Chang is here to take over the house? I think it's because Manwan was worried about this fat ass losing face and light on purpose, right? Wu Kuan turned his head to Feng Xiao with a face of disbelief. Feng Xiao, this fat, is this Mr. Chang here to take over the house? Feng Xiao also froze for a moment. I did not hear that there are customers to take possession of the house today. Feng Xiao pulled out his cell phone and dialed the manager's number. Manager, are there any customers coming to take possession today? That's right, Mr. Chang Yuan purchased the 666 SQ foot set of the king of the building. Has Mr. Chang arrived yet? The king of the building? Feng Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. That king of the building, occupying the best location in terms of feng shui in the whole of No. 8, Liang Road, and it's a sub-penthouse. Other houses, with prices starting at 100,000 per unit. This king of the building is directly marked at 160,000, totaling over 100 million. Feng Xiao had always thought that the king of the building might never be sold, but to his surprise, it had actually been bought. Mr. Chang has arrived. I'm showing Mr. Chang the house. Which house type are you looking at? I'll personally go over and entertain Mr. Chang. Looking at model homes in 309. Feng Xiao hung up the phone and her gaze towards Chang Yuan changed, becoming incredibly respectful. Mr. Chang, our manager will come over in a moment to receive you personally. Poof, poof. Shen Manwan's little heart couldn't control its wild beating, almost jumping out of her throat. The bet is right. She made a good bet. The manager even had to come over to receive him personally, so it seems that Brother Chang should have bought a large house. Could it be 666? Gah? Wu Kuan froze. The manager had to come over to receive personally? What's the situation? Feng Xiao, is he really here to repossess the house? Feng Xiao nodded at Wu Kuan and said with great certainty, yes, Mr. Chang is really here to take over the house. Wu Kuan stumbled violently. This fat is actually here to repossess the house. That means he has financial power comparable to his own at the very least. If he charged a large family, wouldn't that easily crush him? Wu Kuan swallowed hard and asked with difficulty. What type of household did he buy? At this moment, Wu Kuan hoped beyond hope that, from Feng Zhao's mouth, he would hear the number 309. Unfortunately, Wu Kuan was actively disappointed. Feng Zhao's eyes blossomed with a gorgeous and incomparable light. If Chang Yuan didn't have Shen Manwan, a small secretary, by his side, she would have definitely pounced on him. Mr. Chang bought a 666 unit, a king of the building with a total price of over 100 million. Chapter 97, Wu Kuan, come to see the room together? Household 666, a king of the building with a total price of over $100 million? Shen Manwan only felt her legs go limp. If Feng Xiao and Wu Kuan were not still on the sidelines, she would have definitely collapsed directly into Chang Yuan's arms. She really didn't choose wrong. Brother Chang is just too powerful. Moreover, Brother Chang is willing to spend money on women. If you follow Brother Chang, you will definitely have a bright future. As for Wu Kuan, it's better to leave it to those sisters who are willing to wait for him and truly love him. Wu Kuan stumbled on his feet and almost fell. A king of the building totaling $100 million. He can't afford it even if the beer round is successful, or afraid to buy. After all, the money from financing was to develop the company to explore the market. If the shareholders knew that he had bought a house, they would definitely spray him with a dog's blood. Only after the success of the C round and the smooth cashing out can he buy a $100 million building king without changing his face. And this fat guy, now he has that power. For a while, Wu Kuan was a bit short of breath, but soon, Wu Kuan pulled himself together. He was younger than this dead fat man, and his image and temperament could kill him. He had plenty of time to surpass this fat man. Man, give me 3 years. After my company's C-round financing, I can also buy you a set of building kings worth $100 million. Unfortunately, Shen Manwan, as the star fitness instructor of Hilton Gym, has countless smelly men painting her up every day. She'd long since become immune to the pie men drew. What's more, the big pie Wu Kuan drew was too raw. Why would she give up the certainty of Changdi for an uncertain 3 years? Wu Kuan, you're very good. Thank you for liking me, but I already have someone I like, so don't waste your time on me. Chang Yuan looked deeply at Shen Manwan. Under normal circumstances, Little Cha-Cha or Little Lotus would keep such a promising fry like Wu Kuan in the pond. Definitely wouldn't just tell him that he has a favorite. And the fact that Shen Manwen could say such words impressed Chung Yuan. It strengthens the resolve to develop Shen Manwen into girlfriend number 2. A good sister like that deserves a huge girlfriend fund. Wu Kuan's face instantly turned pale and he staggered, endless despair filling his heart. Suffice it to say, if he hadn't always had his heart set on marrying Shen Manwen back home, he wouldn't have gotten this far. At this moment, all of his persistence, all of his faith, instantly collapsed. Feng Shao hurriedly held Wu Kuan. Mr. Wu, are you okay? Wu Kuan took a deep breath and tried to maintain his decency. I'm fine, thanks. Mr. Wu, do I need to prepare the purchase contract for you? If it was before learning that Chung Yuan had bought a 100 million worth of building king, Wu Kuan would definitely be awesome and booming to answer down and show his awesome in front of Shen Manwen. But now, when he thought of what he had just done, when he thought of what he had just said, Wu Kuan felt his cheeks burning. He must be a ridiculous jumper in Manwen's eyes, right? Obviously, he didn't have much strength, but he was jumping around in front of the surname Chang. It's not for sale for a while, so I'll come back to you to buy a larger apartment. After saying that, Wu Kuan turned his head to look at Shen Manwen. Man, I admit that I really can't compare to Mr. Chang right now. However, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. I hope you can wait for me for 3 years. After 3 years, I will definitely prove that I am even better than Mr. Chang. Shen Manwen knew that he had to get on something tough in order to make Wu Kuan completely die. Wu Kuan, come with us to visit the King of Buildings for a while. By the way, recognize the door. For a long time to come, I will be on the side of the King of Buildings. Shen Manwen intends to make a series of repossessions, renovations and move-ins, so she will be in the King of Buildings for a very long time indeed. However, Wu Kuan didn't know this and thought Shen Manwen was swearing her mistress status to him. Wu Kuan only felt that his chest was stuffy, and his heart suddenly convulsed, hurting him so much that he could barely breathe. Manwen, I won't give up. One day, I will prove to you, I'm the better one. After saying that, Wu Kuan turned around and left. He naturally would not look at Chung Yuan's king of the house. Someday he'll buy a house that's even more impressive than the king of the building. Wu Kuan left without making a single wave. Shen Manwen asked with a face full of expectation, Brother Chang, this side is a hardcover delivery. However, there are no cabinets, no various functional areas, and even less soft furnishings. When you get these, I can also help with the video. Chung Yuan grinned. Man, I'm very busy. I'll leave all the cabinets soft furnishings as well as the decoration of the various functional areas to you. Shen Manwen's body trembled with excitement. Did Big Brother Chung trust her so much? Aren't you afraid she'll take advantage of the situation? Don't worry, Big Brother Chang, I will do my best to set up this home well. The manager came very quickly, with a big smile on his face. He stretched out his big hand towards Chung Yuan. Mr. Chang, how are you? I'm the manager of No. 8, Liang Road. My name is Sun Kai. Hello Manager Sun. Chung Yuan haughtily shook hands with Sun Kai. Mr. Chang, all the formalities you need have been completed for you in advance. Do you think you should go back to the sales office to sign first? Or go to inspect your house first? Let's see the house first. Okay, Mr. Chang. 8 Liang Road. A total of 11 buildings. Chung Yuan's king of the building is located on the 9th floor of Building 5, occupying the entire first floor of the 9th floor. Whether it is the location or the symbolism of the 9 to 5, it is worthy of the title of King of Buildings. Normally, there is only one household on each floor of Building 5, all of which are large enough to install an elevator. However, 2 elevators were installed in Building V. The elevator was large and quite luxurious and upscale, definitely far beyond the elevator of a 5-star hotel. This surprised Shen Manwen greatly. After stepping out of the elevator, the entryway was a black and gold entry door. It was 5 or 6 meters wide, incredibly luxurious and expensive. Mr. Chang, this is the most advanced security door in Germany, with fingerprint face pupil triple verification function. The initial password is 666-6666. You can reset the password and enter your fingerprint face pupil into the system. After a pause, Sun Kai glanced at Shen Manwen and continued. This insurance door, a total of 10 sets of personal information can be recorded. If the follow-up needs to be increased, you can contact me or the property. Poof. Shen Manwen's little heart couldn't control its wild beat. How many sets of personal information can be entered in total? I wonder if Brother Chang will enter her personal information. However, her relationship with Brother Chang has not yet reached that point. For a while, Shen Manwen was looking forward to it and a bit nervous, fearing that Chung Yuan would simply ignore this matter. Chapter 98 Spitting Mode. Chang Yuan naturally found Shen Manwan's eager little eyes, just as she did not raise fish, cleanly and directly emptied the fish pond, and even gave up on super potential stocks like Wu Kuan. You should have entered her personal information as well. How else is she going to be responsible for finishing the functional areas of the cabinets as well as the various soft furnishings? He has the administrator password anyway. After the renovation is complete, her personal information can be erased at any time. Chang Yuan recorded his personal information neatly with his hands and feet, then turned his head and said in a harmonious voice, Man, you should record your information as well. Shen Manwan was trembling with excitement. What does Mr. Ching mean? Surprisingly, they let her record personal information. Is this an acknowledgement of who she is? Shen Manwan held back her excitement and recorded her personal information. Brother Chang, if you're not busy entering the home first, I'll go into the elevator first and record the video of the acceptance of the home from the time I get off the elevator to make it complete. Chang Yuan nodded. All right. Shen Manwan hurriedly pressed open the elevator door and started recording. It's in the first person, the identity and tone of the hostess. It's a nice day for a closing. While saying that, Shen Manwan tapped the gorgeous and incomparable elevator. There was a ding. The elevator doors opened. Shen Manwan focused on recording the alabaster tiled floor and the luxurious and incomparable black and gold gate, and recorded Chang Yuan's back as he was unlocking the door. Shen Manwan didn't introduce Chang Yuan's identity, purposely misleading the netizens that the one who opened the door was her husband, the man of the house. Upon entering the same foyer, this foyer is much more luxurious and expensive than the one in 309 just now. It was also topped with a golden pot of a fortune tree. The property was pretty sweet and I love the hair tree that was given to me. Soon, Shen Manwan bypassed the entrance hall and came to the huge and incomparable living room. Shen Manwan's consciousness was in a trance. Last month, she had been a guest in the home of a female member. That female member's home was a small 188 square foot bungalow, and at the time she was so envious that she was satisfied to live in such a house in her life. But today, her soul took one shock after another. That set of 309 just now had already shocked her, surpassing her knowledge of mansions. The little 188 bungalow at the woman member's house is just okay compared to 309. Compared to the king of the building in front of me, 309 suddenly becomes a younger brother. 188 and it's simply impossible to look at it. It's too big, isn't it? This living room, I'm afraid, is close to 100 square feet. The living room alone was bigger than the house she was renting. And there have been some preliminary plans for functional areas, with several small landings raised out of thin air. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer an even wider view, definitely more than 180 degrees. Standing in front of the window gave Shen Manwan an illusion, as if she had already stepped on the entire Qingdao under her feet. Shen Manwan had originally just planned to find a gold collar who owns a 188 small flat and treats her well. But now, Shen Manwan's ambition was like grass growing and expanding wildly. If only the house was hers. What a blessing it would be to live here. Her mind had even fantasized about her making the balcony a functional area for relaxation. What a great place to put a yoga mat and do yoga while soaking up the ocean breeze and enjoying the sunset. That's ing life. Before, she that was just alive. She must catch Changde and must become the mistress of this place. Obviously loved and enjoyed the set. But, when it came down to it, it changed. Water lovers? Isn't this living room a little too big for a family of 3? With all these floors, will the kids fall? Also, the glass in the floor-to-ceiling windows is all in one piece. Is there any risk of falling with such a large piece of glass? It looked like Shen Manwan was nitpicking with every word. In fact, anyone who knows anything about it knows that she's totally in Versailles. The corner of Chang Yuan's mouth on the side curled up slightly, and he knew that Shen Manwan was increasing the topicality of the topic, inducing netizens to leave comments and increase the heat. He was also fantasizing about living here. However, there were no illusions about himself. Instead, I fantasize about joy running around the house, joyful as can be. By the way, you can make a small video of Lele running at home as well. He had often swiped such a video before, and he had envied it. Now he too could be the envy of others. It took a full 5 or 6 minutes of shooting the living room before Shen Manwan walked into the master bedroom. The master bedroom is even bigger than you can imagine. It's slightly smaller than the living room, but, at least, it's got to be 70 or 80 square feet. It was twice as big as the living room in the one she rented. This is just too much. That 309 master bedroom just now had satisfied her. And this place simply exceeded her expectations as well as her perceptions. She has even begun to plan inside her head. Put a super king-size bed here. Put a vanity here. Get an L-shaped closet here. Here. Shen Manwan's favorite is that 270 degrees panoramic floating window. But, when it came to it, it once again changed its flavor. Water friends, look. This developer is too good at saving materials, right? Surprisingly, the floating window is made to be 270 degrees. Why don't they just make it 360 degrees? It must be so hard to clean such a big room. It's so hard for me. After 10 minutes of the same spewing in the master bedroom, Shen Manhwan continued to look at the other rooms. There are 7 rooms in this house. There are 2 larger master bedrooms and a larger children's room. The other rooms weren't as dramatic, but they had to be as big as the 2 master bedrooms in the house she was renting. It was half an hour after all the rooms had been seen. Shen Manhwan's mouth was a little dry from talking. Water friends, so it's so tiring to close a house? I have to speed up my progress. Otherwise the child's kindergarten is well out of school. Don't delay picking up the child. With that, Shen Manhwan entered the bathroom. Shen Manhwan was directly stunned. Nima, that's a bit too luxurious, isn't it? Throughout the body of the alabaster material floor tiles, wall tiles, huge alabaster bathtubs settled in the very center. A huge bath so luxurious that it staggered Shen Manhwan. What shocked Shen Manhwan the most was that the bathroom used was also a luxurious and incomparable floor-to-ceiling window. It's impossible to make sense of this. Shen Manhwan loved it, but was in spitting mode. Hey, with a bathtub this big, how much water is this going to waste? Water friends, tell me, is the developer's brain out of its mind? Isn't there any fear of the owner getting naked when floor-to-ceiling windows are installed inside the bathroom? How many people are intended to bathe together in this bath? Isn't it taking up a bit too much space? I don't know what this developer is thinking. What kind of crystal chandelier is in the bathroom? Is it going to blind me? Chapter 99, finally knowing the difference between living and being alive. While Shen Manhwan was concentrating on filming the repossession video, Chang Yuan had already turned the entire home around. He was happy with his new home. Compared to this new home, the one in the royal parks, it's impossible to look at. Chang Yuan finally realized why the system had despised him so much before and directly gave him a real estate mission. Now it seems that the system was really right. A mansion like this is worthy of his godly grandeur. While Chang Yuan chatted with Sun Kai, he touched his cell phone and opened the back end of Jitterbug. That million brought in a huge, unparalleled number of views. His backstage followers have skyrocketed to more than 10,000 people. These fan numbers alone have gone up, and the 1 million invested has already paid for itself. And, moreover, it's still increasing rapidly. Almost every time I refreshed, I gained several fans. The number of likes is even 80,000. That means that this video, so far, has made a solid $800,000. And, this video is still generating revenue. It's only been 2 hours. Based on yesterday's experience, after a full day of fermentation, the number of followers should at least double, as should the number of likes. That means that for this one video, with $1 million invested, he will make at least 3 million. If he invests additional, Chang Yuan's heart turned hot, and he suddenly had a certain amount of confidence in the $200 million of alms. Chang Yuan raised his hand and added another million shaking plus. In fact, he was tempted to drop all his money into it. However, the traffic brought in by casting this shake plus thing will become less and less precise, and the fans and likes brought in will gradually decrease with the same investment. Therefore, Chang Yuan still decided to be cautious. With that million rushing in, the traffic pool expanded again and the fan base began to skyrocket once more. Just now a refresh went up a few fans, now a refresh goes up dozens. Chang Yuan immediately put down his heart. It seems that this video, it should be able to eat 2 million shaking plus. It remains to be seen if we can eat more. The other side. It took over 50 minutes to get the repossession video shot. Shen Manhwan's tired arms were a little sore, and her mouth was dry, but she felt very accomplished and energized. Brother Chang, the repossession video is done. I'll edit it here and try to get it done within an hour. Okay, thanks Manhwan. Shen Manhwan pretended to be unhappy and said, Brother Chang, you let me enter the household information, so I'm at least half a hostess. Why are you so polite to me? Saying these words, Shen Manhwan was slightly nervous, and this was also a small test for her. I wonder if Mr. Ching will be angry with her for calling herself half-hostess? The good thing was that Chang Yuan's expression was calm. Manhwan's right. I was being too polite. Shen Manhwan was ecstatic. Chang did not deny that she was half a hostess. Does this mean that she's a preliminary finalist? Go Shen Man. You can. You'll definitely be able to take down Shang De. Taking advantage of this heat, Shen Manhwan said in a petulant tone. Brother Chang, can I send a friend circle? Circle of friends? Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. I wonder if Lin Ruoyu has any close friends of Shen Manhwan. If Shen Manhwan were to see that she owned a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars, would she be so heartbroken that she would want to vomit blood? The corner of Chang Yuan's mouth turned up slightly, looking at Shen Manhwan with an encouraging gaze. Man, you're the half-mistress of this house. so feel free to post your friends if you want to. You don't have to ask me. Shen Manwan's little heart fluttered with excitement. Sheng Big Brother personally admitted that she is half the hostess of this house. Is it possible to edit the text later? However, after hesitating for half a day, Shen Manwan did not dare to edit the text as a hostess. People Chang Big Brother atmosphere. Do not care about this with her. She herself must be rules. Know the limits. We can't upset Brother Chang. Shen Manwan got the location first. Number 8 on Lai Yang Road. Then got a 9-pack. 8 of the photos are of the 8 corners of the house that she is most happy with. The centered photo, a selfie of her sitting on the bathroom tub, purposely captures the bathtub, which she's madly spitting on, and the floor-to-ceiling window behind it. Closing is so exhausting. Today I finally realized the difference between living and being alive. Brother, thank you. Shen Manwan purposely did not mention Chang Yuan's name, but she was certain as well as certain that Lu Shiqi and Zhu Shui would definitely guess who she was talking about. Shen Manwan could even imagine the two women's despair. Chang Yuan couldn't help but gently shake his head when he saw the copy. Manavan is still too cautious. He'd already encouraged it. And she hadn't even dared to bring out her name. I wonder if Lin Ruoyu can guess that this is his house. This friend circle of Shen Manwan's was like throwing a deep water bomb inside a fish pond, directly blowing up the fish pond. Countless people left messages. Countless people messaged her. Shen Manwan fumbled with her cell phone to check. Most of them were her lickspittles. Shen Manwan didn't even bother to check what they said. It's probably just heartbreak and sadness and despair, and some urging her to keep her eyes open and not get ripped off. Suddenly, Shen Manwan saw a message from an interested friend, the female member who was a guest at the other side's house the other day. Shen Manwan noted it as Sister Helene. At that time, she was practically crying with envy, and made this Sister Helene her goal to strive for. One day, she would be satisfied to live in a house like Sister Hylian's. But now, Shen Manwan's mindset had completely changed, no longer feeling that Sister Hylian's family was so unattainable, or even that it was just like that. In fact, many celebrities and gold diggers didn't start out as gold diggers, and perhaps they were simple ones. It's just that, under the leadership of some men, they've seen life at the top and can no longer be interested in ordinary life. It's not exactly them who are at fault, but also the men who show them a better view and then kick them away when they've had enough fun. If Chang Yuan had just played around with Shen Manwan and kicked her out after he had enough of her, perhaps, Shen Manwan would have become a newly promoted celebrity as well. The good thing is that Shen Manwan's luck was good and she met Chang Yuan. Even if Chang Yuan didn't necessarily marry her, at the very least, she could still get a decent amount of girlfriend fund. Shen Manwan clicked on Sister Hylian's frothing avatar and saw the message from Sister Hylian. Man, you're hiding it too well, aren't you? Last time I said you didn't have a boyfriend. I didn't expect that today. You've directly collected a house with your boyfriend, and it's still the house at No. 8, Lai Yang Road, Manvin. If I'm not mistaken, this is a 666 floor plan, right? How much does this cost? At least $60 million, right? Man, what does your boyfriend do? Someday I'll call your brother-in-law up, and the four of us will sit together. Maybe your boyfriend and your brother-in-law still have business dealings. Chapter 100, Shen Lian's Temptation. Shen Manwan was simply cool and happy. A few days ago, Sister Helene, whom she had to look up to, was now talking to her in a pleasing tone. Weren't you so high and mighty the other day? Said brother-in-law was too busy to party. Why are you free today? Shen Manwan returned a message. Sister Hai Lian, you read it right. It's the house type of No. 8, Lai Yang Road 666. Let's talk about it if the party is going to be held. My dear is quite busy. I'll talk to you when he's free. After replying to Sister Hai Lian's message, Shen Manwan continued to scroll through, and soon, saw a person who was more interested, Shen Lian. Shen Lian is Shen Manwan's childhood friend from the same village, and her face value and figure are slightly inferior to Shen Manwan's. However, Shen Lian is a better student than Shen Manwan, and her family's situation is also good, because she was jealous that Shen Manwan was prettier than herself. Since elementary school, Shen Lian had often shown her superiority in front of Shen Manwan. However, Shen Lian did compete and got into Handong Broadcasting University. After graduation, she successfully applied for a job at Qingdao TV and became a beautiful anchorwoman. And Shen Manwan became a fitness instructor after graduating from college, which made Shen Lian's sense of superiority even more overwhelming. In order to suppress Shen Manwan, Shen Lian even purposely took a long detour and came to the Hilton Gym to get an annual fitness card. Every month, no more, no less, he had to come on a trip to exchange with Shen Manwan about his recent work and life. Well, showing off. Actually, through these exchanges, Shen Manwan learned that Shen Lian now drove an Audi A7 and rented inside a high-end apartment. Shen Lian had also invited Shen Manwen to her home. Taking a look at the place where Shen Lian lived, and then taking a look at the doghouse where he lived, Shen Manwen received a 10,000 point blitz. Shen Manwen clicked on Shen Lian's avatar. Man, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I don't know? You didn't say anything last time I went to see you. It's just the last couple days. What's your boyfriend's name? What does he do? I have a lot of contacts. Do you need me to check for you? Don't get ripped off. Lo Yen. Don't bother. I know everything about my boyfriend. I've been to No. 8 Liang Road last time too. Their sales office is back with the door facing west, right? Shen Manwen raised her eyebrows. Lu Yen is not believing that she went to No. 8 Liang Road to collect the house. This was a scam on her. Lu Yen, you're remembering it wrong, aren't you? The return door to the sales office at No. 8 Liang Road is facing east. The entire Shen Lian on the other end of the phone was bad. Thought Shen Manwen just stole the picture from the internet. Did she really find such a rich boyfriend? The 666 is a nearly $100 million mansion. What's the diploma of Shenman? She is the newest beautiful anchor in Qingdao. Why doesn't she have such a super godly boyfriend? Man. Tanya Space Design Company Director is my friend. If you need, feel free to greet. See my face. Can help you free drawings? If necessary, can always go over to measure the room. The first move was defeated, but Shen Lian was not willing and made a second move. If Shen Manwen had just stolen the picture from the internet, she would definitely not dare to take her words. However, what Shen Lian did not expect was that Shen Manwen not only picked up, but also picked up very smoothly. Tanya Space Design Company is ranked in the top 3 in the industry in Qingdao. Their design director has won many awards. It is said that her schedule has been scheduled to a month later. I didn't expect Lu Yan's face to be so big. Then I'll thank Lu Yan. I'm free anytime. I can come over to measure the room anytime. Shen Lian's entire body was bad. Meow. Looks like the Shen Manwen really got lucky. She, on the other hand, not only has to watch her live in a top mansion, but also expend her own favors to help her find a designer. No way. She, Shen Lian, absolutely could not be suppressed by Shen Manwen. It's just a boyfriend. It's not like you're married. Even if you're married, you can still get divorced. Such a super godly man deserves to belong to her. Okay, I'll make an appointment with Director Wang. After ending the conversation with Shen Lian, Shen Manwen didn't indulge in showing off and showing her superiority. She knew very well that all of her superiority was brought to her by Chang Yuan. Working for Chang Yuan is the top priority. Shen Manwen started editing the software. Chang Yuan is very satisfied with this good sister. Look, other people man, how to put their own matters concerned. Lin Ruoyu couldn't compare at all. Mr. Chang, all the formalities have been taken care of, so you can go to the housing authority this afternoon to get the license. Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Was this the joy of the rich? When he married Lin Ruoyu, he also bought a house, and it can be troublesome to get a license. It has to be registered, an application form has to be filled out, and a survey has to be done, and public maintenance and deed taxes have to be paid, and then there's still the wait for notification. Back and forth, for a little over half a month. And now, all in one afternoon. What's the cost of the property? Mr. Chang, you are purchasing the king of the building in this district, and our boss is giving you a 2-year reduction in the property fee and parking space management fee in order to thank you for your support of our work. Tell your boss I appreciate his kindness. Chang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. 666 house. The light property fee a year also has to be a small 20,000 yuan. This boss is pretty open. Sun Kai asked in a respectful voice. Mr. Chang, go check out the parking space or the front room next. Let's look at the parking space first, and recognize the door. Okay, Mr. Chang. Led by Sun Kai, the group arrived at the underground parking lot. The parking spaces here are all planned to be larger than those in ordinary neighborhoods, and despite this, there are still quite a few cars straddling 2 spaces. Yet, no one disputes this. This is because the least number of homeowners who can afford to buy a house at No. 8 Liang Road has bought 2 parking spaces. There are even some people who buy 3 or 4 townhouse spaces and park horizontally without being bothered. Of course, like Chang Yuan, those who bought 10 parking spaces in one go were still very few. Mr. Chang, from 0993 to 1002, all are your parking spaces. Shen Manwen on the side already didn't know what to say. Brother Chang is too luxurious. How many cars is he planning to buy? 3 cars are enough for a normal family, and all 3 of his cars can be parked sideways. Chang Yuan pretended to turn around, then raised his hand to point to one of the parking spaces. Manager's son, the top of this parking space is leaking. Leaking is leaking money. Not good. Please fix it. Okay, Mr. Chang. I'll contact my colleagues in the engineering department to fix the leak as soon as possible. Chang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Okay, nothing else is wrong. Go check out the front room. Okay, Mr. Chang. Led by Sun Kai, the group arrived at the front rooms along the street. The story height of the house at No. 8 Liang Road is already high, and the story height of the front room is even higher and exaggerated. Similar to the lobby of a five-star hotel. Chang Yuan was vaguely a bit agitated. These two front rooms are right next to each other, each with 200 square feet. And if you open up the center, it's a superb 400 square feet front room. Perfect place to open a seafood buffet. Although he doesn't need the seafood buffet to make money anymore. The seafood buffet is where his dream started. And a bunch of brothers and sisters who followed him through 3 years of suffering. For the sake of these brothers and sisters, even if they lose money, they will reopen the seafood buffet. As if sensing Chang Yuan's mood, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 101, The Beginnings of a Divine Hero. As a super godly man, the host has not forgotten his original intention, and is well worthy of commendation. Congratulations to the host, for inspiring the randomized welfare quest, The Beginning of a Godly Man. The mission, to recall the employees of Faraway Seafood Buffet with the highest treatment in the industry. Benefit 1, reward 1 million opening fund for every old employee recalled. Benefit 2, reward different multiples of turnover rebate based on employee happiness index. Chang Yuan was ecstatic. The system is just so sweet. The reason he wanted to reopen the Faraway Seafood Buffet was for the sake of his brothers and sisters who had followed him through 3 years of suffering. The system directly allows him to give the highest treatment in the industry and, moreover, awards different multiples of turnover rebates based on the employee happiness index. It's making him spoil his staff like crazy. And, it's turnover rebate, not net income. He can make a big turnover with all kinds of promotions. It doesn't matter at all if he loses money or not. There is a turnover rebate anyway. Just ask your peers if they're scared. Isn't your crab feast 588 a person? Or even 388 a person? I'll do it straight to you for 588 fresh king crabs for free. What are you gonna play with me? With the baptism of the king of the building just now, Shen Manwan's acceptance of the two houses along the street is very high. Compared with the king of the building, the price of tens of millions of houses along the street is just that. Shen Manwan simply looked at it and started editing frantically once again. In the meantime, although Shen Manwan did not reply to the messages from her gym colleagues, her circle of friends, however, had begun to ferment. Zhang Mimi is the receptionist. When she is idle and bored, she either brushes Jain or swishes the circle of friends. Belonging to the first group of people who saw Shen Manwan's circle of friends, Zhang Mimi, who has an average relationship with Shen Manwan, did not send a message to Shen Manwan, but rushed to the yoga room in the first place. Not caring that Lu Shiqi was in a yoga class, she rushed over in a hurry. Sister Psyche, something big has happened. Lu Shiqi calmly glanced at Zhang Mimi and snapped. Mimi, can't you see that I'm in class? Even if it's a big deal, let's talk about it a little later, after I finish my class. Sister Shiki, the sky is falling. Gah, Lu Shiqi froze. What could the sky be falling in a small gym? Did the owner run off with the money? The female members in the back of the room came to life. Psyche, just let Nini tell us. What's the big deal about the sky falling? We're quite curious too. Lu Shiqi smiled and nodded. Since the sisters are interested, Mimi, tell us. Actually, Nini Zhang wasn't going to tell these female members. Wouldn't that be more competition for no reason? However, Lu Shiqi had spoken, and it wasn't good for her not to say anything. Sister Shiki, take a look at Sister Man's circle of friends. Lu Shiqi picked up her cell phone, opened WeChat, and checked Shen Manwan's circle of friends. And then, her entire body was silent. This house is too big, isn't it? The master bedroom alone is bigger than the house she shares with Nini Zhang. Brother Chang is too trenchant, isn't he? The other female members either opened WeChat or came up to watch. And then, one by one, they couldn't help but stare at their beautiful eyes. Geez, when did Man find such a rich boyfriend? The secrecy is quite good. Nini Zhang hurriedly corrected. Sister Chen, you know Brother Chang, you even saw the monkey playing yesterday. However, as far as I understand, at the moment, Big Brother Chang is not Sister Man's boyfriend. There was a gasp from the yoga room. This is Mr. Chang's house? Oh, my god, how rich must Mr. Chang be? Such a big house. It must be 500 to 600 square feet. At 20,000 per square foot, it's worth $10 million. Sister Lu, you guessed wrong. This is No. 8 Liang Road. The houses in here are the top mansions in Qingdao. The cheapest ones start at $100,000. If Brother Chang's location of this house was better, it would be close to hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. The entire yoga room was silent for several seconds. The hearts of all the female members were bleeding. They have a surprisingly hidden billionaire by their side. And they, instead of cherishing it, leave a very bad impression on the other side. Lushiki's heart leaked a little. A fine layer of hot sweat suddenly seeped from the palms of his hands. In front of a billionaire? What's that about the so-called age? The so-called stepmother? Lushichi simply regretted it. If she hadn't been a bit hesitant at the beginning, if she had been able to show a bit more enthusiasm, today, the one who accompanied Brother Chang to repossess the house would have been her. Damn Principal Zhuang. How dare you slander Big Brother Chang? Brother Chang can afford a mansion of nearly $100 million. How can he be an old white guy who's being capped? Principal Zhuang has done a lot of harm. Before, when I greeted Brother Chang, he would smile at me. Since watching the monkey show, Brother Chang has ignored me. Shichi, Chang Big Brother bought your class ah. What's Shin Manwan's diploma for accompanying Brother Chang to repossess his house? She's too shameless, isn't she? Lu Shichi didn't know how to describe her feelings. They were complicated anyway. She was pretty sure that Big Brother Chang was definitely interested in her, and possibly, had plans to pursue her. Otherwise, she took the initiative to walk up a few steps forward, but this passive character of hers, it's too difficult ah. Shu Shui also brushed to Shin Manwan's friend circle. Excited, a heart almost jumped out of the mouth of the throat. Geez, she had sufficiently overestimated Big Brother Chang's strength, not realizing that she was still underestimating. It is surprising that Brother Chang owns a mansion of nearly $100 million. How rich must Mr. Chang be? $1 billion? Or $10 billion? No matter what, she must catch Chang. However, she now had an Achilles heel, and that was the day of the blind date, which had gone really badly. Shu Shui hurriedly called her mom. Mom, you introduced me to that blind date last time. I'm happy with it. What did you say across the street? Last time I asked your Auntie Wu. Your Auntie Wu said that she doesn't interfere between the children and lets you develop freely. How are you getting along with that Xiao Chang? Brother Chang and I had a little misunderstanding. You have to help me. You have to take the initiative ah. Must get on good terms with Auntie Wu. Try to get Auntie Wu to lean towards our side. Shu Shui's mom asked with an odd look on her face. Xiao Shui, what's the situation? Before someone introduced better than Xiao Chang, also did not see you so active. Xiao Chang divorced. Still with a daughter. Why are you so on the rush? Zhu Shui directly dumped the photos inside Shin Manwan's friend circle. Mom, this is the house Brother Chang just bought. No. 8, Liang Road, a super mansion with a total price of nearly $100 million. Yuki, why didn't you tell me about this situation earlier? It's Mom who didn't pay attention to it. Mom will definitely get on good terms with Xiao Wu, and will definitely ask her to put in more good words for you. Mom has now figured out that it's actually quite good to be a stepmother. Chapter 102, God's Hero's Retribution. After looking at the houses along the street, the closing came to an end. Under Sun Kai's respectful escort, Chang Yuan drove his good sister away. Chang Yuan looked at the time. It was still early for the kindergarten to finish school. Plus Shen Manwan, the good sister, was working hard to cut the video. Once Chang Yuan was happy, he sent her back home. In fact, Shen Manwan had originally planned to have dinner with Chang Yuan, but she knew very well that she couldn't grasp Big Brother Chang by having a meal. Why don't you do more for Brother Chang? After returning home, Shen Manwan couldn't even bother to take a bath, and she was focused on cutting the video. Chang Yuan arrived at the kindergarten at just the right time, and after sending a message to Mr. Huang, he habitually opened the Jitterbug background. The second million. The results have not been as good as the first. The first million, 3 million in net income, and the second one, only $2 million so far. Still, so far, it's making money. Chang Yuan added another million shakes plus. Odds are, the potential for this video is 3 million shakes plus. Soon, Nana Huang walked out with a few children. Chang Yuan's eyes were sharp and he noticed that Lele was walking out with a dopey little boy holding hands and talking and laughing. The little boy was actually quite spirited looking, but did have that little bit of introversion. However, in the eyes of Chang Yuan, an old father, it became dull. Little bastard, let go of my happy's little hand. Of course, with so many parents watching, that's certainly not something you can say. Joy, Daddy's over here. Chang Yuan waved towards Lele, trying to attract his good daughter's attention, hoping that his good daughter could let go of that little boy and jump into the arms of him, her old father. Lele was very happy to see Chang Yuan. However, he did not let go of that little boy's hand as he wished, and holding his little hand, he dashed towards Chang Yuan. Dad, good afternoon. That little boy saw his parents, however, did not break free from Lele's grip and followed Lele to Chang Yuan, greeting him in a small voice. Good day, Uncle. The little boy's father's name is Yubin, and his mother is Huang Wenwen. The two of them were happy to see him enjoy holding hands and smiling with their eyebrows raised, because Joy is so beautiful, dressing up like a little princess. My son is really so competitive. I won't worry about finding him a daughter-in-law in the future. Yubin and Huang Wenwen greeted them with smiles. Yubin took the initiative to greet, brother, you also come to pick up the child ah? Cheng Yuan was not happy in his heart, but, in the face of other people's smiling faces, naturally he couldn't put on a stinky face, and reluctantly smiled. Yes, I've come to pick up the child. Lele, call uncle and auntie. Lele's mouth was sweet. Good afternoon, uncle and auntie. Yubin and Huang Wenwen's happy mouths were grinning up to their ears. This little girl was too good to be true. She was pretty and polite. Moreover, her father looked very rich, so she should be in a good family condition. It would be nice to have a child marriage. Big Orange, call uncle. Cheng Yuan said smilingly, it's already been called. Lele, say goodbye to your classmates. What Cheng Yuan didn't expect was that Lele still didn't let go, but looked at Cheng Yuan with bated breath. Daddy, Happy wants to treat Big Orange to a seafood dinner. Is that okay? It was just a meal. Cheng Yuan naturally didn't care, but the thought of his precious daughter possibly being snatched away made Cheng Yuan feel all out of sorts. Joy, Dad's word doesn't count. It has to be your classmates' mom and dad's. In Cheng Yuan's mind, Yubin and Huang Wenwen would definitely have the good sense to refuse. However, what Cheng Yuan did not expect was that these two people's ability to climb up the pole was simply unrivaled. Since it's Lele's goodwill, how can we refuse? Big Orange, why don't you quickly thank Lele? Big Orange turned his head and looked at Lele very seriously. Lele, thank you for treating me to a seafood dinner. Joy shook her head vigorously. You how Orange, don't thank me. I should be the one to thank you. Hong Shang and the others are always bullying me, and you're the one who protects me every time. You how Orange looked at Lele very seriously. Lele is my best friend. Of course I want to protect Lele. Cheng Yuan raised his eyebrows. This stupid kid has been protecting Lele ah? I don't know why. Just now Cheng Yuan felt that this silly boy was naive, but now he felt that he was very down-to-earth and reliable. Lele, how does that Hong Shang you mentioned bully you? Hong Shang and the others are always snatching my books and toys. Every time, you how Orange helped me snatch them back. And once, Yu Hai Chang's neck was scratched. Yubin and Huang Wenwen looked at each other. They had misunderstood their son. It was thought that my son had scratched his neck because he had been naughty and fought with his classmates. So it's a hero saving a beauty. Huang Wenwen rubbed Yu Hao Orange's head and said in an approving tone. Big Orange, you've done a good job. You should just protect your classmates, especially Lele. Yu Hao Orange nodded his head vigorously. Okay, Mom, I remember. Cheng Yuan's opinion of how Orange had completely changed. This was a down-to-earth child. With such a little guy protecting Lele, Lele will never be bullied in kindergarten. It was only that he, as a person, was not willing to be favored for nothing. Mr. You, where do you make your fortune? Yubin rubbed his hands together in slight embarrassment. Freelance. Freelance? Cheng Yuan blinked a few times. Writer? Writing web novels or skits or something? Yubin gently shook his head. No. How could I have that kind of brain? I'm just doing magic tricks on Jitterbug to make a living. Cheng Yuanqiao glanced at Yubin. Did not expect that he, no less than his own fat body, and this handicraft? Cheng Yuan gave a heartfelt thumbs up. Mr. You, what time do you usually go live? What's the Jitterbug nickname? Go and support the show at that time. Cheng Yuan meant what he said. He couldn't give his daughter to Yu Hao Orange, but he could express his gratitude in other ways. For example, paint 2 carnivals for Yubin. There was a ding. The system's voice suddenly rang out. As a qualified godly man, a favor must be repaid on the spot. Inspire a random quest, God's magnificent retribution. Task, within 3 days. Help Yubin take the classified day ranking championship and help him win 3 PKs. Mission reward, 10x recharge cashback. The liability increases by $10 million for each day overdue. Cheng Yuan was ecstatic. This Yubin. It's like a magic weapon to swipe money. It's too simple and crude. Fiercer than those sisters. If you put in $10 million, wouldn't it be a direct return of $100 million? If we drop in $20 million, wouldn't a $200 million investment fund be in order? Yubin's gaze turned a bit evasive. Every time he broadcasts live, there are at most 20 or 30 people in the live room, so it's really a bit embarrassing to say. However, Cheng Yuan asked, and he couldn't help but say it. Lele Dad, my Jitterbug name is Ghost Hanbinzi, and I usually start broadcasting live at 8 o'clock in the evening. Cheng Yuan looked at Yubin's big fat hand and his expression turned a bit odd. How dare you call yourself a ghost hand with these big fat hands? Cheng Yuan looked at his watch. In order not to delay Mr. Use live broadcast. Let's hurry up and go. Shall we? Okay, where do we meet? Crab feast, I guess. How did you guys get here? Do you need a ride? Chung Yuan pointed to his phaeton. Seeing that Chung Yuan was also driving a Volkswagen, the expression on Yu Bin's face turned a little more natural. It seems that both families have similar conditions. He has absolutely no need to feel inferior. No, we're driving. Chapter 103, Ulju. I'm here to support you. Two families, two cars, soon arrived at the territorial mansion. Chung Yuan greeted the boss's wife on the way, and when he saw Chung Yuan's car coming, the security guard hurriedly opened the carry bar in the underground parking lot. Very attentive, he led Chang Yuan and Yu Bin to find a parking space. Yu Bin has a big personality and is rather slow to realize that something is wrong. However, Huang Wenwen realized something was wrong. Both families drive VWs though. However, Chung Yuan's Volkswagen was significantly longer and had thicker wheels, which were not cheap at first glance. Odds are it should be a high-end model of the Maiden or Passat. Then again, when Lele got out of the car, she glanced at it and realized that the interior of the car was luxurious beyond belief. If she didn't look at the badge, she would believe it if she said it was a luxury car like the BBA. Huang Wenwen came forward and asked with a smile, Lele Dad, I still don't know your last name. Exempted from the nobility. Last name Chang. Where did Mr. Chang make his fortune? Like Mr. Yu, I also play with self-publishing. Only, I don't broadcast live. I simply play with short videos. Yu Bin and Huang Wenwen had a look of realization on their faces. This Mr. Chang is supposed to be the kind of podcaster who brings in the goods through short videos. Because of the similarity of work, Yu Bin felt that Chung Yuan was a lot more cordial, and chatted quite warmly along the way. Soon, the group arrived on the 10th floor and entered the crab feast. The boss's wife led the waiters in two lines, giving Chung Yuan the utmost respect. Mr. Chang, welcome you and your friends to the crab feast. In this regard, Chung Yuan had long been accustomed to it, but Yu Bin and Huang Wenwen were very uncomfortable and even a little frightened. Especially, after they saw the price of the crab feast, they looked at each other a little bit. However, with so many people watching now, the two didn't dare to speak. The boss's wife personally escorted the group into the box. Mr. Chang, you can start ordering now. I'll arrange for the kitchen to prepare the meal. After the boss's wife walked out of the private room, Yu Bin rubbed his hands together and said with an embarrassed face, Mr. Chang, it's too expensive here. There's no need to come to such an expensive place on purpose for the children's small engagements. Why don't you? Let's change it. Chung Yuan didn't have time to answer yet, but Lele on the side answered first, Uncle, Dad brings Lele to dinner every day. Lele doesn't want to change the place. Come to eat every day? The corners of Yu Bin and Huang Wenwen's mouths twitched slightly, suddenly feeling a tiny bit of pressure. Could their silly boy afford to raise joy? Well, not a tiny bit of pressure, but a mountain of pressure. Now Yu Bin live broadcast did not have any ups and downs. Just rely on Huang Wenwen a month 8,000 salary. Feed a family of 3. Come to the crab feast to eat a meal is gone ah. Chang Yuan said with a smile. Today is Lele's treat. Let's listen to Lele. Well, soon, steaming hot king crabs, lobsters and whatnot, all came up. Yu Bin and Huang Wenwen drooled, and now they didn't mention anything about changing places, and ate with their mouths full of oil, which was called a hearty. How Orange and Lele also ate like flies. Only Chang Yuan ate in a very subtle manner, only shallowly eating a few king crab legs, and then watch a few people wildly show off the whole time. Chung Yuan was most interested in Yu Bin. Of course, he wasn't interested in how much Yu Bin could eat, but in Yu Bin's fat hands. Really can't imagine. So fat and clumsy hands. Yu Bin how dare to call himself a ghost hand ah Bin? To say that I am not afraid of jokes. This is the first time Yu Bin ate king crab. The first time to eat lobster. And it is a buffet. Eating that is a joy. Enough to take out 2 king crabs and 3 lobsters before slowing down. Slightly embarrassed, he looked at Chung Yuan. He ate so unimaginatively. Mr. Chang wouldn't laugh at him. Soon, Yu Bin realized that Chung Yuan had been looking at him with an odd gaze, which made him a bit hairy. Yu Bin pretended to be careless and asked, Mr. Chang, why didn't you call Lele's mother when you came out for a big meal? If Lele's mom knows that you didn't call her for the big meal, will she be upset? Chung Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, already divorced, currently single, leaving? Yu Bin only felt goosebumps on his body. Mr. Chang is divorced. Mr. Chang insisted on treating the family to such an expensive crab feast. Mr. Chang was watching him the whole time he was eating. Could it be that? A very absurd thought rose up in Yu Bin's mind. Yu Bin felt his asshole tighten. Couldn't help but clip my legs. After eating and drinking, the two families took their leave. Yu Bin was busy driving home, and along the way, Yubin was very nervous observing the rearview mirror for fear of suddenly realizing Chang Yuan's car was following him. After returning home, Yubin was still a bit upset. Huang Wenwen noticed her husband's nervousness and asked with an odd expression, "Hubby, what's wrong with you? It feels like you're nervous? Honey, do you feel that there's something wrong with Mr. Chang? What's wrong? Honey, haven't you noticed that Mr. Chang's eyes kept drifting around while he was eating?" Huang Wenwen instantly panicked a little. This Mr. Chang is divorced and his eyes are wandering. He's not interested in her, is he? Old you wouldn't have misunderstood, would he? Huang Wenwen hurriedly explained. Hubby, you're usually the one who picks up the kids, and it's the first time Mr. Chang and I have met. I definitely don't have anything with him. Don't think too much. Yubin hurriedly shook his head. Wenwen, you're overthinking it. I'm not that sensitive. I mean, that Mr. Chang kept looking at me while he was eating. Do you think Mr. Chang has an orientation problem? Put. Huang Wenwen almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, pouting and giving Yubin a blank look. Hubby, you're really overthinking it. Not to mention whether Mr. Chang's orientation is normal or not. Even if his orientation isn't normal, he wouldn't be interested in you. He should be looking for a girl with tender skin, right? Look at your fat. I'm the only one who doesn't mind you. Yubin laughed bitterly. Mr. Chang is also all fat. What if he just likes this one of mine? What if he does? What should I do? Huang Wenwen's face sank. Old you. I'm telling you, if you dare to mess around outside, you're not allowed to come into the house from now on. No more touching me. I don't want to catch AIDS from you. Yubin hurriedly assured. Wife, don't worry. I definitely won't mess around. If Mr. Chang is really interested in me, I'll make it clear to him tomorrow. It's almost 8 o'clock. You'd better go live first. Don't always think about this nonsense. Good. Yubin logged on to the live streaming account and began to live stream. As usual, there were still 24 familiar faces inside the live broadcast room, and Yubin sighed. 10,000 anchors do not dare to think. Thousands of anchors is also very far away. When can he break 100? Make an effort. Old you. You can't always rely on your wife to support you. Just as Yubin was trying to get his spirits up, an ID named Old Chang on a diet swiped a rocket and left a message. Old you. I'm here to support the show. Chapter 104, The Three Immortals Return to the Cave. The entire broadcast room instantly boiled over. Dest. Am I blind? This is a rocket. I can't believe I'm seeing a rocket in Fat Bin's live room. I, Fat Bin, have finally made it to the top, and finally have a godly father. God's father is confused. If you have this money, go brush it off and give it to the little girl. If you give it to Fatty Bin, isn't that a meat bag for a dog? Brothers upstairs. What do you mean by a meat bag hitting a dog? That's clearly a meat bag beating a pig. It seems like this godly father knows Fat Bin. It looks like Fat Bin's last name is Yu. Yubin's brain was hot with excitement, and his body's fat kept trembling. Happy's dad is really here, and it's a rocket right out of the gate. But you think you can make me sell my ass with a rocket? You're dreaming. However, even if he resisted inwardly, in front of so many water friends, Yubin had to thank Chang Yuan. Thank you for your great support, Boss Chang. Fat Bin bows to you. Yubin stood up and bowed 90 degrees to Chang Yuan. The water boys started to get up in arms. Fatty Bin, you're too ignorant, aren't you? Papa Shinhao spends so much. You mustn't show Papa Shinhao a stunt? Fat Bin, such a godly father must be firmly grasped. Lick hard. Where are your licking skills from the past? Yubin was helpless. If the one who swiped the rocket for him wasn't Chang Yuan, he would have wanted to lick it furiously. However, Chang Yuan obviously wants him to pick up the sopa. Just as Yubin's inner heaven and earth were warring, a gorgeous and incomparable special effect once again appeared in the live broadcast room. Carnival. It's the carnival. Yubin only felt a rush of hot blood going to his head and almost knelt down for Chang Yuan. Even if Chang Yuan might be plotting against him, he was trembling with excitement. His face was red, and he almost broke his voice. Boss Chang is awesome. This is the first time in my life that Fat Bin has received a carnival. I, Fat Bin, must show you a masterpiece. The other side. Chang Yuan was lying on the big bed, looking at the cell phone screen with interest, or to be exact, looking at Yubin's big fat hand. Anyway, Chang Yuan didn't believe that such big fat clumsy hands could be any kind of ghost hands. Chang Yuan slowly tapped a line. Put on a good show, and there's a reward for a good performance. Yubin's eyes instantly reddened. Before he live broadcast a month. Sporadic. Can earn 1,000 or 800. Not enough for his pocket money. Chang Yuan, on the other hand, rewarded him 4,000 in one breath. And even if the platform deducts half of the proceeds, there are still $2,000. It's already surpassing his monthly income. Gotta show some real skill. At this moment, Yubin could no longer care if Chung Yuan was craving for his body or not, and directly carried Chung Yuan up to the mic sequence. Boss Chang, is it convenient to talk? How about a mic? Can talk. The water boys below lapped it up. Boss Chang's voice is too magnetic, isn't it? Must be a super handsome guy. Boss Chang, do you need a secretary? I'm 18 this year and I know a lot. Yubin was speechless. This bunch of stingy people below started to bring the rhythm again. Don't even bring up the tempo. Don't delay my lap. Ahem. Don't delay my performance for Boss Chang. The water boys are happy. This fat bin circling money cannot understand. However, they did not continue to bring the rhythm. Can insist on watching Yubin live? Our very loyal water friends are very appreciative of his talent. Hope he can turn over. Boss Chang, how about we play a game of 3 immortals to the cave? Chung Yuan was stunned. What do you mean the 3 immortals return to the cave? That is, 2 bowls, 3 walnuts, snap the walnuts with the bowls, change the position of the bowls a few times, and you guess how many walnuts are inside the bowls. Chung Yuan was watching this kind of performance for the first time and nodded with quite an interest. Good. After starting the performance, Yubin's face was solemn, as if he was a different person. Yubin took the lead in spreading out his hands and showing them front and back to Chung Yuan. Boss Chang, I don't have anything in my hand, do I? No. Yubin picked up the bowl and showed it front and back to Chung Yuan. Boss Chang, there's nothing in the bowl, right? No. Yubin picked up the walnuts again, spinning them around to show them to Chung Yuan, and then also bumped them against each other a few times, making a crisp sound. Boss Chang, are these 3 walnuts okay? No problem. Then I'll start. Yubin placed 3 walnuts on his yoga mat and held 2 walnuts in the bowl on the left and 1 in the bowl on the right. Boss Chang, is it okay for me to withhold the walnuts like this? If there's a problem, I can open the bowl and check it for Boss Chang. Chung Yuan stared at the screen without blinking. No problem. No need to check. Start. Okay, then I'll start. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Yubin's pair of fat hands became incredibly flexible, quickly changing the position of the transfer bowl. This makes Chung Yuan a little impressed with Bin. I did not expect his big fat hands, but so flexible, but also a little bit of a ghost hand feeling. However, up until now, Chung Yuan still felt that everything was under his control as his gaze was dead set on the bowl. No matter how fast Yubin's hands were and how he changed his position, he always kept his eyes on the bowl that held the 2 walnuts. Finally, Yubin let go of his hand and pointed to the bowl on his right side with a smile. Brother Chang, how many walnuts are in this bowl? Chang Yuan said with certainty. 2. Sure. No more changes? Okay. So I open the bowl? Open. Yubin grinned and pressed the bowl on the right side and violently lifted it. I wish Brother Chang a long journey. Every day. You'll be rich. Chung Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Days. Where are the promised walnuts? Why are there cherries all over the bowl? Chung Yuan couldn't figure out when Yubin had replaced the walnuts inside the bowl with cherries. With the bowl lifted, cherries were scattered all over the floor. It's very fitting and really goes all the way. Chung Yuan had thought that Yubin was just a funny anchor, or else there would be such a small number of people inside the live broadcast room. And now, Chung Yuan was overwhelmed by Yubin's talent. Even without the quest, God's magnificent retribution, Chung Yuan was willing to give Yubin a little swish. Now that there's the God's magnificent retribution quest with 10 times recharge cashback, what else is there to control? Swish, swish, swish. Chung Yuan directly threw out 10 carnivals. Old you, you're awesome. Changed for the better. Look at the reward. The live feed instantly exploded. All the water boys are grossed out. My god. Papa Godhawk is overbearing and majestic. 10 carnivals. This can only be seen in those 100,000 popularity live rooms. Right? Upstairs brother. You're lonely. Some thousands of people dancing live room. At night when playing qualifying matches. You can also see this kind of scene. However, people that are for their own love beans consumption, like Fat Bin, this kind of anchor, is really the first time. Fat Bin, I remember you said that if a godly father rewarded you for the carnival, you'd change into women's clothes and dance on the spot. You change it instead. Chapter 105, I've earned my money. Yubin's excited little heart pang jumped around, and his mouth was dry. The moment a dream comes true, it feels so amazing. Excited and a little apprehensive, afraid that it's all a dream. At this moment, Yubin could no longer care about whether changing into women's clothing would attract Chung Yuan's beastly nature. All he wanted to do now was to firmly grasp Chung Yuan, the godly man. As for whether Chung Yuan is greedy for his body, that is also something after the live broadcast is over. The big thing is, in the future, let his wife go to pick up the child. Try not to meet Chung Yuan. Chang, Boss Chang, do you need me to change into women's clothes? Chung Yuan laughed. Bin is still really desperate. I'm worried that there's no reason to swipe a gift for Bin. He had charged 100 million sound waves, or 10 million RMB. If this doesn't swipe, these sound waves won't be able to return the cash. He'll have to pay for it himself. Now, isn't that a good reason? Okay, you go and change it. If it works well, there's a big reward. Bin nodded his head busily. Boss Chang, wait a moment. Water friends, wait a moment. I'll go change into women's clothes. Bin dashed into the bedroom. Huang Wenwen had just finished her bath and was sitting on the edge of the bed with her bathrobe around her, blowing out her hair. Seeing Bin rushing in such a hurry, Huang Wenwen's eyes lit up. Old Yu hasn't handed in his homework for some days. Huang Wenwen blanched at Bin with a pout, and with a clatter, pulled the bath towel away. Old Yu, why are you so anxious today? The live broadcast hasn't ended yet, right? You hurry up. Don't delay the live broadcast. Bin was slightly stunned and quickly realized what his wife meant. In fact, he was helpless. Why does he always pick 8 p.m. to broadcast? All because he's getting heavier and heavier, and his stamina and physical conditioning is failing. If you go live at 8 o'clock to midnight, your wife is asleep, just in time to avoid homework. But now, fueled by 11 carnivals and a rocket, Bin rushed to Huang Wenwen and pulled her hair. Old Yu, are you crazy? What are you doing? Eat more, talk less. 3 minutes later, Bin contentedly lit a cigarette. Huang Wenwen punched Bin's chest a few times and questioned fiercely. Old Yu, are you crazy? You dare to make me? Bin said with an excited face. Wife, I made money. I just earned over $15,000. Ha? 15,000? The frost on Huang Wenwen's face instantly disappeared, and she grabbed Bin's chubby hand with an excited face. Old Yu, are you telling the truth? What's going on? In the afternoon, Lele's father said he wanted to show me a good time. I thought he was joking, but I didn't realize that he really came. And he swiped 11 carnivals for me. And a shake one. 11 carnivals, and a shake one. That's $34,000. Old Yu earned her 2 months' salary in that time? But while excited, Huang Wenwen quickly calmed down. Old Yu, Mr. Chang is still waiting in the live broadcast room. How dare you have time to hand in your homework? Mr. Chang can't wait to leave, can he? Only then did Bin realize that he had made a big mistake. Honey, don't be in a hurry. I promised Mr. Chang and my water friends that I would come and change into a female outfit. There's nothing to wait a while. Honey, you hurry and help me change. Yes. Huang Wenwen's hands were busy helping Bin change into his women's clothes. Then, she suddenly remembered what Bin had just said. Old Yu, Mr. Chang suddenly swiped so many gifts for you and also asked you to change into women's clothes. It wouldn't really be true, would it? Huge black lines appeared on Bin's brain. His wife was really a pot calling the kettle black. He had managed to forget about it through self-suggestion, and his wife helped him remember again. What to be afraid of? Soldiers come with water to cover the earth. Huang Wenwen's face was solemn and her gaze turned very stern. Bin, I'm warning you, if you really dare to go out and pick up soap, you're not allowed to enter this house again. I'll never check your homework. I'm afraid of being infected with AIDS. Don't worry about it. I'm oriented normally. I have to get out of here before my water friends get impatient. Bin rushed out of the room in a hurry, while Huang Wenwen also took out her cell phone, opened Shake, and entered Bin's live stream to lurk. She'd like to see what was going on. Soon, Bin in women's clothing appeared in the live broadcast. Boss Chang, water friends, I'm sorry, the women's clothes are harder to wear, so I've delayed you all. Put. Huang Wenwen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nima, Old Yu in women's clothes is like a modern version of piggyback. I really don't know if she was blind back then to see Old Yu. The water boys also laughed outright. Ha ha ha, no delay. No delay at all. Fatty Bin's women's clothing is absolute. If you'd worn women's clothes earlier, you'd probably be on fire. I Lua go. This is not Yang Guifei Benfei? This fine skin tender flesh. Absolute. The corners of Chung Yuan's mouth kept twitching, and he swore that this was definitely the most hilarious female costume he had ever seen. Old Yu, you have a different flavor in this women's clothing. Look at the reward. Swish swish swish. Chang Yuan raised his hand and there were another dozen carnivals. Bin's eyes were red, and his legs went soft, almost kneeling for Chang Yuan. Huang Rongrong in the bedroom also stared with wide eyes. Happy's dad is too bossy, isn't he? A word on the carnival, ah. That's more than 20 swipes in so little time. Still brushing. Huang Rongrong's entire body was a bit numb. Chang Yuan swiped 100 carnivals in one breath before stopping. Straight from a level 0 trumpet, he rushed to level 45 in one breath. It was clear that Chang Yuan had stopped, but the carnival's special effects were still scrolling. At this moment, Huang Rongrong's inner insistence produced a slight waver. It seemed like she shouldn't be prejudiced against Joy's dad's particular hobby. Sure, as long as Happy's dad doesn't go after her husband. The other side. Yubin covered his chest hard. His heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Nima, that's 100 carnivals. It's over $300,000. $150,000 in hand. It'll solve a lot of his immediate problems. Thank you Boss Chang for making me understand what happiness is. Thank you Boss Chang for making me understand what love is. Thank you Boss Chang for appearing in my world. Thank you Boss Chang for favoring Fat Bin. Thank you Boss Chang for 100 carnivals. Boss Chang is mighty and domineering and handsome. Drip. Buzz. Yubin's other cell phone vibrated like crazy. This cell phone, which he used to watch the pop-ups, was the one he logged his micro signal into. Yubin picked up his cell phone and took a look. It's a WeChat group that blew up. Inside this WeChat group were some small anchors who played better with Yubin. Just a moment ago, a small anchor noticed that Yubin was on the hourly list. Sent the screenshot directly to the group. The group that had been silent for over a month instantly exploded. Chapter 106, Pushing the Stream. Butterfly at Fat Bin, Brother Bin. What's the situation? How come it's suddenly on the hourly list? Ghost Hand Dragon at Fat Bin, Brother Bin. You sent it. Although our category is relatively niche, to be on the hourly list, we need at least $100,000 to start. I just went to Bingo's live room. What day? 100 carnivals. Real name Envy. Can't help but be envious. I've been live streaming for 2 years and haven't even seen a rocket. And Brother Bin received 100 carnivals at once. What the hell? 100 carnivals? Bingo has hopes of storming to the top of the categorized hourly charts. Brother Bin, where did you pick up this super godly man? You eat meat and drink wine. Let the brothers eat 2 bones too? Let's not get excited. Maybe Bin signed with the guild. It's the guild's capital that intervened and is holding Bin up. It's not a guild. I just looked. That big brother who swiped Bin's gift is a casual. He's risen directly from level 0 to level 45. He's so arrogant. Lon at Fat Bin, Brother Bin. It's so hard to come by such a wild godly man. Must have a good wool gathering Grab a hold of yourself and go out to play PK. Right. Or Lanlan's brain is smart. Bingo. Grab the PK. It's best to find a bigger anchor. And ruthlessly grip a wave of wool. Yubin thought Lanlan's suggestion was good. But he resisted the urge. After all, Chung Yuan was someone he knew in reality. Moreover, the probability is that Chung Yuan's motives are impure. Now it was Chung Yuan himself who had willingly swiped the gift. And when he made the request, he still had a way to stall. This is if he takes the initiative to bring it up and ask Chung Yuan to help him play PK. Then there's no way to put it off. In case Chung Yuan sends over a hotel address, what will he do? Everyone, don't raise a ruckus. In case you cause a backlash from the divine hero, it's not worth it. It's better to settle down for a period of time and cultivate a bond with the divine hero before playing PK. It took a great deal of perseverance for Yubin to resist the urge to hit the PK circle for a wave. If Chung Yuan knew that he was thinking this way, he would have encouraged him, not to control it, to PK to the death, and preferably to do battle with one of the biggest anchors in the entire network. Boss Chang, I can't repay your great kindness in my life. Let me give you a dance. The corners of Chung Yuan's mouth kept twitching. Just Yubin's body. This face, this counterstory. If this were for him to dance, would it make him sick to his stomach? However, Chung Yuan didn't refuse because dancing was also a good excuse to swipe the gift. Alright, there's a reward for good dancing. Seeing Chung Yuan's words, the live broadcast instantly boiled over. Because Chung Yuan was very good at what he said. And when he said there would be a reward, he really meant there would be a reward. 10 carnivals at the very least. Just now, it was even a direct swipe of 100. Yubin was very torn right now. Excited and feeling cold behind himself. Meow. Whatever. The old man is all about the presents. It's impossible to make me pick up soap. Let's circle the gift first. Anyway, it's also a gift that you willingly gave to swipe. But I didn't ask for any of it. Boss Chang, pick a piece of music. I have a few alternative songs over here. They are Fire, Fan Dance, and Starting a Train. Chung Yuan raised an eyebrow. I'm going. This fat you is quite a tart. The recommended song list is all very sexy and hot music. What a great experience this would be for a girl with a great face and body. Too bad. It's just a dead weight. Below is a frantic swipe from the Waterboys. Boss Chang, pick a train. Boss Chang, Fat Bin drives a first-class train. Boss Chang, trust us to choose to drive the train. We won't let you down. Looking at the screen full of open train, Chung Yuan laughed. Water friends really can make a mess. On the Yubin such a fat body, can open up the train? Since the Waterboys are so enthusiastic, let's start the train. Okay, Boss Chang, wait a moment. I'll look for the accompaniment. The official office of Shakeology as Yubin searches for a backing track. A young man sitting in the corner yawned and switched live feeds with a lack of interest. This youth is called Hu Peng and is an official employee of Shake Shack. Because the performance has not been any big upturn, gradually marginalized, currently responsible for all some 100 people below the live room. Soon, Hu Peng cut to Yubin's live room and was planning to cut over with a lack of interest. In fact, at the very beginning, he had high hopes for Bin Covet. After all, Yubin is really alive. He gave Bin two small recommendations. Unfortunately, I do not know because the traffic is not accurate, or Yubin licking credit is not pass. In the end, Yubin did not catch the traffic. Since then, he's basically given up on Yubin. Seeing Yubin in women's clothing, not knowing what he was drumming up, Hu Peng rolled his eyes with a speechless face. This fat guy, is he giving up on himself now? Starting to get out of the way? Then the next second, Hu Peng suddenly froze. What the hell? Third on the classified gift hour list? He's not mistaken, is he? Hu Peng rubbed his eyes hard. Still third on the categorized gifts hourly list. There's no mistaking it. Hu Peng's entire body was hyperactive. What's going on here? There were clearly less than 100 people inside the live room. Why is it such a high gift value? Who can tell him? Hu Peng naturally will not switch the live broadcast again, but directly to Yubin on a medium not slippery recommendation. Third on the categorized hourly list and definitely deserving of this recommendation. Swish swish swish. Jitterbug Big Data started to push streams to live streams. The number of people in the live room skyrocketed, broke 100 in the blink of an eye, and it's still soaring. 300, 500, 800. After reaching 900, the surge in numbers began to slow. Huang Rongrong in the bedroom erupted with an excited and incomparable exclamation of surprise, jumped straight out of bed. The tears were uncontrollable. Since his husband lost his job from the vaudeville troupe, he has been live streaming on Shakeology for 3 years. But, unfortunately, nothing has happened in 3 years. The family, entirely dependent on her as a woman, was supporting it. Many sisters and girlfriends advised her to divorce Yubin. She's so young and pretty, there's no need for her to suffer after such an unemployed deadbeat. All of these offers, however, were rejected by her. When she and Yubin first met, Yubin wasn't so fat, and was still a handsome young man with a handful of magic tricks that mesmerized her. Although now Yubin has gained weight. However, Yubin has always been very good to her and her children, taking the initiative to undertake all the household chores. She believes that her husband is just wistful. With her husband's talent, given the right opportunity, he will definitely make a name for himself. And now, Huang Rongrong saw hope. Huang Rongrong was overwhelmed with excitement as she pushed open the bedroom door and rushed into the living room. Honey, 100 people now. You've become a 100-person anchor. The number of people is still rising. It's about to break through 1,000 people. You'll be 1,000 anchors soon. Chapter 107, 10,000 anchors. Yubin was looking for a companion, and after hearing his wife's words, he hurriedly turned his head to look at the live broadcast data. 932, 956, 981, 999. Every time it jumps, it goes up by a couple dozen. Finally, in Yubin's expectant gaze, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room broke through 1,000. Yubin was thrilled and in tears, bowed deeply to the camera. All of this, he knew, was brought to him by Chang Yuan. If Chang Yuan hadn't furiously swiped over 100 carnivals, the official would never have given him a recommendation. He must take this one chance. The viewers who had just arrived were a little confused as to what was going on when they saw a fat man in women's clothing. It's strange. How did Shake Shack Big Data recommend such a live room to me? Have I degenerated into this in Big Data's mind? Dest. Can someone tell me what the hell is this live stream? Reverse ugly cute live streaming? Look at Fatty's Jitterbug name. It looks like a talent anchor. How come he's playing against the grain? Amidst a chorus of skepticism, the music for the train started. For the sake of 100 carnivals, Yubin completely went out on a limb and slid into the center of the video with a very ethereal dance step. Then, in the video, it suddenly went from one fat guy to two. These two fat guys twerked to the music. The older audience members were fine. After all, they had seen Taebin dance before, because this guy in vegetables and loved to play, often with people to fight PK, lost either punishments singing or dancing, so to speak. He is now dancing strength, absolutely no weaker than the strength of the ghost hand. The newcomers to the audience were instantly dumbfounded. This fat guy can dance. He's got a lot of feeling, this body stretching, this sense of music. There's no one else. Damn, a dead fat man dancing, even dancing so flirtatious. It turns out that what the internet says is true. If a man is flirty, there's nothing for a woman to do. Chang Yuan was also stunned. Nima, old you is a decent dancer. It's better than those professional dancing hostesses. And it's sassy. Simply Lao Yu is definitely a dancer delayed by magic. Old Yu, good dancing. Look at the reward. Chang Yuan began to point wildly, not entirely because of the system tasks. At least there must be 30% genuinely brush gifts to Yubin. Carnival started floating screens again. This time, the dance didn't stop. The carnival didn't stop. For a 5-minute dance, Chang Yuan had swiped over 300 carnivals. A carnival 3000. This wave, directly swiped a million. Chang Yuan's fingers are a little tired. The guy started searching. Is there a gift swiping streaker? It's so tiring for just $1 million. If we were to swipe out all the remaining $9 million, we'd be exhausted to death. Wouldn't we? It really let Chang Yuan find it. The water friends in the live room went completely crazy. Nest, what's the situation? Brother Shinhao confused. How did you brush so much for this fatty? With this $1 million, how many little girls can you sleep with? I'm numb. Although Brother Shinhao's tastes can't be agreed with, but this ghost hand, Bin, is really leveled up. Unfortunately, he's a man. If he's a woman and loses weight, he'll definitely be the first sister of the Jitterbug platform's dancing area. What do you mean upstairs? Men can't dance? With the support of this godly father, Fatty Bin will be the first brother of the dance zone. Huang Rongrong, who was on the side, almost choked. $1 million. Happy's dad swiped $1 million in one swipe. It's $500,000 in hand. That's too scary, isn't it? She works part-time and can't save $500,000 even if she doesn't eat or drink for 5 years. What's more, just now there were more than 300,000. In this moment, they were incredibly grateful that their son had a straightforward character and couldn't see children being bullied, and had protected Lele many times. Otherwise, how could Happy's dad swipe so much for no reason? Then there's, now that society has progressed, we should look at this hobby of Lele's dad with a tolerant and progressive eye. If Lao Yu can really sell it for so much money, big deal to take safety measures. Does gender and species matter when it comes to such an awesome godfather? Hu Peng was excited. Strike out. Brother Godhawk has struck again and again and again. This time it's $1 million straight out of the gate. This took off. Hu Peng's hand shook as he continued to give Yubin expanded exposure. All the resources that could be mobilized in his hands were smashed on Yubin. He's taking a big gamble that he can build a phenomenal broadcaster. It's like the king's wife and the listening to the treasure and enjoying the spring. The live feed numbers started to take off again. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. And in the blink of an eye it reached 9,000. With the data refreshed again, the number of people in the live room finally broke 10,000. You've been excited about to cry. Before today, his ideal is the number of live room can break 100. See a sports car such a triple-digit gift. He could never have imagined that he would break 10,000 in one breath. And meet the top gifts like Carnival. To add insult to injury, one sees hundreds. He really suspected that this was all a dream, and that he would wake up and nothing would be left. The guy turned his head to his wife. Rong, pinch me. Huang Rongrong came forward and pinched Yubin hard, causing him to let out a burst of murderous screams in pain. Wife, are you really pinching? The water boys burst out laughing. What's the situation? Why did the anchor abuse himself live? From being the anchor of dozens of people, all of a sudden you become the anchor of 10,000 people. Normal people can't control their emotions, right? Starting today, Fat Bin is officially 10,000 bin. What 10,000 bin? It's obviously 10,000 people fat. Brothers, let's not talk about whether Fatty Bin is fat or not. Sister-in-law is really good. I've long wanted to say, was sister-in-law blind back then? How could she fall for Fat Bin? Yubin just stayed frozen, but it made Hu Peng anxious. He had smashed all of his resources, all of them on Yubin's body. If Yubin couldn't catch it, he would be completely finished. Hu Peng hurriedly sent a few messages to Yubin in the background. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank Big Brother. If you have any specialties, bring them all out. If it's not possible, I'll let my sister-in-law dress up as a man and do a ballroom dance with you. Seeing the sudden message from SuperTube, Yubin's brain buzzed. You don't think so? Did you just break 10,000 anchors and your live feed was blocked? Yubin trembled and opened the message from the SuperTube, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the SuperTube is reminding him to stabilize his big brother and stabilize the traffic. He had indeed just been staggered by the sudden happiness. Congratulations to Boss Chang for reaching level 50. Mighty and domineering. Spiral ascension. From today onwards, Boss Chang is my Fat Bin's righteous father. Righteous father is above. Please accept Fat Bin's obeisance. Yubin bowed deeply. His waist almost folded into 90 degrees. It's really hard for him with such a fat body. The corner of Cheng Yuan's mouth curled up slightly as he sent out a message. And along with the increase in level, the message he sent out was also lit up, flashing with brilliant special effects. Old you, I didn't expect you to be so talented. I'm in a good mood today, so I can fulfill a few of your little wishes. So don't worry and speak boldly. Chapter 108, Pushing the Envelope. Chang Yuan's implication is already strong. Old you grab the PK. Be cocky. Don't be a wimp. The kind that knocks out all the headliners. Or, you get bold and just make a wish for the #1 gift list of the year across the internet. Brother can help you realize all of them today. However, Yubin did not dare to make any excessive demands at all. He couldn't be more satisfied now. With this $500,000, he can pay back the money he borrowed from his mother-in-law and stand up in front of her. Boss Chang, you've already helped me fulfill all my wishes. I'm already very grateful and thankful to you. I'm really very complete today. At least so far. I don't have any wishes. The new aquatic friends have been nodding their heads at Bin. No wonder Jitterbug gave you a stream push. Fat Bin, this character can be decidedly powdered. No wonder Papa Godho favors Fat Bin so much. Fat Bin, you deserve it. The anchor is good. There is no crazy PK ringing money like those ringing money anchors. When the godly father is around, the anchor is definitely a clear stream on the Jitterbug. However, Hu Peng was depressed and set his teeth. This fatso, you don't want to use the opportunity you've been given. He had smashed out all his resources, and currently, the number of viewers on Ghost Hand Aben's side had only just managed to break through 20,000 people. It's still 100,000 miles away from the minimum hurdle of 100,000 head anchors. Seeing that, the number of people in the live room had a downward trend. Hu Peng felt that he had to send a force. Since you, Fat Bin, don't take the initiative to play PK, let's force you to do it. Hu Peng sent a message to Xiaoyu, the most popular dancing anchor under his banner, who had just recently burst into flames. Xiaoyu, now there's a great opportunity to increase your exposure. Immediately connect with Ghost Hand Aben to play PK. Seeing the message from SuperTubes, Xiaoyu didn't have any hesitation. Playing PK was the best way to circle the drain anyway. Of course, Xiaoyu had just burst into flames and was still more compassionate about her feathers, not bringing up the matter of hitting PKs herself, but instead sending a message to a few administrators. The administrators instantly comprehended Xiaoyu's meaning and began to bring the rhythm inside the live broadcast room. I just came from the Fat Bin anchor room. That Fat Bin said that Xiaoyu didn't dance as well as he did. It's so disgusting. Brothers, go him. Fat Bin? I've never heard of him. What's his live streaming number? What's your nickname? Nickname is Ghost Hand Aben. Live stream number is. I just went over to watch it. It's a reverse fat guy, but the popularity is quite high. Surprisingly, there are nearly 20,000 viewers. Calm down, brothers. The opposite side is very strong and is currently third on the classified gifts hourly list. What happened to 20,000 viewers? What's wrong with being number 3 in the category gift hour chart? That niche category of his. He'll probably make it to number 1 in one carnival. Brothers, let's get him. Xiaoyu, you give the word and the convoy will go out immediately. I don't believe that the 3,000 members of the Rain family can't defeat the 20,000 rabble. The water friends are not afraid to watch the fun, and one screams more than the other, but they also have a real bottom line. Xiaoyu's 3,000 fleet of vehicles. The minimum are 20 levels to start, while the opposite live room, most of them are white whore party. VIP seats only 100 or so. It's simply not enough to fear. Xiaoyu put on a show of hospitality. Since my brothers are defending me so much, I must go over and spar with Ghost Hand Aben, but let's make a deal. Friendship first, competition second. Under Xiaoyu's leadership, the 3,000 fleet of vehicles killed Yubin's live broadcast with great vigor. The VIP seats in Yubin's live broadcast were instantly full. A neat and dense swipe appeared on the screen. The Rain family army is on the march. Not a blade of grass will be left untouched. Yubin was confused, and the water friends in the live broadcast room were confused. What the hell? Fat Bin has just been on fire and someone's beating down the door? Chang Yuan, however, got a little excited. The opposite side looks a bit strong. Fight it, fight it. The more lively the fight, the better he swiped. Suddenly, Yubin received a friend message and opened it to see. Worry, wasn't this the geek goddess Xiaoyu in his heart? How come Xiaoyu took the initiative to add him as a friend? Yubin couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. As a geeky anchor, Yubin has brushed up to Xiaoyu several times, who is famous for imitating AI out of the mountains and dancing finger dances. Her delicate features and excellent figure made her fly and burst into flames. Of course, the best thing about Xiaoyu was her expression management. Those big eyes, as if they could talk. Yubin trembled as he passed the friend request. Xiaoyu sent a smiley face and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, brother Bin. Yubin was flattered. Hello, Xiaoyu. Brother Bin, the brothers said you're a good dancer, and they want me to compare with you. Can I link up? Yubin begged to differ and hurriedly clicked on the connecting invitation. Soon, Xiaoyu's avatar appeared next to his. The comparison is a real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. Xiaoyu put on a defiant face. Brother Bin's dancing is better than me. I am convinced. But the water friends in my live room are not convinced. Brother Bin, let's PK it. PK? If today's divine hero wasn't Cheng Yuan, Yubin would have definitely cooperated with Xiaoyu to make a vicious circle. Yubin gently shook his head. Xiaoyu, don't listen to the rumors from the water friends. How can I be as good a dancer as you? PK even if it's not. You 3,000 fleet. My side fleet not even 100. Yubin was such a wimp. But it made Hu Peng angry. He slammed all his resources on Yubin. Unfortunately, it's clear that Yubin is not a sucker for volume and retention is not very good. If he can't ring up a wave of money, he won't be able to explain it to his leaders. You have to circle hard to get through. The good thing was that the waterbenders on Yubin's side were starting to make a push. Fatty Bin, don't underestimate the brothers, okay? Our 20,000 brothers. If one of us spits a mouthful of water, we can drown the opposite side. Besides, isn't Papa Shenhao here? Papa Shenhao can suppress the 3,000 caravans on the other side by himself. The leader on the opposite side was also level 50 and swiped a special effect pop-up with a defiant face. I've never seen the spectacle of one person suppressing a 3,000 caravan. I must see it today. Ghost Hand Aben. If you're a man, turn on the PK. Yubin is still hesitant. If he begs Cheng Yuan to help him play PK, and Cheng Yuan puts forward any excessive demands, he will have no way to refuse. This wave of money is not so easy to lap. Just when Yubin was very torn, Cheng Yuan also played a special effects pop-up with only one word. Open. Wow. The entire live stream blew up. Yubin's water friends instantly warmed up. Fat Bin, what are you wimpy about? Godly Father told you to drive. You grab and drive PK. What day? Boss Chang is aggressively overbearing and handsome. He's going to suppress the 3,000 caravans today. Chapter 109 Going to War. Since he had Cheng Yuan's approval, Yubin no longer hesitated. Okay, PK I'll take it. What's the bet? Talent. We're both dancing anchors, so whoever loses will just dance. Yubin smiled bitterly. Xiaoyu, I'm not a dancing anchor. I'm a magic anchor. Can I do a magic trick for you if I lose? No. Just now my water friends have seen Bin dance and said that Bin is a great dancer. Yubin. That'll do. Yubin clicked Start PK. A progress bar suddenly appeared on the screen. Red on one side and blue on the other. And the two sides were now tied. Without any nonsense, Xiaoyu directly closed Yubin's mic and said in a deep voice, Brothers, Xiaoyu thanks you for your guardianship along the way. If not for you guys, there would be no me today. If the opposite side says something else, I'll tolerate it, but if it's more than dancing, Xiaoyu, haven't convinced anyone yet. From now on, I won't talk, I'll just start dancing. Brothers don't control it, give me a hard fight. There are 20,000 people on the opposite side after all. Jingle bells. Familiar music played. Xiaoyu instantly entered the AI state. The movement became stiff, mechanically extending his hand. The aesthetically pleasing head tilted slightly sideways. Xiaoyu lives up to her name as the newest AI dancing goddess. Right out of the gate, it attracted the attention of countless water lovers. Yubin's live room instantly lost several thousand people, all rushing to Xiaoyu's live room. Followed the wave first before saying anything. Seeing the number of viewers in his live room soar, Xiaoyu was excited. Brother Supertubes really didn't lie to her. This is really a great opportunity to rise in popularity. Xiaoyu performed even more vigorously, with two big talking eyes dribbling around and expression management to the extreme. Even Cheng Yuan was attracted. This little girl is really good. Too bad. He was now Yubin's guardian god Ho, and he was tasked with swiping gifts for Yubin. It had to be a spicy day. The 3,000 caravan was very helpful, and there was a lot of swish. All kinds of gift effects were flying all over the place on Xiaoyu's side. Even the level 50 big brother leading the group swished out two hyperactive dragons. It's a gift with musical effects, and your cell phone will be on vibrate. For a while, Xiaoyu's live broadcast room boiled over. Emperor Han is awesome. Emperor Han is on the march. Not an inch of grass will grow. Death to Fat Bin. Emperor Han's atmosphere. The first shot is hyperactive. The 3,000 convoy is also awesome, directly topping the gift value to 200,000. Just ask Fat Bin's side how they're going to respond. In just a blink of an eye, the blue progress bar completely overwhelmed the red progress bar. However, the water friends in Yubin's livestream were calm because, just now, they had seen Boss Cheng's divine power. That was an existence that had swiped $1 million in a minute. What was a mere 200,000 gift value? Not enough for 10 carnivals. However, What made them wonder was why Boss Chang hadn't made a move when the PK was already halfway through. Hu Peng was also a bit nervous. You don't think so? This Mr. Chang has caved in? Is there no money in the account? Hu Peng even had the sudden urge to use his authority to check Chung Yuan's account balance. The good thing was that Hu Peng eventually held back. Such a super godly man is very averse to people prying into his privacy. If Boss Chang learned that he was snooping around in privacy, this godly man wouldn't be able to keep his job. I'm afraid. What is Chung Yuan waiting for? Just now, Chung Yuan saw two dragons floating out of the opposite live room, and felt that the dragons were a bit overbearing, so he wanted to play with them as well. However, he had played Little Shake Shack and hadn't swiped many gifts before, so he couldn't find the gift he wanted to swipe for a while. It made him very strange. Chang Yuan hit a special effect pop-up. Can someone tell me where those two dragons across the street are in the gift bar? The waterbenders were stunned and quickly realized the problem. This is a dragon that must be live leveled before it opens, and Boss Chang had just risen to level 50, so the system probably hadn't reacted yet and hadn't gotten this dragon out for him yet. Hu Peng also saw this pop-up, and directly made a phone call to the technical department, scolding his colleagues. Are you all eating? Can't you see that Boss Chang has risen to level 50? Why haven't you turned on Hyper Dragon's regret for him? I'm limiting you all to open Hyper Dragon's regret within 10 seconds. Otherwise, I'll see you in the president's office tomorrow. How dare the tech department bull *********. If their mistakes delayed the spending of the godly man, they couldn't afford it. Soon, Chang Yuan received a background message. Congratulations to the Honorable Lao Chang and weight loss user. Your level has reached 50. You can open a limited gift. Is it open? Chung Yuan didn't hesitate to click open. Then Chung Yuan finally found the dragon-like gift. Chung Yuan directly arranges on the connecting point device. The special effects of Yubin's live broadcast flashed, and a black dragon rose to the sky. The cell phones of all 20,000 viewers in the live broadcast room began to vibrate. The red progress bar, which had revived like a rainbow, gradually fended off the blue progress bar's onslaught. A quick and determined counterattack was launched. Because it was a PK state, the viewers of Xiaoyu's live broadcast saw the black dragon and started swiping. That godly man on the opposite side has struck out, swished 5 or 6 dragons in a row. How can our 3,000 caravan be crushed by one man? Emperor Han led the team to him. Before the words left his mouth, the red progress bar had already surpassed the blue progress bar and started to compress the space of the blue progress bar. This meant that the opposite side had swiped 10 dragons. Emperor Han was likewise level 50. However, this level 50 of his was only a guild number, and the guild owner had given him access to 2 dragons. The opposite side's attack was so ferocious, he didn't dare to pick up the words of his water friends, decisively pretended to be dead, and quickly contacted the guild president to report the current situation. Chairman, the opposite side has brushed more than 20 dragons. Should we follow 20 dragons? That's 50 or 60,000. Is it worth it for a PK? Just as the president hesitated, Hu Peng called, Old son, don't hesitate, not to the death. For this PK, your rebate is raised to 50%, and raise the traffic pool for Xiaoyu by 2 levels. President Sun's eyes lit up. The Jitterbug side of the commission of 50%, Xiaoyu's side and then return the PK gain, is to lose a little tax money. So what's the hold-up? Chairman Sun hurriedly issued instructions to his own horseman. Emperor Han, ***** me to death. No control at all. I'll charge $1 million into the account in a moment. Having received President Sun's approval, Emperor Han instantly became energized and directly sent out a special effects pop-up in the live broadcast to indicate his return as king. Just want to let off some steam. What's going on? The opposite side is very fierce. Brothers, I just charged $1 million. Follow me and work me to death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Emperor Han threw out 10 carnivals straight away, and they were still clicking like crazy. Xiaoyu's live room instantly boiled over. The 3,000 convoys had a backbone and instantly regained their courage and confidence, with all kinds of gifts flying all over the place. Soon, the blue progress bar's decline miraculously stopped. Chapter 110 Medical Expenses. Soon, Emperor Han realized that he had 10 million more sound waves in his account. He was so energized that he frantically clicked in a row. Plus the 3,000 convoys came together. Gradually, the blue progress bar began a counterattack. The counterattack was slow, but unusually determined. Normally, PKs should be canvassed like crazy by the podcasters. However, instead of canvassing for votes, Yubin looked casual and said with a smile, Boss Chang, do you want to see a show or a dance? Chang Yuan grinned and knocked out a line of special effects pop-ups. Dance. Okay, then I'll keep dancing. This time with a fan dance. Music to go. Yubin danced to his heart's content, completely forgetting that he was in PK. Yu Bin was already satisfied with today's harvest. He could go with the flow. But the water friends in the live broadcast room were not willing to go with the flow. With such a great godly man here, it's not going to be to the death, is it? Boss Chang, don't just watch the show. The progress bar is going to be unable to top it. Chang Yuan was a little depressed. He was just one person and had a limited rate of delivering gifts. And there were over 3,000 people across the street, delivering gifts much faster than he could. Then again, with the connecting dots, there are small intervals between each of the two dragons. It's this small interval that causes the red progress bar to be a bit unsteady. Chang Yuan turned off the connecting point device and started manual mode, and the gift was changed to carnival. The red progress bar has finally stabilized. The 5 minutes of PK time quickly arrived. Chang Yuan's fingertips were a bit sore, and he finally managed to win the PK with a slight advantage of 80,000 sound waves. Chang Yuan was slightly relieved. Luckily, he held on. If PK had been a few minutes longer, wouldn't he have lost? He didn't want to return from his first battle in defeat. Yu Bin was trembling with excitement. Just because he'd gone with the flow didn't mean he didn't want to win. Though, unexpectedly, Chang Yuan really swept away Xiaoyu's 3,000 caravan with his own strength. Another million or so in just 5 minutes. This is just too ho-hum. 2 consecutive 1 million smashed down. All of Yu Bin's insistence and principles all collapsed. Yu Bin twisted his head and gave his wife a questioning look. Huang Rongrong understood his meaning in a second. Her gaze turned a bit flickering, but she nodded her head in an unusually firm manner. She never knew that her cheap husband could be worth so much. Since Mr. Chang likes it, just take it. Of course, she'd instruct her husband to take safety measures. Since Huang Rongrong had nodded her head, Yu Bin completely let go and kept winking at the screen. Thank you for Boss Chang's hyperactive and carnival. Boss Chang is mighty and domineering and handsome. Congratulations Boss Chang for rising to level 51. Starting today, this little 200 pounds of my fat bin is yours. It was a clear and unmistakable response. Unfortunately, Chang Yuan didn't understand at all. If Chang Yuan had understood Yu Bin's meaning, he would have been scared to death. Get as far away as you can, you fat ing pervert. Chang Yuan smiled and knocked out a line of special effects pop-ups. Don't be melodramatic. Grab the mic. I need to see someone's little girl perform. Yu Bin hurriedly opened the mic. Xiaoyu's side had already pacified the members of her own caravan. She was very playful and frankly conceded the bet, heartily giving Chang Yuan a thumbs up. Boss Chang is mighty. One man's strength has defeated our 3,000 Rain family troops. I'll perform a finger dance for you. Yu Bin hurriedly turned up the picture of Xiaoyu. Jingle bells. A familiar sacred song plays. Xiaoyu once again performs her specialty, the finger dance. Chang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this Xiaoyu was really a phenomenal existence within the dancing anchors. It was just too good. If he was going to play a guild in the future, he would definitely sign Xiaoyu over. There was a ding. The system's voice rang out. As a qualified divine master, how can a host have unfulfilled wishes? Take action. Inspire a randomized quest, Wish of the Godhawk. Task, give the host $20 million of investment funds, and limit the host to sign Xiaoyu under his banner within a week. Task reward, according to the degree of Xiaoyu's love for the host. Give a certain coefficient of consumption amount of cashback. For each day overdue, the liability is increased by $20 million. Chang Yuan was ecstatic. The system is a proper gift of welfare. It seems that in the next few days, we have to brush up on Xiaoyu's favorites. If we can get a 5 times factor of cashback on consumption, then the 200 million investment fund will be in hand. He misunderstood the system. The system definitely didn't screw him over, giving him a harder mission, but opening the back door for him several times in a row. Chang Yuan entered Xiaoyu's live room, casually clicked out 10 carnivals, and knocked out a line of special effect pop-ups. Xiaoyu, the medical bills are collected. Normally, the godly man hangs the young anchor in PK and then swishes the young anchor a little bit of medical money, and the young anchor as well as his supporters will be happy. But right now, the 3,000 caravan wasn't happy at all. It was already humiliating for them to lose to one person. Not to mention, he came over to make up for it? Isn't that bullying? Besides, it wasn't like they were finished just now. It's just that there's not enough time, and if the PKs had another minute added to their time, they could have totally flipped it. Xiaoyu's live broadcast instantly exploded. Boss Chang, you are indeed very powerful, but the brothers are not convinced. Dare you fight another round of PK? Boss Chang, there's really no need for you to send medical bills. We were only defeated just now. Give us one more minute. Win or lose in the future. Let's have another round. Boss Chang, don't think that if you swish the medical bills, the brothers will obey you. The brothers still retain their strength. Let's fight another round. A few of the fleet's more active big brothers with ranks above 40 had called out to Chung Yuan. Only Emperor Han, who had also risen to 51, did not speak. He had swiped 700,000 in the battle just now. There's only $300,000 left in the account. Not so much firepower if we get another round. Unfortunately, the more Emperor Han worries, the more people cue him. Emperor Han, the brothers are not convinced. You organize it. The brothers will follow you and Boss Chang again. Emperor Han couldn't pretend to be dead anymore, and could only display a very calm display of the god's heroic demeanor. No problem on my end. As long as Boss Chang wants to play, I'll lay down my life. Chung Yuan was worried that he didn't know how to spend the remaining 8 million just now. Fearing that Emperor Han would back out, he hurriedly finalized the matter. Since the brothers of the Rain family army want to help Little Rain get back the city, then naturally I won't spoil the fun. After Little Rain performs his program in a while, let's continue to kowtow. Before long, Xiao Yu finished her finger dance and smiled sweetly. I'm thankful for Boss Chang's medical expenses, but the winner of the PK is about the face of the brothers of the Rain family army, so I'm not going to back down. Brother Bin, let's start the second round of PK. Chapter 111, then let's play with them. The second round of PKs begins again. Chang Yuan directly hung up the connecting point machine. Even if he lost, he wouldn't consume his fingers. Anyway, the one who performs the talent is Fat Bin. As long as he swipes his gifts, winning or losing has nothing to do with him. Just as Chung Yuan thought, the Rain family army had just started riveting their firepower and frantically outputting. With Chung Yuan's strength alone, the red progress bar was compressed bit by bit. The battle was just too intense. Yubin smoothly became the first in the hourly list of categorized gifts. Drizzle also shot to third on the hourly list of categorized gifts. After all, Xiaoyu's personal live broadcast was chosen to be the face value area, and there were quite a few fierce people in this area. The retention rate of Yubin's live broadcast gradually rose, coupled with the first list edition of the classified gift hourly list, once again stimulating to the principle of pushing the flow of big data to Yubin's expanded volume pool. The number of people watching Yubin's live broadcast grew again, gradually rising to 30,000. This made Hu Ping tremble with excitement. He didn't slam resources this time. Instead, Yubin rose up on his own. Or rather, it was Boss Chang, a super godly man, who brought up Yubin with his own strength. As long as this wave of PK hits hard enough, the number of viewers in Yubin's live room will also surge. There is a real possibility of breaking the 100,000 barrier. At that time, Yubin casually played a couple of magic tricks, or danced or something, and basically went out of the circle. In the blink of an eye, Chung Yuan smashed out another $500,000. Yubin was a bit embarrassed and advised, Boss Chang, you're alone. Your fingers are all sore from pressing, right? Why don't we forget about it and let Xiao Yu win once? Chang Yuan knocked out a special effect pop-up. It's just entertainment. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. The more Chung Yuan acted like he didn't care, the more Yubin blamed himself. Yubin looked at the screen fixedly. Water friends, most of you are brushing up to my Fat Bin for the first time today. Reasonably speaking, I, Fat Bin, have no qualification or position to ask for gifts from you, but can you bear to watch Boss Chang play 3,000 alone? I implore my water friends to come forward and help Boss Chang. I, Fat Bin, will definitely remember all of you for your support and dedication. Thank you. After saying that, Yubin bowed deeply to the camera. What Yubin said was so sincere that all the water friends were a bit moved. In particular, Chang Yuan's 1 versus 3,000 just now was just too shocking. It has been primed to become their idol. A few of the more ardent members of the audience took the lead. Asterisk his aim. I can't stand to see more people bullying less people. I don't have much sound wave left. I'll support Boss Chang with a helicopter. Asterisk. We have 30,000 men, but we can't beat 3,000 of them? All give me on. There's beer swish beer. And there's a sports car swipe a sports car. Let's do our part. Do it and be done with it. Support Boss Chang. Support Fatty Bin. Led by these few hot-blooded viewers, the water users clicked on their backpacks and packages, and swiped all the gifts they got from grabbing red packets and grabbing lucky bags, as well as shake coins, in a brain. For a while, Yubin's side was filled with small gifts. The red progress bar miraculously held up. The water friends on Yubin's side were so excited that they thought it was their efforts that helped Chung Yuan even out the gap in numbers. And for a while, all sorts of small gifts just wouldn't stop. Logically, Hu Peng should be happy to see this kind of scene. However, his brows were furrowed. Something was wrong. Yubin's side was fine. Xiao Yu's side seemed to have pulled a bit. The problem is that membership number. Swish Fiesta's speed is significantly lower. Hu Peng hurriedly called Sun Ming, old son. What's going on over there? Emperor Han's number can't hold out any longer. You've got to hurry up and recharge it. Brother Peng, it's not that I don't want to support you. The key is that your cashback isn't in place yet. I've been a bit nervous about funds lately, and I can still charge up to 200,000 before the cashback is in place. Hu Peng frowned. 200,000 won't hold up at all. Another 500,000 would be about right. However, with this 200,000, and letting Emperor Han stir up the emotions of the 3,000 caravans, he might be able to barely hold off this wave of PKs. He'd have to keep thinking of something else, though. Hu Peng's eyes rolled back in his head and he called the Disney princess. Disney princess's assistant, Han Young, answers the phone. Leader, I'm Han Ing, the boss's assistant. What are your instructions? Although he called the leader with his mouth, there was little reverence in Han Ying's tone. After all, her boss is a Jitterbug top stream PK anchor, and every month's stream, it is ranked in the top 10 in the whole network. Basically, PK with anyone and it's a sweep all the way. It wasn't until after hearing Treasure Reward Springs successfully broke the circle and her fans surpassed 30 million that she was pushed over the top. Even the VP of Shakeology has to be polite to her boss. What's a marginalized supertube in the district? Normally, Hu Peng would be very polite when facing the Disney princess, even if it was her assistant. After all, this is Shake Shack's popular fried chicken. Vice President Zhu's heart. It was by virtue of tapping into the Disney princess money tree that Vice President Zhu soared up the ranks, leaping from being a colleague at the same level as him, all the way to vice president. And now, Hu Peng had such an opportunity. He didn't want to miss this great opportunity. Han Ing, immediately talk to your boss and come over to fight a PK with one of my anchors. Han Ing rolled her eyes without any good reason. This Hu Peng, calling her a leader, really treating herself as a dish? Her boss, every time she piped, at least 2 million sound waves to start with, and even, those century battles with hearing Treasure Reward Spring had hit tens of millions of sound waves. Just those crooked people under Hu Peng are not even worthy of lifting the boss's shoes. Han Ing refused slightly euphemistically. I'm sorry, leader, our boss's schedule is quite full. How about another appointment some other time? As soon as Hu Peng heard it, he knew that the other party was looking down on him. Hu Peng only felt a wave of evil fire going straight to his head. Anyhow, he was also a superintendent, and the other party was just an assistant who didn't give him this face. Hu Peng was not polite at all. What? Your boss has heard the rumors and gone soft? That's right. Our boss Chang is the only one who suppressed Xiaoyu's 3,000 caravan, with 2 PKs and more than $2 million swiped. It's normal for your boss to wimp out. Wait for your boss to come back to do it again when he has all his big brothers together. Han Ing only felt hot blood rising to his head. Meow. What's a measly 2 million? Only just reaching the threshold of entry on her boss's side. Since you're looking for abuse, then do it. Okay, leader, wait a moment. I'll report to my boss. Han Ing thought Hu Peng was talking about 2 million sound waves, and confidently found the boss to report. Hearing this value, the Disney princess just bristled. It was just a sprinkle for her. If it was someone else who invited her, she would have definitely refused. However, Hu Peng was after all a superintendent, so this bit of face still had to be given. Alright, let's play with them then. Chapter 112. One word is, the peak between Yu Bin and Xiaoyu was in full swing. The 3,000 caravan was very impressive, and the total value of the Swish gifts exceeded $500,000. Chairman Sun charged another 200,000, and Emperor Han's side swiped 500,000 as well. The sound waves on Xiaoyu's side exceeded 10 million. However, the blue progress bar was suppressed step by step, as Chang Yuan had swiped over 300 carnivals himself, together with the small gift of 20,000 water friends to make up for it. The red progress bar steadily suppressed the blue progress bar. 5 minutes is over. The screen full of gifts is still floating. It was as if all of the 3,000 caravans had been drained of all their essence. Lost. It's amazing that they lost again. This time the loss was even more complete. However, this time the 3,000 caravan was not displeased because the 20,000 spectators on the opposite side of the road were united. There are beer fights for beer and sports cars for sports cars. They didn't lose badly. After exchanging pleasantries and wishing each other well, Xiaoyu and Yu Bin politely took their leave. Emperor Han was more or less distracted as he more or less paddled and slightly increased the interval between the two gifts. The good thing, however, is that the carnival special effects are so long that the water boys don't notice the end. Emperor Han stepped forward to comfort his brothers. Brothers, we did our best and fought with the backbone of our 3,000 caravan. Those 20,000 people on the other side were also united and deserved our respect. We didn't lose unjustly. A couple of big brothers in their 40s stepped up to the plate in support. Emperor Han is right. This time we are not 3,000 against 1, but 3,000 against 20,000. We are the numerically inferior party. However, the decadence is not too obvious. We only lost 300,000 sound waves. We are still honored despite our defeat. Brother Han Huangming is right. We are facing 20, 000 and 3, 000. No, the opposite side is already 40, 000. It's already rare for us to face 10 times our number and fight on equal footing. Xiaoyu also stepped forward to comfort her, and although most of the proceeds from this PK would have to be returned to the guild, her popularity had actually grown quite a bit. 2 PKs down, 30, 000 more attention straight away. A normal live broadcast doesn't even go up this much attention in a month. Xiaoyu bowed deeply to the camera. The brothers of the convoy worked hard. You have fought out the style of the Rain family army. You have demonstrated the clenched iron bones of the Rain family army. Facing 10 times the number of you, you actually fought equally. You are all little Rain's heroes. On Yu Bin's side, he was also thanking. He was so excited that he was about to cry. His speech was a bit incoherent. Brothers, Fat Bin, never thought I would have today. I thank you all, and I should especially thank Boss Chang. Thanks. Just when Yu Bin was so excited, he suddenly received an invitation to connect, and when Yu Bin clicked on it, his entire body went numb. WOJ, Disney princesses? It's not that one, is it? Yu Bin trembled as he clicked on the other party's profile, and then freaked out in a cold sweat. What the hell? It's really her. It seems that the matter of Boss Chang suppressing the 3,000 caravans by himself just now had spread, and the Disney princess had been startled. This is a proper head PK anchor. Can't afford to mess with it. Really can't. Yu Bin had the heart to refuse, but he didn't dare, and could only accept with a trembling nod. The screen shifted and the delicate face of a Disney princess appeared on the side of the screen. The live feed instantly exploded. Especially those dozens of water friends who had followed Yu Bin for more than 2 years were trembling with excitement. Fat Bin has come out on top. Surprisingly, he can link up with a Disney princess. This is a Jitterbug head PK anchor. Looks like I'm going to witness a new star rise today. Am I going to witness history today? Boss Chang is mighty and domineering and handsome. One person suppressing 3,000 convoys. And he even surprised the Disney princess. Yu Bin asked cautiously. Your Highness, you're suddenly looking for me to connect to the mic. Is there something you want? Disney princess looked at Yu Bin with confidence. I've heard that there's a godly hero on Bin's side who's very powerful. One person suppressing Xiaoyu's 3,000 fleet. I'm Xiaoyu's sister. I can't just watch Xiaoyu being bullied. Come over to support Xiaoyu. Let's PK a bit? Yu Bin quickly shook his head. Jokingly, Cheng Yuan had already swiped more than $3 million. How could he have the cheek to circle the wagons again? Besides, this Disney princess is too fierce to fight. Literally. Your Highness, our boss Chang has already swiped 3 million. PK should just forget about it and wait for a chance later. In response, the water friends in the live broadcast room felt that it was normal, and no one felt that Yu Bin was a wimp. The other boss, Mr. Chang, had already swiped more than $3 million, so he definitely didn't have much left in his pocket. Better to do it some other time, when the food is plentiful. Disney princess faintly invisible skimming his mouth. Only 3 million sound waves cannot, on this strength, still change the day? Anyway, she had already given Hu Peng's face. It was this fat guy who was not competitive. It was not her fault. Okay, since, before the words were finished, the screen suddenly lit up with a special effect pop-up, still with only one word. Asterisk. The entire live broadcast instantly exploded. Awesome. Boss Chang is awesome. Capitalized awesome. Facing the Disney princess is surprisingly not wimpy at all. Just do it. I'm new here. Which one of the big hangers on, tell me? What's the situation with this Boss Chang? Why is he still so confident in the face of the Disney princess? Boss Chang swiped $3 million in 1 hour. There's no doubt that you're a true godly hero. From now on, I would like to call you Chang Million. What's wrong with Jitterbug PK's first sister? In front of Chang Million, it's a dragon that has to be coiled and a tiger that has to lie down. Just do it. Since Cheng Yuan had spoken, Yu Bin's hot blood, which had already subsided, began to boil once again. Since Boss Chang wants to do it, then let's do it. Today I, Fat Bin, will slaughter the gods to prove the way. I'll take it. Your Highness, tell me, how do we play? What's the competition? The Disney princess said calmly, just play the most common ones. 5 minutes PK and see the total value of the gifts. Okay, so what's the punishment for losing? The corners of Princess Disney's mouth turned up slightly. There was no way she was going to lose. But the punishment. The Disney princess scanned Yu Bin up and down. This female costume wearing, it's really disgusting. Since you like to play nasty so much, Let's make it even nastier. Brother Bin, since you're wearing women's clothes, is it possible to arrange for the belly band as well? If you lose, how about the bibs walking in a show? Yubin had a head full of black lines. This Nima, playing too hard to get? Yubin asked stiffly. Your Highness, what if you lose? There's no way I can lose. What if that's really an eventuality, how about I change my belly for the runway? 2. The water boys below went wild. It's not good enough to just change your belly button and walk the runway. You have to yell for Bin to cheer you up. What's the point of yelling for Bin to cheer? Just call out Bin good brother and be done with it. Disney Princess is also a playful one. Seeing the pop-ups of her water friends, she directly clapped. Okay, if I lose, I'll shout for Bin to cheer. Shout Bin good brother. Chapter 113, The Gods' Magnificent Cards. The two sides quickly negotiated a punishment, and Disney Princess couldn't wait to order a PK invite. Early finish, early dispersal. A moment of big brothers together, looking to listen to the treasure to reward the spring and then go to fight on a game. Disney Princess directly to Yubin closed microphone. Very imposing roar. Brothers, give me charge. Give me a hard. After the abuse, a moment to find Bowen properly kowtowed. The big brothers on Disney Princess's side were all breezy. A newly promoted 40,000 person anchor in the district was simply not enough for them to fight. Whoosh! More than a dozen big brothers stepped in and threw out gifts that were all helicopters at a minimum, instantly surging the gift value to 200,000. The big brothers stopped. According to their experience, this wave directly crushed the other side. Big brothers habitually looked to the progress bar. What they didn't expect was that instead of being compressed, the red progress bar launched a strong and incomparable attack, directly squeezing the blue progress bar in half. Then, Big Brother saw a screen full of carnival special effects floating up from the opposite live room. Big Brother's a little bit of spirit. The opposite side of this old brother can a breath of more than a dozen carnival thrown? A little strength. Unfortunately, he didn't know what he was up against. The Disney Princess also saw Chang Yuan throw out more than a dozen carnivals. However, she didn't get nervous and slammed the table with force. That's some firepower across the street. It's a bit interesting. Big brothers, don't control it, give me a hard work, give me the opposite side's momentum to suppress. We have only one opponent. That's hearing treasure reward spring. We can't lose to anyone else. Big brothers no longer hide their strength, and all kinds of high-value gifts fly off the screen. The blue progress bar quickly stabilized and soon squeezed the red progress bar back. Faced with this situation, Chang Yuan was helpless. A person is strong. The speed of brushing gifts is limited. As long as the opposite side of the collection of many people, beyond the speed of his brushing gifts, he simply cannot win. However, to him, winning or losing was not important. What mattered was to swipe the gifts out in a reasonable manner. Chang Yuan could care less, but the water friends in the live broadcast room were not convinced. There are 40,000 people in their live room and 40,000 people in our live room, so we're afraid of nothing. Let's go together. Don't let Boss Chang fight by himself. Brothers, just like just now, have a beer fight, have a sports car fight. Follow Boss Chang. After the battle just now, the water friends in Yubin's live broadcast room initially produced a little cohesion, almost a call. All were generous with their small contribution. Unfortunately, even when the water boys stepped in, there was no way to stop the tide. After all, the firepower of the Disney Legion wasn't something that could be compared to the 3,000 Rain family troops. It's not even close. The red progress bar was still being slowly squeezed, eye to the halfway point. Quite a few Disney Legion waterbenders came over to lead the charge. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? This Mr. Chang isn't much better. That's it? You're still beating 3,000 Rain clan troops by yourself? The 3,000 Rain family army is too good, isn't it? The Disney Legion can't carry them after a slight strike? Chang Yuan saw these pop-ups, however, did not care at all. Anyway, recharge cashback can get hand on the line. However, the system would not allow him to keep such a low profile. There was a ding. A familiar beep sounded. As a qualified super god, how can the host be so Buddhist? How can he be so uncaring? Stimulate the temporary mission, the brand face of God. Task, defeat the Disney princess in this PK. Quest reward, 3 attribute points. Failure of the mission increases the debt by $10 million. Chang Yuan's head was as big as a bucket. PK has been going on for a minute, and with 4 minutes left, time is running out. Such a short period of time. Even if he pressed his fingers, it was not as fast as the other party's brush. Just then, Chang Yuan received a message from the station. Dear old course and weight loss users, hello, I am your exclusive VIP customer service Hu Peng. You have any questions? You can communicate with me directly. Chang Yuan suddenly thought of a good idea and hurriedly sent a message to Hu Peng. I request that the cap on the number of carnivals be raised. It's too slow to swipe carnivals one by one. Make sure to solve this problem within 2 minutes. Otherwise, you jitterbugs will lose me as a user. Okay, Boss Chang, wait a moment. Hu Peng hurriedly dialed the technical department and ordered in an undoubted tone. Immediately open an exclusive gift channel for old Chang on weight loss. Raise the upper limit of the number of gifts. You can brush 10 carnivals at a time. This doesn't add up, does it? I'll report on the president's side. Right now. You don't care if it's in line with the rules or not. If you delay tonight's revenue, all the consequences will be borne by your technical department. As soon as he heard the words revenue and consequences, the opposite side went straight to hell. Okay, I'm opening it up. In 2 minutes. Make sure you do it. Good. It had to be said that the technical department side was really powerful, and after only 90 seconds, Chang Yuan's exclusive gift channel was created successfully. There was a ding. Chang Yuan received a background message. Dear old Chang on weight loss user, according to your needs, the background has opened up an exclusive gift channel for you. Is it open? Chang Yuan quickly tapped open, then looked at the gift column, and the carnival column had indeed become X10. The corner of Chang Yuan's mouth turned up slightly as he selected X10 and then arranged for the connecting point device. Swish, swish, swish. The special effects of Yubin's live broadcast carnival instantly sped up tenfold. The red progress bar, like a rocket, rubbed off on the blue progress bar. In the blink of an eye, it topped the center line and didn't hesitate at all straight away, racing all the way to the blue progress bar and instantly pressing it back down. The water friends in Yubin's live room didn't notice the problem and thought that their efforts were seeing results. One was flushed with excitement. Brothers, good job. So what if you're the no 1 PK anchor? We've got her back, right? Give me a hard. Them to death. Brothers are awesome. If we can really topple the Disney princess today, it can definitely be engraved in the annals of Shake PK history, to be sung by future generations for a long time. Meow. I've actually participated in an epic PK, and this is less than halfway through, and the gift values of both sides have already passed 1 million. It's so ruthless. Disney Princess Liv instantly blew up. Brothers, hold on. There's only one person on the other side. We have so many big brothers. Give me a tough fight. More than a dozen big brothers picked up speed at the same time. However, not every one of these 10 or so big brothers can output Carnival infinitely. Some output rockets, some output cruise ships, some output helicopters, and occasionally float a few dragons. They were really out in force and took out the energy to do it with hearing treasure reward springs. Still, the red progress bar pressed on slowly but surely. An unbelievable thought popped into the Disney princess's head. Are we going to lose today? Losing to a deadweight with no name? Chapter 114 Carnival X10. Disney princess got a bit anxious and shouted, Brothers, give me a hard. Don't treat the opposite side as a small anchor with no name. Him as if he's listening to the treasure reward spring. Don't reserve your strength. Give me full output. Charge me. The big brothers were helpless. They didn't keep their strength. They had taken out all their strength. But the red progress bar was still pressing on slowly but surely. The 5-minute PK was over quickly. With the red progress bar pressing over a full half, Yubin won a crushing victory over the Disney princesses. Yubin's live broadcast room turned into a sea of joy. With a ding, a familiar beep sounded in Chang Yuan's head. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the Divine Magnificence's deck of cards quest, rewarding 3 attribute points. Chang Yuan nodded open his system panel and was a little lost in thought for a moment. He hadn't looked at his system panel for a long time, and he didn't expect that. When he took a look at it today, it had changed so much. Host, Chang Yuan. Age, 34. Height, 179. Weight, 201 pounds. Health, 72 plus. Intelligence, 122 plus. Force, 80 plus. Wealth, $180. 238. 776 plus. Natural ability, 10th Dan and Go. Girlfriend number 1, In Xiaoli. Progress of the main mission, 0%. What surprised Chang Yuan the most was the health column, which rose from failing to 72. As you can see, the recent weight loss has been fruitful. Chang Yuan was stunned. How come there is also a plus number in the wealth column? System, how much in the wealth column plus? 1 attribute point can increase the wealth value by $10 million. Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Attribute points are so valuable? However, he was coming up with money faster now, so he wasn't going to waste such precious attribute points on wealth. It would be nice to add a little more ability to turn in homework. After all, it was possible that he could develop girlfriend number 2, or even 3, in the future. With the current state of health, there is a chance that you may not be able to carry it. The system's voice suddenly appeared. Host, Every point of health over 10 will increase the host's physical abilities across the board, including but not limited to turning in homework. Chang Yuan rolled his eyes without any good reason. System, you don't want to frame me. When I lose weight and get fit, I naturally increase my health. I remember at the very beginning, the health was more than 50 points, and now it's more than 70. Host, you work out and lose weight. The most you can pull your health to is 79. Any health above 80 needs to be increased with attribute points. Ha, can you only practice up to 79? That attribute point can't be used frivolously yet. Is it okay to save the attribute points for now? We'll see when the health reaches 79. Could be. The other side. The entire Disney princess was dumbfounded. How she couldn't believe that she had lost to a dead fat guy with a bad name. Could it be that she's been circling the wagons too much lately and her big brothers aren't giving her the time of day? The Disney princess looked at the value of the gift and then the whole thing went bad. Nima. A total of 20 million sound waves dried out on her side. Big brothers have been very powerful. It's about the same as inquiring about the treasure reward springs. The opposite side dried out over 30 million sound waves. That's too scary, isn't it? Princess Disney suddenly realized that the 3 million that Hu Peng had just said was not 3 million sound waves, but 3 million RMB. This misunderstanding has gone too far. If you figure out your opponent's strength at the beginning, don't take it lightly and get all your big brothers together before coming over to play PK. Maybe even a 50-50 fight. Regardless, a loss is a loss. And the Disney princess admits defeat quite frankly. I didn't expect Boss Chang's firepower to be so fierce. One person is capable of overpowering our entire Disney army. Convinced. Completely convinced. With this kind of firepower, even if listening treasure came, he wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it. Chang Yuan humbly posted a special effects pop-up. It's all because of the strength of my brothers. How can I beat the Disney Legion on my own? Chang Yuan's words reminded the Disney princess. Yes, no matter how powerful this Boss Chang was, he was alone and had a limited speed to swipe gifts. How could he swipe 3 million in 5 minutes? Is he single with 30 years of hand speed? Fingers are dry, aren't they? Soon, Disney princess's assistant, Han Ning, realized the problem from the recording screen of PK just now. Boss, look at this gift special effect. Carnival directly x10. The opposite side cheated. Doesn't the opposite side cheat? The carnivals are all swiped one by one? Cheating? Princess Disney hurriedly viewed the PK recording from earlier. It's also really the Fiesta X10. No wonder that Boss Chang could suppress the entire Disney Legion with the power of one man. Today was kind of a long day. First time seeing a Fiesta X10. Han Ning said with a defiant face. Boss, they're cheating. Why don't we find the superintendent and report them? Disney princesses have a much bigger grid than Han Ning. What the hell is a report? Are you nuts? Regardless of whether or not there has been an X10 before, that's real money. That Boss Chang was able to swipe X10. It must be the official backdoor for him. This is even more proof of Boss Chang's strength. Han Ning hurriedly bowed his head. The boss is right. It's my pattern that's small. There are no losers in his PK. They are all winners. And there is no one happier than Hu Peng. He bet right. The number of people in Yubin's live broadcast room exceeded 60,000 people. What was even more pleasing was that Chang Yuan had swiped a total of $6 million before and after. This is nothing short of a historic achievement. The only time such exaggerated numbers are done is when you hit the annuals. And, when you hit the annuals, there are big cashbacks for godly recharges. On Chang's side, there is no cashback at all. It is a real profit. Definitely could have taken the Outstanding Employee of the Year title just with that accomplishment. Tomorrow will be a smooth transition into the middle. Hu Peng was already satisfied and felt lucky. But what he didn't know was that his luck continued. Tonight, it's destined to be one for the ages. A lot of Disney princess fans are fans of Herbo Reward Springs. They had lost so badly that they could only put their only remaining hope into the Hearing Spring Treasure appreciation here. Seeing Hearing Spring Reward Treasure on the line, Hala rushed into Hearing Spring Reward Treasure's live room. Fans went crazy with the brush. Brother Quan, your horse is being beaten up. Go and help your horse's son out. Listening to Treasure Reward Springs was confusing. Guys, don't get carried away. Where do I have any pussy? I'm still a virgin. Brother Quan, Princess PK was just beaten up. Go help the princess out. Hearing Spring Reward Treasure was stunned. He was abused all the way by the princess, and it was only recently that he gradually possessed the strength to defeat her. Who was it that managed to over the princess? Princess is the first sister of Jitterbug PK. She has lost. I definitely can't. Brothers don't bring the rhythm. Please invite the next treasure holder. The screen turned and the connection was successful. A slightly exasperated face was revealed. Dude, flip the camera. Unfortunately, this audience member had no intention of flipping out at all. Saying loudly, Brother Quan, Are you wimpy? After the opposite side won the princess, they said that even if you, Brother Quan, came, you'd have to kneel down and cry out to your father. I'm going to. Listening to the treasure to reward the spring temper came up, although he knew that the water friend probability is just in the rhythm. But, he also does not reveal, just to collect a wave of brand side of the advertisement fee. I'd like to see who can beat the princess. Chapter 115, I'm always at my best. Meanwhile, the Disney princess changed her bibs, and a more modest makeup look, and returned to the broadcast. The fans of both livestreams were furiously painting colorful emojis. This Nima, this body, this is too open door ah. I didn't realize that the princess, who is usually a noisy tiger, has such a top figure. Bin, is it okay to wear it like this? It's okay, it's so okay, it just looks like I'm a beast. Then I'll start walking. Although the Disney princess was dressed and made up in an ebullient manner, she danced with an international flair. Every move is so atmospheric, even overbearing. After walking around, the Disney princess shouted, "Go Bin! Brother Bin is my good brother! Go good brother!" Put. The waterboys in both broadcasts burst out laughing. Princess, why don't you just keep your mouth shut? You're pretty good looking when you're not. Nima, this big smoky voice, directly ruined the image of Jiangnan girl. You still have me soft girl. Chang Yuan almost choked on his saliva as well. Originally, he was quite interested in the Disney princess's servant dress, but as soon as she opened her mouth, there was no interest at all. Disney princess walks the runway in a lady's costume and calls out to her good brother. This is just too gimmicky. The number of viewers of the two live streams skyrocketed again. Yubin's site surprisingly rose to nearly $80,000. It's already very close to the $100,000 threshold for headliners. Gradually, the rise in viewership began to slow, and the Disney princesses knew that the wave of traffic and gimmicks was almost at an end. Disney princess posed a very A pose and asked in a very domineering manner, "Brother Bin, how was my walk? How about shouting? I'll walk 2 more laps? How dare you Bin let the Disney princess go again? If it wasn't for Chang Yuan's support, he wouldn't even be qualified to connect with others. It's fine, it's fine, it's good enough. Brother Bin, Green Mountains don't change. Today I lost. Next time when Boss Chang isn't around, I'll look for you to PK again." Yubin laughed bitterly. "Then you will not be killed?" Disney princess laughed. "Brother Bin, don't be self-effacing. You're also a big anchor of 60,000 people now. The piece of cards will soon branch out." The Disney princess walks away, and the waterboys below start to get up in arms. "Fat Bin, Boss Chang is so supportive of you. You mustn't perform your talent properly? Just now you drove a train well. Drive another train." Yubin was just about to respond when he received another invitation to connect. Yubin subconsciously nodded his acceptance. Then, with a prancing sound, stood up, listen to the treasure and enjoy the spring. The current Shake Shack live streaming community deserves to be number 1. Even if he was interviewed and rectified, it didn't affect his popularity. Instead, it allowed him to smoothly break the circle and double his fan base. Yubin trembled and clicked accept, and the screen shifted, and an avatar wearing glasses popped up on the right side. Yubin's live broadcast room once again boiled. Nima, he really blew up the Hearing Treasure Reward Spring? If Boss Chang can really bring down the Hearing Treasure Reward Spring, then he'll really be a god. There's no need to beat the Hearing Treasure Reward Springs down. It's sealed now, except for the time of the year. Who can brush out $5 or $6 million a night? It's just Boss Chang alone, right? Oh my god. I haven't realized until the ones upstairs said it. Boss Chang has risen to level 55. That's awesome. The pre-revamped level 60 model is used here. Facing almost the first brother of the Jitterbug live broadcasting world, Yubin put his stance very low. "Brother Quan, why did you come over in person? Should little brother pay you a visit?" Listening to Quan reward, Bo laughed. Don't. Brother Bin is older than me. Just call me Xiao Quan. I don't dare to. What are the instructions for Brother Quan to come over? Bin, I heard you just won the Disney princess in PK? A fluke. Her Royal Highness is letting me have it. I know that character of the princess. How could she let you go? Brother Bin, don't be modest. PK for a moment? Yubin hesitated. Boss Ching has already swiped $5 to $6 million before and after. Can he still have firepower? Brother Quan, can we make a new appointment? Let our brothers slow down. It's been several PKs in a row. Listening to the spring reward treasure instantly comprehended Yubin's meaning. It should be Yubin's big brother privately chatting with him. It may be that there is no money inside the big brother's account. It's my fault for not thinking things through. So let Bin's brothers take a breather, and we'll make another date when the brothers are back to their best. Chang Yuan was anxious when he heard this. Don't make a date for another day. He's so far. Just brush out 6 million, 10 times the cashback. Only 60 million? From 200 million is still early. Of course, there is also the God's Magnificent Wish cashback, but that one has to be based on Xiaoyu's favorites, and Cheng Yuan can't control the amount of cashback. If we can swish out $20 million in one breath tonight, the $200 million investment will be satisfactorily settled. Cheng Yuan was afraid that hearing treasure reward spring would run away, and hurriedly swiped out a special effects pop-up. It's still that one particularly dry word. Asterisk. Yubin's live broadcast room once again boiled. WOJ. Am I blind? What did Mr. Chang say? He's going to do it again? He's going to be a god. Could it be that I'm going to see a never-before-seen feat today? Could it be that Boss Chang is going to level 60 in one day? The opposite side is the hearing treasure appreciation spring. It's amazing that Boss Chang is still so confident. You know, he just had a hardcore fight with the Disney princess. Yubin's voice was trembling a bit. Boss Chang, why don't you take a break today? Brother Quan has a point. Wait until you're back to your best. Cheng Yuan raised his hand and hit a special effect pop-up. I'm always at my best. It and be done with it. This, what else could Yubin say? Good. I'll take this PK. Brother Quan, lighten up on the abuse. Yubin didn't canvass at all, and after nodding to accept PK, he looked at the camera very seriously. Most of the water friends inside the live broadcast room just came here today. Perhaps, in your minds, I'm just a hilarious counter-anchor. However, here, I want to tell everyone that I am a magic anchor, so don't laugh. Next, I'm going to show you a couple of tricks, starting with a rainbow all the way. The old water friends in the live room instantly became excited. Fat Bin is pulling out the stops here. Cheng Yuan also raised his interest and threw out a special effects pop-up. There is a reward for becoming good. The other side. Listening to the spring reward treasure confidence. Today several of his brand parties are present. This if you cannot do it, it would be a shame. Just as he was getting complacent, the Disney princess sent him a message. Brother Quan, you mustn't underestimate Fat Bin. His boss is super fierce. And tonight, has swiped out $6 million. In one breath, he's risen to level 55. Hearing Spring's reward treasure confidently returned a message. Even if this Boss Chang is powerful, he's only one person, and there's a limit to how fast he can brush his gifts. I have the top 10 brand parties today. It can definitely blow Fat Bin away. Brother Quan, don't be careless. Boss Chang is suspected to have opened a special gift channel, and he can give out 10 sets of carnivals at once. Even if you have 10 branded parties, you still have to be on your toes. I know. Today, I'll listen to the treasure reward springs for a sure win. A good lesson must be taught to the newcomers. Chapter 116, the computer is stuck. Although he heard Bao reward spring speak easily, he was already taking it a bit seriously. Decisively released Battle Hymn Spring Garden Snow. This is the battle cry that is only played when a particularly large door is opened during a live broadcast. Listening to the springs and enjoying the treasure instantly got into the swing of things. And that little phrase was a set of words. The branding party helps me to reach the clouds. I will step on the snow to the top of the mountain. The cold sour spirit is as powerful as ever. But the white elephant instant noodles have gone down. Thank you Tillaway for 10 carnivals. You're the best partner I've ever had. Funky Pie is my most loyal companion and pineapple orange juice is good too. Zenjirushi and Tomoyo. I didn't see you guys. I've decided that I'm going to change a few brand parties today. Give me a hard time. As soon as they heard that they were going to change a few brand parties, the heads of those few brand parties who hadn't made a move broke out in a large cold sweat on their foreheads, and hurriedly recharged to keep up with the rest of the brand parties. With the top 10 branded parties striking at the same time, plus some wild godly men striking, the blue progress bar instantly squashed the red progress bar. The other side. Yubin concentrated on his magic tricks, and his water friends frantically swiped small gifts. After that battle with the Disney princess, the cohesion of the waterbenders was already strong, and the administrators took advantage of the opportunity to create the Fat Bin daggers. In an instant more than 30,000 men joined the greatswords. This meant that Yubin was also the one with the 30,000 fleet. However, Cheng Yuan, the absolute main force on Yubin's side, did not make a move. It's not his fault. After 2 consecutive victories, countless people paid attention to him, and countless girls and little anchors sent him private messages. The private message kept popping up and blinking. However, Cheng Yuan hadn't made time to watch it yet. After the number of private messages exceeded 10,000, Cheng Yuan's phone began to lag and started to heat up. He had just gotten the connecting dots on his side and was about to furiously swipe his gifts when he was unexpectedly stuck with a direct black screen. Cheng Yuan's figure disappeared from the first VIP seat. Soon, the waterman listening to Treasure Reward Springs found out about this and mocked it. What bull ******* Chang boss. Blowing so powerful. Quan brother 10 brand party a shot. Instantly scared away. What a disgrace. Hey, Quan just crushes when he strikes. It's no fun to have a crushing game like this. Where are the people? Where's the legendary Chang Million? Why did he run away? This is it? Soon after, listening Spring Reward Treasure also found out about this. However, he didn't follow his water friends to lead the rhythm. Instead, he said in a very serious manner, brothers, don't swipe the screen. Don't lead the rhythm. What qualifications do you have to look down on Boss Chang? Other people, Boss Chang, swiped 5 to 6 million in an hour, rushed to level 55 in one night, and has already set a historical record for Shake Shack. There must have been some small accident on Boss Chang's side, or Boss Chang's side suddenly had something very important. Yubin was very focused on the magic, until he finished changing all the way to a long rainbow. Then he twisted his head to look at the screen, and then he was directly dumbfounded. What the hell? Where's Mr. Chang? Scared off by Quan? Not really. Yubin's wife reacted quickly. Old you, don't worry. I'll give Mr. Chang a call right away. Good. Huang Rongrong called Chung Yuan and was prompted to turn off the phone. Huang Rongrong was anxious. However, she didn't continue to call Chung Yuan so as not to cause him to be offended. Lao Yu. Mr. Chang turned off his phone. Shut down? It should be dead, right? Soon. Cheng Yuan restarted his cell phone successfully and called Huang Rongrong. Just now, tens of thousands of people sent me private messages and gave me a card deadline. I'm logging on to Jitterbug. Don't worry. Yubin gestured a pause. Listening to Quan Reward, Bao opened his mic and asked in a harmonious voice, Brother Bin, what's the situation on your side? Boss Chang didn't set the private message permission just now. Tens of thousands of people sent him private messages and gave him a jammed machine. Brother Quan, what do you think about this PK? Listening to Quan Rewarding Treasure was very generous and said in a harmonious voice, then wait for Boss Chang to come back and reopen PK. Swish, Chang Yuan threw out a special effect pop-up. There's no need to reopen it. Wouldn't all the swish on Quan's side be wasted in that case? Just extend the PK time by 5 minutes. Listening to the spring to enjoy the treasure smiled. This Chang boss is how bottomless to be able to say something like that. Boss Chang's bureau gas. Then extend the PK time by 5 minutes. Since both sides had reached a consensus, Hu Ping used his supervisor authority to personally extend the PK between the two sides by 5 minutes. That means there are 7 minutes left until the PK ends. For Chang Yuan, 7 minutes was enough. Chang Yuan directly chooses the Fiesta X10 and arranges for the connecting points. Whoosh! Carnival effects took off like crazy, and the red progress bar instantly stabilized and began to fight back. Listening to the spring and enjoying the treasure, his eyelids jumped for a while. Holy, it's really Carnival X10. A one-man hardcore top 10 brand party. Another round of canvassing has begun for Hearing Spring's treasure appreciation. Big Brother on the other side is firing on all cylinders. I need more brand parties. Speaking of you, Bounce 8+, you're a strong brand side contender for me. WIS is strong too. Zenjirushi, I've finally seen you in action. Unfortunately, even with the development of 10 more branded parties for Listening Spring's treasure appreciation, it still couldn't stop the decline of the blue progress bar. Because, not all of the 20 branded parties swiped Huazi, but some swiped Jitterbug one as well as the yacht or whatever. After all, they, the brands, have a budget for their advertising dollars. The clock is down to the last 2 minutes and the red progress bar has pressed the blue progress bar back to 50-50. If we keep this up, I'm afraid we're really going to lose. To retain his brand value, to retain his status as the #1 male anchor, listening to the treasure reward spring, he passed a glance to his assistant, who hurriedly arranged for 3 guild numbers. With the strong assistance of these 3 guild numbers, the blue progress bar finally regained its momentum and steadily held off the red progress bar's attack. As I watched, there was still the last minute left in the PK. Brands see the hope of victory, feel the determination to listen to the treasure to appreciate the spring, have started on the intensity. The blue progress bar gradually gained a 200,000 sonic advantage. That's an advantage that's almost minimal, but a win is a win. In the last 30 seconds, the blue progress bar's advantage widened to 500,000 sound waves. A trace of an easy smile appeared on the corner of Hearing Treasure Reward Spring's mouth. Winning, this PK was finally won. Watermen have noticed the trend as well. However, no one laughed at Chung Yuan. After all, just in these few minutes of work, he had been swiping non-stop, and had swiped more than $3 million. He has proven himself. One person Hardstone 20 brand party plus 3 guild number, just to a slight disadvantage defeat. Although defeat is still honorable. At this moment, almost everyone felt that Yubin was going to lose. Only Chang Yuan was calm, because he hadn't given his full strength yet. He used a connecting dots, and between the 2 times the connecting dots were connected, There were tiny intervals. After this period of recuperation, his fingertips have completely recovered. 30 seconds of full power was just enough to not tire him out. Chang Yuan turned off the continuous clicker, and with a hand speed comparable to that of a single person for 30 years, he frantically clicked away. Chapter 117 Chang Yuan 1. Pointing with the hand is a few milliseconds longer than pointing with a continuous pointing device, and there is a difference of a few milliseconds of time between each of the two gifts, but that drop of time can sway the PK. The red progress bar instantly stabilized and began a reverse press with unusual determination. Last 20 seconds, the red progress bar and the blue progress bar are back in place. In the last 10 seconds, the red progress bar continued to soar, eating away at the blue progress bar a little bit. PK is over. The red progress bar won the PK by a slim margin of 23W of sound. Chang Yuan waved his fingers, knock out a line of special effects pop-ups. Fortunately, Yubin was so excited that he was in tears and couldn't describe his feelings. Poof! In front of the 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, he knelt to Chang Yuan. This battle of the century between Yubin and Hearing Treasure Reward Spring brought him more than 20,000 viewers, and the number of people in the live broadcast smoothly exceeded 100,000 people. This marks the fact that Yubin has officially crossed into the ranks of head anchors. Of course, this requires Yubin to eat and digest this huge amount of traffic in order to truly become a head anchor. Otherwise, today is the pinnacle of his life, and the future will gradually go downhill. Congratulations, Boss Chang, for upgrading to level 58. Boss Chang is mighty and domineering and hangs in the air. Thank you, Boss Chang. No, thank you, Righteous Father, for your support and love. From now on, I'll do whatever Righteous Father tells me to do, and I definitely won't have any hesitation. On the side, Huang Wenwen didn't mind anymore and instead looked at her husband with an encouraging gaze. Boss Chang spent $10 million in one night. Wouldn't it be nice to spend more time with him? Do species and gender matter in the presence of such a super godly man? If Boss Chang is willing, she can even join Lao Yu. The one who was most excited was Hu Pang. The fact that the wild god Ho had spent $10 million had alarmed the president. The president himself called and gave him a nice compliment. Next year's promotion is already on the table. Moreover, the president personally guaranteed that Ghost Handobin and Boss Chang were unearthed by him, and no one was allowed to rob them from him. Let him make sure to maximize the value of Ghost Handobin and Boss Chang. Drizzle and Disney Princess were completely relieved. Even Hearing Treasure Rewarding Springs lost. Isn't it normal for them to lose? After listening to Bao Reward Springs placate the brand, Kaimai gave a thumbs up. I've heard that Treasure Reward Spring hasn't convinced anyone, and today I'm convinced. Boss Chang is awesome. Boss Chang helps Brother Bin to reach the clouds, and Brother Bin treads snow to the top of the mountain. Boss Chang, do you have any gadgets in your house that I need to grow on you? You don't need to line up the mic when you come over. Just go straight to the mic. Chang Yuan smiled and typed a line of special effects pop-ups. The new home is being decorated, but I need a few knickknacks. If Brother Quan is free, he can accompany me to Polly or Guardian. Hearing Spring Reward Treasure responded without hesitation. Okay, Boss Chang, I'm following you. Let's talk privately. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Hearing Spring Appreciation Treasure went away. It was only then that the watermen recovered from the shock. How could they not believe that they had defeated Shake Shack's live streaming #1 listening Spring Reward Treasure? Soon, the Waterboys found a flashy spot. WOJ I'm blind. Boss Chang swiped $10 million tonight. It's a nifty. I'm shocked. Even in the annual gala, I haven't seen a big shot who swiped 10 million. Boss Chang actually got the Chang 10 million achievement. I announced that Chang 10 million is the #1 godly man in all of Jitterbug. Is there anyone who is not convinced to stand up and speak? President Wang expresses his displeasure. Principal Wang is indeed rich. However, he usually only brushes gifts to beautiful female anchors. With this $10 million, he'll have to change several girlfriends. He. There was a ding and a familiar tone sounded. Congratulations to the host for over-completing the God's Magnificent Retribution quest. Based on mission completion, the host receives a cashback bonus of 3 times. Buzzing, Chang Yuan's cell phone vibrated and received a message. Card number 2195 has an income interbank transfer of $130,000 and a balance of $14,802. 3,876. Chang Yuan's face turned red with excitement and he clenched his fists hard. Is he a billionaire now? Chang Yuan pinched his arm hard, afraid that this was a dream. Ouch. That hurts. It's all true. He literally became a billionaire. However, this is still more than $50 million short of that $200 million of investment money. You need to keep working on it. By the way, I haven't asked the system where Xiaoyu's $20 million of investment money is. As if hearing Chang Yuan's heart, the system's voice rang out. Host, the investment money is all on the nightstand. Initial password 6 zeros. Chang Yuan twisted his head to look, and sure enough, there was a pitch-black bank card on the nightstand. Chang Yuan bound to his own cell phone, and sure enough, he found that there was a balance of $20 million in it. The system's voice sounded again. Host, the money inside this bank card is like a girlfriend's spending fund that can only be directed to be used on Xiaoyu. Okay, got it. Chang Yuan directly used this card to charge $1 million, and then entered Xiaoyu's live broadcasting room. Xiaoyu, having danced all day and lost PK, was lazily propping her arms up on the table and resting her chin in her two small hands. A very gorgeous appearance CG appears. Old Chang is on a diet to enter the live room. Swish! Xiaoyu's large eyes that were as lazy as a cat's instantly brightened up, almost jumping up in excitement. Welcome Boss Chang. Congratulations to Boss Chang for achieving the title of Chang 10 million. 1,000 years. A unification of the shaky voice. Chang Yuan knocked out a line of special effects pop-ups. Xiaoyu, you dance hard every day. Give you some nourishment and buy some good food. Chang Yuan directly opened the connecting dots and swiped over 300 carnivals in one breath. Xiaoyu was stunned. How could I have imagined that happiness would come so suddenly? It wasn't like she hadn't seen so many carnivals before. She'd received them when the guild had helped her with PKs, but those are refunded to the guild. And the ones Boss Chang swiped are not refundable at all. They're all hers. Swish! Xiaoyu's eyes got a little moist. Don't look for her to explode in popularity recently and become the new goddess of geekdom, but she doesn't make much money at all. And now, even after removing the jitterbugs and guild commissions, it's made over $200,000. Thank you Boss Chang for your concern and love. Xiaoyu bows to you. The water boys below started to get up in arms. Xiaoyu, Boss Chang is truly in love with you. He violently beat up the Disney princess but didn't pay the medical bills. On your side, not only did you give medical expenses, but also nutritional expenses. Xiaoyu, Mr. Chang has a crush on you. Why are you still hesitating? Jump into Mr. Chang's arms. Chang Yuan was so powerful and bold that Xiaoyu naturally wanted to hold on to him. However, Xiaoyu is young and new to the industry, so she is rather thin-skinned. After half a day's hesitation, he didn't say anything ambiguous. Boss Chang, I really don't know how I should thank you. Why don't I give you a dance? Chapter 118 Lin Ruoyu was crazy with envy. Chang Yuan knocked out a line of special effect pop-ups. No need. You're too tired. Get off the air early and rest. After saying that, Chang Yuan directly exited the live broadcasting room, hiding his work deep in his heart. Xiaoyu stared blankly at the exit prompt on the screen with mixed feelings inside. There were a lot of bosses who swiped her gifts. However, these bosses simply liked her dancing or simply liked her body. For the first time, someone cared about her. In order to maintain the heat, in order to maintain the fans, she is indeed too tired. Since you are now qualified to be capricious, let's be a little capricious. Dear water friends, since Xiaoyu has been live streaming, every day has started at 14 hours. I'm really tired and worn out. Xiaoyu is going to bed. See you tomorrow. A little rain is broadcast, but insomnia, lying in bed, tossing and turning, how can not sleep? What kind of person is Boss Chang? The other side. Chang Yuan yawned, put down his cell phone, and got ready for bed. His WeChat alert tone suddenly rang. Chang Yuan touched his phone to see that it was a message from Shen Manwan. Chang Yuan froze for a moment. Man. This good sister never sent him a message at such a late hour. What was wrong today? Is the good sister persona going to be ruined? Chang Yuan nodded at Shen Manwan's avatar, and a trace of a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was the one who misunderstood Manwan, and wasn't sending him flirty messages in the middle of the night to seduce him. It was business. Brother Chang, I've edited the video of the repossession overnight, so you can send it out now. Chang Yuan knocked 3 words appreciatively. Have a heart. Although Chang Yuan's words were brief and it seemed that there was no desire to continue communicating, Shen Manwan was so happy that she almost jumped up high. Brother Chang is sure she's up to it. All the hard work tonight was all worth it. Thank you Brother Chang for the compliment. I will continue to work hard. I will definitely become the most competent personal photographer. It's late. Go to sleep. Okay. Good night Chang. Chang Yuan tried to watch the video Shen Manwan cut, nodded with satisfaction, and backhandedly sent it to Sheikh. Have nothing to do. Collect a room. After sending out the video, Chang Yuan casually threw in a million jitterbugs, then directly turned off his cell phone and fell into a deep sleep. Even all missed the midnight beep. Those thrilling PKs last night had allowed Chang Yuan to gain a whole 130,000 fans. All these fans, the system also gives cash back. $100 a fan. 130 130,000 fans is $13 million. A large portion of those 130,000 fans saw the repossession video Chang Yuan posted. There have been many messages of praise. I just searched. Liang Road No. 8 is the most high-end neighborhood in Qingdao. There is no one. And the price is directly comparable to the busiest locations in the north. Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Cheng 10 million for this house. At least $500 million. That's not half $100 million. Cheng 10 million. This house is the second top floor. And it's building 5. Which is the king of the building location. It must be over $100 million. I go Cheng 10 million lives in a house of over 100 million. No wonder he casually swiped tens of millions in one night. Someone else just said he's an official trustee. Cheng 10 million is definitely not an official trust. But rather, several others have guild numbers. I won't say who exactly. This heroine is quite Versailles. It looks like she's spitting. In fact, every sentence is showing off. Traffic from those fans. Plus a million shake plus traffic tilts. Less than half an hour after the video was posted. It had over 100,000 likes. Because the video's finish rate also has a very high like rate. Shakeology's big data has expanded the traffic pool for this repossession video. Like a snowball, this video gradually rolled into the second largest volume pool. In 2 hours, the number of likes skyrocketed like crazy to 1 million. The number of followers skyrocketed insanely to 200,000. Chang Yuan, who was the main character, knew nothing about this. He was sleeping soundly. All seasons. Lin Ruoyu stretched and yawned as she sat up leaning against the pillows. Lin Ruoyu habitually touched her cell phone and swiped Shakeology. The first few videos I swiped to were all related to remodeling. Because Chang Yuan smashed the soft furnishings of the house. Lin Ruoyu paid more attention to videos on decoration in the past few days. Suddenly, Lin Ruoyu swiped a repossession video. Lin Ruoyu subconsciously tried to row over. However, she vaguely felt that the video heroine's voice was a bit familiar. As well as, the video hero was also a bit familiar. Kind of like her ex-husband. However, this video guy is a little thinner than her ex-husband. Lin Ruoyu's finger stopped. And soon, Lin Ruoyu found Hua. This turned out to be the house at No. 8, Liang Road. Before Chang Yuan went bankrupt, she had looked at quite a few houses in the neighborhood, including No. 8, Liang Road. It doesn't matter if you can afford it or not. It's not a crime to have a good time. Lin Ruoyu probably understood a little bit about the price of No. 8, Liang Road. Her fingertips moved away, her eyes staring dead at the video. Immersed in a visit to this king of the building villa. As Shin Manwen spat, Lin Ruoyu didn't feel that Shin Manwen was showing off. To the mistress of such $100 million mansion. Whatever she said was right. Lin Ruoyu was so envious that she was almost separating the walls of her mass. Why is there such a big difference between Chang Yuan and the owner of No. 8, Liang Road when they are also following a fat guy? How nice it would be if the house was hers. She will definitely decorate it as a dream love room. In the process of Shin Manwen's explanation, Lin Ruoyu had even already brainstormed the picture of what she would look like after her own renovation. Until the end of the video playback, Lin Ruoyu still hadn't come back to her senses and was immersed in her fantasies. It was as if she had lived in $100 million king of the building villa. When Lin Ruoyu came back to her senses, the video was almost finished playing for the second time. Lin Ruoyu was very upset. What made this heroine able to have such a top-notch godly boyfriend? She doesn't even dare to show her face. You can see it's not much prettier. With her looks and means, she could definitely snatch this diamond in the rough. Lin Ruoyu pulled out the most satisfactory photo before the wedding, and refacialized it, opened the private message, and prepared Chang Yuan to send it. But, to her dismay, she didn't send it successfully. The user has set permissions so that only users who follow each other can send private messages. This made Lin Ruoyu depressed. It seemed that such a rich man was not that easy to approach. Since I can't send a private message, I'll send a message. Hopefully this owner will read her message. Lin Ruoyu opened the message section and then froze. It's amazing that half the messages in the message section are with photos. Chang Ming, I'm 18 years old. I know every position. I'm a real girl. And I'm 36D. Chang, don't be fooled. That's all silicone upstairs. It's the real 36D on my side. You guys are too lowly, aren't you? A super godly man like Chang Millionaire looks at the bottom line. I graduated from Tsinghua University. Chang Million, do you need a bed warmer like me? Program 10 million. Your house is so big. You can fit a pole. I'm a former gymnastics champion. All kinds of highs. And I can pole dance. Chapter 119 is too curly. So the blogger's name is Chang Million? Just now, when I saw his last name was Chang, I almost thought he was her ex-husband. Lin Ruoyu smiled to herself. How could that be possible? Doesn't she know what Chang Yuan is like? Even if Chung Yuan had hidden part of his family's fortune, at most a few $1,000,000, all of it has been squandered in the past few days, hasn't it? How is it possible to afford to live in a king of the building mansion that's worth thousands of dollars? Lin Ruoyu looked through the pictures of these girls, and the more she looked at them, the more vain she felt. These little vixens, one better looking than the other, one more foxy than the other, regardless of face and body. There are just too many that can crush her. There are even Tsinghua University seniors and Olympic champions. It's just too curly, isn't it? Hey, it seems that it's really not a simple thing to marry into a rich family. Although she was a bit discouraged, Lin Ruoyu still sent her picture out for a message. All of you mediocre fans, all move back a little bit. With a family background like Chung 10 million, the pursuit of a strong combination, door to door, only a noblewoman from a powerful family like me is qualified to stand beside Chung 10 million. Anyway, blow the awesome out of the water first, and after you meet, take care of him just like you took care of your ex-husband. Do everything you can to get pregnant with his child, that way you can mother your child and marry into the family. Chang Yuan was woken up by the alarm clock and sat up with a yawn, grabbed his cell phone, turned it on, and habitually opened Jitterbug to check the background. Then, Chang Yuan instantly sobered up. WOJ, 1,300,000 likes? 300,000 new fans? According to the principles of the prestige system, this video earned over $40 million in one night? Chang Yuan hurriedly checked the arrival information. Something's wrong. How come it's only $30 million? The $10 million, was it eaten by the system? As if hearing Chang Yuan's tirade, the system's voice rang out. The prestige system is only settled at midnight each day. Chang Yuan's face showed an expression of sudden realization. So this is the case. That 10 million will be delayed to the account. In that case, as long as he throws in a few more millions of shaking plus, he can take care of the $200 million of investment money tonight. Say it and do it. Chang Yuan raised his hand and prepared to cast shaky plus. The system suddenly gave a prompt. This video is already the largest pool of traffic, the largest exposure. Continue to add shake plus. Will not expand the traffic. Is it additional? This Nima, that's the biggest pool of traffic there is, right? Chang Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. It's better to forget it then. Even though $1 million is a small amount of money, it can't be wasted. If Lin Ruoyu heard Chang Yuan's heart, she would definitely find a piece of tofu to crash into. $1 million is chump change. Her ex-husband? How rich is that? Because of the private chat permissions set, Chang Yuan received only a few private chats. Of these, Xiaoyu's private message made him the happiest. After all, they had just met, and Xiaoyu acted reserved and polite. Mostly words of thanks. Chang Yuan looked at the time. It was still early to send Lele to kindergarten. Chang Yuan opened the comment section with interest. He wanted to see what the internet had to say about his house. Then, Chang Yuan was dumbfounded. Half of the comments were, unsurprisingly, mostly envious that he could live in such a nice house. But the other half reviews. They're all crooked. How many girls' selfies is that? His comments section, literally, turned into a matchmaking convention. 1 vs thousands of those. Chang Yuan couldn't help but secretly sigh. Rich people's girls' resources were so good to such an extent? Chang Yuan clicked on a few pictures with interest. One is better looking than the other, and one is more dainty than the other. Without exception, all of them could easily kill his ex-wife. What surprised him most was that there were quite a few students from prestigious universities, and even a PhD. Suddenly, Chang Yuan opened the photo that Lin Ruoyu had sent. Why does this photo look familiar? But he didn't remember when he knew this famous woman. Soon, Chang Yuan saw Lin Ruoyu's nickname listening to Rain by the Rail. The corners of Chang Yuan's mouth kept twitching. This Nima, isn't it Lin Ruoyu's Jitterbug number? How dare she? And she's a noblewoman? Chang Yuan was disgusted by Lin Ruoyu and closed the comment section with an egg on his face. Chang Yuan threw his phone onto the pillow with a disgusted face and yawned as he walked out of the room to find Lele and Lin Ruoshi washing up at the sink. Chang Yuan greeted Lin Ruoshi and went straight to the nearby bathroom. In fact, the master bedroom also has a bathroom. But, the electric heating of the toilet in the master bathroom is broken, and it's a little more comfortable to have electric heating for the larger size. Lin Ruoshi rushed to stop it, but, with all the toothpaste inside her mouth, she couldn't speak clearly. Intercept, which demon go? Ice ice. Chang Yuan couldn't understand Lin Ruoshi's words and raised his hand to push open the bathroom door. Then, he froze. Wang Ting had just taken off her pants and hadn't even sat on the toilet yet. Wang Ting subconsciously let out a gasp. Chang Yuan also twisted his head in some embarrassment. However, the images he had just seen flashed through his mind uncontrollably. It's pink. So what? Wang Ting, I didn't mean it. I didn't know you. Wang Ting was mortified, but she didn't blame Chang Yuan. Brother Chang, it's not your fault. It's mainly my fault. I'm so used to living with Ruwashi that I forgot to close the door when it's convenient. Chang Yuan exited the bathroom and closed the door with a slight headache. Although Wang Ting said he wasn't to blame for this, he did look people over. Have to say, fresh graduates are really tender. There is no comparison with the kind of blackwood of Lin Ruoyu. Regardless of whose problem it was, Wang Ting was definitely the one who suffered from this today. So let's make up for it in a small way. It just so happens that the last time I bought 3 Hermes bags in one sitting, I still have 2 left. Chang Yuan returned to the master bedroom bathroom queen. It still felt a little chilly despite the padding. 5 minutes later, Chang Yuan was relieved. Briefly, he shuffled out of the room. Ha! It smells good. Chang Yuan walked towards the dining table and found that the 2 little cooks had already prepared a table full of delicious food and steaming hot pimple soup. Joy was also cleaned up and sat obediently at the table. Chang Yuan couldn't help but nod his head. Ruwashi, you're a good cook. Lin Ruwashi laughed. Brother-in-law, you've got it wrong Yell. It's Tingting who made breakfast. Chang Yuan twisted his head and quipped. Tingting is so virtuous. I don't know who was lucky enough to marry you. Wang Ting didn't dare to meet Chang Yuan's eyes, lowered her head, and whispered, people are all impure by you looking at them, surely they can't marry someone else. Chapter 120, Adults Don't Do Multiple Choice. Put. Lin Ruwashi, who was on the side, almost sprayed rice. Tina, what the hell? You think she's joking? You really want to be her sister-in-law? Look at this pouty little look. Is this still the same rotten girl who told her jerky stories in the middle of the night? However, Lin Ruwashi was more generous and didn't reveal her good girlfriend. If it was Chang Yuan before the divorce, he would definitely be at a loss for words. Back then, this is how he was taken down bit by Lin Ruoyu. Chang Yuan looked at the slightly tender Wang Ting with interest. Wang Ting's face value and figure is slightly inferior to Lin Ruwashi. But, she is really pink ah. It's not impossible to develop a little bit just for that much powder. Of course, there's absolutely no way it's the main house. Chang Yuan said with a smile. Ting, in my condition, divorced with a baby, do you really not mind? I don't mind. You may not mind, but will your parents not mind too? When you go back to your hometown, the neighbors will ask, Ting, what kind of guy did you find? What will you say? Wang Ting choked. These were questions that she really hadn't considered. Chang Yuan laughed. Ting, it's a new society now. Don't be so feudal in your thinking. You're still very pure. Don't have a psychological burden. Wang Ting. After eating and drinking, Shen Manhwan and Wang Ting bid Chang Yuan farewell. Brother-in-law, Brother Chang, we're going to work. Not yet. Just a moment. After saying that, Chang Yuan returned to the bedroom and walked out with a gift bag, casually handing it to Wang Ting. Tina, I love your breakfast. It's a small token of appreciation for working so hard for you over the next few months. Wang Ting subconsciously took the gift bag and opened it, her beautiful eyes instantly glaring round. Hermes. Brother Chang even gave him a Hermes bag? However, when he thought that Chang Yuan had bought even a Porsche for Lin Ruwashi, what's a bag? At this moment, Wang Ting didn't hesitate at all. With Chang's financial strength, what's the point of getting divorced and bringing up a child? What's wrong with being older? What's a little fat? Moreover, Brother Chang had recently been on a diet, which had been fruitful, and his figure had obviously shrunk by a circle. Upon closer inspection, the features are still well circumscribed. When he succeeds in losing weight, he will be a handsome uncle and a diamond bachelor. At that time, there will be countless sexy ES pouncing on him, so she won't have any chance. Wang Ting suddenly looked at Chang Yuan very bravely. Brother Chang, I've seriously considered it, and in front of true love, some of the so-called conditions have to be slightly backward. I like Lele very much. If Lele doesn't mind, I'm very willing to be her mom. Joy was instantly happy. Great. Am I going to have a mommy? I love Sister Ting so much. I'll be so happy when Sister Ting is my mom. Chang Yuan glared at Lele without a good look. Lele, you little traitor. A few days ago said let sister-in-law. Today how? Lele looked at Chang Yuan in a serious manner. What Lele said is true ah. Lele likes little auntie. Lele also likes Sister Ting. Anyway, Dad, you're divorced and single now. Whether it's little auntie or Auntie Ting, Lele supports it. Lin Ruwashi's little heart puffed wildly at Lele's words. So Locke wants her to be a mom too? In fact, she was happy to. It's just that even though my brother-in-law is divorced, he's still a little kid in his eyes. Lele, don't talk nonsense. If you talk nonsense again, beware of Auntie shall beating you up. Saying that, Lin Ruwashi held Wang Ting's hand and quickly ran out of the room. On the way downstairs, the two women suddenly turned a bit silent. Because, The relationship between the two has suddenly changed. From best BFFs to love rivals. In the end, it was Wang Ting who broke the silence. Ruoshi, before I told you to get close to the water, you refused. What do you think now? Lin Ruoshi said frankly. I was mainly concerned about Lele before, and since Lele doesn't mind, I want to fight for it. Wang Ting's heart instantly cooled down. Ruoshi was better than her everywhere. If she competed with Ruoshi, she didn't have any chance of winning. Ruoshi, since you think so, I quit. I'll find an apartment and move out after work today. Lin Ruoshi hurriedly pulled Wang Ting's small hand. Ting Ting, don't be like this. Let's treat this as a fair competition. No matter who wins or loses, it won't affect our sisterhood. A man is dispensable. Only a bosom friend is unbreakable. Wang Ting's eyes were a little moist. Well, even if we get married, we'll still be neighbors. Aha. At the moment, this pair of little girlfriends didn't know what Cheng Yuan was thinking. Grown men don't make choices. Cheng Yuan dropped Lele off at the kindergarten and coincidentally ran into the Big Orange family. Or rather, it was Yubin's family that had purposely waited for Cheng Yuan. Lele saw the Big Orange from a long distance and very happily rushed forward and held the Big Orange's little hand. Big Orange, good morning. Big Orange was happy too. Joy, good morning. The two children held hands and followed the teacher on duty into the kindergarten. Yubin and Huang Rongrong came to Cheng Yuan and bowed respectfully to him. Boss Chang, you broke the bank last night. I really don't know how to thank you. Cheng Yuan had harvested more than 100 million on Yubin last night and still looked at him more favorably. It's just a little money. It's not enough. If you want to thank me, thank you for having a good son. Yubin hurriedly stated. Don't worry, Boss Chang. This morning, we've already instructed Big Orange. From now on, Lele is his life. Whoever dares to bully Lele, he must be killed first. Cheng Yuan was still satisfied with Bin's attitude and grinned. A society with the rule of law. What's dead or not? I hope the children can all thrive. Yes, yes. What Boss Chang said. Yubin husband and wife as if they were responding to the sound. Last night that $10 million pressured them almost breathless. The more respectful and cautious Yubin and his wife were, the more Cheng Yuan felt uninterested. Cheng Yuan politely offered his farewell. Both of you. I'm still a bit busy. See you later. Yubin and Huang Rongrong looked at each other, completely confused. They had already prepared themselves mentally for Cheng Yuan's request, but Cheng Yuan just walked away so lightly? Nothing was mentioned? That's not good. Boss Chang spent $10 million last night. He must serve him well. Yubin snapped and took a step forward. Boss Chang, can we take a step to talk? Cheng Yuan was stunned. Mister, you has something? Just say it here. This. Yubin looked around at the parents who were dropping off their children, and his fat face was suffocatingly red. That's all. Since a big boss like Boss Chang didn't care about face, what did he, a small person, care about face? Yubin clamped his legs together and summoned up the courage to look at Cheng Yuan. Boss Chang, I've already opened a luxury suite at the Shangri-La Hotel. Do you want to come up and have a seat? Chapter 121. Brother Chang is not in a good mood. Cheng Yuan was stunned. Yubin is inviting him to play mahjong? Or do what? He wasn't familiar with Yubin to this extent. Was he? Mister. You? What's the point of looking for me over there? Yubin's fat face rose a little purple. Cheng boss too have a bad taste, right? Do you have to force him to make it clear in front of so many people? But he, Boss Chang, is the golden father. He swiped 10 million last night. Yubin's heart crossed and he stalked off. Mr. Chang, the soap inside the bathroom is ready. Ahem. Cheng Yuan almost choked on his saliva, shocked by Yubin's bold statement. Damn it, he swiped so much last night. This fat dead pervert. How dare he be so disgusting? Had I known he was so sick and disgusting last night? Well, still would have swiped him last night. After all, last night was a 13-fold rebate, just like a cash grab. Cheng Yuan's face sank. Mister. You, I respect your orientation, but don't make such jokes in the future, or else there's no way to be friends. Ha? Yubin was confused. It was thought that Boss Chang had a bad taste and purposely made him love to say that kind of thing in front of so many people. Unexpectedly, Boss Chang turned him down. Just when Yubin was confused, Cheng Yuan said with a serious face, Mister. You, your younger sibling is so beautiful and followed you in such a difficult time, never leaving you. You can't cheat on your younger sibling's feelings. You can't apologize to her. Yubin's heart, liver and lungs violently trembled. Boss Chang deliberately named his wife. Does that mean, is Mr. Chang's taste so heavy? It's a meat and vegetable dish. Yubin didn't dare to agree on behalf of his wife, twisting his head and looking at his wife with an inquiring gaze. Huang Rongrong's expression changed rapidly. Her heart was in a celestial battle. It was only after a full 10 seconds or so that Huang Rongrong's gaze gradually became firm. Boss Chang spent $10 million in one night. This is if they are husband and wife together. When Boss Chang is happy, he mustn't spend $100 million on him? With $50 million to share, she and Old Yu could lie flat for the rest of their lives. Huang Rongrong nodded imperceptibly. Yubin had a bottom in his heart and looked straight at Chung Yuan. Boss Chang, we are quite a good couple. No matter what we do or what happens, we won't be separated. And picking up soap is also together. Chang Yuan really couldn't help himself and cursed at Yubin. Pussy-whipped pervert. Get the hell out of here. If you dare to disgust me again, believe it or not, I'll block you on Jitterbug. After saying that, Chung Yuan huffed and puffed to get on the car. Started the car. Directly a catapult start. And quickly disappeared in front of Yubin's two families. Yubin and Huang Rongrong looked at each other. What's going on? Why is Boss Chang so angry? Did they misunderstand? Old Yu. It seems like we've misunderstood Boss Chang. You should hurry up and explain to Boss Chang. You can't lose Boss Chang as a super godly man. Yubin hurriedly called Chung Yuan, but found that his cell phone number was blacked out. This made Yubin very chagrined. It seems that Boss Chang is indeed pissed off. This god ho, 80% of it is flying. Huang Rongrong was still calm and said in a harmonious voice, Old Yu, don't be discouraged. We still have Big Orange. As long as Big Orange and Lele get along well, one day, our relationship with Boss Chang can be repaired. Yubin sighed. Those big bosses have very positive ideas and won't change their opinion just because of the relationship between the kids. Huang Rongrong was still relieved. Even if we don't have Boss Chang as a godly hero in the future, we're still content. Even if you can't maintain 100,000 viewers, it's still pretty good if you can maintain a few thousand. Yubin had the same look of relief on his face. Yeah, before I ran into Boss Chang, my only extravagance was when the number of live stream viewers would break 100. And now that we've already surpassed that goal, we can't be too greedy. Chung Yuan was continuously disgusted by Lin Ruoyu and Yubin, huffing and puffing as he walked into the gym, even directly ignoring the two small receptionists who greeted him. Wan Ling and Nini Zhang hurriedly tipped off their best friends. Man, Brother Chang doesn't look like he's in a good mood, so be careful and don't go near him if nothing else. Shiki, Brother Chang looks a little fired up. I don't know who provoked him, so be careful with your words when you're in weight loss class later. Lu Shichi and Shen Manwan, like a big enemy, seriously warned inside the member group that Brother Chang was in a bad mood today, and no one was allowed to come to the dynamic cycling room to touch his mold. The female members were frightened. Zhu Shui was also scared and did not dare to come to the dynamic cycling room, but only practiced yoga. The two girls kept admonishing themselves that they must be careful and cautious when they met Big Brother Chang in a while. When you talk to Chang, you must be thoughtful. The good thing is, they both overthought it. After seeing their two good sisters, Chung Yuan's eyes lit up and his depressed bad mood was instantly blown away. Good morning, Shiki, man. Lu Shiji and Shen Manwan looked at each other. What was the situation? Mr. Ching seems to be in a good mood. Why did Ling Ling and Nini lie about the military? No, mustn't be careless. Good morning Brother Chang. Brother Chang, let's start today with dynamic cycling. Aha. Chang Yuan nodded, then looked around and asked in a slightly strange manner. The dynamic cycling room is a bit quiet today. Is it just the three of us? The two women's hearts were like drums. How should they take this? Does Mr. Ching like crowds or small crowds? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Shen Manwan hardened her head and chirped. Brother Chang, you're so greedy. Isn't it enough for us two big beauties to accompany you? Chung Yuan laughed. Enough? Of course. I'm just a bit strange. The two women finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too scary. Is this what it feels like to accompany a king like a tiger? While Chung Yuan still had a smile on his face, Shen Manwan hurriedly diverted her attention. Brother Chang, your video exploded. Congratulations. Chang Yuan had a bright and incomparable smile on his face. Ha. It's all thanks to Man, the exclusive photographer. Of course, that previous weight loss video also deserves credit for helping me accumulate a certain amount of fans. The Shake Shack preparation team all got the credit. It must be rewarded on merit. Chung Yuan directly pulled Shen Manwan, Lu Shichi, Zhu Shui and Zhang Mimi into the group chat and sent a large red packet. Ordinary people send red packets up to $200. And Chang Yuan is not an ordinary person. WeChat officials have long since adjusted the quota for him. Chung Yuan lifted his finger to $200,000. When the four women heard their cell phones ringing, they subconsciously touched their phones, tapped on the group chat, and clicked on the red envelope. Then, the four women were completely dumbfounded. Nima, Brother Ching is too bossy, isn't he? A straight-up $200. 000 bonus? The key he can post. Chapter 122 50 million renovation fund. The happiest one is Nini Zhang, who received the biggest red packet, more than $80,000 directly. The most miserable one was Zhu Shui, who received a total of more than 20,000 points. Lu Shiqi and Shen Manwen are 50,000 each. Nini Zhang was so happy that she almost jumped up high and knocked out a line. Thanks for the big red packet. Chang, love you yo. Shiki Lu and Man Shen likewise expressed their thanks. Instead, Zhu Shui sent a flatulent emoji. It's not fair, why should I get so little? Chang Yuan, however, was satisfied with the result. Within these four good sisters, the one he had the worst impression of was Zhu Shui. However, Zhu Shui's recent performance was getting better and better, and Chang Yuan was willing to take her for a bit of fun, just as if he was raising a puppy and kitten, which was quite interesting. Shen Manwen's little face was red with excitement, and she strengthened her determination that she must keep up with big brother Chang's footsteps. Shen Manwen even made a resolution. Stopped all private lessons altogether. Yes, it was stopped, not postponed. Nothing could stop her determination to follow big brother Chang. After Chang Yuan sent out the red envelopes, Zhu Shui boldly came to the dynamic cycling room, for which Chang Yuan did not express dissatisfaction. It's still quite pleasing to have one more girl to admire and one more different body type. Went to the second floor restaurant for lunch as usual. After eating and drinking her fill, Lu Shiqi looked at Chang Yuan with slight anticipation. Big brother Chang, are you going to learn swimming this afternoon? Chang Yuan had already refused Lu Shiqi several times. This time he didn't have the heart to refuse this good sister. After all, Lu Shiqi's body is really top. And Zhu Shui, it's so white. Well then, let's go learn how to swim, and you guys will have to teach me. Zhu Shui delicately said. Brother Chang, don't worry about it, we will definitely teach you hand in hand. Chang Yuan smiled. It was good, he liked the hand-holding. However, what made Chang Yuan a bit surprised was that Shen Manwen, the good sister, didn't show any behavior, but said hesitantly, Brother Chang, I'm afraid that I won't be able to teach you how to swim this afternoon. Chang Yuan was stunned. Man has a private lesson in the afternoon? No, my private lessons have all been put off. Didn't you entrust the renovation of No. 8 Liang Road to me? I'm going to contact a few reliable whole house customization this afternoon to measure the room and design it. Chang Yuan's impression of Shen Manwen changed for the better. Manwen lived up to her reputation as the #1 ranked best sister, taking his business more seriously than her own. Manwen, you've worked hard. The other three women suffered a 1,000,000-point blitz. They are still hooking up for the tutorial for swimming, while Shen Manwen has already jumped out of the three worlds and directly ascended to the palace. He's directly responsible for decorating Cheng's mansion. This was simply crushing across realms. Have they lost completely? One of the most chagrined is Lu Shiqi. After all, Chang Yuan was her member in the beginning, the first to charge her such high performance, the first to buy her gifts. But now, it has been bent by Shen Manwen. Could it be that girls like her, who had a relatively strict upbringing, really didn't have an advantage in the dating market? Do all men like Thai foxes like Shen Manwen? The three women all envied Shen Manwen. However, Shen Manwen also had a little bit of trouble, not to mention such an awesome king of the building mansion. Even if it's an ordinary small suite of two, she hasn't decorated it. She has no experience at all. Shen Manwen asked cautiously and tentatively, Brother Chang, what is the approximate budget for the decoration? I'm good to have some numbers. Chang Yuan was stunned. Budgeting for remodeling. He hadn't really considered it. After all, it was his first time in such an awesome mansion. Then again, don't look at his bank card inside lying 100 million big tens of millions. He now even 200 million investment money hasn't been put together. Hand on hand a little tight. The budget is too big to carry. And the budget is too small to match the king of the building mansion. It's really a headache. The system's voice suddenly sounded. As a qualified godly man, how can you suffer because of a small renovation fee? Inspire a randomized per quest, God's Deluxe Renovation. Mission, reward the host with a renovation fund of $50 million, which can only be used for hard and soft furnishings, workers' wages and other renovation-related consumption at No. 8 Liang Road. Time frame of the mandate, 2 months. There is no penalty for mission failure. Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. The dog system opened his eyes. Surprisingly, he was given benefits. And there's no penalty. Chang Yuan's eyes flickered for a moment and asked in his mind. System, Man helped me with the renovation. Her salary, does it fall under the scope of the renovation fund? Belongs. So, with Manwen's paycheck, would helping her buy a mobility scooter fall under the renovation fund? Any mobility scooter no higher than $2 million comes under the renovation fund. Chang Yuan had a satisfied smile on his face. This wave of the system's wool can finally be gleaned. Chang Yuan turned his head to look at Shen Manwen and said in an undeniable tone, Manhwa, give me a card number. Ha, oh. Shen Manhwa hurriedly gave Chang Yuan a card number. Chang Yuan gave an operation and transferred 10 million to Shen Manhwa. With a ding, Shen Manhwa received a prompt text message from the bank, and her small mouth opened into a circle in shock. Could definitely swallow an egg. Shocked, Shen Manhwa carefully counted the series of zeros. $10 million. That's $10 million. Shen Manhwa asked in a trembling voice. Chang, brother Chang, how did you transfer so much money to me? This is the first installment of the renovation fund and the smallest one. Don't think about saving me money. All the hard and soft furnishings should be in line with the temperament of No. 8, Liang Road. For the first time, Shen Manhwa felt a bit Alexandrian, and having more money didn't seem to be a good thing. How are we going to spend it? What's amazing is that the $10 million is still the smallest amount. Chang, brother Chang, what's the total budget? Chang Yuan said indifferently. 5 times it. 5 times. That's $50 million. Shen Manhwa was suddenly a little short of oxygen. She can't earn $50 million in her whole life without eating or drinking. But other people, brother Chang, spend $50 million on decoration. What kind of strength is this? What kind of private lesson is that to return? Just go ahead and quit your job. Brother Chang, I understand. I'll work hard. Chang Yuan smiled and said, right, you go out with me first. Lu Shiqi had a disappointed expression on her face. Brother Chang, you're not learning to swim this afternoon? Hawk went out with Manhwa to run some errands. We'll be back soon. Lu Shiqi turned angry to happy. Oh, okay. Brother Chang, I'll wait for you. Chang Yuan and Shen Manhwa left, but the 3 women were speechless for a long time. With a curious look on her face, Mimi Zhang asked, Sister Shui, you were just beside Man. Did you see how much money Brother Chung transferred to Man? Zhu Shui's bowels were now green with regret. If God gave her another chance to go back to the day of her blind date with Chang, she would definitely put on a good show and make sure to take Chang. $10 million. Saying those few words, Zhu Shui felt like she had been emptied of all her strength. If she was the one to renovate Chang Da's house, this $50 million, at least $5 million could go into her pocket. Too bad. It's not about her anymore. Chapter 123, Man, you have your ID with you, don't you? Lu Shiqi was also shocked. How much Chung trusted Man? $10 million straight through? If Big Brother Chung transferred this $10 million to her, she would definitely help Big Brother Chang to manage the money well, and spend every penny, on the edge of the knife. Unfortunately, she missed such a great opportunity. Now that Shen Manhwa has taken an absolute head start, she will have to power through the afternoon tutorial Big Brother swimming. How about wearing that sexy bathing suit that Mimi bought for her? It's really a shame. Shen Manhwa changed into a sports suit and followed Chang Yuan out of the hotel lobby. Chang Yuan suddenly asked, Man, bring your ID card, right? Shen Manhwa's heart beat wildly without control. What did Chang mean when he asked her if she had her ID card with her? Does it mean that Chen wants to get a room with her? Is she agreeing or agreeing? Shen Manhwa forced down her inner excitement and shook the Hermes bag in her hand. Bring it. Chang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Get in the car. Shen Manhwa obediently got into the car. As a good sister, Shen Manhwa didn't ask Chang Yuan where he was taking himself, and obediently sat on the co-pilot, constantly outputting emotional value. Although she felt that it was a bit too soon to go to the hotel, she was willing to cooperate if Big Brother Chang had that kind of need. Didn't she stay a virgin just to wait for her true love? Brother Chang is so powerful and still willing to spend money on her. Especially, Brother Chang trusted her so much that $10 million was transferred when he said so. Not even afraid of her running off with the money. Such a true talent can't be missed. As she walked, the anticipation in Shen Manhwa's heart gradually faded. Because Chang Yuan had left the city center all the way, it was obvious that he wasn't going to get a room. After all, several of the most luxurious 5-star hotels were located in the city center. Soon the Phaeton turned into the Maserati 4S. The staff of Maserati had very poisonous eyes, and at a glance, they could tell that the one coming was a Phaeton, and it was a special version. And they greeted Chang Yuan very warmly, pulling open the door for him attentively. Hello sir, ma'am, I'm Tian Bin, the sales consultant of the Maserati 4 store. I'm glad to serve you. What's your name? Chang Yuan. Shen Manhwa. Tian Bin led with one hand in vain and respectfully said, Mr. Chang, M.S. Shen. This way please. Led by Tian Bin, the two entered the exhibition hall. In the showroom, various models of Maserati competed for attention and showed off their stature. Shen Manhwa looked east and west, just like Lu entered the Grand View Garden, thinking that either one was good. But soon, Shen Manhwa's gaze froze, staring dead on at the center of the exhibition hall. Here, several premium models are parked. One of the treasure blue Maserati GT was especially beautiful, and Shin Manwan could hardly move her eyes. I don't know when I'll be able to afford this car. When Shin Manwan saw the $1.98 million asking price, she instantly withdrew her mind. With her little income, I'm afraid she won't be able to afford this car in her lifetime. Chang Yuan saw the sale price but was satisfied. Doesn't that just jam up against the price cap the system gives out? It's too appropriate. Chang Yuan smiled and turned his head to look at Shin Manwan. Manwan, can you drive? Poof, poof. Shin Manwan's heart began to beat wildly once again. What did Chang mean when he asked if she could drive? You don't think so? Brother Ching wants to buy her a car? Learned how to drive and was going to buy it at the end of the year sale. Don't wait for the end of the year. Go look at cars now. It's not convenient for you to go out and look at renovations without a walker. Shin Manwan's pretty face turned red with excitement. Brother Chang is too good to her. To buy her a car, and a luxury car like a Maserati. Maserati's cheapest Jitterbug models start at $800,000, all of which can easily kill the BBA's mid-range models. As for high-end models, she didn't dare think about it, because Brother Chang is talking about a substitute vehicle. High-end models, those are top-of-the-line luxury cars. How can they be mobility scooters? Tian Bin is a man of character, very clear who is the master of the day. Smilingly looked at Chang Yuan. Sir, which model do you want to see? Chang Yuan pouted calmly at Shin Manwan. Xiao Tian, you're asking the wrong person. You should ask Manwan. Only then did Tian Bin turn his head to look at Shin Manwan. Ms. Shin, what model are you looking at? Shin Manwan replied knowingly. Gibberish it is. Although the Jitterbug was one of the 3 base models, Tian Bin's attitude was still very respectful. Okay, 2 honored guests. This way please. Chang Yuan was satisfied with Shin Manwan's performance. It was clear that this chick had just taken a fancy to that GT. Yet, knowingly picked Jitterbug. Chang Yuan raised his hand to point at the treasure blue Maserati GT and said lightly, Manwan, I think this Maserati GT fits your temperament. Shin Manwan almost fainted with happiness. Still, she retained the last vestiges of her sanity. No can do. This Maserati GT is too expensive. Better switch to. Chang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Shin Manwan's words in a very domineering manner. Manwan, think about it seriously. Can Jitterbug match the temperament of No. 8, Liang Road? This. Shin Manwan was silent. She went out to look at the decoration. The other party would mistake her for the hostess. Of course, she wasn't going to explain. Being the lady of the house at 8, Liang Road and driving a Jitterbug is indeed a bit of that. If it's this GT, then it's barely worthy of the identity of the hostess of No. 8, Liang Road. I listened to Brother Chang. Shin Manwan no longer refused. From now on, she had completely taken herself as Chang Yuan's woman. The kind that even the richest man in the world can't dig his way out. Tian Bin, who was on the side, got excited. I didn't think that I would be able to open a big order today. In order to promote the completion of the order, Tian Bin was very sweet to introduce. Mr. Chang, you are a connoisseur. I will not introduce the basic parameters of the Maserati GT. It's obvious that you're someone who enjoys life, which is why you chose the GT. A fabulous car for driving around. It has a lot of interior space. A comfortable ride, easy handling and consistent performance, making traveling by car a luxury beyond compare. Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. In fact, he didn't really understand the parameters of GT, but he was still cool with Tian Bin saying so. He had even fantasized about the scene where Shin Manwan drove a GT and drove him on a trip. Beautiful cars and scenery. Chang Yuan grinned. Man, go up and try the car. Okay, Brother Chang. Shin Manwan finally got her wish to sit on the divine car of her dreams. And that unrivaled feeling of happiness and pride was really indescribable. The seat also has an automatic adjustment function that automatically adjusts to the most comfortable and very ergonomic position for Shin Manwan. That texture-filled interior exuded a faint elegance and nobility, adding to Shin Manwan's temperament. Chang Yuan actually looked slightly disoriented. Tian Bin on the side also looked almost straight. Nima, this beauty is too advanced, isn't she? This Maserati GT, it's like it was customized for her. It's too good for the rich. Isn't it? You'll be able to output such high-end girls like crazy after you pick up the car later. And he could only envy. Hey, Chapter 124 Signature. Shin Manwan tried to suppress her excitement and thrill, and turned her head to greet. Brother Chang, you can help me press the car. I'll go out and drive 2 laps. Chang Yuan subconsciously wanted to agree. But, once he thought of Lin Ruoshi, that road killer, he was a bit abashed. What if we run into another roadkill? Tian, you go press the car. Tian Bin was happy, although he couldn't get such a high-end beauty, but it was also excellent to be able to appreciate it up close. Okay, please don't worry Mr. Chang, I'll make sure to keep Ms. Shen's test drive safe. Shen Manhwan was very understanding, and even though she wanted Chung Yuan to accompany her, she didn't show it. Brother Chang, wait for me for a while, it'll be done soon. Chang Yuan nodded slightly and waved his hand at Shen Manhwan, then went to the lounge and leisurely sat on the plush sofa, crossed his legs and watched Shen Manhwan test drive through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Shen Manhwan was obviously much more stable than Lin Ruoshi, driving very slowly and steadily, which made Chung Yuan slightly put down his heart. It seems that Manhwan is not a roadkill, so there is no need to worry too much. Would you like coffee or orange juice? Sir? A saleswoman from a Force store came up to me. Chung Yuan twisted his head to look at. Oh, open. This saleswoman is quite beautiful. However, she always give himself discharges. What do you mean? Orange juice it is. Yes, sir. Wait a moment. Not long after, the saleswoman came over with a glass of orange juice, her eyes flowing as she looked at Chung Yuan. Your orange juice. Sir. When handing over the orange juice, the green onion-like fingertips gently tickled Chung Yuan's palm and left a small note. Chung Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. Are rich people so resourceful? Everywhere you go, a nice sister throws herself at you. Unfortunately, he's a bit distracted by the fact that he's got quite a few good sisters now. Then again, the saleswoman's teasing moves were too skillful, her body was too dusty, and she had obviously communicated with a number of car owners at a negative distance. He's too dirty. Thanks. The saleswoman threw Chung Yuan a wink and turned to walk out of the lounge. Chung Yuan had no interest in opening the note at all, and directly crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the trash can. In fact, Shen Manhwan wanted to run a few more laps, but she was very understanding. Once she thought that Chung Yuan was waiting, how could Shen Manhwan dare to play more? Turned around twice and came back. Shen Manhwan quickly walked into the lounge and came to Chung Yuan with gusto. If not for the fact that there were a lot of people next to her, if not for the fact that the relationship had not yet been established, Shen Manhwan really wanted to rush up, hug Chung Yuan and give him a big fragrant kiss. Before that, the best car she had ever sat in was Shen Lian's Audi S7, which she was envious of at the time. But now, compared to the Maserati GT, the Audi S7 is simply weak, no matter whether it is the driving experience or the premium feeling of the interior. Okay, Brother Chang, the GT is really good to drive. I don't have much driving experience and I can drive it smoothly. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. It's good that you like it. After saying that, Chang Yuan turned his head to look at Tian Bin. Xiao Tian, recently the oil cars are all in a crazy price reduction. What kind of activities do you have in your Maserati 4 store? Mr. Chang, this Maserati Gran Turismo, the suggested retail price is 1.98 million. If you don't add additional configurations, currently our 4 store can give you a discount of up to 200,000. Chung Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't feel the need to help the system save money. What options are included in the option packages? Tian Bin patiently introduced. Mr. Chang, the option packages include the Medina Sport Appearance Package, Medina Comfort Package, Technology Package, Climate Package, and Advanced Driver Assistance Package. With this option package, and the purchase tax, what's the approximate landed cost? Mr. Chang, wait a moment, I'll do some calculations. Tian Bin called up his cell phone calculator and flew through the calculations, quickly coming up with an answer. Mr. Chang, it lands around 2.05 million. 205? A little over budget, but that's just the price Tian Bin quoted. $2 million a byte, plus a couple of large gas cards for me. Tian Bin ecstatic. This price can also earn a lot, because that optional package, completely IQ tax, the profit margin is more than 100%. In fact, he'll be able to set it himself. However, in order to show his difficulty, Tian Bin smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Chang, you're killing the price too hard. I'll try applying with the manager. Tian Bin stepped aside and pretended to make a phone call. Manager, it's like this. Hey, yes, Mr. Chang is a very good friend of mine. You can be a little more accommodating. If it's really not possible, the difference in price, it's fine to come out of my commission. Well, thank you manager. Tian Bin walked over to Chung Yuan and put on a needy look. Mr. Chang, the price of 2 million I have applied for you down. In addition, our 4 store will also give you 10,600 denomination gas card. You see okay? Chung Yuan didn't expose Tian Bin's little trick and said lightly, yes, draw up a contract. Okay, Mr. Chang, wait a moment. Soon, Tian Bin finished drafting the contract and respectfully brought it to Chung Yuan. Mr. Chang, please sign. In this regard, Shen Manhwan didn't have any opinion. Chang big brother bought a car. It would be nice to let her drive it for a while. She didn't dare to hope that brother Chang would let her sign directly. After all, It's a $2 million top-of-the-line luxury car. What Shin Manwon didn't expect was that Chung Yuan directly pushed the contract in front of her. Maven, sign it. Shen Manwon jolted as if she had been electrocuted. What did Chung say? Get her to sign it? Is Mr. Ching serious? $2 million for a top-of-the-line luxury car, just to give it away? Shen Manwon's excited little heart almost popped out of her throat, and it took a great deal of perseverance to control her emotions. This is not good, right? It's too expensive. It's better for Brother Chang to sign it. Chung Yuan boarded up his face. Man, didn't we just agree to buy you a car? Why are you being so pushy about it? I thought it was just for me to drive. Chang Yuan rolled his eyes without any good reason. It's only $2 million. If you don't want to sign, I'll have Shiki and Snow and Nini sign? No, I'll sign. Shen Manwon instantly became nervous and hurriedly grabbed the signing pen, brushing and signing his big name. Tian Bin was convinced, completely convinced. The loss was convincing. He's seen a lot of bosses who bring their honeys in to buy cars. However, most owners sign their names and the honey just has the use of the car, not the ownership. This is the first boss that has just had honey sign off on it. This means that even if this boss gets tired of playing, at least this beauty will still get a car. Such a posh boss. Serves him right for having such a high-end beauty. Chapter 125, I hope it's not too late to start taking the initiative. Tianbin looked deeply at Chung Yuan and turned his head to look at Shin Manwon with a smile. MS. Shin, please take your ID card. I'll make a few copies for you, and all the relevant procedures. Our Force store will help you as an agent. Okay, thanks Oda. Chung Yuan looked at his watch and said in a harmonious voice, Man, I can't help you with the formalities or anything else. Let Xiao Tian accompany you to do the procedures. Okay, Brother Chang. Half an hour later, Chang Yuan returned to the Hilton gym, changed into his swimsuit, and leisurely walked into the swimming pool. Because of this rumor that Chung Yuan wasn't in a good mood, the inside of the swimming pool was quiet, with only Lu Shiqi, Zhu Shui and Zhang Mimi frolicking inside the swimming pool. Nini Chung fought for Lu Shiqi. Sister Shiqi, that Shin Manwon is too much. It's clear that Brother Chang is your member. Lu Shiqi sighed lowly. Who made her hesitate at first? I can't blame anyone else for this one. It's my fault. I hope it's not too late to start being proactive. Zhang Mimi stared straight at Lu Shiqi's overwhelming figure and said with a delicate smile, Sister Shiqi, your figure is just too good. A female like me is a little bit moved. If you put on the swimsuit I gave you earlier, why worry about not being able to get Brother Chang? Lu Shiqi covered her chest with some embarrassment. I'm really not used to wearing such a sexy bathing suit, and I'm a little uncomfortable even if I'm being looked at by a woman. If Brother Chang comes, can she let go? Mimi, don't make fun of me. Aren't you also interested in Brother Chang? Zhang Mimi laughed bitterly. As long as you are a normal woman, you will be interested in Big Brother Chang, right? However, I'm very clear about my position. No matter if it's face value in figure, or whatever. I'm not as good as you and Shin Manwon, not even that siren. All I'm asking for now is for Sister Shiqi to rise to the top, so that I can enjoy a little bit of the dividends brought by Big Brother Chang in my capacity as a bosom friend. Lu Shiqi looked deeply at Nini Zhang. Mimi, don't worry, the day I get better, I'll never forget you. The two women spoke in small voices, and Zhu Shui, who was on the side, came forward with interest. Shiki, Mimi, what's the whispering? Let me hear it too? The two women naturally wouldn't say this to Zhu Shui. They were the ones who were in an offensive and defensive alliance, and Zhu Shui, like Shin Manwon, was their opponent. Nini Zhang naturally changed the subject. Sister Snow, what skincare products do you use? Your skin is so white. Sister Shiqi's skin is already considered white, and compared to you, it's still quite a bit worse. Zhu Shui raised her head slightly proudly. Her skin was what she was most proud of, and with this glowing skin, which was like white snow on a sunny day, she was confident that she could overpower Lu Shiqi and Shin Manwon and take the final victory. Naturally, Zhu Shui would not reveal her secret. I was born with this. Good genes. Ha ha. Cut. Zhang Mimi blankly glanced at Zhu Shui without any good reason, and in the next second, a look of surprise appeared on Zhang Mimi's face. Big Brother Chang is here. With that, Zhang Mimi clattered towards Chung Yuan. Obviously, his mouth said that he was hopeless, but after seeing Chung Yuan, his body gave the most honest response. It was evident that she still had that luxury. The first one to catch Chung Yuan's eye was Zhu Shui, because she was so white, almost as if she was milk. However, soon, Chung Yuan's attention shifted and his gaze fell dead center on Lu Shiqi's body. Although Lu Shiqi wasn't as white and glowing as Zhu Shui, she was still very white and, moreover, a healthy kind of white. What surprised him the most was that Lu Shiqi was wearing a rather aggressive swimsuit today, and with those few small pieces of fabric, Cheng Yuan really doubted that it would be able to cover it completely. Especially, Lu Shiqi's movement of covering her chest was simply like holding a pipa, and her beauty was indescribable. Cheng Yuan experienced for the first time what it meant to have a thumping heart. Cheng Yuan didn't care about Mimi Zhang and Zhu Shui's mood at all, and exclaimed from his heart, "Shiqi, you're so beautiful today." Cheng Yuan's compliment made Lu Shiqi's heart blossom. Lu Shiqi slowly lowered her hand and fell to look at Cheng Yuan. "Brother Chang, remember what I taught you about entering the water? Don't worry and jump boldly, I'll catch you." The corners of Cheng Yuan's mouth curled, harder to suppress than AK. To deal with a good sister like Shiqi, who was more introverted and passive, one had to put enough pressure on her to make her feel enough of a sense of crisis to be able to do so. Looks like Manhwa's putting a little too much pressure these days. "Okay, I'm coming down." Wow! Cheng Yuan entered the water with a meat mountain, inspiring a huge wave. Zhang Mimi and Zhu Shuijia laughed as they were pushed back by the waves of water. Lu Shiqi, however, zipped over with a jerk and arrived in front of Cheng Yuan, holding his arm tightly. "Brother Chang, be careful, so furtive into the water. There is a risk of choking. Isn't that with Psyche?" Cheng Yuan pretended to be unsteady, and his whole body jumped into Lu Shiqi's broad bosom. Can't this swimming lesson be described as cool? The other side. Tian Bin's efficiency is very high. Just 2 hours, all the formalities are done. And, using his connections, he helped Shen Manhwan pick a license plate she liked better, Lu BCY 520. Shen Manhwan called Wang Jianing, the design director of Tangya Space Design. On the one hand, Tangya is the top 3 space design company in Qingdao, and on the other hand, this Wang Jianing was introduced by Shen Lian. Shen Lian had been showing her superiority in front of her all day, and it was time to strike back in a small way. "Hello, I'm Wang Jianing. Who is it please?" "Director Wang." "Hello, I'm Shen Manhwan." Introduced by Lu Yen, Wang Jianing's voice instantly became enthusiastic. Lu Yen is the first beautiful anchorwoman of Qingdao TD station. She knows people who are either rich or rich. It looks like it is a big single ah. "Hello MS. Shen, your house needs renovation? Finished house, do a little whole house customization." Okay, MS. Shen, what neighborhood is your house in?" "No. 88, Liang Road. Is Director Wang free today?" 88, Liang Road? That's the top neighborhood in Qingdao, bar none. It's a proper big client. Even if you're not available, you have to be available. I'm free right now. I wonder what building MS. Shen's house is in? Building 5, 901. Gulp. Wang Jianing swallowed furiously once again. Just last night, rumors spread in the industry that the king of that building at No. 8, Liang Road was for sale. All day today, all the decoration companies on the island of the Jin put all their efforts to inquire about the identity of the owner of this king of the building. Her boss also gave an order that whoever could take the renovation project of No. 8, Liang Road would be directly rewarded with $200,000. She dug her heart out and used countless connections to inquire, but the secrecy on the side of the Liang Road No. 8 sales office was particularly good. Until now, she was at a loss. Originally, she had been a bit desperate to give up. Unexpectedly, the owner of 8, Liang Road reached out to her. MS. Shen, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Chapter 126, My husband is a low-profile person. Wang Jianing called 2 co-workers, hurried downstairs, and sent a thank you message to Shen Lian. "Lu Yen, you're hiding so deeply. You actually know the owner of building number 8 on Liang Road. You've done me a big favor this time. I'll treat you to a big meal later." 20 minutes later, Wang Jianing drove his colleague to No. 8, Liang Road. Wang Jianing called Shen Manhwan. MS. Shen, I've arrived at the entrance of the district. Please say hello to the property steward. Where does Shen Manhwan know any property managers? Still, Shen Manhwan was calm. "You guys hold on, I'll be home in a minute." Okay, MS. Shen. 2 minutes later, a treasure blue Maserati GT parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Even if it was a luxury car worth $2 million, the neighborhood security did not let go. Shen Manhwan rolled down the window, revealing her face, and honked the horn twice, urging the security guard to open the door. The security guard came forward and said politely, "Hello ma'am, please contact the owner." Shen Manhwan got out of the car and elegantly came to the access control to brush her face. There was a drop. The little pedestrian gate opened. Shen Manhwan's heart was relieved, lifted her finger to point at the Maserati GT, and said confidently, "I just picked up the car, please enter the license plate." "Yes." The security guard did not hesitate and hurriedly entered Shen Manhwan's license plate number. On the side, Wang Jianing and her 2 colleagues were envious. This girl was several years younger than them, and was actually the owner of No. 8, Liang Road. And, also, driving several $1 million of God's car. You really can't compare people to people. Shen Manwen turned her head to look at Wang Jianing and asked in a harmonious voice, "It's Director Wang?" Wang Jianing's eyes lit up and she quickly stepped forward to meet him. "It's MS. Shen." "Yeah, it's me." Shen Manwen twisted her head to look at the security guard, pointed at Wang Jianing, and said indifferently, "This is the design company I found." "Okay." The security guard turned his head toward Wang Jianing and said in a deep voice, "Ma'am, please register." "Good." After registering, Wang Jianing and his colleagues finally entered the neighborhood. This was the first time Wang Jianing had entered No. 8, Liang Road, and she couldn't stop marveling along the way. The greenery inside the neighborhood is so nice and the environment is so nice. I'm so jealous of the homeowners who get to live in this. They must take the order so that, at least, they can come and go as they please for 2 months. Led by Shen Manwen, the group entered the entry door. As the director of one of the top 3 space design companies in Qingdao, Wang Jianing has done a lot of renovation of luxury houses. Rather, Wang Jianing was also shocked by the mansion. "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Zhou, you two go take some measurements." "Okay, Superintendent." Taking advantage of the gap between the two colleagues taking measurements, Wang Jianing asked with a pleasing face, "MS. Shen, do you have any ideas for the decoration? Or, if you have any special requirements, you can say so." Shen Manwen has never decorated before, so how could she have any idea? Shen Manwen didn't want to show her timidity, and said in a very high and cold voice, "If I come up with my own program, what am I looking for you designers for?" Wang Jianing is not annoyed at all. After all, Shen Manwen is the owner of the king of the building. It is normal to be a little arrogant. "MS. Shen, what style do you like? What style does your husband like?" "You sir?" These few words made Shen Manwen's heart blossom. Shen Manwen tried to suppress her excitement and seriously considered Chang Yuan's preferences. Chang Yuan was obviously so rich that he drove a van in the beginning and then bought a Volkswagen Phaeton. Obviously he just likes to hide his money. Shen Manwen found the entry point and said calmly, "My husband is a relatively low-key person." Wang Jianing hurriedly memorized this information. "I get it. It's going to be that understated luxury feel." Snap. Shen Manwen snapped her fingers. "Right. It's that understated luxury you were talking about." Wang Jianing continued. "MS. Shen, what style do you like? I don't really have a particular favorite style, so why don't you come up with a few more styles and I'll pick them out. By the way, my husband and I both like to work out. Set aside a space for a workout." "Good." After a pause, Shen Manwen suddenly remembered Lele. "Superintendent Wang, the children's room must be well designed. A little dreamier, a little more innocent, a little warmer." "No problem." Wang Jianing's two colleagues were very professional and it took less than half an hour to measure all the dimensions. Wang Jianing knowingly offered her farewell. "MS. Shen, the house has been measured. I will make the proposal within 3 days. If you and your husband have any dissatisfaction, just point it out directly, and I will definitely revise it until you are satisfied." Shen Manwen was satisfied with Wang Jianing's attitude and said with a smile, "Director Wang, let's say in front of the ugly words, although your side was introduced to me by Lu Yan, but I can't guarantee that 100% of the project will be handed over to you, and my side is mainly based on the design program." "Understood. Understood. I'll make sure to do a good program." After a moment's pause, Wang Jianing felt that something had to be said. "Normally, for us to come up with a design plan, we have to pay a certain design fee first. However, MS. Shen is Lu Yan's friend, so the design fee will not be charged from my side." Shen Manwen's impression of Wang Jianing changed for the better. "Then thank you Director Wang. If everyone's program level is similar, it's you Tongya." After sending Wang Jianing away, Shen Manwen went back to the Hilton gym. She had to organize her equipment and prepare to go home from work. Wan Ling quickly stepped forward, pulled Shen Manwen to a corner and lowered her voice. "Sister Manwen, where have you been?" "Just now. Mr. Pan was looking for you. It was not easy for me to help you stall over. How could you miss the opportunity to tutor Big Brother in swimming? Those 3 ES, they're all shameless. Aren't you afraid they'll steal Big Brother Chung away?" Shen Manwen calmly patted Wan Ling's shoulder. "Ling Ling, don't worry about Big Brother Chang's side. The 3 of them can't rob me. I just went to decorate Big Brother Chang's new house. As for Mr. Pan, oh, to be honest, Shen Manwen had really considered whether or not to develop a little with Mr. Pan. After all, Mr. Pan had always taken better care of her. Unfortunately, Pan takes care of his sister a little too much." Shen Manwen pacified Wan Ling, then went straight to the connecting corridor. The connecting corridor is fitted with clear glass, allowing you to see inside the pool. Although Shen Manwen spoke with a great deal of confidence, she still wanted to see with her own eyes how these 3 little S seduced her Chung Big Brother. seeing that the connecting corridor was about to arrive. A disgruntled voice came from Shen Manwan's ear. Shen Manwan, what have you been doing all afternoon? Can you get a good grip on your business? Do you know how many members have complained about you these days? Come with me to the office immediately. You must give me an explanation. Chapter 127, Shen Manwan resigns. Shen Manwan twisted her head to see that it was the general manager Pan that Wan Ling had just mentioned, Pan Dajiang. Shen Manwan even wondered if Pan Dajiang had been keeping an eye on the surveillance. As soon as he saw her he immediately ran out. Shen Manwan naturally didn't bring a wimp at all and followed Pan Dajiang into the general manager's office. Pan Dajiang took a good posture and took a shallow sip of tea. And he thought that he had eaten Shen Manwan today. After all, he had already collected the evidence and could not allow Shen Manwan to deny it. However, what Pan Dajiang did not expect was that before he could make a mistake, Shen Manwan took the lead. General, Mr. Pan, it just so happens that I have something to ask of you as well. I'm resigning. Resignation? Poof. Pan Dajiang just took a sip of tea and sprayed it all out. What? Maven, you're quitting? Pan Dajiang was immediately agitated. The annual sales champion suddenly proposed to resign. The headquarters will certainly question his ability. Pan Dajiang no longer had the idea of pinching Shen Manwan and squeezed out a smile brighter than a trumpet flower. Man, you're the sales champion of our Hilton gym, and I've already applied with headquarters to promote you to the middle level. You can't leave. I'm sorry, Mr. Pan. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Notice. Pan Dajiang's face turned green and white for a while, almost choked to death, and asked, Man, you're quitting. Is it because of that Cheng guy? Shen Manwan nodded blithely. Yes, I have to help brother Cheng with something recently. Pan Dajiang was jealous and anxious. Man, you can't be fooled by that Cheng guy. We're both men. I know his thoughts best. He simply wants to play with a young lass. Shen Manwan shook her head with certainty. Mr. Pan, please don't slander brother Cheng. Brother Cheng is not that kind of person. Pan Dajiang rolled his eyes in a very breathless manner. Man, why are you so confused? In the beginning, that Cheng enrolled in Shichi's class. Shichi's side couldn't make a breakthrough, and that's why he shifted to your side. Such a scummy guy is not worth committing your life to. Mr. Pan, there are some things that you don't know. When Cheng Big Brother started out, he came at me. It's just that, because of some misadventures, Cheng Big Brother bought Shichi's class, and now it's back on track. Pan Dajiang was anxious. If Shen Manwan resigned, in the future, this extremely beautiful thing will have nothing to do with him. Pan Dajiang decided to take the next dose. Pan Dajiang pulled out the Audi A8 keys from his pocket and slapped them in front of Shen Manwan. Man, this A8 was assigned to me by the headquarters. As long as you promise to stay, I'll have headquarters match you with one. Shen Manwan's gaze was a bit dazed. Once upon a time, her dream was just an A7. If it was before today, perhaps Shen Manwan would have faltered. And now, an A8 only, LOL. Mr. Pan, thank you for your kind words. My mind is made up. Pan Dajiang was so angry. It seems that Shen Manwan is a king who eats weights and has an iron heart. Well, since you've made up your mind to quit, go to the finance and refund those unfinished classes. Okay, anything else? Shen Manwan had long guessed that Pan Dajiang would make things difficult, and without hesitation, he responded with a mouthful. She now ironically recognized Chung Yuan and didn't want to disrupt her rhythm of marrying into a wealthy family because of anything. At the very least, I'll be Big Brother Cheng's concubine. Pan Dajiang did not expect that Shen Manwan would rather return the money than stay, and waved his hand with an annoyed face. Nothing else. Without any hesitation, Shen Manwan turned around and walked out of the general manager's office. Come to finance for a refund. After a bit of accounting for the unfinished classes, the total is still over 50,000 points. It just so happened that today, I grabbed more than 50,000 points from the red packet Chung Yuan sent out, covering all the class fees. Shen Manwan decisively refunded the class fee, and then walked out of the finance office in a relaxed manner. Shen Manwan packed up all of her personal belongings and walked outside holding a large box. When she walked to the front desk, Shen Manwan's eyes were a little sore. Here, after all, is the first place she worked after graduation, with too much youth and memories, with a lot of hard to let go of friends. Seeing Shen Manwan walking over with a large box in her arms, Wan Ling stood up with an odd expression and asked, Sister Manwan, what are you? Shen Manwan said in as calm a tone as possible. Ling, I resigned. Swish, Wan Ling's eyes reddened. She couldn't describe her feelings. And sad, and happy for my best sister. Sister Man, you've landed on your feet? Congrats! You finally took down Big Brother Cheng, the diamond in the rough. Shen Manwan gently shook her head. How can it be that easy? I've only just gotten my admission ticket. Ha? Then why did you quit? You should have left yourself a little way out. I don't want a fallback. For Brother Chang, I can give up everything. Even if it's destined to be a waste in the end, I won't regret my choice. Shen Manwan's words seemed impulsive, but in fact, she herself knew very well that it was impossible for her to lose the bet. It hasn't even gone well yet, and Chang bought her a $2 million car. If this is really with Brother Chang, the king of the building, do not dare to think. A small flat of more than 200 square feet absolutely cannot run away. As for the cash, it has to be at least $10 million to start with, or else it's all a disgrace to Big Brother Chang. Even if by that time, Big Brother Chang got tired of playing and didn't want her anymore, she also has the capital to find an honest man to marry. Or, simply just go with Dokmi. It's kind of cool to be a rich little rich girl with money to spare. Wan Ling's eyes glistened with tears and she gave a heartfelt thumbs up. Convinced. Sister Man, I'm really convinced now. You have this kind of determination to break the ice. You can definitely take down Big Brother Chang. The only thing that makes me sad is that I won't be able to see you often in the future. Shen Manwan put down the large box and hugged Wan Ling. Ling, I can meet often even after I quit my job. I can come to play with you as a member. Wan Ling broke into tears. Right. How could I forget? After Sister Man has taken Brother Chang, she also needs to pay attention to body management and needs somewhere to work out. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Shen Manwan proposed to say goodbye, leaving the Hilton gym in 3 steps, leaving the place where this dream began. Soon, Shen Manwan walked out of the hotel door. At the gate, Pan Dajiang had been waiting for a long time, and he still wanted to retain Shen Manwan. Manvin, the finance side told me that you have refunded the money. I still feel pity if you will stay. Shen Manwan interrupted Pan Dajiang. Mr. Pan, my mind is made up. Don't try to persuade me. Pan Dajiang sighed. Alright, man. In fact, when I asked you to refund the class fee just now, I wasn't greedy for that little bit of money. I just wanted to get stuck with you and not let you go. Shen Manwan smiled. I know that Mr. Pan is not a petty person. Every performance appraisal helped me fight for the highest grade. Thank you Mr. Pan for taking care of me. Turn around. I'll ask the finance to return the class fee back to you. Colleagues, even if you resign, I hope we'll be friends in the future, not enemies. Shen Manwan smiled and refused Pan Dajiang's kindness. Mr. Pan, one size fits all. Let's follow the rules and regulations. Okay, I'll do as you say. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. The two walked and chatted, and soon arrived next to Pan Dajiang's Audi A8L. Pan Dajiang fumbled for the car key, pressed the unlock button, and the lights of the Audi A8L lit up. If it was before she knew Chang Yuan, Shen Manwan would have happily agreed to this kind of opportunity to rub a luxury car for free. Not for nothing. But now, Shen Manwan gently shook her head and fumbled for the car keys. There was a drop. The Maserati GT's headlights came on. Mr. Pan, thank you for your kind words. I have a car. Pan Dajiang looked at the treasure blue Maserati GT, then looked at his Audi A8L. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Convinced. He was truly convinced. That Mr. Chang is too posh. I can't believe you're throwing around a $2 million limo to pick up a fitness consultant. Can't compare. Really can't. No wonder Shen Manwan didn't hesitate to offer her resignation. Thinking of the way he just showed off his Audi A8, Pan Dajiang suddenly felt like a clown. Chapter 128, Lin Ruoyu. We got divorced a long time ago. An hour and a half goes by rather quickly with a beautiful woman. Chang Yuan looked at the wall clock and said somewhat tiredly, it's almost time. Thanks to the 3 teachers, I have to take a rest. Brother Chang, there's someone in the yoga room right now. Go to the lounge and get a massage. Chang Yuan naturally would not refuse the services of a beautiful woman and nodded with a smile. After a simple shower, Chang Yuan came to the restroom. Normal women should bathe slower than men, but the 3 girls were even earlier than him, so it was obvious that they were really into it. Just as he was relaxing, Chang Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Chang Yuan grabbed his cell phone and saw that it was a message from Nana Huang. Lok-Lok's father. Lok-Lok accidentally peed her pants. I've already washed her. Remember to take a spare set of clothes when you pick up the child this afternoon. Chang Yuan looked at the time and harmonized. Thank you 3 beauties. Let's call it a day. I have to go pick up the kids. Lu Shiqi and Mimi Zhang obediently nodded their heads, and Zhu Shue's eyes flickered. Shen Manwan had taken the lead and was almost on her way to the top. When teaching swimming just now, Lu Shiqi's offense was also fierce, and for an hour and a half, Chang Da's gaze was on Lu Shiqi for at least an hour. If she doesn't make an effort, Chang's cooked duck will fly away. Brother Chang, I happen to have nothing to do. Why don't I go with you to pick up Lele? If Lele hadn't wet her pants, Chang Yuan might have agreed. After all, during this recent period of time, Lin Ruoyu often harassed him when he was picking up his children, annoying him to no end. However, he didn't want Zhu Shui to know about Lele peeing her pants. There are other things going on today that are not very convenient. Next time, Chang Yuan said goodbye to the three girls, left the Hilton gym and drove home. He was a shirker, but he couldn't find any suitable clothes, so he could only call Lin Ruoshi. Ruoshi, where are the clothes that Lele wears in season? There's a drawer under the crib. It's full of seasonal clothes. Brother-in-law, why are you suddenly looking for clothes? Chang Yuan smiled bitterly. Teacher Huang said Lele peed her pants. Lin Ruoshi laughed. I must have gotten high with the kids and couldn't hold it in before I remembered to go to the bathroom. Kids are like that. Brother-in-law, don't be mean to Lele. How could I give up being mean to Lele? It's good that Ruoshi is at ease. After a pause, Chang Yuan continued. Right. I have something to do tonight. Are you busy? If you're not busy, go home early and help me keep Lele company. I'm not busy. Let me go with you to pick up Lele. Lele told me last time that she wanted to go to the children's park. I'll take her to the children's park. Good. Based on Lin Ruoshi's hints, Chang Yuan quickly found Lele's seasonal clothes. Chang Yuan turned around and walked out of Lele's room, heading straight for the front door. Halfway there, Chang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then returned to his bedroom and rummaged through that last Hermes bag. Mr. Wong helped Locke to wash the clothes. Shouldn't we thank him? The Tanchang law firm was very close to red, yellow and blue, and Lin Ruoshi came earlier than Chang Yuan. As soon as she got off the bus, Lin Ruoshi saw a figure that gave her a bit of a headache. Her own sister, Lin Ruoyu. Sis. Even if she didn't treat her sister well anymore, Lin Ruoshi had to greet Lin Ruoyu. Lin Ruoyu subconsciously turned her head, and then, she was shocked by the Porsche 911 GT3 RS behind Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoyu didn't even bother to greet her own sister as she quickly walked up and circled around the car with a mesmerized look on her face. It's so beautiful. This car is really beautiful. This is a Porsche 911 GT3 RS. It costs more than $3 million. Ruoshi, when can we drive a car like this? Lin Ruoshi pinched the car key in her pocket and said calmly, it's just a car. It's just a transportation tool. Nothing unusual. Saying these words, Lin Ruoshi inexplicably felt good. At the time when her brother-in-law said that, she felt cool too. Lin Ruoyu glared at Lin Ruoshi without any good humor. This is not an ordinary means of transportation. The car also represents status and position. Lin Ruoshi shrugged her shoulders, too lazy to argue with her sister. Seeing that her sister didn't want to continue talking about cars, Lin Ruoyu naturally changed the topic. Ruoshi, you're closer to Chang Yuan. What's the situation on his side? I don't understand what my sister means. Just where did he get the money to replace the car? And it's a $2 million luxury car. What's he been up to lately? Has he really made a comeback? Lin Ruoshi raised her eyebrows and said truthfully, I don't know what my brother-in-law has been busy with lately, but I'm pretty sure that he has indeed risen again in the East. Ruoshi, since your brother-in-law is better now, you have to help sis and let her remarry your brother-in-law. Lin Ruoshi gave Lin Ruoyu a blank look without any good reason. Why should I help you? It's you who cheated on me within marriage. No normal man can accept that, right? Brother-in-law will definitely not remarry you. At that exact moment, Nana Huang sent a small child out and heard Lin Ruoshi's words. A look of dismay appeared on Nana Huang's face. It was thought that Happy's dad was the one at fault and that's why Happy's mom divorced him. So it's Locke's mom who cheated on him? So, all this time, she was the one who misunderstood Lele's father? Lin Ruoshi didn't suppress her volume, and many of the parents around her pointed at Lin Ruoyu. Lin Ruoyu was so embarrassed that she almost gouged out the 3 rooms. This dead ninny. She said everything outwardly. How can she behave? Several of the parents know her well. Okay? Lin Ruoyu was furious and fiercely twisted Lin Ruoshi's arm, which hurt and made Lin Ruoshi frown. Don't talk nonsense. You dead ninny. I just made a little mistake. Lele can't live without her mom. Lele needs a whole family. You have to help me. Lin Ruoshi's eyes flashed with determination. Sis, whether it's for my brother-in-law or for Lele, I won't help you. You're not a competent mom, and even less of a competent wife. There was one thing Lin Ruoshi didn't say. Compared to you, I'm the one who's a good mom. I'm the one who's a good wife. I am not going to push my brother-in-law back into the fire that is you. You. Lin Ruoyu was almost choked to death by Lin Ruoshi. Why are you elbowing your way out? You dead ninny? The two were arguing when Chang Yuan's phaeton arrived. Lin Ruoyu didn't care about arguing with Lin Ruoshi. She squeezed out a bright and incomparable smile on her face, quickly stepped forward to welcome her, and very attentively helped Chang Yuan pull open the car door. In a drowning tone, honey, you're here? Chang Yuan's goosebumps fell all over the place as he righteously chided. Lin Ruoyu, please don't shout. We've been divorced for a long time. Chapter 129, what's it to me if you agree or not? Lin Ruoyu has a thick skin. Not only did she not retreat, but she tried to hug Chang Yuan your arm. Husband. Chang Yuan pushed Lin Ruoyu away with a look of disgust and quickly stepped to Lin Ruoshi's side. A hint of a smile resurfacing on his face. Ruoshi, you came quite quickly. Lin Ruoshi smiled sweetly. I'm closer than you. Lin Ruoyu stuck over as if she were a cowhide, looking at Chang Yuan with a pleasing face. Hubby, these days, I have seriously considered it. And indeed I was wrong. I promise, I will never neglect you and the child again. I will be a good wife and mother. Before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Chang Yuan. Lin Ruoyu, just die. Don't delay me from picking up Lele. Saying that, Chang Yuan walked quickly to the kindergarten gate. At that exact moment, Nana Huang walked over holding Lele's little hand. Joy was clearly in a bit of a foul mood, dawdling and not wanting to come out. In her mind, peeing her pants was a big mistake. Mom used to beat her several times for wetting her pants. I don't know if Dad will beat her. Huang Nana softly consoled. Lele, don't worry. The teacher will talk to your dad properly. Your dad won't criticize you. Only then did Lele timidly follow Nana Huang out of the kindergarten door. Joy, Mommy's here to see you. Lin Ruoyu put on an appearance of missing Lele in a very pampered way, quickly walked up, squatted in front of Lele, and made a gesture to hug Lele. Originally, Lele had been pacified by Nana Huang. Suddenly seeing Lin Ruoyu, Lele suddenly had a stress reaction, electrocuted like dodging Lin Ruoyu's hands, hiding behind Nana Huang, tightly grasping Nana Huang's clothes, timidly sidestepping her head, revealing half of her small face. Lin Ruoyu stiffened. What was the situation? Why is Joy so resistant to her? Huang Nana's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of well-hidden contempt, but Lin Ruoyu was Lele's mother, and as an excellent kindergarten teacher, she could only squeeze out a very fake smile. Lele's mom. Lele was too involved in playing with the kids this afternoon and accidentally peed her pants. She has already made a promise that she will definitely not pee her pants next time. I hope you won't blame Lele. Did Joy pee her pants again? Swish. Lin Ruoyu's face instantly grimaced. Subconsciously, he wanted to chortle. But soon, realizing her situation, the reprimand that had reached her throat came to an abrupt end, and a loving smile spread across her face once more. Unfortunately, children have a very keen sense of how others treat them. Before Lin Ruoyu could say anything nice, Lele bypassed her and jumped into Chang Yuan's arms. Daddy, Lele will remember to go to the bathroom on time next time, and will definitely not wet his pants again. Chang Yuan picked Lele up and dotingly rubbed Lele's head. Joy, don't blame yourself. Daddy wet the bed when he was a kid too. Daddy's the best. Numa. Lele perfumed Chang Yuan with a mouthful of incense. Chang Yuan's happy mouth almost grinned to the root of his ear, kissing Lele's little face hard before handing a change of clothes to Huang Nana. Mr. Huang, this is Nana's change of clothes. Huang Nana handed the finished clothes to Chang Yuan and said in a harmonious voice, I've already washed the clothes. If Lele's father isn't worried, he can use the washing machine to wash them again when he goes back. Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Strange. Why was Mr. Huang so nice to him today? Kind of flattered. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Chang Yuan hugged Lele and turned around. Huang Nana subconsciously opened the shopping bag and checked Lele's change of clothes, then froze. How come there was a bag inside the shopping bag? And it seems to be Hermes. It's tens of thousands of dollars. Nana Huang was startled and hurried to catch up. Happy daddy, you lost something. Chang Yuan was stunned. What is it? There's another bag in here. Lin Ruoshi just raised her eyebrows and didn't care. Her brother-in-law was now giving away bags at the drop of a hat. Even Tingting had gotten one. Giving one to Mr. Happy doesn't seem like much. However, Lin Ruoyu was shocked. Geez, Hermes bag? And it's new. That's $70,000 or $80,000. Chang Yuan is too careless, isn't he? If this is anonymized by Mr. Huang, what a loss it would be. Lin Ruoyu subconsciously wanted to take the bag. However, she was mercilessly blocked by Chang Yuan. Mr. Huang, I didn't lose anything. You've worked hard washing Lele's pants, so I'll give you a bag to show my appreciation. The parents gathered around were stunned. I'll go. Locke's dad is so trenchant, isn't he? This bag is for Mr. Huang. Locke's dad doesn't have a crush on Mr. Huang, does he? Not to mention, Ms. Huang, the little foxy girl, is really not bad looking, no less than the popular stars. And then, there's this knowingness and elegance and that light bookishness about her. Few men indeed can carry it off. Lin Ruoyu's eyes were red with jealousy, and she couldn't even maintain her disguise anymore. Her voice was a bit distorted. Old Chang, how can you give such an expensive gift? I don't agree. I haven't carried Hermes yet. Chang Yuan pulled Lin Ruoyu aside. What does it matter to me if you agree or not? We got divorced a long time ago. The bag I bought. I can give it to whoever I want. After saying that, Chang Yuan turned his head to look at Nana Huang. Teacher Huang. A little gift. Don't mind it. Accept it. Nana Huang didn't know how to describe her feelings. Her little heart puffed wildly, almost jumping out of her throat. Is this bag really for her? Women naturally like bags, even if Huang Nana is not a gold-digging character. In this instant, the will also appeared to be a little shaken. But soon, Nana Huang came back to her senses and refused with difficulty. Happy Dad. We have a rule at the kindergarten that we can't take things from the child's parents. Chang Yuan looked at Huang Nana in a different light. She obviously liked the bag. Still she refused because of her professionalism. Mr. Huang, won't you just stop treating me like a child's parent? You can treat me as a friend. You've done me such a great favor. I have to thank you properly. Huang Nana looked at the bag in her hand and almost collapsed her Dao heart. In the end, she restrained her desire and forced the bag into Chang Yuan's hands. Father Lele, this is all what I should do. There's no need for you to give me such an expensive gift. If you really want to thank me, I do need a small favor from you. Chang Yuan promised in one mouthful. What favor? Feel free to tell me. Mr. Huang, I heard from Lele that you're very good at fixing plumbing. Unfortunately, my house's water pipe broke a few days ago. If you're free someday, can you come and help me fix the water pipe? Ahem. Chang Yuan almost choked on his saliva. Why does Joy say everything? It seems that you can't talk nonsense in front of Lele from now on. Still, he was quite happy to help Nana Huang fix the plumbing. Chapter 130, do you want to explain it to me? Chang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, not today, tomorrow when the kids are out of school, or on the weekend, whatever. Okay, it's the weekend then. Chang Yuan nodded and looked at Lele with a smile. Lele, Daddy still has things to do in the evening. Auntie will take you to the children's playground to play for a while. Okay? Good. Great. I want to play on the Ferris wheel. I want to go on the merry-go-round. Joy clapped her little hands hard and was happy. Lin Ruoyu, who was on the side, came up. Lele, Mommy will accompany you to the playground too. Okay? Lele was obviously looking forward to it somewhat. However, once she thought that her mom and dad were divorced and her mom didn't want her anymore. Lele twisted her head to look at Chang Yuan with an inquiring gaze. Dad, is that okay? Could be. Chang Yuan nodded indifferently. Ruoshi was there anyway, and he wasn't afraid that Lin Ruoyu would abduct the child. Lin Ruoyu was ecstatic and walked quickly towards Chang Yuan's phaeton, coming to the passenger seat and stroking the texture-filled door with a mesmerized face. It's so handsome. How to look at it and like it. Not bad for a $2 million luxury car. It really is so upscale. As long as she and Chang Yuan remarry, this will be her favorite car. It's so cool to drive out. However, Lin Ruoyu's beautiful dream had just begun when she was woken up by Chang Yuan. Lin Ruoyu, what are you doing here? Lin Ruoyu said rightfully. Aren't you going to send us to the playground? Hurry up and unlock it. Are you hard of hearing? I've got something to do later. You guys go to the playground by yourselves. Saying that, Chang Yuan unlocked the door, opened the driver's seat and sat on it, starting the car and going away. Lin Ruoyu's teeth itched with anger. Stomping her little foot hard, she turned her head to her sister and accused. Ruoshi, isn't Chang Yuan a bit too much? Even if he's busy, he doesn't have the time to send us to the playground? Lin Ruoshi spread a smile. Sister, you're mistaken. Brother-in-law is the one who doesn't have the time to send you off. If he simply sends me and Lele off, he must have the time. You, Lin Ruoyu was this angry. She didn't know when it started. This good sister of hers always sang against her. Lin Ruoyu was too lazy to get angry with Lin Ruoshi and said with some annoyance. Lin Ruoshi, what are you still dawdling here for? Why don't you grab a cab? Lin Ruoshi spread a smile. Sis, I don't need a taxi. Just get yourself one. Bye. Saying that, Lin Ruoshi picked up Lele and walked towards her Porsche. Lin Ruoshi pulled out the car key and gently pressed it. There was a drop. The headlights on the Porsche 911 GT3 RS come on. Lin Ruoshi pulled open the passenger door and put Lele in, adjusting the position of the child seatbelt anchors for her. Lin Ruoyu in the back was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? This Porsche is driven by Ruoshi? Just now she had read the tag. It was a Porsche 911 GT3 RS, a luxury car with over $3 million on the road. Lin Ruoyu pulled Lin Ruoshi with an excited face. Ruoshi, whose car are you driving? This car must cost more than $3 million, right? Lin Ruoshi looked at her sister indifferently. It's none of your business whose car I drive, and it's none of your business how much it costs. How can it have nothing to do with me? You silly child, don't be fooled. We women only have a few good years. You've got to make the most of it. You must make more money. Lin Ruoshi was speechless. Sister, please don't put your values on me. You'd better grab your car. Lin Ruoyu shook her head decisively. You're driving a car. What am I going to call? I'll take 2 seats here. It doesn't matter if there are 2 seats. I can hold Lele. Lin Ruoyu refused without thinking. Joy isn't happy to squeeze in with you, and besides, it's a little dangerous. Who told you Joy wasn't happy? Joy, are you happy for mommy to hold you? Lele took a look at where Phaeton had just parked and confirmed that daddy had already left, before she said in a milky voice, Lele likes mommy to hold her. Mommy hasn't held Lele for a long time. Lin Ruoyu was silent, although her sister was bad, but she was Lele's real mother, and the connection between bloodlines was cut and dried. She was in no position to make a decision in Lele's place. Lin Ruoyu didn't even wait for Lin Ruoshi to respond. He directly pulled open the car door, unbuckled the seatbelt, picked up Lele and sat himself on the passenger side. Lin Ruoyu and Lele were both very thin, and the two of them were not crowded. Lin Ruoshi drove silently, while Lin Ruoyu on the side was still undeterred. Ruoshi, I remember you said that your director always seemed to take care of you? This is your director's car, right? Did your director tell you when he's going to divorce his wife? Sis, will you stop it? What does it have to do with me if my director gets divorced or not? You silly boy. Of course it has something to do with you. This car really belongs to you only if you get a license with your director. Otherwise, you only have the right to use this car now. How do you know this car isn't? Now, halfway through her words, Lin Ruoshi tightly shut her mouth. She couldn't let her sister know that this was the car her brother-in-law had bought for her. Otherwise, wouldn't my sister pester my brother-in-law even more? Lele pouted unhappily. Mommy, don't argue with your sister-in-law. This car was bought for auntie by daddy. It totally belongs to sister-in-law. Lin Ruoshi raised her hand and held her forehead. It's over. 1,000 precautions. But she still let Lele say it. Lin Ruoyu froze for a moment and looked at Lele in her arms with a disbelieving face. Lele, what did you say? This car was bought by your father for your sister-in-law? Yeah. No way. How can your dad afford a $3 million car? Saying that, Lin Ruoyu suddenly thought of something, violently lifted the storage cabinet behind the center console, and rummaged through it to find the driving license, driver's license, and motor vehicle registration certificate. Then, Lin Ruoyu's eyes widened with an incredulous expression. The owner of the car is really her sister. How is that possible? Ruoshi, do you want to explain this to me? Since the matter had been exposed, Lin Ruoshi chose to face it frankly. Explain what? Lin Ruoyu's tone obviously raised several degrees. What else can I explain? Explain why your brother-in-law bought you such an expensive car. Of course. Lin Ruoshi lightly glanced at Lin Ruoyu. Sister, I must remind you that you've divorced your brother-in-law. Whether my brother-in-law wants to buy me a car or not has nothing to do with you. You. Lin Ruoyu was like a deflated ball of leather, her entire body paralyzed on the seat. It was only after a full 10 seconds or so that Lin Ruoyu was able to slightly ease her strength. Ruoshi, did you already know that Chun Yuan is rich? That's why you've been so nice to him to Lele? I didn't know about it until the last couple days. Your brother-in-law is so rich. Why didn't you warn me earlier? Have I reminded you enough? But you said every time. Brother-in-law is overdrawn credit card. Borrowed black internet loan. You simply don't believe me. Lin Ruoyu took a look at the luxurious and upscale Porsche, and then thought about how she had behaved in front of Chun Yuan these days, and regretted her intestines. Why couldn't she have held back a few more days? If she could have held back a few more days, all of this would have been hers. The Porsche made Lin Ruoyu even more determined. Must remarry Chun Yuan. No one can stop it. Chapter 131, is $100,000 expensive? Qingdao TV, live studio. Shen Lian's column finally came to an end. Shen Lian let out a long breath, took off her headphones, and chatted with her co-workers as she walked towards the locker room. After changing into civilian clothes, Shen Lian was ready to leave work. As he walked outside, he fumbled for his cell phone, checking for missed calls and unread messages. Suddenly, Shen Lian saw the message sent by Wang Jianing. Lo Yan, you're hiding so deeply. You actually know the owner of building number 8 on Liang Road. You've done me a big favor this time. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Shen Lian had a head full of question marks. She does have a few nice variety of fry in her pond. However, there is a difference of at least 100,000 miles from the owner of the king of the building who lives at No. 8, Liang Road. In order to figure out what was going on, Shen Lian called Wang Jianing. Sister Janine, how did your talk go? The talk is okay. However, Miss Shen said that she pays most attention to the design. Even if it's your recommendation, she can't guarantee that she will definitely give us the project. And I still need Lu Yan to help me put in a good word for me more in front of MS. Shen. MS. Shen. Shen Lian's brain buzzed. It's given her a busy day. She almost forgot that Shin Manwon made a repossession video yesterday. So, the house she collected is still the king of the building? That's over $100 million. What makes Shin Man find such a koi? And her pond is full of miscellaneous fry. Shen Lian clenched her fist so hard that her nails were almost embedded in her flesh, obviously almost frenzied with jealousy. Shen Lian's tone was still so gentle. Sister Janine, just don't worry. I'll definitely have a good exchange with Manwon. Thanks. If this order comes true, I'll give you a set of Estee Lauder. Shen Lian and Wang Jianing exchanged pleasantries and hung up. After hesitating for a while, Shen Lian decided to look for Shen Manwon and try to find out what the other side is really like. Shen Lian called Shen Manwon. Shen Manwon was shopping at the furniture mall, when she suddenly received a call from Shen Lian, and couldn't help but turn the corners of her mouth up slightly. It seems that Director Wang has already passed the news to Shen Lian, and now Shen Lian should be in a hurry, right? She actually understood Shen Lian's feelings. Plastic sisters like them are most worried about each other suddenly mixing well. The year when Shen Lian first joined the TV station, she experienced it. When Shen Lian first bought the Audi S7, she also experienced it. At the time, she was almost mad with jealousy. Now, it was time for Shen Lian to experience it as well. Shen Manwon picked up the phone and asked as if she didn't know anything. Lo Yen, why are you calling me all of a sudden? What's the matter? Shen Lian also pretended to know nothing. Manvin, look at you. Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? I miss you. Where are you? Let's get together tonight? I'm at Hisense Plaza. It's okay Manwon. Now you can spend money at Hisense Plaza. A woman has to be kind to herself. What floor are you on? The women's section or the cosmetics section? Fourth floor. Fourth floor? That's the home living area. Could it be that Shin Manwon is picking out furniture? I'll be right there. 20 minutes later. Shen Lian found Shin Manwon on the fourth floor of Hisense Plaza. Shen Lian didn't go up to greet him the first time, but secretly observed him for a while. What made it hard for Shen Lian to accept was that obviously she and Shin Manwon had only disappeared for half a month. So why did Shin Manwon seem like a completely different person? There was no longer any sign of that small-mindedness, and it was full of self-confidence. Shen Lian, of course, would not admit defeat, took a deep breath, and walked into the Hasten's boutique with a lofty attitude. Maven, you picked out a mattress? Shen Manwon nodded slightly. Yes, Lo Yen, help me with a reference. I remember that mattress you bought back then was quite comfortable. Shen Lian said confidently. I was comparing a lot of homes and finally chose the Yalan M1 Titan Gel Memory Foam mattress. Shen Manwon put on a look of amazement. An M1 level mattress it must be very expensive, right? It's not bad, it's only $20,000. Saying that, Shen Lian raised her head slightly reservedly, waiting for Shen Manwon's marvel as well as praise. Shen Manwon cooperated and put on an envious look, turning her head to the female sales clerk named Zhang Shan and asked, Sister Zhang, do we have any 20,000 mattresses over here? Zhang Shan gently shook her head. Excuse me, beautiful, but the cheapest mattress at our Hasten store costs $100. Shen Lian almost choked to death. A face red, almost turning into a monkey's butt. It's so embarrassing. She's complacent when she buys a mattress for over $20,000, when the cheapest one at the Hasten store is $100,000 a piece. If there was a crack in the ground, Shen Lian would have definitely gotten in. Shen Lian didn't have the face to continue to stay here, and raised her hand to pull Shen Manwon's arm. A mattress is $100,000. Manwon, their family is trying to rob. However, Shen Manwon did not follow her, but looked at her with a very innocent and pure gaze. Is $100,000 expensive? Pust. Shen Lian almost spurted blood. LMAO. This Shen Manwon, can you die without pretending? $100,000 for a mattress. How dare you say in red that it's not expensive? May I ask how much you, MS, Shen Man, get paid a month? Shen Lian snapped. No, it's not very expensive. That's right, let's take another look. I think this mattress is not bad. It's quite comfortable to touch. Sister Zhang, please introduce all the series. Price is not a problem. Shen Manwon was too confident. Zhang Shan's eyes lit up. Could it be a big order today? Zhang Shan started her introduction directly from the most expensive one. MS. Shen, the best of our Hasten's boutique is the Vividus series. The artisan who made it had to go through a year-long retreat with the brand's top technician, Generic Leander, before he had the chance to sew and seal the mattresses for this collection. All of the materials in the Vividus line are organic, selected from the finest horsehair, and inside each bundle are micro-vacuum conduits that act like a ventilation system installed to get all the moisture out. In addition to using horsehair to balance wet and dry, It also incorporates winter warming and summer cooling wool responsible for regulating the surrounding temperature. Embedded linen acts as a noise eliminator, vibration absorber, and anti-static. Framed in pine with a growth period of 70 plus years and wrapped in 100% cotton. The Vividus line of mattresses are moisture regulating, temperature regulating, silent, vibration absorbing, and anti-static. Each mattress in the Vividus collection is handmade, totaling over 160 hours, and has been called the Rolls-Royce of mattresses. Shen Lian kept rolling her eyes. Isn't it just a mattress? What's the point of blowing it all out of proportion? Still not lying down to sleep? Shen Manhwan, on the other hand, is more and more satisfied the more he listens. Only such a mattress is worthy of the king of the building on Liang Road 8. Sister Zhang, how much is the Vividus series? The ordinary 1 million apiece. There is also a high-end model of 2 million, and the Swedish royal family's same model of 3 million apiece. I don't know which one MS Shen wants. Chapter 132, to slag. Shen Lian hugged her bladder and looked at Shen Manhwan with a watchful gaze. You like to pretend, don't you? And $100,000 is not expensive? Then you buy it. I'd like to see how you're going to get off today. Shen Manhwan choked a little. If it was 100,000 or 200,000, her side could make the decision by herself. After all, Chang gave her $10 million for the renovation fund. This mattress is also a little bit expensive, isn't it? The most expensive one costs $3 million? The $10 million given by brother Chang can buy 3 mattresses? Shen Manhwan didn't dare to take the liberty. Of course, she wouldn't show her timidity, and looked at the female guide Zhang Shan very calmly. I'll discuss it with my husband. After saying that, Shen Manhwan took out her cell phone and dialed Cheng Yuan's number. The phone was quickly connected, and Cheng Yuan's soft voice came. Man, what are you looking for me for? Brother, I'm looking at Heston's mattress. It's really quite good. It's just a little bit expensive. The cheapest one costs $100,000. The Vividus series is $1 million to start with, and the same model as the Swedish royal family is $3 million, which is the right one for me to choose. The more Shen Manhwan spoke, the more she lost her breath. Big brother Chang wouldn't blame her for being ignorant, would he? Brother Chang wouldn't think she's a loser little, would he? Shen Manhwan suddenly regretted a little. Should not be for the sake of face, to Cheng Yuan to make this call. Directly choose 100,000 a mattress, can also crush Shen Loyan. However, what Shen Manhwan did not expect was that Cheng Yuan was not angry at all. I've heard of Heston, and it really should be comfortable for sleeping. Let's go with the royal model for the master bedroom and the kids' room, and for the guest nanny's room. The Vividus line basics will be fine. Man, in the future, there's no need to talk to me about such trivial matters. Just make your own decisions, and talk to me when the renovation fund is spent. Shen Manhwan's excited little heart almost jumped out of her throat. Geez, brother Cheng is too bossy, isn't he? $3 million for 2 mattresses? Even the babysitting room, with $1 million mattress? Okay. The phone just hung up. Shen Manhwan received the arrival information. Her bank card arrived at $20 million. With this $30 million in hand, Shen Manhwan's bottom line instantly became very sufficient. Sister Zhang, my husband said, for the master bedroom and children's room, choose the same model as the Swedish royal family, and for the 2 guest rooms and the nanny's room, just choose the basic model of the Vividus series. Shen Lian on the side was simply going crazy. Eyes red. The veins on his brain bulged. Obviously a little high blood pressure. I thought I could watch Shen Manhwan laugh, but I didn't expect that Shen Manhwan would really want to buy the Vividus series. And all of a sudden there were 5 of them. Among them, there are also 2 royal models. That's $9 million in mattresses alone. Yeah. To what extent is Shen Manhwan's man posh? False. It's all a lie. It must be Shen Man blowing awesome. Zhang Shan's face was red with excitement. She was just mentioning the Vividus series with an attitude of trying it out. Originally, she thought that this MS Shen already had a lot of purchasing power when she could buy a 100,000 mattress. I didn't realize that she had bought the same model as the royal family. And it's 2. This is a super awesome VIP client. MS Shen. We only have one royal counterpart in the store. The one for the children's room. And it must be transferred within a week at the earliest. Shen Manhwan suddenly remembered the scene of Cheng Yuan's price cutting in the Maserati 4S store. Cheng Big Brother is so rich. They know to cut the price. She spends Cheng Big Brother's money. She must also learn to cut the price. Sister Zhang, how much discount do I get for buying so many mattresses? How many discounts can I get? Zhang Shan looked embarrassed. MS Shen, we at Heston never discount. Shen Manhwan frowned. Sister Zhang, you're being a bit insincere, aren't you? $9 million for a mattress. Not a penny cheaper? Zhang Shan didn't want to miss this big order and hurriedly chose a compromise. Ms. Shin. We at Heston never discount. However, we can give a little freebie. For example, to these 5 mattresses with our Heston beds and nightstands. You Heston still make beds? Our Heston's beds as well as headboards. All selected from Eastern Europe's 100 years of walnut, craftsman handmade carving. Each bed production period requires more than a month. The price is the same 100,000 starting. In addition, for each bed, I can also match Ms. Shin with 2 sets of Heston bed 4-piece sets. It's definitely not inferior to the quality of international first-tier bedding brands. Only then did Shin Manhwa nod in satisfaction. That's more like it. Sister Zhang. I'll take these 5 beds. Make a list. Okay, Ms. Shin. Soon. Zhang Shan got the distribution list ready and respectfully handed the preparation list to Shin Manhwa. Ms. Shin. The stock preparation form has been filled out. I wonder how you will pay for the goods. Shin Manhwa touched out her bank card and shook it towards Zhang Shan with great confidence. Swipe. Okay, Ms. Shin. This big order alarmed the store manager, who personally came over with a POS machine to serve Shin Manhwa. Ms. Shin. Please swipe your card. Shen Lian stared at Shin Manhwa without blinking. She didn't believe it. Nor did she accept that Shin Manhwa's man was so bold. Shen Lian roared madly in her heart. Fail it. Swipe fail it. How could Shin Manhwa, who had been stepped on by her since she was a child, climb over him? Unfortunately, Shen Lian was destined to be disappointed. There was a drop. The swipe was successful. It really worked. Shin Manhwa really spent $9 million on a mattress. She, on the other hand, was just now gloating over her $20,000 plus mattress. It's really ridiculous. It was as if Shen Lian had suddenly lost all her essence, and she stumbled and almost fell. Shen Manhwa had been keeping an eye on Shen Lian with the rest of her eyes, and felt great in her heart when she realized that her state was not right. Is this the feeling of superiority that comes from being on top? Shen Manhwa knew very well that all of this was given by Big Brother Chang. One must hold on to Chung Dae. How about tonight? Shen Manhwa held Shen Lian and put on a puzzled look. Lian? What? Not too comfortable? Did a relative come? Shen Lian gently shook her head. No, just too busy working. Didn't bother to eat. A little low blood sugar. How can we not eat? Let's go. I'll take you to the Hilton Hotel for dinner. Big Brother Chang got me a monthly card. Shen Lian didn't want to be compared to Shin Manhwa and misrepresented the cost of the meal by 1 notch. The Hilton's second-floor restaurant has good fat loss meals. I have a 588 set meal every time I go to workout. Your date bought you a monthly card with a 288 set meal, right? Shen Manhwa put on a look of innocence and ignorance. I don't know how much the set meal my brother bought me was. The one Chef Klaus personally spooned. The one where Chef Kraus himself is at the helm? Isn't that the 5888 Supreme package? Shen Lian was once again hit by a blitzkrieg. She'd feel a pain in the ass eating a 288 literally set meal, and she hadn't even bothered to eat a 588 set meal yet. But others, Shen Manhwa, ate the 5888 Supreme set meal every day, and the cost of the meal in a month was nearly $200,000. This is simply crushed into a slag. Chapter 133, I don't want this post. The other side. After Chung Yuan entrusted Lele to Lin Ruoshi, he went to the bank and withdrew $200,000 in cash. Then went to the Rolex store and bought a piece of black water ghost. With everything ready, Chung Yuan drove to Merchants Park 1872. His good buddy Chu Manho lives here. At Chung Yuan's most difficult time, Xu Wenhao hit his daughter-in-law and lent Chung Yuan $150,000. It has been several years so far, and he has never mentioned half a word about money to Chung Yuan. Xu Wenhao was kind enough, so Chung Yuan naturally couldn't be stingy. The extra 50,000 and the Rolex were his thank you gift to Xu Wenhao. Chu Manho's house. The family atmosphere is still harmonious. Xu Wenhao's daughter-in-law just gave him a big fat boy. He is off work every day is to tease his son, do housework at home, free time to go out to play soccer. Life is simple and happy. Xu Wenhao's daughter-in-law, Zhou Yuxiu, was burping her little baby when the phone suddenly rang. Xu Wenhao knowingly hugged the child and let his daughter-in-law answer the phone. Hey, Sister Chen, my child is fine and I'm recovering quite well. What is it that you are looking for me for? Sister Chen on the other end of the phone said something, and Zhou Yuxiu obviously got a little excited. Okay, I know. Thank you Sister Chen. Zhou Yuxiu hung up the phone and looked at her husband with an excited face. Sister Chen just told me, the downtown post is empty. What Zhou Yuxiu didn't expect was that her husband wasn't how happy, but instead his gaze was a bit evasive. Xiao, you still have 3 months left in your maternity leave. Wait until it's over. Zhou Yuxiu said without any good humor. Wenhao, Do you really not understand, or are you pretending to be confused? Can the post wait for me for 3 months? If we don't hurry, in less than 3 days, this post will be gone. Do you believe me? Xu Wenhao is well aware of all this, but it's not that easy to change jobs. Even if you find a connection, you have to send real money up the ladder. Otherwise, why would they give you this post? However, the family's only remaining savings has all supported his good brother, Shia. It's just a matter of going out and trying to borrow some. Xu Wenhao smiled bitterly. Xiao, it's me who didn't think things through. You're right. Zhou Yuxiu looked at her husband suspiciously, always feeling that there was something wrong with her husband. Wenhao, why do you feel that you're not too happy? Didn't you always desperately want to transfer me from the township to the city before? That way I wouldn't have to waste 4 hours a day on commuting, and when I work overtime, I wouldn't have to live in a unit dormitory. Xu Wenhao waved his hand in a hurry. I'm happy. How could I not be? Then what was your expression just now? Blankly glancing at Xu Wenhao, Zhou Yuxiu continued. Hubby, how much money does our family have left now? To accomplish this, with all the parties hitting the gift, we probably need around $200,000. 200,000. Zhu Wenhao's brain buzzed. For the first time, he experienced the feeling that it was hard to beat a penny. Wenhao, speak up. What's wrong? Xu Wenhao knew how he couldn't hide this time, and said stiffly, Xiao, our family just bought a house, just bought a parking space, just finished renovating it, and you just gave birth to a child. So the family is now lighter than my pockets. Zhou Yuxiu frowned and asked, that's not right, is it? I remember we considered whether to buy 2 parking spaces at that time, and we ended up buying one, and our family still has money left for at least 1 parking space. Xu Wenhao's face changed slightly and pursed his lips. Even if Zhou Yuxiu was slow, she could see that something was wrong and pinched Xu Wenhao's arm hard. Xu Wenhao, where did you get the money for the parking space? Did you keep a little vixen outside? Good for you. No wonder you didn't want me to transfer to the city. Did it delay your private meeting with the little vixen? Junhua has one head that's bigger than 2. Although he often blew awesome with Cheng Yuan, he had an old status in the family, eating, sleeping and beating his wife. In fact, he was very afraid of his wife. Or rather, he loved her. Xiao, you can't wrong me. I earned these 3 melons in 2 dates. Where can I afford to raise a vixen? So tell me, where's the money? Where did you get the money for the parking space? Zhu Wenhao was silent. Zhou Yuxiu was furious and picked up her son, looking at Zhu Wenhao with red eyes. You don't talk, do you? Then you've done something wrong. I'm taking my son back to my mother's house. Make room for your little vixen. Xu Wenhao couldn't hold it in anymore and hurriedly stopped Zhou Yuxiu. Xiao, don't be impulsive. It's not what you think. That $150,000, I lent it to Cheng. Zhou Yuxiu gradually calmed down and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Wenhao, hey, lending it to brother Chang, wouldn't that be the equivalent of a meat bag hitting a dog? Zhu Wenhao also sighed. At that time, I was convinced that Cheng could tide over the difficulties, but I didn't realize that the disaster lasted for 3 long years and completely brought Cheng down. He is now in debt and I don't dare to mention the word money in front of him. Zhou Yuxiu rubbed her temples with some headaches. You're right. Brother Chang is almost at the end of his rope now. Let's not be the last straw that drives him to death. We don't want this money, and I don't want this post. We really need to save up for the next time, or else we won't be able to capitalize on the next opportunity like this. Xu Wenhao held his wife in his arms with some heartache. In this moment, the hearts of the family of 3 were incomparably close. Okay, Xiao, don't worry. I will work hard to earn money and try to transfer you to the city sooner. Just then, the doorbell rang. Xu Wenhao walked quickly toward the door of the house and asked in a deep voice, who is it? Wenhao, it's me, Qing. Xu Wenhao paused for a moment. What was Qing doing looking for him again? It's not here to borrow money from him, is it? He really can't get the money this time. Xu Wenhao was in a difficult situation. Zhou Yuxiu in the back walked up and urged with a puzzled face. Wenhao, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and open the door? Xu Wenhao smiled bitterly. It's brother Chang. Zhou Yuxiu's face changed slightly. Obviously she thought of the same thing as Zhu Wenhao. Brother Chang wouldn't be here to borrow money, right? No matter what Chang is here for, you open the door first and lead the people in. Let's be honest, we really don't have any money now. But brother Chang is really struggling right now. We can't just watch him starve to death. When next month's paycheck comes, we'll both bite the bullet. We can put together 5,000 for him. Zhu Wenhao's eyes reddened a little, proud that he could find such a virtuous and atmospheric wife. Okay, thanks wife. Zhu Wenhao kissed Zhou Yuxiu's cheek hard, then opened the door quickly and saw Cheng Yuan, who had obviously lost a circle of weight. Zhu Wenhao's nose was a little sore. Looks like it's been a bit rough since the bankruptcy. I haven't seen you in a few months and you've lost so much weight. Brother Chang, a momentary setback is nothing. Pull yourself together, I believe in you. You can rise again one day. Chapter 134, hurry up and drag your righteous father back to the group. Cheng Yuan smiled without explaining. Ahow, don't you invite me in for a glass of water? Xu Wenhao hurriedly stepped aside. Quickly enter the house. Zhou Yuxiu held the child and greeted him crisply. Brother Chang, it's been a while since I've been here. Cheng Yuan smiled bitterly. He that is no face to come. There was a little situation earlier. After saying that, Cheng Yuan paused for a moment, a surprised look on his face. Ha, you guys have a new baby? Why didn't you tell me about such a big event? Zhu Wenhao laughed bitterly. He didn't dare to tell Cheng Yuan, worrying that Cheng Yuan would misunderstand that he wanted money. I was going to wait until the 100 days to tell you. Cheng Yuan came forward to watch the little guy, a sincere smile on his face. Ahow, the child's eyes and mouth look like yours, and his nose and ears look like his younger siblings, so he really picked a good place to follow. Xu Wenhao and Zhou Yuxiu laughed along with him. Chang, sit. Xu Wenhao's hands were busy making tea. Cheng Yuan sipped a mouthful of tea, looked up at Zhu Wenhao, and said in a harmonious voice, Ahow, borrowing that $150,000 from you. It's been more than 2 years. It's really sorry. I am sorry. Xu Wenhao waved his hand repeatedly, interrupting Cheng Yuan's words. Brother Chang, I know very well what's going on with you, and those 3 years of masks. They're an irresistible factor. That $150,000. You don't worry about it. There's no need to make a special trip over to explain. Zhou Yuxiu on the side was worried that Zhu Wenhao's brain was hot and committed to something, and hurriedly added, Brother Chang, you should know very well what the situation of our family is. We just bought a house. We just bought a parking space. We just renovated it. And now we just gave birth to a child. So we need money everywhere. And we really don't have any spare money left. Wait until the 15th or so of next month. When we both start our paychecks, then we'll find a way to put together 5,000 for you, okay? Cheng Yuan looked deeply at Zhu Wenhao and his wife. Ahao and his siblings were too simple. Surprisingly, he was willing to lend him money. Cheng Yuan hurriedly explained. Sibling, I didn't come over to borrow money. I came to return the money. Pay back? Zhou Yuxiu and Zhu Wenhao looked at each other. They were already prepared for a meat bag, but they didn't expect Cheng Yuan to come to pay back the money? Brother Chang, you're not kidding me, right? I heard that you still owe over $1 million in online loans. Where did you get the money to pay off your debts? Cheng Yuan said lightly. I recently made a small fortune and have turned over a new leaf. Saying that, Cheng Yuan opened his travel bag and with a clatter, dumped a whole 20 stacks of banknotes on the coffee table. Seeing the big red banknotes, Xu Wenhao and Zhou Yuxiu wept with joy. Isn't this the money for transferring positions? Xu Wenhao carefully counted and realized that there were 5 extra stacks, and hurriedly pushed the 5 stacks of bills in front of Cheng Yuan. Brother Chang, you're giving too much. Cheng Yuan very insistently pushed back the $50,000. Ahow, you keep this money as interest for the past few years. Xu Wenhao had a difficult look on his face. Brother Chang, you're giving too much. It's not like I'm a loan shark. This $150,000, even if it's deposited on a fixed term, the interest for 2 years is only $4,000 or $5,000. Cheng Yuan's eyes rolled back in calculation. I'll tell you what then. The extra money is my share of the money for the child. A small blessing for the child. You must take it. Cheng Yuan had said so. Zhu Wenhao could only nod his head. Okay, I'll take the share of money. There is one thing Zhu Wenhao did not say. Chang now only has a daughter. If he has a second child in the future, he can give him back. Brother Chang, where did you get rich recently? Did you make some money from stock speculation? I see a lot of people speculating in stocks lately. Cheng Yuan's face turned serious. Ahow, you mustn't touch stocks. Our Big A is jokingly called a fraud group by Wall Street, specializing in harvesting stockholders' leaks. Xu Wenhao nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, Brother Chang, I definitely won't touch stocks. Cheng Yuan grinned, pulled out the watch box, put it on the table and pushed it in front of Zhu Wenhao. Ahow, do you still remember? When you were in school, I broke one of your electronic watches? I said I'd pay you back when I grew up. So keep it. Xu Wenhao did not study watches and took the watch box with a smile. Brother Chang, you still remember what happened decades ago. Of course, a man's promises must be kept. Okay, I'll take this watch. Brother Chang, it's been a long time since we had a ball date. Do you have time to sweat it out together? Those ball players miss you. Cheng Yuan harmonized. I'm at the gym right now to lose weight. My daily exercise is a bit over the limit. Let's wait until I'm done losing weight before we make a ball date. Okay. After a pause, Zhu Wenhao asked with a smile. Brother Chang, When are you and your sister-in-law going to have a second child? Chang Yuan was reluctant to explain the divorce and vaguely excused himself. There are no plans at this time. After chatting for a while, Chang Yuan proposed to take his leave. Xu Wenhao sent Chang Yuan to the door of his house and said goodbye. After closing the door, Zhou Yuxiu snapped. Aha! You don't take yourself as an outsider, do you? Brother Chang gave you more money and you took it, and you took the watch? Why are you so thick-skinned? Xu Wenhao laughed. Chang's first child is a daughter. Definitely want to have a second child. Turn around, we return the money is. As for this watch, it's $1,000 or $800. It's nothing, right? Zhou Yuxiu didn't know much about watches either. She just shrugged. I remember Chang's birthday next month. You remembered to buy someone a birthday present. Good. Xu Wenhao slightly dejectedly pointed at the 200,000 in front of him. What did I say? My brother Chang is definitely a decent person. Definitely won't fail to pay back the money. Zhou Yuxiu blankly glanced at Xu Wenhao, too lazy to expose her husband, took out her cell phone, and called back that Sister Chen just now. Sister Chen, just operate as soon as possible on that thing I just said. The materials will be brought to you tomorrow. Well, Yuxiu, don't worry about it. This matter, I will definitely do it for you clearly. Xu Wenhao put on his watch, took a picture, and sent it to the ballplayer group. Brothers, Chang bought me a watch. Envious, right? The ball club instantly exploded. Ah how? You're not mistaken, are you? Isn't Chang broke? He can still buy you a watch? It's been half a year since we've seen Chang, and without him as a sponsor, we haven't been going to the indoor courts much lately. Ha! This watch looks quite high grade. At Brother Dragon, come out and popularize it for the brothers. Soon. Lung was blown out. Dest. Ah how? Are you selling your ass? Brother Chang bought you a Rolex Black Water Ghost. $150,000. A Rolex Black Aqua Ghost? All the ballers blew up. My day. Has Chang made a comeback? Pong D, do you know what's going on? Is that Brother Chang? That's our righteous father. Aha! Hurry up and pull righteous father back into the group. Xu Wenhao hurriedly searched for Rolex Black Water Ghost and then compared it with the watch on his wrist. I can't say it's the same, only exactly the same. Xu Wenhao's face was red with excitement, and his arm was trembling a little, and on his wrist, he was wearing 150,000 yen. Xu Wenhao turned his head and shouted, Xiao, come here for a moment. Chapter 135, Greeting the Righteous Father. Xu Wenhao was so excited and loud that he scared the baby into tears. Zhou Yuxiu huffed over and hammered him hard. What's with the blind owl? The child is crying in fear. Xu Wenhao hurriedly compensated with a smile. Sorry, I'll pay attention next time. Zhou Yuxiu's face looked a little better. What is it? What's all the fuss about? Xu Wenhao raised his own wrist, forced down the excitement and said, just now I sent the watch photo to the group of golfers, and the brothers in the group told me that this is the Rolex Black Water Ghost, 150,000 oceans. How much? Zhou Yuxiu's voice tone raised an octave, and the little baby was just coaxed to cry again. Zhou Yuxiu hurriedly coaxed the little baby to sleep. Only after using 9 oxen and 2 tigers, Zhou Yuxiu put the little baby on the bed and returned to Xu Wenhao's side, lowering her voice and asking, Aha! You're not kidding, right? This watch is worth $150,000? Look! Xu Wenhao took the selling price he had searched for to Zhou Yuxiu, who fell silent. It's really 150,000. This favor is too big. But soon, Zhou Yuxiu's eyes lit up. Brother Ching is so posh. He must have made a fortune. Didn't you say you've worked enough shifts? Next time you have dinner or a ball date with Brother Chang, you can tentatively ask him if he wants to start a business, and if he does, you can do it with him. Good. Chang Yuan returned to the royal garden, took a comfortable shower, lay on the bed, and touched his cell phone. He planned to go to Xiaoyu's live room for a spin to brush up on his goodwill. Before he could open Jitterbug, WeChat suddenly jumped wildly. Chang Yuan opened WeChat and found that more than 10 ball players pulled him into the group. Chang Yuan's head is full of questions. What is the situation of these players? Since he got fat, he's been kicking less and less, and after he went bankrupt, he just dropped out of the group, because he delivers deliveries every day, tired as a dog, and when he comes home from work, he just wants to sleep. So how can he still have the strength to play soccer? But for now, well, after his weight loss program is over, he'll have time to play some pampered soccer. Chang Yuan clicked agree and entered the ballplayer group, saw one familiar face after another. Before Chang Yuan could begin to feel sad, the group suddenly began to brush the screen. Greetings, righteous father. Greetings, righteous father. Chang Yuan was dumbfounded and knocked out a big question mark in the group. Xinqing, it's been a long time since the brothers went to the cafeteria for a reunion. Is righteous father sponsoring it? Hu Peng, brother Xing. Don't mention the pot that doesn't boil. What buffet? A barbecue will do. Revitalization. It was me who had a mouthful. Righteous father, don't blame me. Sun Kai, righteous father. The brothers have not gone indoors for a long time. More or less sponsor a little. Pack a venue. Let the brothers go and have a good time. Cafeteria? Chung Yuan slapped his head hard. If it wasn't for his brother's reminder. He had almost forgotten about the system quest, God's magnificent beginnings. It's time to put plans to reopen the seafood buffet on the agenda. The old employees must all be brought back. Chang Yuan, Pong Di, the buffet can still look ahead. I'm working on reopening the buffet restaurant. When the restaurant opens up, brothers come over to eat anytime. After saying that, Chang Yuan sent an exclusive transfer to Wan Lei. It wasn't much, just a $20,000 transfer. Team Wang, here's my retroactive team fee. The indoor package can get up and running, and the new jerseys can be arranged. The group blew up again. The ballplayers are just going crazy. They were just harboring a cajoling mentality, not expecting Chung Yuan to actually come out with sponsorship. The group formation was once again neat. Righteous father is awesome. Please accept my knee. Righteous father is awesome. Please accept my knee. Just now the brush of righteous father. Mostly a joke mentality. Now this voice of righteous father. More or less with a little sincere. Chung Yuan was amused and grinned. He suddenly remembered a terrier from the internet. You give a gold-digging woman a $20,000 dowry. She can spray you to death. But this $20,000 for the brothers. Well, it doesn't need to be 20,000. 200 will do. You can become a righteous father in an instant. It's just too real. Xu Wenhao sent over a private chat. Brother, I'm sorry. I just sent the watch you bought me to the group and exposed it to you, causing you to break the bank. Chung Yuan grinned. So that's how it was. No wonder his groupmates were so active in pulling him back into the group. Good exposure. Rewarded. After some small talk, Chang Yuan opened a long dusty group, Rain in Faraway Places. The name of the group was taken from the names of Chung Yuan and Lin Ruoyu. This is the work group for Chung Yuan Cafeteria. At its peak, there were over 100 employees inside. After the cafeteria closed down, most of the employees quit the group, and now the group is down to a pitiful 33 in number. Among them were the boss-mother duo of Chung Yuan and Lin Ruoyu. Chang Yuan showed no mercy and directly kicked Lin Ruoyu off. And then I changed the name of the group to thank you for your company. Several question marks instantly appeared in the group. Obviously, these ex-employees are confused as to why their former boss suddenly changed the name of the group. Why did you suddenly kick your former boss's wife out of the group? Even if you're going to disband the group, there's no need to kick the boss's wife out, is there? Tang Kai, brother Chang, what's the situation? Chang Yuan didn't answer Tang Kai's question, but directly at everyone. Dear family, I miss you all. Tomorrow is the weekend, at 6 p.m. I've booked a table at No. 8, Kitchen on Liang Road, south of the east gate of No. 8, so be sure to come if you're free, and create the conditions if you're not. Swish, the group chat, which had been silent for quite some time, instantly came alive. Is this the boss coming out of the woodwork? Catch a boss alive. Roger that. And going under the knife tomorrow won't stop me. Waited too long for this day. The boss is finally alive. Woohoo. Blah blah blah. What are you talking nonsense about? Zhang Saixia? The boss was originally alive. Almost all of the employees were enthusiastic, and only Li Ying, the store manager, was slow to take a stand. This made Chung Yuan a bit puzzled. Li Ying stared at her cell phone screen with red eyes at the Mankuxiang fast food restaurant across from the Royal Garden. God knows, how long had she been hoping for this information? Li Ying was afraid that this was a dream and gently pinched her arm. Ouch, that hurts. It's true, not a dream. Has the boss finally come out of his haze? Finally willing to see them old employees again? Li Ying sent a message to Chung Yuan with red eyes. Boss, that No. 8 Kitchen is a high-end private chef, and the food inside is expensive. Let's not be a sucker. Let's go to the Sister Yang's restaurant next to the Royal Garden. It's good value for money, and I'm familiar with the owner's wife, so I can even get a discount. Chung Yuan grinned. This silly girl, this is worrying about him spending more money. Li Ying is definitely his most loyal and good sister. Bar none. Even when he went out of business and became fat, he never left him alone. The place can't be changed. And as for the reason, it's a secret for now. Chapter 136, Are you threatening me? At the Full Mouth fast food restaurant, Li Ying sat behind the front desk, her eyes darting around. She knew Chang Yuan very well. He would never be aimless. Could it be that? Li Ying forced down his inner excitement and sent a message. Boss, be honest with me. Are you reopening the cafeteria? It is intended. You keep it a secret. And when the time comes, surprise everyone. Swish! Li Ying instantly broke down in tears. The persistence and waiting for such a long time finally made sense. It's finally time to go back to the boss. A couple of waiters came forward very worried. Store manager, why are you crying? Did the boss harass you again? Li Ying shook his head gently. The boss does have a thing for her and wants to bag her. Even once, gave her a promise. If she nods, he'll divorce Yellowface and marry her. In the quiet moments of the night, Li Ying considered whether she should obey her boss. Become a boss's wife like Lin Ruoyu? From now on, you will have no worries about food and clothing, and you will never have to struggle as much as those Qin floating one. But a sense of morality would not allow her to do so. Then again, every time she faltered a little, she would think of Cheng Yuan, and then her heart would become incredibly firm. The owner can definitely make a comeback. She's going to go back to her boss and quietly be a wise woman. Thanks for your concern. I'm fine. I'm in tears of joy. Seeing Li Ying break into tears, the shopkeepers breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her with a gossipy face. Store manager, what's the happy event? Share it with us so that everyone can be happy with you? Shopkeeper, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? Li Young snapped. Me Young. Don't be ridiculous. Where do I have any boyfriends? Che, store manager, don't hide it. Your ears are red. There must be something going on. Just when the atmosphere was great, a discordant voice came over. All very idle, aren't they? Have you finished clearing the table? Have you finished cleaning? The waiters blushed profusely and rushed to clear the tables. Clean up and get busy. Only Li Ying was sitting calmly behind the cash register, with immense inner relief. Boss, so early today? The owner of the fast food restaurant, Du Jiagang, quickly came to Li Ying, squeezing a pleasing smile on his face. Young Jia, I heard that the new release of Cheat and Like You tonight is very good. I bought tickets. Why don't we go see it later? If it was before Cheng Yuan sent the message, perhaps, Li Ying would still hesitate for 0.1 seconds. Recently, her mother has been urging her to go on a blind date to find a date, and even threatened to come to Qingdao to arrest her back home if she doesn't find a date. But now, Li Ying refused without even thinking about it. Sorry about that, I don't like movies. Du Jiagang's face turned more or less unnatural, but soon, a smile recovered his face. It doesn't matter if you don't like the movie, let's go have a meal. I know a Western restaurant that does good French food. Li Ying shook her head again. I've recently lost weight and don't eat dinner. Du Jiagang almost choked to death, but he liked Li Ying too much to tolerate him. I've been running at night a lot lately, and night running helps with weight loss. Why don't we go out for a couple laps together at night? Li Ying sighed and looked at Du Jiagang with a complicated gaze. The sense of morality she had built up since she was a child did not allow her to intervene in other people's marriages. Otherwise, after Cheng Yuan got married, she would not have buried her feelings. Even Cheng Yuan she couldn't do it, let alone Du Jiagang. Boss, I'm sorry, but I have a favorite. Du Jiagang's face changed slightly and his fists clenched tightly. Damn it, it's still too late to start. He should have divorced his wife earlier. Eiko, I know. Have you been blaming me for not getting a divorce? I'll divorce that yellow-faced woman first thing tomorrow morning. Li Ying was helpless. There were still 3 days to go before the end of the month. Originally she wanted to finish the month, but Du Jia just pushed too hard. Boss, I'm quitting. You find a new store manager. Resignation? Du Jia just froze for a moment, even thinking he had heard wrong. Yingzi, are you kidding? You go out and ask around. I'll give you a monthly salary of $8,000 and a performance commission at the end of the year. Isn't that the highest treatment in the industry? Boss, I'm not kidding. You're treating me really well and I appreciate it. That's just it. Don't make jokes like that. You'll never find another restaurant that will pay you that much after you leave this door. I'm not kidding. Boss, settle my paycheck. Du Jiagang's brain buzzed and almost exploded. Kind of can't maintain his tolerant persona. Eiko, our store has always paid wages only after a full month. Moreover, you have to call in your application half a month in advance to leave your job, so as to leave the store enough time to recruit a new store manager. If you quit so suddenly, I'm lucky if I don't hold you accountable for the damage you've caused. So how can you ask for a paycheck? Li Ying wasn't angry at all, calmly looking at Du Jiagang. Seeing as Du Jiagang was still good to her, she didn't want to cut corners yet. Li Ying decided to give Du Jiagang one last chance. Boss, we're co-workers, so it's best to get together and leave. Do you want to reconsider? Since he had already torn his face, Du Jiagang simply stopped pretending. Li Ying, are you threatening me? I'm a person who is afraid of everything. I'm not afraid of threats. If you have any ability, you can use it. Li Ying smiled, opened the intercom, and said in a deep voice, brothers and sisters, I'm quitting. Those who want to leave with me come gather at the front desk. Du Jiagang shrugged with a disdainful look on his face. If today had been the beginning of the month, he might have been slightly more nervous. But it's the end of the month. Eyes on full term. He didn't believe that these cheap bastards would dare to follow Liang. However, what Dujiagang didn't expect was, they have 11 clerks in the store. 9 total came to the front desk and 2 are on rotation. Dujia just shook with rage and raised his hand to point at the waiters. You guys, are you revolting? Get back to work. Do you want your paychecks or not? Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention at all. Surname Du. I've long since had enough of working here. If it wasn't for the store manager's face, I would have quit long ago. The boss's wife, knows how to pick on us all day long, and deducts our paychecks when she has nothing else to do. Whoever wants to stay in this Thai place can stay here. Store manager, this asshole has been harassing you. You should have made up your mind a long time ago. I unconditionally support your choice. Li Young bowed deeply to the shopkeepers. Thank you brothers and sisters for your trust. I, Li Ying, promise that I will never let you guys suffer. Definitely will take you all to a place where the working environment pay is much better than here. Chapter 137, Your little wildcat is back. Du Jiagong was furious, and said angrily, wages are better than mine here? Oh, you guys are too naive. Now the general environment is not good. It's good that you guys have a place to work. Believe it or not, I'll block you in the Qingdao restaurant circle? Unfortunately, the clerks were simply indifferent and followed Liang out of the fast food restaurant with unusual determination. Du Jiagang was really in a bit of a hurry. If there were no waitresses, would he be able to open this fast food restaurant? Du Jiagong hurriedly stopped Liang in his tracks. Yingzi, don't be impulsive. We've been co-workers for so long. Let's just get along. Why would I dock your pay? I just can't bear to see you go. That's why I'm making things difficult for you. Can you let us all hang on for a few more days? When I recruit a new clerk, can we quit again? A triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Li Ying's mouth. A month's salary is a lot of money. Why don't you take it, boss? Then let's agree in advance. After this month's salary is settled, next month we'll start with daily settlement, and 1 day's work will be counted as 1 day's money. Okay. Li Ying turned his head to look at the crowd. Since the boss is so sincere, let's hold out for a few more days. Yes. After pacifying her co-workers, Li Ying turned her head to look at Du Jiagong. Mr. Du, I've been on duty for 28 days this month, so you don't have to give me a full month's worth. You can deduct 2 days of my salary. Eiko, can't you hold out for a few more days? Can't. Well. Li Ying held the lifeblood of Du Jiagong. He had no choice but to obediently transfer money to Li Ying. With a ding, Li Ying received a bank message. $8,000 arrived. Du Jia just didn't deduct any money and gave a full month's pay. Li Ying then nodded in satisfaction. Boss, thanks for taking care of me all this time. Bye. Li Ying walked resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. After returning to the rental house, Li Ying sent a message to Chung Yuan. It's been separated and will be ready for duty tomorrow. Chung Yuan was lying on his bed and was about to enter the Jitterbug live broadcasting room when he suddenly received a message from Li Ying and couldn't help but be a little jaw-dropped. Geez, Li Ying, this little ninny is too aggressive, isn't she? He just got done at everyone, and that was less than 10 minutes ago. Cheng Yuan smiled bitterly and returned a message. Welcome the store manager back to his position and give you a raise. Thanks boss. Naughty JPG. Get some rest and wear a beautiful makeup tomorrow for a whole new life. As you wish. Cheng Yuan and Li Ying chatted for a couple of sentences, opened the Jitterbug live broadcast, clicked on the column of attention, and found that Yubin was on the air, and Cheng Yuan backhandedly cancelled Yubin's attention. He was truly disgusted by Yubin. After entering Xiaoyu's live room, Cheng Yuan's mood instantly changed for the better. It has to be a girl who's good for the eyes. Cheng Yuan, as Cheng 10 million, as a super user, had a very splendid special effect when he entered the live broadcast room. The live feed instantly boiled over. Cheng Yuan is here. Brothers stand up en masse. Welcome Mr. Cheng. Xiaoyu. Grab a lick up ah. If you can get the support of Cheng 10 million, you can definitely easily become the top stream of dancing anchors. Xiaoyu was excited and nervous. It was thought that Cheng 10 million swiped gifts for her just out of the cultivation of a godly man, just to give her a little bit of medical expenses. I didn't expect that Cheng Yuan would come again. What should I say? Why is her mouth so stupid? How should Big Brother lick it? Can someone teach her? Online, etc. Quite a rush. Before Xiaoyu could think of a reason, Cheng Yuan opened his brush at the drop of a hat. In no time, more than 300 carnivals were swiped. Xiaoyu was excited and a little heartbroken. Excited that Cheng 1 million seemed to be really trying to support her. The heartbreaking thing is that the million, which Shake Shack and the Union are going to split 75% of, comes to her, leaving her with only 20 bubbles left after taxes are paid. Thank you Boss Cheng for the carnival. Boss Cheng, what kind of dance do you want to see me do? Cheng Yuan knocked out a line of special effects pop-ups. Don't dance anything, get off the air and get some rest. Swish. Xiao Yu's eyes were moist. Boss Chang is so warm-hearted. God was too kind to send Boss Chang to her. Water friends, I'm sorry to say that today's broadcast ends here. We'll see you tomorrow. After saying that, Xiao Yu went off the air at light speed, leaving behind a dumbfounded 3,000 viewers in the live room. So Xiao Yu can go off the air at light speed too. I waited all day. Chang 10 million direct 300 carnival sends Xiao Yu off the air. How to pass tonight? Chang $1 million is awesome. Continue to send Xiao Yu off the air at light speed tomorrow. Chung Yuan naturally didn't care what his water friends thought, and was about to exit Shakeology when he suddenly received a private message. It's from Xiao Yu. Boss Chang. Thank you for the gift. Can I add you on WeChat? The corner of Chung Yuan's mouth turned up slightly. Look at that. The fish are hooked so fast. To be honest, I really can't blame Xiao Yu for not being reserved. The key is that he's too fierce. One night wildly brushed 10 million. Will Disney Princess and listen to the treasure to reward the spring of the two top PK anchors have beaten? Who can top? Could be. Chang Yuan sent his micro-signal over. Soon, Chang Yuan received Xiao Yu's friend application. Chung Yuan passed the application and sent a smiley face. Xiao Yu, in turn, returned a mischievous expression. Then, Xiao Yu asked the question in her heart. Boss Chang, you swiped so many gifts for me. I don't know how to repay you. I'm a bit terrified now. There's no need to be terrified. Just get used to it. Just get used to it? Xiao Yu was completely confused. What does Mr. Chang mean? Is this just the beginning? Will you still give her gifts in the future? Boss Chang, there's no need for you to brush me with so many gifts. After being mentioned by the platforms and labor unions, only a quarter of it will be left in my hands. Chung Yuan raised his eyebrows. Were the platforms and labor unions drawing so hard? It's indeed a bit dark. Next time, I won't swipe gifts for you and transfer money to you directly. Xiao Yu was silenced by the, it's a bit overwhelming. What to do? Boss Chang, is it convenient to video? I'll give you an exclusive dance. Could be. The program is far from a video invitation. Soon, Chung Yuan's face appeared on the video screen. After the beautification of the face, Chang Yuan's face was not so fat, and his former handsome appearance had recovered at least 80%. Coupled with the divine magnificence attribute, Xiao Yu was instantly enraptured. Originally, she had already done her mental construction. Even if Boss Chang had a piggy head, she still had to maintain Boss Chang's friendship. I didn't expect Boss Chang to be so handsome. This has to be in the flesh. It's definitely a great choice for a husband. No one can take it from her. Brother Chang, I'm going to change my clothes. Wait for me for a while. Good. Xiao Yu rushed to the dressing room. She had prepared many sets of clothes for the live broadcast. However, most of them are in the style of innocent quirky elves. The only one with a particularly sexy Catwoman costume that she never wore on air and really couldn't wipe her face. But now, Xiao Yu ghostly changed into this catgirl outfit. Slightly shyly, he returns to the camera. Meow meow. Boss Chang, your little wildcat is back. Chapter 138, President. I want to cancel my contract. Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. Was this the legendary VIP customized service? This little wildcat is, indeed, a looker. Jingle bells. The familiar sound of an alarm clock went off. Drizzle does his best alarm clock finger dance. This catgirl outfit had especially little fabric, and when her body leaned forward, she couldn't help but have spring colors break through the courtyard walls. Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. It's just a glimpse though. However, Chang Yuan was certain as well as certain that he had definitely not misread it. Drizzle is also pink. During live broadcasts, Xiao Yu is known for her quirkiness and expression management. Now, it's even more emoji management to the max. Those two big soulful eyes kept turning. However, unlike the quirky look on the air, the current expression was lazy and coquettish. It's like a seductive, death-defying vixen. After all, it's a VIP private customization service that has to justify the price. By the end of the dance, Xiao Yu's face was almost pressed against the cell phone lens. It seemed, at any moment, to crawl out of the screen. At this moment, Chung Yuan finally understood why some emperors in ancient times did not have early morning court. Finally, I understand why King Yu of Zhou wanted to play the vassals with beacons. In the past few days, surrounded by women like Lu Shiqi and Shin Manwen, Chung Yuan's aesthetic vision had improved by more than one level. But now, he was still dazzled by Xiao Yu. Even without the system quest, Chang Yuan had developed a strong interest in Xiao Yu. Not to mention the fact that there's a system dad to underwrite it. Punch it and be done with it. Boss Chang, how are people dancing? Xiao Yu's big, watery eyes stared straight at Chung Yuan in the screen. Good dancing. Rewarded. Then I'll give Boss Chang another dance. Chung Yuan laughed. Xiao Yu, you're already tired from dancing all the time live. I let you go off the air because I'm heartbroken and want you to take a good rest. No need to dance. Stay with me and have a chat. Xiao Yu's eyes were a little red, but, with her pupils on, she couldn't really tell. Okay, where is Boss Chang from? Jin Island. Xiao Yu brightened up. I super want to go to the beach to go play. Originally I was torn between Hainan Dali and Qingdao. Now I'm not torn. The next stop has to be Qingdao. Chang Yuan grinned. It seems that Xiao Yu also has the potential to be a good sister. Look at the emotional value people give. Let me know when it's time, and I promise to set you up in a clear way. Thank you, Boss Chang. Chang Yuan naturally led the conversation to work. Xiao Yu, what are your plans for your career? Drizzle poked her tongue out mischievously. Boss Chang, honestly not afraid to laugh at you. When I first went live, I just wanted to make a living. I didn't expect to catch fire. The thing I regret most now is that I signed up with the guild too hastily. There are too many restrictions. I now want to earn enough liquidated damages quickly, get out of the guild's control as soon as possible, and restore my personal anchor status. Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. Xiao Yu wanted to break away from the guild's control? That would be great. Xiao Yu, how much is your breach of contract? A hint of celebration appeared on Xiao Yu's face, thanks to the fact that when I signed with the union, I wasn't hot enough to sign a sky-high liquidated damages contract, which was $2 million. As I recall, only $2 million? Chang Yuan said calmly. Xiao Yu, contact your guild immediately to terminate the contract. I'll pay you for the breach of contract. Xiao Yu's excited little heart almost jumped out of her throat. She and Boss Chang were meeting for the second time today. Just give her out for breach of contract? Boss Chang, you're too good to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu doesn't know how to thank you. It's easy to thank me. Just sign up under my banner. The smile on Xiao Yu's face gradually froze, turning more or less tangled. Is Boss Chang also playing guild? Although Boss Chang seemed to be treating her well now, she really didn't want to experience the feeling of being controlled by the guild again. Boss Chang, thank you for your regard, but I don't want to join any more guilds. Chang Yuan laughed. Xiao Yu, you're overthinking it. I don't play guilds. Ha? Then Boss Chang asked me to sign under your banner? That's right, sign into my agency. You're so spiritual and have such excellent expression management. You shouldn't just be an anchor. You should develop in film, television, song and dance. I have the ability to make you a super tier 1 star in Dragon Country. Chang Yuan's big meal almost knocked Xiao Yu off her feet. An entertainment agency? Dragon Kingdom superstar? Chang, Boss Chang, you, don't tease me. I'm still very clear about how much I weigh. How could I possibly become a super tier 1 star in Dragon Country? Chang Yuan laughed. Xiao Yu, don't underestimate yourself. You're very good. You just lack a little bit of opportunity, a little bit of resources, and all these, I don't lack. Xiao Yu, send me an account number and the default will be credited to you. Boss Chang, are you serious? Did I make a joke? Xiao Yu was stunned. Although she had only met Boss Chang twice, she was pretty sure that Boss Chang was the type of person who was a man of his word. Can I think about it? Chang Yuan was a bit anxious. What's there to think about? However, Chang Yuan's face showed relief. Of course you can consider it. However, some resources and opportunities don't wait for anyone. I hope you can decide soon. Let's hang up for now. Get some rest and think about it. Chang Yuan didn't talk nonsense and directly hung up the video. On the other end of the phone, looking at the screen that suddenly turned black, Xiao Yu's heart was a little frustrated. Kind of regretting my hesitation. Boss Chang won't be angry, will he? This great opportunity won't be missed, will it? With a ding, Chang Yuan's avatar jumped. Account number sent. Xiao Yu was instantly relieved. She had been overly concerned. Boss Chang was such an atmospheric person. How could he be in general agreement with her? Xiao Yu hurriedly sent the account number. Soon, Xiao Yu received a transfer of $2 million. In front of the real money, Xiao Yu was silent. Boss Chang is so sincere. What is she hesitating for? Worst of the worst. How could it be worse than it is now? Xiao Yu no longer hesitated and called the guild president with unusual determination. President, I want to cancel my contract. DDT. The password door rang. Lin Ruoshi carried Lele in and Chang Yuan walked out of the room to check. Lin Ruoshi made a silent gesture and lowered her voice. Brother-in-law, Lele is sleeping. Keep your voice down. Chang Yuan hurriedly nodded his head. Soon, Lin Ruoshi settled Lele and walked out of the room, looking at Chang Yuan with a complicated gaze. Brother-in-law, if my sister wants to remarry you, will you agree? Chang Yuan asked with a smile. Ruoshi, what do you think? Do you want me to agree? Lin Ruoshi shook her head decisively. Brother-in-law, my sister is not a good woman, not a good match, and I don't want you to commit yourself for Lele. Don't worry about it. I'm a person who eats everything, but I don't eat back. Lin Ruoshi spread a smile. Then I'm relieved. I'm a bit tired from playing with Lele. I'll wash up and go to bed. I'll sleep too. Just as Chang Yuan was preparing to go to sleep, he suddenly received a message from Shin Manwan. Brother Chang, the bed and mattress have been arranged. Do you want to come over and inspect it? This mattress is really comfortable. It's worthy of being the same model as the Swedish royal family. Chapter 139, Shin Manwan's Super High Comprehensive Evaluation. There was a picture following the message. A photo of Shin Manwan lying on a mattress. As a celebrity fitness trainer, Shin Manwan especially knows how to show off her great body. This lying posture is simply mesmerizing. Chang Yuan only felt a rush of hot blood to his head. A certain good friend suddenly began to protest. Chang Yuan's sleepiness was gone, and he returned a message very haughtily. Just got nothing to do, so let's go check it out. Chang Yuan gave Lin Ruoshi a greeting and drove straight to No. 8, Liang Road. Downstairs you could see the lights on upstairs, and you could vaguely see an enchanting figure practicing yoga next to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Chang Yuan's heart warmed and he quickened his pace. With a dripping sound, Chang Yuan brushed his pupil to open the entry door. Shin Manwan was like a little swallow, trotting with a light pace to welcome her, her big delicate eyes as if they could speak. Brother Chang, you're here? Chang Yuan couldn't wait to say, go, take me to see the same mattress as the Swiss royal family. Shin Manwan laughed. Brother Chang, it's not to see, it's to lie down. Only by lying down can you experience. Halfway through her words, Shin Manwan suddenly realized that something was wrong, and a blush surfaced on her pretty face, quickly spreading to the roots of her ears. Led by Shin Manwan, Chang Yuan arrived at the master bedroom. What struck him as odd was the number of flower pots inside the master bedroom. There are orchids, daffodils, and a few pots of succulents. Man, you like greenery a lot? Shin Manwan explained. Brother Chang, although the king of the building was renovated, claiming that all the materials used were environmentally friendly. However, after I measured it, I found that there was still some formaldehyde residue, and these green plants can help to absorb formaldehyde. Chang Yuan looked at Shin Manwan with an approving gaze. Manwan, you have a heart. Shin Manwan laughed. Brother Chang trusts me so much. Of course I can't let Brother Chang down. Saying that, Shin Manwan playfully came to the side of the mattress and raised her hand to press it. Brother Chang, this mattress is really beyond imagination comfortable. Not that kind of pure softness, but also with a hint of elasticity. Also, this mattress has more than a dozen modes, so if you're not used to sleeping on a soft bed, you can adjust the texture to be firmer. I can even practice yoga in bed. Saying that, Shin Manwan got on the bed and did a direct 1-2. Chang Yuan subconsciously swallowed. Nice guy. Manwan deserves to be a dance student. How many new games must be unlocked? Brother Chang, now it's the first mode. It's especially soft. It's like wrapping my whole body. It's especially comfortable. Shin Manwan obediently lay down and struck a seductive pose, and without realizing it, he discharged electricity at Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan was already ruffled by Xiao Yu's qi and blood. Where can you hold back? Is it really comfortable? Yes Brother Chang, come and lie down too. Shin Manwan changed to a more provocative lying position and hooked her finger at Chang Yuan. At this moment, Shin Manwan had simply turned into the 1,000-year-old demonic concubine Sudaji, almost hooking Chang Yuan's soul out. Seeing Chang Yuan's intention, Shin Manwan's spirit was greatly boosted and he continued to launch his attack. Step by step, as if she was the absolute demonic concubine Sudaji, she walked to Chang Yuan, simply enchanting and foxy out of shape. Chang Yuan's breath froze. This little vixen, today this is really planning to eat him Shin Manwan looked at Chang Yuan with a yet innocent and charming gaze, stretching out her delicate little hand, grabbing Chang Yuan's big hand and pulling it with force. Obviously Shin Manwan did not use much strength. Chang Yuan's body of 200 pounds, but it had no strength to fight, and he fell heavily on the bed, pressing Shin Manwan underneath. This is if it's a regular mattress. Chang Yuan's such a big weight had to crush Shin Manwan out of her internal injuries. The good thing is that this is the same mattress as the Swedish royal family, and instead of feeling uncomfortable with the pressure, Shin Manwan feels soft and particularly comfortable. Chang Yuan couldn't wait to tear the clothes on Shin Manwan's body. So what if it's a big name? Brother has plenty of money. I'll buy 10 sets for Man tomorrow. Shin Manwan was a bit startled and raised her small hand against Chang Yuan's chest. Brother Chang, it's still my first time. Be gentle. An hour later, Chang Yuan lit a cigarette. So there are so many patterns to this mattress? What satisfied Chang Yuan the most was that there were several patterns in it that could bring Shin Manwan's physical flexibility to the extreme. Chang Yuan was just reminiscing when a familiar voice suddenly rang in his head. Detected that the host and Shin Manwan have broken through the boundaries of ordinary friends and entered the girlfriend vetting process. Audit completed. Name, Shin Manwan. Age, 23. Overall rating, 92. Favorability, 98. Girls with a comprehensive evaluation of 80 points or more, who have an intimate relationship with the host, and whose favoritism towards the host reaches 90, can choose to be transformed into a girlfriend in the girlfriend module. Shen Manhwan is eligible to be transformed into a girlfriend. Is Shen Manhwan transformed into girlfriend number 2? Chung Yuan looked deeply at Shen Manhwan, who was nestled in her arms, as if she had been a kitten. This little ninny, actually rated so high? Chung Yuan recalled the process just now, and it was definitely a near-perfect experience. What's the holdup here? Transform. There was a ding. The system's voice sounded again. Girlfriend no. Shen Manhwan is successfully converted and is rewarded with 400 million renminbi of exclusive spending fund for girlfriend no. 2 based on her comprehensive evaluation. Chang Yuan was stunned. Yin Xiaoli only rewarded $60 million. And how does Shen Manhwan reward so much? That's 400 million straight up. System, why did Man reward so many girlfriend funds? On what logic is this girlfriend fund awarded? There is only one principle for distributing the girlfriend fund, and that is the comprehensive quality. Comprehensive quality of 81. Reward $10 million. And every time the value goes up, reward 10 million more. A beautiful woman with a comprehensive quality of 90 or more is a scarce resource. 90 is a billion, and the reward doubles with every increase in value. Chang Yuan was stunned. So it turns out that 90 plus point beauties are a scarce resource. He, on the other hand, has been given the first scarce resource. There was a ding. The system's voice sounded again. Detects girlfriend number 2 as intact and awards 60% of the shares of Tencent Law. Chung Yuan blinked a few times. Tancheng Law Firm. Wasn't that where Ruwashi worked? So, he's Wakey's boss now? Soon. Chung Yuan put his attention on Shen Manhwan's body. He truly did not expect that Manhwan, this good sister, really did not lie to him. In a place like a gym, and in a profession like fitness counselor, it's really hard to stay intact. Chung Yuan lowered his head and kissed Shen Manhwan's soft lips, softly asking, Manhwan, does it still hurt? Shen Manhwan gently shook her head and delicately said, Brother Chang, are you going home later? Chapter 140, can't spend it all. Chung Yuan smiled slightly. How smart is he? With a glance, he could tell that Shen Manhwan didn't want him to go home. Besides, he hasn't had enough. With the strong recovery ability of a dance student, it should still be available in a bit. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. Man, I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'll just stay with you. Shen Manhwan was so excited that she took the initiative to offer her red lips, until she kissed herself almost breathless. Then she let go of Chung Yuan and looked at Chung Yuan's fat face that had lost a circle of weight. Take a closer look. Mr. Chang's facial features are very well rounded. Brother Chang must be very handsome after he's completely slimmed down. Brother Chang, you're so good to me. Chung Yuan grinned. There are no toiletries over here yet, and the 4-piece set on the bed hasn't been washed, so it's inconvenient to stay here. Let's go to a hotel for a night. I'll listen to Brother Chang. After putting on his clothes, Chang Yuan habitually touched his pocket, and sure enough, there was an extra card inside. This would be Shen Manhwan's girlfriend fund. Chang Yuan bound the card and led Shen Manhwan downstairs. The Higher Intercontinental Hotel is a short drive from Liang Road 8, less than 10 minutes away. Chang Yuan led Shen Manhwan, who was walking slightly unnaturally, into the hotel lobby. Yao Yuan, the lobby manager, greeted him with great eyesight. Good evening to you both. Sir, ma'am, dinner or lodging? Accommodations. Okay, gentlemen, this way please, the price list is over here. Chang Yuan scanned the price list. The cheapest room is over $1,000, and the senior executive suite is over $6,000. However, Chang Yuan was not too satisfied. Shen Manhwan had 400 million girlfriend spending funds on his side, and there was no need to save money for the system. Chang Yuan couldn't help but frown. Your hotel doesn't have a presidential suite? Yes sir. The presidential suite is too expensive and is not usually displayed in the price list. Price is not a problem. Get me a presidential suite with a view of the sea. Yes, sir. 28,000 per night for the presidential suite. Do you swipe your card or? Chang Yuan suddenly thought of something and faintly asked. Let's take a look at the room environment first. If the room environment is satisfactory, I intend to have a long package. How much is the price of the long package? Yao Yuan was trembling with excitement. A long private room? That's a super awesome big client. If this order is successful, the commission is as much as a year's salary. How long are you planning to keep the bag long? Sir, in Yao Yuan's mind, a long package for a month is impressive, because it's more than $800,000 a month if you calculate based on the unit price. What Yao Yuan did not expect was Chung Yuan faintly stretching out a finger. Let's wrap it up for a season first. A quarter? Yao Yuan felt that her brain was a little short of oxygen and almost fainted. Shen Manwen on the side was also stunned. Brother Cheng is too bossy, isn't he? $28,000 a night for a presidential suite for 3 months? How much is this total? She's not very good at math. It took more than 10 seconds of counting before Shen Manwen realized it. If you go by the unit price, it's $2. 4 million. With that kind of money, she could have bought a small suite of 2 in a good location. Shen Manwen would like to say, Chang brother, there is no need to live in such a good place. Save the money. Buy me a small set of 2 good Of course, Shen Manwen will not say it out loud. Then it should be despised by brother Chang, right? There was a ding. The system's beep sounded, detecting the strong desire of girlfriend number 2 to inspire a random girlfriend quest. Task, within 3 days. Buy a satisfactory house for girlfriend number 2. Mission reward, different coefficients of the purchase price are rewarded depending on the value of girlfriend number 2's happiness. If you don't complete the task in 3 days, add $100 million to your debt for every day it's overdue. Chang Yuan was ecstatic. It just so happens that there is still a shortfall of tens of millions of dollars in the $200 million investment fund. Yao Yuan's attitude became more respectful. Sir, ma'am, what are your names? Chang Yuan, Shen Manwen, Mr. Chang, MS, Shen, please follow me. Yao Yuan was very sincere and brought Chang Yuan and Shen Manwen to the best presidential suite, very patient in explaining the various functional areas. This was Shen Manwen's first time entering the presidential suite, and her pretty face was red with excitement. But with Chang Yuan acting so calmly, she could only try to make herself look calm. Mr. Chang, the various functional areas have basically been introduced. Are you satisfied with this room? Chang Yuan smiled faintly. It's not mainly me who lives there. You'll have to ask my family man. Yao Yuan was stunned. Thought this Mr. Chang was renting a long chartered room for his office, or to talk business. I didn't realize that Mr. Chang was trying to hide a girl in a golden house. That's a little too hoity-toity, isn't it? Such a rich boss. God give her a few too. MS. Shen, are you still satisfied with this room? Shen Manwen naturally loved it. However, she acted fairly calmly. It's okay. Chang Yuan sealed the deal, since my family man has no problem with it. It's settled. Manager Yao, how much per month for a long-term lease? Mr. Chang, you're a cool guy. I'll give you the biggest discount I can get. 600,000 a month. What do you think? In fact, Yao Yuan still has one last trick, which is to apply to the manager again, and it can be cheaper by another 20,000 to $30,000. Chang Yuan knew that there was a ruse here, but was too lazy to count on it. $600,000 a month is fine. However, you have to be responsible for 3 meals a day. We cannot eat, but you cannot not prepare. It's no problem. I can apply to the manager for 2 seasonal cards for the second floor cafeteria. So you two can dine at the second floor cafeteria anytime you want. Chang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Draw up a contract. Yao Yuan's efficiency was very high. In less than 10 minutes, the contract was drawn up and respectfully handed it to Chang Yuan. Mr. Chang, our presidential suite at Higher Intercontinental Hotel has many hidden services, including but not limited to pickup service, private room butler service, executive service, VIP access service. Chang Yuan faintly asked, what scope does this administrative service include? For your convenience in receiving your clients, you can use all the meeting rooms and halls of our Higher Intercontinental Hotel for free. If you need, we at Higher Intercontinental Hotel can plan banquets or conventions for you. Chang Yuan had a look of understanding on his face. This hidden service is really nice, but unfortunately, he can't use it right now. He was simply renting a house for Shen Manwen to make it easier for her to live when she was renovating. Otherwise, it would be too much of a delay to go back and forth from the rental house. Chang Yuan picked up a signing pen and swished and signed his big name. Mr. Chang, how do you settle your bill? Is it a transfer or a credit card? Chang Yuan touched Shen Manwen's exclusive spending card and handed it to Yao Yuan. The password is 6 zeros. Okay, Mr. Chang. The card was swiped successfully with a drop. Chang Yuan received a message. Tail number 0002 card spent $1. 800. 000 with a balance of $398. 200. 000. Chang Yuan touched his cell phone, scanned the bank card information, and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holy, the whole 400 million. Can't spend it all. It simply can't be spent. Chapter 141, are you free now? Yao Yuan respectfully returned the bank card to Chang Yuan. Mr. Chang, your card. This is your exclusive room butler, Wang Pichang. You can ask him to solve any problems you have. Wang Pichang nodded slightly to Chang Yuan and Shen Manwen. I am honored to be the exclusive room steward for 2 distinguished guests for the next 3 months. Chang Yuan nodded and harmonized. Hard work, Mr. Chang. MS. Shin. This is my business card. Same number as my WeChat. If you don't mind, you can add my WeChat. And if there's an emergency, please call me directly. Chang Yuan nodded in understanding. Wang Piqiang and Yao Yuan knowingly offered their farewells. In the large presidential suite, only Chang Yuan and Shen Manwan remained. Shen Manwan asked carefully, Brother Chang, are you going to work here or receive clients? Is there anything I can do to help? Chang Yuan raised his hand and scraped Shen Manwan's small nose, softly saying, You're overthinking it. This presidential suite, which was rented for you, should be finished decorating in 3 months, right? Shen Manwan laughed bitterly. Where does it take 3 months? Brother Chang's building king is hardcover delivery, cabinets and appliances and all kinds of soft furnishings. At most no more than 2 months can be done. Chang Yuan grinned. It's always good to have more time to spare. Brother Chang, you're so good to me, and how will you repay me? Didn't people just repay the favor? Chang Yuan grinned. That's just an appetizer. Not enough at all. With that, Chang Yuan picked up Shen Manwan in one hand and walked quickly into the master room. To Chang Yuan's surprise, the mattress inside the presidential suite is also from Heston. However, it is not a high-end model, just a basic model. Spare a thought and it's much more comfortable than a regular mattress. Chang Yuan transformed into a good student who loves to study. Very focused and committed to learning the dance moves with Shen Manman, the teacher. Chang Yuan really wants to progress too much, enough to learn until 1 a.m. Before he was satisfied and lit a cigarette. Shen Manwan, on the other hand, had long been exhausted. With a satisfied face, he nestled in Chang Yuan's arms and slept soundly. After smoking, Chang Yuan also felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. Chang Yuan had to send Lele to school every morning and opened his eyes on time when 7 o'clock arrived. Chang Yuan subconsciously tried to get up, but felt something was wrong. Something seemed to be pressing against his chest. Chang Yuan looked down and Shen Manwan was nestled in his arms as if she was a docile cat. Chang Yuan kissed Shen Manwan's forehead and carefully put Shen Manwan down, then walked to the balcony position and called Sun Kai, the sales manager of No. 8, Liang Road. The phone instantly connected, and Sun Kai's very respectful voice came. Mr. Chang, what are your instructions? Chang Yuan was satisfied with Sun Kai's attitude and said in a harmonious voice, I'm planning to buy another house. How many more properties are currently available inside the neighborhood? There are still 7 units available. How big is Mr. Chang going to want one? Chang Yuan thought about it. Shen Manwan lives by herself. If the house is too big it is too empty, and just cleaning is a lot of work. Of course, Shen Manwan could have gotten housekeeping. 309's it. Sun Kai said in an apologetic tone. I just sold 309 houses yesterday, and currently the only 309 house left is that model room. So if Mr. Chang doesn't mind, I can give you a 95% discount. A showroom? Wouldn't that be more convenient? You can just turn in your bag and move in. My room steward will be in touch with you in a few minutes, and then you'll come to the Hale Intercontinental and sign with Manwan. Sun Kai was shocked. Holy, Mr. Chang is so willing to pick up girls. Over $20 million for a house. Just give it away. No wonder people can pick up such upscale beauties. Okay, Mr. Chang, I'm free all day today, so I can come over anytime. Chang Yuan saw Shen Manwan sleeping soundly, did not have the heart to wake her up, slowly and methodically washed up, contacted Wang Piqiang, briefly explained, and left the hotel. Just after getting on the bus, Chang Yuan received a message from Wang Ting. Brother Chang, are you up yet? What do you want to eat this morning? I'll make it for you. Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. This is the ultimate in powder. Although rabbits don't eat grass from the nest, but he's not a rabbit, okay? Ting Ting, don't work hard on your cooking in the future. Let Ruwashi take you to the Hilton to eat. The Hilton is a 5-star hotel. Hey, it's too expensive, right? It's not expensive. I'll get you and Ruwashi 2 monthly cards in a moment. Come over and eat anytime. Okay, thank you Brother Chang. 10 minutes later, Chang Yuan arrived at the Hilton and familiarly made his way to the 2nd floor. Yang Xiaoming brightened up. Today Mr. Chang is over for dinner by himself. The opportunity this does not come? Mr. Chang, so early today? Before Chang Yuan could reply, a brittle voice suddenly came from behind. Brother-in-law. Brother Chang. Dad. Yang Xiaoming subconsciously twisted her head to look and saw 2 super good-looking beauties, one on the left and one on the right, holding Lele's little hand. It's just so eye-pleasing. One of them definitely had a face value no less than Lu Shiqi, and the other had a face value no less than Shen Manwan. The little bit of extravagance within Yang Xiaoming was instantly dashed. Mr. Ching has too many resources of beautiful women, right? I'm afraid she doesn't stand a chance with this kind of mediocrity. Manager Yang, please give Ruwashi and Tingting 2 monthly cards. Same old rules? Mr. Chang. Right. Okay, Mr. Chang, wait a moment. While the two were talking, Lin Ruwashi and Wang Ting came forward and looked at him with a curious expression. What's the old rule, brother-in-law? Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice. I've gotten you and Tingting 2 monthly cards, so you can come over for 3 meals a day, including a fat-reducing meal. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother Chang. Chang Yuan pointed to the meal on the dining table and said with a smile. I have to send Lele to the tutoring class in a while, so I won't greet you guys. Lele flattened her mouth. Dad, I don't want to go to tutoring classes. Let's go to another place. Doesn't Lele like music? Let's go play the drums. Okay? Joy then broke into a smile. Drums are good. I like drums. Chang Yuan and Lele completely disregarded the image, and ate what was called a windstorm. Soon, Chang Yuan ate and drank enough, and took Lele away. Half an hour later, Chang Yuan brought Lele to the new Dream Music Organization. Lele was really interested in the drum set and was very happy to play it after the training teacher demonstrated it. There was a ding. Chang Yuan received a message. Chang Yuan touched his cell phone to see that it was a message from Nana Huang, Lele's homeroom teacher. Chang Yuan was a bit strange. Today was the weekend. Why did Nana Huang suddenly send him a message? Chang Yuan opened the message with a curious face. Joy's dad, remember the last time we talked about fixing the plumbing? Are you free now? Chapter 142, Can you be my boyfriend for a day? Chang Yuan was very interested in fixing the plumbing, but there was no way he could help but bring Lele now. Mr. Huang, I'm taking Lele for a trial lesson. Can I get in touch later? Okay. Chang Yuan waited patiently, and after 5 minutes, the song ended. Teachers at institutions are blowing rainbow farts like crazy to sell classes. Mr. Chang, Lele is really musically gifted, and her drumming is especially accurate. I sincerely suggest you enroll Lele in a drum lesson. Chang Yuan naturally won't buy a class just because the teacher of the organization says 2 good words. The key is whether Lele likes it or not. Chang Yuan twisted his head to look at Lele. Lele, do you like the drum set? Joy rubbed her arms in distress. I like it, but it's so tiring. My arms are sore. So are we buying the class or not? Joy cocked her little head and gave it some serious thought. It's okay to come over and play once in a while. If I'm allowed to knock all the time, I'll get bored. Chang Yuan understood at once that he still didn't like it enough, and the interest he showed at the beginning was just hunting. Then we'll check out the other classes. How about sports classes? I want to play tennis. Tennis? Chang Yuan was stunned. In the Dragon Kingdom, this was a relatively niche sport. Why are you playing tennis? The Prince of Tennis is so handsome. I want to be as handsome as him. Chang Yuan was a child-favoring fiend and nodded decisively. Okay, then I'll look for the tennis club. Chang Yuan searched for a few tennis clubs, but, looking at the reviews, they were all mixed. Chang Yuan couldn't decide. He remembered that Lin Ruwashi seemed to like tennis. Chang Yuan called Lin Ruwashi. The phone was quickly connected, and Lin Ruwashi's gentle voice came. Brother-in-law, what are you looking for me for? Joy said she wants to learn tennis, but I don't know anything about tennis. Can you recommend a tennis club for me? It just so happens that I'm free right now. Why don't I take Lele over there? Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. If Ruwashi took Lele to tennis lessons, wouldn't he be able to fix the plumbing? Hey, okay, we're at the new Dream Music Organization on East Hong Kong Road. 10 minutes later, Lin Ruwashi arrived and picked up Lele. Chang Yuan, on the other hand, called Nana Huang, Ms. Huang. Lele's sister-in-law picked up Lele. Send an address. Okay, happy dad. Chang Yuan followed the address given by Huang Nana and went straight to Tianfu Yuan neighborhood. Tianfu neighborhood is in a great location looking at Fushan to the east and the sea to the south. However, since it's an 3-year-old neighborhood, the price isn't very high, around 25,000 a square meter. Huang Nana greeted the doorman in advance and directly released Chang Yuan's car. Chang Yuan climbed to the 4th floor through the slightly worn stairs. The shoe cabinet at the doorway was full of women's shoes, and the corner of Chang Yuan's mouth curled imperceptibly. Knock knock. Chang Yuan knocked on the door. A familiar voice came from inside. Is that Happy's dad? It's me. With a creak, the door opened, revealing the familiar pretty face. On weekdays, Nana Huang wears her kindergarten uniform. This was the first time Chang Yuan had seen Nana Huang in private clothes, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Mr. Huang is a little too good looking, isn't he? Obviously, the powder is not applied, but it is like a lotus flower. Youthful and showy. Huang Nana was a bit embarrassed by Chang Yuan's look and snapped. What are you looking at? Come on in. Chang Yuan had a thick skin and wasn't embarrassed at all. I finally realized today what it means to be a showman. Huang Nana blankly glanced at Chung Yuan without any good humor. Lele dad, don't be modest. Every single one of the warblers around you is better looking than me. Chang Yuan was slightly embarrassed, but did not explain. Mr. Huang, where is the water pipe broken? I'll go take a look. Bathroom. Soon. Nana Huang brought Chung Yuan to the bathroom. Chung Yuan carefully checked and found that it was similar to Yin Xiaoli's house. Also because the non-return valve blocked the hair and clumped at the corner. Happy dad. Can you fix it? No problem. Just a few minutes. Chung Yuan took down the water pipe, disassembled the stop valve with a nimble hand, and pulled out all the hair that was twisted inside. Less than 10 minutes before and after, Chang Yuan turned on the faucet. Wow! The downpipe is clear. Wow! Daddy Lele, you're so great. You fixed the water pipe so quickly? Probably because of her occupational disease. Nana Huang gave a particularly high emotional value, and also, the expression on her face was particularly exaggerated. Because, children like more exaggerated expressions. Well, Chang Yuan said that he, an adult, also likes. Chung Yuan put on a bashful look and waved his hand. It's no big deal. If you encounter this kind of small problem in the future, just look for me. Okay? Thank you really. Happy dad. Mr. Huang, you're really too polite. Chang Yuan raised his hand and wiped his sweat, purposely showing his stained shirt sleeve to Nana Huang. As expected, Nana Huang fell for it. Happy daddy, your clothes are dirty? Chung Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, it's fine. It was good enough to wash originally. I'll just go home and throw it in the washing machine. Huang Nana said without thinking, that won't do. The dirt on the sleeves is especially hard to deal with. It must be hand washed to make it work. Lele's dad is the one who repaired the water pipe for me that got dirty. It's better for me to wash it for you. Chung Yuan took on an embarrassed look. That's not too good, is it? What's wrong with that? In kindergarten, we wash the kids when they wet their pants or even poop in their pants. Then, I'm not polite Saying that, Chang Yuan made a gesture to take off his shirt. This can make Huang Nana nervous. Hurriedly stop Chung Yuan, Lele father. No need to take off your clothes. You wear I can also wash you. Chung Yuan blinked a few times. Why was Mr. Huang so nervous? Did he misunderstand Mr. Huang? Mr. Huang, how do you wash with clothes on? Huang Nana tugged Chung Yuan's sleeve and pulled it to the sink, hitching it right on the sleeve with laundry soap and scrubbing it very gently. In the process, the two inevitably made some contact. Huang Nana's pretty face reddened to the roots of her ears, delicate beyond recognition. An orchid-like fragrance reached his nose, and Chang Yuan had an expression of immense enjoyment on his face. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. The stains were quickly washed away, and Nana Huang picked up the hairdryer and patiently helped Chung Yuan blow dry. Happy dad, it's washed up. Come out and have some fruit. Good. Huang Nana's knife skills were very good, and she neatly cut a few fruit plates and pushed them in front of Chung Yuan. Chang Yuan was not polite at all, and ate with a whimper. Chang Yuan's ability to detect words and colors was very strong, and he keenly noticed that Nana Huang had repeatedly wanted to speak, obviously unable to say anything. Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice, Mr. Huang, we are old acquaintances. Don't be embarrassed, just say whatever you have to say. Nana Huang bit her lip and made up her mind with difficulty. Lele dad, I know this is a bit of a strong request from me. Can you be my boyfriend for a day? You're divorced and single now, so it shouldn't affect you too much, right? Chapter 143, a little difficult. Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this little ninny was lying about finding him over to fix the plumbing, and wanted him to be a shield for real. Mr. Huang, is your family urging you to get married? Nana Huang sighed. Yes, but I'm in the process of getting my license right now. I don't have that in mind at all. Can I trouble Papa Lele to help me cope with my family? Why me? Nana Huang smiled bitterly. I have a very small social circle, and the only males I come into contact with are you child parents. And amongst the child parents, the only one I know of who is divorced is you, Chang Yuan. It always felt like Nana Huang was scolding him, but there was no proof. Very well, that's a strong argument that can't be refuted. I agree. Thank you Daddy Joy. Still calling me Papa Lele? Call me Old Chang or Brother Yuan. Huang Nana hung her head low, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Far, far brother. Chung Yuan was amused by Nana Huang's shy and embarrassed look. Ms. Huang, don't be so nervous, you don't look like a couple. Huang Nana raised her head and looked bravely at Chung Yuan. Brother Yuan. Chang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, then stretched his arms. Mr. Huang, rehearse it in advance. Don't act up when the time comes. Okay, well. Huang Nana took Chung Yuan's arm and her entire body was shaking. Chung Yuan was angry and amused. Mr. Huang, As to be so nervous? Haven't you ever been in love before? Huang Nana gently shook her head. My family is more traditional. When I went to school, my mom and dad strictly forbade me to fall in love. And I really haven't fallen in love once. Chung Yuan's eyes lit up. First it was Shen Manwan. Now it's Nana Huang. How come there are so many pure and clean good sisters around him? Mr. Huang, think of me as your father, or your cousin or whatever, and it will slowly become natural. Okay, I'll try. Nana Huang tried to do her mental build-up and really relaxed. Cheng Yuan complimented. Mr. Huang, when you were in school, you were definitely a good student in the mouth of your teachers and a child of other people's families in the mouth of your parents. Nana Huang laughed. Brother Yuan, still calling me Teacher Huang? Call me Nana. Okay, Nana. The two men looked at each other and smiled. After the initial physical contact, the auras between the two merged with each other, much more familiar and natural. Nana, what should I say when I meet my aunt and uncle? Like how we met. What should I say about my personal situation? Nana Huang thought hard with her head turned sideways. Let's just say we met on a night run. If you can't say anything about your personal situation, don't say anything. If you have to say it, pick up the good words. I remember you opened a seafood cafeteria before, right? Just say it as it was at that time. Good. Brother Yuan, if you come across a question you can't answer, don't just answer it. I'll just answer it for you. Okay. Nana Huang looked at her watch and said in a harmonious voice, Brother Yuan, it's getting late. Shall we set off? Try to avoid lunch. My dad is too capable of drinking. I'm worried that my dad will get you drunk. Okay, I'll listen to you. Brother Far, wait for me for a moment. Huang Nana went to the storage room, took a bunch of cigarettes and wine out, and handed it to Cheng Yuan. Fargo, the first time you come to the door, the gift must be ready. Cheng Yuan smiled slightly. Ms. Huang even prepared the gift in advance. It seems to be eating him as a boyfriend. Nana, you're well prepared. Huang Nana was more or less embarrassed and hurriedly changed the topic. Brother Chang, my parents live in the same neighborhood as me. Let's leave now. Good. Cheng Yuan carried cigarettes and wine, followed Nana Huang downstairs, turned left and right, and came to building 17. Nana Huang's parents live on the first floor, which saves them from having to climb the stairs. With a click, Nana Huang opened the door to her room, and then, the whole person was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are there so many people in the house? Cheng Yuan was also a bit confused. Nice guy, is this a triple trial? There must be a dozen people in the house. Nana Huang greeted her relatives stiffly. Grandparents, what brings you over? Great uncle, second aunt's husband, sister-in-law's husband, and little uncle and aunt. Why have you all come over? Nana Huang's grandmother held her little hand with a loving face. It's Nana's first time bringing a boyfriend home, so of course grandparents are coming to keep an eye on you. Nana Huang's mom, Zhou Yalan, laughed. Mom told the guys in the family group, and the guys all wanted to come and see their new son-in-law. Nana Wang, Cheng Yuan. Cheng Yuan glanced at Huang Nana, and the expression seemed to say, Ms. Huang, the difficulty is so high, you have to raise the price. Huang Nana smiled bitterly. If she had known that there were so many people at home, she wouldn't have dared to bring Cheng Yuan back. There are so many people here, we'll definitely be exposed. Huang Nana's sister-in-law, being a person of 8 faces, could see that Cheng Yuan and Huang Nana were a bit embarrassed, and hurriedly came forward to warmly welcome Cheng Yuan's arrival. Xiao Chang, right? Don't stand at the door, come on in. Huang Nana hurriedly introduced. Brother Yuan, this is Grandpa and Grandma, this is Great Uncle and Great Aunt, and this is... Cheng Yuan hurriedly smiled and greeted him, and his face was a little stiff from smiling after one round. During this process, Zhou Yalan had been secretly observing Cheng Yuan. Treats people well. A little chubby, but the features are still well-rounded. The clothes are also good. The watch seems to be good. The income should be okay, right? Zhou Yalan belonged to the category of mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at her, the more she saw eye to eye, and she was very attentive to help Cheng Yuan carry over the gifts. Chang, you're too polite. Just come. Why do you need to take so many things? Auntie, this is my first visit to the door, so I must keep my manners. Don't all stand around. Everyone, have a seat. Zhou Yalan brought Cheng Yuan to the sofa. Cheng Yuan didn't push and sat on the seat Zhou Yalan had arranged. Huang Nana's grandmother, Zhang Xuehua, was the first to start asking questions. Xiao Chang, my old man will be a bit of I Ching gossip. We'll look at the match of the genus. What do you belong to? Grandma, I'm a monkey with a July birthday. Monkey? Zhang Xuehua had a satisfied smile on her face. Chang, are you 22 years old? Are you the same age as my Nana? A suspicious look appeared on the faces of the surrounding relatives, as Chang Yuan looked much more mature than Huang Nana, not quite like someone of the same age. Is this Ching a bit anxious? Chang Yuan replied matter-of-factly. Grandma, I'm 92. 92? The smile on Zhang Shuao's face instantly froze. Isn't this Ching a decade older than Nana? The smile on Zhou Yalan's face also froze a bit. The other relatives looked at me and I looked at you. And the atmosphere instantly became a bit gloomy. How did Nana find such a big man? Nana Huang hurriedly stepped forward to round off the conversation. Grandma, according to scientific research, 11 years older than the woman in the south is the best age for marriage. Big brother Chang is only a year older than that standard. We're just right. Zhang Shuihua glared at Huang Nana and didn't say anything unpleasant. On the side, his sister-in-law, Zhou Yali, broke the silence. Chang, at your age, why haven't you gotten married? Haven't you met anyone suitable? Are you too ambitious? Or is it something else? Chapter 144 I have a bigger house. Everyone perked up. They felt that Zhou Yali had asked to the point. It's really not very common not to get married at that age. This Chang doesn't have any hidden health problems, does he? Chang Yuan looked at Zhou Yali very frankly. Auntie, I just got divorced. Ahem. Sparing Zhou Yali's eight-sidedness, she was almost choked by Chang Yuan's answer. The relatives around them even looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. Or a divorced one. They Nana is so young and pretty. Why should she find a divorcee? Zhou Yalan and Huang Nana's father. Huang Binghui's face turned as gloomy as ink. If not for so many relatives, it is estimated to have exploded. Zhang Shuao's face was also very ugly, and her old man, Huang Jiafeng, was even more furious with his beard sticking up. Nana Huang hurriedly stood out to explain for Chang Yuan. I don't blame my father for the divorce. It was his ex-wife who cheated on him. However, I have to thank Far Brother's ex-wife. If she hadn't cheated on me, I wouldn't have had the chance to get together with Far Brother. Ex-wife cheating? Huang Nana's elders looked at Chang Yuan with a slightly eased gaze. This is also a poor man. Huang Yali continued. Xiao Chang, do you and your ex-wife have any children? Chang Yuan answered frankly. There is a daughter, currently with me, in the middle class of kindergarten. Have a daughter. And with him, Nana is just getting married and becoming a stepmom. Zhou Yalan only felt a blackness before her eyes and almost fainted. Thanks to Huang Binghui holding her up. Huang Jiafeng angry blowing beard and eyes. This if the village old brothers know their granddaughter looking for a baby second marriage man. This face where to put it. Huang Jiafeng's personal cultivation is not bad. Did not rush Chang Yuan to attack, but twisted his head to scold his son and daughter-in-law in a bad mood. I'll let you guys push Nana to get married all day long. Are you satisfied now? Found a 2. Huang Jiafeng glanced at Chang Yuan and didn't finish his sentence. Nana Huang was very defensive of Chang Yuan. What's wrong with a second marriage? Nowadays there are a lot of premarital cohabitation. What's the difference with marriage? It's just one less marriage license. Joy is a very sweet and well-behaved little girl. I love her. How risky is having a baby these days? I circumvented it straight away. Plus, there's no digging for poop and pee. How cool am I? Zhou Yalan had just woken up, and when she heard Huang Nana's words, she almost turned her back in anger again. Nonsense. Nana, isn't this nonsense? Ask your elders. Are you and Chang suitable? Nana Huang didn't budge at all and locked eyes with Zhou Yalan. Mom, getting married is my business. It's just a matter of what I feel is right for me. Why should I ask others if it's right for me? It's not like the elders are getting married for me. You. Huang Binghui didn't want his wife and daughter to fight in front of so many people and hurriedly pulled his wife back. Chang, most of our family are senior intellectuals, still relatively enlightened. As long as Nana recognizes you, we won't object. But, Chang Yuan met Huang Binghui's eyes quite frankly. Uncle, feel free to say anything. Huang Binghui nodded and continued. We only have one daughter, Nana, and we don't want her to suffer. Xiao Chang, you're carrying a child now, and if you and Nana get together, you'll have at least one more child in the future. You'll also need to hire someone to help watch the child. The home has to have at least 4 rooms, and it has to be a school district house. Usually a suite of 4 has to be above 160. Do you have a house with 160? Zhou Yalan quietly gave her husband a thumbs up. It's still got to be the old yellow one. Having made such a difficult request, can Chang back off now? Chang Yuan shook his head quite frankly. Uncle, I don't have a 160 house. However, there is a 140 in the royal garden. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Yali. 140 is a bit small, but you can replace it if you have a royal garden. Enough to replace a 4-bedroom. Huang Nana's relative's pupils flickered slightly. The royal garden is more than 10 years ago. Qingdao more high-end neighborhoods. Even if the price of housing is now downward, each square meter has to be more than 40. 000 yuan. A house at 140, Imperial Park is almost twice as expensive as this side of town. It seems that this Xiao Cheng's financial strength can be Huang Binghui couldn't help but frown. He had just deliberately raised a relatively high request, hoping to make Cheng Yuan know better. I didn't realize that Cheng Yuan had a house in the royal garden. It's like lifting a rock and stoning yourself. Cheng Yuan looked at Zhou Yali with a smile. Auntie, there's no need to be so troublesome. In fact, I still have a set of bigger house. The rooms are definitely enough. Ha! The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. This Cheng has a house? Bigger than this one at the royal parks? Zhou Yali subconsciously asked. Which neighborhood? How big is it? Cheng Yuan answered truthfully. No. 8, Liang Road. Around 600 square feet. I think. No. 8, Liang Road? 600 square feet or so? Zhou Yali only felt a little lack of oxygen in her brain. It's all a bit skeptical. Zhou Yalan would not be dizzy anymore and her face would not be black. Fearing that she had heard wrongly, she asked very urgently. Xiao Chang, you are not kidding, right? You have a house on no. 8, Liang Road? Or 600 square feet? Auntie, how could I make such a joke? If I don't have a house, wouldn't it be revealing to go over there and take a look? Cheng Yuan was so certain. The relatives were all nonplussed. I'm going to go for it. No. 8, Liang Road is the most high-end luxury residential neighborhood on Qingdao. Bar none. It's said to start at a minimum of 80,000 a square meter. Among them, the king of the building was even speculated to 150,000 to 160,000 yuan per square meter. Even the smallest flat costs more than $20 million. 600 square feet. Even at the lowest unit price, it's $500 million. So how much is Qing worth? At least over 100 million ya. Is a 10-year age difference too much for a billionaire? It's not too much. There must be countless little vixens pouncing upwards raw. For a while, no one dared to speak out of turn. In the end, Zhang Xuehua broke the silence. Anyway, she was older and wasn't afraid of losing face. Shang, it just so happens that we have time now. Is it convenient to visit your house? Normally, it is inconvenient. After all, Shen Manwen was now renovating his house. I don't know when I'm going to kill it. This would be embarrassing if it were Ashura. But now, Shen Manwen was overconsumed and sleeping soundly. Then again, after waking up from her sleep, she was going to handle matters related to the purchase of the house. Definitely didn't have time to come over and decorate the house. Seeing Cheng Yuan hesitate, Nana Huang's heart thumped. Bad. Happy's dad should have blown it. She seemed to have heard a few parents who were close to Lele's mom discuss that Lele's dad had given almost all of the family assets to his ex-wife in order to get Lele over. How can Lok Lok's dad afford a house at no. 8, Liang Road? And it's still 600 square feet? Grandma, it's Cheng Yuan's first time at home. How can you make such a request? Besides, Cheng Yuan has to receive clients in the afternoon, so he won't have time to look at houses. Let's do it next time. We'll look at the house next time. After saying that, Nana Huang even squeezed her eyes at Cheng Yuan with a smug look on her face, as if she was saying, how's it going? Is sis cooperating well? However, what Nana Huang didn't expect was that Cheng Yuan didn't seem to see her hint and looked at Zhang Xuehua with a smile. Grandma, if you're interested, feel free to come visit anytime, and hosting clients can be scheduled for another time. Chapter 145, My little sister doesn't mind being a stepmother. Huang Nana's whole body was bad. What's the situation with Lele's dad? She's trying so hard to get out of it. Why is she going forward? What would happen if the elders actually went over to see it? Huang Nana's sister-in-law Zhou Yali tugged on Zhou Yalan's arm. It just so happens that today is a day off and we all have time. Big sister, why don't we go and take a look together? Zhou Yalan actually wanted to go very much, and since her little sister had mentioned it, she nodded without hesitation. Then go check it out. Huang Binghui hammered out. After watching it just so happens to be the mealtime, just so happens to have a meal together. Nana Huang was simply going crazy. You're really going? Nana Huang kept passing her eyes to Cheng Yuan, hoping that he would make up an excuse to get away with it. However, Cheng Yuan didn't pick up on her signals at all and looked at the elders quite frankly. Chef 8 in front of no. 8 on Liang Road is good. I can book a private room in advance. Saying that, Cheng Yuan picked up his cell phone and called Little Kitchen no. 8. The phone was quickly answered, and a soft voice came. Mr. Chang, is there any change in the evening's reservation? There's no change in the evening's reservation, and I'll get an extra table at noon. About how many? 16 or so. Okay, Mr. Chang, is the second floor holding stone lounge okay? Could be. This gave Nana Huang an oh-no. Brother Farley, there aren't that many people in my house? Why did you book a table for 16? Cheng Yuan explained with a smile. Nana, This is what you don't understand. Say a few more people. The reserved room will be a bit bigger and more spacious. The room is free anyway. Why don't you want a bigger one? A look of realization dawned on the faces of the crowd. Learn a handful. Chung Yuan hung up the phone and made an invitation with a smile. The private room has been booked, so let's leave now. Chung Yuan was so calm that the crowd looked at each other. Is he really the owner of No. 8, Liang Road? Nana Huang was in a hurry. Brother, are you addicted to acting? If you really have a house at No. 8, Liang Road, how dare your wife cuckold you? I've heard the parents group talk about your seafood cafeteria closing down. However, with so many elders watching, Nana Huang was anxious but had no way out. After getting in the car, Nana Huang finally couldn't hold it in. Daddy Lele, you've gone a bit too far with this drama. How are you going to round it up? Can you really conjure up a house at No. 8, Liang Road? Chung Yuan grinned. Don't panic, the house is really there. Nana Huang blinked her big beautiful eyes a few times, thinking she saw through everything. Lele dad, you can surprisingly, you have a friend like the owner of No. 8, Liang Road, and he's happy to lend you his house. Chang Yuan rolled his eyes without any good humor. Nana, you're overthinking it. The house is really mine, not my friend's. And again, watch what you call yourself and don't slip up later. Cut. You just blow it. I get it. Did you show us the model home? How much favor did you give the real estate consultant? I'll reimburse you later. Chang Yuan was helpless. How could he tell the truth and Huang Nana just didn't believe it? Nana, I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm actually a billionaire. I have over $100 million in cash lying on my bank card. Fixed assets to name a few. Cut. Chung Yuan's honesty only got him a big blank stare. Soon, Liang Road 8 arrived. Nana Huang's heart hangs in the air. The elders' cars are following behind. In case Chang Yuan couldn't open the door, or even enter the neighborhood, it would be a great shame. The good thing was that Nana Huang's worries were completely overblown. The security guard standing guard at the entrance immediately bowed respectfully when he saw Chang Yuan's car. With a tick, the basement identification system recognized the license plate and the lift lever opened. Chung Yuan didn't drive into the basement, but rolled down the window and said in a harmonious voice, "The 4 cars in the back, they are all my guests. Release them all." "Yes, Mr. Chang." It was only then that Chung Yuan drove into the basement, taking the convoy behind him and heading towards his parking space with great vigor. Nana Huang's sister-in-law's family and Nana Huang's parents carpooled in the same car. Lin Hai, Nana Huang's sister-in-law's husband, sat in the passenger seat. The two sisters, Zhou Yal and Zhou Yali, were sitting in the back seat of the car whispering. "Yoo-hoo!" The security guard actually opened the door. "I told you, Xiao Chang looks quite rich. He shouldn't have lied to us. He really is the owner of No. 8, Liang Road." Zhou Yalan did not have the good sense to give Zhou Yali a blank look. Who wouldn't know how to put a horse after a horse? Who was the first to question Qing just now? Zhou Yalan didn't reveal her good sister and just sighed. Zhou Yali asked with a puzzled face. "Sister, we've already entered the neighborhood. There's no need to suspect Xiao Chang. Why are you still sad?" "I'm not doubting whether Xiao Chang is rich or not. I'm just worried that Nana will be wronged by following Xiao Chang. Nana the child is too well protected by us." "Don't worry sis. From the looks of his face, Xiao Chang is a good person to get along with and should treat Nana well. Nana will just wait to marry into a rich family and enjoy her fortune. Let's hope." Boom! Huang Binghui slapped the steering wheel hard and said in a displeased tone, "Can you two have some proper values? Does having money mean everything? My Nana is so young, so beautiful, and she's still taking the establishment exam. If she gets into the establishment, she's properly the ceiling of the marriage market in Qingdao. Why bother going to be a stepmother to someone?" Lin Hai, who had been sitting in the co-pilot without saying anything, suddenly smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, if you guys can't see Xiao Chang, my little sister just doesn't have a date. My little sister is 4 years younger than Xiao Chang, doesn't mind Xiao Chang being divorced with a baby and doesn't mind being a stepmother." Zhou Yalan was a bit anxious. "Lin Hai, what do you mean? I'm still sitting here. Are you planning to rob my son-in-law openly?" "Sis, isn't this brother-in-law who doesn't fancy other people's Xiao Chang? Who told you old Huang didn't have eyes for Chang? He's just being tough-talking and dying to save face. Everything depends on Nana." Chung Yuan parked his car, and Huang Binghui drove over and rolled down the window and asked, "Chang, which parking spaces are available? It won't let us move the car in a while, will it?" Chung Yuan pointed to the 9 parking spaces next to him and said with a smile, "Uncle, these are my parking spaces, so feel free to park." Huang Binghui was confused. The other relatives were confused. All these parking spaces belonged to Chung Yuan? You must have spent $2 million on the parking space alone. The crowd parked their cars and followed Chung Yuan up the elevator. The elevator at No. 8 Liang Road is exceptionally luxurious, even more so than the elevator of a 5-star hotel. To a certain extent, the crowd couldn't help but marvel. High-end neighborhoods are just not the same, and the elevators have such upscale wood finishes. Yeah, this elevator is big and stable and safe. Soon the elevator doors opened. The grand entrance door once again subdued the crowd. It was the first time they had ever seen such a large, imposing door in a cell block. Also, the doorway is quite luxurious. The tiles are surprisingly made of alabaster. It was a downgrade from the 31 pieces of broken tile in their rundown neighborhood. If the outside is so exaggerated, how luxurious must the inside be? The crowd didn't dare to take a breath. The feeling was like a small family in ancient times, coming to the government office. Zhou Yalan looked to both sides, not seeing the second entry door, and asked with interest, Xiao Chang, is your place a one-staircase home? Isn't this space in the corridor outside also usable? Cheng Yuan smiled faintly. Auntie, my side is a 2-staircase apartment. Chapter 146, My little sister can help Nana suffer from this. Gah! Everyone was in a state of shock. A staircase is a bit of a luxury for all of them. I can't believe this side of the building has 2 staircases? That's a bit extravagant, isn't it? And all the corridors outside are your space too? In theory, yes. The crowd was silent. This space in the outside corridor alone must be 50 or 60 square feet, right? I can't understand the world of the rich and powerful. With a dripping sound, Cheng Yuan brushed open the entry door with his pupil and invited with a smile. Grandparents, aunts and uncles, elders, please come in. The crowd hesitated, filled with awe of the unknown. Chang, do you need to change your shoes? There doesn't seem to be any slippers at the door. Cheng Yuan laughed. This house has just been bought. There are no customized cabinets yet. There is no need to change shoes. Just come in directly. And when you turn around to move in, look for the cleaning to clean it. After speaking, Cheng Yuan once again made an inviting gesture. Everyone, please come in. Upon entering, the crowd was once again shocked. Although they had already done the mental construction that Cheng Yuan's house was likely to be very large, they were still shocked beyond belief after really seeing it with their own eyes. The floor height is too high, isn't it? It's too spacious, isn't it? This living room alone must be 100 square feet, right? And this floor-to-ceiling window is just stunning. How in the world can there be such a big glass? In this instant, a strong sense of powerlessness surfaced in everyone's hearts. Even if they struggled for their whole life and didn't eat or drink, they couldn't afford to buy such a top-class mansion. At the thought of Nana Huang having the opportunity to live in such a mansion, Zhou Yalan couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Even the cold ice on Huang Binghui's face melted quite a bit. It can be seen that the top mansion on Qingdao caused him a great spiritual impact. Huang Binghui and Zhou Yalan glanced at each other and instantly understood each other's thoughts. What's the holdup here? Previously, she was worried that her daughter would be unhappy if she married a second marriage man with a baby like Cheng Yuan, and she would worry that Cheng Yuan would treat her badly. But after seeing this house, they seem to have fantasized about their daughter's future life. 3 meals a day are served with a nanny. There are housekeeping aunts for cleaning. A full-time driver is available for trips. Her daughter's only worry was how to keep up her face and figure, and how to maintain her attraction to Cheng Yuan. Every day I get a beauty treatment, practice yoga, and then I just shop and kill time. The worst case scenario is that in the future, the daughter will be old and Cheng Yuan will have a new love. But so what? Living in a mansion like this, with people serving food and clothing and traveling? Does it matter if you have a husband at home? Men are creatures. So get out of here. Don't disturb your daughter's life as a rich wife. Lin Hai came up next to Huang Binghui and bumped his shoulder. Brother, if you really don't want to aggravate Nana, my little sister can help Nana suffer this aggravation. Really? Huang Binghui rolled his eyes without any good reason. This Lin Hai, he's really planning to dig in, isn't he? Hai Z, you've watched Nana grow up. Don't you know what kind of character Nana has? She's stubborn. When she recognizes something, when she recognizes someone, she can't be pulled back by 8 oxen, and we can't do anything about it anyway. It's her choice. She deserves whatever she gets in the future. Zhou Yalan quietly gave Huang Binghui a thumbs up. Old Huang is right. If Nana is aggrieved and cries home in the future, we may not take her in. It's all her own choice. All the consequences will be borne by herself. Zhou Yalan said mercilessly on her mouth. But in her heart, she was calculating that she had to let Nana grow up, and it would be best if she would quickly give birth to Xiao Chang's child. Xiao Chang is in such a good condition. He can't let some other demonic take it away from him. Lin Hai turned around on the balcony and turned his head to ask, Xiao Chang, this house of yours is so big, the property fee alone must be tens of thousands of dollars a year, right? I'm not really sure how much of this. When I bought the house, I was given 2 years free on the property. Lin Hai asked the property fee as an entry point. Since it has opened the box, Lin Hai began to lead to their own professional. Shang, I do whole house customization. If you are relieved, you can give me the job of customizing the cabinets, and I will definitely give you the best environmentally friendly materials and give you the lowest quote. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, but the whole house customization job has been wrapped up. Chang Yuan refused without hesitation. On the one hand, he didn't know Lin Hai very well. On the other hand, if this was wrapped up for Lin Hai, he would definitely run into Shin Manhwan, and then he would be exposed. Lin Hai's face showed a look of regret beyond measure. It was too bad. It would have been better if Nana had led Chang Yuan home earlier. For this job, you can make at least $100,000. Shang, which decoration company did you find? It seems to be Tenga. Lin Hai sighed again. Tanya Space Design ranked in the top 3 in the industry in Qingdao, and a small company like his couldn't even grab it. With the attitude of giving it a final try, Lin Hai continued to ask, Xiao Chang, how much did Tanya offer you? Did it have to be $500,000 or $600,000? Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Tanya's current quotation hadn't been given out yet. However, this was hard to beat. This matter has been given to my assistant to take full responsibility. I'm not really sure about Tanya's offer. However, I'll give my assistant a budget of $50 million. Ahem. Lin Hai choked on his own saliva. Xiao Chang, did I hear you right? You said $50 million? Yeah, $50 million. Gulp. Lin Hai swallowed furiously. A few people next to him came up with curious faces. Hi Z, what are you guys talking about? What $50 million? The corners of Lin Hai's mouth kept twitching. Xiao Chang said that his budget for renovating the house was $50 million. $50 million? Everyone was once again dumbfounded, with a look of disbelief. This house has been delivered with hardcover. Just order some cabinets, with furniture and appliances and you're ready to live. How can you spend so much money? Hi Z, you're in the whole house customization business. Can you make a $50 million proposal? Lin Hai shook his head with a bitter smile. The biggest order I've ever done was only $2 million. A $50 million budget is indeed a bit difficult for me. No wonder Xiao Chang is looking for Tanya to do this job. It's rumored that Tanya took over the manor's decoration. Zhou Yalan was worried that Chang Yuan had been cheated and kindly reminded him. Xiao Chang, whole house customization and soft furnishings can't cost this much, right? Do you want your sister-in-law's husband to help you come up with a set of plans, so you can appropriately scale down your budget a bit? Chang Yuan smiled faintly. Auntie, I was worried that $50 million wasn't quite enough, but now I've spent close to $10 million. Already spent close to $10 million? Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at each other. Originally, they felt that Chang Yuan was quite down to earth. So why did he suddenly blow up? Just as the crowd was full of questions about Chang Yuan, Zhou Yali's voice came from the bedroom. Sister, come to the master bedroom quickly and take a look. This mattress is so comfortable. Chapter 147, $3 million a mattress. Zhou Yalan was obviously more interested in the mattress, and walked quickly towards the master bedroom, and the others followed Zhou Yalan's footsteps. Upon entering the master bedroom, the crowd was once again dumbfounded, because this master bedroom is so big that the crowd can't even imagine it. It's like a mini basketball court. Right in the center of the room was a queen-sized bed with a high-grade looking mattress. Zhou Yali sat on the mattress, full of excitement, waving towards the crowd. Zhou Yalan walked up and said in a slightly reproachful tone, Little sister, people's Xiao Chang's mattress, they haven't used it themselves, how can you sit on it? Zhou Yali laughed. Sister, it hasn't been unpacked yet, there's plastic film on it, it's not dirty, Chang and Nana won't mind, right? How dare Nana Huang answer? She, the hostess experience card, is only available for 1 day. Chang Yuan laughed. Don't mind. Everyone feel free to sit and lie down. Getting Chang Yuan's reply, Zhou Yali laid down without any politeness at all. Sis, people don't mind Xiao Chang. You come over and experience it too. And Nana, you also come over and try it out. After all, you're going to sleep on this mattress in the future. Zhou Yalan hesitated for a moment, but eventually convinced herself that it was just a way to help her daughter inspect the goods. Zhou Yalan sat up. It is indeed quite comfortable. Nana Huang's head was as big as a bucket. Lele's dad was making too much effort. The elders were all captured. What can we do when we break up in the future? Nana Huang squeezed out a very forced smile and walked up and sat down on the mattress. It's so cozy. If only this mattress really belonged to her. But alas, her hostess experience card was soon to expire. Zhou Yali rolled twice on the bed and sat up, looking at Chang Yuan with anticipation. Chang, where did you buy this mattress? Chang Yuan answered truthfully. This mattress was bought at the Heston store in Hisense Plaza. Hisense Plaza? The hopefulness on Zhou Yali's face obviously faded a bit. because Hisense Plaza was the highest-end mall in Qingdao, and most of the things inside were very expensive. However, Zhou Yali still asked with a last hope. She had already thought about it. As long as it didn't exceed $10,000, she would buy one back. After all, this mattress is just too comfortable. What series is this? How much is one? Vividus series, 3 million apiece. 3 million apiece? Zhou Yali's eyes widened with disbelief. How could she not believe her own ears? Poverty limited her imagination. People can buy their family a suite with one mattress from Shaochang. Zhou Yalan jumped up as if electrocuted, then pulled Zhou Yali up with one hand. That's a $3 million mattress. Daughter's not asleep yet. It can't be broken by your little sister. Huang Nana was also startled and subconsciously wanted to stand up. However, once she thought that she was Cheng Yuan's girlfriend, if she stood up now, she would definitely be exposed. Nana Huang could only continue to sit on the mattress with a stiff upper lip. Zhou Yali couldn't comprehend a mattress of 3 million apiece and asked cautiously, Shang, you won't be cheated by your assistant, right? Are you sure this mattress is $3 million apiece? Cheng Yuan smiled faintly. No, my assistant wouldn't lie to me. But, Lin Hai, who had pulled his wife aside, took 2 steps forward to check the lagoon the mattress's outer wrapping film. This is the same model as the Swedish royal family. It does cost millions apiece. Lin Hai, after all, comes from a whole house customization background, and when he opened his mouth to confirm the value of the mattress, no one doubted it any longer. Zhou Yali sighed quietly. I now finally understand why Chang needs a $50 million budget to renovate a house. Just one mattress is $3 million. This house has at least 5 or 6 bedrooms, so just the mattress alone is $20 million. Cheng Yuan corrected with a smile. Just the master bedroom and the daughter's room use the same model as the royal family. The other rooms use the ordinary version of the Vividus series. 5 mattresses, a total of $9 million, but also gave the bed body headboard as well as the bed 4-piece set. It was clear that Cheng Yuan was correcting that it didn't cost that much, and the crowd was still shocked. What kind of strength is this Chang? 9 million for the mattress alone. The gazes of all the relatives looking at Zhou Yalan were all filled with envy. Why didn't they produce a daughter as beautiful as Nana? Why didn't their family have such a powerful ride? Zhou Yalan couldn't be more satisfied with Cheng Yuan. She definitely wasn't because Cheng Yuan was rich, but because Cheng Yuan was down to earth and steady, and, still, good-faced and would definitely treat her daughter well. Lin Hai laughed. Nana, this mattress has many modes. Try switching them and see which one is the most comfortable. How dare Nana Huang try? Joy's dad is just her shield. She has to know the difference. You're lucky enough to be able to sit on the same mattress as the royals. Geez, sister-in-law, better leave us some privacy, Zhou Yali said with a smile. Nana is right. This kind of thing should be studied in private by the two of them, so that it is interesting. Cheng Yuan's mind conjured up the situation of studying mattress patterns with Shin Manwan, and his heart was vaguely expectant. In fact, he wouldn't mind working on it with Mr. Huang. Unfortunately, he's just a shield. Zhou Yali's words caused a good-natured laugh, and all the elders looked at Cheng Yuan and Huang Nana with the eyes of those who had come before them. Cheng Yuan is okay. Huang Nana has a thin skin, and she is so shy that she can't wait to find a crack in the ground. Nana Huang winced and flopped onto the mattress with some embarrassment. In the next second, Nana Huang's little nose opened and closed a few times, vaguely smelling a hint of an odd flavor. Soon, Nana Huang saw a few drops of dark red blood on the packaging film, and Nana Huang raised her hand to point at the blood stains. Fargo, why is there blood on the mattress's outer wrapping film? Cheng Yuan's brain buzzed and almost exploded. This should be Shun Manwan's drop red. Must have left a little residue from last night's darkness when I didn't wipe it off. Cheng Yuan hurriedly fished out a pack of wet wipes from his pocket and wiped the blood stains clean. Clearly a nervous batch inside. Cheng Yuan's face was very calm. The delivery master accidentally cut his hand when he unpacked it, and it should have been accidentally rubbed on by the delivery master. The crowd did not suspect anything and continued to visit all parts of the house. It was a full half hour before the crowd stopped visiting with some interest. Huang Nana's grandmother, Zhang Xuehua, looked at Cheng Yuan with a smile. Shang, this house of yours is very nice. Our whole family loves it. However, wifey, I have one last concern. I have only one granddaughter, Nana, who is the apple of my eye. This house is your premarital property. Nana has no guarantee with you. If you and Nana get married, can you put Nana's name on the house book? Then again, will you be impartial about the property? Chapter 148 Chang, you don't have to save money for uncle. The gazes of the crowd flickered a bit, and although they felt that the old lady was a bit abrupt and rude for asking this, no one questioned it. This is a concern for all of them. Chang's condition is fine, but many of these rich men or big bosses treat their relationships childishly, or maybe they're just playing with little girls. The house and car are premarital, and the property is either notarized or hidden. When you get tired of playing, you kick the bucket and end up getting nothing but a second wife. Nana Huang was anxious. Not to mention, Joy's dad is just her shield. Even if Lele's dad is really her boyfriend. Grandma asking this kind of question, people will still be offended. Nana Huang hurriedly pulled Zhang Shuahua back. Grandma, don't give Brother Yuan a hard time. Brother Yuan and I simply like each other. I don't want this liking to be mixed with any impurities. After saying that, Nana Huang turned her head and looked at Cheng Yuan with an apologetic gaze. Brother Yuan, Grandma is unintentional. She's just too worried about me being cheated. Don't take offense. Cheng Yuan laughed. How can I see blame? It's normal for elders to have concerns. And here, I can respond positively. My wife's name will definitely appear on the housebook. As for whether the property will be notarized, this is something I have never considered. However, I did consider giving my wife at least $10 million of pocket money every month. $10 million a month for pocket money? All the relatives were shocked and their brains buzzed. This Nima, that's a little too hoity-toity, isn't it? Cheng Yuan's promise put all the hearts of all Nana Huang's relatives in her stomach. With a name on the real estate license and $10 million in pocket money every month. What more bike do you need? Not to mention $10 million a month. $10,000 a month pocket money. They all think it's quite a lot. The only problem now is to hurry up and get Nana and Ching to get a license before the night gets too long. It would be a shame if such a good son-in-law was snatched away by another goblin. Zhang Shuahua was satisfied with Cheng Yuan's answer and smiled from ear to ear. How she looked at this granddaughter-in-law. Zhang Shuahua took Cheng Yuan's chubby hand and looked at him with love. Good boy. Xiao Chang. You're such a good boy. Destined to be our son-in-law. When are your elders free? Let's both families sit together and finalize this. Nana Huang's face turned a little green. Grandma is too direct and too eager, isn't she? I thought that I would find a divorced man with a baby and just deal with it. As long as I could get through this difficult situation in front of me. The family definitely didn't agree with her and Cheng Yuan. After some tugging and pulling, her preparation was done. In time, when you go to work in another organization, far away from home, you won't have so many people urging you to get married. How could she not have imagined that Cheng Yuan, a fat divorced man with a baby, would not follow the rules? Surprisingly, he showed his cards straight away. He's a billionaire, a combo that knocked out all of her elders. This girlfriend experience card of hers, it's only for today. How should she deal with her elders in the future? If you can't, find a way to renew this girlfriend experience card? At the very least, it should be renewed until the end of the preparation exam. Grandma, Cheng Yuan and I have just finalized our relationship. It's far from time to talk about marriage. When the time is ripe, uncle and aunt will naturally come. Zhang Shuahua also felt that she seemed to be in a bit of a hurry and laughed. Nana, you can't blame Grandma for this. If you want to blame it, you should blame Xiao Cheng for being too good. Grandma likes him too much. Cheng Yuan laughed. Thanks for the compliment, Grandma. Huang Binghui looked at the time and said in a harmonious voice, it's almost dinner time. Didn't Xiao Chang book a room? Let's go and have a simple meal. Cheng Yuan harmonized. It's right next to the neighborhood. Under Cheng Yuan's leadership, the group walked out of No. 8 Liang Road and headed towards No. 8 Little Kitchen. While walking, Huang Binghui said in an undeniable tone, Xiao Chang, your first day following Nana home today. I'm the elder. This meal must be on me. You can't steal it from me. Cheng Yuan smiled and nodded. Good. Soon, the group walked into Kitchen 8. The staff warmly greeted him. Welcome to No. 8 Kitchen. Do you have a reservation? There's a reservation. Last name Chang. Hello Mr. Chang. This way on the second floor please. Huang Binghui was stunned. Should not first lead to order food? How to lead directly upstairs? Young man, don't rush upstairs yet. Take me to order first. The staff member was stunned and gave Huang Binghui a strange look. However, he had gone through strict induction training and did not say anything unpleasant. I'm sorry, sir, we can't order from Chef 8. Can't order? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Being whole kinda won't do it. Cheng Yuan smiled and explained. Uncle, little chef No. 8 side is eating at an even price. They will prepare the dishes according to a few different price points, and it's entirely up to fate as to what dishes you can eat. It's still possible? Also, what does it mean to eat the average price? Although the crowd didn't quite understand, they were too embarrassed to ask. After all, Lin Hai is in engineering. Once a client invited him to have a private dinner, Lin Hai smiled and stood out to popularize the relatives. That's how private kitchens work. Usually in several grades, like 188, 288 or something. Only 188 and 288? Huang Binghui immediately put his heart down. Cheng Yuan had already shown such amazing financial power. and he couldn't afford to drop the ball on his side. He had to earn enough face for his daughter. Huang Binghui looked at the staff with his hands behind his back, bullishly. Boy, put us in the highest gear. Yes, sir. Chang Yuan knew the consumption situation of No. 8 kitchen very well, and kindly advised, Uncle, we'll be fine with a basic stall, and with the highest stall, it's merely an eating gap. Huang Binghui waved his hand in an atmospheric manner. Xiao Chang, you don't need to think about saving money for your uncle. Your uncle still has the money to treat you to a meal, and your first time at the door, you must be served well. It must be of the highest grade. Huang Binghui had said so. Chang Yuan did not persuade anymore and followed Huang Binghui up the stairs. Huang Binghui has a few pounds. Zhou Yalan know exactly. She was worried about a moment Huang Binghui cannot get off the stage, and asked in a harmonious voice, Young man, where is the bathroom? Hello ma'am, the bathroom is this way. Zhou Yalan borrowed the urine and went to the bathroom to wash her hands, then came to the front desk, put on a very calm look and asked, How many kinds of stalls do you have in your house? Hello ma'am, we have a total of 5 stalls at Chef 8. 5 gears? If the first gear is 188, the fifth gear is 888 at most. 10 is 8,800, which is a bit much, but you can get it by biting your tongue. What is the exact price of each stall? The basic meal is 288 average price. The regular meal is 588 average price. The highest supreme meal is 888 average price. 8888 average price? Zhou Yalan suddenly felt that her brain was a little short of oxygen. There are a total of 12 people today. Wouldn't this meal cost $100? 000? A year's salary is gone. Chapter 149, Am I a Competent Shield? It took a great deal of perseverance for Zhou Yalan not to lose her temper and to control the urge to change the package a bit. If Cheng knew that she had secretly changed her package, she would definitely look down on her Nana. That's all. Just tough it out and go for it. A year's salary is a year's salary for Nana's sake. I hope Nana can really make things right with Chang. That way, she, as a mom, would be relieved. When Zhou Yalan returned to the box, the crowd had already been seated in groups of guests and hosts. Cheng Yuan was very understanding and sat at the lower head. Huang Nana sat beside Cheng Yuan with a lifeless face. She was now really guilty. We'll deal with it today, but what about later? Zhou Yalan sat next to Huang Binghui, smilingly entertained the relatives, and could not see any problems from the surface. But how well does Anthony Wong know his wife? A quick glance showed that Zhou Yalan was forcing a smile. Huang Binghui lowered his voice and asked in a low voice in Zhou Yalan's ear. Yalan, what's wrong? Zhou Yalan whispered. Lao Huang, today's meal is not cheap. I lost a year's salary. A large, fine cold sweat broke out on Huang Binghui's head. What do you mean, wife? $100,000 for this meal? No wonder Chang just suggested he take the basic set. However, the pretending out then, through gritted teeth, must continue to pretend. Besides, it's to support your daughter, so you should never drop the ball. Huang Binghui lowered his voice and said, Anyway, we don't have a son, and we only have this one daughter, so let's spend more. Zhou Yalan nodded gently. Sister, brother-in-law, what are you two muttering about? Naturally, Huang Binghui would not explain, but smiled and changed the topic. This little chef No. 8 is doing so well. We're both working on how much it would cost to open such a restaurant. The crowd took it at face value and voiced their opinions. I think it needs at least $5 million, right? Such a big place. The rent alone has to be tens of millions, right? The renovation would also have to be several $100,000, and the workers' wages, and the ingredients and stuff. That's quite a lot of money too. Nana Huan's brother-in-law's eyes lit up. 5 million is fine. With an average price of at least 188, and almost a full house, the turnover of just one meal at noon would be several $100,000, and after deducting all kinds of expenses, it would be able to return to the capital in 1 or 2 years. Why don't we also pool our money to open such a private kitchen? For a while, many people's eyes looked towards Cheng Yuan, hoping that this tycoon would take the lead in getting it on. Cheng Yuan laughed. 5 million is not enough. I'm afraid. This side of the street houses are only for sale but not for rent. To get such a private kitchen, you need to buy at least 2 street houses, at least $50 million. You need at least $50 million? The crowd instantly subsided. If it's $5 million, they'll have a chance to get it up if they get a few families together and Cheng Yuan contributes a little more. For $50 million, it's better to wash your hands of it. Chang, $25 million for a building along the street? How do you know? Cheng Yuan pointed through the window to the 2 buildings along the street diagonally opposite. Those 2 buildings along the street are mine for a total of $50 million. Crowd. If it was before seeing Cheng Yuan's mansion, the crowd might have questioned it. He bought a mansion of over $100 million, And the decoration costs $50 million. So what's wrong with buying two $50 million houses along the street? It's normal, okay? Huang Binghui and Zhou Yalan tacitly glanced at each other. This hairy-footed son-in-law of their family is too powerful. Today this 100,000 yuan meal money is definitely worth spending. Chang Yuan, the shield, was absolutely dutiful. Almost all the elders were taken care of. Almost all the male elders, all put down. The female elders were also satisfied with Chang Yuan's performance. The meal lasted until after 2 o'clock and was a great success. Normally, Chang Yuan was a shield, and this meal shouldn't be his treat. However, Nana Huang was Lele's homeroom teacher. So how could Chang Yuan miss this opportunity to make a good relationship? Chang Yuan took the opportunity to pee and went to settle the bill. When Zhou Yalan went to check out, she got the news that the bill had already been settled, and her favorable impression of Chang Yuan increased by a large margin. Zhou Yalan purposely pulled Nana Huang to her side and urged with a serious face, "Nana, when you get married in the future, you can't be as willful as when you were at home. You have to be gentler and more tolerant. Chang must have a lot of troubles at work, and the little home of the two of you is the warmest harbor for him. You're going to take the patience you had with the kids and bring it out with Ching. Do you hear me?" Then again, Mom knows that it's not easy to be a stepmother. But, day by day, I heard that Lele is still a student of yours, so you have to get on good terms with Lele from now on, and make sure that Lele accepts you as a stepmother. Nana Huang was so depressed she wanted to kill herself. If she had known that Chang Yuan was so powerful, she wouldn't have dared to let him be a shield. Who knew that Chang Yuan had easily taken her fussy mom and dad in his stride? This is already teaching her to teach her husband to teach her children. I know. Ching has been drinking, so take Ching home. Good. Chang Yuan, adhering to the attitude of doing the whole show, politely said goodbye to Nana Huang's elders and sent them to the car before he breathed a little sigh of relief. Soon, the Huang family's convoy disappeared around the corner. Chang Yuan turned his head and asked in an inviting tone, "Mr. Huang, am I a competent shield?" Huang Nana smiled bitterly and looked at Chang Yuan with a complicated gaze. "Happy dad, the word competent can't be worthy of the play you just did. You definitely played super just now. You've made me fulfill my childhood princess dream today, although it was a bit short, just a day of experiencing the life of a princess. Now the time has come to wake up from the dream. Bye, my boyfriend for a day." For some reason, Nana Huang suddenly felt her eyes get a little hot, and she was suddenly a little reluctant to give up. At this moment, she still didn't know whether she was reluctant to let go of her princess-like life or Chang Yuan as her temporary boyfriend. While there's still time, boyfriend, you haven't hugged me yet. Hug it out. Nana Huang offered to stretch out her hands. As a mature and dedicated good man, Chang Yuan would not miss this kind of opportunity. Chang Yuan put on an appearance of being a bit into the drama, and forcefully held Huang Nana in his arms, sniffing the fresh fragrance of his hair, incomparably intoxicated. "Nana, in fact, the princess dream can still continue. I can have value-added services as a blocker, so if you need anything in the follow-up, just talk to me." Nana Huang's petite body visibly trembled and almost blurted out, "Happy dad, you're divorced and I happen to not have a boyfriend. Why don't we try to get along?" It took a great deal of perseverance for Nana Huang to control this impulse, letting go of Chang Yuan and waving her hand in a very spontaneous manner. "I don't want to get really caught up in it. Goodbye my competent boyfriend." Chapter 150. Look at Sister Man's awareness. After saying that, Nana Huang turned around and walked away. Chang Yuan hurriedly stopped her. "Mr. Huang, won't you take me home? I've been drinking." Huang Nana glared at Chang Yuan without a good mood. This bad guy, he was messing with her again. She really didn't want to get caught up in it. Didn't want to become the rich man's vassal and plaything. "Happy dad, why don't I call a chauffeur for you?" Seeing that Huang Nana really wanted to draw a line, Chang Yuan didn't dwell on it. Anyway, she was Lele's homeroom teacher, so there would be plenty of time later. "No, I'll just go lie down in the car for a while." Huang Nana took a taxi and left. Chang Yuan returned to the car, flattened the seat and fell into a deep sleep. The other side. Hail Intercontinental Hotel, Presidential Suite. Shen Manwen subconsciously turned around, but didn't hug that big soft white. After a half-second pause, Shen Manwen violently opened her eyes, bewildered by the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings of the room. Consciousness gradually returned. Shen Manwen patted her chest with a look of fear. Fortunately, this was a hotel room. "I thought everything last night was a dream, but it turned out that everything last night was not a dream." Shen Manwen grabbed her cell phone and looked at the time. "Days. It's noon." Shen Manwen struggled to sit up, but tugged at the injury, and her eyebrows knitted tightly. Shen Manwen vaguely regretted a little. Should not rely on the talent of the dance student. relying on the physical quality of the daily fitness exercise to show off. Ate a little too much last night. Comfort is really comfortable, but the pain is also real. Shen Manwen sent a message to Chang Yuan. Brother Chang, is the fitness class over? What are your plans for the afternoon? Chang Yuan was entertaining Nana Huang's family and didn't return the message. As a good sister who understood and behaved well, Shen Manwen resisted the urge to call Chang Yuan. Ding dong. Shen Manwen received a message. Shen Manwen fixed her eyes on the message from Wanling. Scroll up for a dozen. Shen Manwen grinned. Thanks to her wit. Last night, in order not to disturb her and Chang Yuan's wedding night, she put her cell phone on silent. Otherwise, it must be disturbed by Wanling. Sister Man, what's the situation? Why aren't you back so late? Sister Man, why haven't you been home all night? Why don't you give me a message back? Sister Man, you wouldn't have gone to a hotel with Brother Chang, would you? Sister Mangwen, even if you did go to the hotel, you're still awake now, right? Shen Manwen was worried that Wanling had reported to the police in a hurry and hurriedly sent a message back to Wanling. Ling, I'm fine. Wanling sent a video pop-up directly. Shen Manwen hesitated for a moment, but finally answered. After all, she and Wanling were roommates, best friends by far, and she couldn't hide something like this from her. Soon, Wanling's slightly anxious face appeared on the cell phone screen. After seeing clearly that it was indeed Shen Manwen, Wanling was slightly relieved. Sister Man, you're alive. I thought something had happened to you or that you had been kidnapped. If you hadn't answered my video pop-up just now, I would have called the police. Shen Manwen laughed. Ling, you have a rich imagination. After Wanling's mood relaxed, she began to observe the environment Shen Manwen was in and realized that the other party was inside a very luxurious room. Sister Man, you didn't really go to a hotel with Brother Chang, did you? Shen Manwen nodded her head quite frankly. Right. Wanling was silent, not knowing how to describe her feelings. There's happiness on behalf of a good friend and a bit of envy and jealousy. Why doesn't she have a godly boyfriend like Chang? Sister Man, Brother Chang has a luxury suite, right? Several $1,000s a night, right? Shen Manwen gently shook her head. Big Brother Chang opened the presidential suite. $28,000 a night. $28,000 a night. Wanling is a bit autistic. People Chang Big Brother and Manwen sister stay one night. It will cost her several months' salary. Congratulations, Sister Man. You finally managed to make it to the shore. Not to mention the presidential suite. Even the deluxe suite I've never stayed in before. Shen Manwen said in a harmonious voice. How hard can it be? If Ling is willing, she can move over and live with me. Wanling laughed bitterly. Sister Man, don't flirt with me. You're checking out soon, right? What am I going over there for? Shen Manwen laughed. Big Brother Chang contracted me for 3 months to facilitate my helping him decorate the house. 3 months. Wanling snapped her fingers and did some serious math, and came up with a number that shocked her greatly. 3 months is $2,400,000. Isn't it a bit too extravagant to bag this long-term rental? It's better to commute that money to you, and you can buy a smaller 2-bedroom apartment. Shen Manwen sighed. Why didn't she think so? But, as a good and understanding sister, how could she make such a request? It's true that it's a bit extravagant, but this is Brother Chang's intention, and I can't let Brother Chang down. Wanling compared a thumbs up. No wonder Big Brother Chang likes Sister Man so much. Look at the awareness of other Sister Man. She still has to learn from Man. Sister Man is right. Just follow Brother Chang's arrangements for everything. Shen Manwen smiled and invited. Ling, there are enough rooms over here anyway, so when Brother Chang doesn't come over in the future, you can come and stay with me. Wanling wanted to say, actually, I can go over there when Brother Chang is there. There are some things that I can share with Sister Man. Okay, Sister Maven. I'll be there as soon as I've had lunch. What's for lunch? Just come straight over. The Hale Intercontinental is giving away 2 restaurant season passes. Okay, I'm on my way. Shen Manwen called Wang Pichang and said politely, Mr. Wang, please help me prepare 2 lunches. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Shen. The Hale State Hotel is close to the Hilton. Wanling came quickly, taking less than 10 minutes to get here. Following the address given by Shen Manwen, Wanling arrived at the sub-penthouse and found the room. As soon as she entered, Wanling began to marvel non-stop. Oh my god, this presidential suite is just so big and beautiful. All those boyfriends I've had before, the most ostentatious one, only took me to a 600 a night executive suite once, and I've even stayed in a small hotel for 51 nights. And Big Brother Chang, he directly led you to the presidential suite. There's really no comparison between people. Shen Manwen raised an eyebrow. Ling, you changing men is like changing clothes. While you play with them, they are naturally playing with you. I'm not like you. I left my virginity to Brother Chang. Brother Chang naturally won't treat me badly. Of course, Shen Manwen wouldn't say this. Hey, actually I didn't want to live so extravagantly. But Big Brother Chang insisted on staying in the presidential suite and couldn't stop him. Wan Ling, Sister Man, this is now considered to be an official couple relationship with Big Brother Chang? Chapter 151, Sincerity is the strongest killing technique. Shen Manwen was silent for a few seconds. She wasn't sure if she was formalizing her relationship with Chung Yuan now. After all, it was she who took the initiative to seduce Chung Yuan last night. There was absolutely no love chasing between her and Chung Yuan. After it was over, Chung Yuan didn't give her any promises either. Of course, Shen Manwen won't show her timidity, and said very spontaneously, Ling, is it so important to be sure of the relationship? We women, the most beautiful time, just so many years, must not let down their youth. I just hope that during this time when we are still relatively good to each other, we can enjoy our lives, and with the help of Big Brother Chang, we can appreciate the scenery that we couldn't appreciate before. Even if you have to leave one day, don't leave any regrets. At the very least, you can be considered to have experienced the life of a godly magnate. Wan Ling frowned deeply, suddenly not so envious of Shen Manwen, and even a little sympathetic. Man, are you sure you won't have any regrets the day you leave? Brother Chang has brought you into the upper class. Can you still be willing to return to mediocrity? Shen Manwen smiled slightly. If she ran into a heartless kind of boss, she would definitely have regrets. But Chang's side doesn't need to worry at all. Okay? It's not yet how it is. $2 million of cars are given away. Shen Manwen is sure as well as certain that even if Brother Chang doesn't want her in the future, he will still arrange for her. Shen Manwen fished out the car keys from inside her bag and shook them. Ling, I know you're thinking about me, but you're overthinking it. Brother Chang won't let me return to mediocrity. Wan Ling's tightly furrowed brow gradually unfolded, and a smile reappeared on her face. Look at this brain of mine. Big Brother Chang bought you a car worth $2 million. Even in the worst case scenario, Sister Man still has a car. I believe that with Sister Man's wrist, she can definitely easily get a house from Brother Chang's side. It doesn't need to be too big. The location is a bit better. Suite 2 will do. If it's Suite 3 it'll be perfect. Shen Manwen's face turned serious, and she admonished very seriously. Ling, we are the best sisters, and we have lived together for several years. So that's why I'm telling you this kind of heartfelt words. If you also want to find a good big brother like Chang, you must not use any sleight of hand. Sincerity is the best surefire way. The house. I will never take the initiative to ask for it from Big Brother Chang, even if at the end of the day, Big Brother Chang didn't arrange a house for me. I have no complaints. This. Wan Ling smiled bitterly. Sister Man, you weren't like this before. You practically fished those members inside the gym into a warped mouth before. How come you've completely changed when you met Big Brother Chang? Shen Manwen laughed. Those members I fished for are not my targets at all. Brother Chang is the real target. That's why I have to be sincere. Wan Ling didn't quite agree with Shen Manwen's words. Only what you get your hands on is real, and if she were Shen Manwen, she would definitely try to get Chung Di to buy her a mansion. Sister Man, I hope that you can completely conquer Brother Chang with your sincerity. I hope that when that day really comes, you won't regret not asking Brother Chang for the house. Shen Manwen lapsed into silence, seriously considering Wan Ling's suggestion. In the end, Shen Manwen still insisted on her own judgment, and she believed in Big Brother Chang's character. If that day really comes, just count me as having paid my tuition. In the future, I, Shen Manwen, will never believe in love or humanity again. The words were followed by a knock on the door. Shen Manwen picked up his spirits and said in a harmonious voice, Ling, lunch is here. Let's not talk about those troublesome things. Anyway, everything is okay now. Enjoying the moment and having fun in time is the right way. Yeah. I'll try lunch at a 5-star hotel. The two held hands and went to the door. A tuxedoed Wang Pichon pushed the dining cart in and brought the meal to the table. Enjoy your lunch, two beautiful ladies. The wine is already awake for you. Thanks. Wang Pichon pondered for a moment and asked, Ms. Shen, what time can you be available this afternoon? I'll help you make an appointment with manager Son of No. 8, Liang Road. Shen Manwen was stunned. What's the point of asking manager Son? Wang Pichon was a little bit unable to do so when asked. It's not, is it? Mr. Chang didn't tell Ms. Shen about something as big as buying a house? Could it be that in Mr. Chang's mind, a $20 million plus house is just a small gift given out casually? Don't you have to explain? Wang Pichon reported with a bitter smile. Ms. Shen, it's like this. Mr. Chang has bought you a house. See what time you have on your side. I'll have manager Son come over to sign the contract with you. Barf. The knife and fork in Wan Ling's hand fell on the dinner plate, and she looked at Wang Piqiang with an unbelievable expression. There's nothing wrong with her ears, is there? What did this room steward say? Brother Ching bought a house for Sister Man? And it's still the house at No. 8, Liang Road, because Shin Manwan had decorated Cheng Yuan's house in the past few days. Wan Ling had paid special attention to No. 8, Liang Road, knowing that it was the highest-end neighborhood in Qingdao. Bar none. Even the smallest household would cost more than $20 million. Shen Manwan was also stunned, and her little heart puffed wildly. It almost jumped out of his throat. Unparalleled surprise filled her entire being. She really hadn't been wrong about Big Brother Chang. Brother Chang is just too good to her. She didn't mention anything and Chang bought her a house. And it's a top-of-the-line mansion worth over $20 million. Shen Manwan suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. When Chang De rented this long-term rental last night, she still thought it was extravagant and thought it would be better to just give her the money and buy a smaller second bedroom. Compared to the mansion at No. 8, Liang Road, what's a two-bedroom apartment? It took a great deal of perseverance for Shin Manwan to get her emotions under control, and said in a very bland tone, "Please ask manager Sun to come over at 3 o'clock. Enjoying the food is the #1 priority." Yes, Ms. Shin. Enjoy your meal. Wang Piqiang has a high opinion of Shin Manwan. Ms. Shin, this temperament, worthy of being the woman of the Big Brother. If it was him, he would have been jumping up and down with excitement already, right? Wang Piqiang bowed slightly to Shin Manwan and pushed the food cart to exit the presidential suite. Click. The moment the door closed, Shin Manwan could no longer maintain her emotions and directly jumped up from her chair. Wan Ling was equally excited, even screaming like crazy. Together with Shin Manwan, they vented their emotions in a frenzy. Aha! Brother Chang is mighty. Brother Chang is too powerful. Sister Man, you've completely landed on your feet this time. You've won the bet. Although the house wasn't hers, but with her relationship with Sister Man, would Sister Man not let her live there? Shen Manwan also shouted frantically to vent her emotions. After a full 10 minutes, her voice was a bit muffled. Shen Manwan was able to control her emotions and couldn't help but cry with joy. Ling, do you believe my words now? Sincerity is the strongest surefire way to meet the truly right person. Chapter 152. It's better to be a kindergirl. Wan Ling was convinced. Completely convinced. Looking at Shin Manwan with admiration beyond measure. Sister Man, it's me who's shallow. You were right. I've learned. When I meet the right person in the future, I'll be sincere too. Let's eat first. After signing the contract, take you to see the house. When the house is decorated, you move in with me. I don't want the rent. However, the water, electricity and gas bills, we have to share equally. Utilities? How much is that? The fact that Sister Man didn't even mention the property fee suggests that she's intentionally asking for a small amount of money so that she can save face and not count it as white housing. Wan Ling was so moved that she could not wait to kneel to Shin Manwan, and immediately took a stand. From now on, I'll do all the house cleaning, scrubbing and dishwashing. After eating and drinking, the two women chattered about decorating and moving. 3 o'clock in the blink of an eye. Wang Piqiang called, Ms. Shin. Manager Sun has arrived. Go directly to your room or to the hotel's conference room? If it was only Shin Manwan herself, Shin Manwan would definitely choose to be in the hotel conference room. After all, a lone man and a widow in the same room. In case Brother Chang would mind. As a good sister who knows what she's doing, it's important to avoid this situation. However, now that Wan Ling was there, Shin Manwan wasn't worried about this. Let's have Manager Sun come up. Okay, Ms. Shin. Soon, Wang Piqiang brought Sun Kai over. Sun Kai greeted politely. Ms. Shin. Hello again. Manager Sun. This way please. Shin Manwan very politely brought Sun Kai to the conference room. Wan Ling was very eye-catching, holding the identity of the assistant to death, and took the initiative to make tea for the two men to share tea. Ms. Shin. This is the purchase contract. Mr. Chang has already paid the full amount. Take a look at the contract. If there are no problems, sign in these places. Okay, Manager Sun, have some tea. I'll take a look. Shin Manwan looked very seriously. This was after all the first house in her life, and it was also a mansion worth more than $20 million. Although a lot of it is not very easy to read. But what does it matter? The process of reading the contract is also a pleasure. Manager Sun. I finished reading the contract and there are no problems. After saying that, Shin Manwan swished and signed her name. Sun Kai handed over a sealing clay. Ms. Shin. Please put your handprint on the name. Shin Manwan nodded and pressed her handprint on the contract. Ms. Shin. Congratulations on becoming the distinguished owner of No. 8, Liang Road. Same as Mr. Chang. giving you a 2-year reduction in property fees as well. Here are all the keys and access cards. Please keep them. The initial password for the house door is 666,888. You can change it at any time. Sun Kai handed a folder to Shun Manhwan. Okay, thanks. Sun Kai had the good sense to take his leave, and the two women hugged each other once again, cheering and screaming wildly. As of today, they are also homeowners, no longer the rootless floating zither float. It took more than 10 minutes before the two women calmed down. Wan Ling looked at Shin Manhwan with an expectant face. Sister Mangwen, let's go check out the house, shall we? Okay, go check it out. In fact, according to Shin Manhwan's previous character, suddenly having such a mansion, he would definitely share it with his best hairdresser, Shen Lian. Let Shen Lian and accompany her to be happy. But now, Shen Manhwan was suddenly a bit disinterested and couldn't raise her spirits. In the past, let her very desperate and suffocating Shen Lian seems to be just like that. Until now does not have a set of their own house. It's better to be a kinder girl. Although the 309s were not as shocking as the 600s, Wan Ling was still blown away and began to marvel as soon as she entered the house. After turning the entire house all the way around, Wan Ling no longer knew what to say. From now on, can she also live in such an awesome mansion? And, all without paying rent. Shen Manhwan is satisfied, cannot be more satisfied. 600 flat she did not even dare to think, can't afford to feed it either. It's okay when Cheng Daki loves her, but if Cheng Daki doesn't want her in the future, the property fee alone for a house of 600 square feet will be enough to make her drink a pot of water. Cleaning is also a hassle. You can't keep getting cleaning ants, can you? After all, such a big house, cleaning once is afraid of more than 2,000. The most surprising thing is that this house is still a model room. Inside the furniture and appliances, all complimentary. To save her money on decoration, the only item that needed to be replaced was only one item, the mattress. It wasn't for her own enjoyment either. Rather, it's for Chang to have a better experience when he learns to dance. It doesn't need to be the same model as the royal family either. Just ask Chang to help her replace it with a regular model from the Vividus series. Tenga Space Design. Wang Jianing attached great importance to the king of the building single. After all, Tengya took the king of the building mansion of this job. Has blown out. If rejected by MS. Shin, they Tengya will absolutely become a joke in the industry. Wang Jianing took his group and worked overtime to get the first draft out sooner. Even the related soft furnishing package, Wang Jianing is also considering. Suddenly, Wang Jianing remembered a key piece of information. Lu Yan was MS. Shin's hairdresser. If Lu Yan helped to put in a few good word, the success rate on MS. Shin's side would surely increase a lot. The last time Lu Yan shrugged it off. It must be that the benefits weren't given. I remembered that Lu Yan had recommended a curtain brand to her before, so it should have some relationship with Lu Yan, right? Wang Jianing called Shen Lian. The phone was quickly connected, and Shen Lian's slightly tired voice came. Sister Janine, you got this call just right. If it was 5 minutes earlier, I would still be on the air. What do you want from me? Lu Yan, I remember you recommended a curtain brand last time. What was it called? I think that their curtains are more compatible with the temperament of the king of the building at No. 8, Liang Road. Shen Lian's eyes lit up. There was another small silver earned. It's orchid parlor curtains. Right. Look at my brain. I just contacted your hairdresser MS. Shen. She just happens to be at No. 8, Liang Road. Immediately let the people from Lawn Parlor go over to measure the size. Good. Shen Lian called her old classmate Jiang Shuji. Jiang Shuji is the store manager of Orchid Parlor Qingdao franchise, and is one of the few classmates that Shen Lian still has close ties with after graduation. Of course, this is all based on the fact that there is a certain amount of interest on both sides. Shen Lian is a beautiful anchorwoman of the TV station. Most of the contact is the upper class. Many times to help publicize and promote lawn living room curtains. The commission Jiang Shuji gave Shen Lian was already no less than her official salary. Lu Yan, suddenly calling me, what's the good news? Great news. Haven't you always wanted to open up the market on Liang Road 8? Now the opportunity has come. I've helped you get the priority measurement qualification for the king of the building at No. 8, Liang Road. You must take this order. Chapter 153, how come I don't remember having a wife like you? The king of the building at 8, Liang Road? Jiang Shuji's brain was so hot that it was as if the capillary chakra had been opened instantly, and his entire body was excited. It's still you, Lu Yan. How do you know the owner of the building king? The owner of the building king is my childhood hairdresser in the village. Ha, there's still this relationship? Then, isn't this a real deal? Shuki, don't be careless. This hairy guy of mine, he's very demanding in his design. You can rest assured in terms of design, as long as you can maintain a good relationship with the owner, I have absolute certainty to take this order. If you are free in the afternoon, go with me to measure the size? Shen Lian mused for a moment. It just so happened that she also wanted to go and see the King of House Mansion. Alright, it just so happens that I'm off the air and I'm fine for the rest of the day. So I'll go over there and we'll meet at the entrance of No. 8, on Liang Road. Good. Orchid Parlor Jin Island Store. Jiang Shuji hung up the phone with a face full of excitement, came to the design department, and knocked hard on the table. Everyone looked up at the store manager with curious faces, wondering why the store manager was so excited. There's a big job. The king of the building villa at No. 8, Liang Road. Who has the confidence to take it down? The King Villa at 8, Liang Road? All the designers were shocked. This is a mansion of hundreds of millions of dollars. Customers are definitely very picky and difficult to serve. Can they do that at this level? Everyone was hesitant. Just when Jiang Shuji was a bit disappointed, a hand was raised in the corner of the office, and a weak voice came out. Store manager, do you think I can? Jiang Shuji followed the source of the voice and saw a slightly unfamiliar face. You're that who came? Store manager, my name is Lin Ruoyu, and I've been on board for 2 months. Jiang Shuji was slightly embarrassed. She really wasn't too familiar with these bottom-level employees. This is a king of the building mansion. At least $300,000 to start with a big list. You are confident that you can take it down? Store manager, when I brushed Jitterbug recently, I often brush the videos of large flat homeowners decoration. I have some research on the decoration preferences and psychology of these tycoons. I believe I can. Jiang Shuji nodded in satisfaction. Good. I like people like Ruoyu who are thoughtful and prepared and courageous. If this order is successfully taken down, you will be immediately converted to a full-time position, and you will be given a commission according to the treatment of a full-fledged designer. Lin Ruoyu was ecstatic. Thank you. Store manager. Go. I'll accompany you myself. Lin Ruoyu thanked again. Thanks to the store manager for cultivating me. 15 minutes later, Jiang Shuji and Shen Lian met at the entrance of No. 8, Liang Road. Lei Yan. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Shen Lian gave Jiang Shuji a big bear hug and laughed. I just got here too. Lian, this is my assistant Lin Ruoyu. Ruoyu, this is our Qingdao TV station's #1 beautiful anchorwoman, Shen Lian. Lin Ruoyu had seen Shen Lian on the TV screen many times, and a look of admiration and yearning appeared on her face. People like Shen Lian are really high-class women. She must be surrounded by countless resources of great men, right? If you can get along with Shen Lian, why worry about not being able to climb up the big money ladder? When the time comes, make Chang Yuan, the bastard, regret it. You're not happy to remarry? I don't care. I'm a million times better off than you right now. Hello Luyan, I'm your most loyal fan. I've watched every single one of your shows. Shen Lian just nodded haughtily and had no desire to talk. Hello. In response, Lin Ruoyu didn't mind at all. People Shen Lian had proud capital. Shen Manwan had already communicated with the property housekeeper, and the security guard at the entrance was very quick to release the license. The two cars drove smoothly into the underground parking lot. Before this, Shen Lian was still very confident in her car, Audi A7, a proper luxury car. Wherever she went, she did not lose her part. However, after entering the underground parking lot, the self-confidence Shen Lian felt suffered a devastating blow, because there just isn't a single car parked inside the underground garage that is less than $1 million. There were all kinds of luxury cars and sports cars in abundance, and it was a bit overwhelming for her to see them. Shen Lian felt the class gap for the first time. The good thing was that there was a Volkswagen parked next to the entrance to the elevator access in Building 5, as if the driver was still asleep inside, which gave her a little bit of balance. Jiang Shuji drove a Cayenne, and in comparison, the degree of blow was slightly smaller. This was Lin Ruoyu's first time entering No. 8, Liang Road, the first time she felt the rich and powerful neighborhood up close. She was already drooling from all the luxury cars. Lin Ruoyu similarly saw Chang Yuan's Phaeton. However, she did not share Shen Lian's contempt. After all, she did not see the displacement. It's not too late to despise it if it's a 2.0 or less displacement. However, Jiang Shuji clearly wouldn't give her the chance to go over and take a closer look. It took a long walk to find an unoccupied parking space. Shen Lian parked next to Phaeton for the sake of convenience, even though it was clear that the sign above the parking space was labeled as a private parking space. I don't know if it was because her driving skills were not up to par or if it was on purpose, but the Audi A7 was parked diagonally across two parking spaces. Shen Lian had no intention of adjusting, and, wiltingly, honked the horn. How dare a broken Volkswagen park in the underground garage of No. 8, Liang Road and sleep here? Who gave you the courage? I'll wake you up. Shen Lian succeeded, and Chang Yuan, who was sleeping, was woken up. Cheng Yuan sat up and checked the situation outside, and found that someone had parked in his parking space, parked crookedly, and honked his horn. Cheng Yuan rolled down the window and shouted at Shen Lian, "What's the point of honking the horn when you have nothing to do? Do you have any sense of public morality?" Shen Lian simply didn't bother with Cheng Yuan and snorted coldly, "Can't you see that this is a private parking space? Parked in our family parking space and still sleeping. It really gives you face." Gah? Cheng Yuan was confused, seriously surveying Shen Lian. He did feel that Shen Lian looked a bit familiar. However, he could not remember when he had provoked Shen Lian. "Why don't I remember having a wife like you? Parking in my space and honking the horn to wake me up. Believe it or not, I'll call a couple of forklifts and fork your car out?" Shen Lian was exasperated and laughed. This pushing man is really able to pretend. And his parking space? Cut. "I'm warning you, don't park in my family's parking space. Grab your car and move it away. Otherwise, my husband will come over to talk to you in person later." Shen Lian dropped a harsh sentence and walked quickly into the elevator hall. Cheng Yuan was furious. Parking in his space and waking him up and making him move his car? What's outrageous is how he didn't know when he had such a wife. Under normal circumstances, it doesn't matter if you borrow his space to park for a bit. He has plenty of parking anyway. But now, Cheng Yuan couldn't hold back his breath and felt out his cell phone, calling Sun Kai. The phone picked up in seconds, and Sun Kai's respectful and incomparable voice came out. "Mr. Chang, what are your instructions? I can't use that many parking spaces. Can you bring me 2 floor locks? I need to lock up 2 of them." "Okay, Mr. Chang, the floor lock will be delivered right away." Chapter 154, Sister Ruoyu, why are you here? Shen Lian was like a little hen that had won a fight, holding her head up and proudly arriving at the elevator hall. Jiang Shuji brought Lin Ruoyu along with her as she walked quickly and asked with interest, "Lo Yen, what happened just now? You seem to have gotten into a fight with someone?" Shen Lian bristled with disdain. "A guy who drives a beat-up VW. I don't know who gave him the face to have the nerve to accuse me of bad parking and not bothering to talk to him." Jiang Shuji chimed in. "What kind of Thai property? What kind of people are they putting in the basement? I'll have your little friend file a complaint later. Blow him out." Shen Lian waved her hand and said, "Forget it. It should be a certain homeowner looking for a decorator. Don't give my family manhwa any trouble. It's still Lei Eon who's generous." As the 3 women joked and laughed, they walked into the elevator lobby and raised their hands to press the up arrow. Lin Ruoyu couldn't help but frown. The environment of this elevator hall was a bit familiar. Seen it somewhere? Soon, the elevator door opened and Lin Ruoyu followed Jiang Shuji and Shen Lian into the elevator. Lin Ruoyu looked around and realized that the elevator seemed more familiar. Even the billboard hanging inside the elevator looked so familiar. Lin Ruoyu racked her brain and couldn't figure out when she had been here. Could it be a dream? Soon, the elevator reached the 9th floor. There was a ding and the elevator doors opened. Lin Ruoyu followed the 2 women out of the elevator. And then that sense of familiarity became even stronger. Jiang Shuji and Shen Lian came to know. 8. Liang rode for the first time and sked at the incredibly flashy corridors. However, Lin Ruoyu felt familiar, and there was no sense of surprise at all. She was sure as well as certain that she must have been here or seen this entry hallway somewhere. After turning the corner, a dark, heavy, gold-rimmed entry door presented itself to the 3 women. Jiang Shuji and Shen Lian's breathing stuttered, and a hint of well-hidden envy flashed in their eyes. To be able to live in such a high-class king of the building mansion, Lu Yen Fatshao, man, is the ancestral tomb of the smoke. Lin Ruoyu, however, froze and looked even more familiar. Suddenly, an aura flashed through her mind and she couldn't help but let out a shriek. "I remember. I've seen the closing video of this king of the building mansion on Shakeology." Jiang Shuji's spirits rose. "Hurry up and find the video. Through this repossession video, we should be able to get a preliminary understanding of the homeowner's personality preferences, and the probability of taking this order has increased a lot." "Okay, I liked and favorited the one. I'll find the video." Lin Ruoyu hurriedly opened the Jitterbug, and found the repossession video from inside my favorite. And the 3 women did not hurry to knock on the door, returned to the corner, and watched it carefully. The other side, Sun Kei personally delivered the floor locks and brought the tools to install them. "Manager's son, how much is the floor lock? I'll transfer it to you." No, Mr. Chang is our king of the building owner. We must unconditionally cooperate with such a small matter. Cheng Yuan was satisfied with Sun Kai's service attitude and raised his hand to transfer $20,000. "I don't understand the price, so here's 20,000, as a token of my appreciation." "More than enough. Too much. 200 for a ground lock." Cheng Yuan smiled faintly. "What's expensive is mainly the labor." Sun Kai didn't push any further and asked with a smile, "Mr. Chang, Which 2 parking spaces are installed with floor locks? Chang Yuan pointed to Shen Lian's Audi A7. Just these 2 parking spaces. Press the floor lock for me. Sun Kai blinked a few times, keenly sensing a story. However, Sun Kai chose to carry out Chang Yuan's orders unconditionally. Okay. Sun Kai rolled up his sleeves and personally installed a floor lock for Chang Yuan. In less than half an hour, the floor lock was installed, and Sun Kai handed Chang Yuan the key to the floor lock. Mr. Chang, the floor lock is installed. This is the floor lock key. If you have any other needs in the future, please feel free to look for me. Upstairs. After the 3 women watched the video, Jiang Shuji increased her confidence in taking this order. Lu Yan, it seems that your hair little don't know much about decoration Moreover, she seems to like to show off a little bit. A little arrogant. A moment we go along with what she said. More hold her. Basically can take this order. Shen Lian was more or less a little bit tired. She really didn't want to hold Shen Manwan's stinky feet. But, for the sake of the ticket, one has to hold one's nose and admit it. Okay, I'll play nice with it later. Confident. The 3 women walked briskly to the entry door and rang the doorbell with great confidence. With a tick, the coated door opened, and Wan Ling asked with a smile, "Is it lawn living room curtains?" "Right. I'm Jiang Shuji. Come in." Shen Lian was a bit confused. Who was this girl? Jiang Shuji didn't recognize Wan Ling and walked quickly into the door of the room. Lin Ruoyu, on the other hand, froze and rubbed her eyes hard. There's no mistaking it. Surprisingly, it was Wan Ling, the receptionist at the Hilton Gym. Lin Ruoyu rushed forward with an excited face and grabbed Wan Ling's small hand. "Wan Ling, I didn't expect that the owner of the King of House Mansion at No. 8, Liang Road would be you? You're really deep in hiding, taking care of such a powerful owner without saying a word." Only then did Wan Ling notice Lin Ruoyu at the very back, looking at her with a confused expression. Why is Lin Ruoyu here? Listening to her. She still doesn't know that Brother Chang is the owner of the King of House Mansion. I wonder how she would feel the moment the truth came out. "Sister Ruoyu, what brings you here?" "I was inducted into Orchid Parlor window coverings the other day." Jiang Shuji's spirit was greatly energized, and he was glad that he had brought Lin Ruoyu. So it turned out that Lin Ruoyu and the owner also had a friendship. That's steady. This world is really too small. I didn't realize that both Lu Yan and Ruoyu knew the owners. Ha ha ha. Wan Ling quickly waved her hand. "I'm not the owner. The owner is waiting in front." Following the direction of Wan Ling's finger, the 3 women looked in the direction of the floor-to-ceiling windows. A slender figure stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, doing yoga. Even if it's just a back view, it's so classy. Shen Lian sighed quietly. Money can really change a person's temperament. That once in front of her Koi Shen Manwan, unexpectedly changed so aura, completely overwhelmed this king of the building mansion. Jiang Shuji's face showed a look of realization. No wonder just now he felt that this beauty was not quite like the owner in terms of temperament. If it was the one next to the floor-to-ceiling window, it would be very similar. Lin Ruoyu, on the other hand, frowned deeply once again. It's too familiar. This back is just too familiar. Definitely an acquaintance of hers. Who the hell is it? Soon, an aura flashed through Lin Ruoyu's mind and a familiar name flashed out. Maven? Originally, Shen Manwan's movements were very stretchy and relaxed, but suddenly hearing Lin Ruoyu's voice, Shen Manwan's spirit tightened up, her muscles slightly stiffened, and she almost strained her own muscles. Looking back, it was really Lin Ruoyu. The corners of Shen Manwan's mouth pulled out an imperceptible arc as she quickly stepped forward and asked in a pretense of cordiality. "Sister Ruoyu, what brings you here?" Chapter 155, My subject has a 5-year-old girl with him. Lin Ruoyu's mouth opened into an O shape, almost enough to stuff a goose egg in. It's really Shen Manwan. It's only been a few days. How did she transform herself into the owner of the king's mansion? This time, Jiang Shuji became excited once again. Lin Ruoyu was really her lucky star. She really knew the owner of the King of House Mansion. And, by the looks of it, the two were on good terms. "Ruoyu, how do you know the owners?" Lin Ruoyu said hesitantly. "Manvin is my fitness and sculpting instructor." Fitness instructor? Jiang Shuji's brain was a little short. How can the owner of the king's mansion be a fitness instructor? "Ruoyu, you're mistaken, aren't you? How could Ms. Shen be a fitness instructor?" Shen Manwan wasn't angry at all and said with a smile, "I did work as a fitness instructor for a while, but I've resigned." Jiang Shuji smiled sarcastically, not daring to take this, and looked at Shen Lian on the side with a helpful gaze. "Lei Yan, why don't you introduce me?" A very hypocritical smile appeared on Shen Lian's face. "Shuchi, this is Shen Manwan, my best hairdresser." "Manwan, this is Jiang Shuji, my best college friend." "Hello Ms. Shen, glad to be of service." "You're welcome." Jiang Shuji instantly got into the swing of things. "Ruoyu, Let's start measuring. Good. Lin Ruoyu took out her professional laser mapping tools and measured the dimensions with Jiang Shuji. Not to mention, Lin Ruoyu worked quite seriously for this list. While taking measurements, he struck up a conversation with Shin Manhwan. Manhwan, I swiped through your closing video the other day, and at the time I thought the hostess's voice sounded a little familiar, but I didn't realize it was you. Shin Manhwan grinned, deliberately irritating Lin Ruoyu. I was in the mindset of shooting for fun, and I didn't realize that my subject had invested millions in Shake Plus, which instantly set me on fire. Invested millions in Shake Plus. The three women didn't know what to say. It's true that poverty limits their imagination. Maven, is your data member of our gym? Shen Lian and Jiang Shuji also looked at Shin Manhwan with curious gazes. Obviously, they were also curious about how Shin Manhwan, a small fitness instructor, had transformed into the owner of the King of Floor mansion. Shen Manhwan nodded quite frankly. Yes, my husband and I met at the gym. Lin Ruoyu was so chagrined that she almost wanted to kill herself. She was just too lazy to get a gym card and go there a few times a month. And she didn't even know that there was such a powerful bigot hidden among the members. If she had known this information earlier. In addition to being a bit older than Shen Manhwan, she had also given birth to a child, and was no worse than Shen Manhwan going back and having to pick fitness back up, just in case she could run into such an awesome godly man too. Shen Lian secretly pinched her fists. Once upon a time, she simply could not see the identity of Shen Manhwan fitness instructor, many times showing superiority in front of her. But now, Jiang Shuji smiled and complimented. I'm so envious of MS. Shen, finding such a powerful husband. Shen Manhwan raised her eyebrows and did not correct Jiang Shuji's words. It's just luck. There's nothing to envy. It's still strong women like Lo Yan and store manager Jiang who are worth envying. Soon all the measurements were all taken. Jiang Shuji complimented. MS. Shen, you are worthy of being the king of the building mansion. This type of household. Too square. The area is too big. It's okay. The three women couldn't help but show their teeth for a while. This Shen Manhwan was too capable of pretending, right? However, the three women didn't dare to show their dissatisfaction, and their faces were crowded with smiles. MS. Shen, do you have any special requests from your side? Shen Manhwan shrugged. Simple and atmospheric is fine. Just match the theme of low-key connotation. Understated connotations? Doesn't that mean it's secretly pretentious? It's really not a family. It seems that Shen Manhwan's man is also a player who plays boredom. Of course, the three women thought so in their hearts, but they didn't dare to express it. It seems that Miss Shen's husband is a very calm and low-key successful man. Shen Manhwan smiled faintly and didn't retort. By the way, the children's room can be designed to be more innocent and dreamy. Jiang Shuji poked Shen Lian's arm with a smile. Lian, other Miss Shen has a child, so don't you hold on tight. This, Shen Lian was at a loss. Man, you're having a baby? How come I've never heard of it? Shen Manhwan glanced at Lin Ruoyu with a gaze full of deep meaning. My subject has a 5-year-old girl with her. Ha! It turns out that this MS. Shen is working as a baby mama for someone else. However, the three women didn't dare to look down on Shen Manhwan. What's wrong with being a baby mama? If they could live in such a nice king of the building mansion as a little mom, they would be willing to do so. Lin Ruoyu thought more. Her daughter Lele seemed to be 5 years old as well. She doesn't mind at all. She even took action, posting a picture in the message board at the time, but sadly it was ignored. The same with a 5-year-old daughter. Cheng Yuan and Shen Manhwan object how the gap between them is so big? Even if Cheng Yuan suddenly developed and earned a few small sums of money, he wouldn't even dare to consider a house on No. 8, Liang Road, let alone the king of the building. Jiang Shuji was very good at talking. Men still need to be mature and be able to love people. Those little brats and puppies can't be relied on at all. Shen Manhwan smiled faintly. Yes, store manager Jiang, please do the budget as soon as possible and make a preliminary plan out. Jiang Shuji laughed. Actually, this line of curtains is rather transparent. I don't know what kind of fabric Miss Shen wants to use. Price is not a consideration. The main consideration is material and environmental protection. Must use the best material. Jiang Shuji's spirits rose. Originally, she only wanted to quote a price of $300,000. But now, Jiang Shuji's ambition swelled. If you want the best fabric, for the sake of Lian and Ruoyu, I'll give you the best price. A $1 million bite. Shen Manhwan shrugged. Only $1 million? Ha! It's not much. Please trouble store manager Zhang to make the program out as soon as possible. They are all real friends. If the program is not too different from others, it will be your family. Jiang Shuji was secretly a little chagrined. Meow. The courage is small. The offer is reported less. However, since the words have been said, there is no room for backtracking. 1 million is already very okay. minus Lu Yen and Ruoyu's commission, minus the cost. Tearful Blood earn 800,000. Okay, after I go back, I'll personally make a proposal for MS. Shun, it will definitely satisfy you.
Shen Lian feigned unhappiness as she looked at Shen Manwan.
Man, you've hidden your object too well. And you didn't say you'd introduce me to him. I know a lot of bigwigs in the upper class of Qingdao, so I might be able to expand your object's business a bit. Jiang Shuji and Lin Ruoyu also perked up, and it was obvious that they were also very interested in the godly man behind Shen Manwan. Unfortunately, Shen Manwan saw Shen Lian's little plan at a glance, and would not give Shen Lian a chance to contact Cheng Yuan. Besides, if Lin Ruoyu knew that this was the house that Cheng Daogua had bought, she would definitely be stalked. My husband is busy. Let's make an appointment when my husband is free. Chapter 156, Fatso. I'll give you one last chance. The three women secretly said that it was a pity. However, they did not dwell on it. Anyway, there will be another visit when the curtains are installed, so maybe I'll be able to touch them next time. It is not appropriate to make Shen Manwan unhappy now. It is still most important to keep this big list. The three daughters were very understanding and excused themselves. Shen Manwan politely sent the three women to the elevator. The moment the elevator door closed, the smile on Shen Manwan's face instantly disappeared. Wan Ling on the side really couldn't help it, and somewhat anxiously grabbed Shen Manwan's arm. Man. I don't think that hairdresser of yours is a good person, like he's screwing you over. In a normal, ordinary home, curtains can be done for 2,000 or 3,000. This side of the window is a little more bigger. Even if you calculate it according to 10 times, 2,000 to 3,000 can be taken care of. 1 million is just too much. Shen Manwan shrugged bashfully. $1 million okay? Okay? What's okay? It's $1 million, not $100. Sister man. Shen Manwan patted Wan Ling's small hand and said calmly, Ling, it's really okay. You still remember that mattress in the master bedroom, right? Remember. Why? $3 million for that mattress. Gulp. Wan Ling swallowed furiously, a face of shock. 3 million a mattress? Yes, 3 million. Wan Ling laughed bitterly. Truly poverty had limited her imagination. A mattress from someone else, Brother Chang, is enough for her to struggle for the rest of her life. You really can't compare people to people. Big Brother Chang is too posh, isn't he? A mattress costs $3 million, and the money spent on the decoration could probably buy a house at No. 8, Liang Road, right? Pretty much. Brother Chang has prepared a $50 million renovation fund. Wan Ling, do you still think $1 million in curtains is a stretch? Wan Ling shook her head bitterly. I don't know if I'm crazy, or this world is just crazy. I can't believe I feel $1 million for curtains is a bit cheap. Shen Manwan smiled bitterly. Ling, I feel the same as you. I just subconsciously also feel that $1 million of curtains are cheap. After a pause, Shen Manwan said in a deep voice, of course, if Jiang Shuji gave $1 million offer, he must come up with $1 million quality. Otherwise, I won't choose their lawn living room curtains. Right, definitely can't be cheap for them. It has to be the best material. I have a classmate who sells curtains. When the time comes, let her come and help control the quality. Could be. Wan Ling squeezed out a pleasing smile and gently shook Shen Manwan's arm. Sister Maven, can I lie down on the $3 million mattress? Shen Manwan nodded very generously. Anyway, there is still a plastic film outside, and is not afraid of Wan Ling to get dirty. Feel free to lie down and take a nap. The other side. The three women arrived at the underground garage and bid each other farewell. Jiang Shuji led Shen Manwan towards her own Cayenne, while Shen Lian walked towards her Audi A7. Realizing that the Volkswagen on the side was still lingering, Shen Lian's good mood disappeared for the most part. Shame on this decorator. Of course, Shen Lian wouldn't have a general understanding with this decorator. He wasn't worthy yet. Shen Lian pulled out the car key and unlocked it smoothly with a drop. Shen Lian got in and started the car in one go. Then the distance sensor went crazy. Diddy. Shen Lian was a little confused and hurriedly got out of the car to check, and then realized that the 2 parking spaces he parked in were installed with floor locks. If she forced her way out, her car would surely be scratched. Shen Lian's face turned green with anger. Who is so ungrateful? How dare you lock her car? Shen Lian turned her head violently to look at the Volkswagen next to her. It must be this decorator who did it. The first time she came to No. 8, Liang Road, she didn't have a conflict with anyone. Shen Lian walked quickly to the Volkswagen and pounded hard on the window. What are you knocking for? Rushing to a funeral? Chang Yuan rolled down the window and looked at Shen Lian with a displeased face. This girl looks quite sophisticated and upscale. How come her quality is so bad? Shen Lian was shivering with anger and raised her hand to point at the floor lock and questioned. Did you install the floor lock? Chang Yuan nodded blithely. So what if I installed it? Shen Lian was Chang Yuan whole a little will not. This decoration workers were to come from the bottom to admit so openly that he installed the floor locks? I order you to unlock the floor right now. Otherwise, Chang Yuan interrupted Shen Lian with a disdainful face. Otherwise what? Otherwise let your husband come and talk to me in person? Shen Lian was choked. Let her change a husband from where? Of course, Shen Lian wouldn't show any shyness. I urge you to unlock the floor lock immediately, and dismantle it. You are destroying other people's property. This is a crime. Do you realize that? Chang Yuan was amused. How is it a crime to vandalize another person's property when it's only natural for me to install a floor lock on my parking space? How is that a crime? Your parking space? Shen Lian rolled her eyes without any good humor. Do you want to take a piss and look at your own virtue? Do you know how much a parking space costs at No. 8, Liang Road? Do you know how much a flat costs at No. 8, Liang Road? What are you pretending to do in a broken Volkswagen? What do you care what kind of car I drive? If it's not my parking space, is it yours? Shen Lian stretched her neck and said, this is my husband's parking space. Didn't I just say so? Chang Yuan smiled. This beautiful woman, since you're so uptight about being my wife, I don't mind, but you have to fulfill your obligations as a husband and wife, right? It just so happens that I have more space in my car. While saying that, Chang Yuan loosened the waistband of his pants. Shen Lian was shivering with anger. She's the #1 beautiful anchorwoman of Qingdao TV. The men you normally come in contact with are either rich or wealthy. Her vision is quite high. Unless it's a godly man like the owner of Liang Road No. 8, unusual white collar gold collar. She doesn't even put it in her eyes. Okay? You dead fat bastard. How dare you play hooligan? Do you believe I'll call the police? Chang Yuan spread his hands. As you wish. This side of the quarrel attracted Jiang Shuji's attention. Jiang Shuji drove the car over, rolled down the window and asked, what's going on with Lo Yen? Do you need help? Shen Lian's pretty face reddened with anger and issued an accusation. This fat deadbeat of a remodeler installed floor locks on the parking spaces and locked my car. Ha! Jiang Shuji and Lin Ruoyu looked at each other. It was the first time they had come across such a great decorator. Do you really think you're an onion? Lu Yun. I just said that you shouldn't be so polite to him when I told you to send a small complaint against him. Shen Lian couldn't care less about whether it would cause trouble for Shen Manhwa now. Huffing and puffing, she pulled out her cell phone and looked at Chang Yuan with a warning gaze. Dead fatty. I'll give you one last chance to remove the floor lock immediately and apologize to me. Otherwise, take the consequences. Chapter 157 Very Ordinary Designer's Assistant. This is about shaking people? Chang Yuan naturally does not bring fear. His own parking space? Love to lock it. Who can not take him how? If you have the ability to make it work, do as you please. Well, you asked for it. Shen Lian nodded her head vigorously and called Shen Manhwa to make a blood and tears accusation. Manvin, there's a remodeler who's gone too far. Surprisingly installed a floor lock for your parking space. Locked up my car. Shen Manhwa is still calm. After all, she is not the owner. She is only responsible for decorating Chang Yuan. Are you sure it's my parking space you're parked in? I'm parked at 0999. And I remember you saying that from 0993 to 1002 are your family spaces. If it's 0999, it does belong to my family. Just wait a moment. I'll go down and check it out. Good. Shen Lian hung up the phone and looked at Chang Yuan with a gaze that ate him up. The homeowner was saved right away. Are you sure you don't want to remove the floor locks yet? Chang Yuan smiled. This owner you're talking about, is he your husband? Shen Lian didn't know how to take this. But the good thing was that Jiang Shuji and Lin Ruoyu got out of the car and gathered around. Jiang Shuji didn't hesitate to support Shen Lian and chided Chang Yuan. What's wrong with you? Who gave you the right to lock the parking space? Chang Yuan glanced at Jiang Shuji, not bothering to explain at all. It has nothing to do with you. Don't have nothing to do with it, lest you get into trouble. You, Lin Ruoyu, however, didn't say anything because she felt that this car was particularly familiar. Lin Ruoyu purposely turned to the rear of the car and saw the 4-2 displacement. Lin Ruoyu hurriedly rushed to Jiang Shuji, pulled Jiang Shuji, who was about to storm out, and whispered in her ear, Store manager, this man is driving a Phaeton, and it's possible that it's a special version, and it costs $2 million to get on the road. Phaeton? And a special edition? Jiang Shuji was instantly dumbfounded and looked at Chang Yuan with a scornful gaze. Just now in the midst of the shock, Jiang Shuji did not discover some details. Now take a serious look. The piece of Rolex on this fat man's wrist is worth several $100,000. How can this be any kind of decorator? Get it right. This fat guy is the owner of No. 8, Liang Road. Lin Ruoyu gave Shen Lian a look before bowing deeply to Chang Yuan. This gentleman, Lu Yan, was a bit anxious just now and bumped into you. I apologize to you on Lu Yan's behalf. I hope you won't get on Luyan's bad side. Chang Yuan suddenly laughed. It's a small world, isn't it? So this woman is a friend of the ex-wife? Well, that's no wonder. People come in all shapes and sizes. Unfortunately, Shen Lian didn't appreciate it at all, and as she pushed Lin Ruoyu aside, she coldly said, Lin Ruoyu, I don't need you to apologize instead of me. It was him who locked my car. It's not like I did anything wrong. Lin Ruoyu was in a hurry, and kept passing her eyes to Shen Lian, but unfortunately, Shen Lian didn't give a damn. This Lin Ruoyu is really timid and afraid of even a decorator. Chang Yuan asked with interest. Lin Ruoyu, your friend is so confident. What's the origin? Ga? Lin Ruoyu was confused and jerked her head to look at Chang Yuan. After seeing Chang Yuan's looks clearly, the whole person was dumbfounded. How come it's Chang Yuan? Chang Yuan? You? What are you doing at No. 8, Liang Road? Jiang Shuji and Shen Lian looked at each other. What's the situation? Ruoyu, you know this person? Lin Ruoyu's brain was buzzing, and she couldn't figure out why Chang Yuan had appeared here. His name is Chang Yuan, my ex-husband. A trace of undisguised contempt surfaced on Shen Lian's face. This Lin Ruoyu, her vision was also too poor. Finding such a trashy ex-husband, Jiang Shuji, however, is a little strange. Lin Ruoyu's ex-husband can afford to drive a Phaeton. Should be quite powerful. Why Lin Ruoyu divorced him? Shen Lian looked at Chang Yuan with a condescending gaze. Surname Chang, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're Lin Ruoyu's ex-husband. She, Lin Ruoyu, is just a very ordinary designer's assistant at Lawn Living Room Curtains. There is no face here with me. I'm warning you, remove the lock immediately. Otherwise, you'll end up in jail. Lin Ruoyu was choking quite hard. This damn Shen Lian. She was speaking for her, okay? Since Shen Lian doesn't know what's good for her, let her continue to dance. She didn't give a. Chang Yuan glanced at Lin Ruoyu. A very ordinary designer's assistant? Yeah, it's really quite common. However, it was such a very ordinary position that Lin Ruoyu flaunted in front of him every day. He was really blind back then to find a woman like Lin Ruoyu. And who are you? Looking down on the designer's assistant so much? Shen Lian bristled with disdain. Don't even recognize me? No wonder you're such a lousy mixer. Jiang Shuji, who was at the side, introduced. Lu Yan is the #1 beautiful anchorwoman of Qingdao TV. Don't you watch the news on weekdays? After Jiang Shuji reminded him of this, Chang Yuan finally remembered. No wonder I thought this lower head girl looked a bit familiar. So it's the beautiful anchorwoman of Qingdao TV station? Chang Yuan could not help but feel a little disappointed. Originally, he still had a hint of a good fantasy about this beautiful anchorwoman. Too bad. It's just broken. Chang Yuan gently shook his head. The #1 beautiful anchorwoman of Qingdao TV is nothing more than that. You. Shen Lian's face turned a little purple with anger. Those who are successful in high society have praised her. This fat bastard. Just a decorator. How dare he look down on her? Just when Shen Lian was so angry that she almost exploded, a familiar voice came from the back of the meeting. Lian, who put up the floor lock? Shen Lian had never felt that Shen Manwan's voice was so melodious as it was now. Shen Lian hurriedly came to Shen Manwan, grabbed Shen Manwan's arm, and launched an accusation of blood and tears. Man, that's the fat guy who drives a Volkswagen. It's true that I parked a little crookedly, but you also said that these parking spaces belong to your family. So what can I do if I park a little crookedly? Not only did he accuse me of parking crookedly, but he also told me to move my car. And most annoying of all, he even installed an unauthorized ground lock on the parking space. This is an encroachment on your legal rights. You should never be polite when dealing with trash like this. I suggest you contact the property directly and get a forklift directly to shovel his car out. As for the damage caused by these 2 floor locks, the original price must be paid. No, it must be paid tenfold. Shen Lian did not notice that Shen Manwan's expression changed to a very wonderful one, pulling Shen Manwan towards Chang Yuan. Surname Chang, the owner of the parking space is here. Do you still have the audacity to say that this is your parking space now? As soon as the words fell, Shen Manwan broke free from Shen Lian's control and quickly rushed to Chang Yuan, her eyes like spring water looking at Chang Yuan, her voice so charming that it could sweeten a person to death. Brother Chang, why didn't you tell me you were here? Chapter 158, sooner or later you will be swept away. Chang Yuan yawned and opened his mouth. I drank a bit at noon and fell asleep in the car. Aren't you at the hotel? How did you come over? Made an appointment with a curtain brand name party to come over and take measurements. Shen Lian was a bit confused, vaguely sensing a hint of a bad taste, and asked cautiously, Man, this gentleman is an acquaintance of yours. Ha? Shen Manwan did not want Lin Ruoyu to know that Chang Yuan was the owner of the Building King, but since he had already bumped into it, there was no need to hide it. Shen Manwan fell to introducing. Lo Yen, didn't you just say that you wanted me to introduce my husband? I'll formally introduce you now. This is my husband, Chung Yuan.
When she said this, Shun Manwan was a little nervous, afraid that Chung Yuan would refute her words.
When was I your mister? The good thing was that Chung Yuan just raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything.
This made Shin Manwan almost jump high in excitement.
Brother Chang has acquiesced yet. What about Mr. Default's identity? Swish. Shen Lian's pretty face turned pale. This dead fat is actually Shin Manwan's man? I can't believe you're the owner of a king of the building mansion? What this is? At this moment, Shen Lian regretted wanting to commit suicide. Originally,
she had already formulated a plan to recognize the divine magnate behind her through Shan Manwan, and then use her identity as the #1 beautiful anchorwoman to pry her over with just a little bit of means. But what she didn't expect was this. The plan hadn't even started yet, and she'd already offended the godly man. Shen Lian used great effort to squeeze out a less natural smile.
Shang, Mr. Shang, misunderstanding.
Just now it was all a misunderstanding.
Chung Yuan didn't give any face at all. Where's the misunderstanding? Didn't you say that this is your husband's parking space? Let your husband talk to me personally. Husband?
Jiang Shuji and Lin Ruoyu looked at each other.
Lu Yun even said that? That's a lot of fun.
Shen Lian's pink face almost suffocated into a monkey's butt.
This Nimrod, in front of the owner of someone's parking space, said those spaces belonged to her husband. Today this face is completely humiliated. Shang, Mr. Shang, I didn't know it was you.
Chung Yuan looked at Shen Lian with interest.
Coincidentally, I don't know when I got such a wife as you. As a news anchor, on weekdays, Shen Lian could speak well. But now, Shen Lian couldn't speak a single gulp of words in a nebulous manner. Shen Lian could only turn to Shen Manwan for help. Man, I've had a little misunderstanding with your date. Please help me explain. Shen Manwan had a bit of a brain ache. But, again,
he couldn't help but stand out and round up the situation.
Chang, dear, Lu Yen is a hairy little girl who grew up with me. For my sake, don't be general with her, okay, honey? Chang Yuan couldn't help but grin. He kinda liked this title. Chung Yuan just took Shin Manwan's one blood, and is rare.
Naturally it is impossible not to give Shin Manwan this face.
For man's sake, let's forget about it this time. But man, in the future, don't just bring back anyone who isn't a trio, okay, honey? Chung Yuan indifferently swept a glance at Jiang Shuji. That lawn what came?
It's orchid parlor curtains. This lawn living room curtain guy is no good. Just reject it and change the curtain brand.
Okay, honey. Jiang Shuji's face collapsed, and she hurriedly stabbed Lin Ruoyu on the side, signaling her to go up and say a few good words. After all, this Mr. Chang used to be her ex-husband. It was only at this point that Lin Ruoyu came back to her senses from the shock. How could she not believe the scene she saw with her own eyes? Chung Yuan could buy a $2 million car she tolerated. After all,
Chang Yuan had once reached close to $10 million.
Now that she has turned over, she can understand the millions of dollars she has earned again, and it is normal to be able to buy a $2 million car. But this is the king of the building for hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if Chang Yuan has really made a small fortune recently, it is impossible to earn hundreds of millions of dollars for the king of the building. Chang Yuan, are you really the owner of King of Buildings? Chang Yuan nodded blithely. Right. Lin Ruoyu was going crazy. Regret wanted to headbutt the phaeton. If she can endure a few more days, if she doesn't divorce Chang Yuan, this king of building mansion will be hers. Chang Yuan, I know exactly what's going on with you. How can you afford the king of the building at No. 8, Liang Road? Chang Yuan shrugged. We're divorced, and it doesn't seem to matter to you whether I can afford the king of the building or not, does it? Lin Ruoyu was speechless. Not willingly. Lin Ruoyu was really too unwilling. Lin Ruoyu suddenly took 2 steps forward, grabbed Chung Yuan's arm, and squeezed out a very whiny voice. Just like back to the day when she had just gotten good with Chung Yuan. Hubby, I really know I'm wrong. Let's remarry. I will be dedicated to you. Be a good wife and assist your career to take off. Chang Yuan hadn't even snapped yet, but Shin Manwan on the side couldn't help at first.
Shen Manwan pushed Lin Ruoyu away with one hand.
Lin Ruoyu, I'm warning you. You've already divorced my dear. Don't harass my dear. Shen Manwan, it's all because of you that my husband divorced me. I'll fight you today. Wan Ling didn't hesitate to stand by Shen Manwan's side and looked at Lin Ruoyu with a contemptuous gaze. Lin Ruoyu, do you want to show some face? The whole gym is well aware of what happened between you and brother Chang. It's obvious that you cheated on him. Don't you dare touch sister man. Let's see if I don't scratch your face off. Lin Ruoyu was already no match for Shen Manwan, and with the help of Wan Ling, Lin Ruoyu knew that he would not be able to defeat him. Lin Ruoyu turned to start magic attacks. Shen Manhwan, do you think Chung Yuan really loves you? He just covets your youth and beauty. You will always be old and gray one day. Cheng Yuan will sooner or later sweep you out of the door. If it was before Chung Yuan bought Shen Manhwan a house, perhaps, Shen Manhwan would still be a little bit worried. But now, Shen Manhwan didn't panic at all. She's so young now. She owns a mansion of nearly $30 million, a $2 million luxury car, and after a few more years with Big Brother Chang, her savings won't be less than $10 million, right? At that time, even if Big Brother Chang didn't want her anymore, wouldn't it smell good to be a rich woman with face and body who had money and leisure? In case she gives Brother Chang a son or daughter, Big Brother Chang will surely give her quite a bit of alimony, and then life will be even better. If the amount of alimony is 9 crores, then she's special too, the object of envy and worship of countless fairies. Lin Ruoyu, your Brother Chang's ex-wife. You should know Brother Chang's character. You're the one at fault, and Chang has given you the house, and I definitely won't do anything to apologize to Big Brother Chang, even if there really is that day. Will Big Brother Chung treat me poorly? Wan Ling, who was on the side, stood out and looked at Lin Ruoyu with a teasing gaze, fiercely complimenting her. Lin Ruoyu, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Big Brother Chang bought Sister Man Man a house at No. 8, Liang Road, and he also bought Sister Man Man a $2 million car. Even if the worst happens, Sister Man Man is still an existence you can't afford to climb. Chapter 159, a good comrade is one who can correct his mistakes. What? Cheng Yuan bought Shen Manhwan a house at No. 8, Liang Road? And a $2 million car? Lin Ruoyu felt her brain lacking a bit of oxygen and staggered back several steps. Cheng Yuan, how could you buy Shen Manhwan a house and a car? She is just greedy for your money. If you go bankrupt, do you believe Shen Manhwan will be the first to dump you? Cheng Yuan looked at Lin Ruoyu with a cold gaze. What does it matter to you who I buy a house or a car for? Why are you so excited? As for bankruptcy, I've already broken the bank once. It's impossible for me to break the bank a second time. And, even if I broke the bank a second time, Man is not the same as you. Shen Manhwan hurriedly took a stand. What I like is Big Brother Chang as a person, not Big Brother Chang's money. Even if Big Brother Chang really goes bankrupt, big deal. I'll continue to be a fitness instructor. I can afford Big Brother Chang. All the girls rolled their eyes. Even Wan Ling was bellyaching in her mind. Shen Manhwan, Sister Manhwan, can talk really well. If Brother Chang really went bankrupt, I guess you ran faster than anyone. Lin Ruoyu stared at Shen Manhwan and gritted her teeth. Shen Manhwan, don't think I don't know what you are. When you were a fitness instructor, you kept at least 100 fish inside your pond. Shen Manhwan was a bit anxious. Yes, she did keep fish before, but that's because she doesn't have the right person in her pond to keep. After meeting Brother Chang, she simply gave up the entire pond. Never shied away from those fry when posting to friends. She was truly devoted to Brother Chang. Shen Manhwan looked at Cheng Yuan with a slightly nervous gaze. My dear, don't listen to Lin Ruoyu's nonsense. My heart is so small that it can only hold you. Cheng Yuan dotingly rubbed Shen Manhwan's head. Manhwan, I believe you. Before there was a comparison, Cheng Yuan really believed that Lin Ruoyu had given him her first time. However, after having Shen Manhwan as a comparison, Cheng Yuan was sure as well as certain that Lin Ruoyu was definitely not the first time when she was with him. It should have been repaired or, simply, stuffed with blood packs. The difference in experience is more than one. What is there to doubt about a good sister who gave her first time to you? Lin Ruoyu was furious. Is Cheng Yuan stupid? Shen Manhwan was obviously playing him. Cheng Yuan, you're over 30 and still so fat. Don't be so naive, okay? If it's not because you have a few dollars, why would Shen Manhwan like you? Cheng Yuan's face sank. Enough. Lin Ruoyu, I demand that you leave No. 8, Liang Road immediately. Otherwise, I'll tell the property to clean you out, add to the blacklist and never be allowed to enter. Seeing that Lin Ruoyu was almost about to talk to Cheng Yuan, Jiang Shuji hurriedly coughed dryly and reminded Lin Ruoyu to do her job and not to offend Mr. Chang. Lin Ruoyu reluctantly picked herself up and played the emotional card. Cheng Yuan, I was the one who spoke badly just now. I apologize. I am Lele's mom. I know Lele's preferences very well. Leave the curtains to me. I can definitely make satisfactory curtains for Lele. Cheng Yuan didn't bother to answer and directly took out his cell phone from inside his pocket and called Sun Kai. Manager's son. Here in my parking space. Someone is harassing me. Please clear them out and add them to the blacklist. Never to enter No. 8, Liang Road. Okay, Mr. Chang. I'll be right there. Cheng Yuan was like this. How could Jiang Shuji dare to hope to make curtains? Fearing that he would be blacklisted, he hurriedly pulled Lin Ruoyu into the car, started the car, and disappeared in front of the crowd in a blink of an eye. Shen Lian was a bit anxious. She didn't want to be blacklisted either. She also wanted to go. But her car was locked. Shen Lian decisively conceded. Mr. Chang, it's my fault today. I shouldn't have borrowed your parking space and honked my horn to wake you up. And even more so, I shouldn't have spoken out against you. Can you spare me this time for man's sake? Chang Yuan pulled out the key to the floor lock and casually threw it at the bottom of Shen Lian's feet. Slowly opened his mouth and spat out a single word, get lost. Shen Lian had never suffered this kind of humiliation before, and her face turned green with anger. However, she didn't dare to show it in the slightest. Facing the owner of the building at No. 8, Liang Road, who is worth over $100 million, she is not at all confident. Shen Lian could only endure the humiliation. Squat down, pick up the key under her feet, and open the floor lock. Chang Yuan could casually throw the car keys under her feet, but she didn't dare to throw the keys to Chang Yuan, but respectfully returned the keys to Chang Yuan. Mr. Chang, it's my fault today. I'm so sorry. Shen Manhwa was worried that Chang Yuan had some relationship with the leaders of the TV station, and worried that Chang Yuan would say bad things about himself to the leaders, so she admitted her mistake with a very proper attitude. Chang Yuan's feelings toward Shen Lian changed a little bit for the better. Although this Shen Lian was a bit snobbish and a bit spiteful, however, after recognizing the situation clearly, it is not bad to be able to put oneself in the right position and put oneself down to apologize. Chang Yuan waved his hand indifferently. To know one's mistakes is to be a good comrade. Thank you Mr. Chang for being generous. Shen Lian once again bowed to Chang Yuan, then got into the car and busily ran away. She didn't want to be blacklisted. Although there was little hope on Chang Yuan's side, what if she knew the other owners of No. 8, Liang Road in the future? It was only at this point that Wan Ling cautiously came up to say hello. Brother Chang, hello? Chang Yuan looked at Wan Ling with interest. Ling, why did you come over as well? Sister Man asked me to come over and help her put a room together. I didn't think I'd run into something like this. Chang Yuan nodded in understanding. Shen Manhwa, who was on the side, asked cautiously, Brother Chang, can I add Ling to the identification system of No. 8, Liang Road as well? Chang Yuan laughed. Why ask me about this kind of thing? You are also the owner of No. 8, Liang Road. I remember that for every household. There are 20 places to come. Shen Manhwa smiled bitterly and patted her head. She still hadn't transformed her identity a bit now. Mr. Chang has already bought her a house. She is also the owner of 8, Liang Road. Brother Chang, thank you. You're so kind to me. Chang Yuan looked at Shen Manhwa with a smile. You've called me darling. Of course I have to be nicer to you. Shen Manhwa's small heart contracted violently, carefully observing Chang Yuan's expression. Finding that Chang Yuan wasn't angry, he then said with a pleasing face, Brother Chang, I called it darling in order to make your ex-wife completely die. If you don't like it, I won't call it randomly in the future. Chang Yuan waved his hand with a disinterested expression. Call it what you like. I don't care about the vanity. Shen Manhwa was happy and a little bit sorry. Big Brother Chang allowed her to be called darling, which was not a small improvement. But still, Big Brother Chang did not give her a name. It seems that the revolution has a long way to go. Come on, Shen Manhwa. One day, you'll make the switch. Just as Shen Manhwa kept cheering herself up, a discordant voice came from behind. Who is so bold? Dare to harass Mr. Chang? Chapter 160. Mr. Li, this table is on me. The three of them turned their heads to look, only to see Sun Kai with a few security guards, rushing over in a murderous manner. After arriving close, Sun Kai suddenly choked. Why are there so many familiar faces in front of us? Mr. Chang and MS. Shin, the two owners, and MS. Shin's assistant MS. 1. Sun Kai snapped and asked, Mr. Chang, where are the people harassing you? Chang Yuan rolled his eyes in dismay. Manager Sun, you're not very efficient. The other party left a long time ago. Mr. Chang, I'll review and be more efficient next time. The little episode passed quickly, and after Sun Kai left, Chang Yuan looked at Shen Manhwa with a smile. Manhwa, are you still satisfied with the house you bought for you? Satisfied. Too satisfied. Brother Chang, you're too good to me. I really don't know how to repay you. I'm even afraid that this is all a dream. Chang Yuan laughed. You pinch Ling and try to see if it's a dream? Shen Manhwa obediently pinched Wan Ling, which hurt so much that Wan Ling almost jumped up high. Wan Ling looked at Chang Yuan with an aggrieved face. Brother Chang, you're biased. Why did you let Sister Man pinch me? Because Manhwa hurts and I'll be heartbroken. Wan Ling didn't want to admit it, but she had to. She was being shown the door. Shen Manhwa's heart was so happy that the look she gave Chang Yuan could simply putrefy an individual, not even caring that Wan Ling was right next to her. She jumped into Chung Yuan's arms as if she was a little swallow and took the initiative to offer her fragrant lips. Wan Ling says she shouldn't be here. She should be under the car. After kissing for 2 minutes, and kissing herself almost breathless, Shen Manwen reluctantly let go of Chung Yuan, looking at him with eyes like spring water. Honey, where are we going to eat tonight? Chang Yuan said in an apologetic tone. There's a work banquet tonight, so I can't eat with you. Shen Manwen was slightly disappointed. In fact, this eating of hers was a double entendre. Honey, you drank at lunch. You must drink less at night or I'll be heartbroken. Chung Yuan laughed. Okay, I'll try to drink less. Honey, if you get drunk, make sure you remember to call me so I can pick you up. Chung Yuan understood Shen Manwen's meaning. This little nymph, this is addicted to eating, and she still wants to eat some late-night snacks at night. As a mature and stable good man, for the girl's reasonable request, must be satisfied. A high-energy, nutritious protein that has to be arranged. Maven, remember to ask the room steward to arrange a midnight snack. Shen Manwen instantly became excited. These days happen to be the danger period. Must grasp this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm trying to get pregnant with Chang's child. However, the only pity is that Mr. Chang was drunk. The quality may be a bit off, but one can't ask for that much more. The big thing is, when you are pregnant, take a few more pregnancy tests to make sure everything is okay. Chung Yuan is gone. Wan Ling looked at Shen Manwen with an envious and somewhat sour gaze. Sister Manwen, Brother Chang is so good to you. I'm too envious. Ling Ling, if you also want to meet your true destiny, you must start disciplining yourself from today. All those unsavory boyfriends, cut them all clean and go to the hospital to fix them. For at least half a year, don't have intercourse, that way it can barely return to a closed state. It will probably be 80% of the level of the original, and there is a high probability that it can be fooled. Wan Ling looked at Shen Manwen with a suspicious gaze. Sister Man, how do you know so much? Could it be you too? Shen Manwen shook her head decisively. I am the original goods. I learned this from Lin Ruoyu. She was going to the hospital to do the repair surgery. However, she did not endure the loneliness. 3 months later, she talked to Chung Big Brother. Okay, I get it. After a moment's pause, Wan Ling said in a slightly regretful tone. Tonight, Brother Chang will go to the long private room. So it seems that I won't be able to fish for a presidential suite tonight. Shen Manwen smiled faintly. Ling Ling, you can press the bed for me tonight. Sleeping on no. 8. Liang Road is no worse than a presidential suite. Also, Chung Yuan drove out of the underground parking lot, suddenly realized that he had been drinking, and made a call to call Sun Kai back. Manager Sun, I drank at noon. Please send me to Chef 8. Okay, Mr. Chang. Liang came early to kitchen no. 8 to survey the environment of the private room. Because all the people in the group had signed up, more than 30 people, Liang was worried that the private room and wine table were not big enough to fit so many people. After entering the private room, Liang lowered his heart. It turned out that there were 2 wine tables inside this private room. One larger one that could seat 20 people. A smaller one will seat 14. Just enough to fill it up without feeling cramped. It wasn't long before former co-workers arrived. After a few pleasantries, Liang settled his former co-workers, went downstairs, and came to the front desk. Hello, what package is reserved for the turquoise room on the 2nd floor? The receptionist inquired, then respectfully replied. Good day, ma'am. The turquoise hall is booked for the 8888 package. 8,888? Liang couldn't help but frown. The price of the food at Chef No. 8 was too expensive. The boss had really broken the bank. This would have been half the money taken down if we had gone to Sister Yang's cuisine, which she recommended. To save Chang Yuan some money, Liang asked, can we bring our own drinks? The receptionist looked at Liang with an odd gaze. This woman. It must be the first time she came to know. 8 kitchen. Ma'am, our package comes with drinks. No need to bring your own. Like this? That's okay. Liang was only slightly relieved. A slightly surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Liang, you figured it out? Liang was stunned and subconsciously turned around to see a familiar face. Yu Shigehachi, the owner of Little Kitchen No. 8. Liang's expression turned a little complicated. When Chang Yuan was in his prime, Yu Changhachi approached Liang. At that time, Yu Changba was interested in entering the high-end seafood buffet industry in Qingdao and tried to offer a high price to poach Liang. However, Liang flatly refused. After Chang Yuan went bankrupt, Liang's best bet was to find Yu Changba, but she didn't. On the one hand, it's in the way. After all, the refusal is too heavy. 8. On the other hand, she thinks that Chang Yuan has a chance to rise again. If she follows Yu Changba and jumps back to the boss when he rises again, isn't that unloading? She won't do anything that unethical. Boss Yu, I'm here to eat. Yu Chongbei didn't mind at all, turned his head to look at the front desk and said in a cowboy voice, "Store manager Lee, this table is on me. Give them a free bill." The receptionist cautiously reminded, "Boss, this lady booked the 8888 set menu." Ahem. Yu Shigehachi almost choked. He had inquired about Li Ying's recent situation and learned that she was working as a store manager at a fast food restaurant, and her monthly salary was not even 8888, so how could she afford to eat a set meal of 8,888? However, the greatness had been blown out. Yu Chongbao had to swallow his teeth even if he bit his tongue. What's wrong with 8,888? Free as usual. The receptionist girl was on the verge of tears and once again cautiously reminded, "Boss, this lady is a gathering of 33 people." Chapter 161, Boss Yu is the honorable owner of No. 8, Liang Road. Pust. Yu Shigehachi almost spurted blood. Nima. A potluck for 33 people? Wouldn't that be over $260? 000? Yu Changba asked with a bitter smile. Store manager Li, your fast food restaurant is having a reunion today? Li Ying gently shook her head. It's not a fast food restaurant. Mr. Du is so petty. How can he afford to give his employees a get-together? The owner of that previous seafood buffet contacted us out of the blue and wanted to get together. Yu Changba raised his eyebrows. Can't be? I heard that boss Chang was delivering couriers after he went bankrupt, earning $10,000 a month from all the hard work, and he's willing to treat you guys to an 888 set meal? Li Ying looked at Yu Changba with a defiant face. What's wrong with delivery? Boss you look down on couriers? Isn't it just 8,888? My boss still has the vigor to take out a month's salary. Yu Chongbei looked at Li Ying with an odd gaze. Dare to say, this little ninny thought, a total of 8,888 Li Ying? It's not that I'm looking down on Boss Chang, the main thing is, the package he booked is 8,888 ahead, and with more than 30 of you, that's a total of more than $200,000. Do you think he can come up with $200,000? Ha? 8,888? Li Ying was shocked. Even before the owner went bankrupt, when he was at his peak, he didn't spend this much money on the reunion. Now, Li Ying was a bit worried about Cheng Yuan. However, her mouth refused to admit defeat. Since the boss arranged this place, there must be his reasoning. We can just obey unconditionally. Yu Chongbao's headache. Store manager Li, aren't you worried that after you've eaten and drunk your fill, Boss Chang will propose AA? Li Ying shook his head without hesitation. No way. The boss won't screw us over. Yu Chongba sighed. To be honest, I really envy Boss Chang. What kind of mesmerizing soup did he pour into you, making you so dead set on him? Li Ying looked up at Yu Chonghachi fixedly. Boss Yu, let me ask you a question. Did you dig me up just because of my work ability? Yu Shigehachi's eyes flickered a bit. Naturally, it's not just because of Li Yung's work ability, but Li Yung's face and body, as well as the Chuan girl attributes, are all plus points. Li Ying smiled. It was true. Rejecting this located boss back then was definitely a correct choice. Boss Yu, our boss values me simply because of my ability to work, and soldiers die for their friends. Don't look at Li Ying's words of righteousness, but in fact, isn't she still eating Cheng Yuan's face? She had a vague expectation that the boss, like those before him, would have some kind of crooked idea about her. Unfortunately, Cheng Yuan never did. Yu Shigehachi sighed again. Store manager Li, even if Boss Chang is good, he's still broke. I heard that he owes more than $1 million in foreign debts. There's no way he'll ever get back on his feet again. The door on my side is always open to you. As long as you figure it out, feel free to contact me. While the two were talking, Cheng Yuan's phaeton drove in. The two doormen at the door pushed me and I pushed you, and neither would direct the parking, because the phaeton was followed by a Mercedes S450. Both of them wanted to greet the Mercedes owner, which was the big client. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Yu Chongbei. Yu Chongbei, immediately angry, pushed open the door, split his face, reprimanded, "What are you two griping about? Why don't you quickly go to receive the honored guest who was driving a phaeton? Is that a phaeton?" The two doormen rushed forward and commanded the reversal with a curt face. Instead, the Mercedes-Benz S450 in the back is ignored. Li Ying asked with interest, Boss Yu, how did you recognize that car as a phaeton? In my eyes, it's no different from an ordinary Volkswagen. Yu Chongbao laughed. In fact, from the front face alone, I can't distinguish it well. I need to carefully observe the wheels. However, I didn't rely on the wheels to judge just now. I saw the photo of this car in the Liang Road No. 8 owners group and remembered the license plate number. It is said that this phaeton owner is the owner of the king of the building. The owner of the king of the building? Li Ying couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I've heard that the cheapest house in your No.
8. Liang Road costs more than $20 million.
Wouldn't the king of the building cost hundreds of millions?
Right. I'd buy that house for about $25 million. And the king of the building does go over $100 million.
After a pause, Yu Chung 8 powerful boom said, Li Ying,
even when Boss Chang was at his peak, he couldn't afford to buy a house on No.
8. Liang Road.
There is a huge gap between Boss Chang's and my strengths.
So how come you don't want to do it with me?
Li Ying was very reluctant to listen to Yu Chong Hachi's words, but there was no way to refute them. At his peak, her boss was worth just over $10 million.
And boss Yu, a house is $25 million. Just as Li Ying was holding his breath,
the Phaeton's passenger door opened and a familiar figure came down from the car. Li Ying was so excited that she almost burst into tears.
Boss, it's the boss. My boss is the owner of the building at No. 8. Liang Road? Yu Chong Bei, who was on the side,
was also confused.
I'll rub it in. What the hell? Didn't that Mr. Chang go bankrupt? Li Ying, don't get excited first.
Although Boss Chang is sitting in the Phaeton of the owner of the King of Buildings,
it doesn't mean anything. The one driving the car is the one.
Before he could finish his words,
Yu Shigehachi choked. Because
he saw Sun Kai getting out of the driver's seat and respectfully handing the car keys to Chung Yuan. This meant that the one he looked down on,
the bankrupt Chang boss,
was really the owner of the king of the building at No.
8. Liang Road. How is that possible? Isn't he broke? You've made a comeback in over $100 million so quickly? Chung Yuan didn't care if Yu Chongba could understand or not.
He quickly stepped into the gate and sized up Li Ying with interest. For today's party, Li Ying had dressed up carefully, dressed in a clean white princess dress. Her hair was curled with curlers in big curls, parted to the right and falling meekly to her chest. Her face was painted with exquisite light makeup. Her features were delicate and aesthetic. Her big eyes flickered,
and the whole person looked especially age-reducing, simply like the school flower that countless people were chasing after in the university. Innocent. Chang Yuan froze for half a second.
Li Ying had followed him for so many years.
How come he had never realized that Li Ying was so good-looking? Is it because Li Ying never liked makeup? Never liked dressing up? Just this face value and image quality. It's 10,000 times better looking than Lin Ruoyu. At this moment,
Chang Yuan was incomparably self-condemned.
Had he been blind before? How could you be so mesmerized by Lin Ruoyu that you overlooked such a nice girl like Li Ying? They say that a woman is a woman, and I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Li Ying was very happy, but on her lips she snapped, Boss, I hate it. You're making fun of me. On the side, Yu Chongbi's face was filled with smiles as he stretched out his hands at Chung Yuan. Hello, Boss Chang. Chang Yuan and Yu Chonghachi hitched hands. Li Ying, is this your friend? Aren't you going to introduce them?
Li Ying glanced at Yu Chonghachi and willfully introduced.
Boss, this is Mr. Yu Chonghachi, the owner of Little Kitchen No. 8. In addition, he has another layer of identity. Oh, what identity? Boss Yu is the honorable owner of No. 8. Liang Road. Chapter 162. No need to consider shop costs.
Li Ying purposely pronounced the word honorable with a heavier accent.
Yu Shigehachi almost choked to death. If he was facing someone else, he would have raised his head proudly. But the one standing in front of him was the owner of the building King Ah. He's nothing compared to the king of the building owners. Store manager Li, don't scold me. I'm just a caterpillar in front of the honorable building king owner. It's my honor for the owner of the king of buildings to come to my store for dinner. I'll give you 20% off today's set menu. Chung Yuan didn't know that Yu Chongbei had once dug up Li Ying and said with a smile, Thank you, Boss Yu. Then, Boss Chang, you guys eat and drink well. I have guests, so I'll excuse myself. Yu Chongba was busy taking his leave, fearing that Li Ying would say something else that would make him unable to get off the stage. Chang Yuan was stunned. Why did this located boss leave in such a hurry? Chang Yuan turned his head and continued his attention to Li Ying. Eiko, did you just arrive? Have the others arrived? Li Ying had always held a grudge against Chang Yuan for being snatched away, and over the days, she kept reflecting that it was all because she was too shy and passive. Now that the boss and Lin Ruoyu are divorced, her chance to take the initiative has come. Li Ying raised her head, her big eyes flickering as she looked at Chang Yuan. My co-workers are here. I've been here for a while, specially here to greet the boss. Chang Yuan laughed. Go up. Don't keep your colleagues waiting. Okay, boss. Li Ying followed Chang Yuan up the stairs, and while walking, she peeked at Chang Yuan with the rest of her eyes, getting more and more excited. Boss, you're in much better spirits now. Have you been losing weight lately? Yeah, I've been losing weight lately. Eiko, you've changed quite a bit too. You can dress up. You look much better than before. Li Ying's happy little heart fluttered wildly, and delicately said, In the past, when I just entered the city, I was still essentially a countryside earth girl.
and after living on Qingdao for so many years, I can't not grow up at all, right? Much grown up, now totally a stylish new urban woman. The two men entered the turquoise hall between jokes. Wow! The old employees all stood up, slightly excitedly looking at Chang Yuan and at their former boss. I don't know who started clapping first, and the applause was instantaneous. Everyone was clapping desperately, their palms red. Some of the more emotional older employees have shed tears. Welcome, boss. Congratulations to the boss for coming out. Old Chang, you missed me. For a while, the shouts and applause almost shook the booth. Chang Yuan walked to the main seat. His eyes slid over the face of every old employee, and he was inwardly overwhelmed with sighs, not realizing that the old employees were so welcoming to him. The former boss, Chang Yuan, kept pressing down with both hands. The applause and shouting then subsided, and everyone looked at him with red eyes. Lele quietly wiped her tears and turned her head to look at Chang Yuan with a Confucian gaze. Boss, a few words for the big guy? The crowd began to rise again. Boss, after such a long time, we finally got together and had to say a few words. Boss, the days you don't give us meetings are so damn boring. Just like you to give us a boost every day. Boss, it's been a while since I've heard your characteristically magnetic voice. Chang Yuan kept arching his hands and clasping his fists, and the crowd gradually quieted down, looking at Chang Yuan with anticipation. The boss has been silent for so long and suddenly gathered them together. It's not as simple as a get-together, is it? Chang Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Thank you all for your trust and support, taking time out of your white knuckles to come to today's gathering. In our life, we will meet a lot of people. Some of them, walking around and fall apart. The people who can keep going. Each one is precious. All of you here are Farhang's most loyal veteran employees. All of them are my Chang Yuan's most overprivileged brothers and sisters. You guys were with me until the very end during the toughest times. A sincere thank you to all of you. Thank you for your support as well as your help. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your unfailing support." After saying that, Chang Yuan bowed deeply to the crowd. Chang Yuan was too sincere. His true feelings touched the hearts of all the employees. Everyone's eyes were all moist. Those who were more emotional had already burst into tears. I don't know who's taking the lead. Once again, the older employees applauded desperately. Hands are a little sore from all the clapping. Boss, you're worth it. You're the best boss we've ever seen. We should be thanking the boss. My boss has taught me a lot, and I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for my boss. Chang Yuan pressed his hands down slightly and the crowd quieted down. Everybody sit down. Sit down and talk. The crowd sat down. Chang Yuan cleared his throat and continued. Today, I've gathered you all here. Firstly, to catch up on old times, and secondly, there's something I need to discuss with you. I'm going to reopen Farhang. If you guys still believe in me, Chang Yuan, I'll do the exit formalities tomorrow. Leaving tomorrow? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what they should do. After all, after a few years of hard work, several of these older employees have made it to store manager. The income is even higher than when I followed Chang Yuan. As Chang Yuan's diehard fan, Lele was the first to take a stand. Brothers and sisters, what's the hesitation? I've already resigned. I can take up my post tomorrow. Zhao Dahai was the first batch of employees that Chang Yuan had brought up, and he really wanted to respond in one go. However, he had already worked his way up to store manager at a hotpot restaurant. On top of that, he's married, bought a house, and has to pay the mortgage every month. You have to be a little more careful about things like resigning. Boss, can I ask if the store has been found? Chang Yuan smiled slightly. Why did he pick to eat at Songsher Hall? It's because, through Turquoise Hall, you can see his two houses along the street. Chang Yuan raised his hand to point to his two houses along the street and asked with a smile. Dahai, what do you think of the houses along the street over there? Zhao Dahai laughed. This is the Liang Road No. 8, along the street houses, surrounded by high-end neighborhoods. The owners of the consumer capacity is very strong. Can open high-end seafood buffet here certainly fire. However, it is said that a set of these street houses more than 10 million. The annual rent is at least 1 million. The cost is a little too high. I suggest that it is still the same as before, or open inside the mall. Chang Yuan grinned. Dahai, there's no need to consider the cost of the store. These two sets of rooms along the street are mine. The center can be opened up. The first floor will be 300 square meters, and the third floor is close to 1,000 square meters. Definitely can open one of the most luxurious and high-end seafood buffet in Qingdao. In this regard, Liang did not have any surprises. After all, just now, Yu Changhachi had said that Chang Yuan was the owner of the king of the building at No. 8, Liang Road. However, the other veteran employees didn't know this, and one was shocked beyond words. At his peak, the boss was worth $10 million. These two houses along the street, at the lowest price,
Both cost $20 million. How can that be? Chapter 163. Our boss is the owner of the king of the building at No. 8, Liang Road. Everyone felt that Chang Yuan was bragging. But, after all, Chang Yuan was their most beloved ex-boss. And no one said anything questionable. However, their skeptical glances revealed what they were thinking. Chang Yuan smiled and asked, "Do people not believe me? Think I'm bragging?" The crowd snapped and didn't answer. Yang Lei, the previous purchasing manager, just couldn't hold it in. "Boss, I have a question to ask. Just now the C said, this street house 10 million a set. Is it true? Not 10 million, but 15 million. Gulp. The crowd couldn't help but swallow furiously. That's more of a stretch. $30 million. The boss is broke. How can he get $30 million in such a short time? Boss, don't blame everyone for doubting you. You were only worth about $10 million at your peak. Where did you get this $30 million in such a short time? Before Chang Yuan could reply, Li Ying, who was on the side, stepped forward. Brothers and sisters, there's no need for you to doubt the strength of the boss. Just now, boss you of No. 8 Kitchen said it himself. Our boss is the owner of the king of the building at No. 8, Liang Road. The owner of the king of the building? Everyone was shaken up. With an unbelievable face, he looked at Chang Yuan and Li Ying. Store manager, you're not lying to us, are you? No. 8, Liang Road is the most high-end neighborhood in our Qingdao, bar none. And the king of the building in it is worth over $100 million. Li Ying laughed. Why would I lie to you? Then again, do you guys know how many set meals the boss ordered today? Zhao Dahai subconsciously asked. How much? 8,888 apiece. Today's meal alone costs over $200,000. If the boss is trying to amuse you guys, why spend so much real money? The 8888 person package? News after news shook the crowd to the point where they had become somewhat numb. At that exact moment, the waiter began to pass out the food. What lobster king crab Eastern star spot? And all sorts of unreadable, unrecognizable ingredients. Served in one breath. What shocked the crowd the most was that a few of the waiters were still holding thatch. This stuff is over 2,000 a bottle. 6 bottles in one sitting. The big guy was already mostly convinced when he saw Mao Zi. To make sure of his judgment, Zhao Dahai turned his head and asked, Beauty, how much of a package are we talking about? Hello sir, this is the 8888 a head package. Zhao Dahai. Crowd. After the waiters left, Chang Yuan grinned. Don't froze, eat some while it's hot. Let's not get drunk today. Yang Lei poured himself a glass, then raised his glass and gestured to Chang Yuan. Boss, I went so far as to doubt your strength just now. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Feel free. Saying that, Yang Lei tilted his head and drank the liquor in one go. Just as Yang Lei wanted to pour a second glass, Zhao Dahai quickly snatched the bottle away and looked at Yang Lei with a wary face. Old Yang, you dog, what a beautiful thought. Still punishing yourself with 3 cups? You clearly have a craving for alcohol. Don't even think about sneaking a drink while we're not looking. Yang Lei had an embarrassed look on his face. Zhao Dahai. This dog knew him too well. Surprisingly, he saw through it. The crowd instantly understood and crusaded against Yang Lei. Manager Yang, in vain I have always thought that you are the most straightforward person. I didn't expect that you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have a belly full of bad water. Before, Dahai told me that Manager Yang has no heart for anything else, but 180 heart for drinking. At that time I didn't believe it, but now I do. We can't let Manager Yang secretly drink all the wine. Come on, let's all toast the boss together. Chang Yuan picked up his glass and laughed. Brothers and sisters, let's drink openly today. There's plenty of Mauzi to go around. Hearing Chang Yuan's words, Yang Lei's spirit was greatly energized. Snatching the bottle of wine in Zhao Dahai's hand, filling a cup for himself, and placing it between his nostrils with a satisfied face and inhaling deeply. The boss has spoken. We must drink well today. If anyone dares to cheat, I, Old Yang, will be the first to refuse. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere turned more heated. Yang Lei took advantage of the wine and asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Boss, it's not that I, Lao Yang, don't believe you. The key is, today's news is too shocking. Can you divulge a little bit? How did you flip your business? Where did you get the money from? Speculating in the stock market? Or did you win the lottery? Everyone's ears perked up. Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Speculating in stocks or winning the lottery were indeed good excuses. However, lottery winning records are available. The stock numbers are fixed. In case the employees ask him for his stock number, wouldn't that be revealing? Chang Yuan sighed, his expression turning a bit sad. My second uncle who worked in Silicon Valley died. He had no children, and I inherited tens of thousands of bitcoins. Tens of thousands of bitcoins?
All of the employees who knew the market were exuberant.
Second uncle is awesome. Surprisingly, he dug so many mines? What the hell is Bitcoin? Ha? You don't even know about Bitcoins? One costs $30,000 to $40,000.
And the boss inherited tens of thousands of Bitcoins.
Meaning he's already a billionaire. A billionaire? The crowd was thrilled. The boss is so powerful now. What are they hesitating for? Yang Lei was the first to state his position. Boss, I'll resign tomorrow and can start anytime. Zhao Dahai followed suit. Boss,
although I'm now working as a store manager,
as long as you greet me, I will definitely follow you without hesitation. Even if I continue to be an ordinary waiter. Zhao Dahai,
the store manager,
had taken a stand, so the others naturally wouldn't have any more concerns.
I am also willing to follow the boss to start from scratch.
Follow the boss, nothing else. Every day to live a very comfortable, very full. Cheng Yuan pressed his hands down slightly and the crowd quieted down. Take it easy, guys. I'm not done yet. All brothers and sisters who resign tomorrow. One person 10,000 in severance pay. In addition, I don't care how much you were paid before, as long as you are willing to come back and help my brothers and sisters. I don't care what position you are in, store manager or not, ordinary waiter or not. Each person's guaranteed salary is 20,000. Each person 1% equity. Note that is equity, not equity dividends. Ha, 20,000? And equity? Doesn't that mean that each of us is the boss? Everyone looked at Cheng Yuan with a shocked expression. Some had even gone into a trance, and for a moment some suspected they were dreaming. Several people quietly pinched their arms. Ouch, it hurts. It's true. Even those few old employees who had already mixed up to the store manager were almost jumping high with excitement at this moment, because none of them store managers are paid more than $10,000. The boss, on his side, gave a mention of 20,000 in one breath. Not to mention the restaurant circuit. Even if you include all the other industries, this is still a proper high wage. Even if you put it inside some of the big internet mills, it's not a small Karamika. What kind of godly boss are they with? Chapter 164, Completing God's Ho's Beginnings. Everyone was excited. Only Liying frowned slightly. As a former store manager, Liying is familiar with the operations of upscale seafood buffets and the profit margins. The boss pays too much. There's also a 31% equity share. Is there still a profit on the owner's side? You'll have to lose money if you don't get it right. Dang, dang, dang. Liying knocked hard on the table. The booth gradually quieted down, and the people at both tables looked at Liying with puzzled gazes. What's wrong with the store manager on such a great day? Why don't you look happy? Liying picked up his wine glass and slowly turned his head to look at his colleagues at the two tables. Colleagues, the boss is so good to us. We have to think about the boss too. Do you guys think it's right? The crowd shouted very neatly. Right. Liying nodded with satisfaction. This group of old co-workers are really all people of nature. The boss has given us a great deal, and I'm grateful to him. However, I can't accept such high treatment. At the very least, I can't accept it until the cafeteria is profitable. Since all of us guys are the bosses, we can't let the boss add money into it all by himself. The eyes of the crowd flickered, probably understanding Li Ying's meaning. However, it was not challenged. Yang Lei said in a deep voice, the store manager is right. We can't be parasites and suck the boss's blood. Let me make a statement. Before the cafeteria makes a profit, just give me the most basic livelihood security. When the cafeteria is profitable, then follow the wages, the boss said. Zhao Dahai seriously calculated. The family still has 50,000 yuan. Should still be able to hold on to the mortgage for half a year. For the first 3 months, just give me a base salary. And then when it's profitable, the salary will go up at your discretion. Seconded. Since we are all bosses, we all bear the profit and loss together. You can't put all the burden on the boss. Support the words of the store manager. I'm willing to share the pain with the boss. For a while, the crowd spoke enthusiastically about everything. However, the general idea is that it is not necessary to pay such a high salary at the beginning, and some people even said that half a salary would be fine at the beginning. Cheng Yuan was somewhat moved. This group of veteran employees is really sweet. Cheng Yuan stood up with his wine glass and looked around the two tables at his former colleagues. Without further ado, I'll toast my brothers and sisters. With a gulp, Cheng Yuan drank it all down in one go, and the crowd hurriedly picked up their glasses and drank it all down in the same manner. Cheng Yuan's tone was very firm. Brothers and sisters, your thoughts are appreciated. It used to be the startup phase, and I couldn't wait to break a penny into two halves and spend it. I've made you all suffer, but it's not the same as it used to be, and to blow my mind, I'm poor now. The reason for bringing everyone back together is not to lead them in suffering and entrepreneurship, but to bring brothers and sisters together to enjoy the blessings. Silence, deadly silence.
It took more than 10 seconds before a mountainous tsunami of cheers erupted from the box.
Hooray! Long live the boss! Awesome! The boss is awesome! Oh why? Getting a paycheck! To the boss! The box instantly turned into a sea of joy.
Right in the midst of this festive and cheerful atmosphere, a familiar beat sounded in Chang Yuan's head. Congratulations to the host
for successfully completing the God's Magnificent Beginnings quest.
The host recalled a total of 31 employees for a total award of $31 million in opening funds.
Currently, the average employee happiness index is 3.14, rewarding cashback of 3.14 times turnover. The reward multiplier varies with the employee happiness index. Chang Yuan was ecstatic.
$30 million just arrived.
And, bonus 3.14x turnover rebate. Just go for the turnover. Not even afraid of losing money. Just ask who dares to play with him like that. Chang Yuan asked in his mind. System, can the employee happiness index still change? How much is the highest? What's the minimum? Maximum 10. Minimum minus 10. 10x I understand. Minus 10 what the hell? Is it going to be a reverse deduction? That's not necessary. Minus 10 bonus 0. 1x turnover rebate. Chang Yuan silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. The dog system had finally relied on it for once. And it seemed that the welfare mission was really powerful. With only rewards and no penalties. Since the current employee happiness index is only 3.14, he's spoiled hard. Be sure to the employee happiness index to 10. After all, a 10x turnover rebate is faster money than robbing a bank. Just as Chang Yuan was inwardly calculating how to favor his employees, the crowd came over to make a toast. Chang Yuan's drinking capacity was not bad, but how could he carry so many employees in a wheel battle? It doesn't take long to get a little dizzy. The good thing is that Li Ying, Yang Lei, Zhao Dahai and a few diehards came forward to help Chang Yuan block the drinks. Only then did Chang Yuan avoid the dilemma of being dunked down. It was a feast that lasted until 9 p.m. The employees then reluctantly offered their farewells. Chang Yuan left Li Ying behind and led her to the front room, directly handing Li Ying the key. Yingzi, you, the store manager, will start work tomorrow, and you'll be in charge of all the store decoration and whatnot. You'll bring your siblings along to decorate, so you can still have a bit of a sense of accomplishment. Don't worry about spending money. I have plenty of money on my side. Okay, boss. Chang Yuan yawned and continued. Yingzi, you followed me for so long and I ended up owing you 3 months of salary. Now that I'm better, I have to compensate you properly. Tell me, what do you want? Li Ying's pupils flickered violently, and she wanted to say, boss, that's all I want from you. But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't get them out. Even though she had already done enough psychological construction, Li Ying was still somewhat unable to open her mouth. Boss, that was all of my own free will. You don't have to compensate me. I don't want anything. Chang Yuan smiled. He really wasn't wrong about Li Ying. This was really a good sister. Yingzi, the others, I'll give one person 1% of the equity. And on your side, I'll give you 10%. From now on, you are the second largest shareholder of Farhang. Li Ying's face changed drastically and he kept waving his hands. No can do. Boss, you're giving too much. Just give me 1%. Chang Yuan shook his head decisively. Eiko, don't push it. The feelings between us have long surpassed that of ordinary co-workers and are more like family. Unless you don't consider me as one of your own kindred spirits? Li Ying blinked her big beautiful eyes a few times. Inside, I'm both happy and a little sorry. She didn't want to be Chang Yuan's relative. She only wanted to be Chang Yuan's woman. Li Ying summoned up the courage to look at Chang Yuan. All of my best youth has been given to the boss, so I'll shamelessly rely on the boss. Boss can be responsible for me. The time limit is a lifetime. Li Ying's words were a pun, and I don't know if Chang Yuan understood it. But anyway, the guy responded with a mouthful. Eiko, don't worry, I'll be responsible for you. Chapter 165, just passing by. Li Ying just looked at Chang Yuan with such infatuation. Her heart was touched beyond description. How many 7 years can a girl have? All of her best youthful years were reserved for this man, and her heart was so small that there was no room for a second man. The good thing is that all the persistence is finally being answered. Li Ying could no longer control her emotions, and with a swish, tears streamed down her face. Chang Yuan was a bit confused. What happened to Youngjia? Why are you suddenly crying? Chang Yuan was a bit distressed by Li Ying's crying and hurriedly took out a tissue and helped Li Ying wipe her tears. Eiko, what's wrong with you? Chang Yuan's movements were too gentle, and his voice was too crispy. Li Ying's emotions completely erupted and she violently jumped into Chang Yuan's arms, burying her delicate little face in his shoulder, her tears wetting her clothes. Worth it. It was worth all the persistence. Oh, boss, I am happy. Chang Yuan was a bit confused, a bit of a handful. When Li Ying first joined the company, He felt a little undergrown, and he never treated Li Ying as a woman, just as a poor, helpless little sister. It's similar to treating Lin Ruoshi's feelings. It never occurred to him that Li Ying had feelings for him in the area of men and women. After hesitating for a long time, Chang Yuan did not push Li Ying away, but gently patted Li Ying's pink back. Eiko, everything will be fine. Don't cry. Well, everything will be fine. Li Ying was a little embarrassed as she let go of Chang Yuan, her pretty face red as if she had just roasted a fire. Li Ying somewhat couldn't stand this ambiguous atmosphere and hurriedly changed the topic. Boss, how much opening capital have you prepared? Is there $2 million? In Li Ying's mind, with $2 million, she would be able to put up a high-end seafood buffet restaurant. Chang Yuan raised his hand and lightly flicked Li Ying's forehead. Nei-san, who are you looking down on? Didn't I tell you just now? This time it's for you guys to come back and follow me to enjoy happiness. How could I be so stingy? Send me a bank card account. I'll give you $20 million first. Spend it all and ask me for more. Gulp. Li Ying once again swallowed furiously. $20 million? How can we spend it all? Boss, it doesn't take that much. Chang Yuan grinned. It's not up to you whether you need it or not. It's up to me. You just go ahead and spend it. Be sure to spend all of this $20 million. Li Ying. For the first time, she experienced that having too much money can be an annoyance. It's simply too much to spend. Boss, don't worry. I won't let you down. I will definitely find a way to spend all of this $20 million. And spend the effect that $20 million should have. Chang Yuan grinned. That's more like it. That's my good shopkeeper. Send the account number. Li Ying sent the account number over. Chang Yuan did some operation, and with a ding, Li Ying received the bank card information. Li Ying counted the zeros in his bank card balance and couldn't help but be stumped for a moment. It's really 20 million. For the first time in her life, she had seen so much money. The boss trusts her too much, doesn't he? Aren't you afraid she'll run off with the 20 million? Boss, you. Li Ying was moved to tears. At this moment, even if Chang Yuan did not give her any promises, she treated herself as Chang Yuan's person. After all, who on the outside would trust you that much? $20 million straight up? It's not like it's a cabbage. Even if it's $2,000, you have to think about it, right? Chang Yuan wiped away Li Ying's tears and said with a serious face, Yingzi, from now on, I only want to see you happy. Li Ying nodded her head vigorously and suddenly stood on her tiptoes, hugged Chang Yuan's neck with both hands, and pecked Chang Yuan's cheek as if it was a dragonfly. Then, as if she was a frightened bunny, she flew back a few steps, afraid that Chang Yuan would blame her. Chang Yuan touched his cheeks with a dismayed expression. Yingzi was getting bolder and bolder now. However, Chang Yuan had no intention of blaming her. Such a simple sentiment made him feel like he had returned to the schoolyard in a trance. He wouldn't mind a pure and innocent relationship. Big deal. Take Li Yang as girlfriend number 3. According to Li Ying's comprehensive quality, it doesn't have to be lower than Shen Manwan. Eiko, you're so bold now. Aren't you just afraid of me? Chang Yuan laughed evilly and took 2 steps forward, and Li Ying fled in fear, until he ran out of the gate. Li Yingkai stopped and turned his head to look at Chang Yuan. Boss, don't worry. This $20 million. I'll spend all of it on the blade of a knife. After saying that, Li Ying ran away, leaving Chang Yuan with a backstory. Chang Yuan gently shook his head. Yingzi is still simple a bit like Lu Shiqi. This would have been a surefire way to take him down if it was Man. There are times when people are just so unreadable. Shen Manwan sent a message. Brother Chang, are you done? I just choreographed a dance step. Want to come over and enjoy it? Chang Yuan had just been made to feel unwell by Li Ying, and when he saw this message, where could he still hold back? However, Chang Yuan didn't reply immediately, but called Lin Ruoshi. The phone was quickly connected, and Lin Ruoshi's slightly tired voice came. Brother-in-law, are you done? Do you need me to pick you up? No, I'm not going back tonight. Is Joy asleep? Joy is asleep. Just go straight to the Hilton for breakfast tomorrow morning. Okay, brother-in-law. Hanging up Lin Ruoshi's phone, Chang Yuan then messaged Shen Manwan back. Can you drink and drive if you've been drinking? Soon. Shen Manwan's message came back. Other people are definitely not allowed. Brother Chang is naturally allowed. Drunk driving is fine. And if that's not possible, there's automatic cruise control driving. Ahem. Chang Yuan dryly coughed twice. This automatic cruise driving. He was still quite interested. Chang Yuan walked out of the store and walked towards the opposite side of the little kitchen. No. 8. And as he walked, Chang Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw Li Ying walking alone on the road, and looking at the direction of travel. He should be going to take the subway. That back in the princess dress was simply beautiful. Immaculate. Not like a mortal being. Chang Yuan looked a little dumbfounded. It really was too beautiful. The next thing was dismay. Normally, a girl who just received $20 million should be pretty swollen. However, instead of taking a taxi, Liying chose to take the subway. What a simple, good sister this is. Chang Yuan was somewhat moved, and even, at this moment, he could no longer care about experiencing automatic cruise driving. Eiko. Liying turned around and saw Chang Yuan waving towards him. Liying was already chagrined at her retreat, and when she heard Chang Yuan call out to her, where could she still control herself? As if she was an elf fairy, Liying stepped into the moonlight with light steps and came to Chang Yuan, giving him a sweet smile. What's the order, boss? I called a chauffeur. It just happened to be on the way. By the way, will you send you back? Big night. You are such a little beauty home by yourself. I'm a little uneasy. Liying blinked her big pretty eyes a few times. She and her boss were one east side and one west side. Goddamn right they were on the way. Of course, Liying naturally wouldn't reject Chang Yuan. Since it's on the way, let's trouble the boss to give me a ride. Chapter 166 Brother Chang, have you eaten dragon fruit? Chang Yuan called a chauffeur and headed in the direction of Liying's rental house. 20 minutes later, the phaeton was parked downstairs. Boss, is it okay to park here? Could be. Okay boss, this trip is over. Give me a 5-star review if you can. Could be. The valet removed his own little folding electric car from the trunk and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Liying's little heart couldn't control its wild beat. Her delicate little face was as red as a red apple. Her head hung low, her little hand gently rubbing the hem of her skirt, not daring to look at Chang Yuan at all. Boss's chauffeured trip is over? What does the boss mean? Not leaving? Chang Yuan was slightly embarrassed. His purpose was exposed a bit obviously. I should have known not to call a chauffeur. Just drink and drive over here myself. It's not like I can't afford to pay the few fines. Seeing that Liying was really a bit embarrassed, Chang Yuan coughed dryly to break the incredibly awkward atmosphere. Eiko, does your cat dance? Ha? Liying was stunned and subconsciously replied, there is no cat in my house. After saying that, Li Young suddenly realized something and tried to kill himself in chagrin. She's really stupid. The boss was giving her a leg up, but she didn't capitalize on the opportunity. Chang Yuan kind of won't be able to either. The little thought deep inside was completely extinguished. Youngja is such an innocent little girl that it's really kind of hard to bear. It's better to take it slow. Eiko, go back. Liying bit her lip, gathered her courage, and invited in a trembling voice, old boss, do you want to go up and have a seat? I just bought a little bit of handmade coffee beans. Chang Yuan smiled and shook his head. Drinking coffee at night will cause insomnia. You still have to decorate our store tomorrow. Grab some rest. Chang Yuan mentioned work, and Liying instantly switched to work and nodded very seriously. Boss is right. I should get some rest and get the store up and running as soon as possible. Boss, bye. Liying got out of the car and hurried up the stairs. Chang Yuan bitterly smiled and reordered a valet. Not long after, the chauffeur boy from earlier came back and looked at Chang Yuan with an odd gaze. What's with this boss? Why are you leaving? Could it be that he was rejected by that little beauty just now? Ha ha ha. Cool. You rich people. You have your share of closed doors. Just now, when he thought of that little fairy being output by this fat man, he was all over the place. Now it's finally comfortable. Of course, being a service person, the valet boy was polite. Hello boss. Hello again. Chang Yuan smiled slightly awkwardly and handed the other party the car keys. 15 minutes later, the car arrived at the Intercontinental Hotel Hale. What Chang Yuan did not expect was that Shen Manwen was standing playfully at the front door of the hotel. I don't know if I'm worried that Chang Yuan got drunk and went to the wrong room. Seeing phaeton driving over from afar, Shen Manwen took a light step, full of joy, and welcomed up, taking the initiative to open the co-pilot door. Brother Chang, not too drunk? I'll hold you up. The valet boy suffered a 2 million point blitz. Rub, what's with the extreme beauty again? And, this one is much more foxy than the one from earlier. It's almost like Sadaji reincarnated. It was thought that this fat man had been ruthlessly rejected by that little fairy just now. I didn't realize that it wasn't like that at all. Odds are this fat abandoned that little fairy just now. Are rich people such good sources of beautiful women? The valet boy was envious almost to the point of separating the walls of his mass. Boss, your second trip is over. Please give me a 5-star review if you can. The chauffeur boy is subtly reminding Shen Manwen. Don't be fooled by this fat man. He is not the only woman you have. Shen Manwen had long since seen the faint lipstick marks on Chang Yuan's face. After the valet boy's reminder, it will be a good guess of what just happened. However, as a good and understanding sister, Shen Manwen wouldn't question Chang Yuan, but instead became more affectionate. There really are a lot of demonic ES out there seducing her Changde. However, in the end, Changde still chose her and chose to return to her.
This shows that compared to those demonic ES out there who seduced Brother Chang still cares more about her. She had to come up with better service and pull out all the stops to keep Brother Chang's heart.
Shen Manwen took the car keys handed over by the chauffeur boy, and very intimately assisted Chang Yuan's arm,
looking at Chang Yuan tenderly and incomparably.
Brother Chang, is there any dragon fruit for tonight's after-dinner fruit? Chang Yuan didn't know what Shen Manwen meant, and after carefully considering it, he nodded and said, there seems to be fire dragon fruit.
Shen Manwen fished out a pack of wet wipes from her pocket and said in a tone of coaxing a child,
Brother Chang, you're too greedy. It's all rubbed on your face. Let me wipe it off for you. Saying this, Shen Manwen very gently helped Chang Yuan wipe off the lipstick marks on his face. The valet boy's entire body was bad. He was tempted to say, beauty, that's not a dragon fruit. That's a lipstick mark.
Chang Yuan then realized that Li Ying had just kissed him, leaving lipstick marks on his face. He was really careless. How could he come to see Manwen with lipstick marks on his face? No wonder it felt like the valet boy was looking at him wrong just now. The good thing was that Manwen didn't blame him, but instead so gently and sweetly helped him avoid embarrassment. You can't find a good sister like that. After going upstairs and entering the room, Chang Yuan lay straight on the bed, not wanting to move a muscle. There is an element of drunkenness. There is also an element of embarrassment. Although Shen Manwen didn't blame him,
however,
it always felt a bit unnatural.
Shen Manwen pulled Chang Yuan up with force. Big brother Chang, you're covered in the smell of alcohol. Take a bath first.
Chang Yuan hit the main one to listen to the advice and entered the bathroom to simply take a shower.
After coming out,
Chang Yuan straightened his eyes directly.
I'll rub it in.
Shen Manwen changed into a particularly sexy fishnet dress and got a steel pipe from somewhere.
Brother Chang,
take a look at the dance steps I just practiced.
Whoosh! Shen Manwen scurried up from the pole with that smooth movement.
Shen Manwen performed while discharging electricity towards Chang Yuan.
And Chang Yuan's sweaty hairs all stood up on his body as he was electrocuted. Manwen is practically a leprechaun. What can he do? How can you get a leprechaun like that? All of a sudden,
Shen Manwen slid down the topmost part of the steel pipe.
Chang Yuan was shocked and was very worried that Shen Manwen would hurt herself by mistake.
The good thing was that Chang Yuan's worries were overstated. Shen Manwen slightly exerted his strength and stopped sharply. His head was only 10 centimeters away from the ground.
This is so exciting. Chang Yuan only felt a crazy surge of adrenaline.
Shen Manwen made an elegant downswing and hooked her finger at Chang Yuan, her seductive electric eyes flashing non-stop.
Brother Chang, do you want to learn this dance step? Chapter 167, The road is wide open. Chang Yuan grinned and walked forward slowly. Manwen, you've got it in your head that I'm going to get a DUI. It doesn't matter if you get a DUI. There's a fully automatic cruise control mode. Chang Yuan laughed badly. This fully automatic cruise mode is a bit difficult. Shen Manwen smiled confidently and did a high back kick. This one is of average difficulty. Chang Yuan's eyes instantly reddened. This little ninny. How dare she provoke him like that? Let's see him clean her up. Under the stimulation of alcohol and Shen Manwen, this high level of drunk driving, Chang Yuan drove for more than an hour. The fully automatic cruise mode that was promised ended up not being experienced. The main thing is that this is a new car and it hasn't gone through the break-in period yet. It's really not warp drive. Chang Yuan was worried about driving badly. Chang Yuan was so tired that he fell asleep. Better to experience the fully automatic cruise mode another time. When Chang Yuan woke up, he found that Shen Manwen wasn't around. Chang Yuan was stunned. Was this little ninny working so hard? Is this going to be a renovation? Sleep on it and another big couple million in the bank. There are weight loss amounts and cashback for video likes and comments. Chang Yuan had become somewhat numb. After all these days, he's up to 200 pounds. His round face has shrunk most of the way, and his body is smaller. Chang Yuan even felt like his jaw was a bit loose. Chang Yuan grabbed his chin, surprisingly pulling the skin up. This made Chang Yuan very upset. Losing weight fast isn't a good thing. What if your skin loosens up later? As if hearing Chang Yuan's heartfelt words, the system's voice rang out. The host should not be troubled. After health reaches 80, every increase in value will effectively improve the host's physique. And after health reaches 85, the condition of loose skin will be satisfactorily resolved. Chang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and called up the system panel. Host, Chang Yuan. Age, 34. Height, 179. Weight, 200 pounds. Health, 75 plus. Intelligence, 122 plus. Force, 80 plus. Wealth, $21. 172. 3876 plus. Health is 4 points away from 79. So you can add points. Keep up the fitness efforts. However, the weight loss seems to have slowed down over the past few days, with only 1 pound lost in 2 days. But he hasn't been slacking off these past few days. Why is the weight loss so slow? The system's voice sounded again. Host, It's not that you've been lazy, you've now reached your first weight bottleneck. And it's only when you break through that bottleneck that you'll accelerate your weight loss.
Chang Yuan shrugged his shoulders,
indicating that it didn't matter. He doesn't rely on weight loss for money anymore anyway. Brother Chang, breakfast is here. Get up and have breakfast. Shen Manhwan, barefoot, walked quickly to Chang Yuan and pulled him up by the arm.
Chang Yuan laughed evilly and pulled Shen Manhwan onto the big bed with one hand.
There's no rush on breakfast. Why don't we consolidate the dance moves we learned last night first? Chang Yuan finally got his wish and experienced the fun of fully automatic cruise driving. 1 hour later. Brother Chang, I really can't. I'm so hungry.
Shen Manhwan begged for mercy many times. Only then was Chang Yuan satisfied and carried Shen Manhwan into the bathroom.
Simply rinse off and enjoy breakfast with Shen Manhwan. Shen Manhwan couldn't be more satisfied with her current state of life. The only slight regret, perhaps, is that this is a hotel. If this was at home, it would be perfect. Must renovate Chang's house quickly. By the way,
it's also important to get in good with the little princess as soon as possible. Shen Manhwan suddenly looked up at Chang Yuan and asked cautiously,
Big brother Chang, why don't we go with you to pick up Lele today? Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Did the good sister, want to turn around so urgently? But unfortunately, with Lin Ruoyu that previous experience, he didn't want to get married. He'd even thought about doing what Crow and Mouthpiece had done and never marrying for the rest of his life. Of course, for these good sisters who are willing to follow him, he won't treat them poorly. At the very least, isn't there a girlfriend fund to protect the bottom? However, Chang Yuan did not reject Shen Manhwan. Lin Ruoyu had annoyed him to no end over the past few days, and he hoped that Man could make Lin Ruoyu die completely. Could be. Brother Chang, you're so nice.
Shen Manhwan almost jumped up high in excitement and took the initiative to perfume him.
Chang Yuan patted his stomach. Man, I'm not going to eat breakfast. I'll take Lele to the Hilton for breakfast. You can ask Wan Ling to come over and eat with you. Okay, Brother Chang. 10 minutes later, Chang Yuan arrived at the Hilton's second-floor restaurant.
Chang Yuan realized that Wang Ting was a bit off. Her small gaze, constantly looking at him with a sly grudge.
Last night,
Wang Ting wore sexy pajamas and kept her ears open waiting for the door to ring.
But, even after waiting until after 3 in the morning, she didn't wait for Chang Yuan, finally got sleepy and fell asleep. It was only after communicating with Lin Ruoshi that she learned that Chang Yuan had stayed out late last night. This made her depressed. It seemed that she was still late to the game, close to the water but not first. Learning from the pain, Wang Ting decided to take the initiative. Brother Chang, next weekend is my birthday. Can I invite you to my birthday party? Chang Yuan smiled and nodded. Yes.
Wang Ting was so happy that if she wasn't in front of Lin Ruoshi,
she probably could have pounced on Process Far's arms. Okay, Brother Chang, I'll send you the address when the time comes. Good. There was a ding. The system's familiar voice rang out. Detected that Wang Ting has a strong liking for the host. Stimulating the random welfare quest, birthday gift from God's Magnificent. Task, randomly pick a birthday gift of Wang Ting's choice. Mission reward, give a certain factor of cash back based on Wang Ting's happy value. Note, there is no penalty for the welfare mission, and the host can choose on his own whether or not to give up this mission. Chang Yuan naturally wouldn't choose to give up the mission. So understanding and good sister. And, there's bonus cashback. Why did you give it up? While Wang Ting went to add more food, Chang Yuan looked at Lin Ruoshi with a smile. Ruoshi, does Ting Ting have a favorite?
Lin Ruoshi considered it seriously.
Ting Ting is envious of this Porsche my brother-in-law bought me. I think she likes cars, right? Like cars? Isn't that a piece of cake? I know. Chang Yuan took out his cell phone and called Huang Tao, the sales representative of the Porsche 4 store. The phone picks up in seconds.
And comes Huang Tao's respectful and incomparable voice. This Chang boss is a big boss who can casually buy 2 million luxury cars,
and must be served well. Good day, Boss Chang. What instructions are you looking for me? Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice. Your 4S store. Do you have any new energy cars that are suitable for girls to drive? New energy vehicles? Then it's a trolley. Normally, when you come across such a big fat sheep, you should slaughter it ruthlessly. However, Huang Tao did not and chose to treat him with sincerity. Mr. Chang, honestly, if you're going to buy a new energy source, I wouldn't recommend a Porsche. Chang Yuan was stunned. There were still people actively pushing business out? Why? Mr. Chang, I know I may not be qualified, but I want to make you a friend.
Our Porsche's trolley sales are very average,
mainly selling a label.
The performance is not even comparable to Tesla. I have a friend on my side who works at a Tesla 4 store.
If Mr. Chang agrees,
I'll push my friend's WeChat to you.
Chang Yuan smiled. This Xiao Huang's path went wide. Xiao Huang, you're definitely qualified to be my friend. I, Chang Yuan,
Never look at money or social status when choosing friends. I look at character.
Push over your friend's micro signal. Chapter 168. I'm the one who should say I'm sorry. Soon, Huang Tao pushed a micro signal over, and Chang Yuan added on the micro signal. Judging from the avatar,
the opposite side was a beautiful woman with a face value of 8 or more. Of course, exactly how much beauty has been applied and how much P has been applied.
Straight men like Chang Yuan can't see it. Mr. Shang. Hello, my name is Wen Xingya. I'm a friend of Huang Tao. I heard that you want to see the car? When are you usually free?
There's no need to look at cars.
I've heard good things about the Model S Plaid. Do you have any in stock at your Ford store?
I'm sorry,
Mr. Shang.
There are no Model S Plaid cars available at the moment.
Is it urgent on your side?
I can make an urgent transfer with the East China headquarters.
Can you transfer over for the weekend?
Yes, but it requires a $200,000 deposit in advance.
Deposit is no problem.
Give me a bank card number and sign the contract on the day the car is delivered.
The card number is 6221. Chang Yuan directly raised his hand and $200,000 deposit was transferred. When Xingya was a little bit not going to be able to buy Chang Yuan's whole, Huang Tao really didn't fool her. This Mr. Shang really is a super awesome and luxurious big customer. I haven't even seen the car yet.
The deposit came first. I wonder if she has a chance with such a big client.
Mr. Shang, I've never seen such a generous client as you. So to thank you for your support, why don't I treat you to a meal? Or, a sing-along would be fine. Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It's explicitly implied in a way that can't be explicitly implied anymore.
Chang Yuan was sure and certain that as long as he hooked his finger, the saleswoman would definitely take the initiative to throw herself at him.
However, he was surrounded by too many good and wonderful sisters to have that in mind. It's just a little thing. There's no need to buy me dinner. When Xingya was slightly disappointed, but she didn't dwell on it. Okay, Mr. Shang, then let's get in touch when the car arrives. Okay. After eating and drinking, Chang Yuan sent Lele to school.
Lin Ruoshi then walked Wang Ting to the subway station, and Lin Ruoshi feigned unhappiness and snapped.
Ting Ting, you've gone too far. You just invited my brother-in-law to the birthday party? You didn't even invite me?
Wang Ting put on a serious face.
Ruoshi, you're my love rival. How could I invite my love rival? Squeaky.
Lin Ruoshi stopped in a parking space near the subway entrance and reached out to scratch an itch.
You dead ninny. How dare you not invite me? Wang Ting made a surrendering gesture. Dare not. Dare not. How dare I not invite you? Humph. That's more like it.
Wang Ting suddenly stared straight at Lin Ruoshi. Ruoshi, I know you're also interested in Big Brother Chang.
And I don't want to miss this opportunity. Or else, let's join together. Ugh. You dead ninny. Why is your mind so dirty? Don't dare. Don't dare. I'm kidding. Wang Ting fell away.
Lin Ruoshi looked deeply at Wang Ting's back and remained silent for a long time. With her knowledge of Wang Ting,
was she really joking? Not really. At least there was an element of testing her. It was evident that she had really considered the matter. All this time,
Lin Ruoshi had been avoiding this matter. Both she and Wang Ting had a crush on her brother-in-law.
So if he chose between them, could the other one really be heartless? Is it really possible to preserve the friendship between girlfriends? Hey, headache. Since she couldn't figure it out,
Lin Ruoshi didn't think about it and drove to the law firm.
While parking,
Lin Ruoshi received a call from Lin Ruoyu.
Lin Ruoshi didn't want to answer it, but naturally Lin Ruoyu was very patient, and after several consecutive calls, Lin Ruoshi had to answer it. Sis, what's going on this early in the morning? I have to go to work. I'm a lawyer. My time is precious. Ruoshi, sis asked you something. You must be honest with sis. Okay, you ask. Ruoshi, did your brother-in-law buy a house at No. 8, Liang Road?
Lin Ruoshi answered truthfully. Brother-in-law did say that he bought a new house,
but I'm not sure about the exact location. What exactly did your brother-in-law do to earn money? Obviously when he got divorced, he was in debt. How much time has passed since then? Where did he get hundreds of millions of dollars? Hundreds of millions of dollars?
Lin Ruoshi froze for a moment. She knew that her brother-in-law was rich now.
She didn't expect him to be so rich. No wonder Tina is even considering joining her already. I'm really not sure about this one. Ask around for me. Your brother-in-law trusts you the most. Surely he won't hide anything from you.
Lin Ruoshi rolled her eyes with a speechless face.
Sis, you're divorced from your brother-in-law. Why are you worrying so much? You dead ninny. Why do your elbows keep turning outward?
If this money was hidden by Chang Yuan before the divorce,
I can file a lawsuit to get half of it. If it was earned after the divorce, I can also find a way to remarry him. Lin Ruoshi was going crazy. How did she get such a sister? What a disgrace. Sis, you're really overthinking it. If brother-in-law was so rich before the divorce, how come he was delivering couriers every day in the wind and rain? How come he owes over $1 million in foreign debt? Lin Ruoyu was convinced. Yes, if Cheng Yuan was so rich before the divorce, he couldn't have been so self-abusive. Where did Cheng Yuan get the money? I think I heard my brother-in-law mention something. Doesn't he have a relative in Silicon Valley? Yes, it's his second uncle. Why? My brother-in-law's second uncle recently passed away and left my brother-in-law some bitcoins. Lin Ruoyu finally came to the realization that everything made sense. The only way to get rich overnight is to inherit. Lin Ruoyu was so chagrined that she wanted to kill herself. If she had held out for another month, all of this would have been hers. Ruoshi, you know your brother-in-law best. What do you think? What can I do for your brother-in-law to remarry me? Lin Ruoshi almost spurted blood. I've seen shamelessness. I've never seen such shamelessness. If Lin Ruoyu wasn't her own sister, she would have sprayed Lin Ruoyu with a head full of spittle. What brother-in-law hates the most is betrayal and deception. These two you have accounted for. I think you'd better save your breath, rather than find a new long-term meal ticket to rely on. Oops, I'm late. Don't say any more. Lin Ruoshi hung up the phone and directly turned it off, then quickly ran to the stairwell. Because of Lin Ruoyu's call, Lin Ruoshi was really late. Not many were late, though, and they were less than half a minute late. Lin Ruoshi's popularity in the law firm was very good, and normally, being half a minute late was not a big deal at all, and no one would remember that she was late. However, just as she was about to clock in, a discordant female voice came from behind her. Lin Ruoshi, do you have any sense of time? What time is it now? Mang, give Lin Ruoshi a tardy mark. Lin Ruoshi turned around, only to see that Hao Tian was looking at her in a very proud and condescending manner. Lin Ruoshi disliked with a defiant face. Hao Lu, I'm sorry to say, but my lead teacher is Zhang Lu. You're not qualified to mark me late. Hao Sweetheart looked at Lin Ruoshi with a smug smile. I should be the one to say I'm sorry. Starting today, I've been promoted to mid-level partner, and I purposely asked for you from Zhang Lu. Lin Ruoshi, I'm warning you, from now on, speak to me with respect. Don't ever commit a crime at my hands. Chapter 169, When did you have the baby? Lin Ruoshi twisted her head to look at Fu Mengmeng with an inquiring gaze, and Fu Mengmeng nodded. Ruoshi, I did receive the notice that from now on, Hao Lu is your lead teacher. Lin Ruoshi, Sweet Hao was simply awesome. Just yesterday, Hao Sweet accidentally got a strong news. Their law firm director Tian Guanghan has cashed out of the market. Before the arrival of the new director or the new boss, the deputy director, Zhang Ming, single-handedly holds the power of the law firm. This allowed Sweet Hao to keenly see the opportunity. Zhang Ming was already interested in Hao Tian, and under Hao Tian's deliberate currying favor, the two of them came together. With a little pillow talk, Sweet Hao swung into mid-level partnership. Lin Ruoshi, on the other hand, became a trainee lawyer under Hao Tian. Sweet Hao glared. Fu Mengmeng, what are you waiting for? Immediately mark Lin Ruoshi as late once. Deduct $200. If there's a next time, $1,000 will be deducted directly. Yes, Hao Lu, the receptionist. Fu Mengmeng glanced at Lin Ruoshi with an apologetic gaze, then hurriedly gave Lin Ruoshi a tardy mark. This pissed Lin Ruoshi off. It wasn't that she was heartbroken about the $200, after all. Her brother-in-law had even bought her a $2 million car. Mainly, being late was documented and would affect her conversion. Now that the enemy was strong and we were weak, Lin Ruoshi didn't argue with Hao Dangdang and quickly walked towards Zhang Ping's office. As a mid-level partner, Ping Zhang can already have an independent office, although it is small in size. However, the functional area is relatively complete. Because she was in too much of a hurry, Lin Ruoshi even forgot to knock on the door and directly pushed open the office door. Looking at Zhang Ping with an aggrieved face. Mr. Zhang, do you not want me? Zhang Ping looked up and looked at Lin Ruoshi with a very apologetic gaze. Ruoshi, how could I not want you? You're the hardest working and most motivated trainee lawyer I've ever brought up. I can't do anything about it if it's Director Zhang himself who sends the words. Teacher Zhang, you should know my relationship with Hao Lu. You're Director Tian's student. Why don't you go to Director Tian's side and help me out? Hao Lu will definitely give me small shoes. Zhang Ping sighed helplessly. Ruoshi, my teacher has already cashed out and left the market. Before the new boss shows up, our law firm is under Director Sang Sei. Why don't you go talk to Director Zhang? Well, Lin Ruoshi arrived at Zhang Ming's office door and gently knocked. Enter. Lin Ruoshi pushed open the door. This was the first time she entered Zhang Ming's office. As the deputy director of the law firm, Zhang Ming's office was mostly bigger than Zhang Ping's office. A full 40 pings.
Very stylish granny grey desk with black bookshelves behind it as well as a wine cooler with books and a variety of fine wines.
The lounge area has a very stylish tea table.
Zhang Ming sat inside the huge boss chair,
intently reviewing documents.
Lin Ruoshi carefully walked to the front of the desk and greeted her in a small voice.
Director Zhang, how are you?
The corners of Zhang Ming's mouth turned up slightly,
and a faintly invisible arc emerged. Look at that. The fish is hooked.
It's a cool move to kill two birds with one stone. Obviously knowing why Lin Ruoshi had come over, Zhang Ming put on a confused look.
Ruoshi, what did you want to see me about?
Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to say,
Director Zhang,
I don't want to change my lead teacher. I still want to follow Zhang Lu as an intern.
Is that okay?
Zhang Ming put down the file, looked at Lin Ruoshi with a smile,
and asked without a clue.
Ruoshi, Sweetie only came to the law firm 1 year earlier than you did.
Do you know how she was able to cross 4 steps and become a mid-level partner within a year and a half?
Lin Ruoshi shook her head blankly.
She really didn't know much about how Tian. She did seem a little strange, though.
Sweet how rose too quickly.
In a year and a half.
I went from trainee solicitor to practicing solicitor to senior solicitor to junior partner.
And now I'm a mid-level partner. Already considered a mid-level leader in the law firm. Director Zhang, I don't quite understand.
Zhang Ming's face turned serious.
Ruoshi, I'll tell you why. Sugar knows how to be more flexible than you do, and how important it is to be human. In the workplace, to advance, you have to be sacrificial, you have to be dedicated, and you, compared to Sugar, are much weaker on the human side of things. As for the spirit of sacrifice and dedication, there is no comparison. You have to learn to adapt. Don't just focus on your business skills.
It's also important to get along with your leaders and colleagues. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. If you get along with your fellow leaders and have a chance,
will they forget about you?
What Zhang Ming said was already very straightforward.
Almost as if he was explicitly telling Lin Ruoshi, yes, you understood correctly. The most important leader you need to get your act together right now is me. As long as you serve me well, just like how Sweets. What's wrong with dividing you up amongst Zhangping? I'll give you a straight transfer. Within a year, you'll be promoted to at least junior partner. Unfortunately,
Lin Ruoshi really didn't understand this and looked at Zhang Ming with a blank expression.
Director Zhang, I'm rather stupid. Just be straight with me.
Zhang Ming almost choked on Lin Ruoshi, and if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ruoshi was so beautiful, he would have definitely sprayed her with a head full of spittle. If this were Sweet how, would she need to say it so bluntly? A little hint and she was in her arms.
But on second thought, the fact that Lin Ruoshi was so sluggish, didn't it show her purity?
This kind of Lin Ruoshi,
more worthy of long-term ownership. Tell you what, this evening, I have a business drinking game. You come with me to receive Party A's honored guests.
I'll personally bring you along and teach you these doorways in the workplace. Lin Ruoshi's face changed slightly. Zhang Ping and she were especially right-tempered and kind to her, and had dinged her.
If it is not necessary,
make sure not to follow the leader to attend the reception of the A party's drinking game. Because at a drinking party like that, you have to give face to Daddy A and you're sure to get sloshed hard.
When you wake up, it could be your own leader sleeping next to you, or it could be Daddy A.
Zhang Ping had suffered this kind of thing back then, and it was a pain she could not forget for the rest of her life. She didn't want Lin Ruoshi to follow her old path. Lin Ruoshi gently bit her lip and weakly refused.
Director Zhang, you're not my lead teacher,
so this isn't in line with the rules.
Is it?
Zhang Ming said in a tone that ate up Lin Ruoshi.
What's wrong with that?
I'm Sweetie's lead teacher.
Sweetie is your lead teacher. I'm your master teacher. No one can say anything wrong if I lead you.
Lin Ruoshi shook her head in an incomparable panic.
Director Zhang, I have to take care of my kids at night. I really don't have time. It's better to let Hao Lu accompany you to receive Party A. With children? Zhang Ming's face sank. This Lin Ruoshi looks quite innocent. And the child is already there? Well, a human wife has a different flavor to play with. Lin Ruoshi, if I remember correctly, you're only a senior this year, right? When did you give birth? Chapter 170, Lin Ruoshi's departure.
Lin Ruoshi hurriedly explained.
Director Zhang, you've misunderstood. It's not my child. It's my niece. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. Are your niece's parents dead? Need you to take care of the baby? That's not true.
But my sister's brother-in-law is divorced and needs me to help with the kids.
Snap. Zhang Ming slapped the table hard, startling Lin Ruoshi.
Zhang Ming's aura was drawn full and he said in a tone that could not be refused.
Lin Ruoshi, I just told you that opportunities don't come to everyone. Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, are you sure you want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity?
Lin Ruoshi didn't dare to meet Zhang Ming's eyes and lowered her head to whisper.
Director Zhang, I'm sorry.
Zhang Ming was furious.
This Lin Ruoshi, she's really greasy. It's all said and done. How dare you refuse? Zhang Ming nodded vigorously. Good. Very good. You, Lin Ruoshi, like to bring up children, don't you? I'll make it happen. Go home and raise your kids. Your internship report will not be approved. When you realize you don't want to take care of the kids, come back to me. Lin Ruoshi was so aggrieved that her eyes turned a little red. Director Zhang, you can't dismiss my internship transfer report. Mr. Zhang gave me 3 A's for my internship.
Since he had already torn his face,
Zhang Ming simply stopped pretending. Lin Ruoshi, you need to understand that your current lead teacher is Sweetie, and Sweetie gave you a failing internship evaluation.
Lin Ruoshi argued with reason. Director Zhang.
Unfortunately,
she was rudely interrupted before she could finish her sentence.
Well, don't talk about it. I'm busy right now. Whenever you figure it out, come back. Go back and settle down for a while first.
Lin Ruoshi didn't argue anymore and silently walked out of the office and returned to Zhang Ping's office.
Zhang Ping asked with a smile. Ruoshi, did you go and ask? What did Director Zhang say?
In front of Zhang Ping, Lin Ruoshi could no longer control her emotions.
Tears instantly muddied his face. Mr. Zhang, I may not be able to stay at Tiancheng Law Firm. I've come to say goodbye to you.
I'm very thankful for your care over the past 6 months. No matter where I go in the future,
I'll remember how good you've been to me. Zhang Ping froze. Ruoshi, take it easy. What's the situation? Director Zhang just. Finally.
Director Zhang let me go home to precipitate for a period of time.
There is no way I can give in.
Lin Ruoshi choked and told Zhang Ping everything that had just happened. Zhang Ping was shivering with anger. Usually see Zhang Ming as serious. Did not expect just the surface serious.
Private. So many bad thoughts. Ruoshi, don't go. I've taken you on as an intern for half a year. What gives her the right to give you an unqualified evaluation?
I'm going to find Director Zhang. I still don't believe that there is no justice in our law firm.
With that, Zhang Ping entered Zhang Ming's office in a huff. Soon,
a fierce and incomparable argument came out from Zhang Ming's office. Everyone in the law firm was alarmed.
However, no one dared to go and watch the fun,
in case the director vented his anger on them. The argument lasted for 15 minutes, and Zhang Ping walked out of the office with a black face and returned to her own office, looking at Lin Ruoshi with an apologetic face.
Ruoshi, I've tried my best. Zhang Ming, that old bastard. The Wangbang has eaten the scales with an iron heart. If I can't, I'll leave with you. It just so happens that Ask Ding Law Firm dug me up a while ago. I can take you to Ask Ding Law Firm.
Lin Ruoshi hurriedly waved her hand.
How can this be? The Inquirer's law firm doesn't even rank in the top 10 on Qingdao Island. I can't drag Mr. Zhang down with me. I'll just go on my own. I believe that with Mr. Zhang's words and teachings to me, I can definitely find a satisfactory internship. Zhang Ping gave Lin Ruoshi a blank look without any good humor. You've been an intern for half a year. Do you still want to continue? Ruoshi, I'll take care of your transfer. It's their loss if Tiancheng Law Firm doesn't give you a transfer. If you don't stay here, you can stay here. Let's go.
Zhang Ping did not hesitate to start packing up her belongings. With a person like Zhang Ming in charge,
the Tiancheng Law Firm would surely be ruined.
And there was nothing for her to hold on to. Lin Ruoshi could not stop, and was touched and blamed herself. Had she known that Zhang Ping was so angry and righteous, she would not have said goodbye in person.
When you go home, then call to say goodbye. Perhaps, Zhang Ping will not be so impulsive to leave.
Lin Ruoshi and Zhang Ping packed up their belongings and left,
holding the large box. This is the time of year when you can see the warmth of the human condition. Most of the co-workers who normally shushed me chose to remain silent. Some colleagues lamented, while others had their eyes on the position left by Zhang Ping. Only a handful of people stood out to see them off. Fu Mengmeng was sent all the way to the underground garage, her eyes red from crying. Sister Ping, Ruoshi, am I never going to see you guys again? Woo woo.
Zhang Ping and Lin Ruoshi hugged Fu Mengmeng and comforted.
Mengmeng, there are many chances for us to meet. When we are off work and on vacation, we can make a dinner date together. Fu Mengmeng cried even harder.
If they are not in the same unit for a long period of time, they will only grow further apart from each other.
At first, maybe an occasional dinner date. Slowly, eventually, they will become passers-by.
Fu Mengmeng was sad to see Zhang Ping and Lin Ruoshi's friendship.
The other lawyers, all of them, were all looking high and mighty, looking down on her as a receptionist at all. And only Sister Ping and Ruoshi, treating her like a sister. Sister Ping, Ruoshi, after you guys go to your new unit, help me keep an eye out for a shortage of receptionists. I want to work with you guys. Good. Zhang Ping and Lin Ruoshi nodded their heads. After the three women said their goodbyes, Lin Ruoshi suddenly lost her way. Ever since she graduated, she had been interning at Tiancheng Law Firm, and had never even considered changing her job, and even planned to work at Tianchang Law Firm for the rest of her life. What a great atmosphere at the law firm when Director Tian was there. How come everything changed all of a sudden once Director Tian left? The more Lin Ruoshi thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and called Wang Ting. Ting Ting, can you take some time off and accompany me to have a drink? Wang Ting was flabbergasted. My little granddaddy, what happened? Aren't you going to work? You're not progressing? It's a critical time for you to turn around. There's no chance of a transfer. I've left my job, so give me a hard time. Do you want to drink with me? As Lin Ruoshi's best BFF, Wang Ting unconditionally stood on Lin Ruoshi's side. Ruoshi, I know you've been aggravated. Wait for me. I'll take my leave. Okay, I'll pick you up now. At the same time, Tian Guanhan suddenly bubbled up in the Tianchang Law Firm's executive shareholder group. At everyone, gentlemen, please put down the work at hand and gather in the large conference room immediately. With the most enthusiastic spirit, welcome the arrival of the new director. Chapter 171 galloped into office. In total, there are 2 associate directors and 5 senior partners at Tianchang Law Firm. Together with Tian Guanhan, there are 8 shareholders. Receiving the news from Tian Guanhan, the crowd rushed to the large conference room at the first opportunity. Zhang Ming frowned. The new director came too soon, didn't he? Less than 2 days in power in total, and I haven't had enough yet. If he gives him a few more days, he can definitely take Lin Ruoshi. As Zhang Ming walked, he sent a message to Tian Guanhan. Director, what's the new director's origin? Can you mention it? How did Tian Guanhan know what Zhang Yuan was about? All he knew was that the other man had offered him a price he couldn't refuse, well above market price. We'll see in a minute. Zhang Ming is very painful. This old Tian. Really do not miss any news. As he walked, Zhang Ming saw Nye Yuan, quickly chased after him, and asked in a low voice in his ear, Nye Yuan, you're old Tian's disciple. You know what the new director is all about, right? Nye Yuan smiled bitterly and spread his hands. I really don't know about this. As they spoke, the two walked into the conference room. Soon, all the shareholder executives arrived and talked about something with interest. Didn't keep everyone waiting. Tian Guanhan led Zhang Yuan into the conference room and nodded slightly at the crowd. Tian Guanhan lifted his hand and guided him in vain. Joining Zhang Yuan next to the main seat, the crowd dropped their eyes onto Zhang Yuan's face, finally seeing the mysterious new director. The crowd's first impression was that it was so young. You're in your early 30s, right? Looks a little rich, smiles, should be nice to be around. However, for some reason, Nye Yuan felt that this new director looked a bit familiar. Suddenly, an aura flashed through Nye Yuan's mind. Isn't this Lin Ruoshi's brother-in-law? Nye Yuan's expression turned a bit odd, and he secretly became a bit excited inside. This is going to be fun. Director Chang dissuaded the new director's sister-in-law from. If the new director erupts in a thunderous rage, does he have a shot at the deputy director's chair? Zhang Yuan had a mysterious and enigmatic smile on his face, but inside he was drumming slightly and his palms were sweating slightly. Of course, there was more excitement, although he has been a small business owner and often gives meetings to his employees. But, after all, he's been broke for a long time. Then again, these shareholders and lawyers are not the same as cafeteria employees. Each one of them has a significant amount of money. Even, a few of them were definitely no less wealthy than he was at his peak. And now he's going to be the boss of these elite people. It's cool to think about it. Tian Guanhan held the back edge of his chair with both hands and looked at the crowd with a majestic face. Wow! The crowd stood up quite consciously. Tian Guanhan took a deep breath and introduced. Colleagues, today is the last time I, Tian Guanhan, convene a shareholders meeting. Here, I would like to grandly introduce to you all. This is everyone's new boss, Zhang Yuan. Mr. Chang. Wow! Applause. Tian Guanhan pressed his hands down slightly and the crowd quieted down. Everyone sit. The people sat down, and Tian Guanhan personally pulled the seat away, signaling Zhang Yuan to sit down. This means a handover of power. Zhang Yuan was not polite and sat down on the chair with a big knife. His 200-pound frame was his best weapon, making him look very rich and imposing. Let's give a warm round of applause and welcome Director Chang to say a few words. The crowd applauded very enthusiastically and looked at Zhang Yuan with kind eyes. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly at the crowd, then pressed his hands down slightly, and the crowd quickly quieted down. I'll make 3 points. First, I'm not a law major, and I'm not going to interfere with the normal operations of a law firm. Secondly, the reason why I bought the law firm is mainly to serve for the expansion of the industry in the future, and I ask all my colleagues, in the days to come, to gradually transform into commercial lawyers by taking into account their actual situation. Third, I'm rather busy and won't be sitting in the firm. I'll be recruiting a special assistant to sit in for me at the firm and keep me posted on the firm's operations. Okay, I'm done. Meeting adjourned.
Cheng Yuan was afraid that he would show his cowardice, and he played a short and quick game, ending the shareholders' meeting at the speed of light. But everyone was hyper. Through these 3 points just mentioned by the process director, a lot of problems can be judged. For one thing, this Director Chang is a shirker. For some time to come, it should still be Director Zhang and Director Pan in power. Secondly, this Director Chang should be quite powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bought a law firm specifically for their own industrial expansion. There's a big future with him. Third, and most importantly, it's Director Chang's special assistant. If one of his own could be placed as Director Chang's special assistant, wouldn't that mean that, to a certain extent, he could hold the power of the law firm? After the meeting was adjourned, the crowd showed their skills. Some people contact headhunters they know well. Some of them dish on the pretty female lawyers in the law firm. Only Nye Yuan sat steadily. After all, he was in control of information here that no one else knew. It's definitely possible to get a good relationship with a new director by utilizing the information gap. Tian Guanhan personally sent Cheng Yuan to his previous office. Director Chang, this was my office before. If you don't like the decorating style, you can redecorate. Cheng Yuan laughed. Director Tian's taste is very good. It's very much to my liking. Besides, I can't come here more than once a month. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Director Chang, regarding the candidate for the special assistant, what are the plans from your side? Cheng Yuan knew what Tian Guanhan meant and said with a smile. I already have a suitable candidate on my side. Tian Guanhan was slightly disappointed. Although he was leaving, but he really couldn't let go of the law firm he had created. If Director Chang's special assistant is one of his people, his influence will continue. However, since Director Chang had a suitable candidate, he naturally would not make a fool of himself. In that case, I'll take my leave and wish Director Chang a long career. Cheng Yuan smiled. I also wish Director Tian a happy vacation. The two men shook hands and Tia Guanhan offered his farewell. The handover of power has thus been completely completed. From this moment onwards, Tiancheng Law Firm had completely become Cheng Yuan's property. Cheng Yuan looked around at the unfamiliar atmospheric surroundings of the office. From today onwards, this was his territory. Cheng Yuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the coastline not far away from him from afar, his heart surging beyond measure. Tiancheng Law Firm is just a starting point. He will use it as a fulcrum to create a huge financial empire. One day, he would stand at the very top of the entire world. Outside, countless pairs of eyes stared at the director's office. Tian Guanhan just walked out, and there were many people who couldn't sit still. Zhang Ming thought he was moving quickly, but someone else had gotten ahead of him, with a speed comparable to that of a 100-meter athlete. Nye Yuan rushed to the door of the director's office and gently knocked on the office door. He was going to ruthlessly sue Zhang Ming, stepping on Zhang Ming's stepping stone to the top. Chapter 172 Lin Ruoshi is drunk. Zhang Ming's face sank. This Nye Yuan, he's too unintelligent, isn't he? Surprisingly ahead of him? What a face for him. Zhang Ming cleared his throat and reminded Nye Yuan to know better. Unfortunately, Nye Yuan didn't even bother with Zhang Ming, didn't even bother to look at him, and decisively pushed the door open. This infuriated Zhang Ming almost to the point of explosion. He really wanted to rush in and spray Nye Yuan with a dog's blood, but he can't. He had to leave a good impression in front of Director Chang. Director Chang, hello again. Nye Yuan walked up to Cheng Yuan and greeted him both politely and somewhat affectionately. Cheng Yuan was stunned and seriously scrutinized Nye Yuan, who had felt a bit familiar when he was in the conference room just now. Now up close, it looks even more familiar. Soon, Cheng Yuan recognized Nye Yuan's identity. Are you Neru? Yes, Director Chang, I'm Nye Yuan. We've had a meeting in the underground garage. Cheng Yuan had a gentle smile on his face. This Nye Lu, who had strictly ordered How Sweet to apologize to Ruoshi last time, was a person who knew what he was doing. Neru, what's the matter with you coming over? Director Chang, I have very serious issues to report to you. Oh, tell me about it. I want to report Zhang Ming. Director Zhang, in the 2 days you were not in office, he embezzled millions of dollars from the firm. Also, he violated the law by promoting Sweetheart a mid-level partner. The most unforgivable thing is that he ordered Ruoshi to leave her job for no reason. Go home and reflect. Swish. Cheng Yuan's face clouded over. The other incriminating evidence of Nye Yuan's reporting of Zhang Ming has not been confirmed, and it is possible that it was intentionally discredited because of interfactional rivalry. However, when it came to Ruoshi, he would never condone it. What's going on? I'm not really sure about the specifics. I don't dare to talk nonsense. You can ask Ruoshi yourself. Good. Nye Yuan knowingly excused himself. Anyway, this thorn has been nailed in. Zhang Ming is dead this time. The other side. How Sweetie didn't know where she got the information and came to Zhang Ming's office. Zhang Ming was sulking, and when he saw how sweetness, his mood instantly changed for the better,
and he ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Kneel down." Half a minute later,
Zhang Ming was in a completely relieved mood.
"Sugar, what's the matter with coming over to see me?" "Director Zhang, I heard that the new director is hiring a special assistant. I'm quite interested. Can you help me talk to the new director?" Zhang Ming's pupils contracted slightly. He had just gotten his hands on his side and hadn't had enough fun yet. "Sugar, I'm the assistant director. I can't get in your good graces now, can I?"
Hao Dangdang hastily shook her head and delicately said,
"Director Zhang, how can that be?
I'm going undercover with the new director,
and I'll report to Director Zhang at the first time if there are any developments on his side, or if there's any latest counseling. Director Zhang is my bull.
Everything I have is from Director Zhang.
I, Hao Dangdang, am only loyal to Director Zhang in my life."
Hao Sweetness spoke with a good mouth,
but in fact,
her heart was secretly considering it. As long as my mom takes care of the new director.
My mom is the boss lady of the law firm. When the time comes, you, Zhang Ming, will have to kneel in front of me and lick the soles of my shoes. I want to return all the humiliation I suffered on you.
Zhang Ming nodded with satisfaction.
"Sweetie, go back and wait for news. I'll go to Director Chang's office." "Thank you, Director Zhang, for mentioning it." The other side. As soon as Nye Yuan left,
Cheng Yuan fumbled for his cell phone and dialed Lin Ruoxi's number. The phone rang several times without being answered.
At the moment,
Lin Ruoxi was at home sparring with Wang Ting. Lin Ruoxi's little drinking capacity was put down in less than 3 cans of Qingdao beer. Wang Ting was a bit better than Lin Ruoxi at drinking. Although she was a bit dizzy, she was not drunk. Wang Ting shook Lin Ruoxi hard.
"Ruoxi, don't sleep. Keep getting up and get high." I'm not drunk. Brother-in-law, I really like you. The first day you came to the door, I had my eye on you, but why do you keep treating me like a little kid? I am not little at all now."
"Ting Ting, do you think so?" Lin Ruoxi pushed out her chest with force, and Wang Ting looked down at herself and was instantly hit by a 10,000 point blitz. How did Ruoxi develop? What was good was that a sharp cell phone ringing diverted Wang Ting's attention. Wang Ting felt out Lin Ruoxi's cell phone and saw that it was Cheng Yuan calling, which made her even more upset.
It seems that Ruoxi, her sister-in-law,
is much more important than her in Big Brother Cheng's mind. Cheng had never taken the initiative to call her. The phone kept ringing 5 times before it went silent.
And then, suddenly, her cell phone rang.
Wang Ting touched her own cell phone to take a look, and her face revealed a look of incomparable surprise.
"Brother Cheng, it's Brother Cheng."
Cheng took the initiative to give her a call.
Thank goodness Ruoxi was drunk. Otherwise,
where would she have such a good chance?
This time, she must bend the rules. Wang Ting picked up the phone. "Brother Cheng, I have time for an appointment."
"Ga?" Wang Ting was so proactive, which in turn made Cheng Yuan a bit unable to do so.
"So what? Tina, I can't get through to Ruoxi. Can you get in touch with Ruoxi?"
Wang Ting was like being splashed with cold water. I thought that Cheng was unable to get a date with Ruoxi and thought of her. I didn't expect that Big Brother Cheng was looking for her.
Or for Ruoxi. Is she really that bad?
Although Wang Ting was lost, however, she did not throw her face at Cheng Yuan and said softly,
"Brother Cheng, Ruoxi is not in a good mood and asked me to drink at home. She is already drunk. Do you need me to wake her up?"
"Ha?
Ruoxi drinks? And drunk?
It seems that being separated from her job has hit her hard."
"No, let her go back to sleep."
Lin Ruoxi was about to fall asleep when she suddenly heard Wang Ting mention the 3 words Cheng Daogao and suddenly came to life. Crookedly, he climbed up and grabbed Wang Ting's cell phone.
"Yes, is it sis, brother-in-law? I'm not drunk."
Cheng Yuan breathlessly rolled his eyes.
"Not drunk yet. Grab some sleep. Get up early tomorrow and I'll give you a little surprise." I'm not going to sleep. Sis, brother-in-law back home to put me to sleep." After saying that,
Lin Ruoxi directly planted herself in Wang Ting's arms and huffed and puffed as she slept.
Cheng Yuan's head was as big as a bucket. Ruoxi's alcohol quality. There is no one else. In the future, absolutely can't let her drink. Otherwise sooner or later, something will happen.
Wang Ting picked up the cell phone and said in a harmonious voice,
"Brother Cheng, Ruoxi is asleep. What kind of surprise are you going to give her?" "Confidential for now."
Wang Ting pouted unhappily.
"And keep secrets from me." After a pause, Wang Ting continued, "Brother Cheng, Ruoxi and I haven't asked you what you've been busy with lately. Can you reveal a little bit?" Cheng Yuan is still the same. "Confidential for now." Wang Ting was so angry. "Brother Cheng, you're still playing mysterious with us? Ruoxi is being bullied by others. If you've really gotten better, you have to make a decision for Ruoxi." Cheng Yuan responded with a bite. "Ting Ting, just don't worry. When Ruoxi wakes up, Tell her to report back to her unit by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She must be given a hard blow. Chapter 173, The Monks Meet.
Wang Ting smiled bitterly.
Brother Chang, you may not know the situation.
Ting Ting was ordered to leave by the deputy director.
Do you really have a solution? Chang Yuan bristled disdainfully.
What's a little deputy director?
Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Brother Chang, do you know the director of Ting Ting Law Firm?
Sort of know each other.
Great. I'll make a sobering soup for Ruwashi. Tiancheng Law Firm. Director's office. Chang Yuan hung up the phone.
A cold and incomparable light flashing in his eyes. A black sheep like Zhang Ming must be cleaned out.
Just then,
the office door slammed. Chang Yuan sat upright and said in a deep voice,
"Enter." With a creak,
Zhang Ming pushed open the office door and came forward with a smile on his face,
bowing repeatedly to Chang Yuan. "Director, hello, we met in the conference room just now.
My name is Zhang Ming.
I'm the deputy director of our Tiancheng law firm." Chang Yuan laughed.
This Zhang Ming,
is this actively coming to give away his head? Director Zhang, what's the matter with you coming over? Director, I've come over to report to you on your work. In these recent days,
I have to say that Zhang Ming's business skills are still good.
With very clear thinking and very competent language. A brief and concise report on the last few days.
This made Chang Yuan change his opinion of him slightly.
But what can he do with his business skills? Who told him to mess with Ruwashi? He must be sacrificed. Director Zhang, is there anything else? Reporting to the director. There's something else I want to report to you.
80% of the cases under my hand are commercial cases.
I'm particularly good at commercial law. If your industry needs legal counsel in the future, please feel free to order it. Chang Yuan raised an eyebrow. This Zhang Ming was quite good at his job. No wonder he got mixed up as an assistant director. It's a pity. Why did you mess with Ruwashi? Good. Chang Yuan picked up a document and clearly lost his desire to talk.
This was an eviction order.
However,
what made Chang Yuan puzzled was that Zhang Ming had no intention of leaving, but instead looked at him with a smile on his face.
Director Zhang, anything else?
Zhang Ming rubbed his hands together, his face smiling like a ponytail flower.
Director, just now you said you needed a special assistant, and I just happen to have a suitable candidate on my side.
Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows, put down the paper and asked with interest.
Who is it? Hao Dang Dang, the mid-level partner of our Tiancheng law firm.
This young comrade is very outstanding, and her image and temperament are unique in our law firm.
Of course, she is very capable, very dedicated, definitely can serve the director well.
Zhang Ming deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words capable as well as dedication. All of them are 1,000-year-old cuckolds.
Surely they will understand what he means. Just as Zhang Ming thought, Chang Yuan understood his hints, but was completely uninterested. The main reason was that he had too many good sisters around him. Even Zhu Shui, who she didn't think much of, was much better than that Hao Sweetie. Why would he need to go farther than that? Besides, this Hao Sweetie was still at odds with Ruwashi. However, Chang Yuan didn't reject it and instead showed a look of great interest. Director Zhang, is this Hao Lu you're talking about really that capable? That's pretty competent.
The corner of Chang Yuan's mouth turned up slightly,
pulling out a strange arc.
I wonder what kind of expression Hao Sweetie will have when she meets him.
The new director? I have some other business and I'm not available in the morning. So since this Hao Lu is so capable, have her come to my office at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes, please don't worry.
Director, sweets will definitely serve you well. Chang Yuan nodded and once again looked down at the information. This time, Zhang Ming didn't dilly-dally and went painfully. When Zhang Ming returned to his office, Hao Sweets was still there and greeted him with an expectant face. Director Zhang, how's it going?
Zhang Ming looked at Hao Shengtian proudly.
There's nothing I can't do in person? Tell me first, how are you going to thank me? Hao Sweetie was ecstatic. You can thank me all you want. Zhang Ming laughed strangely and pressed Hao Tian on the desk. 1 minute later,
Zhang Ming said contentedly,
Sweetness, Director Chang asked you to go to his office at 3 o'clock sharp in the afternoon. So don't let me down on my expectations of you. Good. Thank you, Director. Chang Yuan was groping for fish in his office when Lu Shiqi sent a message. Brother Chang, don't you want to lose weight? You're late. Oh. Chang Yuan looked at his watch. He was indeed late. Be there in a minute. 10 minutes later, Chang Yuan arrives at the Hilton Gym. Because of the circle of friends that Shen Manwen sent, Chang Yuan's identity as the owner of the King of Building No. 8 on Liang Road has been exposed. Chang Yuan became the absolute meat and potatoes,
and it would not even be an exaggeration to say that he was the donkey's meat.
Brother Chang is here?
Wan Ling and Mimi Zhang stood up with a prancing sound and greeted them with smiles on their faces.
Brother Chang, let me help you with the gym bag. Brother Chang, Sister Shiki has been waiting for you for a while. Chang Yuan was a bit embarrassed by the two sisters. Ling Ling, Mimi,
You can just treat me as the most ordinary member.
No need to treat me differently.
The two women shook their heads without hesitation.
That won't do. Brother Chang is a VIP customer of our Hilton gym. Must come up with the best service.
A female member saw the scene and hurriedly took a picture of it and sent it to the group.
Sisters, who is this guy? Why are the two receptionists so enthusiastic about him? The member group instantly exploded. Mr. Chang is finally here. Sisters charge. Foo, hurry up. Help me grab a spot in the dynamic cycling room. Be there in 10 minutes. Sister Lu. This is the member under Shiki's hand. The number one god of our Hilton gym. The first godly man? Very powerful? Not generally powerful. Liang Road no. 8 building king owners understand?
He bought a $2 million luxury car for man in a minute.
Understand?
Chang Yuan could not shirk his responsibility and could only be forced to accept the handbag accompanying chat service of the two girls.
After replacing his equipment, Chang Yuan walked towards the dynamic cycling room with gusto. In the past few days, the focus has been on manhwa, and I've gotten a little cold feet on psyche. And surprisingly, I've been thinking about it a little bit. After walking to the dynamic cycling room, Chang Yuan was dumbfounded. I'll go. What the hell? What's so hot about the motion bike room?
A sharp-eyed female member saw Chang Yuan and quickly rushed forward, squeezing out what she thought was the best smile she could muster.
Looking at Chang Yuan like a nymphomaniac. Mr. Chang, you're finally here. Chang Yuan was stunned. Beauty, who are you? Do we know each other? The female member looked at Chang Yuan with an incomparable grudge. Brother Chang, have you forgotten? The day before yesterday I was on the treadmill next to you, running with you. My name is Lin Ran. Lin Ran, what a strange name. Of course, with Chang Yuan's emotional intelligence, he wouldn't say something so hurtful. Did we run together? Why don't I remember? Chapter 174, Who are you? Lin Ran. Lin Ran almost choked to death by Chang Yuan. However, she didn't dare to have a fit at all. And the smile on her face became even more intense. I endure. I try to hold back. Brother Chang is a godly man. It's normal for a godhawk to have a bit of character and a bit of a temper. After such a delay, many female members saw Chang Yuan and rushed up in a rush, looking at him with excitement. There were introductions made. There were invitations to dine with him. Others were even bolder, reaching out directly, fishing for Chang Yuan's body. Chang Yuan's head was as big as a bucket, and he had the feeling that he had entered the Ponzi cave. What's with all the leprechauns today? Wan Ling and Nini Zhang were afraid that these female goblins would eat Chang Yuan alive and temporarily acted as bodyguards. Get out of the way. All of you get out of the way. Don't delay Chang's weight loss. Wan Ling and Nini Zhang were quite forceful and froze, leading Chang Yuan to kill a bloody path, allowing Chang Yuan to enter the dynamic cycling room smoothly. Chang Yuan got into his own exclusive car ride and looked at Lu Shiqi with a bitter smile. Shiki, what's going on? Why is everyone so enthusiastic today? Lu Shiqi gave Chang Yuan a sly look. What else could it be because of? Wasn't it Man who exposed you as the owner of the King of Buildings? However, Lu Shiqi was still very simple and kind, and did not denigrate Shen Manhwan behind her back, saying faintly, I don't know why. Let's start today's training program. Shall we? Good. In the midst of a group of warblers and swallows, Chang Yuan completed his training program with both happiness and anguish. Fortunately, he now had a good sister in Shen Manhwan, who had evacuated a lot of energy by learning to dance. Otherwise, it was estimated that Chang Yuan couldn't even straighten his back right now. Brother Chang, are you tired? Going to the yoga room or the physical therapy room? Is there a difference? Yes. In the case of the yoga room, there are no male members, and I'm afraid the sisters don't have much control. There are male members in the physical therapy room, so the sisters should be able to keep it under control. Better the physical therapy room then. Chang Yuan was really worried about being swallowed by these female goblins. Okay, Brother Chang, led by Lu Shiqi, Chang Yuan walked into the physical therapy room, and sure enough, just as Lu Shiqi said, most of the girls didn't have the heart to enter the physical therapy room. Chang Yuan was their prey. How could they not be the prey of those male members? They're not going to let those male members take advantage of them. The world finally quieted down, and Chang Yuan quietly lay down on the mat, accepting Lu Shiqi's relaxation service. I don't know if Lu Shiqi sprinkled a little perfume. Her body's scent was especially light and elegant, making Chang Yuan's heart flutter. Just as Chang Yuan was contemplating whether or not to make a bit of a breakthrough with Lu Shiqi, the door to the physical therapy room was pushed open. Pan Dajiang, the general manager of the Hilton gym, walked in. Pan Dajiang looked left and right and soon realized that Lu Shiqi was giving Chang Yuan a massage, which made him envious. The two golden flowers of their Hilton gym were all taken down by this Chang. This Chang guy is a little too cool, isn't he? However, he dared not show any dissatisfaction.
Pan Dajian walked quickly to Cheng Yuan and looked at him with a smile on his face.
Mr. Shang, can I delay you for a few minutes?
Cheng Yuan raised his eyelids and glanced at Pan Dajian,
faintly asking, which one of you? Pan Dajian almost choked to death, but luckily, Lu Shiqi helped him out. Brother Chang,
this is the general manager of our Hilton gym, Pan Dajian.
Mr. Pan. Cheng Yuan lifted his eyelids again, clearly not interested. Oh, Mr. Pan? Although Cheng Yuan's attitude was a bit cold,
Pan Dajian didn't dare to have any opinions and looked at Cheng Yuan with a smile on his face.
Mr. Shang, you can just call me Xiao Pan. Cheng Yuan moved his shoulders and harmonized. Shiki, shoulder press. Okay, Brother Chang.
Lu Shiqi directly sat on Cheng Yuan's waist. Her small hands pressed and rubbed Cheng Yuan's shoulders with force,
accompanied by a tremor as she moved. Watching Pan Dajian's little heart poofed. Yeah, that's it right there. With a little more force. Okay, Brother Chang.
Cheng Yuan was so oblivious,
but Pan Dajian didn't dare to have any comments, standing awkwardly and unimaginably on the side, like an elementary school student at a penalty station.
It took a full 5 minutes of pressing before Cheng Yuan looked like he had just remembered Pan Dajian.
So who's that? Pan, right? What can I do for you? Mr. Shang, can we have a private chat for 2 minutes? Private chat?
Cheng Yuan raised his eyebrows.
Alright, Shiki, let's do this first. Okay, Brother Chang.
Cheng Yuan stood up with a relaxed body and followed Pan Dajian into the smoking room.
Pan Dajian unlocked the smoking room before looking at Cheng Yuan with a look of help. Mr. Shang, the boss of the headquarters lost a large amount of money in stock speculation some time ago. He wants to sell the Hilton gym to get his blood back. Is there any interest on your side to take over this gym? If it was Lu Shiqi asking him, Cheng Yuan would definitely nod his head without hesitation. But what is this Pan Dajian? Just a moment ago,
Wan Ling had complained to him, saying that this Pan Dajian had harassed Man many times, and had even deducted Man's wages.
This was the reason why Cheng Yuan deliberately ignored Pan Dajian just now. Cheng Yuan balked. Sorry, I'm not interested. A glimmer of gloom flashed across Pan Dajian's face.
It's just that there's no such thing as an unbroken feast, and it looks like the Hilton gym is going to fall apart completely.
Cheng Yuan asked with some puzzlement. Even if the gym is sold, at most the name will be changed and the people will still be the same. So how can it fall apart? Mr. Shang, you don't understand. There are currently 2 buyers who have contacted me. One wants to convert the gym into a bath, and the other wants to convert the gym into a KTV. When the time comes, all of us, the staff, as well as the fitness instructors, will have to be demobilized. Cheng Yuan was a bit unhappy about this. He hasn't finished his fitness classes yet. Then again,
he's had a good relationship with a number of staff members in recent days.
Well, it was really all about the staff licking him unilaterally and licking him into submission.
And he really couldn't bear the thought of these good friends and his good sisters losing their jobs.
Mr. Pan, how much did your boss offer? Pan Dajian's eyes lit up, and he carefully said, all the staff, all the facilities, all the membership classes, all of them are transferred, at a price of $20 million. $20 million? Cheng Yuan couldn't help but skim his lips. Mr. Pan, please be a little sincere. Do you think I'm an ingrate? Mr. Shang, don't be angry yet.
This $20 million. It also includes 10 years of rent.
10 years rent? Cheng Yuan raised his eyebrows. Your Hilton gym, how much does it rent for a year? Normally, a yearly rent is $1.5 million. However, our boss and the hotel owner are relatives, and the rent is only a symbolic charge of $300,000. However, if Mr.
Chang were to rent it himself,
he definitely couldn't get it for less than $1 million. I see. If I don't want a 10-year rent reduction, how much would it cost to buy this gym as a package?
$10 million.
Cheng Yuan grinned. Good. It's so happily decided. $10 million. I'll take this gym. However, a few of my funds won't arrive until the end of the month. Can you delay it until next month? Sure. Chapter 175. I can't believe I think $180,000 is a bit cheap.
Cheng Yuan had more than 200 million lying inside his account,
so naturally he wasn't really out of money. At the end of the month,
the Hilton was his and there was no more rent to pay.
Doesn't whoring smell good? Even though he's rich now,
$10 million can be saved or should be saved. With this $10 million,
how many girls will he sleep with? Satisfied, Pan Dajian offered his farewell,
and Cheng Yuan continued his own weight loss program.
What bothered Cheng Yuan a bit was that it was not good to be too popular, and the normally crowded running area had become overcrowded. There was even a fight for the treadmill next to Cheng Yuan. Although it was quite eye-catching when a couple of the girls were fighting for the treadmill, it was still a bit unnatural to be surrounded by so many people running. It's not like he's running a marathon.
Lu Shiqi could see that Chung Yuan was a bit upset and made a small suggestion during lunch.
Brother Chang, if you don't want to be mobbed, I can create an outdoor weight loss program so that there won't be too many people watching. An outdoor weight loss program? Chung Yuan shook his head without hesitation. Psyche, outdoor exercise is too aggravating now that it's cold. But you've reminded me that I can continue my indoor workout in a different place. A difficult look appeared on Lu Shiqi's face. Brother Chang,
I signed an exclusivity agreement with the Hilton Gym.
So unless I resign, I can't teach at another gym. Chung Yuan laughed. Instead of going to another gym,
you can pack a room upstairs and get a few sets of fitness equipment inside the room.
Lu Shiqi subconsciously replied. That would be too extravagant, right? The cheapest room at the Hilton is 600.
And a room that can be set up with open fitness equipment has to start at a minimum of 2,000.
And it's 60,000 a month, said Luscious, holding back,
because she suddenly realized that $60,000,
to Brother Chang, was it considered money?
Chung Yuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers.
Yang Xiaomeng, the manager of the restaurant,
walked up quickly and asked with a smile on his face.
Mr. Chang,
what are your orders?
Xiao Yang, contact the head of the guest room department for me.
I want to charter a long private room.
Okay, just a moment. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Xiaolong,
the head of the guest room department, came to Chung Yuan and asked with a smile on his face.
Mr. Chang, I heard from my colleague that you're going to rent a long private room? Exactly how long do you want to charter? Wrap it up until the end of the month. At the end of the month? That's half a month.
Barely.
Mr. Chang, what kind of room would you like to charter? Business King Room 1200 a night. Business Suite 2000 a night. Deluxe Business Suite 5000 a night.
Chung Yuan faintly asked.
Is there a presidential suite?
The smile on Zhang Xiaolong's face is even more intense.
This is not reluctant
this is a proper big order.
Yes, the presidential suite is 12,000 a night. Only 12,000?
Chang Yuan shrugged his shoulders. It was more than half cheaper than the higher Intercontinental Hotel.
It seems that Hilton's brand influence is far less than these old 5-star hotels are. Price is not an issue. Find me a room with a gym. The more extensive the gym equipment the better.
Exercise bikes and treadmills are must-have options.
Zhang Xiaolong blinked rapidly a few times. Isn't this Mr. Chang a member of the Hilton Gym? Why would you want to charter a presidential suite just for working out?
It wasn't until Zhang Xiaolong saw Lu Shiqi next to him that an expression that all men understand appeared on his face. Such a superb girl does deserve a presidential suite.
Zhang Xiaolong harmonized. Every presidential suite has a gym. And one of them, which is more on the fitness side of the family,
has an indoor swimming pool and a physical therapy room.
Chang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This is the room. Mr. Chang, let me show you the room? Good.
Led by Zhang Xiaolong, Chung Yuan and Lu Shiqi went to inspect the room together.
At the moment, Lu Shiqi hadn't realized that something was wrong,
and was very carefully reviewing all the fitness equipment, replacing and adjusting some of the lesser used ones.
It took a whole half hour of debugging before Lu Shiqi gave Chung Yuan an okay sign. Chung Yuan signed the contract painfully and paid the full amount of $180,000 for the room. Mr. Chang, Miss Lu, have a nice rest. I'll leave you to it.
Zhang Xiaolong had the good sense to take his leave.
It wasn't until then that Lu Shiqi realized something was wrong. Yeah, from now on, until the end of the month, she'll be in a room alone with Chung Big Brother. At the thought of this, her little heart couldn't control the puffing wildly, and a blush surfaced on her face, quickly spreading to the roots of her ears. Chang Yuan said in a harmonious voice, Sure Chi, pick a room and rest.
You don't need to go home for this recent period of time.
Just stay here at night. Lu Shiqi was terrified. What did Chang mean? Get a room with her directly? She's not ready.
Lu Shiqi quickly waved her hand.
Brother Chang, we're moving too fast, aren't we? Chang Yuan was stunned. This little ninny thought wrongly thought he was going to eat her. However, judging by her reaction, she shouldn't be disgusted. She just thinks it's moving a bit fast. Chung Yuan laughed. Sure Chi, what are you thinking? I don't live here at night. You can ask that roommate of yours, Mimi, to come and stay with you. Ha? She misunderstood Chang?
Lu Shiqi was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground.
No more. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll catch up on my sleep. Chung Yuan drilled into the master room, set the alarm clock,
and fell headfirst onto the large bed,
falling into a deep sleep.
Lu Shiqi was either staying or leaving,
and for a while, she was a bit frozen. Eventually, Luscious came up with a great idea. You can ask Mimi to come up and keep her company. Lu Shiqi called Mimi Zhang and extended an invitation. Mimi, are you sleepy? Come up and accompany me on my lunch break. Come up? What do you mean?
Brother Chang has chartered a long-term rental.
chartered until the end of the month. There are a lot of rooms idle. In the future you can come up for your lunch break, and you can come over to stay at night. Nini Zhang's eyes lit up. What's the situation? Sister Shichi, have you managed to land on the shore? Is Brother Chang going to hide his daughter in a golden house? Blah, 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 blah. What are you talking about? Brother Chang is just worried about being swallowed alive by those female goblins. So, chartered a room to exercise and lose weight. Okay, I believe it. Brother Chang is simply trying to lose weight. You dead ninny. Dare to talk nonsense again. Believe it or not, I'll get angry with you? Zhang Mimi didn't tease Lu Shichi anymore and asked with interest. Sister Shichi, Brother Chang has chartered a luxury suite, right? I'm afraid it costs tens of thousands of dollars for half a month, right? Brother Chang has chartered the presidential suite for $180,000 for half a month. $180,000? This would have shocked Mimi Zhang if someone else had spent so much money on a room. However, this person was Chang Yuan, and Zhang Mimi surprisingly did not feel expensive. Sister Shiki, I don't know if I'm crazy or if this world is just too crazy. I can't believe I think $180,000 is a bit cheap. Chapter 176, Deceived. Lu Shichi smiled bitterly. She also felt that $180,000 was a bit cheap. Cut the crap. Coming for your lunch break? If not, I'll sleep by myself. Come on. I've never stayed in a presidential suite. Not long after, Nini Chang arrived. Zhang Mimi was shocked by the luxury of the presidential suite and couldn't help but exclaim, Sister Shichi, if I hadn't taken advantage of you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to live in a presidential suite once in my life. Lu Shichi corrected, it's all taking advantage of Big Brother Chang. Right. Zhang Mimi visited the various rooms with interest and kept marveling, and soon, came to the door of the master's room. Lu Shichi pulled Zhang Mimi back. Don't visit the master's room. Brother Chang is taking a lunch break. Don't disturb Brother Chang. Mr. Chang is here too? Zhang Mimi's big eyes dribbled around, creating the urge to climb onto Chang Yuan's bed. But soon, Nini Zhang calmed down. She knew her weight well, between Sister Shiki and her. As long as Brother Chang wasn't stupid, he would definitely choose Sister Shiki. So, what she's going to do is not climb into bed herself. Rather, it's to help Siki-san become a success. Siki-san is too introverted and shy. Brother Chang was her member, but she was bent over by that Shin Man. As long as she facilitates the good deed between Sister Shiki and Brother Chang, she is the biggest credit to Sister Shiki here. When Sister Shiki gets better in the future, she will definitely not forget her as a credit. Sister Shiki, I'm so sleepy, let's go to sleep. Good. The two women entered the ladies' room, and the gorgeous, fluffy king-sized bed was a huge turn-on for both of them. After a bit of playfulness, Lu Shichi harmonized, Nini, stop it and go to sleep. Nini Zhang lay on top of Lu Shiki and sniffled hard. Sister Shiki smells so good. She's almost in love even as a female. Not to mention Big Brother Chang as a big man. However, Nini Zhang squeezed out a very exaggerated expression. Sister Shiki, you're so sweaty and smelly. Luscious froze for a moment. Did she stink? Lu Shichi lifted her arm and sniffed it. Bright and fragrant. Sister Shichi, you can't smell it yourself, so you'd better go and wash up. Don't leave a bad impression on Brother Chang. Luscious didn't suspect a thing and nodded her head as she walked into the bathroom, because her roommate was Nini Zhang. A good sister. Lu Shichi didn't lock the door. The corner of Zhang Mimi's mouth surfaced a bad smile, quietly slipped out of the ladies' room, came to the door of the master's room, and gently knocked on the door. Brother Chang, are you asleep? Chang Yuan heard a knock on the door in a daze, instantly losing his sleepiness and getting a little agitated. Has Shiki finally figured it out? Finally coming to crawl into bed? Hey, I'm not asleep. Come in. With a creak, the door opened. The smile on Chang Yuan's face froze. Why was it Nini Zhang? So it's this little ninny who wants to climb into bed? It was true that Mimi, the little ninny, was not bad, but, right now, he only wanted Lu Shichi. Chang Yuan's tone turned serious. Nini, looking for me for something? A trace of gloom flashed in Zhang Mimi's eyes. Chang Big Brother's back and forth attitude changed so obviously, indicating that she really did not have any position in Chang Big Brother's heart. Soon after, Zhang Mimi set her mind right. It was better to feel at ease and give Sister Shichi an assist. Forget the bed climbing. Nini Zhang put on an anxious look. Brother Chang, the water pipe inside the bathroom of our room is broken. It's spraying water and Sister Shichi is pressing it. You hurry over and take a look. Chang Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes greatly. Hilton just can't. The water pipes of a 5-star hotel can be broken. I'll have to file a complaint later. Take me there. Good. Zhang Mimi took Chang Yuan and quickly walked to the madam's room.
Zhang Mimi raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the bathroom room, saying very anxiously, "Brother Chang, the bathroom is right over there." Cheng Yuan didn't think much about it and rushed over at a quick pace, while Mimi Zhang quietly exited the madam's room. After a slight hesitation, she directly exited the presidential suite. Today is Shiki-san's wedding night. She'd better not be a light bulb. Better go to the dorm for a lunch break. Cheng Yuan really believed Zhang Mimi's words and worried that Lu Shiqi was waiting anxiously. He pushed open the bathroom door and rushed in with quick steps. Then, Cheng Yuan's eyes instantly rounded. Is this a picture you can watch without charging? Luscious already has a blowout body in her workout clothes. Now, Cheng Yuan had a direct nosebleed. Shen Manwan's back was turned to him, and in the hazy mist of water, that amazing honeyed tea was practically blinding Cheng Yuan's eyes. This is going to be from the back. Lu Shiqi hadn't realized at the moment that it was Cheng Yuan who had come in, and thought it was Mimi Zhang. Lu Shiqi snapped, "Mimi, you're not sweating. Are you going to shower with me?" While saying that, Lu Shiqi turned around. Then, Lu Shiqi's entire body froze. What's going on? How come it's Mr. Ching? It was only after a full 2 seconds that Lu Shiqi came back to her senses, subconsciously letting out an exclamation of surprise and subconsciously covering her hands. But, her body is so blown out. 2 little hands just aren't enough. At this moment, Lu Shiqi couldn't wait to transform into the goddess of mercy with 1,000 hands. Shang big brother, how do you? At this moment, Cheng Yuan had already realized that he should have been fooled by this little nymph Zhang Mimi. However, he didn't have any anger at being cheated at all. Instead, he wanted to reward Mimi Zhang properly. Good lie. It's very close to my heart. Cheng Yuan opened his mouth to snub. Mimi told me you were sick, so I came over to take a look. Lu Shiqi was going crazy. Mimi is trying to screw her over, Lu Shiqi said with some embarrassment. Brother Chang, I'm not sick. You go out. Before any progress was made, Cheng Yuan could do so by abiding by the laws of propriety. But now, it's been like this, unless Cheng Yuan was not a man. Otherwise, when facing such a superb beauty like Lu Shiqi, a normal man would not be able to carry it off. Cheng Yuan said in a serious manner, Shiqi, which mental illness says it's a cutie? What spy would admit to being a spy? If you're sick or not, I'll find out if I try. Saying that, Cheng Yuan walked to Lu Shiqi with unusual determination and raised his hand to touch her forehead. Lu Shiqi was almost mad with shame. The heart was beating like a drum in a frantic frenzy. In this case, her temperature rose uncontrollably a bit. Plus, there's hot water for bathing. Cheng Yuan looked at Lu Shiqi with a serious face. Shiqi, you're so hot. You're definitely sick. And it's a fever. Let me lower your temperature. Lu Shiqi panicked. She's never been in a relationship. She has absolutely no experience in dealing with this kind of situation. Though there is some exposure when you teach on weekdays. Even when giving Cheng Yuan relaxation, she would sit on Cheng Yuan's waist. But, she swore, she had never been more nervous than she was right now. Chapter 177, Physical Cooling. Cheng Yuan could not help but directly pick up Lu Shiqi by the waist. Lu Shiqi was trembling with nervousness and closed her eyes dead, not daring to meet Cheng Yuan's eyes at all. The face was redder than the evening sun. Cheng Yuan grinned. Shiqi, still saying you're not sick. Your fever is quite severe. You're shivering a bit. I'll give you a fever-reducing injection in a while. Lu Shiqi was howling madly inside. Is that a feverish shiver I'm having? That was intense for me. I'm scared. However, Luscious didn't bash the scene. It was so hard for Chang to take the initiative to take a few steps forward. She absolutely could not back down again. This is her last chance. If Chengde was really taken down by Shen Manwan, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. Lu Shiji tried to control her nervousness and quietly opened her eyes, glancing at Cheng Yuan's side face. During this period of time, Brother Chang had lost more than 10 pounds, and his whole person had become much more handsome. As long as she worked harder and helped Brother Chang lose 10 to 20 pounds, Brother Chang was definitely her ideal type. With that thought, Lu Shiqi's body burned even more. Cheng Yuan even suspected that Lu Shiqi really had a fever. I have to say, the presidential suite tools are complete. Cheng Yuan rummaged through the medical box and took out a thermometer from it, helped Lucius take her temperature. Lu Shiqi also felt that her body temperature was a bit too high, and weakly asked, Big Brother Chang, do I have a fever? Cheng Yuan looked at the temperature on the thermometer. 36.2 degrees. The guy opened his mouth and said, It's almost 39 degrees. We have to physically cool you down first. How do you physically lower the temperature? With a wet towel? Cheng Yuan grinned. What wet towel to use? At first glance, when you were in school, you were a scum. Direct heat transfer. I have a low body temperature. Just hug you for a while and absorb the heat from your body. Is that how heat transfer works?
Big brother Chang, I'm not a scum. I'm a graduate of Qingdao University. I studied the Department of Financial Management. Department of Financial Management? Chang Yuan raised his eyebrows. It seemed like Ahao was also in the financial management department. And now Ahao was working in an investment company. Shiki, you studied financial management. Why did you become a fitness instructor? Luscious sighed. I can't help it. This face of mine. At some times it is an advantage. At other times it will cause me a lot of troubles. In finance, there are especially a lot of banquets and socializing and stuff. I can't stand that kind of atmosphere. Chang Yuan nodded in understanding. So, Psyche, you actually want to work in a financial investment type of job the most, right? Yes, but an ordinary girl with no background like me will definitely be eaten without any bones left if I rush in. Chang Yuan hugged Lu Shiqi with some heartache and said softly in her ear, Shiqi, you are not an ordinary girl without a background. From now on, your background is me. I am your strongest backing. Chang Yuan's words went straight to the deepest part of Lu Shiqi's heart, piercing through her innermost strength. How she wished for a man who would help her hold up the sky so she could do what she loved without having to look at anyone else's face. Now the man appears. Lu Shiqi backhanded, hugging Chang Yuan's tiger's waist. Xiaoran pressed against Chang Yuan's chest. A reassuring smile surfaced on her face. Chang Yuan was in high spirits. Is it going to be a success? The guy said in a deep voice. Xiaoyi, calling Xiaoyi. The room's AI responded. Yes, master. What are the instructions? Close all curtains and turn off all lights. Yes, master. Squeaky. The remote-controlled curtains moved, and soon the whole room turned dark. Lu Shiqi's mood, which had just calmed down, began to tense up once again. Chang Yuan, however, didn't care about this. It had already come to this point. You have to be on it, or you don't have to be on it. Chang Yuan wrapped his arms around Lu Shiqi and slowly lay down, violently pulling over the quilt and covering the two of them in a beautiful way. Cover up so you can sweat. Chang, big brother. Lu Shiqi's voice trembled a little with nervousness. Chang Yuan felt that such Lu Shiqi was too cute and couldn't help but kiss her forehead before saying what all men had said. Psyche, take it easy. I'm just going to cuddle and do nothing else. With his mouth full, this guy doesn't move slow. In 3 tries, all the clothes on his body were thrown out from inside the covers. Then, with a bad smile, he came over to Lu Shiqi's side. Chang Yuan's body was burning with hot blood. His body was too hot. It hadn't even touched yet, and Luscious felt a wave of heat come over her. Lu Shiqi was in pain. Chang Big Brother's body was even hotter than hers. Was he really cooling her down? Chang Yuan raised his hand and grabbed Lu Shiqi's wrist, trying to move her small, obstructive hand away. It was clearly just normal contact, but Lu Shiqi shuddered violently. It's like being electrocuted. The whole thing was like a cassoulet, almost curled up into a ball. Chang Yuan was instantly agitated. Baby Shiqi reacting so much? She's a real gem. This made Chang Yuan look forward to it even more. Chang Yuan possessed himself over very strongly. Lu Shiqi's entire body stiffened for a moment and said in a trembling voice, Brother Chang, didn't you say that you would only hug and do nothing else? Chang Yuan grinned. Sure, Chi, you're still young. Don't you know that you can't trust a single word a man says at times like this? Compared to being worse than a beast, I'd rather be a beast for once. Shiki Lu, Brother Chang, I've never been in love before. I don't want to leave any regrets for the first time. I hope we can take things step by step. Chang Yuan was stunned. He did get a little anxious. Lu Shiqi was different from Shen Manwan and Yin Xiaoli. Shen Manwan's goal in contacting him was clear. Yin Xiaoli that was directly for revenge. Only Lu Shiqi has the purest feelings. He really did kind of like Lu Shiqi. Being with Lu Shiqi made him find some of the feelings of falling in love when he was in school. Shiqi, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry. Chang Yuan gazed at Lu Shiqi's delicate and charming little face and kissed it emotionally. This time, Lu Shiqi didn't resist and closed her eyes tremblingly. It was obviously just a kiss. Lu Shiqi's entire body was crispy. If she was standing now, it was expected that Lu Shiqi would simply collapse. This made Chang Yuan even more excited. He simply picked up a superbly crafted treasure. Just a kiss is all. This would be great if. Chang Yuan felt as if he had a fever as well. Hot as hell. Desperately need to cool down. This cooling process will not be described in detail. An hour later, the cooling was complete. Chang Yuan lit a cigarette with satisfaction and looked at Lu Shiqi with a doting gaze. The ancients are true. Women are indeed made of water. Ishiki definitely has firefighter potential. The amount of water that was absolutely plentiful. Psyche, if all the girls in Eagle Jam were like you, the California fires would have been put out a long time ago. Chapter 178, You've done a good job. Look at the reward. Lu Shiji froze for a moment and quickly figured out what Chang Yuan meant. Somewhat embarrassed, he grabbed the covers and covered the soaked sheets. At the moment,
She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Brother Chang, you're laughing at people. With a ding, the familiar voice of the system appeared. It was detected that the host and Lu Shiqi had broken through the boundaries of ordinary friends and entered the girlfriend vetting process. Audit completed. Name Lu Shiqi. Age, 23. Overall rating, 94. Favorability, 100. Girls with a comprehensive evaluation of 80 points or more, who have an intimate relationship with the host, and whose favoritism towards the host reaches 90, can choose to be transformed into a girlfriend in the girlfriend module. Lu Shiqi is eligible to be transformed into a girlfriend. Does it transform Shen Manhwan into girlfriend number 3? Chang Yuan was stunned. Shiqi's overall rating is actually 2 points higher than Man's? Isn't it true that any girl with a composite rating of 90 or higher is a rare find? Then again, Shen Manhwan's favorability towards him was 98. Lu Shiqi obviously acted less enthusiastic than Shen Manhwan. Obviously acted more implicitly. And unexpectedly her favorability towards him was 100? What's wrong with the system? The system heard Chang Yuan's heartfelt words and decisively stood out. This system is absolutely not mistaken. Shen Manhwan has raised fish and played with hearts, and his favorability towards you 98 is already very high. Lu Shiqi is very simple. Never had a fish. Even. Her heart door has never been opened to any man, so she treats her relationship with immense passion and 100% devotion. Hearing the system's explanation, Chang Yuan's favorable feelings towards Lu Shiqi rubbed upwards. It had already surpassed Shen Manhwan and become the number one little heart of Chang Yuan's heart. Of course, Shen Manhwan. This good sister was very good at giving emotional value, and Chang Yuan would not treat her poorly. Chang Yuan chose yes without hesitation. Girlfriend number 3 Lu Shiqi's transformation was successful, and based on her comprehensive evaluation, she is rewarded with 1.6 billion renminbi of exclusive spending funds for girlfriend number 3. Chang Yuan was once again stunned. Shen Manhwan's $400 million exclusive spending fund, and he's already feeling much better. Lu Shiqi's straight up $1.6 billion is an outrageous amount of money. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. It seems that after the comprehensive evaluation reaches 90, every increase of 1 point, the exclusive spending fund will really double. I wonder how much exclusive spending money it would be to get 99 or even 100 points for a beauty. Chang Yuan said that his math wasn't very good and he couldn't figure it out for a while. Lu Shiqi's voice interrupted Chang Yuan's thoughts. Brother Chang, I'll change the sheets. And then again. Smoking is not good for your health. And it's not good for losing weight. Saying that, Lu Shiqi very gently, but very firmly removed the cigarette roll that Chang Yuan was holding in his mouth. Chang Yuan instantly felt that he had lost half of his joy. Psyche, it's hard to quit smoking. Before he could finish his words, Lu Shiqi ignored the smell of cigarette smoke on his mouth and kissed him like that. Enough to kiss herself until she was a bit breathless. Lu Shiqi let go of Chang Yuan. Brother Chang, do you still find it hard to quit smoking now? Chang Yuan's mouth almost grinned to his ears. It's not difficult. Absolutely not. Whoever dares to say it's hard to quit smoking, I'll definitely take it up with him. There was a pause. But what if you quit smoking and get addicted to playing in the water? Saying that, Chang Yuan laughed evilly and pounced Lu Shiqi onto the bed, as if a playful child, happy to play in the water. Another hour passed. Chang Yuan was completely paralyzed with exhaustion. After all, he's fat and, in the morning, there's a weight loss class. Lu Shiqi had some stamina, but she was even lazier than Chang Yuan. Didn't want to move a muscle. Obviously a bit of water loss. Chang Yuan was very thoughtful and poured a large glass of water for Lu Shiqi. Shiqi, hydrate. Shiqi Lu. Lu Shiqi hated to stick her head under the covers. She just wanted to be an ostrich now. It's just humiliating. Chang Yuan's eyes lit up. The more shy Lu Shiqi was, the more he felt. However, Chang Yuan was very compassionate and did not let himself go. Well, mostly out of shape. At his size, it's already impressive to be able to spar with a fitness trainer for a few rounds. Okay? Chang Yuan took a shower and said goodbye to Lu Shiqi. Shiqi, take a good rest. I still have some work in the afternoon. For some reason, Lu Shiqi's heart was suddenly a bit empty, and she, who had always been very reserved, actually asked a question that surprised herself. Brother Chang, will you come over to keep me company after work? It was only after asking this question that Lu Shiqi realized something was wrong. Isn't she this looking for abuse? She's in a lot of pain now. If this is after Chang's arrival, will you be able to work tomorrow? Chang Yuan understood very well why Lu Shiqi would raise this question. Lu Shiqi must be particularly insecure right now. Shen Manhwan asked a similar question the other day. Chang Yuan could not bear to fail Shen Manhwan, and naturally he could not bear to fail Lu Shiqi even more. I'll come over and stay with you after I'm done. Lu Shiqi's inner instability disappeared completely. Chang Daoguang cared about her. Lu Shiqi was so happy and shy that she couldn't help but pull over the quilt and cover her head.
This kind of here and now approach made Chung Yuan even more excited. He kind of didn't want to leave if it wasn't almost time. At this moment, Chung Yuan deeply understood why some emperors in ancient times did not go to court early.
Chung Yuan simply took a shower and walked out of the presidential suite refreshed.
Descending through the elevator to the underground gym and grabbed his fitness equipment.
Zhang Mimi came up with a bad smile.
Brother Chang, is the water pipe fixed? Thud. Chung Yuan flicked Zhang Mimi's brain. Mimi, you are really capable of fooling around. Zhang Mimi's face changed. Did she get it wrong? Thought I could take credit for this. Brother Chang, I was wrong. I'll do it again in the future.
Before he could finish his words,
he was interrupted by Chung Yuan. You're right. You're doing great. Look at the reward. After saying that, Chung Yuan touched his cell phone and sent a big red packet to Mimi Zhang.
Zhang Mimi subconsciously clicked on the red packet,
then almost jumped high in excitement. 88,888. Big Brother Chang gave her a super big red packet of $88,888. That's more than a year's salary.
If she had known that Sister Shiqi was so valuable, she would have sold Sister Shiqi to Brother Chang long ago.
At this moment,
Zhang Mimi was incredibly grateful that she didn't take it upon herself to climb Chung Yuan's bed, but instead facilitated Chung Yuan and Lu Shiqi's good deed.
Thank you, Brother Chang. Zhang Mimi bowed to Chung Yuan with excitement and gratitude. Chung Yuan waved his hand at Mimi Zhang very bashfully and drove back to the Imperial Garden.
Chang Yuan called Wang Ting.
The phone was quickly connected,
and Wang Ting's confused voice came.
Brother Chang, have you arrived?
Yes,
I'm here, right downstairs. Is Ruoshi awake yet? Get her up. 10 minutes later, Lin Ruoshi, who was still a little drunk, was sent down by Wang Ting. Brother Chang, Ruoshi is in your hands. Make sure you help Ruoshi get her face back. Chapter 179, Brother-in-Law. Are you serious? Chung Yuan grinned. Don't worry about it. Chang Yuan's tone was certain.
But Lin Ruoshi was skeptical, because she was pretty sure that her brother-in-law didn't even know the head of the law firm.
However,
Lin Ruoshi didn't expose herself in front of Wang Ting, but waited for the car to drive out of the neighborhood before asking with a smile.
Brother-in-law, where are you taking me to play? Chang Yuan was stunned. Play? What do you mean? Lin Ruoshi laughed. Brother-in-law, don't pretend. You know that I left my job and you're worried that I'm in a bad mood. So, you're planning to take me out to have some fun and soothe my mood. Did I guess right? Chang Yuan rolled his eyes without any good reason. This Ruoshi, her imagination can be too rich. You can guess right if you feel like it. Chang Yuan didn't explain. Anyway,
everything would be revealed when they arrived at the place.
10 minutes later, the car arrived at Hong Kong Middle Road, near the city hall, and Lin Ruoshi's expression turned a bit odd. It's not, is it? It's the way to the law firm. After Chung Yuan drove his car into the underground parking lot of Futai Mansion,
Lin Ruoshi was completely dumbfounded.
Brother-in-law, are you serious? When did you meet the leader of our law firm? Chang Yuan replied frankly. It's today. I just met the leader of your law firm. Lin Ruoshi. Brother-in-law, stop it. Let's grab and go. Don't make a fool of yourself. Why would you make a fool of yourself?
Because the one who forced me to leave my job was Zhang Ming, the deputy director of our Tiancheng law firm, and I've heard that our director Tian has already cashed out and left the market.
And currently our Tiancheng law firm is headed by Zhang Ming, Chang Yuan said in a very domineering manner.
Then just fire Zhang Ming. Lin Ruoshi was speechless and rolled her eyes.
Brother-in-law, you don't understand anything. Even if our director Tian is still around, he can't fire Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming is the original shareholder, and to fire him, you'd have to offer a sky-high settlement fee. Chung Yuan blinked a few times. So there was such a thing? Although he wasn't poor, there was no need to cheapen this kind of person. Since we now know this information, let's change one strategy. He did not take the initiative to fire Zhang Ming, forcing him to automatically leave the job. That is, there is compensation for the settlement fee. That money. To the good sister to send red packets. How good? Ruoshi, how about letting this Zhang Ming work under you as an intern? Ha?
Lin Ruoshi raised her hand and touched Chung Yuan's head.
It wasn't hot. Brother-in-law doesn't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? Brother-in-law, I'm touched that you want a fine face for me, but the arm can't be twisted. The big deal is that I'll change law firms. There's no need to be subjected to this kind of nonsense. Chung Yuan looked at Lin Ruoshi with a very confident gaze. Ruoshi, do you trust me? Lin Ruoshi looked at Chung Yuan fixedly. It was Chung Yuan who changed the poverty of their family, who brought her to the big city, and who paid for her to go to college and build her into a new woman in the city. Lin Ruoshi's admiration for Chung Yuan was blind and her trust in him was unconditional. I trust my brother-in-law. Chang Yuan parked the car, rubbed Lin Ruoshi's head,
and said with a doting face, "Get off." Lin Ruoshi got out of the car and obediently followed behind Chung Yuan, walking straight towards the elevator hall. In the elevator hall, How Sweetness was like a proud little peacock, chatting with a few girls waiting for the elevator. In order to give the new director a good impression, How Sweet can be said to be under the blood. The time of lunch break at noon, went to the Hisense Plaza, gave himself a brand new robe, and got a stylist to create a look for myself. It cost over $60,000 in one lunch hour. However, How Sweetness felt that the $60,000 was well spent. How Sweetness looked around with a sense of superiority. The few mediocre fans around her were not even worthy of lifting her shoes. She had complete confidence in taking the new director. Suddenly, the smile on How Sweetie's face froze. It was because she saw the slightly drunk Lin Ruoshi. Although Lin Ruoshi hadn't dressed up much, but her clear and uncluttered face was so dainty and beautiful, just like a fairy that descended from the heavenly palace on the mortal world. Her look, which was created at a high cost, seems to be topping out a bit. How Sweetheart's heart stuttered. Wasn't Lin Ruoshi ordered to go home and sink? Why is it here at this time of day? Could it be that Lin Ruoshi is also hitting on the new director? If it is the law firm's other ugly, then How Sweet have absolute confidence. But compared with Lin Ruoshi, How Sweet cannot feel a tiny bit of advantage. This was also the reason why How Sweetness had never been able to look at Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi stole the luster that originally belonged to her. How Sweetheart's face sank as she asked in a condescending manner, "Lin Ruoshi, what are you doing here at the company? Aren't you suspended from work and at home for introspection?" Now that How Sweets is Lin Ruoshi's lead teacher, Lin Ruoshi is more or less a little weak and doesn't know how to answer for a while. Chang Yuan, however, was not at all vain and said coldly, "What? Futai Mansion is owned by your Tianchang law firm? If we come to Futai Mansion, we still have to report to your Tianchang law firm?" You, How Sweetness almost choked to death by Chang Yuan. However, she had no way to retort. After all, there are more units inside the Futai building, and they, Tianchang law firm, only occupy the 17th floor. Fine. I don't care if you guys go anywhere else, but I will definitely not allow you to set foot in the gates of Tianchang law firm. Chang Yuan just snorted coldly and didn't bother to argue with How Tian. Lin Ruoshi, on the other hand, was very worried. Not that she was worried about losing her own face, but she was worried about losing her brother-in-law's face. There was a ding. The elevator opened. How Sweetness towed the line and took the lead into the elevator. Lin Ruoshi was a little hesitant to take a step. She wanted to avoid How Tian's front for a while and take the next elevator. Chang Yuan gave Lin Ruoshi a reassuring look and walked confidently into the elevator. Lin Ruoshi had no choice but to follow Chang Yuan's footsteps. The elevator went up and soon reached the 17th floor. How Dang glanced at Chang Yuan and Lin Ruoshi with a provocative gaze, then towed the elevator. In response, Chang Yuan just shrugged his shoulders and calmly followed How Tian's footsteps towards the gate of Tianchang law firm. Lin Ruoshi followed behind Chang Yuan, trying to lighten her steps as much as possible, and kept praying inwardly, "Sweet How, don't turn around, don't spot them." Unfortunately, her hopes were doomed. How Sweetness stopped at the entrance of the law firm, turned her head, and looked at Chang Yuan and Lin Ruoshi with a cold face. "Lin Ruoshi's brother-in-law, right? Didn't you just say you wouldn't come to our Tianchang law firm? Where are you going? The entire 17th floor is the territory of our Tianchang law firm." Chang Yuan was simply too lazy to bother with How Sweetness and snorted coldly, "Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Chapter 180, What Does Her Brother-in-Law Do? How Dang was furious. She was Zhang Ming's student and was about to become the boss's wife of Tianchang law firm. How dare this dead fat guy talk to her like this? "Fatso, what are you so arrogant about? Lin Ruoshi is currently in the state of leaving home for reflection and is not qualified to come to the company. Please leave." It didn't matter if Lin Ruoshi herself was aggrieved, but she couldn't tolerate her brother-in-law being aggrieved. "How Lu, you can chuck me, but you are not qualified to chuck my brother-in-law. Tianchang law firm is a place that is open for business. My brother-in-law came for legal counseling. What qualifications do you have to chuck him? Legal advice?" Once again, Sweet How choked. If this fat bastard came to her door as a client, she really had no qualifications. How Dang gritted her teeth and asked, "Lin Ruoshi, which lawyer did your brother-in-law get? Don't tell me it's Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping has already left her job with you." The expression on Lin Ruoshi's face was more or less unnatural. If Zhang Ping was there, she would definitely cooperate with her unconditionally. However, Zhang Ping left the company with her. What can we do about this? Who else can match her? Just when Lin Ruoshi didn't know how to answer, Chang Yuan said indifferently, "Ruoshi, there's no need to lie to her. You came over on this trip to apply for the job of director's special assistant.
Apply for special assistant to the director? Lin Ruwashi's brain buzzed. What's wrong with my brother-in-law today? Got a fever? Why does she keep saying things she doesn't understand? However, in front of House Sweets, Lin Ruwashi didn't raise any questions. Swish! House Sweetie's gaze turned incomparably dangerous. This damn Lin Ruwashi. Sure enough, he was trying to steal her director's special assistant. Never give her that chance. Lin Ruwashi, can you recognize your own identity? You're a small trainee lawyer, and you're in the stage of leaving and reflecting. What qualifications do you have to apply for the director's special assistant? Immediately get out immediately. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Lin Ruwashi was dumbfounded by the dislike, but Chung Yuan didn't even bother to take care of Hao Tian and raised his hand to peel her aside. I've already warned you that good dogs don't get in the way, but you had to disobey. Sweet Hao was shaken. This is in front of the Tiancheng law firm. How dare this fat ass make a move on him? Damn fatso. How dare you make a move? Do you know how much my clothes cost? Can you afford to pay for the clothes you've soiled for me? Chung Yuan didn't even bother with her, grabbed Lin Ruwashi's wrist and walked quickly into the law firm. How Sweetie was simply furious. This fat ass, not to mention making a move on her, but even ignoring her, gave him a face? How Sweetness quickly chased after them, stretching out her hands and blocking the way of the two. How Sweetie raised her hand and pointed at Chung Yuan's nose, threateningly saying, "Dead fatty, are you going to trespass our Tiancheng law firm? Believe it or not, I'll call the security guards to blow you out? I don't believe it. Step aside." With a snap, Chung Yuan slapped How Sweetie's fingers to the side. How Sweetness knew that with her small body, she could not block Chung Yuan, and quickly rushed to the front desk, grabbed the landline, and dialed the internal number of Futai Plaza. Dodo. The phone instantly connected, and a calm voice came out. Fortian Mansion Defense Section. May I ask what's up? I'm How Sweet, a mid-level partner of the Tiancheng law firm. Someone has trespassed into our Tiancheng law firm and hurt someone. I demand that your defense section immediately mobilize and blast the person out. Okay, please wait for How Lu. We'll be right there. How Sweetheart hung up the phone, turned her head to look at the receptionist Fu Mengmeng who was watching from the sidelines, and said in a cold voice, "Fu Mengmeng, you seem to be very happy to see me suffer?" Fu Mengmeng hurriedly bowed her head. "No, I'm not happy at all. Where did that fat ass and Lin Ruwashi go? It seems to have gone to the large conference room." The words just fell. How Sweet's cell phone suddenly rang. How Sweet touched out the phone to see, is Zhang Ming in the work of the large group sent a message. And at everyone, all colleagues of Tiancheng law firm, please gather in the large conference room in 10 minutes. At 3 o'clock sharp, the new director is going to hold the first general meeting of all staff. At the general meeting, very important personnel appointments are to be announced. How Sweetie was instantly excited. Was the new director going to announce her as a special assistant in front of everyone? However, while excited, How Sweetie was a bit nervous, with Lin Ruwashi as a variable. What if she, the special assistant, had a change of heart? Therefore, Lin Ruwashi must be blown out before the conference. Why are these security guards so inefficient? Just as How Sweetness was getting anxious, there was a ding and the elevator doors opened. 7 or 8 security guards, led by the security manager, came trooping over. I'm Huang Kun, head of the security section. Which one is How Lu? How Dang was ecstatic and quickly stepped forward to meet her. Section Chief Huang. Hello, I'm How Dang. Where is the man? Ask How Lu to lead the way. Yes. How Sweetie led the security guards and walked towards the large conference room with a murderous spirit. When he walked to the door of Zhang Ming's office, it happened that Zhang Ming walked out. Seeing that How Sweetness had brought so many security guards with her, Zhang Ming was stunned. Sweetie, what's going on here? The new director is going to hold a general meeting later. What are you doing with so many security guards? Are you trying to eyeball me in front of the new director? Sweet How added to the tattletale. Director Zhang, how dare I give you an eyeful? I don't know where Lin Ruwashi learned that the new director is hiring a special assistant. Lin Ruwashi broke into our Tiancheng law firm with a deadbeat. If the new director sees her, there might be a change of heart. She must be blasted out as soon as possible. Zhang Ming's face sank. He was even more nervous than How Dang, with Lin Ruwashi's face and body. If Director Chang saw her, he would definitely be touched, right? If Lin Ruwashi became Director Chang's special assistant, he wouldn't have a chance. He still wanted to taste Lin Ruwashi. How Sweetie, how do you do your job? You couldn't even stop a Lin Ruwashi? How Sweetness showed a look of resignation. Director Zhang, I really can't be blamed for this. If it was Lin Ruwashi herself, I would have blown her out long ago. The key is that she brought her brother-in-law as a helper. Her brother-in-law went too far and directly made a move on me, without any manners at all. I was forced to call security. Zhang Ming is, after all, the deputy director of the law firm, And in terms of human relations,
he is much more powerful than Hao Sweetie. Zhang Ming didn't get angry the first time, but asked very cautiously, "What's Lin Ruoshi's brother-in-law's origin? Why did she get her brother-in-law to come over and support her?" Hao Sweetheart's pupils flickered slightly. With her understanding of Zhang Ming, if Zhang Ming learned that Chang Yuan drove a phaeton, he would definitely not dare to offend and possibly make peace. Hao Sweetie skimmed her mouth and put on a look of disdain. Lin Ruoshi's brother-in-law used to run a seafood buffet, but he went bankrupt in the years of the masks and is now a courier.
Courier?
A hint of disdain surfaced on Zhang Ming's face as he looked at Huang Kun with a cold expression.
Section Chief Huang, what are you waiting for? Immediately blow out all the people who are trespassing on our Tiancheng law firm. Chapter 181, Director Zhang. I do have a problem with you. Hao Sweetness instantly came to life and said in a deep voice.
Fu Mengmeng just said that they went in the direction of the large conference room.
After saying that, Hao Sweetness led the security guards,
striding towards the direction of the conference room.
Direction to the main conference room? Zhang Ming's face sank. Bad. I hope Director Chang doesn't see Lin Ruoshi.
Zhang Ming hurriedly followed the security guards.
At the moment,
there were only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats in the large conference room.
After all,
Zhang Ming had just sent out a message,
and most people hadn't had the chance to come over yet. When Chang Yuan came in the morning, Tian Guanhan didn't introduce him to the ordinary staff, and the people didn't know his identity and looked at him with curious eyes. Is this a new employee? But how come they haven't heard a thing?
A lawyer who was still on good terms with Lin Ruoshi looked at her with a smile.
Ruoshi, is this the new lawyer? Aren't you going to introduce us?
Lin Ruoshi hurriedly introduced.
Yang Lu, this is my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law?
The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what Lin Ruoshi meant by bringing her brother-in-law to the meeting. But those who make it as lawyers are human beings.
It was hard to figure out, but no one questioned it. Crunch!
The conference room door was pushed open. Nye Yuan walked faithfully into the conference room and swept his eyes,
instantly seeing Chang Yuan in the crowd. After all, Chang Yuan's 200-pound figure was still obvious.
Nye Yuan's eyes lit up as he quickly stepped forward,
subconsciously wanting to greet Chang Yuan. Before Nye Yuan could even get to Chang Yuan, with a crash,
the conference room door was pushed open very rudely.
Hao Sweetie led the security guards and rushed in with a murderous rage.
This scene startled everyone.
Not knowing what Hao Sweetie was up to,
Lin Ruoshi lost her color in fear and looked at Chang Yuan with a nervous face.
It's over. They're not going to get thrown out, are they? Hao Sweetie took a look.
The conference room was full of her colleagues.
Only Chang Yuan was an outsider. Hao Sweetness let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the new director hadn't come yet. If the new director saw Lin Ruoshi, it would be over.
Hao Sweetheart's eyes flashed with undisguised murderous aura as she raised her hand and pointed in the direction of Lin Ruoshi and Chang Yuan.
It's the two of them, trespassing into our Tiancheng law firm. Section Chief Huang, blow them out immediately. Huang Kun nodded heavily and led the security guards over in a murderous manner.
Nye Yuan was practically stunned by Hao Xingtian's maneuver.
What was she going to do? She got security to blow Director Chang out? Who gave her the guts? Nye Yuan was instantly excited, finding yet another opportunity to please Chang Yuan.
Nye Yuan decisively stepped forward and stopped Huang Kun and the other security guards in their tracks,
saying in a deep voice, I'm Nye Yuan, a senior partner of the Tiancheng law firm. Why are you trespassing on our Tiancheng law firm? Do you want to disrupt the plenary session of our Tiancheng law firm? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you with the Futai Mansion Property Company? Huang Kun instantly wilted, and looked at Hao Tian with a resigned face. Nya Law, we were called by Hao Law. Hao Law said that someone has trespassed on your Tiancheng law firm. Nye Yuan chopped his head off and reprimanded. Hao Sweetness, what are you doing? Don't you know that our new director is holding a staff meeting?
You called in so many security guards.
Aren't you afraid of upsetting the new director?
If it was before climbing Zhang Ming, if it was before Tian Guanhan cashed out and left the market, Hao Sweetheart must have wimped out. But now, Hao Sweetness was not a wimp at all. Even, it didn't feel like he was a head shorter than Nye Yuan at all.
Nye Lu, this has nothing to do with you.
I suggest you stay out of this,
lest you get into trouble. Nye Yuan was infuriated. This Hao Sweetie, she really thinks she's a dish, doesn't she?
Sweet Hao, I'm still in charge of this.
As a senior partner, I order you to get rid of all these security guards. Otherwise, do you believe I'll remove you as a mid-level partner?
Right at this moment, the door to the conference room was pushed open again, and Zhang Ming walked in with his hands behind his back in a six-parent pace.
Nye Yuan, you're so powerful. I just recommended Sweetie as a mid-level partner, and you're about to remove her? Are you having a problem with me? If it were normal, Nye Yuan would have definitely held off. However,
now that Chang Yuan was watching from behind, This was the best opportunity to show his loyalty. Moreover, why not be happy to step on Zhang Ming ruthlessly? Director Zhang, I do have a problem with you. After Director Tian left, you made a mess of the law firm, and now you're condoning Hao Dongdong's murder. Nia Yuan, will definitely not allow you to mess around with Sweet Hao, unless you fire me too. Zhang Ming laughed. He had long had a problem with Nia Yuan, relying on the fact that he is the disciple brought up by Tian Guanghan. He often sings against him. He'd wanted to clean Nia Yuan out for a long time, but there hadn't been a good chance. And now, since Nia Yuan had taken the initiative to jump out and give him such a good opportunity, don't blame him for not being polite. Nia Yuan, I'm the deputy director of the law firm. How are you talking to me? You're committing a crime from below. Are you trying to rebel? You think I won't fire you? Fine. I'll make it happen. You're fired. Get out of our firm immediately. Zhang Ming was so strong that everyone was scared and no one dared to speak out of turn. Lin Ruoxi was also terrified, her small heart almost hanging to her throat, and lowered her voice in Chang Yuan's ear. Brother-in-law, Director Shang's murderous spirit is too heavy. Even Nia Lu was fired. Let's do what we have to do. Hurry up and go. Chang Yuan rubbed Lin Ruoxi's head and said in a harmonious voice, Little fool, we're not going anywhere. You just sit here at ease. But, Chang Yuan gave a silent gesture, and Lin Ruoxi could only quiet down, watching the situation unfold with a tense face. Nia Yuan was so angry. I didn't think Zhang Ming would dare to be so lawless. Zhang Ming, say that again. Are you really going to fire me? Saying it 10,000 times again is still the same. Section Chief Huang, what are you waiting for? Clear Nia Yuan out of here immediately. Yes. Huang Kun twisted his head to look at Nia Yuan with an apologetic gaze. Neru, I'm sorry, don't touch me. I'll walk on my own. Saying that, Nia Yuan put on a furious look and lifted his leg to walk outside. Just then, a very calm voice came from behind. Nia Yuan, where are you going? No more meetings? Who can fire you before I say anything? Swish. Everyone simultaneously turned their heads to the source of the sound and saw Chang Yuan. Most people didn't recognize Chang Yuan and had puzzled expressions on their faces. What was the situation with Lin Ruoxi's brother-in-law? Is he allowed to talk here? Nia Yuan was ecstatic in his heart. Ha ha ha. He definitely brushed up his impression in front of Director Chang with this wave of blood money. On the other hand, Zhang Ming's heart thumped as he looked at Chang Yuan with an unbelievable expression. Rub. Why is Director Chang here so early? It's over. Chapter 182. I'm listening to your explanation. Hao Dangdang didn't notice that Zhang Ming's face turned a bit off, and raised her hand to point at Chang Yuan, loudly scolding. What kind of thing are you? Our Tiancheng law firm? Do you have the right to speak? Ahem. Zhang Ming's mouthful of rebellious blood surged upwards, and he nearly passed his back. Is Sugar crazy? How can you talk to Mr. Chang like that? Hao Sweetness turned her head and accused. Director Zhang. That's Lin Ruoxi's brother-in-law. They're the ones who trespassed into our Tiancheng law firm. They must be cleared out before the new director arrives. It was not until then that Zhang Ming saw Lin Ruoxi by Chang Yuan's side, and he nearly had a heart attack. A breath barely escaped his lips and he kept rolling his eyes. This created an illusion for Hao Sweetie that normally Director Zhang often rolled his eyes before he wanted to be powerful. Lin Ruoxi's brother-in-law is dead. Hao Sweetness Awesome Boom Boom gave the order. Section Chief Tian, what are you waiting for? That fatty is trespassing on our Tianshan law firm. Take him down immediately. And the woman beside him, plus Nia Yuan, blast them out together. Zhang Ming only felt a rush of hot blood going to his head. His eyes went black, and he almost fainted. How sweetie, this is going to be a death wish. Zhang Ming's tone of voice changed and even broke a bit. Stop. Stop it all. Huang Kun and the others stopped and looked at Zhang Ming with a confused face. What is the situation with Director Zhang? 1 minute they're telling them to take someone. The next minute they're telling them to stop. What's the monkey business? How Sweetness also froze. And soon, she realized Zhang Ming's deeper meaning. Director Zhang, are you going to personally take action and blast this fatty out? I suggest that it's best to let Section Chief Tian and the others do it. This fatty is 200 pounds. I'm worried. In the middle of her words, How Sweetness froze. Because of her dependence, her biggest backstage, Zhang Ming, jogged all the way to Chang Yuan, squeezing out a dogtail flower-like smile on his face, and kept nodding his head to Chang Yuan. Director Chang, you're here so early? I'm sorry that these security guards have disturbed you. I'll blow them out right now. Director Chang? Lin Ruoxi looked at Chang Yuan with a confused expression. How could she not believe her ears? What did Mr. Zhang call his brother-in-law? Director Chang? What the hell is this? Whoa! Wow! All the employees couldn't sit still and stood up with shocked faces, looking at Chang Yuan with unbelievable faces. This fat guy. No! Ruoxi's brother-in-law is the new director?
Sweet Hao led the way to blow the new director away. Then again, Ruwashi was persuaded to quit by Director Zhang, which was a lot of fun. How Sweetness staggered violently. How could she not believe her ears? Looking at the scene in front of her with an unbelievable face. Zhang, Director Zhang. He's just a courier. How can he be our new director? Are you mistaken? Zhang Ming was simply furious. It was all because of this damned Hao Sweetie who misled him and made him lose such a big face in front of Director Chang. Just this morning, Director Tian personally brought Director Chang here and introduced him to several of our shareholders. How could I possibly be mistaken? Nye Yuan acted as if he had just seen Chang Yuan, striding forward and bowing deeply to him. Meet Mr. Process. This time, no one doubted Chang Yuan's identity anymore, and everyone looked at Chang Yuan with pleasing and eager eyes. Zhang Ming turned his head and scolded. How Sweetie, do you have any eyesight? Why don't you quickly get rid of these security guards? How Sweetheart almost peed in fear, looking at Huang Kun in a sixfold manner. Section Chief Huang. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please go back after troubling you to make a trip for nothing. Huang Kun nodded in a muffled voice. A small person like him, even if he was aggrieved, he did not dare to say anything. Just then, Chang Yuan's indifferent voice came from behind. Did I let you go? Huang Kun's heart thumped and he looked back at Chang Yuan with a stifled face, with many grievances in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. This is the director of a law firm. A casual greeting and he'll lose his job. Huang Kun quickly came to Chang Yuan and bowed deeply to him. Director Chang, we are just doing things for people. The owner called us. We can't not come. You don't want to be general with us little people. Chang Yuan smiled faintly. Section Chief Huang, don't be nervous. There's nothing for you guys yet. Wait on the sidelines. Huang Kun was finally relieved. Thank you Director Chang for being magnanimous. Chang Yuan twisted his head to look at Zhang Ming and coldly questioned. Director Zhang, you have a lot of authority. You don't even need to tell me when you fire a senior partner. If you're interested in my position, just say so. There's no need for you to find someone to blow me out. I'll consciously make way for you. Zhang Ming was so scared that he almost peed. He now hated Hao Tian. If not for Hao Tian to get these security guards, where would there be so many things? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. These security guards were all shouted by Hao Sweetie. I didn't know anything about it beforehand. Chang Yuan laughed. Okay, let's say you didn't know about these security guards. Fire Nye Lu. Fire Ruwashi. You're not going to say you didn't know, are you? Zhang Ming's already bent waist became even more stooped, and his face was ashen. He simply hated Lin Ruwashi now. You said your brother-in-law is so powerful. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I knew your brother-in-law was the new director, I wouldn't dare to dive you even if I had 100 guts. If I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to fire you. What me? I'm listening to your explanation. Zhang Ming. Chang Yuan disdainfully skimmed his lips. Why are you dumb? Weren't you great just now? You didn't even blink when you fired the senior partner. And you, Sweet Hao, weren't you great too? Didn't you want to blow me out? What are you shrinking back for? Whoa, wow. The people next to Sweet Hao hurriedly made a path, highlighting Sweet Hao. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Hao Sweetness could only come forward with a stiff upper lip, bowing and apologizing with a pale face. Director Chang, I didn't know you were the new director. I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. You are kind enough to let me off like a fart. Chang Yuan laughed. If I'm not the new director and I'm an ordinary practicing attorney, are you free to do whatever you want? Hao Sweetie drooped her head, completely losing her essence. Dare not. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do? From now on, you're fired. Go get your paycheck from finance. Wow. Hao Sweetness directly collapsed to the ground with a look of despair. Chang Yuan glanced at Hao Sweetie with a disgusted look on his face before turning his head to look at Huang Kun. Chief Huang, what are you waiting for? Get to work. Huang Kun hurriedly waved his hand, and two security guards stepped forward, racked up the paralyzed Hao Tian and dragged her out of the conference room. Chang Yuan twisted his head and looked at Zhang Ming with a smirking gaze. Director Zhang, are you going to be sensible and resign voluntarily? Or will you let me deal with you personally? I suggest you resign on your own accord, and you can still retain some face. Since he had already torn his face, Zhang Ming was not afraid of anything anymore, so he simply went out on a limb, and his originally bent spine straightened up. Director Chang, I'm the original shareholder of Tianchang Law Firm. If you want to fire me, you'll have to pay a large sum of settlement money. I know you're not short on money, so deal with me. Chapter 183, a good rounding up. Chang Yuan didn't panic at all and looked at Zhang Ming with a smile. Director Zhang, your math is good. That's right. It's true that I'm not poor. I'm poor with only money left. But why should I cheapen a black sheep like you? Didn't you want me to deal with you? Fine. I'll fulfill you. I'll transfer you as the director of the law firm. You'll no longer be the deputy director of the law firm. And from today onwards, you'll be a trainee under my family Ruwashi. A transfer? Not fired? Moreover, it was still transferred to be an intern under Lin Ruwashi. Lin Ruwashi is only an intern. Pust. The law firm staff put up with a lot, but how can you not help it? Zhang Ming, who has always been a bully inside the law firm, has become an intern of an intern. Which is simply, Zhang Ming's entire body was bad. What's the situation? Relegate him to an internship? It would have been better to just fire him. Until now, Lin Ruwashi was still as if she was in a dream. Who am I? Where am I? I'm not dreaming, am I? Her brother-in-law turned out to be the new director of the law firm. She was just a small intern, transformed into a lead teacher. And Zhang Ming, the deputy director of the lead teacher. The world is too crazy, isn't it? It took several seconds before Zhang Ming came back from his shock and looked at Cheng Yuan with an angry face. Director Chang, I'm a senior lawyer. You can't reduce me to an intern. Especially you can't reduce me to Lin Ruwashi's intern. You're insulting me as an associate director. Cheng Yuan snorted coldly. Zhang Ming, you're right. I just insulted you. So what can you do? If you don't want to be insulted, you should take the initiative to resign. If you don't resign, you can obediently work as an intern under Ruwashi's hand. Zhang Ming. Although Zhang Ming was a bit angry, however, there was still a little bit of joy inside. Being an intern under Lin Ruwashi's hand didn't seem too bad, so he could have a legitimate reason to contact Lin Ruwashi. Even, there was a chance to receive clients with Lin Ruwashi. If Lin Ruwashi gets drunk by Daddy A, hey, Lin Ruwashi seemed to be able to see Zhang Ming's dirty thoughts and gave him a disgusted look, ruthlessly making up for it. Brother-in-law, I don't want an intern who's so old, so stupid, and so greedy. It's better to transfer him under Nia Lu's hand. I'm sure Nia Lu can like such an intern. Nia Yuan instantly realized Lin Ruwashi's intentions and laughed. Director, Ruwashi has a point. I'll definitely be able to lead Zhang Ming as an intern. Cheng Yuan nodded. Alright, since Ruwashi and Nia Lu have discussed it, it's so happily decided that from now on, Nia Lu will be Zhang Ming's lead teacher. And Nia Lu must take on the responsibility of being the lead teacher and teach Zhang Ming well. Please rest assured. Director, be sure to fulfill the director's instructions. As Cheng Yuan and Nia Yuan sang in unison, Zhang Ming's face turned a shade of green and a shade of white, and he knew very well what would happen if he fell into Nia Yuan's hands. Zhang Ming nodded vigorously. Director Chang, I admit it, I can resign. However, I have the original shares in my hand. Even if you make the law firm better, I can still sit back and collect the money. Cheng Yuan smiled. Director Zhang has original shares? That's awesome. It's okay. I'm poor and have money left. After you leave your job, I'll inject a few $1 billion. Issue millions of additional shares. Dilute the original shares to 1% or 1,000th for you. And send you some money to buy dog food every year. You. Zhang Ming covered his chest, his heart hurting so much that he could barely breathe. Zhang Ming let out a long sigh, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant. Director Chang, you've won. There's no need for us to lose both. These original shares, I can transfer all of them to you, as long as you give me a fair price. Cheng Yuan didn't quite understand the price of the original shares and twisted his head to look at Nia Yuan. Nia Lu, what do you think is a fair price? Director, the current market value of our Tianchang law firm is valued at $300 million, and Zhang Ming holds 3% of the shares in his hands. According to the market value valuation is 9 million. However, the market value valuation is on the high side. After squeezing the water, rounding up, let's give him a 4 million. Put. Zhang Ming almost spurted blood. Nice rounding. Do you round up like that? Do you really think people didn't go to elementary school? Cheng Yuan was also amused. Good guy. Really good guy. This cut is really hard. That's like a cabbage price. However, Cheng Yuan would not sympathize with Zhang Ming. Director Zhang, Nia Law has given an estimate. If you agree, you can let Nia Law draw up a contract now. If you don't agree, go out the door and turn left. Goodbye and don't send me off. Zhang Ming is like a deflated ball. If Cheng Yuan dilutes his shares, his original shares may not even be worth $1 million. I'm selling. Nia Yuan moved quickly and drew up 2 contracts on the spot. Zhang Ming pinched his nose and signed the 2 contracts, handing them respectfully to Cheng Yuan. Cheng Yuan waved his hand indifferently. Director Zhang, the person who bought your original shares wasn't me. It was my family, Ruwashi. Wow. The entire law firm instantly exploded. Everyone looked at Lin Ruwashi with envious and jealous gazes. Especially Sweet Hao. Jealous eyes are red. Why? Why does Lin Ruwashi get these original shares? It should all be hers. Lin Ruwashi also froze. First her brother-in-law gave her a $2 million car,
and now he's giving her $9 million worth of shares. There's no way she can repay her brother-in-law.
There seems to be only one way to go now.
And that's to carry the flag that my sister dropped and become Joy's little mom.
Ruwashi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign. Brother-in-law.
These shares are too valuable.
What? You don't want it? Shall I let Sweet Hao sign? Give it to me. How Sweetie shouted inwardly in a frenzy. Give it to me quickly. However,
she knew very well that Lin Ruwashi would not give it to her.
Just like what Hao Dang Dang thought inside. The moment she heard Hao Don Don's name,
Lin Ruwashi felt like she had a stress reaction.
I want it. How could I not want it?
Swish swish swish. Lin Ruwashi signed her name on the contract.
Chang Yuan transferred money painfully. With a ding, 4 million arrived. The contract is effective immediately. From now on,
Lin Ruwashi is the second largest shareholder of Tiancheng law firm. Everyone's gaze towards Lin Ruwashi changed, the fire of gossip burning within them.
Are you sure this is a normal relationship between a sister-in-law and brother-in-law?
9 million in original shares,
said to be given away.
Zhang Ming left without a ripple.
How Sweetness also wanted to leave.
But, her legs were so weak that she couldn't move her feet at all.
Then again, there's going to be an all-staff meeting in a little while,
and she's leaving at this point.
Is that an indication that she's going to resign?
She had worked so hard to become a mid-level partner, and she really didn't want to lose everything just like that.
How Sweetheart came to Chun Yuan stiffly and bowed deeply to him. Director, I don't know your identity, and I just rushed you, so please let me go as if I were a fart. Chapter 184, Taking Advantage of the Price.
Chang Yuan naturally wouldn't be polite to Hao Sweetness and looked at her coldly.
Sweet Hao, I'm sorry to say that you don't even count as a fart in my mind.
Hao Sweetie almost exploded with anger.
However, one simply does not dare to refute it. Lowering his eyebrows, he looked at Chang Yuan. Director, you are right. I am indeed not even a fart. I, Hao Sweetness, promise that from now on, I will follow the director's lead. Wherever director tells me to hit, I will hit. Unfortunately, Chang Yuan didn't eat this at all. Sweet Hao, take back your unrealistic fantasies. You're fired. Poof. Sweet Hao sat down on her butt, non-stop pussyfooting around. Director, you can't fire me without just cause. As the director of a law firm, you can't be so careful, can you? Chang Yuan wouldn't care about this. But Lin Ruwashi was not willing to let Chang Yuan's reputation be damaged. How Sweetie, you'd better go to your director Zhang. He still has $4 million in his hand. You have to hold on to it. Don't get cheated by another little girl. 4 million? Sweet Hao was stunned. Soon she realized that Lin Ruwashi was right. Zhang Ming still had 4 million in his hand. Since this side dismissed her, her only hope was Zhang Ming here. How Sweetie climbed up and quickly walked out of the conference room. She was going to find Zhang Ming. That's $4 million. At least half of it should be shared with her. Otherwise, she was going to make a mess of Zhang Ming's family. Zhang Ming and Hao Sweetie's departure did not stir up a single ripple. And everyone knows that the sky of Tiancheng law firm has changed. Lin Ruwashi, the Cinderella, transformed into a princess. Soon, all the employees arrived. Chang Yuan came to the podium and looked around at his employees. Hello colleagues, I'm Chang Yuan, and I have the honor of being the director of Tiancheng law firm. Wow! Applause. Chang Yuan slightly pressed down with both hands. Colleagues, don't worry, there won't be any changes to the rules and regulations of Tiancheng law firm. Everyone is getting a 10% salary increase on the original basis. Wow! The entire large conference room all exploded. Long live the director. The director is awesome. Director atmosphere. With the addition of real money, Chang Yuan instantly harvested all the hearts of the people. This time, Chang Yuan pressed down with both hands 5 or 6 times before the large conference room gradually quieted down. Chang Yuan looked at Nye Yuan and said in a deep voice, I recommend Nye Law as the deputy director of our Tiancheng law firm. Does everyone have any opinions? I'm for it. I agree. I'm convinced of Nye Lu's character. Nye Yuan was well liked. No one objected. And everyone applauded in support. Nye Yuan was ecstatic. The bet is right. He made a good bet. Director Chang really did treat him as one of his own. Finally, as expected, he became the deputy director. The one man. The one man. The one man. Because Director Chang was not often at the law firm, the actual controllers of the firm were him and Lin Ruwashi. Chang Yuan smiled slightly. It seemed that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. Nye Law. No, Director Nye, come up here and say a few words. Nye Yuan went up to the stage and humbly thanked Chang Yuan, thanked the big guys, and then expressed his loyalty and determination, knowingly giving the opportunity to speak back to Chang Yuan. Chang Yuan continued. Nye Law has been promoted to associate director, vacating a senior partner position. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? All the mid-level partners' eyes lit up, wondering who could pick up this great bargain. I recommend attorney Gao. I recommend attorney Young. I feel I can handle the role of senior partner. The whole conference room was almost in disarray. Just when the scene was almost out of control, Nya Yuan stepped forward. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. Chang Yuan looked at Nya Yuan with interest. Director Nya, you have a suitable candidate? The crowd looked at Nya Yuan with expectant gazes, hoping to hear their names from Nya Yuan's mouth. Nya Yuan's two students in particular were trembling a bit with excitement. Unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed. With Nya Yuan's emotional intelligence, how could he recommend his own students? Nya Yuan twisted his head and looked at Lin Ruoshi with an encouraging gaze. Ruoshi, do you have a suitable candidate on your side? Ha! Lin Ruoshi was stunned. How could she not expect that Nya Yuan would suddenly ask for her opinion? She's a regular intern. Who is she to recommend senior partners? Soon, Lin Ruoshi realized that her brother-in-law was the director, and it seemed like she was ever so slightly qualified to recommend senior partners. Lin Ruoshi took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to say, my lead teacher, Ms. Zhang Ping Zhang, is a very responsible lawyer with extremely solid business skills, and I recommend her as a senior partner. Nya Yuan was the first to come out in support. I unconditionally support Ruoshi. Zhang Ping's business ability is really strong. Practicing for more than 10 years. Never had any defeats. Just because I can't get used to Zhang Ming's behavior, many times for the newcomers to stand up for the newcomers, has been suppressed by Zhang Ming. All of the mid-level partners all caved in. And if it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been convinced. But if it was Zhang Ping, they served. Among them, many of them were brought out by Zhang Ping. Chang Yuan said in a deep voice, since everyone recommends Zhang Lu, we have an invitation for Zhang Lu to come on stage and say a few words. Nya Yuan, who was on the side, reminded, Director, Zhang Ping has already been fired by Zhang Ming. It's the one who was fired along with Ruoshi. Chang Yuan recognized Zhang Ping's character even more and looked at Lin Ruoshi with a smile. Ruoshi, why don't you contact your lead teacher quickly? Lin Ruoshi nodded her head full of excitement, felt out her cell phone, and called Zhang Ping. The moment. Zhang Ping is at the Inquirer's law firm, the director's office. Director Nyo, I've figured it out. I'd rather be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. I'm going to come and work at Ask Ding Law Firm. The terms we talked about before, are they still valid now? The small eyes of Nyo Shirquan, the director of the Inquirer's law firm, twinkled slightly. If it had been before today, he would have nodded without hesitation. After all, Zhang Ping's strength was very much recognized by him. But now, things are different. Zhang Ming has already blocked Zhang Ping in the entire Qingdao legal community, which must not be ruthlessly pressed. Niu Shiguang's face showed a look of incomparable difficulty. Lawyer Zhang, I personally welcome you very much. However, our law firm, Inquirer Law, has been under more financial pressure lately. The conditions we talked about before may be difficult. At most we can give you half of the previous price. Then again, you can't go straight to senior partner in one step. It's better to start as a mid-level partner. When your performance is done, then you can be promoted to senior partner. Zhang Ping's face turned gloomy. This Niu Shiguang, simply asshole. When she was in her glory, it was a knee slapper. Now that she's in trouble, all the ugly faces of the capitalists are exposed. Right? The offer, to her, was nothing short of humiliating. Zhang Ping wanted to leave with a fling of her hand. However, as soon as she thought that there was still Lin Ruoshi, Zhang Ping's heart turned a little soft. I can agree to take a pay cut or I can agree to start as a mid-level partner. But, Director Bull, you have to promise me that you'll bring a student with you. Chapter 185, thank you, Director Niu, for teaching me a vivid lesson. If it is the time of Zhang Ping's heyday, Niu Shiguang certainly did not hesitate to respond. A student only, at most a practicing lawyer. But now, Niu Shiguang felt that Zhang Ping was very good to hold, and decided to hold it again. It's no problem to take a student, but you have to start with an internship, and after 6 months, depending on the internship, you will decide whether you can be transferred or not. Zhang Ping only felt a surge of hot blood, and her brain buzzed. It didn't matter if her own interests suffered a bit, but she had already promised to help Lin Ruoshi with her transfer, if she still continued to let her be an intern. And, moreover, for half a year at a time, how could she explain to Ruoshi? Zhang Ping took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Director Niu, this student of mine, has already been a trainee at Tianchang Law Firm for 3 months, and his internship report is excellent. There is no need to continue the internship and can start directly as a practicing attorney. Niu Shiguang thought that he had eaten Zhang Ping and chose not to give an inch. Zhang Lu, you also said that your student, who was only an intern of Tianchang, only got Tianchang's internship report, and not our internship report of Asking Ding. So, if you want to bring your student here, You must start as an intern.
Zhang Ping clenched her fists hard.
Director Nyo, I'm very sincere.
I hope you can show your sincerity as well.
I've already sacrificed a lot of benefits. Can you really not back down at all? Nyo Shirquan's expression was calm. That's me being very sincere. Just as Zhang Ping was getting depressed, her cell phone rang.
Zhang Ping grabbed her cell phone and saw that it was Lin Ruoshi's caller. Zhang Ping hesitated for several seconds before she answered the call.
Ruoshi, I'm incompetent. I didn't solve your transfer. If you don't want to continue to be an intern, the big deal is that we'll leave Qingdao and go to another city. Lin Ruoshi's heart warmed up, so it wasn't just her thinking about Mr. Zhang. Mr.
Zhang was also thinking about her.
Teacher Zhang, you don't have to go anywhere. Come back right away.
The new director has fired Zhang Ming and promoted you to senior partner.
Ha? The new director fired Zhang Ming? Promote her to senior partner? Why does that sound so magical? Ruoshi, you're not kidding me, are you? It's serious now. Don't joke with me. Teacher Zhang, I'm not joking with you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Nia Lu. Lin Ruoshi mentioned Nia Yuan,
and Zhang Ping instantly believed her.
I know. Ruoshi, I'll be right back.
Zhang Ping hung up the phone and looked at Nyo Shirguan with a complicated gaze.
Director Nyo,
I don't know whether I should thank you or hate you now.
Nyo Shirguan was stunned,
not knowing why Zhang Ping suddenly changed her attitude drastically.
Of course you should thank me in the whole of Qingdao.
No one dares to take you and accept me.
Then thank you, Director Bull, for taking me in.
A victor's smile appeared on Nyo Shirguan's face as he handed Zhang Ping the contract that had long been drawn up.
Zhang Lu, after signing the contract, we are our own people.
Zhang Ping took the contract, then snorted and tore it into scrap paper in front of Nyo Shirguan.
I'm sorry, Director Nyo, I won't sign a contract of such an insulting nature. Thank you, Director Nyo, for giving me a vivid lesson, and I will definitely not show any mercy when I come across Ask Ding Law Firm in the future. Zhang Ping turned around and left, which made Nyo Shirguan anxious. Nyo Shirguan hurriedly got up and pulled Zhang Ping. Zhang Lu, don't be impulsive. Business is business. That's how we do business. We pay back what we pay for. If you're not satisfied with my price, you can return the favor. How about this? That student of yours doesn't need to intern anymore. He can directly become a practicing lawyer. Is that okay?
Zhang Ping smiled to herself. Why bother?
If Nyo Shirguan had this attitude just now, she would have already signed off. Zhang Ping's attitude was resolute. Director Nyo, I should actually thank you for your very insincere offer just now. If we had talked business, I would have been a bit bad instead. Please let go of me. Thank you. Nyo Shirguan's heart thumped. Could it be that, besides him, there was someone else who dared to take in Zhang Ping, and driving a higher price? Zhang Lu, just now I really wasn't sincere enough. Let's still follow what we talked about before. What do you think?
Zhang Ping shook her head decisively.
No how. Director Nyo, I'll teach you a lesson too. There's only one chance. If you miss it, you miss it. Even if you make me deputy director of the law firm now, I won't stay. Deputy director? Nyo Shirguan frowned. Impossible. I don't believe that someone in Qingdao can offer the price of a deputy director. Zhang Lu, don't make a big offer. Director Nyo, I don't have a lion's share of the money. Do you think the gold content of a senior partner of Tiancheng Law Firm can top the associate director of your Asking Ding Law Firm? Yes, you can.
But there's no way you're going to make senior partner at Tiancheng Law Firm.
Zhang Ping smiled faintly. Director Nyo, if you can't see me, someone else can see me. A scholar dies for a friend. I've been a member of the Tiancheng Law Firm all my life. Goodbye.
Zhang Ping flicked her hand and broke free from Nyo Shirguan's grip,
leaving without any lingering. Until this moment,
Nyo Shirguan still did not believe what Zhang Ping said,
felt out his cell phone, and called the acquaintance of the Tiancheng Law Firm.
A squelching voice came from the other end of the line.
Director Bull, we're in a meeting, so keep it short. Did Ping Zhang really become a senior partner? Director Nyo, you're too well informed, aren't you? Yes, our new director just appointed Zhang Lu as a senior partner. Nyo Shirguan stumbled and almost fell. At this moment, he regretted beyond words. Why was he so greedy? If he had followed the previously negotiated price, he would have signed Zhang Ping by now. If Zhang Ping wants to leave, she needs to pay a lot of liquidated damages. And if she doesn't leave, with her status as a senior partner of Tiancheng Law Firm, his side is also making a bloody profit. Unfortunately, he screwed it all up. When Zhang Ping returned to Tiancheng Law Firm, the staff meeting had already come to an end. Instead of looking for Lin Ruoshi, Zhang Ping found Fu Mengmeng, because Fu Mengmeng was timid and definitely didn't dare to snub her. Mo, did I really become a senior partner? Fu Mengmeng's pretty face was red with excitement. Yes, Zhang Lu, you took over Nia Lu's position. Zhang Ping was stunned. Deputy Director Nye Lucheng? Why did the new director fire Zhang Ming? Fu Mengmeng looked at Zhang Ping with an odd gaze. Zhang Lu, don't you know? Our new director is Ruwashi's own brother-in-law. Zhang Ming bullied Ruwashi. Can the new director forgive him easily? Just now, it was Ruwashi who recommended you as a senior partner. The new director is Ruwashi's brother-in-law? Zhang Ping almost jumped high in excitement. Getting over it. She and Ruwashi, the backbone of the business, finally made it to the top.
Zhang Ping rushed to Lin Ruwashi and gave her a big bear hug.
Ruwashi, your brother-in-law is so powerful. Why didn't you say so earlier? 186. The Dream Fund.
Lin Ruwashi smiled bitterly. How does she know that her brother-in-law was so powerful?
My brother-in-law went bankrupt before and I don't know how he suddenly made a comeback. It's a pity that the director is your brother-in-law. If only he were your man. I don't know why.
Lin Ruwashi suddenly whispered.
Teacher Zhang. In fact,
my sister and my sister-in-law have already divorced.
Divorced? And you're so nice to your sister-in-law?
Zhang Ping looked at Lin Ruwashi with an ambiguous gaze.
Ruwashi, your brother-in-law must be interested in you in order to buy the law firm for you. Fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. You should seize this opportunity.
Lin Ruwashi quietly glanced at Cheng Yuan. She did very much hope that Zhang Ping's judgment was right.
MS. Zhang, don't talk nonsense. My brother-in-law and I are pure relatives. Bah! There is no such thing as a pure male-female relationship except for blood relatives. While the two women were chatting happily,
Nye Yuan spotted Zhang Ping and reminded Cheng Yuan in a low voice.
Director, Zhang Ping is back. Cheng Yuan nodded his head and said in a deep voice. Next, please invite Zhang Ping Zhang LV to come up to the stage to deliver her inaugural speech. Ga, suddenly being named.
Zhang Ping was a bit confused. She was not at all mentally prepared.
However, the arrow is on the string.
Zhang Ping has no room to retreat,
can only force to suppress the excitement on the stage.
The good thing is that Zhang Ping is an iron mouth.
Even if it is improvised, she said it very vocally and emotionally, which triggered a large applause. Finally, thanks to the director and Ruwashi for their affirmation,
and thanks to my colleagues for their support, I will definitely work hard and create another brilliant future with Tiancheng Law Firm.
Zhang Ping stepped down.
Cheng Yuan looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, I believe that no one is willing to listen to some long speeches,
so I won't delay everyone's time. I'll announce the last personnel appointment. From now on,
Lin Ruwashi will be my special assistant, and during the days when I'm not at the law firm,
Lin Ruwashi will have full authority to represent me.
Everyone's gazes towards Lin Ruwashi were filled with awe.
This Nima, this is the treatment of the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace. The odds are that Wakey is the next director. Lin Ruwashi, on the other hand, was a bit flustered, fearing that Cheng Yuan would suddenly name her and ask her to give an acceptance speech. The good thing was that Cheng Yuan still understood her better and didn't make things difficult for her. That's all that needs to be said. So if people have nothing to add, then the meeting is adjourned. Wow! Applause. In a joyful atmosphere, the first all-staff meeting was successfully concluded.
Cheng Yuan returned to the director's office with Lin Ruwashi,
whose brain was a mess. Until this moment,
Lin Ruwashi was still as if she was in a dream.
Brother-in-law, did you buy the Tiancheng law firm specifically to help me out? Cheng Yuan didn't deny it,
but smiled slightly.
Guess? Lin Ruwashi was at a naive age. Plus, she didn't know Cheng Yuan's business layout yet.
Taking it for granted that I had guessed correctly,
Lin Ruwashi was so moved that she almost cried, and suddenly very bravely hugged Cheng Yuan's neck and gave him a big fragrant kiss. At this moment,
Lin Ruwashi completely made up her mind.
Even if you break with your sister, she must also marry Cheng Yuan. Knock knock.
There was a rhythmic knock on the door from outside.
Cheng Yuan harmonized. Enter. With a creak,
the door pushed open and Nye Yuan walked in.
Fast forward to the desk.
It was only at this point that Nye Yuan noticed the lipstick marks on Cheng Yuan's face, and instantly realized that he had come at the wrong time.
Director, I'll come back later if you're busy here.
Cheng Yuan realized the problem and slowly drew out a wet towel to wipe his face, while Lin Ruwashi's face was suffocated into a red apple.
It's over. If Director Nye finds out, I won't be able to face anyone. Cheng Yuan was very thick-skinned, just like a nobody, and asked with a smile, I'm not busy on my side. Director Nye, is there something wrong? Nye Yuan respectfully said, Director, coming over to report a bit of work to you. Cheng Yuan pointed to the sofa in the parlor area. Sit down, Ruwashi, and watch the tea. Lin Ruwashi's tea ceremony was really average,
but she was good looking, and Cheng Yuan watched with great interest.
Nye Yuan did not look away. This is the director's forbidden domain. Do not look at it. Director, this is what I've gathered.
The exact evidence of Zhang Ming's embezzlement, and the exact evidence of his abuse of power. Cheng Yuan took it and looked at it and laughed.
If we had gotten this evidence earlier, then we wouldn't have to pay out the 4 million. Nya Yuan hurriedly bowed his head. It was my mistake. Chung Yuan waved his hand. The opportunity to beat up a falling dog will come sooner or later. If Zhang Ming puts his tail between his legs from now on, it's not a big deal. If he dares to pick a fight, I'll make sure he sits in jail. Director wise. Chang Yuan suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Ruoshi. Ruoshi, it seems that you only learned business from Zhang Lu and not other things. You should go to Zhang Lu now and learn the tea ceremony properly. Okay. Lin Ruoshi didn't know that Chung Yuan was sidetracking her, and simply thought that Chung Yuan was really dissatisfied with her tea ceremony, and obediently exited the director's office. How refined is Nya Yuan? Instantly comprehending Chung Yuan's intentions, the director has something inconvenient for Ruoshi to know. What are your instructions, director? Chang Yuan said indifferently. Immediately set up a team. There is a female anchor who wants to terminate her contract, and all kinds of related legal matters are handed over to you. Nya Yuan instantly realized that this anchor woman was afraid that she had an unusual relationship with the director. Okay, director. Chung Yuan picked up his teacup and took a shallow sip, and Nya Yuan hurriedly offered his farewell. Director, I'm going to go ahead and get busy, so I'll leave you alone. Chang Yuan nodded his head. This Nya Yuan was really good, very perceptive, and with him assisting Ruoshi, he was relieved. Chang Yuan suddenly thought of something and put down his teacup, frowning slightly. He didn't have an entertainment company or a guild on his side, so where would he sign Xiaoyu to after she broke her contract? You can't sign on to a law firm, can you? A seafood hotpot restaurant is even more unlikely, but it could be endorsed by Xiaoyu. How about specializing in a brokerage firm that only serves Xiaoyu? With a ding, the familiar voice of the system rang out. As a qualified godly hero, how can you be bothered by such trivial matters? As a qualified godly hero, if you have any needs, you can just acquire them directly. Why do you need to set up your own brokerage company? Reward $10 billion of Dream Fund. Ask the host to set up an investment company within 3 days to help young people with dreams as well as entrepreneurs fulfill their dreams. The Dream Fund can only be used for investment, and the income generated by the investment will be rewarded according to a certain coefficient. Losses will also be returned according to a certain coefficient. Chang Yuan was stunned. I'll go. The dog system? No. The system dad is awesome. Regardless of whether the investment makes money or loses money, he has a cashback. It's a solid deal. Now there's a place to sign Xiaoyu, the most powerful agency and movie company in the country. All bought. Let Xiaoyu pick and choose. The only thing that made Chung Yuan a little difficult was that he had never been in finance before and didn't know how to get an investment company. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't understand. Some people do. Chung Yuan felt out his cell phone and called his good brother, Zhu Wenhao. Chapter 187, Stolen Fruit. Qingdao Hong Shang Investment Management Company, Ltd., is located in Yuyuan Building, No. 75, West Hong Kong Road, Shernan District, occupying an entire floor on the 8th floor. Normally, Qingdao is a northern city, and the average northerner is more or less superstitious, believing in 7 up and 8 down. Normal big bosses don't choose the 8th floor, and the owner of Hong Shang seemed to disbelieve in the evil and chartered an entire floor on the 8th floor. Xu Wenhao is a group of Hong Shang investment in a group of old team members. Into Hong Shang, has been 10 years. Normally, an employee as senior as Xu Wenhao should have been promoted a long time ago. Department director dare not say, at least be a team leader. However, Xu Manhwa has been walking in place for the past 10 years, mainly because he was too straight-laced and not very good at licking the leader. Mainly, he felt no need to lick the leader and relied on performance for everything. However, Xu Wenhao has been unlucky, investing in projects, not a unicorn, which led to, he has never taken a large bonus. In the last few days, and for some unknown reason, Xu Wenhao's luck had suddenly gotten better. First, Chung Yuan sent money to his family to solve the problem of his daughter-in-law's job transfer. Then, one of his previous investments in a high-performing stock company suddenly started to take off, and in just half a month, the market value doubled several times and turned into a unicorn. Today is the day of payday. Xu Wenhao Awesome Boom called his wife Zhou Yuxiu, daughter-in-law. It's been hard on you lately. Dress up nicely tonight and let's go out for a lavish meal. Zhou Yuxiu's heart was delighted. Honey, why are you so high-strung today? Isn't it possible to get a little bonus this month? Right. How much? You guess. 2,000? Oh. Look down on who? Your husband can look down on a mere 2,000? 5,000? Xu Wenhao said with an awesome boom. Let's add another 0. And, this is just the beginning. 50,000? And that's just the beginning? Zhou Yuxiu was trembling with excitement. Honey, I'm wearing JK to go out to dinner with you tonight. Xu Wenhao hung up the phone with satisfaction, even though he and his wife had graduated many years ago. However, His wife is young-looking and petite, and in a JK, she's really no different than a high school student. It's energizing to think about it. Just when Zhu Wenhao was full of joy and looking forward to a good night, he received a text message with a ding. Card number 6128 has an income, interbank transfer, of $8,000 and a balance of $8,327. Zhu Wenhao was confused and looked at the message with an unbelievable face. How come it's only 8,000? No bonus at all? Zhu Wenhao was a little anxious, and quickly came to the financial office and found the financial manager Su Xiu. Manager Su, I didn't get my paycheck wrong, did I? Su Xiu gently shook her head. Everyone's salary. It's been checked several times. There's no mistake. Why don't I get a bonus? Can I see the pay stub? Okay, wait a minute. Soon. Su Xiu found the paycheck slip and handed it to Zhu Wenhao. Zhu Wenhao took a look at it, and there was really no bonus. Manager Su, can I ask who got the most bonuses this month? Su Xiu harmonized. Your team leader This month a total of more than 60,000 bonuses. Over 60,000? Zhu Wenhao instantly realized the problem. His fruit had been stolen. Can I see the team leader's pay stub? It won't work. It's someone else's privacy. Zhu Wenhao could not care so much. A hand will be a group of all the pay stubs all grabbed in the hands. Soon. Rummage to find out the pay stubs of the group leader Yang Pei. Zhu Wenhao instantly locked onto the bonus column. Sure enough, I saw a familiar business name, Qingdaobi Intelligent New Energy Company, with 57,000 in dividends. Zhu Wenhao's anger rubbed off on him. This Yang Pei is really too deceitful. Su Xiu got a little anxious and grabbed Zhu Wenhao's arm. Zhu Wenhao, what are you doing? Give me back my paycheck. Get off me. Zhu Wenhao gave Su Xiu a cold look. A look that made her almost fall into the ice cellar. What a cold look it was. It's like trying to kill someone. Su Xiu retracted her hand and said in a trembling voice, Zhu Wenhao, what are you doing? Manager Su, you'd better pray that there's nothing in it for you. Otherwise, I don't care if you're a woman or not. After saying that, Zhu Wenhao walked out of the finance room and went straight to the investment group. As a team leader, Yang Pei has a small independent office. Knock knock. Zhu Wenhao held back his anger and gently knocked on the door. Enter. Zhu Wenhao pushed the door and walked quickly to the desk. Team leader, aren't you going a bit overboard? Yang Pei's heart thumped. However, he didn't panic at all. Even if he had coveted Zhu Wenhao's bonus, so what? Zhu Wenhao, a stuffy gourd, couldn't hold in a fart for half a day. Yang Pei looked at Zhu Wenhao in a very calm manner. Old Zhu, what did you come over to see me about? Team leader Yang, did you get a little performance wrong? Please go to the finance office to correct it. Old Zhu, don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly get the performance wrong? I have recorded every single performance of our group clearly. Snap. Zhu Wenhao slapped the pay stub in front of Yang Pei. Team leader, can you explain how the commission from the Be Intelligent New Energy Company came into your hands? Yang Pei had long been prepared and didn't panic at all. Old Zhu, what are you talking about? Honeybee Intelligent New Energy Company, wasn't it me who signed the order? Isn't it normal for the commission to be counted to me? Zhu Wenhao was practically furious. Team leader Yang, are you trying to rob in the open? Obviously I submitted the list. This can be checked in the company system. Old Zhu, don't put words in your mouth. I admit, at that time, it was you who reported the project of Be Intelligent New Energy Company. However, you quickly gave up, and it was me who made the order. You? Everyone can testify to that, and so can Superintendent White. Speaking of the devil, Bai Jingqi, the director of the investment department, pushed open the office door. Bai Jingqi said in an unquestionable tone, Xiao Yang, there is an investment promotion meeting in Shanghai tomorrow. You go and attend it. Okay, Superintendent White. Bai Jingqi nodded and turned around to leave, and Zhu Wenhao hurriedly stopped Bai Jingqi. Superintendent White, I want to file a complaint. Bai Jingqi looked at Zhu Wenhao with an odd gaze. What are you going to complain about? I'm going to complain against team leader Yang for seizing the fruits of my investment. Honeybee Intelligent New Energy Company is clearly a list that I made, but the performance dividends went to his head, and my side didn't get a dime. Honeybee Intelligent New Energy Corporation? Bai Jingqi blinked a few times. He was very impressed with this list. At that time, he had even praised Zhu Wenhao for making this order. He was sure as well as certain that this was indeed the list that Zhu Wenhao had made down. But, Bai Jingqi said coldly, Zhu Wenhao, isn't it normal that you don't have a commission? I remember very clearly that this order was made down by Xiao Yang. Chapter 188, You Give Me the Death of This Heart. Zhu Wenhao looked at Bai Jingqi with an unbelievable face. The year before when he made this order, Bai Jingqi even praised him in public. How could Bai Jingqi say with empty words that the order was made by Yang Pei? Superintendent White. You what you? Xiao Zhu. Falsely accusing a leader is a serious disciplinary offense. It's just that Xiao Yang is generous and doesn't see eye to eye with you. So don't make a scene. Yang Pei snorted coldly and said, Director Bai, I'm not as generous as you say. I still have to be serious about this today. Xu Wenhao bumped into the leader. Next month's full attendance award is gone. Xu Wenhao was so angry that his brain was about to explode. I just don't believe it. We don't have a place for reason in Hong Shang. Xu Wenhao huffed and puffed and walked out of the office. He wanted to go to the old boss to complain. Knock knock. Xu Wenhao knocked on the door of the general manager's office. And the one who opened the door was Zhou Lan, the secretary of the general manager. Brother Zhu, what do you want with Mr. Pang? Xu Wenhao tried to calm down. He knew very well that if he said outright that he was here to complain, Zhou Lan wouldn't necessarily let him in. He's straightforward, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. On the contrary, he's smart. Why else would he have taken so many results? Secretary Zhou, I have something very important. Something that concerns the future of our company. To report to Mr. Pang. Once she heard Xu Wenhao say something so serious. Plus, in Zhou Lan's mind, Xu Wenhao was an honest man. Zhou Lan believed his words. Brother Zhu, wait a moment. I'll inform General Manager Pang. Good. Soon, Zhou Lan came out and said in a harmonious voice. Brother Zhu, Mr. Pang has 10 minutes, so try to keep it short. Xu Wenhao took a deep breath and followed Zhou Lan into the general manager's office. To say something without fear of being laughed at. This was the first time he had entered the general manager's office since he had been on the job for 10 years. The first thing that struck me was how big it was. The second feeling is that it's really luxurious. I wonder if he'll ever get a chance to sit in such a high-class office in his life. General Manager Pang Fei put down the documents in his hands and looked up, looking at Xu Wenhao with interest. Xiao Zhu, what's your big thing that concerns the future of the company? Speak up. Xu Wenhao nodded slightly to Pang Fei, then took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Mr. Pang, we have a black sheep in Hong Shang. If we don't deal with this seriously, our Hong Shang's rules and regulations will be ruined, and our Hong Shang's work ethic will completely collapse. Pang Fei's face was solemn. Oh, who is this black sheep you speak of? What has it done that the heavens and the people are angry about? I'd like to file a complaint against Yang Pei, the head of our investment team. He's blatantly encroaching on other people's projects, with no company discipline, and to put it in a bigger picture, this is a crime. We must resolutely stop Yang Pei's robber baron behavior. Otherwise, where is the company's system? Otherwise, the hearts of the company will soon collapse. Yang Pei? Pang Fei's pupils contracted violently. During this recent period, he had heard a lot of rumors about Yang Pei, and he also believed that what Xu Wenhao said was most likely true. However, he dared not deal with Yang Pei. Don't look at him as a general manager, but in fact, he is a senior wage earner, and Yang Pei, the second largest shareholder's own nephew. Xu Wenhao, I know what you said. I will investigate. If the investigation is true, I will deal with Yang Pei seriously. Xu Wenhao was ecstatic. Mr. Pang, the evidence is very conclusive. I made the Honeybee Intelligent New Energy Company. However, the commission was counted to Yang Pei. You'll know once you check. Pang Fei's face sank. I'm aware of this matter. I'll have someone notify you when there's a result. Get out. Xu Wenhao's heart thumped. Judging from Pang Fei's attitude, this matter was afraid to hang. But Xu Wenhao was not willing. Mr. Pang. Boom. Pomfrey slapped the table hard. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Xu Wenhao didn't dare to say anything else and could only reluctantly walk out of the office. Zhou Lan sent Xu Wenhao out of the general manager's office, gently closed the door, and lowered her voice. Brother Xu, why are you so reckless? How dare you sue Yang Pei? Do you know who Yang Pei is? Xu Wenhao also felt strange as to why Director Bai and Mr. Pang defended Yang Pei so much. What's Yang Pei's story? Yang Pei's uncle is the second largest shareholder of Hong Shang. If you sue Yang Pei, who would dare to help you? Even Mr. Pang can't afford to offend Yang Pei. You'd better eat this dumb loss. If you really can't, you can find a chance to transfer to the investment team. Wen Ho Chu. After knowing Yang Pei's background, Xu Wenhao was deeply powerless and returned to his workstation with his head hanging down. How can I explain this to my daughter-in-law? Xu Wenhao, a big old man, had his eyes reddened a bit in aggravation. Just as Xu Wenhao was getting depressed, Yang Pei came over aggressively and knocked Xu Wenhao's table hard, looking at him with a sardonic smile. Well, finished suing? Satisfied? Xu Wenhao's steel teeth almost gritted. This was stepping on his head and ting on it. Team leader Yang, don't bully people too much. I'll bully you. So what? Since he had already torn his face off, Xu Wenhao had no good face left. Boom! Xu Wenhao clapped his hands. In passing, he grabbed the pot of meat he had raised. Yang Pei, killing is only a headache. You really don't leave any room for maneuver? Xu Wenhao's gaze was too fierce, and Yang Pei subconsciously took a step back. Soon, a surge of anger rose in his chest. He was actually scared off by Xu Wenhao. A stuffy guy? Unforgivable. What? Are you going to kill me again? Come on. Knock here. Yang Pei put his head in front of Xu Wenhao. Xu Wenhao only felt a rush of hot blood to his head, and the veins on his brain bulged. There was only one thought in his mind. Beat this asshole to death. However, soon, Zhou Yuxiu's figure appeared in his mind, and that nameless karmic fire quickly dissipated. If he goes to jail, what about the wife? What about the kids? With a bang, Xu Wenhao slammed his meat heavily on the desk and coldly looked at Yang Pei. Yang Pei, I'm not following you. I'm going to the second group. Yang Pei had a victor's smile on his face. Xu Wenhao, you have so much information about one group in your hands and you want to bring it to the second group? That's a beautiful thought for you. You've given up on me. As long as I, Yang Pei, am here. As long as I, Yang Pei, am here, you'll stay in the first group for the rest of your life. Xu Wenhao's face turned white. It's over. Is he going to be suppressed by Yang Pei for the rest of his life? Yang Pei, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? If you don't stay here, you can stay here. Can I resign? Yang Pei laughed. You have guts. I didn't expect you, Xu Wenhao, to be so ballsy. Very well, you can resign to see if you believe me to block you in the whole financial circle of Qingdao? Chapter 189, It's a happy decision. Xu Wenhao was shivering with anger, but there was nothing he could do. The scariest thing was that Yang Pei wasn't blowing awesome. He really had the power to seal him. If you stay in the company, you will be bullied by Yang Pei all the time. And if you leave, there is a possibility that you won't be able to find a job. What's to be done about it? Just when Xu Wenhao felt that his life was gray and even had some crazy impulses, his cell phone rang. Xu Wenhao pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was Cheng Yuan's call. The hostility in Xu Wenhao's heart instantly dissipated. Yeah, how did he forget about Fargo? Even if you can't make it in the financial world, you can follow Brother Farley. Even working as a waiter for Fargo's cafeteria is better than being a loser here. Snap! Xu Wenhao viciously slapped Yang Pei, directly confusing him. Surname Yang. I'm quitting. Aren't you Yang Pei capable? Go ahead and block me. After saying that, Xu Wenhao turned around and walked to the window and picked up the phone. What are the instructions? Farther? You want to come and play a pampering game tonight? The brothers are going to miss you. Cheng Yuan laughed. Did you miss me or my buffet? All want, all want. After a pause, Xu Wenhao asked half-jokingly, Brother Yuan, is your cafeteria still short of people? I'll go and work for you as an eater. Cheng Yuan laughed. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste of your talent to be a tiny food broadcast? Ha ha ha, only Brother Far can look at me. Cheng Yuan's tone was correct. Aha! I'm looking for you for something serious this time. Would you like to? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xu Wenhao, who was incredibly excited. I'm willing. I'm very willing. Even if I go to Brother Yuan's cafeteria to scrub dishes, I'm willing. I'm stuck with Brother Yuan for the rest of my life. Cheng Yuan laughed. Aha! How could I let you swipe the plates? I'm planning to set up or acquire an investment company. You've been in finance. You should know better, right? Nest. Fargo is setting up or acquiring an investment company? Then he should at least ask Brother Yuan for a team leader. Get it? I know too much. I've been with Hong Shang for 10 whole years. I know almost all the ins and outs of the industry. If we were to set up an investment company, how long would it take to complete the formalities? At the earliest? Xu Wenhao answered truthfully, if it's the south, it'll be done within 3 days. Our Qingdao belongs to the north, and the thought of officialism is more serious, so the fastest will take half a month. Half a month? That's a bit too slow. Won't that delay signing up for Drizzle? Then buy one, and recommend a company for me. Really buy it? For some reason, a very bold thought suddenly popped up in Xu Wenhao's mind. Really? More so than if I were an old man. Brother Yuan, you need at least $1 billion to buy an investment company. Cheng Yuan laughed. Only $1 billion? System Dad gave $10 billion to the Dream Fund. However, to be on the safe side, Cheng Yuan still asked in his mind. System, can the Dream Fund be used to purchase investment companies? Sure. Buying an investment company is the foundation for helping dreamers realize their dreams. Cheng Yuan instantly had a bottom. Ahoy! You don't need to think about money, Brother Yuan. It's not that I'm boasting. We, Hong Shang, are a veteran investment company in Qingdao, and although there are a few assholes in there, most of the investment consultants are very good and have done a lot of successful cases. Then it's happily settled. Aha! Immediately make an appointment for me with your chairman.
I want to acquire Hong Shang as fast as possible. Zhu Wenhao's excited little heart almost jumped out of his throat. He had already fully overestimated Brother Yuan's strength, but he didn't expect to still underestimate it. And the first shot was $1 billion. It seems that Fargo inherited more than just a few tens of thousands of bitcoins. It was only until then that Yang Pei came back to his senses, covering his face and looking at Zhu Wenhao with a shocked expression. Surname Zhu, how dare you hit me? Believe it or not, I'll make it difficult for you to move an inch in Qingdao? Zhu Wenhao turned his head and looked at Yang Pei indifferently. Yang Pei was a little weak from Zhu Wenhao's look and subconsciously took a step back. Zhu Wenhao, how dare you make a move? There's a surveillance camera inside the office. Believe it or not, I'll make you sit in jail? Is that all you got? Zhu Wenhao shook his head mockingly. How could he be almost forced into a corner by such a player? And now, he was full of confidence. As long as Fargo acquired Hong Shang, he would definitely sue Yang Pei fiercely and sweep Yang Pei, the black sheep, out of the door, and the enabler, Supervisor White, as well as Mr. Pang, all of whom cannot be retained. Vice President Chen has always taken care of him. Turn around and recommend Vice President Chen to Brother Yuan. Directly support the general manager, and the seat vacated by Yang Pei. He's not polite. It was just so happily decided. Yang Pei, I'll give you one last chance. If you go to the finance office right away, correct the mistake, and transfer the bonus that should have been given to me, I'll let this matter go with you. If you're stubborn, then, to return what you just said, I'll completely block you in the financial circle of Qingdao. Yang Pei was amused by Zhu Wenhao. Surnamed Zhu, are you not awake? With you blocking me? Oh. Zhu Wenhao didn't bother to argue with Yang Pei anymore and walked quickly towards Vice President Chen's office. Vice President Chen was called Chen Qi, a middle-aged man in his 50s. Chen Qi has a great personality and smiles all day long. People in his circle call him Maitreya Buddha. Ahau, I've heard about you. I know you've been wronged. I really want to help you, but I can't afford to mess with Director Yang's side. Mr. Huang of Delhi Investment is my old classmate. I can talk to Mr. Huang and let you work over at Delhi Investment. Don't worry, with Mr. Huang taking care of you, no one will dare to steal your order. Zhu Wenhao's eyes reddened a bit. Vice President Chen took care of him as usual. This would almost be the best option if we didn't have Fargo. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I came over to find you. I need your help with something else. Oh, what is it? Mr. Chen, can you contact the chairman for me? Swish. Chen Qi's face changed drastically. Do you want to tell the chairman directly? Can't in a million years. The chairman and Director Yang are hairdressers, and they have a close relationship, so it's possible that. Zhu Wenhao smiled faintly and looked at Chen Qi confidently. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'm not looking for the chairman to sue, but to talk about the acquisition of Hong Shang. I remember you said that the chairman's fleet has suffered a strong blockage, and urgently needs a large sum of money, and has already contacted a few of the country's top investment banks, but the price given by the other party is not very satisfactory. Chen Qi asked hesitantly. Ahau, you contacted the investment bank? This is indeed a good angle to counterattack, but can you guarantee that the investment bank will give a fair price? Zhu Wenhao looked at Chen Qi very sincerely. Mr. Chen, you have always taken good care of me. On your side, I won't sell out. It's my hairdresser who wants to acquire our Hong Shang, and this hairdresser of mine is very powerful. Can Mr. Chen help me counsel and study a price that is acceptable to both sides and where neither side loses out? Chapter 190, You're coming to the reception. 2. Chen Qi looked deeply at Zhu Wenhao. He knew Zhu Wenhao's character very well. This young man was very down-to-earth and never said anything unreliable. Chen Qi was holding the piece of human feelings to death. Instantly judged that in the future, Hong Shang was afraid to be surnamed Zhu. That being the case, it's time to take a decisive stand. With his understanding of Zhu Wenhao, he would definitely not treat him poorly after taking the throne. Chen Qi instantly set himself straight. Ahau, don't worry, I definitely won't let your hairdresser suffer. Last time, I happened to overhear the chairman talking to the head of an investment bank, and the chairman's base price was $400 million. 400 million? Zhu Wenhao's eyes widened violently. The chairman of the board of directors accounted for 60% of the shares, reached an absolute holding. According to the market price, these shares of his worth 6 billion. 4 billion is simply the price of cabbage. The opposite side of 4 billion do not want? Chen Qi smiled. The opposite side knows that the chairman's fleet has been hit hard and is taking advantage of the fire, and is asking for $200 million straight away. Zhu Wenhao almost exploded. $200 million? What's the difference between that and robbing a bank? Yeah, they're too greedy. A relaxed smile appeared on Zhu Wenhao's face. In that case, we also have to thank some of those investment banks and organizations for helping us press the price so hard. Then I'll talk to my brother and just directly quote $400 million. Chen Shi smiled mysteriously.
Don't quote 400 million, quote 300 million. Give the chairman a little room to bargain.
I'll give the chairman a little room to bargain.
Put. Xu Wenhao almost laughed. Vice President Chen is really an old fox.
The good thing was that this old fox was his elder and had been taking care of him.
Mr. Chen, please contact the chairman from your side. Good. Soon.
Chen Shi finished the call and looked at Xu Wenhao with a smile.
Aha.
The chairman just happens to have a reception tonight.
If your friend is free, he can go and sit down. The address will be sent to you in a while. Good. I'll ask.
Xu Wenhao called Cheng Yuan and briefly reported the situation over here.
It's like this, brother Yuan. So, Mr. Chen asked me to ask you if you're free to attend the drinking game tonight? I'm free. Send the address. Okay, Fargo. Cheng Yuan said in a harmonious voice. You'll come along in the evening. Me?
Xu Wenhao was a bit confused.
Cheng Yuan's tone was certain. Yes, you. Good. After hanging up the phone,
Xu Wenhao looked at Chen Shi with some bewilderment.
How could he not understand? Such a high-end drinking game. What was the point of calling him? This little Karami. To go over there? Ho, what's wrong? Your friend is not available? It doesn't matter. We can make another appointment.
Xu Wenhao shook his head with a bitter smile.
Vice President Chen. No, my friend is free and he asked me to come along. I'm a bit confused.
Chen Shi's pupils flickered slightly,
and sure enough, he had guessed correctly. In the future, Hiroshi Grand Probability surnamed Zhu, after all, a house friend, should not have the time to come over all day to sit in the class, should have been a shirker like the chairman.
Someone he trusts must be found to watch over the company for him. Chen Shi smiled mysteriously.
Aha, your friend has his reasons for letting you go. Just go. Okay, I'll go. Then I'll go back and get ready. Saying goodbye to Chen Shi,
Xu Wenhao walked out of the office and then called Zhou Yuxiu at the first opportunity.
Zhou Yuxiu's voice was very eager. Honey, are you in such a hurry? It's still more than an hour before the end of the day.
Xu Wenhao smiled bitterly.
Wife, I'm really sorry. Brother Yuan suddenly invited me to a drinking game. Why don't we make another appointment tomorrow? If it was someone else, Zhou Yuxiu would definitely be angry. However, this person was Cheng Yuan, and instead of being angry, Zhou Yuxiu held an encouraging attitude. Go ahead, learn more from Brother Chang and meet more friends. It might help you in your work. Good. The reception was scheduled to begin at 8 p.m. However,
Xu Wenhao arrived at the Haitian Hotel early and waited at ease in the rest area on the first floor.
After seeing Cheng Yuan,
Xu Wenhao greeted him with a face full of excitement.
Fargo. After shouting,
he realized that something was wrong because Cheng Yuan was followed by so many people. A very large and elite group at first glance.
Xu Wenhao turned a little weak. It was not right to go up. It was not right to not go up. Frozen in place. Cheng Yuan, however, didn't have so many worries and walked up with a smile, giving him a big bear hug. When he was broke, Xu Manhwa never gave up on him. He lent all his savings when he was not even well off himself. How could he shortchange such a good brother? Aha, how come you haven't seen me for a few days, but instead you've gotten raw?
Xu Wenhao's hanging heart was completely relaxed. Brother Yuan hadn't changed.
It was still the same as before. Mainly, the team Fargo brought with him was so huge and, at first glance, so elite that it was a bit strange. Cheng Yuan introduced with a smile. Colleagues, this is my best buddy, Zhu Wenhao. Aha, this is Nye Yuan, the deputy director of Tiancheng Law Firm. This is my special assistant Lin Ruoshi. And this, hello Mr. Chu. Hello Howie. After some pleasantries, Xu Wenhao consciously shrank towards the end of the line. Cheng Yuan, however, raised his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, Aha, where are you going? Just beside me. Xu Wenhao's eyes were hot. A big old man, almost crying. It was the first time he had ever stood in such an important position. For the first time, I realized what respect means. The aura of this line of people was too strong. Even if those who stayed at the Haitian Grand Hotel were all elites, they were still shocked. The pedestrians encountered along the way all subconsciously stepped back. It's a great feeling. Xu Wenhao subconsciously straightened his spine, not wanting to lose Cheng Yuan's face. Soon the elevator reached the top floor. Surrounded by the crowd, Cheng Yuan and Xu Wenhao strided into the banquet hall. Feng Dahua, the chairman of Hong Shang, attached great importance to this reception, and the banquet hall was beautifully decorated. At the entrance there were 2 columns of beautiful women with excellent face and body to welcome the guests. Bowing to the crowd with a coquettish smile, welcome to the reception. The group nodded slightly at the beautiful welcome guest and walked towards the deepest part of the banquet hall with their heads held high. Blessed by his own second uncle, Yang Pei was honored to come to the reception. Since entering the reception hall,
The smile on Yang Pei's face had not stopped because every VIP was a stalwart in the chairman's main flagship of stock speculation. Every VIP was in existence he couldn't afford to mess with. It wasn't until Yang Pei saw Zhu Wenhao that his face, which was almost stiff with laughter, eased a little. Zhu Manhao? What's this kid doing here? Does that mean he's going to tell the chairman? Although the chairman is Uncle Tu's hairdresser, he will surely favor him and will certainly hammer him afterwards. It may not be so convenient to try to grab performance in the future. No way. We can't let Zhu Wenhao see the chairman.